Someone couldn't resist taking a jab at China. Oomph. They do it obviously out of fear of mass casualties and public safety risks with widespread weapon possession. In times of peace, their approach works fine, but the times have changed. Their approach now seems rigid, and eventually they will fall far behind, no matter how much they lead over us now, Breen sneered. That makes sense. As long as we stay the course, surpassing China is just a matter of time. Suddenly reminded of something while discussing the topic, George turned to James and asked, I heard China is relocating its citizens into the other world. Is that information accurate? It should be accurate. Currently in China, nothing is more talked about than this issue. Their government has already made an announcement, and people are being relocated toward Western and Eastern regions, James answered. What do you mean by Western and Eastern regions? Do they have two portals domestically? George stood up in astonishment. Until now, he had only heard from James that China had a plan to relocate people into the other world, but without many details. James nodded seriously. Yes, two portals. They have publicly admitted to it themselves. SSSSH. Everyone inhaled sharply. No wonder China is so strong. So they had obtained two portals all along. How much resources must they have gained? Everyone couldn't help feeling envious. Although they have two portals, the Western one must have been discovered long ago, whereas the Eastern portal was likely found not too long ago, James explained. How do you know that? Someone asked. We did some analysis based on earlier intelligence. Their Eastern portal location was previously a tourist site. It was only a few days before the pyramid-shaped portal appeared that the site suddenly saw a significant deployment of police and military, James explained. Why wasn't this reported earlier? George looked somewhat displeased. Because previously, our spies suffered heavy losses in China, and their secrecy was very tight. The reason we can find out now is precisely because they have made it public themselves. Those things no longer need to be kept secret, so it became easier for us to investigate, James said helplessly. With a large number of spies and Western-worshipping traitors being punished, combined with China's own portal and its rapidly growing national strength, many Chinese people were no longer willing to act as their informants, making internal intelligence development increasingly difficult. *T. George was so furious he had no words. Deep within the vast plains of the other world in White Elephant Kingdom, Su Pingyan had already been hunting around this area for more than 10 days. He hunted several beast herds almost every day, sometimes even a dozen. He was reaping rich rewards. No fewer than 200,000 grade 5 beasts had died by his hand. Meanwhile, with the bloodthirsty function of the god-killing spear constantly absorbing blood, his cultivation level continuously broke through, from the early stage of Transcendent Realm 1 to the late stage of Transcendent Realm 2. Right now, he was facing off against a grade 6 star 1 late-stage beast. It was the king of this particular beast herd. This entire beast herd contained over 50,000 grade 5 high-level beasts, and even 3 grade 6 star 1 early-stage elite beast commanders. However, those 3 grade 6 star 1 early-stage beasts had already been slain by him. Nearly half of the 50,000 grade 5 high-level beasts had been either killed or injured by his hand as well, the remaining having already fled. Su Pingyan simply had no time to chase after them. His current target was this beast king. Roar. Damned human. How did you cross the divine ruin mountains to come here? The beast king roared in fury. Though it was questioning him, fear was clearly visible in its eyes. Oh, you actually know about the divine ruin mountains. Su Pingyan was surprised. Foolish human, are you mocking me? Who doesn't know about the divine ruin mountains? How much do you know about the divine ruin mountains? Su Pingyan asked. Why should I tell you? Unless you're willing to let me go, the beast king cunningly replied, suddenly showing an unexpected negotiating instinct. Chapter 250 Divine Gift Planes. Hee. Su Pingyan smiled slightly, withdrawing his offensive move and straightening up a bit. He said, if what you have to say is valuable, I can let you live. After all, I don't really need another corpse. But if it's not valuable, then I'm sorry, you'll have to leave your life here today. Although these words were hard to hear, the beast king had no time to care anymore. At this moment, the will to survive had overtaken everything else. After all, this human before him was simply too strange. Normally, even a supreme expert at the transcendent stage might be able to fight beyond their level, but their spiritual energy was still limited. No one had endless spiritual energy. But this human? He was simply monstrous. Not only could he fight far above his level, but his spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, which was truly terrifying. He had to survive. He had to carry this message back, so his kin would know that a dangerous individual like this had crossed the Godfall Ridge. Yes, he was doing this for the sake of his clan, not because he feared death, the Beast King told himself. Is this true? The Beast King asked for confirmation. You can choose not to believe me, in which case I'll just kill you now. It's not like I really care, I'm just slightly interested. Whether you speak or not is of no consequence, Su Pingyan said casually as he pointed his spear at the Beast King once more. The Beast King felt the oppressive might of the spear aimed at him and hastily stepped back twice, not daring to speak more. He hurriedly said, over the Godfall Ridge, there has always been a toxic miasma left by the fallen gods. Even divine beasts or God-stage experts of your human race cannot pass through. It is said that these toxic fumes were formed from the resentment of ancient deities, the easiest way to erode one's soul and strike at the very foundation of life itself. So for hundreds of thousands of years, no human has crossed the Godfall Ridge into the divine gift planes, and similarly, we beasts have been unable to cross the ridge into the human world. The divine gift planes? Isn't this a forbidden area? Su Pingyan feigned ignorance. This is the way your humans speak, but for us beasts, this is a blessed land gifted by the beast god. The Beast King wore a look of devout reverence. Anything else? The Beast King thought for a moment and said, recently, for reasons unknown, not only has the pressure around the slumbering place of the Beast God weakened significantly, but even the toxic miasma within the Godfall Ridge is dispersing. It must be because of this that you were able to traverse the Godfall Ridge. The slumbering place of the Beast God, where exactly is that? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Su Pingyan already knew of the Godfall Ridge, but the resting place of the Beast God, he hadn't heard of in either of his 2 lifetimes. In that area previously, the aura of the Beast God was so immense that we couldn't even get close to it. Only the weaker beasts could approach, in the glorious presence of the Beast God. But now the pressure has decreased. Perhaps the Beast God is about to awaken? The Beast King said. The Beast God awakening? In his past life, he had never heard of such a thing. Either he had awakened without revealing himself, or the beasts had simply misunderstood. Most likely, it was connected to the portal. It must be the work of that mysterious figure who set up the portal. Judging from this, whoever it was must have laid the groundwork long ago, decades upon decades ago, suggesting a plot of grand scale. Any more? For example, what is the highest cultivation level among the ferocious beasts on the divine gift planes? Su Pingyan asked. The divine gift planes are vast, but there are no true divine beasts. The strongest only reach the 7th stage, 9-star ascension peak, although I've heard there's another condition besides possessing divine beast bloodline required for advancing to become a divine beast. I don't know exactly what it is. Because of this restriction, one cannot become a god here on the divine gift planes, the Beast King said after thinking for a while. Though he himself was only a 6th-stage 1-star ascension peak, he did know a fair amount of information. How many of them are there at that level? And where exactly are they located? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Not many. The elders of the 3 most powerful beast clans on the divine gift planes are all at that level. Across the entire divine gift planes, the number of ferocious beasts who have reached the 7th stage, 9-star ascension peak shouldn't exceed 10, the Beast King speculated. He had been fortunate to meet one of them before. For the others, he hadn't personally seen, so he could only estimate based on his experience. Su Pingyan furrowed his brow slightly. That was more and stronger than he had expected. Clearly, he couldn't underestimate the divine gift planes. From memories of his previous life, in terms of the orientation of this foreign world, starting from the portal, to the west, about 2,000 kilometers away, lay the Godfall Ridge. Crossing the ridge led into the territory of the foreign nations. To the south, some 140,000 kilometers away, was a branch of the Void Mountains, the Qingyang Mountains. To the east, 3,000 kilometers away was the Wuwang Sea, teeming with countless sea beasts, which posed a serious threat. To the north, around 4,000 kilometers away, mostly the Godfall Ridge again, with a small part extending into the Wuwang Sea. All in all, the divine gift plain stretched approximately 190,000 kilometers from north to south, and around 6,000 kilometers from east to west, forming a vast irregular plain close to a rectangular shape, with a total area exceeding 1.1 billion square kilometers. The Eurasian continent on Blue Star is about 50 million square kilometers, so the total area of the divine gift plains is equivalent to 2 Eurasian continents combined. One must understand that over 99% of the divine gift plains consisted of very flat land, occasionally dotted with some small mountains and hills, but never large or numerous enough to disrupt the name Blessed Land. From the perspective of people from Blue Star, a vast plain of such size would seem enormous, but in this foreign world, it was merely a small corner of the entire realm. Yet it was home to so many powerful ferocious beasts, an even greater concentration than in the human world. I haven't encountered any 7th-stage ferocious beasts along the way. Where exactly are they? Su Pingyan asked curiously. They are all in the south. The spiritual energy is denser there, and it's also closer to the Void Mountains. Here, near the Godfall Ridge, the spiritual energy is thin and considered inauspicious. Sometimes the toxic miasma from the Godfall Ridge spreads outward, and even the 7th-stage beasts can be affected by it. Over time, this region has practically become devoid of 7th-stage beasts, and even the 6th-stage ones are relatively few. Those who come here are usually lower-ranked individuals neglected by their clans, hoping to find an opportunity to develop independently. The Beast King replied earnestly. In other words, the 7th-stage beasts will not come to this side? Unless there's some special reason, they won't. However, now that the toxic miasma from the Godfall Ridge is already dispersing, those experts will probably find out soon enough. Who knows whether they will come to take a look or not? The Beast King said, cautiously glancing at Su Pingyan. What needed to be said, I've already said. You promised to spare my life. Surely you won't break your word. The Beast King carefully tested the waters. Su Pingyan fell into deep thought, which made the Beast King immediately feel nervous. He knew that his survival hinged entirely on the whims of this human. I don't really want my trail to be discovered. Tell me, what do you think is a good solution to that? Su Pingyan smiled charmingly, yet ominously. The Beast King swallowed nervously, unconsciously stepping back a few paces. You want to renege on our deal? Chapter 251, Gaining Another Great General, Long He. No, Su Pingyan shook his head and said, besides killing you to keep this a secret, there is another way. You can acknowledge someone as your master. I'll find you a good master. How does that sound to you? Su Pingyan didn't really want to keep this beast as his battle companion. Although its cultivation level was high, it was only of an exceptional bloodline without any divine beast bloodline, meaning its potential was limited. Without some great opportunity, its lifetime limit would only reach the peak of the 7th rank, the 9th star, but never break through to the divine beast realm. For a beast to reach the divine beast realm, what was most indispensable was the bloodline of a divine beast, whether innate or acquired. However, upgrading such bloodline was extremely difficult and required a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not every ferocious beast could possess the same opportunity as by Susu. What? You're asking me to become your servant? The Beast King's expression changed dramatically. What? You'd prefer to die honorably? Su Pingyan asked in slight surprise, having assumed it was a ferocious beast afraid of death. No, what I meant was that if I acknowledge you as my master, that's acceptable. But anyone else? Absolutely not. The Beast King said, shaking his head repeatedly. Isn't it the same thing? How could it be the same? Your talent is stronger than every other ferocious beast in my clan, even surpassing all the ancient human cultivators recorded in our clan's ancient texts. If you survive, your future is boundless. Serving under you is not shameful. But the same cannot be said for others, the Beast King replied. Su Pingyan fell silent once again after hearing this. Fine then, I'll make an exception and accept you. Su Pingyan thought of the teleportation array. He intended to repair another teleportation formation located near the Divine Ruin Mountains, which would also require a powerful battle companion to guard it. This beast seemed like a good choice. An exception? The Beast King's face flushed with embarrassment and disbelief. He himself had an exceptional bloodline, and was once a regional overlord. Acknowledging a human as his master was acceptable, yet Su Pingyan treated it as favor? Wasn't this insulting? No, offensive to beasts? I have 3 battle companions already. One has a sacred beast bloodline, while the other 2 have divine beast bloodlines, Su Pingyan said calmly. Gulp, the Beast King swallowed hard. Master, please accept my allegiance. The Beast King wasted no time hesitating, bowing immediately. Since even a sacred beast had submitted to this person, what was there for him to be ashamed of? He should actually feel proud. In the future, when he encountered members of his own clan, he could proudly tell them he had 2 seniors with divine beast bloodlines and 1 senior with sacred beast bloodline. Thinking about that felt actually pretty good. Seeing this, Su Pingyan felt as if 3 crows flew past his head. Looks like he had picked up another oddball. Well then, if I accepted him already, perhaps I can find an opportunity to help him advance his bloodline. Su Pingyan comforted himself inwardly. Relax your spiritual senses, Su Pingyan instructed. The Beast King did not hesitate at all. He immediately opened up his spiritual senses with no resistance, seeming quite eager, as if fearing Su Pingyan might suddenly reject him. Soon, a 6-pointed star formation flashed, and Su Pingyan successfully formed a contract with the beast. A sense of blood-connected bond arose between the two. What is your name? Su Pingyan asked. My name is Long He. The beast answered quickly. Long He belonged to the Black Flame-consuming Metal Beast clan, feeding mainly on earth vein magma and various spirit ores, excreting fire crystals, and all sorts of pure spirit ores in return. He was quite a rare and valuable ferocious beast. Su Pingyan originally didn't recognize this beast, and only because he sensed an exceptional, but not divine, bloodline did he not pay much attention. But after forming the contract and obtaining Long He's full details, he was astonished. I really found a treasure here, Su Pingyan couldn't help thinking. Where is your clan located? Su Pingyan directly began considering the idea of using the clan for his own purposes. Long He looked into Su Pingyan's eyes and immediately understood what his master was thinking. He couldn't help worrying for his clan's safety. Still, the person in front of him now was his new master, one with boundless potential. Joining forces with him might actually be a promising path forward for his clan. After all, within the ferocious beast clans, they had always been oppressed. Master, our clan is located to the south, approximately 9,000 kilometers from here, Long He replied. Just call me elder brother in the future. I dislike being called master, Su Pingyan said. Understood, elder brother. Long He became even more excited, as this was a show of respect towards him. What is the strength of the elites in your clan? And what powerful clans are surrounding you? Su Pingyan asked. The strongest in our clan is the Patriarch, whose power is at the peak of the 7th rank, 6th star. There are over 30 7th rank experts and more than 5,000 elite 6th rank warriors in the clan. As for surrounding clans, their strength is about the same, Long He answered seriously. After speaking, he glanced nervously at Su Pingyan, worried he might act recklessly and charge straight to the location, which would simply be a suicide mission. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan became even more wary of the south. Leaving aside the 7th rank experts, even 6th rank experts were this numerous, and this was only a single ferocious beast clan. Although he didn't know exactly how many types of ferocious beasts existed on Tianxi Plain, there were definitely over 1,000. Earth is still too weak. Back then, I understood too little about this place, relying purely on boldness and a bit of luck. Even without the blood puppet disaster, without that golden light sword, without that red giant eye, humanity would eventually draw attention from these powerful ferocious beast clans, Su Pingyan thought inwardly. In fact, in his previous life, they had already drawn their attention, only that their cultivation levels were too low to be considered worthy. Sometimes, ignorance was indeed a form of happiness. At the very least, one didn't have to worry about survival constantly. Now that he knew more, he felt more caution and thought more. My cultivation speed is still too slow. I must go faster. Also, Huaxia's strength must take another step forward. Su Pingyan, being a heavy thinker. He cared not only for his own safety, but also for the safety of his family, and even his entire Huaxia clan. He didn't consider himself a saint, or even strictly a good person, but he was certainly a man who loved his family and his country. How much do you know about the current ferocious beast clans surrounding us? Su Pingyan asked again. Boss, Are you planning to cause them trouble? Long He was smart, quick to react, and understood from Su Ping'an's words what he truly meant. Well, if not for such intelligence, he would have already been dead. Su Ping'an gave a slight nod. In a radius of 300 miles, aside from me, there is another force about my size. 3 others are slightly weaker, without any 6th rank expert as guardian, and their numbers total less than 20,000. The rest are scattered minor clans, Long He said, thinking carefully. What cultivation level is the leader of the force comparable to yours? Su Ping'an asked again. Chapter 252, breaking through to the 3rd tier of Transcendent Realm. With his current cultivation at the peak of the 2nd tier of the Transcendent Realm, he could already crush any beast below the 6th stage, 2-star level. That was why Long He had become his defeated opponent. If Long He had reached the 6th stage, 2-star level, it would have been much harder for Su Ping'an to kill him. At the 6th stage, even the slightest gap between minor cultivation levels became extremely noticeable. Previously, Su Ping'an could defeat enemies 1 major level above him, but now that was no longer possible. Going forward, the gaps would become smaller and smaller. This was predictable. However, defeating opponents above his level was still effortless for him. He's about the same as me, also at the peak of the 6th stage, 1st-star cultivation. Long He immediately replied. As a long-standing rival in this region, he knew very well. Good, he will be our target. After Su Ping'an spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, can you gather again the remnants I previously destroyed? Long He was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, I've ruled this area for hundreds of years. I still have some prestige. Then, if I wipe out a few other factions, can you take control of the remaining beasts? Su Ping'an asked further. Yes. Long He affirmed confidently. Boss, are you trying to make me rule this entire region? Long He asked, surprised. Su Ping'an shook his head slightly. Not exactly. I want to control several key teleportation arrays and open up a safe passage. At that time, you and your men will guard this safe passage for me. Can you do it? Previously, he had always treated the ferocious beasts as prey. In reality, they also possessed intelligence and their own society, albeit more savage and bloodthirsty, but that didn't mean they couldn't be subdued. However, as the saying went, those not of our kind will always have different hearts. Except for the battle pets that had pledged allegiance, other ferocious beasts still required caution. As long as no enemy stronger than me appears, I guarantee I can do it. Long He didn't boast. He knew how many powerful beasts were in the Tian's plane, far stronger than him. I won't ask you to take unnecessary risks. After all, you are my partner. Su Ping'an said. Hee. Long He immediately felt a warm feeling in his heart. Was this the feeling of being cared for? With Long He leading the way, Su Ping'an soon found another pack of ferocious beasts numbering around 50,000. Kill. Su Ping'an wasted no words. In the world of beasts, there was no room for sentimentality, only strength and domination. Killing was the eternal melody of this world. As long as he was strong enough, he could suppress everything. Holding the Godslayer's spear, Su Ping'an charged into the beast horde like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each swing of the Godslayer's spear took the lives of several, or even dozens of beasts. Meanwhile, dozens of streams of spiritual energy and beast chi transformed into rays of light, entering Su Ping'an's body through the Godslayer's spear, where he quickly absorbed and digested them using his cultivation techniques, turning them into his own strength. These were extremely pure sources of power, already refined by the Godslayer's spear. Damn human, you're asking for death. Seeing the human causing havoc and killing his subordinates, the pack's Beast King finally lost his patience. You're fighting me. Long He suddenly appeared and intercepted the Beast King. Long He, you actually betrayed humans? You deserve to die. The Beast King instantly became furious and wanted to eliminate Long He. What's with all the talk? Long He didn't waste words either. Saying so, he launched an attack first. Both of them were Beast Kings of this land, their strength comparable. Otherwise they couldn't have coexisted for so long. However, the Beast King had 3 commanders, each at the early stage of the 6th stage, 1st-star cultivation. Long He's 3 commanders had already been killed by Su Ping'an. Therefore, facing off 1 against 4, Long He was gradually pushed back. Fortunately, he held his ground and was not killed. Boss, hurry and save me. Before long, Long He couldn't hold on and began calling for help. I thought you were so capable. Su Ping'an said, exasperated. It was this guy himself showing off, insisting on fighting 4 opponents alone, and only after giving him a chance did Su Ping'an let him try. But he couldn't even last 5 minutes. My boss is here now, you all shall die. Seeing Su Ping'an arrive, Long He immediately felt confident again. And indeed, once Su Ping'an joined the battle, the tide turned instantly. Su Ping'an's figure darted like lightning among the 4 beasts. In no time, 3 elite 6th stage, 1st-star beasts were killed. Soon after, within just dozens of moves, Su Ping'an completely suppressed the Beast King. When the beast tried to escape, Long He blocked his path. No running away. Boom! Because of Long He's interference, the Beast King missed his last chance to escape. Immediately, Su Ping'an used instantaneous movement to appear before the Beast King. With a poochie sound, the Godslayer spear pierced straight into the beast's forehead. Then, Su Ping'an slightly twisted his wrist, sending a tremendous force through the spear into the beast's brain. In an instant, the Beast King's head exploded like a watermelon, undeniably dead. Gulp! Long He swallowed hard, immensely grateful that he had been taken as a battle pet by his boss. Otherwise, his own head would probably have ended up the same way. At this moment, his respect for Su Ping'an deepened even further. However, Su Ping'an had no time to pay attention to Long He's inner feelings. He only felt a surge of mighty spiritual energy rushing into his body. Immediately, he activated his cultivation technique, and within his body, it felt as though a certain pivotal point had suddenly broken through. Boom. In an instant, Su Pingyan had broken through his cultivation barrier, and his cultivation level successfully advanced to the early stage of the third tier of the transcendent realm. Su Pingyan felt the immense power within himself and instantly felt joy surge in his heart. With this breakthrough, his strength had greatly increased again. Now, if he faced a 6th stage, 2-star level ferocious beast, he was confident he could kill it. It should be known that before this, he hadn't had such confidence. Although he could have killed a 6th stage, 1-star level beast in dozens of moves, when facing a 6th stage, 2-star level beast, he would at best fight it to a draw. If the enemy attempted to escape, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill it. That was merely his previous estimation. He might not even have been able to defeat an opponent at the 6th stage, 2-star level. Congratulations, boss, on a major advancement in cultivation. Longhei, who had sensed the change in Su Pingyan's aura, promptly offered a respectful compliment. Meanwhile, he felt extreme shock within. No wonder he was a genius among humans. Not only did he grow stronger in battle, but he could even break through his cultivation during combat itself. In Longhei's 2,000-year-long life, he had never seen anything like this. Except for special bloodlines or clans, for most ferocious beasts and humans, lifespan was closely tied to cultivation level, with little difference between the two. Humans at the transcendent realm could live up to 3,000 years, while those who broke through to the mountain river realm could live for 10,000 years. Upon reaching the Heaven's Peak realm, one could live a great epic, 129,600 years, truly possessing an extraordinarily long lifespan. As for the divine realm, it was said that one could live infinitely long. Of course, that was only a legend. Even the longevity of Heaven's Peak experts, he had never actually seen with his own eyes. Chapter 253, The Army of Beasts. In his previous life, the strongest cultivator he had ever seen was only at the Shauna stage, and even that was in a distant civilization. It was said that that cultivator had lived for 8 or 9,000 years. As for the specific details, he didn't know much, because at that time he was merely at the Tuathan stage, with a status far beneath such power, completely out of reach. Alright, it's time for you to get to work. Try your best to recruit as many followers as possible. Those who refuse to submit, I'll take care of, Su Pingyan ordered. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Longhei didn't waste any words and immediately began trying to recruit among the beast army. At first, everyone was quite arrogant and completely ignored Longhei, but when Su Pingyan slaughtered again, some of the more cowardly beasts finally surrendered. Once one surrendered, others followed. Soon after group of beasts were willing to submit to Longhei and began kneeling down in submission. Gathering the surrendered beasts was left to Longhei, while Su Pingyan went to a few smaller beast strongholds according to the addresses provided by Longhei, continuing his campaign of conquest. About 2 days later, within a radius of 300 miles, any somewhat sizable beast groups had either submitted to Longhei or had been killed by Su Pingyan, forming a vacuum zone among the beasts. Boss, I've completed the initial integration. It just requires a combination of kindness and authority in the coming days, and I believe it won't be long before they fully submit. Longhei came to Su Pingyan, who was sitting in meditation, eager to report his accomplishment. How many followers did you gather? What's their strength? Su Pingyan opened his eyes and slowly stood up to ask. About 420,000 followers. I drafted 2,000 from the original ranks as my personal guards, and then selected 4 subordinates with peak 5th stage, 9-star cultivation as commanders, each leading 10,000 troops. As you planned previously, beneath each commander are generals of 1,000, captains of 100, and lieutenants of 10. The generals of 1,000 are all at least in the early stage of 5th stage, 9-star cultivation. The captains of 100 are at the peak of 5th stage, 7th-star cultivation. The lieutenants of 10 have reached the early stage of 5th stage, 7th-star cultivation. Longhei reported in detail, apparently eager to show off his capabilities. Very good. Are they willing to leave this place with you? Su Pingyan asked. They don't really have a choice. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, without further comment, and then led the way forward, maintaining a distance of about 30 to 40 kilometers ahead of the beast army, heading towards the teleportation array ruins near the border of the foreign civilization's Wei Kingdom. Along the way, as the beast army migrated into the territories of other beast groups, naturally, they drew attention from other beast groups along the route. However, because Su Pingyan was scouting ahead, they avoided those beast groups that had beasts above 6th stage, 2nd-star cultivation, so they didn't run into any danger. However, the regular beast groups weren't as fortunate. Su Pingyan went on a rampage all the way, directly slaughtering through the beast groups, killing their leading beast kings and elite forces, then leaving the remaining survivors for Longhei to subdue. Those unwilling to submit naturally ended up dead by Su Pingyan's hand. Because of this, their traveling speed inevitably slowed down quite a bit. It took nearly 8 days to cover several hundred kilometers before they arrived. However, the results were also very rewarding. First, Su Pingyan's cultivation level had advanced to the peak 3rd superlative stage of Transcendent Realm. Second, Longhei's forces had grown to 220,000 strong. In addition to himself, there were 5 high commanders of each rank from the 6th stage, 1st-star level beasts, and 22 commanders of the peak 5th stage, 9th-star level beasts. Each high commander commanded an army of 50,000 beasts, and the remaining more than 20,000 troops were the elite forces personally selected by Longhei, directly under his command. Boss, is this the teleportation array you mentioned? Longhei asked with some doubt. staring at the pile of rubble before him. This ruin looked even worse than the previous two. Much of it was already buried beneath the soil, with only a few scattered stones protruding above ground. If not for Su Pingyan remembering this location, it would have been really hard to find. Yes, this is it. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. With a slight wave of his hand, a sudden gust of wind arose from the ground, lifting the dust high into the air. Then, the ruins of the teleportation array were revealed. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Su Pingyan's biggest concern was missing parts. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Anything could have happened. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. After he collected all the components scattered among the rubble and combined them with some materials he still had, he barely managed to get enough. Activate. With a thought, Su Pingyan initiated the teleportation array. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Then the teleportation array quieted down again. It was a sign that it had stabilized. Boss, this thing really can transport us from one place to another? Longhae looked at the plain-looking teleportation formation before him. Of course. What's so strange about that? Don't forget, you yourself are a 6th-stage beast and can teleport as well. Su Pingyan replied calmly. Boss, it's not the same. Not everyone is as monstrous as you. Our teleportation requires spirit power consumption, and with my cultivation, I can only teleport about 10 to 20 kilometers at a time. Plus, after each teleportation, I have to pause for a breath before I can teleport again. But this teleportation formation, according to what you said, can transport us 1,000 kilometers away, consuming just a tiny bit of spirit stones. It's so convenient. Longhae said excitedly. Hearing Longhae's words, Su Pingyan merely smiled slightly and said nothing more. What Longhae said was true. Although Longhae possessed a 6th-stage cultivation, each teleportation could only cover about 17 kilometers, and after each jump, he had to pause for a breath before teleporting again. As for Su Pingyan, although his own teleportation could only reach about 13 kilometers, he didn't require a pause between jumps. Therefore, back then, Longhae stood no chance of escaping from him. You go and arrange for your men to guard this place well. Absolutely no beast shall approach the teleportation formation. I'll send you to a place later to help further elevate your cultivation, Su Pingyan said. Though Longhae was already at the peak of 6th stage, 1st star, the reason he could suppress the other 5 6th stage, 1st star beast was mainly because of Su Pingyan's presence. Once Su Pingyan left this place, many of the recently surrendered beasts might stage a collective rebellion. Without him, the odds would turn against Longhae, and unexpected situations might arise, something Su Pingyan wanted to avoid. If Longhae could further advance his cultivation, the situation would be entirely different. I'll do it right away. Longhae was immediately overjoyed, without a single doubt as to whether Su Pingyan could truly make that happen. While Longhae organized his subordinates, Su Pingyan briefly entered the Hongmeng Pagoda for a short retreat. There, he successfully broke through to the early stage of the 4th Transcendent Superlative stage, significantly enhancing his power. He also entered the trial space for a while to train, though unfortunately, his martial skill level didn't improve. However, the synergy between his combat strength and his cultivation level had gone up a notch, slightly boosting his overall strength. Boss, I'm all set. What should I do to elevate my cultivation? I can't wait. Longhae exclaimed joyfully as he hurriedly ran in front of Su Pingyan. Chapter 254, Return First. I will send you to a place right now. Don't resist. Once you're inside, just follow Hongmeng's instructions, Su Pingyan said. After finishing his words, he activated his will and sealed Longhae inside the Hongmeng Pagoda. There are 46 drops of 6th tier low-grade spirit liquid, which should be enough for you to reach mid-stage of 6th tier 2nd star, perhaps even late stage, Su Pingyan muttered. He was only about 70 to 80% certain about the latter. After all, Longhae was only a top-grade beast. During the same evolution process, its consumption was much lower compared to divine beasts, not to mention sacred beasts. During this time, Su Pingyan had only hunted 46 6th-tier 1st-star beasts. He had given all of them to Longhae to enhance, a clear sign of prioritized cultivation. It wasn't that 6th-tier beasts were rare here. Besides their scarcity, he had intentionally avoided 6th-tier 2nd-star beasts and those above. While Longhae was cultivating, Su Pingyan, out of boredom, walked to the teleportation formation and looked up at the star map in the sky. 4 stars were displayed there, 2 of them glowing brightly. Su Pingyan instantly recognized them. One was the teleportation formation where he stood, and the other was the one guarded by Baisusu. As for the other 2 dim stars, one was another star shown by the teleportation formation belonging to Baisusu. In other words, these 3 formations had previously been connected in a triangle pattern, allowing mutual teleportation. The other dim star was more than 500 kilometers away, a short distance, but its position was particularly intriguing. Su Pingyan's eyes brightened as he realized that location was across the God Scourge Mountains, within the territory of Wei Country. Su Pingyan couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. If the teleportation formation within Wei Country were activated, would it mean crossing the God Scourge Mountains directly? At this thought, his heartbeat quickened. Wait, yet in the next moment, Su Pingyan thought further. The teleportation formations being deactivated on both sides was likely intentional, otherwise the function of the God Scourge Mountains would be negated. Still, destroying just the teleportation formation on Tianxi Plains should have sufficed. There would have been no need to destroy the one on the opposite side. Currently, the star on the opposite side was dim, suggesting it had been destroyed as well. Could it be that the enemy's teleportation formation had been concealed, keeping people unaware of the ruin's location, or had it simply been abandoned? In his previous life, he had only heard rumors about teleportation formations. He could be certain, though, that there had been no public teleportation formation in Wei country. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Apparently, many unknown secrets were hidden within. Unable to reach a conclusion, Su Pingyan shook his head, clearing the messy thoughts away. If he ever had the chance in the future, he would definitely reactivate the formation on the other side, achieving the goal of crossing the God Scourge Mountains through teleportation. Even after the toxic haze on the God Scourge Mountains dissipated, there would still be numerous poisonous creatures and beasts that posed great danger to ordinary cultivators. In fact, those below the Transcendent Realm would suffer significant casualties attempting to cross it, losing at least 2 or 3 out of 10 people. Thanks to the cultivation acceleration within his spiritual space, Longhei successfully broke through in less than half a day. Good, about as I expected, Su Pingyan remarked as he observed Longhei's cultivation progress, clearly satisfied. He had reached the late stage of 6th tier 2nd star. Thank you, boss, for your nurturing. Longhei's face flushed with excitement. He had definitely chosen the right master. His master not only possessed shocking talent, but also had treasures for accelerating cultivation and spirit liquids. Longhei was certain that any one of these items would ignite a war among beasts if revealed. Keep it up. Follow me, and don't just aim for 7th tier. Divine beasts are merely the beginning. You may lack a divine beast bloodline, but you can give it to your descendants, which makes it even better, right? Su Pingyan painted a grand picture that could potentially become real, so he felt no guilt in doing so. What boss said makes perfect sense. I will definitely work hard under your leadership. Longhei nodded firmly, wholeheartedly believing in every word from Su Pingyan. This place will be in your charge now. I have something to attend to elsewhere, and will come back later. Remember, no beasts, regardless of their strength, are allowed near the teleportation formation or permitted to use it. Also, if anyone or any beast appears from the other side of the formation, don't attack first. If they can provide my identity correctly, they're friendly. Otherwise, capture them first. Yes, boss. Su Pingyan nodded slightly before stepping onto the teleportation formation. In an instant, he vanished into it. A second later, everything spun around him, and darkness filled his vision. When his sight returned, he found himself standing once again on a teleportation formation. Lifting his gaze, he saw Bai Susu's expression shift first from caution to relief and joy. Boss, you're back? Su Pingyan gave a slight nod. He needed a moment to recover. Same as teleportation, but the portal was far more advanced than the teleportation formation. The former barely brought any noticeable sensation, while the latter caused slight dizziness, although it passed quickly and caused no harm. Perhaps it was simply due to this being a low-grade teleportation formation? I'm going back to launching for a while. You keep guarding this place first. Remember, safety comes first. If your life is threatened, you can destroy the teleportation formation in advance, take the components, and evacuate in time. Su Pingyan reminded. Boss, I'm so moved, Bai Susu said, attempting to fly over and cling to Su Pingyan. Strangely, Bai Susu wasn't the type to act this way before, probably influenced by Chihua. Stop. I've already sensed your intentions. I'm leaving first. Saying that, Su Pingyan ignored Bai Susu's resentful gaze and directly stepped into the teleportation formation, disappearing immediately. Later, Su Pingyan also gave Chihua instructions and left Qingyang behind to guard the teleportation formation together. After cultivating inside his spiritual space for some time, Qingyang had broken through to the late stage of 5th tier 5th star, which was pretty decent. He was sufficient enough for guarding this place, considering it was merely 600 kilometers from the portal. Leaving the teleportation formation behind, the remaining 600 kilometers had to be crossed on foot. He couldn't teleport any further. With a series of instantaneous movements, Su Pingyan quickly approached the portal direction. Suddenly, several familiar figures appeared within Su Pingyan's divine sense. He almost instinctively teleported away, but thankfully, his control was precise and strong enough. With a single thought, he reappeared directly in front of those familiar figures. When saying familiar, it wasn't that he knew these people, but rather he recognized their standard military uniforms. They belonged to the Yanhuang Legion. Be alert, one soldier shouted, quickly forming a trio sword formation with 2 nearby soldiers for defense. However, when they saw who had appeared, expressions on their faces turned into excitement. Su Pingyan might not necessarily know every soldier personally. There were simply too many of them. But these soldiers definitely knew him since he was their legion commander, frequently appearing before them, and they had also seen images and photos of Su Pingyan. Hail, Commander! The leader of the squad saluted immediately. Su Pingyan slightly nodded and asked, have you already explored this far? Chapter 255, Tongguan's Shock. Reporting, Commander, our 1st Regiment's main hunting area is currently within a radius of 200 kilometers centered around the portal. However, as a vanguard unit, our mission is to explore deeper ahead of the main forces, to gather intelligence and prepare for their entry, the squad leader replied. This location was already more than 300 kilometers away from the portal, clearly beyond the 1st Regiment's usual hunting grounds, an unknown and undeniably perilous territory. Main forces? Su Pingyan immediately caught on to a key word. If it were just the 1st Regiment, there wouldn't be such a term as main forces. Commander, since you ventured deep into the plains, you might not be fully aware. Burma plans to send 3 million people into the other world. Accordingly, our Xia must send 1 million. The construction corps are now working hard to build cities, while we serve as their escorts and eliminate potential threats along the way, the squad leader said proudly. Well done. However, your exploration should stop here. Also, inform the other squads not to advance further. This area is quite different from Longshan Mountain and Crescent Island. At a radius of 300 kilometers, there could already be some isolated, high-tier 4th stage ferocious beasts. They're still very dangerous for you. No need to come this far yet. Keep your activities within a 260-kilometer range for now, Su Ping'an instructed. Yes, Commander, they replied naturally. Once the commander issued orders, there were no objections. When Su Ping'an returned, he naturally would inform Tongguan as well. In a blink, he arrived at the most forward city being built by the Xia people. He swept his spiritual perception and quickly spotted a familiar figure. With a flash, he reappeared before Tongguan. Commander? You're back. Tongguan, seeing the figure appear, first started in surprise and instinctively assumed a defensive posture, but as he recognized Su Ping'an, his face lit up with a wide grin, revealing his large front teeth. Su Ping'an nodded slightly, then asked with concern, how is the current situation here? Reporting, Commander, everything is progressing steadily. So far, very smoothly, no accidents have occurred. Among our 1st regiment, only about 30 people have been injured, no casualties, Tongguan reported loudly. How about the construction corps? Su Ping'an asked again. Actually, this question should be directed to Wang Tao. After all, he was in charge here. But Tongguan was also a high-ranking officer and should be informed. He couldn't be bothered to go look for Wang Tao for updates. All is well too. We have already completed Forward City number 1, covering an area of 4 square kilometers. Forward Cities number 2 and number 3 each span 36 square kilometers. Construction is currently underway for cities number 4, number 5, and number 6, each planned to be 36 square kilometers as well. Tongguan continued his report. Forward City number 1 is planned to serve as a transit hub, mainly for storing supplies and accommodating a small population. The other cities from number 2 to number 6 are all being constructed to accommodate populations ranging from 400,000 to 500,000. Once completed, these 5 cities will collectively house 2 million residents, sufficient to meet future needs for some time. Even if Burma continues to send more people, we'll be ready, Tongguan said with a chuckle. Thinking of Burma next door, the efficiency was a world apart. They had already built 3 cities and were constructing 3 more at the same time, while Burma hadn't even completed the survey and planning for its very first one. The exact completion time remained uncertain. Moreover, he had also heard that 2 days ago, Burma thought they were ready again and ventured deeper into the plains. Unfortunately, they encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. As expected, they were instantly defeated, suffering over 2,000 casualties before barely escaping back. Had it not been for the Xia stabilizing the portal area, Burma would have repeated its past mistakes. As a result, Burma had grown quite timid over the past few days and had not sent anyone further in. Instead, they stayed near the portal eating the beast meat that the Xia had honorably provided as promised, training their military skills. The progress is quite good, Su Ping'an expressed his satisfaction. What about the personnel? How many have been relocated inside? Su Ping'an asked again. Our 1,000,000 people are divided into 5 groups, each consisting of 200,000. The first batch, which included us 20,000, has completely entered. The second batch is now moving in en masse. So far, about 100,000 have already entered. Most of the soldiers are stationed in forward cities number 2 and number 3, preparing and organizing for battle. Once the construction of these 3 cities is completed, they should be able to move in here soon, and then advance into the plains for combat, Tongguan answered. The approach of steady advancement is acceptable, but do not go beyond 260 kilometers. We must avoid encountering high-tier 4th stage ferocious beasts, which could bring unnecessary casualties. Wait until everyone's strength improves before moving deeper. Besides, this blessed plain is home to many dangerous beast clans, some even as powerful as the peak 9-star 7th-tier beasts. So, during your usual hunting, stay extra alert, Su Ping'an warned. He's so strong. Tongguan was stunned. Still in shock, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind. By the way, Commander, did you find the otherworldly civilization? Su Ping'an shook his head. Not yet. But from what I learned from the beasts here, there is a divine corpse mountain range over 2,000 kilometers away, separating the blessed plain from the otherworldly civilization. Oh, and this vast plain we are on now. Those beasts here call it the Blessed Plain. To his trusted general, Su Ping'an chose not to hide anything. The Divine Corpse Mountains? That name sounds quite eerie. Could it really be a place where even gods would perish? Tongguan muttered, roughly guessing why Su Ping'an had not found the otherworldly civilization. Or rather, maybe he had found it, but due to the existence of the Divine Corpse Mountains, they could not make contact yet. Commander, then what should we do next? Tongguan felt a little lost. Su Ping'an merely smiled. Of course, we continue developing here, gradually pushing forward. Other than not making direct contact with the other civilization, I also gained unexpected benefits, found and repaired 3 teleportation formations. The nearest one is about 620 kilometers from the portal. Teleportation formation? Like those from the Xuanhuan or Xinxia novels. Tongguan clearly had some familiarity with web novels. Perhaps he had always known, or perhaps it was because after witnessing the strange phenomenon of another world, he deliberately researched a bit. Yes, it can instantly transport someone hundreds of kilometers away. The 3 teleportation formations I have repaired are now connected. I've stationed my war beasts to guard the formation beasts, so our goal now is to push forward to the 620-kilometer mark, to that teleportation formation, Su Ping'an explained. Chapter 256, A Collective Surge in Cultivation. But what about the 260-kilometer perimeter the commander mentioned just now? Tongguan asked in confusion, since it was something Su Ping'an had just said. That's not conflicting. This perimeter is only temporary. This time I ventured deep into the Tianxi Plains and gained quite a lot as well. Summon the soldiers of the 1st Division as soon as possible. I'll grant you all a collective boost in cultivation. I assume you've all accumulated quite a bit of military merit recently. If it's not enough, borrow against future merits and repay later, Su Pingyan said. He had hunted down hundreds of thousands of 5th-tier ferocious beasts this time, which could be refined into a large amount of 5th-tier spirit liquid. Apart from what he needed personally, there would still be plenty left over. Thank you, Commander. Tongguan was instantly thrilled. Nothing could excite them more than a boost in cultivation power. It felt too great. If they had to rely solely on their own training, who knew how long it would take to make any progress? In fact, since the last session in the cultivation space, anyone who managed to elevate themselves even a small stage through personal training during this time was considered exceptional. Although they were all geniuses, their cultivation had already reached the T-Fan realm. Further advancement, even by a small margin, required a long time. The mobilization efficiency of the Huanghe Army's 1st Division was impressive. With Tongguan's order, all the soldiers were assembled in less than 5 hours. Su Pingyan immediately explained the situation to them, then sent them into the cultivation space. At the same time, he divided the other field divisions into 2 groups to rotate and taking turns to train within the space, while the remaining soldiers continued defending the city. As for himself, he also entered the cultivation space and prepared to further elevate his cultivation level. Although it might not bring a huge increase, higher cultivation was always better. The Huanghe Army's 1st Division was not large in numbers, and everyone was at the T-Fan realm, whereas soldiers from other field divisions were of lower cultivation levels, most at the body tempering realm. Since they were not part of the elite divisions, their consumption of spirit liquid was minimal. Within the cultivation space, Hongming, activate the maximum acceleration, Su Pingyan commanded. Understood, Master. Su Pingyan immediately refined a batch of top-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid to aid his cultivation. These were currently the highest grade and most abundant cultivation resources he possessed. Assisted by large quantities of this top-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid, Su Pingyan's cultivation level quickly began to stir. Unknown how much time had passed when it felt as if his body and soul were resonating together. Boom, he broke through. His cultivation successfully advanced to the early stage of the 4th rank of Chao Fan Jing, and his strength increased dramatically. Though only a small difference appeared to separate the 3rd and 4th ranks, one being Chuji and the other Gaji, the actual combat power varied greatly. Right now, he could easily defeat his previous self within 10 moves. The difference was just that big. However, after the breakthrough, Su Pingyan's demand for top-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid increased rapidly. Eventually, when all the top-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid ran out, his cultivation stabilized at the peak of the 4th rank of Chao Fan Jing. What a shame, Su Pingyan sighed with some regret. Though he still had a certain amount of mid-grade 5th-tier spirit liquid, even if he used all of it, he estimated he only had a 30 to 40% chance of breaking through to the 5th rank. Rather than risking that, it was better to save these resources for his troops, allowing them more significant progress. Of course, the resources consumed by the soldiers didn't entirely come from Su Pingyan. Many had come from the beasts they had hunted recently, and were then refined into spirit liquid by Su Pingyan using the Yaoshou cauldron. Among these, the largest quantity consisted of spirit liquids below the 4th tier. These were mainly supplied to soldiers of the regular field forces. Since they were not among the 10 elite field divisions, their cultivation levels weren't as high. Hongming, take me to the trial space, Su Pingyan ordered. Master, I need to inform you of something. The spirit stones stored in the Hongming Pagoda are almost exhausted. If you enter the trial space, the soldiers' scheduled training will not be completed as planned, Hongming stated logically. And if I don't go? Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. Then just a small number of spirit stones would remain, Hongming replied truthfully. What a shame. It seemed he had to return to the nation sometime soon to collect the spirit stones mined recently. I see. I'll go out for now. Notify me once they finish training, said Su Pingyan, then left the Hongming Pagoda. In fact, it didn't take long before Su Pingyan toured several forward bases, when Hongming informed him that all the soldiers had completed their planned training. Report the details, Su Pingyan said, looking at Tongguan. Reporting, Commander. All members of the 1st Division of the Huanghe Army have successfully advanced to the 9th stage of the T-Fan realm. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th stage of T-Fan, Tongguan said excitedly. Report, Commander Su. The soldiers of the 3rd column's 1st and 2nd army groups have all Tingua, Dao Shiking, Hecheng Yishang, loudly declared Peng Tiancheng, the commander of the 3rd column. This was a brand new military structure of Huaxia, specifically designed for operations outside the homeland. Currently, the 1st column was stationed in another world across from Hokkaido, the 2nd column was across from the ancient pyramid realm, and the 3rd column was right here. A column consisted of several army groups, with no fixed numbers. Each army group commanded 3 field armies, and each field army in turn commanded 3 field divisions. The military followed a 3x3 structure to allow the maximum utilization of the 3 talents sword formation. With such a structure, one field army, including its headquarters, had nearly 450,000 troops, while an entire army group, including its command headquarters, numbered about 150,000 personnel. Excellent. With their current cultivation levels combined with modernized spiritual energy weaponry, they should be relatively secure within a radius of 300 to 400 kilometers. Su Pingyan extended the perimeter a bit further, as circumstances were much different now. Commander, although 300 to 400 kilometers seems like a large range, we only control a quarter circle arc. The actual area is more than halved, and I'm afraid the results from combat operations will be significantly reduced as well, Peng Tianqing slightly frowned. Peng Commander, do you have any ideas? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Just a shallow suggestion. White Elephant Country doesn't currently have the strength to push far forward. Shouldn't we eliminate some of the ferocious beasts beyond 100 or 200 kilometers away? That would also count as helping them out, Peng Tianqing said with a grin. Ha ha, Tongguan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Peng Commander, you're suggesting entering White Elephant's territory for hunting. That wouldn't look good. We Huaxia must still maintain our standards of conduct, Su Pingyan said. Commander, it's just going to waste anyway. Besides, they won't know. An aide interjected. Huaxia is a great nation. In a situation of absolute dominance, we shouldn't be the ones to break the rules. It brings us no real benefit. However, I understand Peng Commander's intent. Although we won't enter White Elephant's domain, we can certainly find ways to attract or drive the beasts within their borders into our zone, then hunt and kill them there. Since they came here voluntarily, there won't be any issue, Su Pingyan explained. That might be quite difficult. Everyone fell into thought. Chapter 257, a new plan for the transmission arrays. I heard that the guys at the Academy of Sciences are developing a special sonar device that can attract ferocious beasts within a certain radius. I wonder how far along their research has gone. We could ask about it. If such a sonar exists, things would become much easier, one officer suddenly said. Oh, such a wonderful thing actually exists. Everyone was stunned. Even Su Pingyan showed surprise. This kind of device didn't exist in his previous life, nor had he mentioned it to the researchers at the Academy. Clearly, it was their own idea and they had started their research. Now it seemed they had already made some progress, otherwise this officer wouldn't have known about it. Good. Contact the Academy immediately. If they do have this sonar, this problem will be solved. Su Pingyan readily approved the idea. Yes, Commander. Commander, the sonar is good, but won't it also attract some powerful beasts? Tongguan voiced his concern. Su Pingyan couldn't help but look at him a bit longer. This general, usually so bold and somewhat reckless, now revealed a rare careful side. This issue hadn't occurred to them before due to their earlier excitement. That's indeed a problem. If not handled properly, it could cause great casualties, which would be a net loss. Communicate with the Academy. Ideally, it should attract only low-tier beasts. If it's indiscriminate, we'll have to put it off temporarily, Su Pingyan quickly added a caveat. Yes. After discussing this matter, Su Pingyan voluntarily revealed the topic of the transmission arrays to the senior officers. What do you think we should do with these arrays? He asked. Commander, it's not sustainable to rely solely on your battle pets to guard the arrays. Furthermore, leaving the arrays exposed in the open, they'll inevitably be discovered by the beasts sooner or later. Once the word spreads, the consequences would be disastrous. Peng Tianqing already foresaw many implications. Do you have any suggestions, General Peng? Su Pingyan asked. I believe we should deploy troops to each of the major arrays and construct cities around them. We can station troops there for protection and try to conceal the arrays as much as possible. The arrays are essentially channels. We can center our development of the Tianxi plains around them. These 3 arrays, and this portal, would form 4 central hubs. Eventually, we will expand from these 4 centers until they merge together, Peng Tianqing explained. General Peng, there's a problem here. We've been able to continuously expand from this portal because the beasts around here have low cultivation levels. But the arrays are already deep in the plains, where areas are surrounded by beasts of 4th stage advanced and even 5th stage levels. With our current strength, we can't properly guard them, Tongguan pointed out. As for the array nearest to us, according to the commander's words, the strongest beasts nearby are at most 9th level, peak 4th stage beasts. You guys, Captain Tong, should be capable of dealing with them. We can proceed with that approach for this particular array, Peng Tianqing replied. This particular array could barely be managed. Tongguan considered and nodded after some thought. Seeing Tongguan nodding, Peng Tianqing continued. As for the other 2 arrays, according to the information just described by the commander, the one near the Divine Ruins Mountains has an army of beasts stationed there. Since that's the case, we can follow the same model, stationing an army of beasts near the other array, or even splitting one from the existing beast army. But keeping an army of beasts stationed there doesn't seem conducive to our development either, does it? Tongguan frowned. Just hear General Peng out, Su Pingyan reminded him, since he seemed to already understand Peng Tianqing's thinking. Please continue, General Peng, Tongguan politely responded. My idea is to deploy 2 armies of beasts on the outskirts, within a few kilometers surrounding each array, forming a protective circle of beasts. Then, our people will construct a city around the array. Building the city itself will also take time in which we can rapidly improve our cultivation. In the future, once our strength grows, we'll naturally have the capability to fully manage and control these cities, Peng Tianqing explained. Tongguan's eyes lit up after listening, and he turned to Su Pingyan, saying, Commander, I really think General Peng's suggestion is excellent. Su Pingyan nodded slightly, confirming that his thoughts aligned with Peng Tianqing's. He then said, proceed according to this plan, though Peng General's plan was a bit vague just now. General Peng, you need to draft a complete proposal. Yes, Commander. Peng Tianqing became visibly excited. Once implemented, this plan would unquestionably be a historic undertaking, one that would earn eternal recognition in Chinese history, and Peng himself would also be immortalized. After the meeting ended, Su Pingyan took Tongguan, the entire 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment, the Construction Corps troops, and a field division to the closest transmission array, designated as Array Number 1. The 3 transmission arrays were clearly and logically named Array Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 according to their distances from the portal. Then, Su Ping'an went out again to hunt and kill a group of advanced 5th stage and 6th stage ferocious beasts. He refined them into spirit liquid to help Qingyang cultivate and Qisong his cultivation to the early stage of the 6th level with 1 star. He also had Qingyang organize the remaining 150,000 ferocious beasts to guard around Array No. 2, and deployed a field regiment to garrison at the array. At the same time, he ordered the construction corps to begin building a city. Finally, he went to Array No. 3 near the Divine Ruins Mountains. He ordered Long He to station the ferocious beast army around it, dispatched another field regiment to guard the array, and again instructed the construction corps to start constructing a city. After completing all these arrangements, Su Ping'an sent by Su Su and Qihua into the cultivation space. Then he returned to Blue Sky Planet. That was all he could do for now. Not everything could rely on him. There were things the Chinese soldiers could handle well on their own. Leaving the portal and returning to Blue Sky, Su Ping'an expanded his spiritual sense. In an instant, an area spanning more than 500 kilometers in every direction became the core region of his spiritual perception. Within this range, he was like a god. At the 5th substage of the transcendent realm, I've already become this powerful. If I reach the mountain and river realm, I'd probably be able to cover half of Blue Sky Planet within my spiritual perception range, Su Ping'an mused inwardly. Combined with the knowledge that his spiritual sense was much stronger than ordinary cultivators, and recalling the golden sword beam from his past life that could cover the entire globe, the other party's cultivation level must have reached the divine realm. Moreover, the other party hadn't even left the other world, yet had still managed that through the golden sword beam alone. A realm name, Divine Realm, surfaced in his mind, a terrifying cultivation stage. Only cultivators who had reached the divine realm, or at least achieved the pinnacle of the immortal realm with 9 perfect substages, could possibly achieve such an incredible feat. As his cultivation level improved, Su Ping'an's understanding of some inconceivable techniques from his previous life had gradually shifted from extremely vague comprehension to slight familiarity, giving him some confidence. My first goal should be to go to the blood refining land and quickly elevate my cultivation to the mountain and river realm. That should provide me with a certain level of self-defense capability, Su Ping'an silently resolved. Chapter 258, Terrifying when examined closely. While Su Ping'an was making a series of arrangements in the heavenly gifted plane, the entire Blue Star was also undergoing tremendous changes. In the White Elephant Nation's presidential palace, Mr. President, that Su Ping'an from China has just left the other world and returned to China. The person in charge of monitoring the portal in the White Elephant Nation reported the movement of Su Ping'an to the president immediately. After all, Su Ping'an was no ordinary person. Although he was not well known globally, he was quite famous among the top levels of major countries, as people had long suspected that Su Ping'an might be one of the original mysterious individuals, or at least among them. I see. Old Xian waved his hand. He was in a meeting with senior officials of the White Elephant Nation, discussing the latest developments regarding the other world. You continue to report on the situation in the other world, Old Xian said. It wasn't that Old Xian didn't value Su Ping'an, but they had more important matters to discuss. Su Ping'an was only a matter of observation for now. There was nothing they could do to him anyway. Yes, Mr. President. Huaxia has gradually delivered all 10,000 beast corpses to us. Our soldiers have also consumed the beast meat, and currently, our initial 3 million soldiers selected to enter the other world have all become super warriors. Combined with the beasts we have hunted ourselves, we now have 1 warrior at the 6th stage of body forging, 25 at the 5th stage, 600 at the 4th stage, over 8,000 at the 3rd stage, more than 100,000 at the 2nd stage, and the rest are all at the 1st stage of body forging. The numbers are acceptable, but their cultivation levels are too low, Old Xian frowned. The reporter opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally kept quiet, thinking to himself, don't you know the reason their cultivation levels are low? Of the 10,000 beast corpses provided by Huaxia, it wasn't even certain whether half of them reached those 3 million troops. Most of them had simply vanished. From what he knew, many families among the upper echelons of the White Elephant Nation now had plenty of beast meat. For instance, the president himself. During this period, he had consumed beast meat that improved his health, and even his white hair had started to decrease. Most critically, the high-grade beast corpses were what these people took. Mr. President, after all, this is only the beginning. 10,000 beast corpses from Huaxia for 3 million soldiers. It's truly like a drop in the ocean. We should continue to march into the other world. There are countless beasts there to harvest, a senior official beside him said, lightly coughing. His family had specially built a large freezer. Not counting the meat already consumed recently, there were still 4 uncompleted 3rd-tier beast corpses stored inside. Exactly, there are too few beast corpses, while the number of warriors is too high. Like other countries worldwide, our progress in cultivating super warriors has been slow. I've heard that the higher the level, the harder the advancement. Cultivation techniques are required, like Huaxia, for instance. The reason they have advanced so rapidly is precisely because of their techniques. Precisely, the only gap between us and Huaxia is in cultivation techniques. If our White Elephant Nation could also obtain these techniques, we could definitely catch up within 1 or 2 years. 1 or 2 years. Humph. With the talent of our White Elephant people, it would take at most half a year to surpass them. At that point, we can use our superior strength to expel them. After all, they're on our territory, taking benefits that originally belonged to us. They are just robbers. Everyone was murmuring, in agreement with one another. One sentence summed it up. It wasn't their fault at all, just shifting the blame elsewhere. Speaking of cultivation techniques, hasn't Huaxia already made them public to the public? Is there any way we could obtain their techniques? Or perhaps here at this plane in the other world, we should have the easiest contact with them. Can we bribe some of their people to steal the techniques for us? Old Xian asked. He was very interested in these cultivation techniques himself. Mr. President, Huaxia indeed did release cultivation techniques to the general public, but they're all in Chinese and very difficult to learn. Clearly, someone had already looked into this issue, but due to various obstacles, progress had halted. Chinese. Old Xian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then he continued. Don't we have many people in our country who understand Chinese? Can't they just translate them directly? Mr. President, it may not be that simple. I've already consulted several people here who know Chinese, but they say knowing Chinese is just the starting point. Additionally, one must understand the knowledge of meridians and traditional Chinese medicine. One must also have some comprehension of the I Ching and Taoist philosophy before they can even understand the techniques enough to cultivate them. The intelligence officer about Huaxia replied. How is this possible? Isn't this cultivation technique from the other world? Why would one need to understand Huaxia's meridian system or Taoist philosophy? What does that have to do with anything? Old Xian first looked confused, then angrily shouted. Investigate this seriously. It must be some kind of trickery from Huaxia. Also, since they've publicly released the techniques, we should just translate them and try cultivating ourselves. I refuse to believe it won't work, Old Xian said. Mr. President, our people have already translated the materials and attempted cultivation. 10 people tried and not a single one succeeded. 3 even became permanently disabled. This proves that Huaxia isn't entirely lying. The intelligence officer replied. I remember that Huaxia started promoting the study of traditional Chinese medicine, martial arts, and various traditional subjects in schools and nationwide quite early on, even replacing English education. Could it be that they've been preparing for this moment all along? Someone suddenly suggested. After hearing this, everyone began thinking carefully. Huaxia's earlier moves couldn't have been without purpose. They must have had intentions behind them. Everyone had simply overlooked this before, but now upon reflection, it was genuinely terrifying. Huaxia is hiding so much deeper than we imagined. We must be careful in the future if we're to oppose them. We will never know how many more hidden strengths they possess, or even how long ago they may have begun laying plans. It's possible that even our portal here is part of their plan. Are you saying our White Elephant Nation's portal was created by the Huaxia people? That's utterly absurd. Well, not exactly that. They probably aren't capable of something that big. What I mean is, after we discovered the portal, Huaxia must have started making plans to carve out their share from us. Think about it. From the beginning when they wanted to join in, to the point where Sam countries suffered heavy losses and the stakes kept rising, they've gradually gained more and more benefits from us. Each step of the way might very well have been calculated by Huaxia well in advance. Frightening indeed. Enough. Don't lose your confidence or raise their morale. Our White Elephant Nation is and always will be the strongest country, Old Xian said confidently. Mr. President is wise. All right then, move on to discuss the current situation in the other world. How far have we advanced? How is the city construction progressing? Old Xian actively changed the topic. If they kept discussing Huaxia, everyone would only grow more afraid. How could he bear that? The official responsible for the other world hesitated, unsure what to say next. Speak. Old Xian's expression darkened as he sensed something ominous. Chapter 259, Wrath. Mr. President, we've already started the survey and planning for the city construction. In addition, we've advanced more than 40 kilometers into the plains, said Adam Han, the person in charge. What do you mean that the city hasn't even begun construction yet? Elder Xian immediately became furious, throwing the teacup in front of him onto the ground. With a bang, the teacup shattered into pieces and tea splashed everywhere, but no one dared to utter a word. Everyone knew Elder Xian was already in a rage. Speaking now was like asking for a scolding. First, the progress of city construction was indeed too slow, and others also had complaints. Second, seeing how rapidly Huaxia was advancing along the cultivation path, Elder Xian's heart was burning with anxiety and desperately needed an outlet to vent. Adam Han just happened to have walked straight into the firing line. We were just trying to confirm the safety of the city's location first, and then, Adam Han tried to explain, but before he finished, Elder Xian picked up the lid of the teacup on the coffee table and threw it directly at him. Adam Han was hit right on the forehead by the teacup lid, blood immediately gushing and running down his face, yet he dared not lift his hand to wipe it. Mr. President, please grant me 3 more months. I promise I will finish building a city. Adam Han immediately guaranteed. 3 months? Huaxia finished constructing a city in half a month, opened the portal, cleared the surrounding beasts, and set up defenses. You're telling me you need 3 months? Elder Xian grew even angrier. No, 1 month. I will certainly build a city bigger and safer than Huaxia's. Adam Han wanted to say he could finish within half a month, but he knew that was impossible. Even 1 month was unlikely. By then, they would only be able to hastily throw up a small city just to get by, at least technically finishing construction, right? As for the bigger and safer city he had promised verbally, that was nothing more than talk. 20 days maximum. If I don't see the city completed within that time, you can just pack up and leave. Elder Xian gave his final deadline. Yes, sir, I'll make sure the task is completed. Adam Han hastily nodded. This other world, they were also one of its key administrators. How much profit could he make from that role? Already, 5 cold storage facilities had been built at home, preserving the corpses of dozens of fierce beasts he had obtained through various means and channels, and this was within such a short time period alone. If he could remain in this position for another 1 or 2 years, even longer, he and his family would become top-tier cultivators in Baixiang, possessing powerful cultivation abilities. Eventually aspiring to the presidency wouldn't even be an impossibility. Thinking about this, Adam Han stole a glance at the furious Elder Xian and couldn't help swallowing nervously. It seems I have no choice but to secretly contact Huaxia and subcontract the construction work to them. Otherwise, there's no way the task can be completed, and then he'd have to leave. Even if the arrangement was eventually discovered, he could always claim it was the subordinate's negligence or something like that. After all, once the city was built, the president wouldn't possibly order it torn down, would he? As long as it wasn't demolished, he surely wouldn't be made to leave, and then he would still have opportunities. Though it seemed a bit like drinking poison to quench one's thirst, right now it really did quench his thirst. Otherwise, he would be fired immediately. You said just now that we advanced 40 kilometers. There's no exaggeration in that claim, right? If I discover you've dared to deceive us, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Elder Xian also began doubting the truth of that reported distance. Adam Han swallowed hard, yet could only grit his teeth and reply, yes, we indeed pushed forward to 40 kilometers, but we encountered a large group of fierce beasts. We suffered some casualties, and to preserve our forces, we temporarily withdrew. Although they had temporarily withdrawn, their troops had indeed reached the 40-kilometer mark, so saying they had advanced 40 kilometers was technically correct. How many casualties? Elder Xian pressed through clenched teeth. T-2000 plus, Adam Han stammered. F******, you idiot. Elder Xian burst out, barely restrained by others from lunging forward to kick him. As the country's president, he himself could no longer recall the last time he'd cursed so rudely, clearly illustrating the level of his fury. President, please calm yourself. The other world is full of uncertainties. This is not unique to Baixiang. It's a common challenge for all nations. Adam Han has already done his best. Someone interjected to help. After all, Adam Han was very skilled at handling interpersonal relationships. Many of the people in the room had received beast meat from him as gifts. So even now, when the situation allowed, they still felt obligated to say a few words in his defense. Yes, President, Adam Han is the one who understands the other world best. He still needed to lead the efforts there. We hope you can grant him one more chance, another person pleaded. Seeing so many people pleading for Adam Han, Elder Xian became even more enraged. However, he also knew that Adam Han was extremely skilled at handling Renji Ganshi and was actually his own trusted protege. If he were really removed, whoever replaced him might not do as well. Thinking about this, Elder Xian felt both helpless and furious. If you dare to conceal anything again in the future, it won't be just a simple matter of getting fired. Yes, sir, please rest assured, Mr. President. There definitely won't be a next time. Adam Han nodded repeatedly in assurance. Let's just get through this first. We can decide what to do next time, depending on the situation. After all, who could possibly predict the future? 3 million soldiers in total. How many have entered already? Elder Xian suppressed his anger and asked again. About 200,000 have entered so far. Adam Han replied without much confidence. What about Huaxia? Everything was bad when compared, especially when compared to the strongest faction, Huaxia. The gap became especially obvious. Also, about 200,000, Adam Han answered stiffly. In reality, Huaxia had already sent in over 300,000. Elder Xian fell silent, still fuming. With the advantage of being a native force and having the first mover advantage, being able to enter the other world first, yet being on almost equal footing with Huaxia was intolerable. But he also knew that this was mainly because the other world lacked suitable living conditions for supporting a massive number of troops. Otherwise, the logistical supply problems would be huge. One mistake, and people might actually starve, which would be utterly ridiculous. Speed up the city construction. Also, establish a dedicated cultivation technique research team specifically to study Huaxia's techniques. I refuse to believe that if Huaxia can adapt foreign techniques to their own land, our Baixiang nation cannot do the same. Moreover, we must look for alternative food sources in the other world. If there are plains with such a good environment over there, there's no reason why food sources wouldn't exist. This will also reduce the transportation burden on our side, Elder Xian said rapidly, pouring out many instructions at once. Mr. President, in the other world we've seen Huaxia using various types of construction machinery, trucks, rockets, and so on. But none of these items seem to be transported from their portal side. Could it be they possess another means of transportation? Recently, due to the issue with Huaxia's cultivation techniques, I discussed it with some scholars familiar with Huaxia. They told me that in some of Huaxia's novels, there exists a concept called storage space, which allows one to store large quantities of items inside a small object. I believe Huaxia must possess something exactly like that. A high-ranking official suddenly spoke up. This statement left everyone in the room stunned and confused. Chapter 260, Transportation Standards, Internationalization. Does something like this really exist in the world? Someone asked in doubt, as it was the first time he had heard of it. The Buddha once said, a flower is a world, a leaf is Bodhi. Perhaps this is what it means, a high-ranking individual who understood Buddhist culture commented. Everyone suddenly understood. This time, the group fell silent. Because if China truly possessed such an item, its advantage in exploring other worlds would be immense. It would also suggest a major point, that China must have had some kind of connection with civilizations from other realms. After all, such a thing couldn't possibly exist on Earth. With Earth's current level of technology, it was absolutely impossible to develop such an advanced item. Only those unknown and wondrous otherworldly realms might possibly hold such mysteries. Since cultivation itself exists, that other world must be a cultivation civilization, or perhaps a magical one, quite different from our own. Therefore, Having some things beyond our comprehension is only natural. Our own transportation methods are too slow. Also, the portal's width and height are limited, meaning many large-scale devices can't be transported through. This significantly hampers the city's construction speed. China must be able to build so fast because of this reason. Adam Han believed he had discovered a good explanation and immediately spoke up, thinking to himself, damn it, why hadn't I thought of this earlier? This excuse was simply perfect. Actually, China's city construction used not only some machinery, but also lots of manpower. Moreover, the warriors from the Chinese construction corps weren't low in cultivation. Their physical strength exceeded even the most powerful machines, and was far more flexible and efficient. Old Immortal remained silent. After a while, he finally spoke. I'll personally talk to China's chief minister about this matter. Given the level of cooperation between our two countries, I believe they should agree. Yet, as he spoke, he himself was uncertain. After all, if China simply refused, there was nothing they could do. Even if China admitted to it but refused to help, there was still nothing they could do. Even if China helped, they'd probably have to pay some sort of price. China was definitely no charity. Wise decision, Mr. President. Adam Han let out a sigh of relief and quickly offered flattery. Inside the chief minister's office in the capital city of China, the chief minister chuckled as he put down the phone and looked at Su Pingyan beside him, asking, the White Elephant Kingdom has figured out that we have storage equipment and wants us to help them transport some supplies. What do you think about agreeing to this? As soon as Su Pingyan exited the portal, he found an unoccupied spot and teleported away, directly coming to the capital to meet the chief minister. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and due to adjustments taking place in the other realm, it was appropriate to report a little to the chief minister. Although the chief minister had previously said that all matters concerning the other world were to be entirely decided by Su Pingyan, that Su Pingyan was the supreme commander in the other world, Su Pingyan still understood the intricacies of politics well. Helping them transport a bit of cargo isn't a big deal, but we should charge them. After all, our dimensional space is limited. Giving them space affects our own transportation efficiency. Su Pingyan intentionally made this statement for the White Elephant Kingdom to hear. The chief minister naturally caught its implication. There were a total of 8 dimensional space treasure boxes, each containing incredibly vast spaces capable of holding multiple Earths. For their current needs, it was essentially unlimited. Therefore, Su Pingyan had reasonably allocated them. One in the Beihai Island area, one in the Ancient Pyramid Kingdom, one in Shenlong Mountain, one in Crescent Island, one in the White Elephant Kingdom, one for each portal. In addition, there were another 3 boxes, one located on Earth connected to the major portals for transporting various resources. 2 remained in Su Pingyan's possession personally. In addition to these dimensional treasure boxes, China possessed dozens of storage bags, storage bracelets, and storage rings, mostly discovered from the ruins of the Divine Artisan sect, some of which Su Pingyan hadn't yet distributed. One could say that at present, China didn't lack space transportation equipment. This greatly promoted the speed of their exploration and utilization of resources. So, what do you think is a reasonable rate? The chief minister asked again. The portal's limitations are in height and width, so we should charge based on volume. As he spoke, Su Pingyan suddenly had an even better idea. Chief Minister, maybe we could develop this transportation method into a business, not only for the White Elephant Kingdom, but also for other countries. Not only could we earn additional income, but we'd also help other nations develop faster. After all, facing the upcoming global catastrophe, the stronger they are, the more they can share the burden with us, Su Pingyan explained. Of course, we can accept payment in Huaxia currency, or in the form of resources from other realms. Perhaps we could assign prices to those otherworldly resources using Huaxia currency. That way, it would also promote the internationalization of the Huaxia currency, which would be highly beneficial to us, Su Pingyan continued. The chief minister pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Your idea is quite good. I also have a little inspiration to add. We can, just like with maritime shipping, customize special containers, or even simply adopt the current containers as standard shipping containers. We can charge based on the number of containers, or perhaps according to the proportion of the value of the goods inside each container. Both options are possible. Su Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, even throwing in a small compliment. The chief minister is truly wise. This approach is excellent. It establishes a unified standard. We already have several decades of experience in this field, so with only minor modifications, we can directly apply it here. I understand this matter clearly now. Later I'll gather the relevant personnel for discussion, and will soon produce a feasible plan. With yet another avenue for earning money, one that only Huaxia could exploit profitably, the chief minister was genuinely pleased. Oh, and regarding the situations you mentioned earlier, I've already understood them all. The only real concern is whether some powerful beast might pass through the portal or near a city, which could cause us immense losses, the chief minister said with concern. That's just unavoidable. Absolute safety is simply impossible, Su Pingyan sighed helplessly. You're right about that. The chief minister nodded and said no more. There is another thing. The nationwide cultivation promotion has already begun, and the relocation project for 80 million people is now about halfway completed, the chief minister added. The efficiency exceeded our expectations, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. In Donghai County, a small coastal town in eastern Huaxia's Jiangsu province, Lu Xin was a high school student at the county's experimental middle school. Chapter 261, Body Tempering Pill. Mom, today the school gave everyone a free cultivation pill called the Body Tempering Pill. Did you know about it? This pill is truly amazing. Just one pill, and after half an hour of cultivation, my strength increased by dozens of kilograms. Today, I exactly broke through to the third stage of body tempering realm. I'm the third student in my class to do so. Our teacher said my cultivation talent is quite good and that I might become a great cultivator in the future. As soon as Liu Xian got home, he couldn't wait to share this good news with his mother. His face showed unhidden pride, almost begging his mother to praise him. I knew it all along. Our little Xian is a genius, whether it comes to studying or cultivation, his mother said excitedly, immediately dropping what she was doing and rushing out to express her excitement. As expected, hearing his mother's praise made Liu Xian even more thrilled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Unlike the mother, the father, who was watching TV in the living room, didn't say any words of praise, but he showed interest in the body tempering pill and immediately asked, "Body tempering pill? What kind of pill is that? Isn't it called body tempering pill according to the official announcement?" Now, the whole nation, and many people overseas as well, knew that the essential resources for cultivating the body tempering stage were beast meat and body tempering pills, and the rest included various spirit fruits, which were mostly a matter of luck. Dad, you're out of date. The body tempering pill is already considered a high-level pill for the body tempering stage. Not everyone can afford it. Officially, the price is 10,000 yuan for a top-grade body tempering pill, and there's a limit of one per person per month. However, the body tempering pill is different. I heard the ingredients are much simpler, and it can be mass-produced on an industrial scale. As long as the materials are sufficient, producing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of pills in one day is effortless. It's just a matter of increasing the production capacity, Liu Xian said as he sat on the sofa and took a sip of his drink. If that's the case, it should be much cheaper. Are you students using it for free? Did your teacher mention whether the body tempering pill would be sold to the public? The father immediately asked with concern. Nowadays, everyone cultivates. Not only has his son started cultivating, but he himself has as well. Their entire family, nourished by beast meat, already had improved physical conditions. Recently, with cultivation, the whole family, including the elderly, had already advanced to the first stage of the body tempering realm. He and his wife were even on the verge of reaching the second stage of the body tempering realm. If they each had a body tempering pill, they could break through immediately. Unfortunately, he hadn't heard of this kind of pill before today, and it was the first time he had learned of it through his son, indicating that the state had done a good job keeping it secret before the announcement. It was said that now, more than 80% of the people in the entire country who had started cultivating had already reached the first stage of the body tempering realm. By Western standards, they had all become super soldiers, even if they were still the most basic kind. More remarkably, following their family standards, in the coming week, hundreds of millions of Chinese people would break through to the second stage of the body tempering realm in a concentrated wave. Hearing his father's words, Liu Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Of course it's not free. After all, this body tempering pill is still a pill. It consumes resources from other worlds for cultivation. And aren't all the costs involved expensive? Each student at our school can receive one for free every month. It's a welfare benefit the state offers to youth students. I hear the same applies from elementary school to college students. If we want more, we have to buy them ourselves." "How much does it cost then?" the father asked immediately, while the mother also leaned in with curiosity. "It's not expensive, not exactly. 288 yuan per pill," Liu Xian said. The father and mother both slightly frowned at the same time. Although their family was in decent financial condition, if the entire family, including the elderly, were to use it, that would mean 7 pills per day. That came to nearly 2,000 yuan per day, exceeding their family's daily income. If their household was already in this situation, it would be even more difficult for some financially struggling families. All they could do was wait for the single free pill each month. Still, for now, there's a purchase limit too, and priority is given to us students. Each student can buy up to 10 per month. I heard that when the production volume increases, it will become fully available to society, and the price may drop a bit, Liu Xian added. After hearing this, the father sighed, both relieved and anxious. He both hoped for the purchase limits to be lifted and yet wanted them to remain, which was a contradiction. With purchase limits, each month, 10 pills per person was still something their household could manage, ensuring their son's cultivation progress. However, purchase limits also meant that he and his wife wouldn't get the opportunity to use them. In his eyes, their son was the most important, so prioritizing and ensuring his cultivation came first was a must. "Don't worry, 10 pills per month for you. I'll buy them for you. Plus the free one from your school, and we'll also get you some high-grade beast meat. You must work hard in your cultivation. Times have changed. In the future, cultivators will be the pillars and the backbone of our nation," the father advised earnestly. This was not just the wish of Liu Xian's father, but also the new hope shared by countless parents across the country. Before, it was academic performance. Now, it's cultivation. In short, it's just another form of competition. "Thank you, Dad." Liu Xian became excited. Since there's a purchase limit for everyone, I suppose some students from financially struggling families might actually resell their allocated pills on the black market for profit. They could use the price difference to support their cultivation. Maybe even earn an extra 1 or 2 pills per month this way, his mother suggested. "That's right. How come I didn't think of that? I'll share this good news with Xiao Chao immediately. His family's situation is relatively difficult. I used to worry he'd fall far behind us, but with this method, at least the gap can be somewhat narrowed." Liu Xian thought instantly of his good friend. Right now, hovering in midair 1,000 meters above Russia, Su Pingyan frowned slightly and murmured softly, "Body tempering pill, 288 yuan each. No, it doesn't matter how the public handles it, but within schools, fairness and justice must be ensured. Although there is no absolute fairness in this world, rich families will always have more resources than poor ones. That had been the case throughout history. After all, the rich earned their money through their own efforts, so naturally they should enjoy more privileges. Otherwise, nobody would strive to earn more. Of course, this assumption was based on the condition that their money was earned legitimately. Thinking of this, Su Pingyan teleported himself instantly to the Death Valley of Unlansan. A modern city focused on cultivation had already been built here. Although not yet very large in scale, it was backed by the divine Dragon Mountain dimension, promising unlimited potential for the future. Su Pingyan also noticed many tourists visiting the outskirts of the city. Although the city was not yet open to the public, that was the future plan. Chapter 262, Mass Cultivation. Because this place has the best cultivation rooms, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people cultivating simultaneously, and in the future, even large-scale cultivation complexes could be built to serve millions at once. Of course, cultivation rooms consume vast amounts of electricity, but western regions are rich in power resources. Su Pingyan didn't stay long in this city. With a flash of teleportation, he appeared directly at the portal entrance. After more than a year of expansion, the current portal had already reached its limit, 10 meters wide and 8 meters high. Further expansion would require the Tofong of spirit stones into the spirit pool beside the portal. However, the Huaxiao people didn't waste spirit stones on this, since they had the dimensional treasure box for transporting supplies, which was very convenient. The soldiers guarding the portal recognized Su Pingyan. After saluting him, they allowed him to enter the other world. At the Anhuang Legion 2 base located at the foot of Sunlong Mountain in the other world, Su Pingyan headed straight to Deputy Legion Commander Qin Meng's office. Standing outside the office and watching the busy Qin Meng, he felt a bit guilty. As Legion Commander, Su Pingyan was essentially a figurehead, always appearing and disappearing like a dragon's fleeting glance. As a result, Qin Meng, the Deputy Commander, had become the de facto administrator of Sunlong Mountain, handling all matters big and small, so busy that his cultivation had been affected. Today was no different. When Su Pingyan entered, Qin Meng was still bent over his desk working and hadn't even noticed Su Pingyan entering. "Old Qin," Su Pingyan called out. Qin Meng lifted his head in surprise, and upon seeing Su Pingyan, joy instantly showed on his face. But soon after, his face darkened and he began loudly complaining. "Ah geez, my commander, you finally returned. I've nearly been worked to death." "Hee, the capable bear more burdens, right? You know my personality, I just couldn't handle these kinds of tasks," Su Pingyan said with a smile. The two shared a good relationship, understanding each other well. So Su Pingyan didn't say any excessive words. Instead, he decided to compensate his old friend and former superior through actions in the future. "How about I find you a couple of pretty female secretaries to relieve the pressure?" Su Pingyan joked. "Female secretaries aren't needed, but we really should establish a secretary-like department now, to assist you in managing Legion affairs and otherworldly affairs. They can consolidate the information before sending it to you, making things clearer and more organized." Qin Meng's expression turned serious. "In the beginning, I could still handle things with ease, but now I've started to feel overwhelmed. As the development of the other world continues to progress, there's no way I'll be able to manage everything in the future." Qin Meng had thought about this before, but executing it required Su Pingyan's approval. However, with Su Pingyan always away, he finally had the chance to bring it up now. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan also stopped smiling and nodded slightly. "Fine, I'll handle that as soon as possible. Now, do you want me to brief you on current matters here?" Qin Meng felt relieved, and then picked up a stack of documents to ask. "No rush. Today, I have something important I need to discuss with you," Su Pingyan said, pulling Qin Meng to sit down. "What's it about?" Seeing how serious Su Pingyan looked, Qin Meng felt slightly puzzled, but still casually placed the documents down and sat beside him. "It's about the Chui Ti Dan. You must know about it, right?" Su Pingyan cut straight to the point. Qin Meng nodded. "I do. There's a biomedicine scientist named Jiang Ke who also happens to have great talent in pill refinement. He gathered some pill makers similar to himself and tried to mass-produce the Duan Ti Dan using modern techniques. Although that effort didn't succeed, they ended up producing a weaker variant pill called Chui Ti Dan. After some time of research and confirmation, modern mass production was already achieved 2 months ago. Previously, due to the large number of spirit herbs required, the production quantity was limited and only used for storage. But after recent scientific research, reportedly about 70% of the herbs needed have been successfully substituted using locally sourced alternatives. Only 30% still have to come from this other world, and yet the pill's effectiveness remains unchanged. They are now purchasing these remaining ingredients globally to begin mass production. As Qin Meng spoke, his excitement was evident. Oh, Su Pingyan was genuinely surprised. He had originally intended to discuss fairness among students, but Mei Shengda, there was such a story behind the Chui Ti Dan, something he hadn't anticipated before. "So, what is the current output capacity of the Chui Ti Dan?" Su Pingyan quickly asked with concern. "I heard that the first automated production plant for Chui Ti Dan has already been completed outside the Death Valley in Kunlun City. It's currently in trial operation, and various raw materials are being transported here from different otherworldly realms and locations around the globe. Production is officially scheduled to begin in 2 days. Just this one factory alone will be capable of producing 500 million Chui Ti Dan pills per day," Qin Meng said excitedly. Kunlun City was the modern cultivation city that had not yet been open to the public. "What's the total number of cultivators nationwide?" Su Pingyan suddenly thought to ask. "The current figure we have is that 9.8 billion people have already begun cultivation," Qin Meng replied after a brief pause, then added, This data is from 5 days ago. Right now, it should have surpassed 10 billion. But China has a population of 1.4 billion people. Excluding children who can't cultivate, shouldn't the number be higher than that? Su Pingyan said in surprise. From his past life's memory, Su Pingyan knew that children 10 years old or younger were unsuited for cultivation, as it would interfere with their growth and development. He had immediately reported this issue to the authorities at the time. Therefore, for this group of children, they were currently only studying theoretical cultivation knowledge and consuming beast meat to nourish their bodies, laying a foundation for future cultivation. Su Pingyan had merely asked out of curiosity, but to his surprise, Qin Ming actually knew the answer and explained. After the nationwide promotion of cultivation, the government conducted a basic survey. According to the statistics, around 1.7 billion children had not yet reached the eligible age for cultivation, and approximately 12 million people were unable to cultivate due to physical or mental health issues. The remaining 12.3 billion people were generally considered cultivable. You might be wondering why some people start cultivation so late, or even haven't begun at all by now, right? Qin Ming seemed to have noticed Su Pingyan's confusion and proactively asked. Su Pingyan simply nodded without asking the question outright, waiting for Qin Ming to continue. Qin Ming explained, there are many reasons. Some people holding critical positions temporarily lack the time to cultivate due to their work responsibilities, needing shift rotation. Some elderly people are too old or suffering from health conditions, requiring a longer period of recuperation with beast meat before they can begin cultivation. And there are also some individuals from truly impoverished families. Just surviving is already hard enough for them, leaving no surplus energy or resources for cultivation. By the end of his explanation, even Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 263 5 billion. Is there any plan from above to resolve these issues? Su Pingyan asked with concern. He hoped that every person in the country could become powerful, that the Chinese dragon would soar without leaving anyone behind. Even though achieving this was extremely difficult, Su Pingyan was still willing to put in his greatest effort to make it happen. Yes. Qin Ming nodded heavily. Just like I said earlier, key personnel will be given rotational rest. Those who are older or have health issues will be exempt from purchase limits. We will provide them with subsidies, and staff from the neighborhood committees will deliver benefits to their homes, helping them recover and begin cultivation as soon as possible. As for those from financially struggling families, the state plans to include them in the first batch of interdimensional immigrants. Once in the other world, jobs will not be a problem, and wages will be higher than on Earth, instantly solving the hardship for a portion of these families. For the rest, the government is currently collecting statistics and plans to directly issue cash subsidies so they can begin cultivation. Qin Ming explained. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. If that's the case, it shouldn't be long before we achieve the goal of nationwide cultivation. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. That's right. According to the schedule from above, within less than 20 days, nationwide cultivation will be realized. This is very good. Su Pingyan's mood visibly improved. If we consider a cultivation population of 1.23 billion people and the output of the body refining pill production line in Kunlun City, we will need at least 3 factories to supply 1 pill per person daily. Are our medicinal herb supplies sufficient? Su Pingyan asked. He wasn't worried about building the factories themselves. Given China's reputation as the infrastructure construction demon, constructing as many as needed was possible. The only limiting factor was the raw materials. You couldn't create something from nothing. Qin Ming smiled and said, more than enough. As I mentioned before, 70% of the medicinal ingredients have already been localized on Earth. For the remaining 30%, we are also able to collect large quantities in the other world. Additionally, we've started standardized farming at various spirit vein herb gardens. Since the body refining pills don't require herbs of particularly high age, our supply can definitely keep up. And we're not only building 3 such factories. Our goal is to construct 10 factories in total, divided into 3 phases. Phase 1 will have 1 factory, the one already built. Phase 2 will have 3, and Phase 3 will have 6. These 3 phases will be built simultaneously. The Phase 2 construction is expected to finish within another 1.5 months, and Phase 3 should be completed in about 2 months. To achieve this, elite personnel have been gathered from engineering projects nationwide, with construction taking place 24/7. Some modular components are even constructed in different locations and then directly transported and assembled here. Everything has been done to maximize efficiency. Qin Ming explained with obvious pride. Tell me, outside of China, which other country in the world can achieve this speed? 10 factories? That means 5 billion pills a day. Will we even be able to use that many? Su Pingyan asked, slightly knitting his brow. Since Qin Ming already mentioned sufficient raw materials, the issue then became how to consume the production and enhance the nation's power. We will, Qin Ming said with a faint smile, continuing, according to experiments, each cultivator can use up to 3 pills daily. That alone accounts for over 3 billion pills. The surplus will surely be greatly desired by the rest of the world, so we can export them and make money. Su Pingyan suddenly understood. That's indeed a good idea. All nations are exploring the other dimension, especially the major powers. They will inevitably gain considerable resources in the future. If we exchange our body refining pills for their more valuable resources, that would be an excellent strategy. Although we now have access to the other world, money from countries across the globe is still valuable. Even resources from the other dimensions are purchased with national currencies, only that the other dimensional resources have higher value. In the future, it was foreseeable that monetary supply would greatly increase, boosting currency liquidity to fill this gap. Therefore, the current purchase limits at schools are temporary. Originally, Su Pingyan had intended to talk to Qin Ming about this matter, but after hearing the previous explanation, he felt that this issue had already been resolved. That's correct. It will only remain in place for a very short time. In the future, we will sell the body refining pills on the open market and use the profit to subsidize students. In about 2 months, we will manage to provide every student with 3 body refining pills daily for free. This will greatly accelerate the speed of nationwide cultivation, Qin Ming replied. Children are the future. Free pills are feasible. Su Pingyan nodded in agreement and didn't say anything further. By the way, have all the relocated civilians been properly accommodated? After all, that's quite a large number of people. If logistics support can't keep up, serious problems could occur. Su Pingyan finally had time to raise this issue. Don't worry, they are moved in batches. We first settle one group, and then relocate the next. Everyone now has housing and corresponding jobs, Qin Ming assured him. At the entrance of Death Valley, a large crowd had gathered, mostly ordinary civilians chatting in small groups. The soldiers around were only maintaining order, seemingly already accustomed to the situation. So this is the legendary Death Valley, said a middle-aged man, looking around in awe. I heard that very few people come out alive after entering. Never thought it would be so prosperous here. It's unbelievable. You're quoting ancient history. Ever since the portal was discovered inside Death Valley, large-scale development has already taken place. Look at Kunlun City outside. Trust me, in the future, this place will become one of the major centers of China. If you have the means, buying property here will surely be a valuable investment. Buying property? I heard Kunlun City doesn't even allow entry now. I tried to go in before, but was stopped. I could only walk around the perimeter and have a look. We need to enter through the portal, right? That means we must pass through Death Valley. Isn't there a risk of death? Someone expressed concern. You're so scared. Why did you even come here then? Someone else sneered. Don't forget, the other dimension we're going to is hundreds of times more dangerous than Death Valley. But it's filled with opportunities. This is our generation's good fortune. Don't worry. Death Valley might have been dangerous in the past, but not anymore. Think about it. The portal is inside, and how many people and vehicles come through here daily? If it were dangerous, do you think the state would allow it? My relative works in Kunlun City, and he said Death Valley has formations making it perfectly safe. He's walked through himself. Wow, your relative's really something. This place used to be highly classified. How did you even know about this? Someone doubted. You said it yourself. Back then it was secret. But now everything's declassified. I just found out recently too. Don't believe me? Ask around. This isn't something only I know, the man replied quickly, appearing very calm, because he wasn't lying. Chapter 264, The Great Migration. As the crowd was buzzing with discussions, a military officer in uniform walked over and loudly announced, Everyone, please be quiet and form orderly lines. We are about to enter the Jit through the Death Valley. The previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. People generally followed the rules, especially since those who refused to obey had already been dealt with. Soon, 10 long lines of people began entering the Death Valley under the guidance of soldiers. Each line consisted of 1,000 individuals, stretching for hundreds of meters, meaning 10,000 people would go through each round. Inside the Death Valley, the group remained quiet throughout the journey, but their expressions varied. Some were extremely excited, others tense, and a few even looked afraid. Fortunately, no dangers were encountered along the way, and everyone safely arrived at the entrance of the portal before forming a line and stepping into the air. Holy, this is the portal? I've only seen it online before. It's incredible, someone exclaimed in awe. Wonder what it's like in the Egypt. Yeah, even though they provided a manual and some videos beforehand, it's just different when you're actually here. Wow, in a blink of an eye, you completely leave one world and enter another. It's just too incredible. Look, the people ahead really vanished. They must have already entered the Egypt. Someone shouted, pointing at the portal entrance. For these ordinary citizens, such an event was simply too bizarre. Luckily, they had already learned about it online. Otherwise, who knows how they would have reacted otherwise. Outside the Death Valley, in a nearby building. Captain, the last batch of civilians has begun entering the Jet, the aide reported. Good. Transport the next batch of civilians from the temporary camp. They'll depart as soon as the previous group has entered, the captain ordered. Yes, sir. Though only 10,000 people could go through each time, many batches passed through daily, making the overall transfer speed quite fast. At the foot of the Divine Dragon Mountain, the other side of the portal. The Divine Dragon Mountain. Legend says there's a dragon that lives here, someone exclaimed, gazing at the mountain that pierced the clouds. I heard that Su Pingyan, the highest commander in the Ejate, rides a divine dragon. Seriously? Without any pictures, how can we believe that? This one doesn't have any pictures indeed. But among the soldiers here in the Ejate, it's already common knowledge. It's not a secret anymore, and no longer needs to be concealed. They say there's a dragon pool and the dragon villa on the mountain, which is where Commander Su Pingyan lives. Su Pingyan's background is so mysterious. No one really knows how he became the highest commander or what kind of past he has. While the crowd was busy looking around and chatting, the officer overseeing their entry noticed that all 10,000 had entered safely. He walked to the front and shouted, Silence! Have you all seen this monument? The officer pointed to a large stone tablet not far away. They shook their heads. One bold individual asked directly, Lieutenant, what is this stone tablet? This is the celestial monument without words. As long as you are within its radius, you can perceive your own unique cultivation technique and discover your occupational talent. Now, please sit cross-legged in place, clear your minds, and focus. Try to understand what cultivation method you receive and which occupation suits you best. This will determine your future job assignments and personal prospects. Everyone, take this seriously, the lieutenant commanded loudly. Incredible. Everyone gasped in amazement. Still, they followed the officer's instructions and sat down cross-legged. Some quickly sensed the cultivation method from the tablet and became visibly excited. Ha ha ha, I've grasped a grade 5 technique. I can cultivate to the transcendent realm. Plus, I've got the alchemy talent. This is awesome. I've got a planting talent. Am I supposed to farm again? I was a farmer before. Now I'm farming again. Come on, someone grumbled. Don't disturb others. Those who've already sensed something, come here to register, the officer said. Immediately, everyone quieted down, though it was obvious from their expressions they were delighted. Soon, one by one they snapped out of their trances and quickly followed the soldier's guidance to rows of computers to begin filling out their information and linking it to their ID cards. Beyond the rows of computers was a plaza where quite a few people were already waiting, chatting casually with one another. Oldly, heard you've just opened up 1,000 new mu of spiritual farmland. Is that true? A middle-aged man asked curiously. True. We've got the farmland now, but not enough cultivators to work it. That's why we're here to recruit a few, Oldly replied. Then Oldly asked, Old Gene, how's your spiritual herb garden doing? I heard that body-enhancing pills are now being produced on an assembly line. Seems like there's a huge demand for certain herbs now. Old Gene sighed. Tell me about it. Now they assign quotas to us. Just a while ago, they assigned us more targets. The herb garden must expand again, otherwise we won't be able to meet the quota. You guys have it easier, Old Wong. Same job managing a herb garden, but you manage the high-end garden. Those spiritual herbs take years to grow, so life is relatively relaxed. Envy you. Old Gene turned to another middle-aged man and said, Envy this. I envy you guys more. It's true that things are relaxed here and I have more time to cultivate, but cultivation requires resources. Relying solely on ambient spiritual energy, the progress is pretty slow. My monthly contribution points are a third less than yours. Old Wong helplessly shook his head. It could only be said that each had its own pros and cons. Those who worked hard earned more, those who were idle earned less. Can't say it like that, Old Wong. When your garden finally harvests, you'll get a share. Although the growing cycle is long, once the harvest comes, it'll be a big payout. We may seem to harvest something every month, but in reality, very few resources actually get distributed, Oldly said helplessly. Enough, enough, none of you should complain. I see smiles on your faces already. If you don't want this job, I can find someone else who's willing to take it. Another middle-aged man walked over and snorted. No, Gene's supervisor. We were just talking, you know. We're naturally satisfied with such a great job. Oldly, ever the smooth talker, immediately replied politely. Clearly, Supervisor Gene's position was higher than theirs, probably their direct superior. Yeah, Supervisor Gene, we're all content. Everyone quickly chimed in. The people in front are almost done registering. You should hurry and recruit, then take them back directly. Remember, you can only take as many people as you applied for. No exceeding the numbers unless you've opened up new herb fields, Supervisor Gene reminded. Don't worry, we've got it figured out. Chapter 265, Otherworldly Salary and the Patent of Cultivation. After completing the registration on the computers, the migrated civilians were guided toward the back, where they saw rows of tables each placed with a signboard, seeking apprentices with the talent for cultivating spirit plants. Responsibilities include taking care of 3 mu of spirit fields, planting improved rice spirit seeds. Basic monthly salary is 3,000 huaxia coins plus 0.2 contribution points. As long as you work hard, monthly income reaching tens of thousands is easy, only accepting 400 applicants. First come, first served, shouted Oldly, standing up. Wang Qingyun was among this batch of immigrants. He had just comprehended a 5th-tier cultivation method from the wordless tablet of heaven and possessed the innate talent for being a spirit planter. Even salaries here include contribution points? Wang Qingyun was astonished. Back on launching, earning contribution points was extremely difficult, yet everyone wanted them, because only with contribution points could one purchase things unavailable in the open market, such as cultivation resources. Private transactions of contribution points were strictly prohibited, leaving even the wealthy unable to accumulate large quantities. Of course, young man. Want to consider coming to work with us? Oldly smiled kindly. In this other world, do contribution points hold the same purchasing power as they do in our world? Wang Qingyun asked curiously. The purchasing power is the same when buying cultivation resources. Moreover, on launching, contribution points can only be used to exchange resources, but here in this world, they can also be exchanged for huaxia coins. 1 point of contribution equals 10,000 huaxia coins, Oldly explained. By now, several others had gathered around, so Oldly's explanation wasn't just directed at Wang Qingyun but addressed to the whole group. So you're saying the monthly wage here is just 5,000 huaxia coins? One of the onlookers frowned. Not that 5,000 yuan a month was considered low. If it were placed in 3rd or 4th tier cities back on launching, it would be an average wage, neither high nor low. However, in this other world, such wages were considered extremely low, far beneath expectations. Young man, this is just the basic salary. If you only have to manage 3 mu of spirit field, you can also cultivate more land in your spare time within the permitted area. For every mu of cultivated land, you earn 1 contribution point, which is equivalent to 10,000 huaxia coins. Additionally, beyond the original 3 mu, if you plant more, each mu is required to hand over 300 kilograms of rice spirit grains every 2 months, and the rest belongs entirely to you, enough for your personal and your family's needs. We also offer to buy it back at 20 huaxia coins per kilogram, Oldly patiently explained. Having to hand in 300 kilograms every 2 months, that means 1,800 kilograms annually. Could these spirit fields really produce that much? Someone questioned curiously. It was a straightforward math problem. People silently calculated in their minds. Based on the grain output per moo on launching, they wouldn't only fail to gain anything, but might even lose money. Young man, you clearly don't know. These rice spirit seeds are not the same as rice back on launching. They are the result of scientists combining the characteristics of otherworldly spirit seeds with our original rice through grafting techniques. These are all-season cultivars that can be planted at any time, and they mature and are harvested every 2 months. That's why handing in every 2 months is required. Also, the yield of each moo ranges between 500 to 800 kilograms per harvest, depending on your spirit planting skill. The higher your skill and care, the greater the output. Oldly smiled. Even assuming a conservative 600 kilograms, that gives you an additional 150 kilograms per moo per month, which translates to only 3,000 huaxia coins more. That's not bad. If you plant 10 moo more, you'll earn 30,000 extra coins monthly, and you can also spare time for land cultivation. The monthly income is quite promising, Oldly replied, clearly not answering such questions for the first time, and thus familiar with what everyone most wanted to know. Actually, the profit from reclaiming land must be even higher, right? Someone murmured. Probably not that simple. Indeed, Oldly responded. Reclaiming spirit land is quite complicated and requires considerable effort from a spirit planter. Based on our experience, even an experienced planter needs at least 5 days to reclaim a single moo of spirit field. So difficult? The crowd exclaimed, especially those with farming experience on launching, clearly surprised. This was clearly very different from farming back home. Of course, this is just for newcomers. As your cultivation level improves, your reclamation speed will increase, and the number of spirit fields you plant will also grow. This means that everyone's future income will also rise. So don't worry. Even at the very beginning, if you don't reclaim new spirit fields or plant additional ones, you can still earn at least 5,000 huaxia coins a month. Isn't that enough? This is the minimum, the most basic benefit, Oldly said, lifting his teacup from the table and taking a sip. Back on launching, mechanized farming is already widely used. Could it be that machinery can't be brought into this world? Otherwise, why would reclamation be so difficult? If we had machines, one person should be able to manage hundreds of moo of spirit fields, Wang Qingyun asked. Ah, young man, you've hit the nail on the head. When we first arrived, we thought the same thing too. But later we discovered that there are some differences between launching and this other world. Those spirit fields simply can't be cultivated with machines. This isn't just about simple tasks like plowing, deep tilling, or turning the soil. Rather, all of you possess spirit planters' talents and inheritances. Right now you've just begun to receive your inheritance and don't fully understand it yet. But after some time, you'll realize that this isn't that simple a matter. As for mechanization, I've heard that the scientists at the Academy are researching it. Whether they'll succeed in the future remains uncertain. Right now, though, manual labor is the only option. Oldly sighed helplessly. Any more questions? Those who are willing to join us can sign up now. We're only recruiting 400 people. Once we're full, we'll take you all back. Our time is limited, Oldly called out again. I'm in, Wang Qingyun said, feeling he'd understood everything clearly, making a decisive choice. Me too, someone said, leading the way, quickly attracting many young people who possessed spirit planting talent. We are accepting apprentice alchemists who have the talent for pill refinement. You'll be taught by specialized alchemists. Each month, you just need to complete the assigned targets. The rest of the time is entirely yours. Here with us, there's great freedom. Also, any extra pills you refine will be bought back by us. If you develop new pills, congratulations. You're set for the next 30 years, because the formula will enjoy a 30-year patent protection. Whoever produces them must pay you 1% of the sales revenue. A middle-aged man shouted loudly from a nearby table. Chapter 266, From 0 to 1. In our field, one can earn at least 100,000 huaxia coins per month. With just a year of experience, it's effortless to make over 1 million. The middle-aged man revealed another tempting figure. Indeed, novels never lie. Alchemists are truly in high demand. They make money like crazy, someone remarked. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent for alchemy. I wonder if people without alchemical talent can still learn alchemy, someone questioned. They can learn, but ultimately they won't master much. It would just waste a lot of time and resources, so it's probably not worth it, someone else analyzed. Not far away, Su Pingyan observed everything with his divine sense. When he had just arrived, he happened to be settling the previous batch of citizens, so there was no one at the portal entrance. After chatting with Qin Meng for a while and coming out, he noticed a large crowd of citizens at the portal and stopped to observe. Su Pingyan, what's wrong? Qin Meng saw Su Pingyan had stopped and asked in confusion. I just listened to their conversation over there. It seems the efficiency is a bit low. Also, the citizens know very little about this place. Since they need to line up anyway, why not explain the situation to them in detail back on Lanking Star first? That could speed up the whole process, Su Pingyan said thoughtfully. Qin Meng suddenly understood, realizing why Su Pingyan had stopped. However, he had considered this problem before and provided an explanation. We have considered that, but once we give lectures and explanations on Lanking Star, with so many different people involved, it would be hard to maintain secrecy. Many more confidential details could leak. So we have to accept this slight inconvenience. Su Pingyan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't thought about it from that angle, but it made perfect sense upon reflection. Undoubtedly, these relocation efforts had been collectively discussed and planned by many high-level strategists above them. Although some loopholes might occur, they wouldn't be so glaringly obvious. He simply hadn't thought about it comprehensively. I see. Su Ping'an nodded without saying more. Oh, I just heard them talking about the spiritual rice seed. Is it the rice from our lanking star grafted and improved? Is it also considered spirit rice? Su Ping'an asked curiously. An individual's capacity is limited. With so many talented people joining, new things would naturally emerge. Things he hadn't seen, heard of, or even thought about in his past life. That was quite normal. Yes, not only is there the spiritual rice seed, but also, it's said that the spiritual seed department of the Academy of Sciences has already improved 7 types of crops and fruits from lanking star. Their progress has been quite fast, Qin explained. You mentioned recent achievements in combining science and cultivation. Could you tell me more about them? I need to know detailed information. It will help me make decisions later, Su Ping'an asked seriously. He had realized that he couldn't handle matters in this life simply based on his past life experiences. The experiences of his previous life could serve only as reference since his presence had already caused Huaxia to branch onto a completely different path in this life. Qin nodded thoughtfully and agreed. Just a moment. I need to retrieve the relevant materials. With that, Qin went back to his office. After a while, he came back holding printed documents and handed them to Su Ping'an. Please take a look. These are the main achievements. Those listed at the front are relatively more important, while the items following are minor improvements, which have less significant impact on Huaxia's development. These smaller changes might only lead to qualitative breakthroughs when accumulated, but the items at the beginning of the list each hold the potential to transform Huaxia's future, Qin explained. As Su Ping'an flipped through the documents, Qin continued offering verbal explanations. The first achievement is the Spirit Stone Prospecting Instrument. This idea came from you initially. The Academy of Sciences took it very seriously and has assigned a significant number of experts to this project. The first generation of the Spirit Stone Prospecting Instrument was completed just 3 months ago, but its capability was limited. It could detect only up to 10 meters underground, with about 75% accuracy. However, after achieving that breakthrough from 0 to 1, everyone found a direction to proceed. In the past 3 months alone, significant progress has been made. The second generation instrument has already been made, with detection depth increased to 30 meters underground and accuracy improved to 84%. Reportedly, the design and validation for the third generation have already been completed. Production of a physical prototype is expected soon. According to their recorded data, the third generation Spirit Stone Prospecting Instrument will be able to detect up to a depth of 100 meters underground with over 90% accuracy. That level should meet our long-term needs for quite some time, Qin explained. Not only the third generation, but even the second one alone would already suffice for our current needs. Amazing, Su Ping'an gave a thumb up. In his previous life, even up to the moment he reincarnated, the level of the Spirit Stone Prospecting Instrument was only between the second and third generations. By today's standards, that would probably already be considered obsolete. It must be said that in this life, Huaxia had advanced much faster and more steadily in combining science and cultivation. Second, Spirit Stone Weapons. The second generation of Spirit Stone Weapons has already entered mass production. From pistols to rifles, from grenades to cannons, we've made considerable progress. Thanks to these Spirit Stone Weapons, even ordinary people can now penetrate Gangxi Jawas. Our only weakness remains reaction speed. As long as reaction time improves, with sufficient firepower coverage, even a 4th stage, 9-star peak-grade beast can be killed, Qin said confidently. The 5th stage is a threshold. It seems it's still extremely difficult, Su Ping'an said with some emotion. Qin nodded. That's definitely true. The gap between the 4th and 5th stages is enormous. However, we're confident we can deal with 5th stage beasts. I heard those lunatics are developing a type of Spirit Stone missile. According to their claims, its destructive power could severely wound a 5th stage beast, and if several hit simultaneously, it might even kill one. Oh, that sounds great. When can we expect it? Su Ping'an asked, already scanning the document with his eyes. In about 5 or 6 months, Qin replied. That's not too long. Being able to master such a weapon within half a year is definitely worth the wait, Su Ping'an said, clearly pleased. The emergence of Spirit Stone weapons capable of dealing with 5th stage beasts hadn't existed in his previous life. This was indeed a major breakthrough. Like the saying goes, once you make the breakthrough from 0 to 1, what comes next is no longer impossible. Given enough time, it's not unimaginable to create weapons capable of killing 6th or even 7th stage beasts. Third, those improved spirit seeds. This document contains detailed information. 7 types have already been successfully improved, and there are other projects still under development. Some difficulty ratings are also marked here. Some should be resolved within a year, while others' timelines remain uncertain, Qin continued. Chapter 267, Spiritual Machine, Hyperdimensional Passage. Fourth, the Shug Sug Sonar. This was a project that a scientist suddenly thought of researching, and the progress so far has been pretty good. The first generation product has already been developed, although it currently can only attract Shungso within a 10-kilometer radius, and it does so indiscriminately. There are still many shortcomings, Qin said. I've heard about this before. Do they have any improvement plans? Su Ping'an asked. This sonar device was extremely useful. I heard the second generation will mainly focus on increasing the range and improving the ability to distinguish between different types of Shungso, Qin replied. In fact, what matters most is the Shungsog's cultivation level. The stronger a Shungsog is, the more intense its aura and blood energy will be, which can be used as a reference, Su Ping'an mused. Alright, I'll make sure to submit your suggestions. They'll see them, Qin Ming said, jotting down some notes in his little notebook. Noticing that Su Pingyan didn't want to dwell further on the sonar topic, he continued. 5th, cultivation chambers and gravity chambers. The technology for physical enhancement cultivation chambers is now relatively mature. The main limiting factor in promoting them nationwide is energy. At the moment, there are 2 directions under consideration: nuclear power and harnessing spiritual energy from spirit stones. Both approaches are being pursued simultaneously to see which one proves faster and more advantageous. That path will be chosen for future development. As for gravity chambers, progress is also going very smoothly without encountering major bottlenecks. Currently, the maximum gravity achievable is up to 80 times normal. The next generation should reach 100 times gravity within no more than 3 months. Once we reach 100 times, large-scale promotion will become possible. Cultivation chambers are mainly used for physical conditioning, requiring electric power to operate. Gravity chambers are different. They're suitable for Qi blood stage and marrow washing stage practitioners. If the gravity multiplier could surpass 100 or even reach 1000, perhaps it would be useful even for transcending mortal and transcendent stages. However, current technology hasn't reached that level, so it's still uncertain. 6th, drawing from alchemy techniques and the intelligence level of tool spirits, we've already formed a special team to focus on artificial intelligence research. He glanced at Su Pingyan. Seeing that he didn't seem particularly surprised, Qin Ming added. I mean true artificial intelligence, not those so-called smart, but actually dumb systems we have today. Oh, can we really achieve that? Su Pingyan asked, surprised. I don't know either, but the scientists say that if tool spirits can exist, then creating true artificial intelligence shouldn't be impossible. There's a lot of inspiration we can take from the cultivation world in this area. Maybe they can really pull it off. If they do, all aspects of our lives will be greatly improved, and we'll also be able to address the problem of low population and insufficient labor force, Qin Ming explained. Makes sense, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement, not opposing this kind of research at all. As Qin Ming said, if they could truly develop real artificial intelligence, it would significantly improve the lives of ordinary Chinese people. 7th, we've also established a spirit machine research lab, which is focusing on new spiritual energy communication technology. In the future, if successful, we could develop spirit energy-based mobile phones, Qin Ming continued. What? Spiritual energy communication technology? Spirit phones? Su Pingyan was stunned. Could this really be possible? In his previous life, he'd never even heard of such a thing. It's because we live here in the 10,000 Great Mountains, with its continuous, undulating terrain where current communication technologies still struggle to function effectively. Additionally, other worlds are too vast. If we use Earth-style communication tech, the cost to cover the entire area would be extremely high. However, spiritual energy is everywhere in this other world. If we can utilize spiritual energy for communication, maybe this problem could be solved, Qin Ming explained. Do you really think it's possible? Su Pingyan asked, voicing his doubt. Qin Ming shook his head. I don't know either. So far there hasn't been much progress. According to the scientists, the hardest part is achieving the breakthrough from 0 to 1. After that, things might get relatively easier. Su Pingyan fully understood what he meant. I remember that on Earth they were researching quantum communication technology. Why not just develop that? It might even be more advanced than spirit-machine communication. Su Pingyan suddenly thought. They are researching it too, but progress is similarly slow. Qin Ming said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Such was the reality. Many technologies were stuck and not easily break through. Still, talking about these things reminded Su Pingyan of his own Hongmeng Pagoda. The 9th level had the power of hyperdimensional communication, capable of instant communication without limitation on time or space. Back when they first started developing the other world, the territory was small, so it wasn't an issue. But now the territory had expanded greatly, and it was divided into 5 separate regions. Communication had indeed become a major problem. It was time to utilize the hyperdimensional capabilities of the Hongmeng Pagoda. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan silently asked Hongmeng in his mind, Hongmeng, how exactly do I use this hyperdimensional ability, and what conditions are required? Master, the hyperdimensional ability is very simple. As long as a hyperdimensional mark is left on a person, he can communicate with anyone else who also bears the hyperdimensional mark, no matter the time or location, Hongmeng replied. If many people have hyperdimensional marks, can we still precisely contact the specific person we want to reach? Of course, each person's soul aura is unique. That is what distinguishes them. As long as both parties are willing, a hyperdimensional channel can be established for communication. What if 2 strangers want to contact each other? Su Pingyan, now the curious child, asked one question after another. This, Hongmeng paused for a moment, seemingly lagging, then said after a while, that might be a bit complicated. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and recalled phone numbers from Lanxing. He then said, since every person's soul aura is different, couldn't we encode these auras numerically? Each person would then have a unique number. In this way, even if someone hasn't formed a contract or established a hyperdimensional link with a stranger, as long as I know the other person's number, wouldn't I still be able to contact them? Hongmeng nodded and said, Master is wise. This method would indeed achieve the effect you described. After hearing this, Su Pingyan felt relieved and a faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Qin Ming looked puzzled and asked, Pingyan, what did you think of? Why are you so happy? Su Pingyan was momentarily startled, then composed his expression and explained, I just thought of a really good method. It might solve the communication problem in the other world very soon, without needing any spiritual energy-based communication or spirit machines. Chapter 268. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. If that's the case, should we stop the research? It would certainly save a lot of manpower and resources, Qin Ming asked. He didn't ask specifically what method Su Pingyan had in mind, because he understood the difference in Su Pingyan's thinking. Since Su Pingyan had said there was a way, there certainly was one, making spirit communication research unnecessary to continue investing in. Su Pingyan, however, shook his head and said, no need to stop. Continue the research. Although we don't need it, other countries on Blue Planet still do, as do the civilizations from other realms. Just like mobile phones, if this can truly achieve a breakthrough, it will become one of our key sources of income in the future. Although there was the Hongming Tower, Su Pingyan would only allow Han people to use the hyperdimensional communication. Whether others could access it would depend on the Lingji's potential release. What you said makes sense. If the spirit communication technology can achieve a breakthrough, it would drive a vast upstream and downstream industrial chain, creating many job opportunities and generating significant economic output. Qin Ming slightly nodded, understanding Su Pingyan's meaning. Don't think that just because China has entered the cultivation era, there's no economy anymore. At any time, economy is very important. It's just that the specific forms have somewhat changed. After finishing that topic, Qin Ming continued without pause. Item 8. Item 9. Qin Ming introduced many exciting technologies to Su Pingyan, who, after listening, found most of them quite promising. Although some technologies seemed useless on their own, when combined with others, they could yield unexpected effects. Su Pingyan became even more excited about what the future held. It could be said that over the past year or so, China had experienced tremendous development in both cultivation and technology, as well as their combination, far surpassing the rest of the world. Oh, by the way, how are other countries in the world doing lately? Su Pingyan asked curiously. He had been hunting and cultivating in other realms recently and hadn't been paying much attention to what was happening on Earth. Now the entire globe has been drastically changed by our Han Empire's mass cultivation policy. People in other countries also desire to be like us. At first things were manageable, but now the ruling elites in various countries cannot withstand the pressure anymore, and one after another have started implementing nationwide cultivation. However, their progress is slow and cannot be compared to ours, Qin Ming explained. Of course, there are some countries that have progressed very quickly. Oh, which country? Sam Nation or the polar bear? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Sam Nation. Tell me more. Su Pingyan became more interested. The Sam Nation is also implementing nationwide cultivation, though their policy is somewhat different. They call it Nationwide Great Navigation or Nationwide Exploration. They issue free exploration core certificates to major corporations and free exploration individual certificates to civilians. Groups or individuals with these exploration certificates can enter other realms via portals to explore, Qin Ming explained. Isn't this basically the same as their ancestors' letters of marque and reprisal back in the old days? Su Pingyan scoffed. Qin Ming chuckled and said, well said. It's more or less the same idea. However, the people of the Sam Nation indeed have a stronger spirit of adventure than those from other countries. Many corporations and individuals have already entered other realms for hunting. You must know that whether it's these certificates or the ammunition they consume, all require money. Therefore, the government of the Sam Nation has recently made a huge profit. Moreover, their adventurers and exploration teams are required to pay a percentage of their hunting spoils as taxes, albeit officially classified as such. These taxes must be paid in beast meat. Because of this, their acquisition rate of beast meat has surged more than tenfold recently, and their development is accelerating, Qin Ming continued. This kind of practice probably comes with a lot of casualties. Su Pingyan immediately grasped the essence of what the Sam Nation was doing. This was practically raising goo. Those civilians were going straight into hunting without cultivating first, which was extremely dangerous and had a high fatality rate. Certainly, according to our spies' reports, in less than half a month since the policy started, hundreds of thousands of civilians have already died. This high death rate has frightened away many others who were about to join. However, although the mortality is high, those who survive gain great rewards. Because of this, many more people are now rushing in. I also heard that they have opened up their border walls to allow many people from South America to enter. However, most of these immigrants are sent into other realms. Their adventure certificates differ somewhat from those of their own citizens, hence they must pay even higher taxes. Qin Ming shared all the information he had gathered. Do they agree to this willingly? Su Pingyan asked. What can they do if they're unwilling? Besides, the Sam Nation has promised them green cards once they accumulate enough taxes. Many are still willing to take the risk, Qin Ming shrugged. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Although the Sam Nation had declined significantly, it still held great appeal for people from Central and South America. Just as Su Pingyan and Qin Ming were discussing the latest national policies of the Sam Nation, laughter could also be heard from within the Black House, the office of the Sam Nation's ruler. Blaine, give everyone an update on our harvest over the past 2 weeks, George said with a grin. Yes, Supreme Leader, Blaine also smiled. In the past half month alone, we've relocated 4 million people into other realms. Currently, more than 30 million are still waiting in line. Because of this, we have already earned $39 trillion through issuing exploration certificates. Additionally, by selling weapons like firearms and ammunition, we've made over $620 billion. Furthermore, various tools and equipment required for hunting are selling extremely well, significantly boosting our GDP. I believe our GDP will grow by at least 15% this year, possibly even 20%, Blaine said excitedly. After all, they were the country with the highest GDP on the entire Blue Planet. To achieve double-digit growth was truly a miracle. I heard that many hunting tools and equipment are imported from the Han Empire. Aren't we essentially helping the Han people profit? Shouldn't we impose some restrictions in this area? One of the senior economic officials spoke up. This. Blaine frowned, the excitement from just a moment ago instantly fading. Can our domestic production keep up? George asked. Supreme Leader, the main problem is that so many adventurers appeared all of a sudden. We weren't prepared beforehand, so our inventory was clearly insufficient. Added to this is the hollowing out of our manufacturing industry in recent years, most of these tools and equipment being labor-intensive products, so the majority had to be imported, Blaine explained. Can we localize their production? George asked. Chapter 269, the first and the second. It's going to be quite difficult to restore them, and the cost will multiply several times. Besides, these aren't high value-added industries. I don't think it's worth restoring them, Blaine said directly. Everyone fell silent again, with many nodding slightly. That's true. It's just giving Fanyu to the Chinese. If we don't want to give Fanyu to the Chinese, we can contact some countries in South America and Southeast Asia and import from them, Chaoju said. He still wanted to try to hold back the pace of Huaxia's development as much as possible. Slower was always better. Yes, Bulin nodded. But what he was thinking was that even if they imported from those places were probably importing from Huaxia anyway, then rebranding them. But for Songguo, this wasn't a priority, so no need to spend too much energy on it. Let me tell you about other gains, Chaoju said, which was what he truly cared about. In just these past 15 days, through taxation alone, we have collected over 9,000 tons of first-tier Xingshou meat. Once we realize nationwide exploration, this number will multiply by dozens of times. In a year, perhaps we might catch up with Huaxia, Bulin said. Catch up in a year? Someone expressed disbelief. I heard that Huaxia has already begun nationwide cultivation, and they're also relocating population to the otherworldly realms at a pace no slower than ours, someone reminded. Bulin opened his mouth, but chose not to explain further. He had only said it casually. I also heard that we have mined a lot of ore. Does Huaxia still want it? Chaoju asked. They do. Bulin nodded, continuing. They want not only ore, but also various medicinal herbs, fruits, rice, anything from otherworldly realms. As long as it's not common stone, they want it. Nowadays, Bulin was not merely the Secretary of State, but also the Fuan of Singluo's otherworldly affairs. And they exchange it for Xingshou meat? Chaoju asked further. Yes, Bulin nodded. We have accumulated a batch of unidentified ores and some medicinal herbs and plants. Should we exchange them with Huaxia? Chaoju asked the room. Huazi wants to buy these things, which means the value of these items must exceed Xingshou meat. If we exchange them, aren't we strengthening their power? That's practically supporting the enemy. Someone shook his head. That may be, but we don't know what these things are, nor their uses. We are studying them, but nobody knows how long it might take to yield results. However, Xingshou meat can enhance our strength immediately. Someone who was in favor argued. Right now, Huaxia has the Yellow Emperor Legion. Borijisheng has the Blood Wolf Legion. Even Beishengguo established the Crocodile Legion. Our Thor Legion has not yet recovered its former strength. I'm afraid it can't even rank among the top 5 globally. Aren't you worried? That is not how the strongest military nation on this blue planet should be. So now, our top priority is to restore the strength of Thor Legion, even make it stronger, someone spoke up. Speaking of this matter, everyone felt very upset. They had really been badly scammed by Beishengguo before. Exchange them. Chaoju slapped the table and stood up, making the decision directly. It had been his decision that caused the previous mistake, which needed to be rectified as soon as possible. Additionally, mobilize more Xingshou meat. We not only need to restore Thor Legion, but also build the strongest superhuman legion in the world. First, expand Thor Legion to 5,000 members, surpassing Beisheng, and concentrate resources to supply them. Chaoju made the decision. At the current time, leaders of countries worldwide knew the situation. The strongest superhuman legion was S Yellow Emperor Legion with more than 10,000 members. The second was Beijing's Blood Wolf Legion, which had expanded to nearly 4,000 members. Only the first and second mattered, because the third and all those behind had fallen far behind. The combined number of superhuman legions from the 3rd to 10th places across 8 countries didn't even match the size of the Blood Wolf Legion, and their rankings often shifted among themselves, so it wasn't significant anymore. This was unacceptable to Chaoju. Although it might be impossible to surpass Huaxia in the short term, surpassing Beisheng was still feasible. By the way, the Superhuman Legion was the latest global consensus. Only those reaching body cultivation 7th realm or higher would be considered true superhuman warriors. The equivalent of the former king tier, ordinary elite warriors wouldn't count. In other words, as time passed, the criteria for superhuman legions among various countries continued to rise. Of course, Huaxia hadn't clarified anything about this publicly. Should they tell everyone that, according to this standard, Huaxia already had millions of superhuman legion members? How could others even live then? Yes. The Kreml in Borijisheng. Your Majesty, we cannot hesitate any longer. Right now, both Huaxiao and Samek are massively relocating population into the otherworldly realms. If we continue like this, they will leave us behind. According to intelligence from Samek, in just these past 15 days alone, their gains have already exceeded the total of the past 3 months combined, perhaps even more. This shows the strategy is effective. We can do the same, urged Kazaro, commander of the Blood Wolf Legion. Frowning slightly, the Emperor replied, I understand, but this is a strategy that burns through population. Like what Samek is doing, sending people into otherworldly realms will result in massive civilian deaths. Sank has more than 300 million people and keeps importing more from South America. We don't have that many people to sacrifice. Everyone understood the Dalit, but the only one actually doing it was Sank. And only a handful of nations globally possessed the conditions to do so: Huaxia, Bear Country, and Sank. White Elephant Nation could count as half. Because to achieve this, one must at least possess a portal exclusively for oneself, enabling continuous dispatch of people. Just this one condition excluded most nations globally. Your Majesty, this is not the time for sentimentality. Initial casualties are unavoidable. Our soldiers are willing to sacrifice themselves for Bear Country. We don't want to see Sank surpass us in this area again, Kazaro said seriously. Indeed, in terms of exploration and cultivation in otherworldly realms, Bear Country was currently ranked second globally. This was a source of pride. As for Huaxia, they also wished to surpass it, but it was simply impossible in the short term. What do you all think? The Emperor asked the others present. Your Majesty, if we don't want to emulate Sank's approach, we can only refer to Huaxia's. Huaxia is promoting mass cultivation while relocating population simultaneously. Clearly, they aim to first enhance the overall strength of their people before sending them to battle, which would undoubtedly reduce casualties and improve hunting efficiency. However, there's one prerequisite, said the foreign minister. What prerequisite? Someone asked. Chapter 270, must go. First, cultivation techniques. It can be said that this is the most important key for China to maintain its far lead over other countries. Second, pills. I heard that Chinese students have already started using a kind of pill called Danyao. Our people have also obtained some of these pills. One small pill can increase strength by tens of kilograms. It's truly unbelievable. If we relied on eating monster beast meat instead, it might take 5 days to a week to achieve the same result, while they only need less than half an hour. That's the gap, said the foreign minister. SSS. Most of the people present hadn't really known about this news before. After all, the body-tempering pill had just been introduced recently. Upon hearing this, all of them gasped in astonishment. I understand the matter of cultivation techniques. They are all written in Chinese, and we are also translating and researching them. We've made some progress currently, but still need time, the Emperor said helplessly. Of course, he knew the importance of cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, this was a worldwide problem faced by all countries outside of China. China is truly annoying. They must have translated otherworldly cultivation techniques into their Chinese language first. It's like encrypting it. When we try to decipher it, we might easily misinterpret the true meaning of the techniques themselves, which is why translation has been so difficult, someone grumbled. We can ask China if they're willing to sell us some pills. We can trade with them using resources, the Emperor ordered the foreign minister. Yes, I'll go ask them right away, although the possibility is rather low, the foreign minister replied. Based on his understanding, even in China itself, the pills weren't yet widely available to the general population. Only students could use them, and there was even a purchase limit, indicating the production capacity wasn't enough to cover the entire nation. In that case, if China had any surplus to sell, they would definitely require something valuable enough to entice them. Unfortunately, most of their big catfish resources had already been sold. Right now, they didn't really have anything else to sell to China. Still, for the future of the polar bear kingdom, he needed to talk to China and try. Even if it failed, he wouldn't regret it. Who knows, perhaps China would actually agree. Inside the Prime Minister's office, number 10 Downing Street, London. You all know about the situation with the United States. We must increase investment and allow more conglomerates to develop in the other world, the Prime Minister began. Prime Minister, the United States has its own portal within its territory, so they can do what they're doing. We don't have one. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to, a middle-aged man replied helplessly. Can't. We must solve this problem even if it's difficult. We already hold certain quotas in the North Sea Island and the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. We can propose increasing the total number of people allowed to enter. That way, more of our people can go through, the Prime Minister said. But if we do that, other countries will also be able to send in more people. We still won't be able to create any gap. Kant shook his head. Suddenly, someone said, Prime Minister, you're of Indian descent. The other side of the portal in India is apparently filled with ferocious beasts. Besides, we used to be their suzerain power. Can you contact the old immortal and ask India to give us a larger quota? Everyone's eyes lit up as they turned to face the Prime Minister. Yes, Prime Minister, if you can make this happen, you'll certainly still be our Prime Minister in the next election. They even resorted to flattery. The Prime Minister's expression turned cold. Would India really agree to something like that? Did they think it was still several decades ago? However, he couldn't flatly refuse either, since his position as Prime Minister hadn't been easy to obtain. He sighed, fine, I'll contact the old immortal and ask. I can only do my best. Oh right, Kant, how is our Queen's Guard being developed so far? The Prime Minister quickly changed the subject. At the moment, we're about on par with the French, but there are only slightly over 300 soldiers, Kant replied helplessly. The Queen's Guard was the UK's superhuman legion. That's too few. We must increase investment and rapidly expand it to 1,000 soldiers. Our goal is to become the 5th strongest in the world, the Prime Minister said. Without a doubt, the top spot belongs to China, unshakable for now. The second place is currently held by the Polar Bear Kingdom. Although the United States Thunder God Legion suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, they have their own portal and can recover quickly. In the future, they'll at least secure the 3rd place. Although India doesn't fully control a portal independently, they have a very high quota and access to a world with a particularly large number of monster beasts. This is already comparable to the worlds accessed by the US and the Polar Bear Kingdom. So India can barely be considered as another one of the top. Considering India's large population, India could even have a chance at securing the second place in the future, or at least safely stay within the top 4. Therefore, other countries could only aim for the 5th position for now. As for the future, well, that's unpredictable, with too many variables. For a time, due to the actions of Sam Nation, countries all over the world began to take urgent measures, deeply fearing falling too far behind. Each exerted their utmost efforts toward a single goal, to increase the number of people entering the other world and acquire more Xingshou meat. At the Anhuang Legion's base in Sunlong Mountain, Su Pingyan had been dealing with official duties at the base for several days straight, handling various matters that had accumulated and could only be decided by him. Only now did he feel slightly relieved from his workload. He then summoned Qin Ming. Old Qin, I need to go out for a while. I'm leaving everything here to you, Su Pingyan said. Huh. Qin Ming was taken aback. He originally thought that Su Pingyan had called him over for some pressing matter, only to realize he was being handed full responsibility once again. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily. How long will you be away this time? Su Pingyan thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not sure for now, but probably not a short time. The main reason he had returned this time was to cultivate inside the blood refining realm. One could only exit that place after successfully passing through it. Su Pingyan didn't know what to expect in the second level, nor how long it would take before he could come out. Do you absolutely have to go? Qin Ming asked. Su Pingyan nodded firmly. Yes. Although the development speed of Huaxiao is decent and my own cultivation progress has been fast, I still feel a sense of urgency. The other world is too mysterious, too powerful. I must enhance myself as soon as possible. Qin Ming patted Su Pingyan's shoulder. Don't pressure yourself so much. You've done a great job already. Compared to other countries, our Huaxia has performed remarkably well. But it can be even better, Su Pingyan said. Qin Ming fell silent. After quite a while, he finally spoke. Fine then, I won't stop you. You don't have to worry about things here. I'll handle everything properly. Just make sure to keep yourself safe. That's the top priority. Nothing else matters. Don't worry. I do value my life quite a bit, Su Pingyan chuckled. Oh right, your uncle and aunt, your younger siblings, and your girlfriend have already been relocated to the other world. Do you want to go visit them? They've been asking about you constantly, Qin Ming said earnestly. This time, it was Su Pingyan who fell silent. Not knowing how much time had passed, he swept his divine sense over his family and smiled bitterly. Let me wait a bit longer. I'm afraid if I see them, I won't want to leave anymore. I won't have the heart to take risks. Chapter 271. Entering the blood refinement realm again. You can see it for yourself. Anyway, China belongs to all Chinese people, and we will protect our homeland together. Don't be too hard on yourself. You've already done great. No one could have done better than you, Qin Ming said. Hee, Mom Qin, why so emotional all of a sudden? All right, I'm off, Su Pingyan said. Without waiting for the other to reply, he teleported away. Leaving the base, after a series of teleportations, Su Pingyan quickly exited Chinese territory and arrived at the uninhabited area, the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Standing again at the entrance of the blood refinement realm, seeing the endless forest of inverted corpses around him, Su Pingyan still felt extremely uneasy, even though he had already slain hundreds of thousands, even millions, of fierce beasts. He took out the Xian Iron token without hesitation and crushed it directly. Instantly, a passage resembling a blood-red eye appeared again, and a powerful suction force came rushing forth. This time, instead of dodging or resisting, Su Pingyan was directly sucked in. In an instant, he once again arrived at a familiar place, inside the blood refinement realm. When he looked up, he saw the floating virtual display screen. On the screen, a line of blood-colored text read, Blood Refinement Realm. Underneath was slightly smaller text. This is the inheritance and trial grounds of the Blood Goddamn, and its rules are as follows. Indeed, the scene was exactly the same as last time. Only the description of the rules below was slightly different. This was easily understood. Previously he had entered the first level, but this time he was directly transported to the second level. First, the Blood Refinement Realm has 9 underground levels. This is the second level. Only after clearing this level can one choose to continue the trial or leave with the rewards. Second, defeating blood puppets grants rewards of blood essence and soul crystals. Clearing an entire level grants a level completion reward. Third, this level contains 100,000 elite 5th-tier blood puppets, 10 5th-tier leader blood puppets, and 1 5th-tier blood puppet king. A blood puppet king, Su Pingyan muttered after reading the rules. To become a blood puppet king, one not only needed to reach the pinnacle of the 5th stage, but also had to possess extraordinary talent. For instance, the blood puppet in life had to have a genius-like aptitude. If it was a fierce beast turned blood puppet, it needed at least a divine beast lineage. Otherwise, some powerful 5th-tier leader blood puppets could also reach the peak of the 5th stage. And once a blood puppet became a king, it possessed strength close to the 6th tier. If even this level is already at that level, then the third level must definitely have 6th-tier blood puppets. This blood goddamn must be extraordinary. It seems there truly was a god behind it, Su Pingyan assessed inwardly. Yet, even with a god's existence, the blood goddamn eventually vanished into the dust of history. One could only imagine how terrifying a disaster must have occurred back then. Anyway, no need to dwell on these thoughts. I should clear the second level first. Su Pingyan brushed aside irrelevant thoughts. With his current strength, the second level posed absolutely no pressure. His true target was the third level, even the fourth. Su Pingyan waved his hand, and 2 giant beasts appeared before him, the Titan Divine Dragon by Susu, and the Red Fire Golden Lion Beast, Chihua. Boss. As soon as Chihua saw the figure before him, he immediately became excited. Although Bai Susu didn't show as strong an expression, she looked at Su Pingyan with obvious excitement and deep longing. Su Pingyan examined the two beasts briefly and nodded slightly, giving them praise without reservation. Good job. Your progress has been quick. At this moment, Bai Susu's cultivation had already reached late 5th stage peak 9th star, while Chihua had advanced even further, reaching the final stage of the 5th tier, peak 9th star. However, although they were only separated by a minor realm in cultivation, Bai Susu easily overpowered Chihua in combat strength, firmly establishing herself as the older sister figure. All thanks to you, boss. If it weren't for the resources you gave us, it would have taken us ages to reach our current level, at least a few hundred years, Chihua said excitedly, thinking once again he'd made the right choice to follow his master. Bai Susu nodded as well, clearly agreeing with Chihua's statement. Looking back, when the boss had first tempted her into becoming a battle pet, she had been in a life-threatening situation, half resisting and half accepting. Now, however, she felt only relief and gratitude for her past decision. Don't be too proud. Keep striving forward. I've heard that upon reaching the 6th tier, you can take human form. I really look forward to seeing what you two will look like as humans, Su Pingyan said with a smile. He truly was excited. Having lived twice, he had never actually seen a fierce beast take human form and was quite curious about it. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely work hard in cultivation, Chihua replied, his voice once again taking the lead. One had to say, in a place like this, having such a cheerful companion was not bad at all. At the very least, it would never feel lonely. Boss, where exactly are we? I feel like this place is somewhat familiar. Bai Susu finally spoke at this moment. Blood Refinement Realm. You two have been here before, Su Pingyan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu immediately thought of the blood essence and soul crystals, and her eyes lit up as she realized another opportunity for cultivation advancement had come. Boss, give the order already. I'm going to kill all these blood puppets right now, Bai Susu said excitedly. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and said, this is the second level of the blood refinement realm. The strongest one here is the blood puppet king, possessing strength close to the 6th tier. But there's only one of them. The rest aren't that strong. Just be careful. Only at the level of half-step 6th tier? I have that strength too, Chihua scoffed. Actually, even though he was at the peak of 5th tier, don't forget, he possessed a divine beast lineage. His combat power already surpassed ordinary half-step 6th tier beings, reaching at least 60 to 70% of the strength of an early 6th tier warrior. As for Bai Susu, although she was only at late 5th tier 9th star, she carried the bloodline of a saint beast and possessed even stronger combat power. Her current strength had already reached at least 90% of the early 6th tier warrior and could rival an early 6th tier opponent. I'm naturally confident in you. However, there are a large number of blood puppets here, and their attack methods are extremely mysterious. Carefulness never hurts, Su Pingyan reminded them. Yes, boss. The two beasts nodded and immediately set off to begin hunting the blood puppets. Su Pingyan did the same. In an instant, he released his aura and pulled out the corpses of over a dozen 5th tier fierce beasts, letting them bleed around him to attract the blood puppets to come rushing over. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before doing his job well. Since this time, he entered with a specific goal in mind. Naturally, he had made preparations in advance. Sure enough, stimulated by the blood, countless blood puppets came rushing from all directions, letting out various roars as they fearlessly attacked Su Pingyan. They were emotionless puppets, mere tools of war that did not know fatigue or pain, so their combat strength was generally higher than cultivators at the same realm. Sky-severing sword art, kill. Su Pingyan drew a grade 7 spiritual weapon from his waist, and a flash of sword light burst forth. Chapter 272. A sword beam a kilometer long. A sword beam over 1,000 meters long flashed by. In front of him, a long, narrow trench about 3 meters deep had appeared 1,000 meters away. It was a scar left by the sword's aura. Wherever the sword energy passed, the blood puppets shattered into pieces, then transformed into specks of starlight, leaving behind only floating blood essences and soul crystals. Following this were streams of notification messages. These were his spoils of war and rewards. With just one strike of his sword, he had eliminated more than 400 blood puppets. The AoE effect of the Heavenly Severing Sword technique could indeed be considered excellent. He had already cultivated the Heavenly Severing Sword technique to a state of mastery, using it with complete ease and control. He could focus his strength at a single point, unleashing tremendous power, or spread it out as he had just done to create widespread devastation. Achieving whichever effect he desired required merely a thought. The technique had become an effortless extension of his will. Why didn't he use the Godslayer Spear? First, it killed too slowly. Second, all the essence from the blood puppets had been condensed into the blood essences and soul crystals, which were immune to the Godslayer Spear's vampiric absorption effect. Alright, let's keep going. Su Pingyan's Dantian world was far beyond that of ordinary transcendence, and even without using life source stones to recover his spiritual energy, he could continue fighting for a long time. Heavenly Severing Sword technique. Another world-shaking sword beam flashed through, instantly cutting down hundreds more blood puppets. With the chaotic, destructive charges of Bai Sulu and Chihua alongside him, their killing efficiency was extremely high. It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Even the Blood Puppet King at the very end was unable to escape Su Pingyan's blade. The second floor presented no real challenge for them. They completed the total cleanup operation in less than a day. Congratulations, Trialer. You have successfully eliminated all the blood puppets on the second floor, completing the dungeon clearing task. Reward. 100 5th-tier leader-grade blood essences, 100 5th-tier leader-grade soul crystals, 3 5th-tier blood puppet king crystals, and 1 6th-tier low-grade spirit fruit, the Bodhi Dao fruit. After the on-screen notification finished, all the rewards were granted. The reward from the first floor, the blood-winged golden cicadas, was also a great treasure, though it would take far too long before it could be used, and by then, it would no longer be suited to Su Pingyan's current rapid cultivation pace. He could only save it for someone else to use in the future. As for the rewards this time, the blood essences and soul crystals had been expected, but the last two were different. Upon receiving the informational prompt, Su Pingyan immediately understood the uses of the blood puppet king crystals and the Bodhi Dao fruit, and his face broke into a delighted smile, barely able to stop himself from shouting out loud. These two items were true treasures. First, the blood puppet king crystal. This was a unique product formed only by 5th-tier blood puppet kings, the result of blood essence and soul crystal fusing together. Consuming it could increase a transcendent 9th Danon cultivator's chances of breaking through to the mountain and river realm by 30%. One shouldn't underestimate this 30%. Su Pingyan believed that, even in other worlds, such a treasure would be extremely rare and precious. It required Chungshou's with divine beast bloodlines or prodigal cultivators forging their own bloodline and energy foundations, all transformed into blood puppets and elevated to the 5th-tier 9-star Mon stage before one could obtain such a crystal. The conditions were extremely strict. Yet now, he suddenly had 4 of them. Yes, 4. One of them came from the blood puppet king he had defeated earlier. As for the Bodhi Dao fruit, it was even rarer and more precious. Though only a 6th-tier low-grade spirit fruit, in terms of its true value, even general 6th-tier high-grade spirit fruits could not compare to it. This fruit had only one use, assisting transcendent 9th Danon cultivators in forming their Bodhi inner worlds, thus achieving the mountain and river realm. As long as one's talent wasn't too poor, or one was not interrupted during the breakthrough process, the chance of success would reach up to 90%. It was essentially a guaranteed success item. Such an item, once it appeared in the world, would surely ignite fierce competition. Su Pingyan believed that if this fruit were to appear in a country like Wei Kingdom, there was a very good chance it could spark a full-scale war between nations. Great treasures indeed, but somehow, I can't use them. His expression immediately turned complex. That was because when he had previously opened his Dantian, he had already used the World Tree Seed. In other words, he had laid the foundation for his inner world in advance. By the time he reached the transcendent 9th Danon stage, the breakthrough to the mountain and river realm would naturally proceed smoothly. This was currently not his bottleneck. But these items can be used by others. I currently have 4 battle companions. Only Longhei has broken through to the 6th tier. Bai Sulu should be able to make it on her own. As for Chihua, wasting a Bodhi Dao fruit on him wouldn't be necessary. 1 blood puppet king crystal should suffice. As for Qin Yang, he already possesses top quality bloodline, so using a blood puppet king crystal should offer a very high success rate. Su Pingyan thought carefully in his mind. I'll store them for now. There will be time to decide later. Either way, these things will definitely serve a major purpose. Su Pingyan slightly shook his head and stored all the items away. Chief, we've killed all the monsters. Are we going out now or moving on to the next floor? Chihua stepped forward and asked. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and said, of course, we have to go to the next floor. Let's go check it out first. If necessary, we'll retreat for cultivation. If the blood puppets on the next floor are not too strong, we'll clear them out first before training. All right, we'll follow the boss's lead, Chihua nodded. Bai Sulu beside him remained silent, clearly agreeing as well. Su Pingyan's gaze turned once again to the virtual screen, where the words had already changed. Congratulations, Trialer. You have cleared the 2nd floor. Will you leave now, or proceed to the 3rd floor? Enter the 3rd floor, Su Pingyan said without hesitation. In the next instant, his and the 2 beasts' figures vanished from the 2nd floor. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the 3rd floor. At first glance, this floor seemed no different from the previous 2. Nonetheless, Su Pingyan immediately focused his attention on the virtual screen in front of him, where valuable information awaited. Sure enough, under the words Blood God Hall and Trial Grounds were smaller characters indicating the rules. Rule 1. The blood refinement realm consists of 9 underground floors, this being the 3rd. Only by clearing this floor can one choose to continue the trial or leave with the rewards. Rule 2. Defeating blood puppets grants blood essences and soul crystals. Clearing an entire floor grants a floor completion reward. Rule 3. The 3rd floor contains 100,000 5th-tier leader-grade blood puppets, 10,000 6th-tier common-grade blood puppets, and 10 6th-tier elite-grade blood puppets. Rule 4. Team participation is allowed, with a maximum of 100 members. No participant may possess cultivation beyond the triple perfect of the mountain and river realm. After reading through the rules, Su Pingyan slightly nodded. The first 3 were pretty much as he had expected, with only the 4th as a new addition. Allowing a team? Interesting. Does this mean that once I leave, I could bring others back inside? Is this blood refinement realm capable of infinite respawns? Su Pingyan mused silently in his mind. It shouldn't be that simple. These blood puppets can't just appear out of nothing. Even though cultivation is involved, the law of energy conservation remains unchanged. He thought then of the forest of ferocious beast corpses outside. Perhaps that was the answer. Chapter 273, Continuous Breakthrough in Succession. Forget it. Let's not worry about these for now. First, I must pass through the 3rd level. Suin thought again about his current strength. Right now, I'm at the middle stage of 5th rank of Transcendence Realm. My strongest combat power should be comparable to a mid-stage 3rd star 6th rank. If I use the Life Source Stone, I might be able to outlast a late-stage 3rd star 6th rank Fierce Beast, but I definitely won't stand a chance against a 4th star 6th rank beast, or even less so against an elite blood puppet of 6th rank, Suin realized. He knew he must retreat into seclusion once again to improve his cultivation. Fortunately, in the second level, he had gathered a lot of blood essence as well as soul crystals. With this thought, in the next second, Suin vanished from the blood refining realm. When he reappeared, he was already inside the cultivation space of the Hongmeng Pagoda, whereby Susu and Chihua stood before him. Chihua, have you reached your limit in cultivation? Suin asked. Boss, just a little more to go, Chihua replied after a moment of thought. These should be enough to bring you up to the peak of 5th rank. Besides, this is a 5th rank Blood Puppet King Crystal. When you can't progress further, you can attempt a breakthrough with this, Suin said as he handed over 10 high-level 5th rank Soul Crystals and 1 Blood Puppet King Crystal. Thank you, boss. Chihua took the treasures with great excitement. Susu, these are for you. With your Saint Beast bloodline and talent, advancing to 6th rank shouldn't be difficult. Here are 40 high-level 5th rank Soul Crystals, which should be sufficient to assist your breakthrough. If not, wait for me to come out of seclusion and I'll give you a hand, Suin continued as he handed her the 40 Soul Crystals. Thank you, boss. Susu was equally delighted. After all, upon reaching 6th rank, she would be able to take human form. She was truly looking forward to seeing what she would look like then. Alright, find a place to cultivate on your own, Suin waved them off. Hongmeng, accelerate their training to the highest multiple, Suin ordered. At once, master. Now it's my turn, Suin muttered to himself. He then found a suitable spot and began meditating. At the Transcendence realm and above, the effect of blood essence was negligible. The main useful item became soul crystals. Currently, Suin was at the middle stage of 5th rank in the Transcendence realm. Theoretically, high-grade soul crystals at the 5th rank should already be effective for him. But in reality, only high-level 5th rank soul crystals could improve his cultivation significantly. The effect of high-grade crystals was too minor, and he didn't want to waste them. This meant he only had 60 high-level 5th rank soul crystals left, originally 110, with 50 already given away. Don't let me down, Suin said as he placed a soul crystal on his forehead and began to cultivate. The soul crystal floated above his forehead, and waves of pure soul energy flowed through into his spiritual sea, where Suin absorbed and refined it, gradually enhancing his cultivation base. In the Transcendence realm, one refines spiritual consciousness, controls the physical body with the mind, and gains access to incredible supernatural abilities. Since returning to Shenlong Mountain, Suin naturally brought with him all the spirit stones he had mined recently, specifically for his training in the blood refining realm, so there was no need to worry about running out of spirit stones. Soon, one soul crystal was completely refined. Suin's spiritual soul became even more refined and enhanced, though it was still some distance from breakthrough. As time passed, from the 2nd up to the 45th soul crystal, his cultivation finally successfully advanced to the late stage of 5th rank of the Transcendence realm, only a slight improvement. After refining the remaining 15 soul crystals and stabilizing his foundation, there was some slight further improvement, but to break through to the ultimate completion of 5th rank of the Transcendence realm, he would likely need at least 70 or 80 more. This is just too difficult. Forget it, I'll go fight for a while. As long as I avoid the elite 6th rank blood puppets, I should be fine. The danger in the 3rd level was incomparable to the 2nd. Unlike in the 2nd level where he let blood to attract the blood puppets, Suin was now extremely cautious, selectively killing 5th rank elite blood puppets only. When he had gathered 80 soul crystals, he retreated into seclusion once again, advancing his cultivation to the ultimate completion of the 5th rank of the Transcendence realm before returning to Han again. This time, he directly killed 305th rank elite blood puppets and obtained 300 soul crystals. He then went into seclusion again, consuming 295 soul crystals, thereby elevating his cultivation to the early stage of 6th rank of the Transcendence realm. With my current combat strength, I should be unrivaled below 4th star of 6th rank. However, when facing elite blood puppets of 6th rank, I'm still far from enough. I need to grow cautiously for a while longer. Suin clearly understood his own strength and never allowed himself to become arrogant. Hunting and killing 500 elite 5th rank blood puppets enabled him to break through to the middle stage of 6th rank of the Transcendence realm. 700 brought him to the late stage, 1,000 to the peak, and 4,100 allowed him to finally break through to the early stage of 7th rank of the Transcendence realm. After that, the amount required for further improvement increased again, around 5,000 for mid-stage, about 10,000 for late stage, approximately 20,000 for ultimate completion. The effect is getting weaker and weaker. Using high-level 5th rank soul crystals now would be somewhat wasteful, Suin muttered as he set his sights on common grade 6th rank blood puppets. After all, there were as many as 10,000 6th rank puppets in the 3rd level. He had been avoiding them all along, not because he couldn't defeat them, but because he feared causing too much disturbance and attracting the attention of elite 6th rank blood puppets. Hongmeng, with my current cultivation at the ultimate completion of 7th rank of the Transcendence realm, what's my combat strength like? Suin asked. He had a rough idea in mind, but wasn't certain. Master, because your improvement has been too rapid recently, your power and cultivation haven't fully synchronized yet. At present, you should be able to handle a late-stage 4th star 6th rank Fierce Beast. If Master spends some time cultivating in the training space, you'll be capable of defeating a 4-star 6th rank Fierce Beast at ultimate completion. If your martial techniques also see improvements, you may barely match a early stage 5th-star 6th rank Fierce Beast. If 2 techniques advance, you might suppress it. If all 3 techniques break through, you could completely overpower a early stage 5th-star 6th rank beast, Hongming explained in great detail. I see. Then send me to the training space first. Suin thought for a moment and said. Currently, he had 3 martial techniques: the nearly perfected star-piercing finger, the nearly perfected heaven-severing sword-drawing art, and break general 8 moves, which had already reached ultimate completion. Inside the training space, facing a 4th-star 6th rank beast at ultimate completion, Suin remained fearless. He sheathed his weapons and deliberately used only the star-piercing finger to fight, aiming to refine and improve his martial technique. Time passed, and he lost track of how long he had been training. Until, star-piercing finger, obliterate. With a single finger strike, the 4th-star 6th rank beast disintegrated into ashes before his eyes. Ultimate completion finally succeeded. A slight smile appeared on Suin's face. Since cultivating into the Transcendence realm, his martial techniques had improved at a much faster pace. Continue. As time went on, Suin progressed rapidly. The star-piercing finger broke through once more, reaching the subtle realm, surpassing even Hongming's expectations. Likewise, the heaven-severing sword-drawing art broke through 2 stages in succession and also entered the subtle realm. Break General 8 moves advanced 1 level further and reached the subtle realm as well. Chapter 274. Breaking through to the mountain and river realm. Originally, he had wanted to attempt breaking through to the 8th realm, the realm of intent, which was also the highest realm of martial arts cultivation. Unfortunately, it was far too difficult. He hadn't even touched the threshold. It seems the 8th realm requires communication with experts from other realms to see if there are any related records. Su Pingyan sighed inwardly. Continuing alone without any clues was pointless and a waste of time. Hongming, what's my current strength? Su Pingyan wore a confident smile, one that came from true might. The master can kill a late-stage 5-star 6th grade ferocious beast within 100 moves. As long as he doesn't encounter a 6-star 6th grade beast, he faces no danger, Hongming replied. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. Enough. Although elite 6th grade blood puppets theoretically could reach the peak of 6-star 6th grade strength, this was only the 3rd level. Based on the 1st level situation, the elite 6th grade blood puppets on this level were most likely only of 4th-star 6th grade strength. Perhaps 1 or 2 would reach 5th star. Still, Su Pingyan no longer feared them. Exiting the Hongming Pagoda, Su Pingyan immediately took out the corpse of a 5th-grade ferocious beast and began draining its blood to attract nearby blood puppets. Before long, countless blood puppets swarmed in from all directions, including many common 6th-grade blood puppets. Dai gripping the heaven-cutting sword, a grade 7 spiritual artifact, Su Pingyan's sword light scattered in all directions. In an instant, the area within a 3-kilometer radius was reduced to ruins, scarred with sword marks. This was the heaven-severing sword technique, reaching the state of perfection, an ultimate mastery where every movement flowed with thought, no longer limited to single sword chi. Everything became second nature, like instinct. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Within less than 2 hours, all the blood puppets on this level were eliminated, including 10 elite 6th-grade blood puppets. The strongest among them was merely a late 4th-star 6th-grade creature, far weaker than expected. Congratulations, Trial Cultivator. You've successfully eliminated all blood puppets on this level and completed the passage task. Bonus reward: 300 grade 6 premium inner world essence crystals and a high-quality grade 6 spiritual artifact, the Blood God crossbow. The illusionary screen suddenly displayed the rewards. Although the artifact is excellent, it doesn't suit me, Su Pingyan said with a helpless sigh as he glanced at the Blood God crossbow. As for the inner world essence crystals, he already understood them well, having obtained similar crystals after slaying 6th-grade blood puppets previously. The mountain and river realm took the Dantian and Sea of Qi as its foundation, opening an inner world that resonated with the external mountains and rivers. This allowed one to control mountains and rivers, possessing the ability to destroy cities, sever rivers, and move mountains. The cultivator's lifespan could reach 10,000 years, making him indistinguishable from the legendary immortals. Inner world essence crystals were condensed essences from the inner worlds of mountain and river realm experts or 6th-grade beasts, containing the purest essence of such a cultivator, suitable for refining and advancement by experts in that realm. 100,000 6th-grade common inner world essence crystals, plus 310 grade 6 premium ones. That's quite a haul. I wonder if this will help me break through to the mountain and river realm. Su Pingyan wasn't entirely certain. Inner world essence crystals could only be absorbed and utilized by 6th-grade cultivators or those in the mountain and river realm. Those below that level couldn't use them at all. But Su Pingyan was an exception. Ever since he had opened his Sea of Qi, the World Tree Seed had already created an inner world inside him, enabling him to directly digest and absorb such essence without bottlenecks. I'll try cultivating first before deciding whether to go further. Thinking this, Su Pingyan entered the Hongming Pagoda again to begin closed-door cultivation. Placing one grade 6 common inner world essence crystal beside his Dantian, he began circulating his technique. Endless essence slowly flowed from the crystal into Su Pingyan's Dantian world. Boom! The world's essence was even more vast than soul crystals. Instantly, Su Pingyan felt a slight looseness, as if he could break through at any moment. Unexpectedly effective? Instantly, excitement surged within him. With just 7 crystals consumed, Su Pingyan broke through, advancing to the early stage of Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Great stuff. Let's go again. Consuming 15 more crystals, he broke through to mid and late stages, reaching the peak of the 9th layer. As time passed, with over 1,600 grade 6 common inner world essence crystals consumed, Su Pingyan's cultivation reached the peak of Transcendent Realm 9th layer. With so many left, I'm definitely capable of breaking through to the mountain and river realm now. Thinking this, Su Pingyan couldn't suppress the excitement curling his lips. He struggled to calm himself before continuing his cultivation and breakthrough attempt. Needless to say, the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the mountain and river realm was extremely vast. From the pinnacle of Transcendent Realm's 9th layer to the early stage of the mountain and river realm. Although seemingly only a tiny step with no bottleneck, Su Pingyan still consumed nearly 3,000 grade 6 common inner world essence crystals before successfully comprehending the world's principles, grasping the essence of mountains and rivers, and achieving breakthrough. Boom! In an instant, the inner world within Su Pingyan's Dantian rapidly expanded, greedily absorbing surrounding spiritual energy. Luckily, he had essence crystals on hand. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to take them out and use them directly. After absorbing over 1,000 crystals, the expansion finally stopped, and the inner world became filled with abundant spiritual energy. Su Pingyan quickly turned his awareness inward for observation. Within the Dantian's inner world, the chaotic mistiness was gone. Now, clear energy rose while turbid energy settled, forming a true small world. There was a continent, though not large, covering about 1,300 square kilometers, with mountains and rivers present. A typical cultivator who just breakthroughs into the mountain and river realm usually only has less than 1 square kilometer of land. Some talented ones may barely reach 1 square kilometer. This is far bigger than what they have. Probably this is the reason why I've laid the strongest foundation, Su Pingyan mused. It feels like something's missing. Su Pingyan gazed down at his newly opened inner world, murmuring, right, it lacks vitality. Though there are mountains and rivers, there's no life. He looked at the introduction of his cultivation technique and suddenly understood. For cultivators of the mountain and river realm, comprehending the world's laws was merely superficial. Their main goal was to grasp spatial laws, continuously expanding their inner world to enhance their cultivation. Cultivators of the mountain and river realm consumed massive resources because world expansion required essence, and essence couldn't be created from nothing. Of course, resources alone weren't enough. One must have a deeper understanding of spatial laws. There were 10 layers of primary spatial laws. 1 layer's comprehension equaled the first stage of the mountain and river realm. 9 layers meant the 9th stage, and complete mastery of all 10 meant the half-step immortal realm. To reach the immortal realm, one must attain the state of unity between heaven and humanity, comprehending the supreme life law, giving birth to real life within one's inner world. The life referred here could be flowers and grasses, not necessarily intelligent beings, because that involved deeper and more complex life laws. What immortal realm experts had grasped was merely the primary life law. Chapter 275, The Realm of Creation. I've reached the peak of the initial stage of Shanhejing. Keep going. Saying that, Su Pingyan took out more grade 6 common inner world essence crystals. As the crystals were digested and absorbed, Su Pingyan's cultivation rapidly broke through to the middle stage, followed by the late stage, and finally to the great perfection. Only when reaching the limit of great perfection did he stop cultivating. You see, for a Shanhejing expert, mere resources aren't enough to allow constant improvement. One must also comprehend spatial laws. Currently, Su Pingyan's understanding of the primary spatial law was only at the first level. He needed to first grasp the second level before relying on vast amounts of resources to break through to the second tier. Hongming, I remember the 6th floor has a creation function that can help cultivators break through bottlenecks. Would that be useful for me? Su Pingyan suddenly thought. Hongming Pagoda had 9 floors, 9 major functions. At the moment, Su mainly used only 3 of them: troop training, cultivation, and trials. The other 6 weren't really utilized. Not because Su didn't want to, but because the timing wasn't right, and he didn't have much spare time to arrange for it. Yes, not only for Shanhejing, but also for Tianrenjing. Even gods can break through here, Hongming replied. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan was delighted. Such a treasure surpassed most cheat abilities. He was truly formidable. Then send me to the 6th floor. I want to break through to the second tier of Shanhejing. Su Pingyan ordered. Master, that may not be possible. Why? Are there any restrictions? Su's joy instantly plummeted, though he still felt confused and wanted to understand the reason. Yes, master. To break through body tempering Jing, Qi blood Jing, and marrow cleansing Jing, low-grade spirit stones are required. To break through transcending Funjing, medium-grade spirit stones are needed. For super Funjing breakthrough, high-grade spirit stones are required. To break through Shanhejing, supreme-grade spirit stones are necessary. And for Tianrenjing breakthrough, extremely rare spirit crystals are needed, Hongming explained. How many supreme-grade spirit stones are needed? Su Pingyan asked, although his heart had already sunk to the bottom. Because no matter how many supreme-grade spirit stones were needed, he wouldn't be able to produce them. At present, although there were quite a few spirit stones, spirit mines, and even spirit veins across the entire Huaxia region, most were low-grade spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones were already rather scarce. High-grade ones were somewhat available, but extremely rare. As for supreme-grade spirit stones, there weren't even 1 or 2 in existence. And as for the higher-grade spirit crystals, those weren't worth mentioning. To help a cultivator in Shanhajing comprehend spatial laws, immense spiritual energy must flow through the sea of laws to quickly absorb and understand the power of laws, resulting in breakthroughs. Therefore, consumption of supreme great spirit stones is very high. However, one good thing is that the amount of spirit stones required doesn't increase with the master's talent level. It's the same for everyone. Approximately 100 taels of supreme great spirit stones are needed to open it once, lasting for 1 hour. Hongming said, "Your meaning is, if one can't break through within an hour, another 100 taels of supreme great spirit stones must be spent until the breakthrough is achieved?" "Yes, master, but for most people, one session is enough. The higher the talent, the shorter the time needed." Hongming replied. "That's a relief." Su Pingyan nodded slightly. He looked at the remaining crystals in his hand. There were still 1955 pieces of grade 6 common inner world essence crystals left, plus 310 pieces of grade 6 premium inner world essence crystals. "Oh, Hongming, how are Susu and Chihua doing?" Su Pingyan suddenly thought of his two subordinates. "Master, they've both broken through to the early stage of 6th rank, 1st star, but due to the lack of resources, they're currently undergoing trials within the trial space," Hongming replied. "Give each of them 100 grade 6 common inner world essence crystals first, and let them advance to the great perfection of 6th rank, 1st star." Su Pingyan instructed. 100 should be enough. Having practiced cultivation himself, he naturally knew how much world essence was contained in one inner world essence crystal. Although he had consumed several thousand such crystals, he was an exception. Others couldn't compare with him. "All right, master," Hongming nodded. The reason why Long He could directly break through to 6th rank, 2nd star was because he had already been at the peak of 6th rank, 1st star for a long time, having already grasped the 2nd level of the primary spatial law. He had simply lacked the massive resources required for the breakthrough. Because the moment of breakthrough required a vast amount of resources, otherwise insufficient resources could easily lead to failure. If the breakthrough failed, one's cultivation would decline, and the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, generally, cultivators at the great perfection of Superfang 9th transformation or ferocious beasts at the 5th rank, 9th star would do everything they could to gather resources before attempting a breakthrough. This was also why Shanhajing experts usually relied on a powerful faction or established one themselves. Same for ferocious beasts. They did so to collect resources and eliminate unnecessary hassles. Why Susu and Chihua had just broken through. At most, they could only cultivate up to the great perfection of 6th rank, 1st star. To break through further, they still needed some time to comprehend the path ahead. The specific time would depend on their respective aptitude. After giving instructions to Hongming, he himself entered the trial space to train and improve his combat abilities. Although his martial arts couldn't break through, he could still perform to his full potential. As time passed, Su Pingyan's combat ability continued to improve steadily until Hongming reminded him, "Master, for now you've reached the limit of progress. You may exit retreat and enter the mortal world for further cultivation. Only then can you advance further." Su Pingyan took a deep breath, nodded slightly, then left the trial space and reappeared at the 3rd layer of Shuoyan land. "Hongming, what is my actual combat strength now?" Su Pingyan asked with concern. "Master, unarmed, you can fight evenly against a 6th rank 7th star mid-stage ferocious beast. With Tianzhan in hand, you can kill a 6th rank 7th star mid-stage beast within 300 moves. With Shirshan Spear, you can kill a 6th rank 7th star mid-stage beast within 3 moves, and defeat a 6th rank 7th star late-stage beast within 1,000 moves. If you also use the Life Source Stone, you could even exhaust a 6th rank 7th star Great Perfection beast to death, as long as it doesn't flee," Hongming explained. "What about a 6th rank 8th star beast?" Su Pingyan asked. "Master, you should run as far as possible. Otherwise, you can barely last 2 moves before certain death. You wouldn't even have time for the Life Source Stone to restore you," Hongming answered calmly, without flattery. "I see." With Hongming's explanation, Su Pingyan had the clearest understanding of his current situation. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it becomes to defeat opponents beyond one's realm, Su Pingyan sighed. Previously, he could defeat enemies across an entire major cultivation stage, but now that was no longer possible. He could only handle 6 minor stages above his own. Chapter 276, Transformation. The 3rd layer had the strongest at 6 stars 6 heavens. Then what about the 4th layer? 7 stars 6 heavens. Su Pingyan murmured to himself. He wasn't certain. It's likely to encounter blood puppets at the peak of 6 heavens, also normally at 7-star level. But between layers 3 and 4, is there a significant jump? What if an 8-star 6 heavens blood puppet appears? Su Pingyan remained concerned. If he could break through with the help of the origin crystal, without a second thought he would definitely choose to continue. But now it was no longer an option. If he couldn't quickly clear the 4th layer and lacked supreme great spirit stones, then he'd have no choice but to get stuck there until he broke through his cultivation level, cleared the layer, and could then leave. Short periods of time wouldn't be a problem, but no one could predict what unexpected situations might arise in the outside world if it dragged on. Never mind, I'll leave for now and come back another time. Su Pingyan quickly decided internally. I choose to leave, he said. The next moment, he was expelled from the blood refining lands. A black iron token also appeared in his hand. Same as last time, all he needed was to crush it to summon a gate and send him back into the blood refining lands. Walking out from the corpse forest, Su Pingyan hesitated. Should he go back or explore further? Boss, where are we going next? A young man in his early 20s asked. This young man had bright red hair and eyebrows. Looking closer, one could see 2 flickering crimson flames dancing within his pupils. Moreover, when he spoke, his walking posture was peculiar. He preferred to hunch over, hopping forward, with his hands scratching his head and face restlessly. Chihua, don't interrupt the boss while he's thinking. Another voice, from a young girl beside Su Pingyan, warned with a frown. This girl appeared about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in white, with soft jet black hair draped over her shoulders, fluttering even without wind. There seemed to be an unknown pattern etched between her eyebrows. Her figure was curvaceous, and her eyes exuded an indescribable allure, making her extremely attractive. Indeed, these two were Chihua and Bai Susu, who had already succeeded in transformation. They shared the same situation as Su Pingyan, at an impasse in their cultivation, with no further progress possible. Therefore, Su Pingyan had summoned them out. Oh. Chihua pouted unhappily, but remained silent. Bai Susu, on the other hand, turned to Su Pingyan and asked, Boss, are you considering further exploration, trying to find supreme-grade spirit stones, or even a spirit stone mine? Su Pingyan lifted his head and looked at Bai Susu, once again feeling slightly dazed. He recalled the scene of seeing her in her human form for the first time. He couldn't help but admit, she was breathtakingly beautiful, stunning enough to momentarily distract him. Shaking away messy thoughts, Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Yes. Right now, what limits our cultivation improvement is not resources, but comprehension of the Tao. If we rely solely on gradual self-cultivation over time, the time required would undoubtedly be long. Even if we have top-tier talent, it might take years, or even decades. But as long as we can obtain enough supreme-grade spirit stones, then the time constraint would disappear, and we can continue to surge forward. He held nothing back from Bai Susu. After all, these two were his battle companions, completely trustworthy individuals. Then boss, what are you hesitating for? We'll accompany you together into the depths of the 10,000 mountain ranges. Bai Susu's words caused a stirring in Su Pingyan's heart. Indeed, what exactly was he still hesitating for? Worrying about Huaxia? Missing family and his girlfriend? Perhaps it was a bit of both. However, Huaxia wouldn't stop operating just because he wasn't there. He also shouldn't interfere too much. Only appropriate guidance was needed. Letting them develop on their own would allow him to focus on his own path. Let's go. Let's embark on a journey together. Su Pingyan quickly made his decision. Great. Boss, I've broken through to the 6 heavens, but haven't fought anyone yet. My fists have been itching for a long time. Chihua exclaimed, visibly excited. Didn't you get enough fighting in the trial space? Su Pingyan glanced at him. That's different. Chihua shook his head. Without saying much more, Su Pingyan led the two of them deeper into the 10,000 mountain ranges. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts. Su Pingyan didn't waste any effort, casually dealing with them all. As they advanced, they soon reached a depth of approximately 4,200 kilometers. Boss, seems like there's a 6 heavens beast, Chihua said excitedly. Throughout their journey, although many ferocious beasts were encountered and grew increasingly powerful, they were all at the 5 heavens. For Chihua, none of them posed any challenge. Now, finally, there appeared beasts at the 6 heavens. Not all 6 heavens beasts were willing to transform into human forms, as their battle strength would drop by at least 20% after transformation. Unless they intended to enter the human world, they would generally not transform. Or like Chihua and Bai Susu, who knew that transforming into human form made them easier to get along with the boss, so they chose to take human form. For 1,200 kilometers, Su Pingyan noted the distance silently in his mind. They had encountered the first 6 heavens beast at a distance of 4,200 kilometers from the portal, an early-stage 6-star 6 heavens beast. This indicated that this was likely the boundary between 5 heavens and 6 heavens beasts. Come to think of it, since the inner world's essence cannot enhance cultivation at the 6 heavens level, I wonder if 6 heavens grade spirit liquid will work. Su Pingyan suddenly thought of something. Wait for me, he said, instantly teleporting directly in front of the 6 heavens beast. Before it could react, Su Pingyan had already killed it. He then sent the beast into his Yayu cauldron and refined it into a low-grade 6 heavens spirit liquid. Guard me while I cultivate, Su Pingyan said, swallowing the spirit liquid and beginning to refine it. It was just a single drop of low-grade 6 heavens spirit liquid. For Su Pingyan, it was quickly refined. Ah, what a pity, Su Pingyan sighed helplessly. The idea had seemed good, but unfortunately, it had no effect. It seemed that spirit liquid wasn't all-powerful either. Like the crystallized essence of the inner world, it couldn't enhance comprehension of the Tao. Let's move on. Both of you be careful, Su Pingyan reminded them. Yes, boss. The two followed Su Pingyan deeper into the wilderness. As they ventured further, more and more 6 heavens beasts appeared, and their levels grew increasingly higher. When they encountered a 6-star 6 heavens beast, Su Pingyan temporarily recalled Chihua and Bai Susu into the Hongmeng Pagoda, as it had become too dangerous for them here. However, Su Pingyan continued to fight his way through, hunting down numerous 6 heavens beasts. For 1,500 kilometers. For 1,800 kilometers. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. Around the 6,500 kilometer mark, Su Pingyan encountered his first 6-star 6 heavens beast at the 7th level. Taking it by surprise, he swiftly killed it and sealed it into his dimension space. At around 6,500 kilometers, high-level 6 heavens beasts often appear. The 10,000 mountain ranges span over 8,000 kilometers, and according to what the only ancient war god who crossed into another realm said in my past life, the point should be around 8,100 kilometers. That would still leave about 1,600 kilometers before reaching the border. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Chapter 277, agreements are meant to be broken. In his previous life, Su Ping'an didn't know how many people had reached the civilization of the other world through the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, only one person had returned from that other world, at least publicly. That was the only known case, the divine war god of Huaxia, Qianquan Taoist master. Just from the name, one could tell that he had obtained the supreme treasure Qianquan cauldron, and he himself had been a Taoist priest. That was what he had personally claimed. But Qianquan Taoist master had only been at the 9th stage of mortal refinement in his previous life. How did he manage to reach the other world safely and return safely? Su Ping'an found himself puzzled. This matter had been classified as top secret in his previous life, something he had had no access to. Perhaps there had been a relatively safe route, known only to the upper echelons, never disclosed to the public. Maybe there's also a teleportation formation on this side. Qianquan Taoist master had the Qianquan cauldron. If there truly had been remnants of a teleportation formation, he probably would have had the means to repair it and use it for transportation. No, that wouldn't work. He could use the teleportation formation on the return trip, but how did he get there initially? Could a teleportation formation really have remained operational for hundreds of thousands, or even a million years? That's hardly possible. Su Ping'an quickly discarded this idea. One must remember that during that time there had been the age of decline, when spiritual energy vanished entirely. Besides, how many spirit stones would be required to sustain such a long period? And what about the damage from ferocious beasts? Therefore, this possibility was practically non-existent. Could it be that Qianquan Taoist master lied? No, that doesn't make sense either. Given his social status back then, lying would have had no purpose. So the most likely explanation is that there does exist a relatively safe route to the other world. I simply haven't found it yet. Of course, another possibility is that, after more than a decade of development and change, the 10,000 Great Mountains might have undergone unknown transformations that made crossing them relatively easier in this life. As for how Qianquan Taoist master had known it was exactly 8,100 kilometers, Su Ping'an didn't doubt this at all, because by the time someone reached the stage of mortal refinement, they already possessed divine senses, extremely sensitive to distance. Even over 8,000 kilometers, the error margin would not exceed 100 kilometers. 1,600 kilometers. The road ahead will be extremely dangerous. Su Ping'an hesitated. In the end, he decided not to take the risk. Not only did he not advance further, but he retreated 100 kilometers. Keeping a safe distance, he began to search in a ring-shaped area between 6,300 to 6,400 kilometers radius centered around the portal. As he hunted mid-tier 6th-grade ferocious beasts along the way, he also searched for that possibly existing safe route. Simultaneously, he used his divine sense to explore underground, seeking Yifeng spirit stone deposits. Don't underestimate that ring-shaped zone with only a 100-kilometer width. Its actual area covered nearly 4 million square kilometers. For a single person to search through it alone, the range was definitely no small task. Inside the office of the vice commander of the Yanhuang Legion headquarters, Brother Qin, hasn't the commander returned yet? Shui Yong anxiously asked. Come on, old Shui, you've asked this no less than 10 times this week alone. Seriously, he hasn't returned. If he had, he wouldn't hide it. You would have known for sure. Qin Ming responded helplessly. After all, the time Su Ping'an had been away was genuinely longer than usual. It had been nearly 4 months now, and not a single word had come back. Not only was he worried about Su Ping'an's safety, but even the leaders back in the Blue Star capital had begun to worry about him. Precisely because of that, Shui Yong kept acting as the messenger, asking several times a day. Sai, Brother Qin, how come Commander has been gone for so long this time? You know that he went deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. What if something has happened to him? Shui Yong expressed his concern. Don't worry. Do you know who the commander is? Nothing bad will happen to him. This time, he went deep mainly for cultivation. I estimate he might have entered a retreat and just forgot the time. You know how long these meditation retreats can last once one reaches a high cultivation level. Qin Ming said. That's different, isn't it? The commander even has his own cultivation space. How could he stay in retreat for so long? Shui Yong shook his head in disagreement. But there's nothing we can do now except wait. Qin Ming stopped elaborating further. He had a lot on his plate and didn't want to keep bantering with Shui Yong. Although he was concerned about Su Ping'an's safety, he knew that Su was still alive because Su had once told him that if he were to die, his battle beast would die too. He had already checked with Tongguan in the Tianshi Plains. The commander's battle beast was still guarding the portal, which meant the commander was still alive. That was good enough. Most likely, he was simply trapped somewhere or couldn't return temporarily for some special reason. Fine then. When the commander comes back, you must inform me immediately. Shui Yong reminded him. Don't worry. I will. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. These past few months, so many major international events have occurred, and I was hoping to discuss them with the commander. It's really frustrating. Shui Yong complained, then left. Watching Shui Yong's retreating figure, Qin Ming also sighed softly. Indeed, things had changed dramatically in recent months. Many important events had occurred. At a location 166 kilometers deep into the Yangtze of the Yijif opposite Beihai Island, more than 40 nations' armies had already gathered. All of them were the elite superhuman legions from each respective country, practically encompassing all the nations that held stakes here. Henry, such a ruin from an otherworldly civilization is not something a small country like Bolin can completely take for itself. You've had a few days already to explore and take away some good things. That shall be your reward for discovering the ruins. From now on, this place belongs to all of humanity. Commander Kazalo of the Polar Bear Bloodwolf Legion declared loudly. That's right, Henry. Don't be stubborn. Once a war breaks out, your small force will stand no chance at all. Don't let momentary greed lead to the total destruction of your superhuman legion you've worked so hard to build over the past years," added the commander of the White Bear Nation's superhuman legion, backing up Kazalo. Bolin was part of the Western NATO alliance, definitely not aligned with the Polar Bear Nation, so it was natural that they had banded together. "Henry, you've already been given several extra days. No matter what, you must give it up today, or you will die." Someone even issued a direct death threat. You bandits. This was our discovery, and naturally belongs to us. This was unanimously agreed upon and signed in our previous international representative meeting. Are you trying to go back on your word?" Henry shouted furiously. Kazalo stated that the agreement covered beast corpses and ore, but there was absolutely no mention of ruins, Kazalo replied. That, in fact, was twisting the facts. However, the agreement did not specify this, mainly because no one had considered such a scenario at the time. Besides, weren't agreements meant to be broken anyway, so long as the benefits were sufficient? And a ruin of an otherworldly civilization, its value alone was enough justification to tear up that agreement, even at the cost of triggering World War IV. Chapter 278. For the good of humanity. Henry realized at this moment that the situation couldn't be resolved peacefully today, so he turned his gaze toward Raymond, who stood not far away. Raymond was the commander of the Norse Legion of the Sam Nation, and clearly Henry hoped that Raymond would step in and mediate. Unfortunately, Raymond turned his head away, deliberately ignoring him. At this moment, Raymond was also very angry inside. As the leader of the Western Bloc, it was all thanks to their Sam Nation that Poland had been allowed in and given a share in the first place. Who could have expected that once Poland had discovered something valuable, they would hide it immediately, attempting to keep it all to themselves without even informing the Sam Nation? What was even more frustrating was their total failure in keeping the secret. Within just a few days, the secret had already leaked out, and more nations came to know about it. Initially, people were skeptical and only came to investigate, but that investigation set off an explosion. Within a very short time, the information had spread to every country in the world. After a few more days of build-up, tension, and confrontation, the current deadlock had formed. If Poland had only shared the secret with them in the first place, the Sam Nation could have ensured a much more secure and stable development. It wouldn't have leaked so easily. Would it have hurt to let them have at least a share once the ruins were developed? Now that the whole world had found out, there was no way the Sam Nation could monopolize the site by itself. Even uniting the entire Western Bloc would not be enough, especially with the Chinese watching closely on the sidelines. "This matter is beyond our authority to decide," Henry said through clenched teeth, barely holding back his anger. "You should send the information back home and let the higher-ups discuss it." Henry, don't take us for fools," replied Kazero with a cold chuckle. "Don't you just want to delay time? Who knows how long it would take if we waited for the top brass to finish bickering? Our emperor has made it clear. We must enter the ruins today. I'll give you one more hour to think about the consequences. The choice is yours." Having said that, Kazero stopped speaking and silently sat down on a chair brought to him by his subordinate, waiting quietly. "That's right, just 1 hour. If you don't move aside, you can stay here forever," others chimed in support. "Captain Yi." Henry turned directly to Yi Shao, who stood not far away holding a precious sword while watching the scene unfold. "Won't your Chinese nation say anything? We're willing to cooperate with your nation to develop the ruins together, splitting it 50-50. As soon as others heard that, they immediately looked over, tension rising. After all, the entire world knew, when it came to cultivation strength, China was the most powerful in the world today. If the Chinese truly sided with Poland against them, they might not be able to win, and a war would surely bring devastating losses. Kazero, not far away, opened his mouth several times as if to say something, but eventually kept silent, though worry clearly showed on his face. He feared that the Chinese might indeed choose Poland. After all, half a share was an enormous temptation. If his own North Bear Nation possessed the current strength of China, he doubted he could resist such temptation himself. Because for them, understanding of this other world was still minimal. The development of this ruin would be the first real step in unraveling the mysteries of the civilization of this realm, helping them begin to understand instead of remaining in total ignorance, an issue of extreme importance. Moreover, the ruins likely contained cultivation techniques that they urgently needed. On the other side, Raymond smirked slightly. He, in fact, wished that China would choose Poland and stand against the entire world. If that happened, then they could rally all other countries behind them and even consider a temporary alliance with old enemies like the North Bear, which was not unimaginable. After all, such things had happened before. Once that happened, China would surely suffer heavy losses, even if they did gain half of the spoils from the ruins, because the other half could also be wrested from Poland's hands in due time. "Mr. Henry," Yi Shao finally spoke, a smile on his face. "Our nation's principle has always been peaceful coexistence. Furthermore, this ruins concerns the safety of the entire world. Inside, there may be much valuable information regarding this other world. What China proposes is that knowledge be shared globally, while treasures themselves belong to whoever discovers them." This matter had already been reported to the government long ago. Of course, some high-level officials had considered using military force to seize the ruins outright, but after weighing all the factors, eventually abandoned the idea. After all, the Chinese nation wasn't lacking in ancient ruins. Until now, they had already developed 5 ancient ruins and had already obtained many great treasures. So they would first see what exactly was hidden in this ruins. If it truly was something of earth-shaking value, perhaps China would really have to confront the entire world alone. But if it was just ordinary treasures, there was absolutely no need. "China is noble," Yes, the Chinese are the most peace-loving people on this planet. I've been to their country, it's very safe. They possess overwhelming military might, yet still wish to share with other nations. The Chinese truly are admirable. If the world were ruled by the Sam nation, we probably wouldn't even get a sip of the soup. It's best for Huaxia to be the big brother of our planet. Yi Zhao's words instantly skyrocketed the goodwill of military commanders and soldiers from various nations toward Huaxia. After all, among those present, only a handful of nations held real influence, and their stance would determine the ownership of this ruin. Huaxia's proposal was clearly the most beneficial to them. If they agreed, even the weaker nations could get a share. Thus, naturally, the idea received unanimous support. Even the underlings of the North Bear and the Sam Nation began praising Huaxia's plan. Because by following the North Bear or the Sam Nation, they probably wouldn't gain nearly as much knowledge shared by all, while treasures belong to whoever finds them. I think it's very fair. Yeah, no problem with that. But there seem to be quite a lot of Huaxia people. Aren't there also a lot of Sam and North Bear people? Besides, when it comes to treasure hunting inside the ruins, it's not just about numbers. It also comes down to luck. Haven't you noticed that Poland has already spent several days and is still lingering around the outer area? This shows the ruins aren't simple. There could be certain dangers ahead. Having some strong individuals lead the way, you should feel fortunate. Otherwise, even if the ruins were given to you, you might not be able to enter. That makes sense. After discussion, everyone ultimately accepted Huaxia's plan. Kazero had no words to say, nor did Raymond. Henry, on the other hand, looked gloomier than ever, as if his face could drip water. Because of Huaxia's move, Poland had already fallen into the moral disadvantage. If they continued to block the way, the consequences would be unbearable. However, for the past few days, they had been unable to enter the innermost door of the ruins. The reason they were trying to stall time was to figure out a way to break through that gate. After all, the treasures already obtained from the outer areas had been more than enough to make them rich. Then what about what lay behind that innermost door? It would surely be even more astonishing. Chapter 279, Entering the Ruins. Time was slipping away, and the 1-hour deadline was almost up. Henry had become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although he was the supreme commander of the Bolin Supernatural Legion, the matter was too significant for him to make decisions alone. The upper echelons back home were already aware, and if he gave up the ruins here, he would inevitably become the scapegoat. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, a soldier whispered into Henry's ear, "General, orders from back home. Preserve our strength first, and transport the artifacts we've collected from this other world back to Bolin. Other matters can wait." After nearly 2 years of development, Beihai Island now had numerous communication base stations established within a 200-kilometer radius. These allowed direct contact with the liaisons stationed at the portal. The liaisons would then return to Earth through the portal and relay messages to the upper levels of government in various countries using Earth's communication equipment. Although this process took some extra time, it was currently the fastest means of communication available. It was precisely through this method that Henry had managed to contact his homeland in such a short time and receive feedback. Upon hearing the soldier's words, a wave of relief washed over Henry. Truthfully, the thought of facing over 40 supernatural legions from different nations frightened him. "Henry, time's up. You need to make a decision." Kazero rose to his feet and declared loudly. "Humph." Henry gave a disdainful snort, then addressed the group. "Our president has said that for the sake of humanity, Bolin is willing to contribute the otherworldly ruins we discovered." The declaration sounded noble, especially emphasizing that the ruins were discovered by Bolin. General Henry's decision demonstrates remarkable wisdom and integrity. It is truly Earth's blessing. Raymond stepped forward to praise. After all, this was his subordinate, and he had to show support at this moment. "General Henry, your team has already explored the ruins for several days. Since the decision for joint development has been made, perhaps you could share some of your findings with us?" one general suggested. Henry hesitated briefly, then nodded slightly. Since he was already handing over the ruins, sharing a bit more information wouldn't hurt. After all, what they had already acquired would remain theirs, and no one could take it away. About 6 days ago, around 2 in the afternoon, our Bolin soldiers were chasing a tiger-like beast, and they unintentionally followed it here. After we fired a missile, we accidentally collapsed a section of ground, revealing a cave underground. Our soldiers were curious, so they went down to check it out. What they found was the ruins of an intelligent civilization. Although it's impossible to know how many years have passed, it was clearly left behind by an intelligent race. Henry briefly summarized the sequence of events. "General Henry, could you tell us more about the underground ruins? And are there any dangers down there?" Someone asked further. "We aren't entirely sure. It appears to be a city, yet it's not quite like any we know. Our explored area was less than 1 square kilometer. All around were structures resembling city walls. There were only 2 gates in opposite directions, but both the gates and walls proved extremely sturdy. We've tried various methods, including controlled detonations, yet failed to break through. Perhaps only stronger weaponry could penetrate them," Henry replied helplessly. If not for the walls and gates blocking the way, they would have known what lay beyond the gates already. He secretly hoped it was only a small city below, with nothing much outside the gates, so these others could be left disappointed with empty hands. But deep inside, he understood clearly that, according to experts analyzing the information back home, they had likely only uncovered the tip of a much greater iceberg. Those around Henry reacted differently upon hearing this. A small city? Then wouldn't all the valuable items already have been taken by Bolin? What would be the point for us to go down there? It's obvious that Bolin entered directly from the surface into the city. Since they're blocked at the gates, there's probably nothing worthwhile outside the walls, someone else commented, his face darkening. That doesn't make sense. Then why would Bolin try so hard to prevent us from entering? This is an otherworldly place, where everything tends to be vast. 1 square kilometer seems extremely small for a city. Could this possibly be just a smaller city within a larger one? Outside, there might lie a much greater city's ruins. If the gates can't be broken through, why not just blast our way through from the top, just like Bolin accidentally did before? Wouldn't that risk collapsing the structure and damaging important relics? What else do you suggest then? If Bolin couldn't break through, do you think we could? They're in a hurry and can't break through quickly, but we aren't rushed. We can certainly invite professionals to take a look. There must be a way to open the gates. If possible, we should avoid forceful methods. After all, this site is extremely rare. If we accidentally damage something valuable, we'd regret it too late, someone suggested. General Yi, what's your suggestion from the Huaxia side? Kazero asked, approaching Yi Xiao. We should go down first and take a look. After we gather more detailed information, we can discuss together how to proceed with the development, Yi Xiao replied. I think the same. Everyone, stay quiet. Arguing like this gets us nowhere. Here's what we'll do. Each country will send 3 representatives to go down first and inspect the ruins. Then they will report back to us what they see, and we'll decide how to proceed with the development together. How about that? Kazero declared loudly. Raymond felt unhappy inside, thinking that Kazero was overstepping his role. Why should they listen to the polar bear faction? But seeing Yi Xiao's calm expression and hearing no objection from him, Raymond could only give a cold snort and reluctantly accept. Soon, each country sent down their 3 representatives. Yi Xiao, Kazero, and Raymond personally led their own teams. They wanted to see for themselves the condition of the ruins in order to make the most accurate judgment. It could be said that all the Supernatural Legion commanders personally led their teams. If something unexpected were to happen, it would be unimaginable how great a loss it would be for Blue Earth. Everyone arrived at the top of the ruins, where a large cave was visible. Standing at the edge and looking down, it was about 40 or 50 meters deep, but such a height was nothing to them cultivators. Yi Xiao glanced at Raymond and Kazero on either side, then without saying a word, leaped directly into the hole. The two looked at each other, then followed suit. Soon, the carefully selected individuals jumped down one after another, more than 100 people in total. Chapter 280 Fong, a blood-curdling scream. This is a street. Sure enough, this must be the ruins left behind by an intelligent civilization. Holding flashlights, everyone looked down at the scene and became instantly excited. Someone stepped into one of the houses to take a look. Inside, the walls were bare, completely empty. Damn it. The stuff must have been taken away by those bastards from Bolin. Nothing's left. More houses were ahead, and they all went inside to check. But nothing was there. Could it be that everything was destroyed over time? How could that be? These houses underground are surprisingly well preserved, indicating the environment here is ideal for preservation. I can understand some ordinary items decaying, but at least some metal ores, pottery, or dishes should remain. Just look how clean it is. Absolutely nothing is left. I remember now. These past few days, Bolin seemed to bring in and take out many boxes. At first I thought they were ores, or maybe the corpses of Shengshou. Looks like those boxes were all filled with treasures from here, at least hundreds of them. Bolin's definitely hit the jackpot this time. Unlike others, Yi Xiao didn't bother looking at the houses. Instead, he continuously observed the surroundings before quickly approaching the city wall and glancing at the city gate. Leaning and Caro hadn't taken their eyes off Yi Xiao the entire time, following closely behind him. That was only natural. Yi Xiao was the strongest among them, and clearly, the Chinese side knew much more. Sticking with him would ensure maximum benefit. General Yi, did you notice anything? Caro couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiao reached out to touch the city gate and nodded slightly. This should be a Fong inside the city. A Fong. Both Caro and Lin frowned in confusion. In our ancient Chinese capital, during the Tang dynasty in Chang'an City, you've heard of that before, right? Yi Xiao asked rhetorically. The fact that overseas Chinese communities were called Chinatown meant that the Tang dynasty still held considerable global recognition. We know. Caro nodded, while Lin beside him remained silent, but also gave a slight nod. There were 108 fangs in Chang'an City, Yi Xiao said, leaving it at that. They both understood immediately, and their breathing quickened. Unable to contain himself, Caro blurted out. So what you're saying is, this might very well be the capital city of an alien civilization. It's not necessarily a capital city, but it's definitely not limited to just this one Fong we've seen. Beyond this gate, there must be more fangs, Yi Xiao said confidently. Then what are we waiting for? Just blow up this gate. Caro said excitedly. Fool. Lin finally spoke after holding back for so long. Who are you calling a fool? Caro became furious immediately, rolling up his sleeves. That's exactly who I'm calling. Lin didn't back down, firing back directly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp kacha sound. Turning his head to look, he instinctively swallowed hard. Shit. They both swore in their native languages, realizing Yi Xiao had actually pushed open the massive gate. It's quite heavy. More importantly, there are some residual patterns of formation on it, Yi Xiao simply remarked. What formation? Caro asked curiously. This time, Yi Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he placed the spotlight on his head and drew his sword slowly into the darkness. No one without cultivation at the Shisui realm or above could even hope to open this gate. If he hadn't already reached the Tuafan realm, he wouldn't have been able to push it either, and they'd have had to rely on explosives instead. Caro and Lin exchanged glances, both noticing a trace of caution in each other's eyes. They weren't stupid, since Henry mentioned that even directional bombs couldn't destroy it. yet Yi Xiao managed to push it open. They knew it wasn't luck, they had simply underestimated General Ye's strength. However, a new Fong now lay before them, and eventually, temptation won over caution. They called their men and followed closely behind. The representatives from other countries followed suit one after another. This place had already been looted clean, but a new Fong, and perhaps even a more critical site, would undoubtedly contain better treasures. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, in the darkness ahead, a pair of green eyes appeared in front of them. Then, a shadow streaked past, accompanied by an odd sound. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted. There's a monster. Everyone, stay alert. Die. Suddenly, another shadow shot toward Yi Xiao, but it was too slow to escape his blade. After a flash of sword light, there was a dull thud as a body fell to the ground. Everyone lowered their heads and saw a strange, mouse-like Shengshou corpse. Shit, there are Shengshou here, and they're damn fast. Damn that bastard Henry for not mentioning this. With deaths already occurring, everyone immediately vented their anger and fear onto Henry, blaming him for withholding the truth. Henry had followed down as well. Seeing the situation unfold, he was momentarily stunned but quickly began explaining. We had never encountered this kind of Shengshou before. This matter needed a clear explanation, or it would bring serious trouble to both him and Bolin. Squeak, squeak. Another series of sounds rang out, followed by more than 10 pairs of green eyes swiftly flashing past them. Shadows seemed to appear everywhere, and screams of horror followed one after another. It's bad. Shengshou are attacking. Run. Fall back first. Yi Xiao roared, and he stayed behind to cover the retreat. Seeing this, no one dared to hesitate and fled outward in panic. The dead were left unattended for now, but the injured were dragged out with assistance. Die. One by one, the rat-like Shengshou fell beneath Yi Xiao's blade, and he was the last to leap out of the deep pit. Looking down into the pit, they could still see a few green eyes glowing faintly, but then even those vanished into the darkness. Seeing that the Shengshou had not pursued them upward, everyone exhaled in relief. *T, muttered Lean in frustration because one of their elite soldiers had died. Before everyone could calm down, one of the wounded soldiers suddenly cried out in pain. When the group turned their gaze to the wounded soldier, all of them sucked in a sharp breath of horror. His wounds were clearly rotting, just like being doused with sulfuric acid, emitting black fumes, and a dark line could even be seen slowly creeping toward his head. It's poisonous. Everyone immediately realized. They had fought in other worlds before and encountered all kinds of poisonous beasts, so this wasn't entirely unexpected. Save me. The soldier barely finished speaking before the black line entered his skull through his neck, then his eyeballs exploded, and he was unmistakably dead. In an instant, everyone scrambled away, terrified of being splattered with the poisoned blood. Chapter 281. Into the Tiger's Lair. Seeing the horrific scene, everyone once again gasped in shock, becoming even more fearful of the ruins beneath the deep pit. This beast is extremely deadly, was everyone's immediate reaction. Those who had been injured and pulled up also died one after another within the next dozen seconds, their deaths extremely tragic and painful to look at. General Yi, do you recognize this beast? Kizaru approached Yi Xiao and asked. Yi Xiao shook his head. I don't. However, this type of beast lives in dark underground areas, moves extremely fast, and its poison is this strong. Exploration underground will surely be very dangerous, said Yi Xiao, words everyone already knew. Everyone believes me now, right? I wasn't lying before. If we had encountered these beasts earlier, how could we have stayed underground for days? We would have been wiped out long ago. Henry quickly took this opportunity to clear himself. No one said anything else and naturally believed Henry's words. I believe General Henry didn't lie to us. It seems these beasts originally lived opposite the Bronze City Gate. Because we opened the Bronze Gate, we allowed them to come through, someone suggested. This explanation was accepted by everyone. What should we do next? We can't just abandon this ruin, someone asked helplessly. Yi Xiao stepped forward and said, I've already said this before. We will share information about the otherworldly, and whatever treasures are obtained will belong to the country that found them. The otherworld has always been full of danger. This place is just another dangerous spot. China intends to explore further inside. The rest of you can decide for yourselves. Yi Xiao's words left everyone silent. Long Hai, Jin Laosan, you each lead the first and second squads to follow me. Wang Qingchuan, Ma Shan, the two of you remain here temporarily, keeping contact with the outside world in case anything happens. Yi Xiao didn't wait for other countries' reactions. He had already begun arranging his own team. He brought down 2 squads plus himself, a total of 63 men, all members of the Divine Warriors unit, specifically from the first and second squads. All of them had cultivation above the transformation stage, 5th level. Yi Xiao's own cultivation had even reached the transformation stage, 7th level late phase. Last time when he left the cultivation space, his cultivation was still at the transformation stage, 7th level early phase. During the past half year, without the cultivation space or spirit essence, Yi Xiao had still managed to break through 2 minor stages through eating beast meat and consuming certain spirit fruits. Needless to say, his talent was exceptional. After all, reaching the transformation stage in this other world, every minor level advancement usually took years. Yes, sir. The 4 men accepted their orders and immediately started moving. The Divine Warriors special unit had expanded again and now had 4 squads, totaling 125 members, including Yi Xiao himself. Although the numbers seemed small, they were extremely powerful. Except for the 4th squad, which included many newcomers still at the mirror washing stage, 9th level full enlightenment, All members of the third squad were at least the transformation stage, third level. Members of the first and second squads were all above the transformation stage, fifth level. It could be seen that Yi Xiao had personally led the elite of the Divine Warriors Special Unit. Quickly, the two squads totaling 63 members stood before the deep pit. Move out, Yi Xiao shouted loudly. Then without hesitation, he and his men jumped down into the pit under the witness of various nations' supernatural military forces. Wow, the Chinese are truly amazing, not even afraid of this, someone remarked in admiration. It's not that they're not afraid, it's that their abilities make them fearless. If you possess their strength, you'd likely want to go down and check it out too. After all, that's an ancient ruin from another civilization. Some were fearful, some were eager to try, yet no one followed Yi Xiao into the pit. It was clear most had not yet made up their minds. Raymond approached Henry coldly and asked, "How much have you actually gotten? Is there anything about the otherworldly civilization or records about this ruin?" Henry frowned slightly and replied evasively, "We didn't get much, mostly just broken scrap metal. There weren't any scrolls or writings. Naturally, they couldn't have been preserved all this time. Just some stones and bronze artifacts engraved with characters. Those have already been sent back to our country. Understanding their meaning will likely take a significant amount of time. I will contact our homeland, send people over to cooperate with you in your research, and clarify the situation regarding this ruin as soon as possible," Raymond said. "General Raymond, that can pa bu hushurba?" Henry was unwilling. This was definitely Blue Country's opportunity. In fact, he had withheld information. A market surely contained some valuable items. Otherwise, why would they have risked staying underground a bit longer? That's not your decision to make. Raymond had no intention of wasting further words with Henry. Both of them couldn't make this decision alone and needed to report it to their higher-ups for resolution. Kizaru looked at Raymond, then at the deep pit, inhaled deeply, and said to his subordinates, "Guard this place well. I need to report the situation here to our homeland." Kizaru had already been down there before and knew how terrifying the beasts were below. If he were to bring the Blood Wolf Legion down, there would surely be considerable casualties. He felt reluctant and couldn't make the decision easily. The other countries' commanders had the same thought, and each quickly reported the situation to their superiors. In the White House of the Sam country, in the Grand Leader's office. "Go bring the Secretary of State and the Vice Leader over here," George ordered his blonde secretary immediately after receiving the message from Raymond. Yes. In a short while, 7 or 8 people arrived, senior officials of the Sam country who had real authority and could influence national policy. Just now, Raymond sent important intelligence. "This is the situation." George explained everything Raymond had said, the condition of the deep pit, and what had happened with Blue Country. Blue Country is indeed despicable. How could they not even give us a heads up about such critical intelligence? It's understandable. There are no eternal friendships between nations, only eternal interests. If this time they hadn't leaked the secret and had secretly taken the entire ruin for themselves, the gains would have been tremendous. Their national strength could potentially surge in a short period. Bryn shrugged. Though displeased, they could understand the logic. Huaxia has already entered the pit. If they acquire something valuable from below while we don't go down, wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? Someone expressed concern. Think of it the other way. If they encounter danger below, they'll also suffer heavy losses. Moreover, they will certainly face the beasts. The total number of these beasts is probably fixed. This gives us a perfect opportunity to let them draw the enemy's fire. If they're so powerful, then let them lead the charge. They can help us eliminate the beasts. That way, it will be safer when we go down later. Someone suggested that it might be better to wait a little longer. Chapter 282 Game Theory. If China really eliminates the beast, they will definitely take everything valuable underneath for themselves. Don't forget, they have the legendary spatial storage, someone warned. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The fact that China possessed spatial storage was simply unbelievable, yet they openly admitted it and even started offering related services. Sam Nation had tried transporting a batch of critical supplies through Chinese channels into the other world, and it worked successfully. It could be said that the transportation business involving monster corpses, important equipment, and logistics supplies was now largely outsourced to China, as was the case for most nations. There was no help for it. Doing it themselves would waste too much time, and sometimes there were even queues involved. However, relying on China ensured high efficiency, allowing other countries more time for exploring the other world. Though China charged a hefty fee, the cost was still within acceptable limits. Shoot, we haven't made contact with otherworldly civilizations so far, nor found any traces of their activity. Our previous assumption that China might have interacted with such a civilization was probably wrong. They likely discovered ruins of the civilization, just like we did recently. The spatial items were most likely found there. Breen swore bitterly. The others nodded at once. This possibility is huge. I refuse to believe that, if they truly met an otherworldly civilization, these beings would be willing to coexist peacefully with them without suspicion. Besides, China hasn't suffered significant losses, meaning no full-scale civilizational war occurred. They probably discovered ruins, so that's why that Yi Xiao was so eager to bring people down. They knew how beneficial these ruins would be. If this is true, we cannot delay any longer, or they will take all the good things for themselves. Our Thornton just got reorganized. Our strength isn't enough yet. If we suffer another major loss in there, we can't afford it, someone worried. Contact immediately the UK, France, and others. We need to jointly pressure Poland. They must share everything they've obtained underground. We are allies. Otherwise, they must withdraw from NATO, and once they do, they won't get a share of the North Sea island. They must leave as a group. George stood up and proposed a decisive move. A direct act of cutting off the foundation. Poland could never afford to lose their share in the otherworldly realm. It would be more painful than being killed. Using this kind of pirate-like tactic, Sam left Poland with few options to resist. Long live the leader's wisdom. Everyone chuckled. There's a Chinese saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. We must learn the underground situation through their gains to plan our next steps properly, George urged. Leader, I'll contact them immediately. Inside the presidential office in Poland's capital, Shawa. Shoot. Oh shoot, President Duda raged, slamming the beloved cup on his desk. Mr. President, what's troubling you so much? His secretary asked puzzled. We finally got some treasures, and they're all after them already. Shoot. Duda fumed even more. The secretary fell silent, fully aware of why the president was upset. How is the research going? Any findings yet? Duda asked, once calmed down. He was referring specifically to the treasures unearthed from the ruins, which Poland had carefully protected by transporting them back via military plane. The trip home had been tense and nerve-wracking until their safe return. Mr. President, there's a lot to sort through. We've barely completed categorizing everything and haven't begun researching yet. The secretary responded helplessly. The amount of goods they brought back was considerable and diverse. They hadn't been able to tell which were valuable at the time, so they brought everything. Are there any cultivation techniques? That's what I care about most. No books were found. They must have been destroyed. However, we found 71 bronze items engraved with writings, 216 stone tablets with inscriptions, plus some murals and engravings. We've also made rubbings of them. Perhaps the cultivation methods are hidden in these writings. We just need time to decipher them, the secretary explained. Can the otherworldly script be deciphered? The president was excited. The linguistic experts believe it's possible since the writing appears to be rich in content, although it will take time, the secretary replied. How much time? At least half a year. Too long. The president frowned. Mr. President, to accelerate the process, we might need more experts in related languages to join the effort, the secretary suggested. Duda fell silent, pacing in his office, eventually sighing helplessly. We're really giving them all the benefits. Contact George. We'll let them and the other member states send their own linguistic experts over, and we'll decode the text together, President Duda ordered. Yes, Mr. President. Are there any other special things? President Duda asked again. We found some metal fragments engraved with strange patterns, even wooden pieces, and some jade fragments obviously cut neatly. These jade pieces are quite peculiar. They're about the size of a palm, but very thin, the secretary replied. Wood? How could wood survive for so long? Duda's focus was oddly placed. We don't know. It might be some special kind of wood, or maybe the underground environment is unique. Further research is needed, the secretary explained. Fine, let them study it quickly, Duda said helplessly. If only Duda knew that the cultivation techniques they so desperately desired were likely hidden inside those jade fragments, who knows how he would feel. In otherworldly civilizations, jade tablets were commonly used to preserve important information and cultivation methods because they could last for millions, even tens of millions, of years without decaying. Kremlin of the polar bear. The emperor had been quite worried lately, ever since the ruins were discovered at the North Sea Island. Your Majesty, we've just received news that Poland has invited Sam, the UK, France, and other NATO nations to jointly study the items they obtained from the ruins. All these countries have already dispatched experts to Shawa, reported leader Kepperg. What? The emperor stood up abruptly, then sighed and sat back down. How annoying. Now the Hanhu people had already entered the underground ruins, and Western nations led by Sam were beginning to study the relics. Yet the polar bear remained utterly stagnant. Your Majesty, should we also send someone down to take a look? The military minister hesitated slightly before asking. The Blood Wolf Legion is our most precious asset. Each soldier's death would be heartbreaking. The dark, lurking beasts underground are unpredictable. If we go down there, heavy casualties are likely, and we cannot afford such a loss, the emperor said with a pained expression. Were it not for this very reason, the other countries wouldn't have waited so long to send their people. Your Majesty, then how about this? We don't send any Blood Wolf Legion soldiers. Instead, we handpick some death row convicts from prison to go down. If they can return with useful intelligence or treasures, we will revoke their death sentences. There should be quite a few convicts willing to accept such an offer, someone suggested hesitantly. Chapter 283, Black Dragon. The emperor fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, but equip them with stab-proof vests, armor, bulletproof jackets, and so on. Let's see which protective gear performs best. Since they had already come down here, they might as well contribute a little more. Once they determined the best protective gear, it could be issued to the Blood Wolf Legion. Yes, Your Majesty. All countries were making various preparations for exploring the underground ruins. Meanwhile, Yishao had already arrived underground with members of 2 squads. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The shrill, chattering sounds echoed eerily in the vast underground space. However, they were all experts at the Earth transformation stage, each possessing a certain level of spiritual awareness. Even though the underground was pitch black, it did not hinder their ability to observe the surroundings. Yishao, should we clear out these pests? Long Hai, the squad leader of the first squad, asked. Are you crazy? If we wipe out all the beast monsters for them, won't they be able to come down too? We'd lose our advantage then, Jean Lausen immediately responded. Just drive them away. We continue deeper, Yishao said, leading the team into the massive bronze gate. The group moved swiftly in an orderly fashion. Some members stayed at the outer perimeter to keep the beast monsters away, while others used powerful spotlights to illuminate the path ahead, making visibility clearer. Although they could rely on spiritual awareness, visual observation under the lights provided a more direct view. Yi Xiao, this seems like a street, Long Hai said curiously, glancing around. Yi Xiao nodded and said, it's normal to have streets between districts. In ancient times, districts would generally be closed at night and open during the day. Look at the district opposite us. The gate is tightly shut. That means the city was buried beneath due to something that happened at night. We haven't seen any corpses either along the way, Long Hai said thoughtfully. Maybe the Bolin people took them away? Jean Laosan speculated. They took corpses too? Long Hai said, speechless. This is a corpse from another civilization, which can at least tell us whether they are similar to humans and also provide useful information after analysis. Jean Laosan continued. Yi Xiao shook his head, probably not. Maybe it's just been too long, and the bodies have already vanished. To confirm this is simple, we can open another district and see if there are any corpses inside. That's a good point. So let's go check that district out. Long Hai pointed toward the district opposite. Not in a hurry yet, Yi Xiao waved his hand. Then he continued. Tell me, where would the most valuable items in a city be? The two quickly understood Yi Xiao's implication. If it's a city, then certainly the ruler's residence would contain the most treasures. If this is the capital, the most treasures would be in the palace, Long Hai said excitedly. Long Hai, you take the first squad and explore in this direction. Remember, don't open the bronze gate yet. First, find the end of the street and count exactly how many districts there are on the way. Try to record with a video camera. I'll take Jean Laosan and explore the other direction. Regardless of what you find, return immediately once you reach the end. Then we'll discuss our findings together, Yi Xiao instructed. Yes, sir. Long Hai accepted the order and immediately led his squad in one direction. Let's go too. After walking for quite a while, Jean Laosan couldn't help exclaiming, wow, this must be the capital. This street is way too long. Along the way, we've already seen 8 districts on one side, 16 total counting both sides, and we still haven't reached the end yet. Not to mention, this city definitely isn't limited to just one street. It won't be rectangular in shape. Yeah, this underground city might be beyond our imagination. Other countries are now held back by the beast monsters underground, but it won't hold them back for long. We must hurry up. Yi Xiao felt a sense of urgency. The deeper they walked, the more amazed they became, and their anticipation for the city lord's mansion only increased. Understood. Everyone immediately quickened their pace. Soon, they reached the end. A moat? This is the palace. Definitely the palace. Jean Laosan was excited. The grand underground palace ahead was too magnificent. Only a royal palace could match its grandeur. A city within a city, complete with a moat. The scale of this place is indeed formidable. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. He too now believed that this must be the imperial palace. Yi Xiao, shall we go in and take a look? Jean Laosan pointed at a location of the moat where a jade bridge stretched across, giving off an ethereal, mystical aura. Be careful. The spiritual energy here is extremely dense. We've already encountered beast monsters of the 3rd stage, Yi Xiao warned. Yes. Send a squad back to find Long Hai and bring them here, Yi Xiao instructed Jean Laosan. All right. Soon, one squad detached from the main group and headed back. Yi Xiao led the remaining 2 squads, along with Jean Laosan, toward the jade bridge. I'll go ahead and take a look, Jean Laosan said, stepping forward toward the bridge. However, in the next moment, the moat erupted with shocking, earth-shaking waves. Be careful. Yi Xiao immediately rushed forward and pulled Jean Laosan back. There's something inside the moat. I feel a very dangerous presence. Everyone, stay alert, Yi Xiao warned, his expression cautious. These were elite warriors of the Divine General Special Team, the absolute cream of the elite of China. They couldn't afford any mishap here, or he would never forgive himself. It would be more painful than death. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air. Immediately, everyone covered their ears, their faces twisted in pain as they quickly stepped back. They only stopped retreating after moving 20 or 30 meters back, at which point the pain slightly subsided. By then, they finally saw a massive figure emerge from above the moat. A dragon? A black dragon? Jean Laosan exclaimed in shock. Yi Xiao's expression also turned serious as he carefully examined the black dragon before him. Yet in his heart, he felt a slight confusion. Why didn't it attack us? That's right, why isn't it attacking us? Jean Laosan also looked puzzled. Although the sonic attack just now could be considered an assault, the dragon had not actually exited the moat to physically attack them. Immediately, the group turned their powerful spotlights toward the dragon. There was no other way. The black dragon's power was clearly superior to theirs. Using spiritual awareness to probe might risk getting hurt, a loss they couldn't afford. Spiritual injuries were much harder to heal than physical wounds and could easily damage one's cultivation foundation. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would recklessly project their spiritual awareness outside their body. The sight before them made them all inhale sharply. Before their eyes floated 2 massive black-scale dragons over 200 meters long, each suspended in midair, one on each side of the jade bridge. That wasn't the main concern. The real shock was that thick, black iron chains were locked around the massive dragon's body. Chapter 284, Searching the Streets. No wonder it can't leave the moat to attack us. This must have been brought here by the master of the palace specifically to guard it, Yi Xiao speculated. Team leader Yi, what's the strength of this black dragon? I haven't even gotten close to it, and I've already felt an intense aura of death, Jean Laosan asked. I once heard the general speak about the lifespans of various realms. Even a 7th-stage ferocious beast only lives up to 129,600 years, Yishao replied. Goodness gracious. If that's the case, doesn't that mean this black dragon is a divine beast, a mythical, god-level existence? Jean Laosan's eyes widened in shock. It's highly possible. The general also mentioned that these restricted zones have existed for at least several 100,000 years, even millions. If it were just a beast below the 7th stage, it probably would have died long ago, Yishao explained. Team Leader Yi, is there a possibility that it was locked here later on? Jean suddenly thought of another possibility. Yishao was momentarily stunned. It's not impossible, but this is a restricted area, an otherworldly place where anything is possible. Anyway, now isn't the time to be thinking about such things. Let's retreat for now. With this black dragon here, we won't be able to enter, Yishao said helplessly. Should we report the news back to our country and inform the general? Maybe he can handle it, Jean Laosan suggested, unwilling to leave the treasures inside the palace behind. Yishao nodded. Yes, we must report back as soon as we return. Then, Team Leader Yi, should we search these blocks first? Jean asked. Yes, but first, let's check the shops along the street to see if there's anything valuable, and then proceed to the blocks closer to the palace. These blocks probably belong to nobles and high-ranking officials, so the treasures there will be better, Yishao instructed. Team Leader Yi is wise. While they were talking, Long Hai had already arrived with his team. Long Hai, you came quickly, Jean Laosan exclaimed in slight surprise. In the direction we were heading, there were only 4 blocks ahead before reaching a dead end. I met a messenger when I was returning, so I came here immediately, Long Hai explained. Roar, another dragon roar startled Long Hai greatly. What the hell was that? He hadn't noticed before, but upon aiming the spotlight in that direction now, he became visibly frightened. Team Leader Yi, why is there a dragon here? Long Hai asked in shock. After Jean briefly explained their encounter, realization dawned on Long Hai, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Team Leader Yi, besides the 2 possibilities you mentioned, there's actually a 3rd possibility. Do you remember the artifact master? As soon as he spoke, Yishao and Jean exchanged glances. It's probably something similar to the artifact master. That makes sense, Jean said. It's unlikely to be a divine beast. If it really were a god-level beast, even at this distance, we would certainly be doomed. Long Hai's explanation seemed the most plausible. Regardless of which possibility it is, we aren't capable of dealing with it now. Let's go. This is the main street. The shops along here are probably the most prosperous. We'll search this street first, Yishao said, leading the group to a wide, straight street at least 70 or 80 meters across. This street is much wider than the one we were on earlier. Proceed in squad formation along this street. Be careful during the search and watch out for hidden beasts in the darkness. Each person, take at least 1 antidote pill. Yishao began assigning tasks. Yes, sir. Sure enough, as they walked down the street, they saw shops on both sides, although now all the doors were closed. The entire way was empty. No sign of human life. Not even a corpse, except for the beast they had scared off. Yishao led his men to the nearest shop. The signboard above the door had already fallen, its characters barely legible. He gently pushed the door. There was no formation obstructing it. The door collapsed instantly upon being touched, crumbling into splinters and dust, some parts even turning into ashes. Seeing this, Yishao frowned. If things had deteriorated to this extent over time, could there still be anything valuable inside? Wait a second. Only the truly precious things could survive the erosion of time. With this thought, Yishao's brief disappointment disappeared. He led his team inside and reminded them, be careful everyone. Not only should you watch out for surprise attacks from beasts, but also be cautious of the objects themselves. Pay special attention to any written documents. Photograph them before touching. Yes, sir. Soon, the interior of the shop was investigated, and subordinates came to report. Team Leader Yi, we found 1 storage ring and 3 storage pouches. The contents are still intact. Also, we discovered 3 jade slips, over 1,000 jade bottles, and several dozen jade boxes. Storage rings and pouches? Any corpses found? Yishao asked. No. Yishao took the storage ring and pouches and opened them with his spiritual sense. Inside, there were still many valuable items. Goodness, so much spirit stone. There must be hundreds of thousands of pieces here. Yishao exclaimed after checking the storage ring, his face filled with shock. He hadn't even looked at the other items yet, but the sheer amount of spirit stones alone was enough to leave him astonished. Team Leader Yi, we were also amazed when we first saw it. One of his subordinates nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know what's inside these jade bottles and jade boxes? Yishao continued. These jade bottles are probably for pills. We could still smell the fragrance when we opened them, but unfortunately, the pills turned to dust the moment we opened the bottles. We didn't dare open the rest. As for the jade boxes, we don't know what's inside either. We were afraid it would be the same situation. Once opened, it would just turn into dust. The subordinate explained helplessly. Yishao frowned slightly. This was within his expectations, yet it still felt disappointing. Fortunately, there were still many jade bottles and pills inside the storage ring and pouches. They were likely the shop owner's inventory. This shop was probably selling Danyao and similar items, Yishao speculated. Give me the jade slips, he continued. Here. The subordinate hurriedly handed over the 3 jade slips. Without delay, Yishao took one and pressed it against his forehead, probing it briefly with his spiritual sense. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on his face. Then, he briefly examined the other 2 as well. Not bad. A cultivation technique and 2 others recording pill formulas, Yishao said, clearly in a good mood. Move out, next shop. Collect the items first, speed up. This city is too big. We don't have much time, Yi Xiao commanded. At once, the team split up again, forming smaller squads to search along the main street, tripling their efficiency. Chapter 285, Attacked, Poisoned. As time passed, Yi Xiao and the others accumulated more and more gains. However, in the process, some people began showing signs of fatigue and slackness. GG. One of the soldiers suddenly cried out in pain after being bitten by a beast much larger than a typical rat-type creature. What happened? The other two soldiers immediately noticed and rushed over. Damn, it's this big, probably a rat king, the squad leader cursed quietly, then ordered his teammate, quick, give him the antidote pill. I'll deal with this thing. Yes. The soldier immediately poured out an antidote pill and made his comrade swallow it. Daring to hurt my brother? You're asking for death. The squad leader attacked with his sword. Boom, with just one strike, the shockwave collapsed the entire shop. Damn, it's this strong. The leader had expected to kill it with one blow, but instead the creature managed to block. Then he intensified his attacks again, finally killing it on the third strike. Normally, his strength should have been enough for a one-hit kill. However, this was inside an underground ruin, so they couldn't use their full strength to preserve the site. Plus, none of them had expected the Rat King to be this powerful. So, every time he added a little more power. After 2 increments, he successfully killed the Rat King with his third strike. It must be at least grade 4, 1-star strength. This place is less than 200 kilometers from the portal. How could a grade 4 beast appear here? Could it be related to the dungeon? The squad leader didn't know the answer, but he realized this question needed to be immediately reported to the team leader. Along the way, they had encountered mostly grade 1 and 2 beasts, with only a few grade 3 low-level beasts. Now, suddenly encountering a grade 4, 1-star beast was unexpected. Sure too. How do you feel? The leader asked. I'm fine. Fortunately, I took the antidote in time, but the poison is still very strong. It seems to be slowing my spiritual energy flow. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for a while. Sure too replied helplessly. As long as you're alive, that's fine. If 1 pill isn't enough, take 2. If it really comes to that, we can send you back to China. Surely the general will have a solution. The leader said. Leader, I'm fine. Please warn team leader Yi quickly. We can't be careless anymore. Who knows what stronger beasts might appear next? Shurtu urged. I'm going now, the leader replied. Before Shurtu could respond, the leader hurriedly went to find Yi Xiao. Actually, he didn't even need to go far. Yi Xiao had already noticed the commotion and had come over on his own. What happened? Yi Xiao asked anxiously. Team leader Yi, it's like this. The squad leader briefly explained what had happened. After listening, Yi Xiao's eyes darkened, and his expression wasn't pleasant. I see. You take Shurtu back first. Team leader Yi, I'll be fine. Right now I'm okay. The antidote is still effective. I'm just having difficulty using my abilities, but even so, I can still handle beasts below grade 4. Shurtu stood up, insisting. Shurtu had underestimated the Rat King's venom. He hadn't expected that even the antidote for all poisons could only suppress the poison, not completely eliminate it. This is an order. Your lives are the most important thing. I would rather not have this reward at all. Yi Xiao patted the other's shoulder. Yes. Shurtu almost burst into tears, feeling like he had held them back. Go. After this lesson, Yi Xiao reminded everyone once again to prioritize safety. Everyone became more cautious, abandoning their previous careless attitude. This was a foreign world. Anything could happen. They must remain vigilant. At the pit entrance, squad leader Li Sheng carried Shurtu on his back, leaping upward from underground and emerging onto the surface, startling others. When they saw it was a Chinese soldier, everyone exhaled in relief. However, seeing the injured person on Li Sheng's back made everyone shake their heads involuntarily. This Chinese soldier has been poisoned. He's definitely going to die, someone remarked. You know, I haven't heard of any Chinese soldiers dying before, someone suddenly said. Come to think of it, I don't recall hearing about any deaths among them either. I haven't even seen their dead. Are they really that strong? How could there be no deaths? You can't possibly follow them 24 hours a day. Do you expect them to announce every time one of their men dies? That makes sense. It's so dangerous in this other world. There must be deaths. Clearly, this answer gained general agreement. Wait, didn't you notice? That poisoned soldier doesn't seem close to death yet. Someone suddenly pointed at Shurtu. Maybe it's just because he just surfaced? We were previously at the entrance, and then came straight up. It took less than a minute, and we died immediately after being poisoned. But the Chinese soldiers went deep into the ruins and have already surfaced for a while. No black lines are visible on his neck, so there's clearly no sign of death yet. What's going on here? Could they have an antidote? There can't be an antidote. After all, they entered later than us. It's probably because their cultivation level is higher. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the constitution, said a soldier from Poland. That makes sense. While soldiers from other countries discussed and pointed fingers on the Chinese side, when Li Sheng carried Shurtu to the surface, Wang Qingchuan and others immediately ran over. What happened? Wang Dui, we encountered a grade 4, 1-star Rat King underground. Shurtu was ambushed accidentally, Li Sheng explained. There's actually a grade 4 beast underground? Wang Qingchuan was also somewhat shocked. It might be related to the dungeon? Li Sheng wasn't sure. Never mind that for now. Shurtu, how are you feeling now? Although one was a squad leader and the other an ordinary soldier, and not even from the same squad, the entire Divine Warrior Special Team had only 125 members, and basically everyone knew each other. Many of them were close friends. I'm better after taking the antidote pill, but this poison is very stubborn. The pill couldn't completely eliminate it. Right now, I'm suppressing it by circulating spiritual energy. It might take some time to expel the toxin completely, Shurtu replied. Alright, I'll send you to the rear first. Focus on circulating your energy to remove the toxin. I'll have someone prepare some detoxifying herbs to restore your spiritual energy, Wang Qingchuan said. Thank you, Captain Wang. Sure to expressed his gratitude. Thank me for what? We're all brothers. Wang Qingchuan laughed, patting the other man's shoulder. Captain Wang, I'll head back then, squad leader Li Sheng said. How is it down there? Wang Qingchuan asked, concerned. Li Sheng glanced around. Seeing that the others were far away, he whispered into Wang Qingchuan's ear. Although cultivators had sharp hearing, he still lowered his voice slightly. Chapter 286, The Death Row Inmates Enter. There is a huge city down there. There should be at least dozens of marketplaces like the one beneath us, and this one is even near the city gate. The markets closer to the Imperial Palace area must be even more valuable. Right now, Yi is leading everyone to search the shops along the main street, said someone. I see. Wang Qingchuan mused for a moment before saying, it seems like Ye's team is short on people. In that case, Ma, I'll leave this to you. I'll take the third squad down to help. Wang Qingchuan continued. Boss Wang, I also want to go down, Ma Shan protested. Ma, many soldiers in your fourth squad are new recruits, barely at the 9th heavenly gate of bone marrow cleansing. You heard Li Sheng just now. There are fierce beasts at the first stage of the 4th rank down there. If we accidentally run into one and suffer casualties, we'll suffer a huge loss. Our war god's special squad soldiers are the most gifted people our country has. Wang Qingchuan quickly tried to persuade him. Ma was immediately silenced. After hesitating slightly, he could only nod in agreement. Fine. But, we do have over a dozen soldiers in the 4th squad who've reached the first level of mortal transcendence. You can take them with you, Ma added. Alright. Wang Qingchuan agreed after just a moment's thought. After a quick arrangement, Ma Shan remained above the underground city to temporarily command the Chinese forces, while Wang Qingchuan descended into the deep pit with the 3rd squad and 12 soldiers from the 4th squad who had reached the first level of mortal transcendence. The Chinese have sent people down again. It must really have something good down there. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep sending people inside. What should we do? If we don't go in soon, won't all the treasures be taken by the Chinese? How could that be? Even though China is strong, they only have a few dozen people. How much can they carry? We haven't even seen them bringing anything up yet. That's true. Let's wait until they bring some things up. Once we see what they've found, we can decide whether or not to go down ourselves. Are you guys kidding me? Did you forget that the Chinese have storage space? They must put all the good stuff into their storage. Our country hired the Chinese to move so much cargo. Even entire shipping containers fit inside. I wouldn't doubt that they could pack up all the treasures from this underground city and fit them inside. F***CK, that must be it. No, we can't wait any longer. We must go down now. Brother, don't just talk. Go down yourself, someone provoked. Believe it or not, quite a few people couldn't resist the temptation and decided to go down. However, in less than 10 minutes, out of over 100 who went down, only half returned, all with terror written across their faces. Of course, they hadn't gone completely in vain. We saw a very large city down there. After passing through the bronze gate, we saw a street more than 20 meters wide. Along this street, I saw several closed bronze gates, each probably the same as this market here. The survivors quickly reported the intelligence to their superiors. Anything else? Karatzo asked loudly. The polar bear had also sent a 10-man team down. Although only 8 returned, they also brought back some useful information. General, the streets are full of those rodent-type fierce beasts, so many of them, green eyes as far as the eye can see. It was terrifying. And those bronze gates won't open either. We were worried about sustaining even greater losses. Since others were retreating, we had no choice but to retreat too, the soldier said helplessly. Damn it, Karatzo growled. Although anxious, he felt helpless. Fortunately, the homeland had already made plans. Now they just needed to wait for the death row prisoners to arrive. Not far away, Lehman watched with a furrowed brow as Wang Qingchuan and others went down. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Yi Xiao and others had not left the underground city even once. Meanwhile, things had changed on the surface above the deep pit. Karatzo was visibly excited when he saw the 1,000+ death row prisoners brought to him. He immediately stepped forward and stood in front of them, shouting, "You people were originally doomed to die, but now there is a path to survival right before you. This is another world, and the deep pit before you is a relic of a civilization from this other realm. I won't hide from you. This underground city is full of dangers, but also great opportunities. What you must do is enter the city, gather intelligence, conduct various defense equipment experiments, and search for treasures within this underground city." Karatzo simply explained the mission to everyone. However, most of the death row prisoners showed little reaction, while only a small portion had flickering looks in their eyes, clearly thinking about something else. Seeing that everyone showed little reaction, Karatzo immediately played a strong card. As long as you can gather useful intelligence from below, we will reduce your sentences based on the value of the intelligence. For especially valuable intelligence, your death sentences can be immediately revoked. If you can also bring back valuable treasures from the underground city, you will be considered as having contributed to our polar bear nation. Your death sentences will be immediately cancelled, and you might even receive monetary rewards. If you can bring back cultivation techniques, then you can rise from death row straight to the sky. You will be allowed to join our Blood Wolf Legion and obtain the qualification to cultivate. Upon hearing this, all the death row prisoners opened their eyes wide. Now they not only saw hope of survival, but even an opportunity to rise overnight. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take a chance. Perhaps their fate could completely change. Did you hear clearly? Karatsu shouted again. Heard clearly. Good. Now start preparing. Groups of 100 each begin descending. Karatsu started arranging. Observers from other countries watched everything unfold. *T. He actually did this. Why didn't we think of it? No good. We must contact our homeland immediately. Not only death row prisoners, but all those criminals who are just wasting resources should be sent here to contribute to the country and redeem their sins. At the Sam Nation's camp, *T. Lehman cursed silently upon seeing what Karatsu had done. They were still working with a team of experts at Sahua, deciphering the Foreign Realm script, yet the Polar Bear faction had already begun descending. No good. We must bring all our death row prisoners here too, Lehman said. General, our country doesn't have any death row prisoners anymore. In fact, we don't even have ordinary prisoners, a soldier whispered cautiously. How could that be? Lehman's eyes widened. He knew the situation of the Sam Nation better than anyone else. Just months ago, chaos reigned with constant looting and zero-yuan shopping. How could there be no prisoners? General, have you forgotten? The Grand Leader, in order to explore the other realm, has already sent all those prisoners there. The soldier reminded him again. Chapter 287, Xiao Li arrives. Raymond was taken aback and soon became very depressed, but before long, he came up with another idea. Like this, you send people to gather a group of suicide volunteers from the main island of Eben Country. The soldier's eyes lit up. I'll go immediately. It wasn't only Sam Country that had thought of this idea. People from other Western countries had thought of it too. Because in the previous Great War, Eben Country had already been pushed back to the Stone Age. Now all the Eben people were captured and sent to live on the island, with a population of just over 30 million remaining. Moreover, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were dying in large numbers due to the harsh environment. It was estimated that in a few more years, when this generation had died off, there would be only 10 to 20 million able-bodied people left. Additionally, the island had completely lost all capacity for industrial and civil production. They couldn't even produce enough food, and had basically been reduced to slaves serving the Western Bloc countries. In the underground city beneath the deep pit, GGG, a group of green glowing eyes in the dark appeared extremely creepy. A sudden scream of pain rang out, immediately causing panic. Some people wanted to flee back, but what awaited them was machine gun fire. Someone shouted loudly, "Charge in. Anyone retreating will be executed immediately, unless they have something useful to show." Seeing this, the death row convicts could do nothing but suppress their inner fears, rushing forward quickly, eager to obtain useful information and escape alive. Most of them no longer dreamed of instant success. They simply wanted to survive. Charge. Whether it was to overcome their inner fear or not, the group of convicts shouted wildly as they ran. A small squad of warriors from the War God Special Team, who were looting shops along this side street, noticed the commotion immediately. "Old Gene, your squad go check out what's going on over there," ordered the squad leader. "Sure thing." Soon, Old Gene and his squad returned and reported, "Captain, quite a lot of people have arrived, but they're running around like headless flies. And they seem to be ordinary people without any cultivation, resembling the Slavs a lot. They're probably Russians." "Damn, they came so fast," the squad leader cursed softly, then said, "Let's go find UDUI and report the situation here to him." Okay. Thus, the group walked deeper. Soon, they passed the moat and arrived at a fong whose bronze gates were slightly shorter than the palace, but much taller than the average fong, located next to the imperial palace. The fong's area was 5 or 6 times bigger than the usual fong. "Commander Yi, looks like we'll have to wait for the Legion leader to come personally. No matter how hard we try together, we can't open this bronze door. There's no way we can get to the treasures inside for now." Long Hai sighed, hitting the bronze gate with his fist helplessly. It was truly frustrating, being so close to a treasure mountain yet unable to enter. This fong must be where the imperial relatives lived, otherwise why would it be next to the palace? There must be countless treasures inside. Old Gene number 3 also sighed slightly. Just as everyone helplessly stared at the bronze gate, a voice arrived, drawing everyone's attention. "Commander Yi, Xiaolu, aren't you supposed to be searching auxiliary street number 1? Yi Xiao saw the incoming person and looked puzzled. They didn't understand the underground city's history, nor did they know the original names of each street. After preliminary exploration, they had named the widest main street as street number 1, and then the 4 streets parallel to the main road as auxiliary streets number 1 to number 4, while the 4 streets perpendicular to the main street were named auxiliary streets number 5 to number 8. In other words, the entire underground layer was divided into 9 streets. The furthest end was the Imperial Palace, which occupied a large area. On either side of the palace, one side contained government offices, likely the key departments of the imperial city, while the other side was where Yi Xiao and his team were standing now, a fong much larger than average, which was probably the place where the imperial relatives lived. In addition, there were 4 larger and more upscale Fong S, and beyond that, all the other Fong S were roughly equal, including some Fong S that served as bustling markets and commercial centers. "Commander Yi, we were indeed searching auxiliary street number 1, but we just heard some noise, so we went to investigate and found that some people had already come down to explore from above. They looked like Russians, or at least allied with them. The key point is, these people don't have cultivation power, probably expendable scouts," Xiao Lu reported. "It's already impressive they resisted the temptation for 2 days, knowing there's a mystical ruin below. I expect more people will come down soon," Yi Xiao said without surprise. Then he looked at the others and asked, "Report the current progress of the search." "About half of auxiliary street number 1 has been searched. About a quarter of auxiliary street number 2 has been searched. Half of Auxiliary Street number 3 has been searched. Auxiliary Street number 4 hasn't been searched yet. Half of Auxiliary Street number 5 has been searched. 1/5 of Auxiliary Street number 6 has been searched. 1/3 of Auxiliary Street number 7 has been searched. Auxiliary Street number 8 hasn't been searched yet. After listening, Yi Xiao remained silent for a moment before saying, the main street has already been searched completely. That means we've only completed one full street so far. Commander Yi, Auxiliary Street number 1 and Auxiliary Street number 6 are the closest to the Fong we entered from. With other countries' capabilities, they can only start searching these two nearby streets first. As for the Fong themselves, the bronze gates are all closed, and they currently lack the strength to open them. I suggest we prioritize searching Auxiliary Streets number 1 and 6 to leave nothing for them, Longhai suggested. Since they've already begun sending people, shouldn't we call more of our own people down to assist with the search? We're seriously outnumbered. This underground city is huge, and our progress is very slow, Jean Lausen said. Our people should arrive shortly. As for Auxiliary Streets number 1 and 6, we'll send 2 squads to check them out. They can search the larger shops first and leave the rest to the other countries. That should slow them down while we focus on searching Auxiliary Streets number 2, 5, and 7, which are adjacent to Streets 1 and 6, Yi Xiao replied after some thought. Commander Yi, when you said they're about to arrive, you mean? Longhai asked, puzzled. It couldn't be reinforcements from above. Otherwise, they would have come down already. Besides, aside from the dozen or so people remaining from the 4th platoon, most of the others were still at the chi cultivation stage, or even the body tempering stage. Coming here would be very dangerous for them. Of course I'm talking about our Yellow Emperor Legion. After seeing the Black Dragon, I had already sent someone to contact our homeland, requesting both the Legion commander's presence and support from other Yellow Emperor Legion comrades, Yi Xiao answered. Just as Yi Xiao was speaking, a group of powerful and imposing soldiers dressed in special uniforms and wearing the Chinese national flag emblem on their chests approached from above the underground city. Leading them was a female soldier. Commander Qiao, you've arrived? Ma Shan immediately rushed forward, excitedly greeting Qiao Li and the others. Indeed, the person who arrived was none other than Qiao Li, the Dunjiang of the 2nd Battalion from the Yellow Emperor Legion, along with her battalion soldiers. Captain Ma, where is your Commander Yi? Qiao Li hurriedly asked. Commander Yi is still inside the underground city and hasn't come up yet, Ma Shan answered. Good. I already understand the situation here. Our superiors also instructed us to arrive as soon as possible, Qiao Li said. Commander Qiao, how many people did you bring? Ma Shan glanced behind Qiao Li and noticed at least 1,000 soldiers. One entire Ying, Qiao Li answered with a slight smile, not hiding the number. She wasn't trying to boast. With the strength of just one battalion, they were already capable of sweeping through the armies of over 40 countries within the Dark Forest. That's great news indeed. Ma Shan became even more excited upon hearing this. I'll go down first, Qiao Li declared. All right, Ma Shan nodded, then suddenly realized something and hurriedly warned. Commander Qiao, there are many poisonous rat-like beasts below. Commander Ye's previous strategy was to drive them away rather than kill them, using the beasts to slow the other country's exploration progress. Qiao Li hesitated slightly, then nodded. I understand what to do. Soon, Qiao Li led an entire battalion of over 1,000 soldiers into the deep pit one after another, drawing attention from soldiers of various countries. The Chinese are sending more people down. This time, it seems like there are thousands of them. Looks like they indeed discovered something valuable down there. Otherwise they wouldn't need so many people. Obviously, of course. No need to doubt it. Speaking of which, isn't China already stationing so many troops here? These people clearly aren't local troops. It seems like they were dispatched directly from China. What's going on here? Chapter 288. Miscalculation, conflict. Could these people be from the legendary Yanhuang Legion? It's very likely. My dear, now it's going to get interesting. Haven't the Chinese said before that they would share information? Why haven't they revealed anything about what's down there yet? They're too hypocritical, complained someone from the Western faction. They did say that, but they only meant sharing information about the discovered otherworldly realms. Since this place is still under exploration, of course they won't tell us anything. The one who spoke first seemed to be a woman, and she looked pretty high-ranked. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, Qiao Li had already led her troops through the Bronze Gate, quickly heading toward the location Ma Shang had reported. Along the way, some people tried to follow them, but unfortunately, their speed was too fast, and soon they disappeared from sight. Those who followed encountered massive numbers of rat-like beasts and were scared out of their wits, quickly turning back. Team Leader Yi, someone's coming. A soldier reported while Yi Xiao was assigning tasks for searching. Let's go take a look. Soon, Yi Xiao met Qiao Li face to face and couldn't help showing delight on his face. Qiao Li, Team Leader Yi, our command has said that this mission is under your lead. You'll be in charge of the arrangements, Qiao Li said, rarely displaying a small smile. How many people did you bring? Yi Xiao quickly asked. One whole battalion. That's great. Yi Xiao was clearly thrilled and immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. It looks like we need to adjust our strategy now. With 8 side streets, we can search all of them simultaneously. Yi Xiao waved his hand decisively. Yes, sir. More than 1,000 soldiers were assigned more than 100 men per side street. Their search efficiency was impressive. However, this large troop deployment made the situation above ground even more intense. No more waiting. If we wait any longer, we won't even get the scraps, General Raymond said darkly. Everyone, follow me down. Raymond made a bold decision with a clenched jaw. General Raymond, there are many fierce beasts down there. It's pitch dark, we can't see anything, and it's very dangerous. Officials from other countries hesitated. Didn't you see the huge force the Chinese have? They charged in first and must have already killed many beasts. If you're afraid now, don't even come adventuring in otherworldly realms. Do you want to wait until they've cleaned everything out before we descend? Then are we going to search for treasures or for a vacation? Raymond yelled loudly. But, regardless of whether you're going or not, our country, Sam, will definitely go down. If you don't come, you won't get anything, Raymond threatened directly. Saying that, Raymond shouted to his nearby soldiers. T, have the people been captured yet? Sir, we've already captured 3,000 young, strong men. Still capturing more, since they wanted able-bodied men. Bring those already captured over to lead the way ahead. Keep capturing more, Raymond commanded. Yes, General. Therefore, Raymond used the 3,000 young, strong men as cannon fodder ahead of him, following closely behind them. Whenever screams were heard, they immediately fired artillery, killing both the captives and the rat-like beasts indiscriminately without any regard for human lives. Surprisingly, this method worked quite well, allowing them to advance a significant distance. Kizaru above, witnessing the situation, secretly cursed Raymond as despicable, but eventually couldn't hold back. After reporting the situation upward, he also led his forces to descend behind the death row prisoners. They all had been pressured by China's performance. Protected by the cannon fodder, Raymond led his Thunder God Legion to kill many rat-like beasts. Passing through the Bronze Gate, they arrived at the first side street. Looking ahead, they saw nothing but green glowing eyes everywhere. Raymond sucked in a breath sharply. So many beasts. Which direction did the Chinese go? Raymond asked. General, they went that way, someone reported. Move. We'll also go in that direction, Raymond decided after thinking and chose to tail the Chinese forces. Yes, sir. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Along the way, cries of agony echoed everywhere, along with gunshots, the sound of arrows flying, and the clashing of swords. They slaughtered their way through, and indeed killed quite a few rat-like beasts. After advancing about 200 meters, a messenger came back to report. General, 1,000 of the captives are already dead. Don't worry about them. Keep moving forward, Raymond gritted his teeth and said. After advancing further, another soldier came reporting. General, there's a place ahead that looks like a shop, but the main door is wide open, and it looks like it's already been looted. What? Upon hearing this, Raymond was shocked. He hadn't considered this before. He had originally thought it would be like workshops, but hadn't expected there to be shops. Lead me there and show me. So Raymond came to the front. Sure enough, he saw a shop. However, after having the place cleared out, he couldn't help yelling, T. After a while longer, they finally searched every corner. Did you find anything? Raymond asked impatiently. General, we found a few stones for bowls and a floor engraved with some writing. The soldier reported helplessly. T. All junk already looted by the Chinese, Raymond cursed loudly again. Then, General, what about these? The soldier asked quietly. Take them. After all, they're remnants left by an otherworldly civilization. Perhaps they contain some important information, Raymond replied. Yes, sir. Move out. Let's keep moving forward. Saying that, Raymond continued ahead. However, at that moment, a soldier rushed over to report. General, Kizaru from Polar Bear has also come down with his men, but they went in the opposite direction from us. What? Raymond was stunned, then widened his eyes in shock. Oh my god, T. We're turning back immediately to the other side. General, why? His aide asked in confusion. To reach here, they had already lost many lives. Although most were sacrificial lambs, even Raymond's Thunder God Legion had lost over a dozen warriors. The Chinese moved this way. That means this direction has already been looted. However, the opposite direction, which the Chinese hadn't thoroughly covered due to their small numbers earlier, might still hold undiscovered treasures, Raymond quickly explained before leading his troops to change direction and charge ahead. It must be said that although Kizaru appeared rough and uncivilized, he did possess some brains. Indeed, the Chinese had not yet managed to loot the other direction completely. Charge forward. Kizaru roared loudly. With the continuous deaths of the condemned prisoners clearing the path, they advanced over 300 meters forward. Since this route led outward, they encountered fewer fierce beasts along the way. General, we discovered that ahead, the streets no longer have bronze gates or city walls. There are actually shops lining the sides. Although their doors are shut, our men tried pushing them open and found them weak and easily broken. Inside, we've already found some relics left by the otherworldly civilization, a soldier reported joyfully. Excellent. My guess was spot on. Huh. Kizaru laughed joyfully, not missing the chance to mock Raymond. That fool Raymond chose to follow the Chinese path without even noticing how along the entire route, there were hardly any beast corpses. Clearly, the Chinese didn't even fight here. This side must have already been cleared by them. Following behind them, you'd probably find nothing at all. General, you're brilliant. Move out. Quickly check what treasures there are. Let the others keep searching the shops beside us and get the valuable items out as soon as possible before Raymond's men realize what's happening. Otherwise, some conflict will be inevitable. Kizaru felt a sense of urgency. Yes, General. As Kizaru had predicted, their joy over the finds lasted less than half an hour. Because once both sides had been cleared through, Raymond, leading his massive force, arrived quickly. Raymond, what do you think you're doing? Kizaru shouted loudly from the front. Kizaru, this is an otherworldly ruin, not your polar bear territory. What one can obtain depends purely on one's own ability. Are you trying to monopolize this section and prevent others from passing? Raymond responded coldly. You were the one who chose the other side originally. We took this side. Doesn't that work out perfectly? Each taking one side. Let's remain separate, Kizaru answered solemnly. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, Kizaru. You're just stalling for time. Let me tell you, that won't work. I'm going through right now. Anyone who tries to stop me will die, Raymond said icily without the slightest intention of giving face. Humph. You think we're afraid of you? Come then. Kizaru wasn't someone easily intimidated either. Chapter 289. Between nations, only eternal interests remain. Gentlemen, the dungeon is vast, and we haven't even found its end yet. If we engage in battle here, the happiest ones will be the Chinese. Johnson from the British Round Table Knights immediately stepped forward to mediate. After a brief stalemate, Kizaru realized that Raymond was indeed preparing to take action. He also understood that this wasn't the right time for war. Managing to delay things this long had at least allowed their people to search a couple more shops. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "You can proceed as well, but whoever enters the shop on this street first will own it. No fighting over it." "Humph, that won't work. You ahead, us behind. We'll end up at a disadvantage," Raymond retorted, not a fool. "Perfect, the street has two sides. Each side chooses one, separate and peaceful," Johnson suggested again. "Fine, we choose this side." Kizaru quickly pointed to one side. "No way." Raymond immediately refused. Since the Russians arrived earlier, they must know which side was better. "General Raymond, take this opportunity to gain something first," Johnson quietly persuaded while grabbing Raymond's arm. "All right, for General Johnson's sake." Raymond then took the opportunity to back down gracefully. Thus, both parties focused all their strength and began searching forward along the street. Chirping echoed. "Don't think shops are safe places. Many ferocious beasts were hiding inside. Compared to the monsters on the streets, these ones were better at hiding and more skilled at ambushes, causing significant casualties for both sides. But upon seeing the spoils in their hands, they could only endure the pain with joy and continue pushing forward. Until a certain breaking point. "General, the number of death row prisoners has dropped below 100. If we don't leave now, the Blood Wolf Legion will suffer huge losses." The aide tried to dissuade Kizaru. But Kizaru cast a displeased glance toward Raymond, who continued advancing on the other side. "General, let's wait for the prisoners and cannon fodder from Ichiro to arrive. We can always come back later. Moreover, since we've already gathered so many treasures, we should quickly send them back home. Only by getting them back home will they truly belong to us. If we stay, any losses will just benefit others," the aide continued persuading. Kizaru stamped his foot. "Withdraw." In fact, they had only left slightly earlier, no more than half an hour, before Raymond and his men encountered the same problem too. 3,000 of Ichiro's finest soldiers had already been completely wiped out, along with over 200 of their own superhuman warriors. Retreat. Soon, the once bustling First Auxiliary Street became quiet again. Back on the surface, though both parties were distressed about their losses, seeing the treasures everyone carried in their hands instantly uplifted their moods. Immediately pack everything and send it back home. Have experts study them and figure out the situation in this other world as soon as possible, along with details about this city, Kizaru ordered. He had already formed a rough understanding that this underground city was likely enormous, judging just from the numerous unopened bronze doors. Exploring here would probably take a very long time. If they could learn more about this city, it would greatly assist their exploration of this dungeon and even the other world itself. Yes. Quickly get these things sent back home. After returning, Raymond gave similar instructions, his mood much better upon seeing all the treasures brought up. At that moment, Johnson stepped forward and said, "General Raymond, the Chinese act independently and intend to monopolize everything. I suggest we temporarily join forces with the bear to explore this dungeon together." "Humph, absolutely not." Raymond flatly refused, not wanting to team up with that bearded guy at all. "General Raymond, the dungeon is too dangerous. Only by uniting can we be safer. More importantly, by uniting, we can reap even greater benefits in the shortest time and avoid unnecessary conflicts," Johnson persisted. Raymond fell silent, remaining so for quite a while before finally raising his head and saying, "I can't make that decision. I'll report this back home and let the higher-ups decide." He didn't want to be branded as pro-Russian afterward. In recent years, political correctness and ideological issues within the country had become increasingly sensitive. Being labeled with such a tag could potentially ruin his military career. "That's appropriate." Johnson nodded without further comment. Inside the Oval Office of Sam's Black Palace, President George received Raymond's message at the first opportunity. "Ha ha ha, excellent. Raymond truly deserves to be a hero of our nation," President George happily exclaimed. "What's got you in such a good mood, Mr. President?" his secretary curiously asked while giving him a massage. "Ha ha ha, Raymond and his team have gotten quite a lot of good things from that underground city ruins, enough to fill a whole cargo plane. It's already on its way back home," President George casually remarked, clearly in a good mood. "Congratulations, Mr. President. Who knows, maybe there's even something inside that grants immortality," the blonde secretary chuckled. She knew the details. Since George started consuming beast meat, he no longer suffered from his previous frequent fatigue. His wrinkles had greatly diminished, his sleeping hours had extended, his energy was more vibrant, and even some of the new hair sprouting on his head was already dark black. All this greatly delighted George, giving him hope for a longer life. Especially when later on, China publicly announced information about cultivation techniques and stages from the other world, also mentioning extended lifespans. At the time, George was so excited that he couldn't sleep. After all, for an old man holding the supreme power of a nation, what he wanted most was longevity and a healthy body. Without those, everything else would be meaningless. I'm not expecting immortality. If we can just obtain some cultivation techniques, that would already be perfect, George happily replied. After all, it's an entire underground city. As long as there are cultivation techniques in the other world, it's highly likely that this ruins also contains them, the secretary responded. You're absolutely right, George said, then stood up and ordered, go gather everyone here. I need to talk to them about something. Yes. Upon seeing George's suddenly serious expression, the blonde secretary immediately rose and left the office. Soon, the country's top elites gathered inside the office. Just now, Raymond, George began by relaying the good news from Raymond to everyone, lifting their spirits briefly, then continued. Raymond also mentioned a point. Johnson from the UK suggested we team up with the bear and jointly explore the underground city. What are your thoughts on this idea? What is there to consider? We are fundamentally hostile with the bear. How could we possibly cooperate with them? Yeah, what if they backstab us and betray us in the middle of our cooperation? Indeed, the bear is untrustworthy. Most of the attendees voiced strong opposition, none wanting to be labeled pro-Russian. Mr. President, I believe cooperation is feasible. Just like the last time when we were at a stalemate, we chose to jointly develop the North Sea Islands dungeon. We could temporarily cooperate in exploring this ruins as well. Buren stepped forward to say. He understood George very well. George wouldn't have summoned them all here to discuss this unless he was seriously considering cooperation. So only Buren dared to break the ice. The others listened quietly. They knew, in truth, joint development held more advantages. Yes, indeed. As Raymond described, this underground city is not only vast, but also extremely dangerous. Even with our Sam's country and the entire Western Bloc working together, it's still a risky endeavor. Worse, the Chinese have already ventured deep into the city. No one knows what they've already discovered and how much treasure they've collected. If we delay any further, all the good things will be taken by the Chinese, George spoke up. Mr. President, are you seriously considering cooperation with the bear? There might be opposition domestically. Someone expressed concern. Humph, do you know how much we've already retrieved? A whole cargo plane's worth of items, and that's just from a brief exploration. Meanwhile, the Chinese have already been inside for more than 2 days. Do you have any idea how much treasure they've already found? Thinking about this, George's eyes nearly turned red with jealousy. Everyone fell silent again, now understanding the president's stance. Mr. President, even if we're willing to cooperate, will the bear agree? Someone asked. Buren, I'll leave this to you. Communicate with the bear and reach out. I believe that leader isn't a fool. He'll surely agree, George instructed. Yes. The situation unfolded exactly as George expected. After only a few seconds of hesitation, the emperor agreed and immediately issued orders to Kazaro. Chapter 290. A 400-square-kilometer underground city. Inside the core meeting room of the capital city, a group of high-ranking officials were present. Everyone, please take a look. This is the current situation of the underground ruins in the dark forest of Beihai Island, the chancellor said, pointing at the documents in front of everyone. The officials quickly began reading, and soon, gasps of astonishment followed one after another. Goodness, this is a complete underground city, and it's extremely well preserved. It seems this city was originally on the surface. For unknown reasons, it sank underground in a very short period of time, and yet we haven't found a single corpse there. That's very strange. We can only wonder what exactly happened back then. Yi Zhao's guess that there's an imperial palace underground is plausible. According to the layout map of the underground city he sent back, it seems very likely. Wow, if it's truly an imperial palace that hadn't been evacuated yet, then the value of this underground city would be extremely high. The imperial palace is guarded by a black dragon, and there are some bronze doors even they couldn't push open. This indicates that the ancient country that built this imperial city definitely had cultivators at the transcendent realm, or even the realm of heaven and earth, or the divine human realm. It might be that the value of this single ruin could match the total value of all our previous discoveries combined, someone boldly speculated. It's hard to say for sure, but one thing is certain. We cannot afford to let go of this opportunity. By the way, Chancellor, how many of our people are currently in the underground city? Asked one of the elders. 3 squadrons from Yi Zhao's God of War Special Forces, and the entire 1st Battalion of the 2nd Regiment of the Yanhuang Army's offensive unit. Approximately 1,300 people in total, the Chancellor replied. A full imperial palace, and only 1,300 people? That's way too few. It definitely is too few. We should dispatch more people. There are dark and dangerous beasts underground. They're fast and poisonous. We can't send low-level cultivators down there to die pointlessly. They should at least be at the bone purification realm or higher. Therefore, we'll have to continue dispatching more soldiers from the Yanhuang Army. We could also send some troops from the 10 elite field divisions. Forget about sending more from the Yanhuang Army. They're stretched thin as it is, with demands from all over. Yes, Chancellor. It looks like when Su Ping'an returns, we'll need to give him more responsibilities. The Yanhuang Army must be expanded, someone suggested. Everyone acknowledged the undeniable strength and effectiveness of the Yanhuang Army, though its manpower was indeed insufficient. The Chancellor nodded slightly, clearly agreeing. Indeed, it's time to give them more responsibility. Then, he continued, now that the entire nation is embracing cultivation, we've already selected a large number of individuals with cultivation potential from across the country. These are promising talents. I'm planning to gather them for initial training first, and then send them to the Divine Dragon Mountain to inherit the legacy of the wordless Divine Steel. After that, whether they're assigned to the Yanhuang Army or other field units, they'd be perfect fits. After finishing his words, the Chancellor looked at the others and asked, what do you think? This is great. These talents shouldn't be wasted. I believe they should be carefully selected 2 or 3 more times to ensure no promising talent slips through. Also, this screening process should be done annually to gather any newly emerging talents. They're the future backbone of the nation and must be strongly nurtured, Elder Sin happily commented. Everyone now had a thorough understanding of cultivation, knowing that a single prodigy could be worth more than 10,000 ordinary cultivators, as their ceilings were much higher. China needed these high-level combat forces. Yes, we must carry forward the spirit of those times. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we must cultivate these talents well. Not only in terms of cultivation, moral and ideological education must not be neglected either. Otherwise, the more talented someone is, the more dangerous they could be to the country. Someone reminded. Indeed, what Elder Dong said is correct. We can't afford to waste so many resources training ungrateful traitors or two-faced turncoats. We must distinguish them carefully. Everyone agreed without objection. Just then, the Secretary General ran in and approached the Chancellor's ear, only to be stopped by him. If it's not a personal matter, just report it directly. Yes. The Secretary General quickly conveyed the newly received intelligence to everyone. Esteemed leaders, we've just received intelligence. The Western nations led by Sam Country, as well as the faction led by Polar Bear Country, have entered into cooperation. They plan to jointly explore the underground ruins. While they're moving fast, just as expected, there are no permanent friends between countries, only permanent interests. If they could cooperate once, they could cooperate again. In this case, the pressure on us is about to increase. Once they join forces, they will gain even more strength to explore the underground city. Chancellor, it seems we also need to send more reinforcements, and fast. Elderson looked at the Chancellor as he spoke. The Chancellor slightly nodded, then turned to Secretary Zhang and asked, "Has Su Pingyan returned yet?" Secretary Zhang shook his head. "We haven't received any related news. I heard that Shui Yong is currently staying at the Yanhuang Army's base, also waiting for Commander Su's return." After hearing this, the Chancellor and others frowned slightly. Although they believed in Su Pingyan's abilities, he was deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. No one could predict what dangers might arise. They definitely didn't want anything to happen to him. Su Pingyan's importance was self-evident. "Once he returns, inform me immediately and have him come to the capital," the Chancellor said. "Yes. Also, withdraw a company from the 1st Regiment of the Yanhuang Army's offensive unit and another company from the 3rd Regiment, and deploy them to Beihai Island. Place them temporarily under Yi Zhao's command," the Chancellor added after thinking briefly, dispatching another 2 companies of troops. "Furthermore, deploy an entire division from the 10 elite field divisions to the dark forest of Beihai Island." With these consecutive orders, one could clearly see how highly the Chancellor valued that underground city ruin. Yes. In the blink of an eye, a full day had passed. Everyone was making extensive preparations, preparing for their next descent. At the edge of the underground city's entrance, above it in the dark forest. "General Kazaro, now that our 2 sides are cooperating in exploring this underground city, shouldn't we hold a meeting to discuss how to proceed next?" Lehman suppressed his inner displeasure and walked over to approach the Polar Bear faction, addressing Kazaro. Fine. Although Kazaro disliked Lehman, he could only comply since orders came from above. Inside a hastily constructed large tent, the Western faction and the Polar Bear faction sat on opposite sides, clearly demarcated. Lehman spoke first. "Our personnel have already scanned the surrounding areas with instruments. We've basically determined the approximate area of this underground city." "Oh, how large is this underground city exactly?" Everyone was quite curious. From their existing investigations, they already knew it must be huge. Indeed, the next moment, the number Lehman revealed caused shock among everyone present, clearly exceeding their prior expectations. Nearly 400 square kilometers. While so big, Poland previously explored just 1 block, which was about 1 square kilometer at most. "Goodness, we've really struck gold this time." Everyone expressed shock or joy. No wonder the Chinese haven't come up, yet after being underground for 3 days, the city's too vast. With only about 1,300 people, they're practically nothing in such a massive space. There's still a lot waiting to be discovered underground. They all sighed in relief, worried that the Chinese might have already taken all the best treasures. "General Lehman, may I ask how many districts there are underground, how many streets, and what the exact layout looks like?" Kazaro asked. Unexpectedly, Lehman shook his head. "We don't know." "Don't know?" Kazaro first expressed shock, then furrowed his brow, clearly unhappy. "General Lehman, cooperation must be sincere. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" "Kazaro, you know what I mean," Lehman retorted, becoming even more irritated. "Oomph, you know well enough." Kazaro shot back. Their cooperation was merely temporary. Both sides harbored their own intentions. Who didn't understand who here? Even stabbing each other in the back underground was possible. Now, both of you, please don't get angry. Stay calm. Our cooperation has just begun. Let's not spoil the atmosphere. Johnson interjected to mediate. Undeniably, the Britons, who usually played the role of agitators, were surprisingly acting as peacemakers. The world had indeed become too strange. Anything could happen. Humph. Both men snorted coldly, but calmed themselves down. Chapter 291, Consumables, Rotation. Raymond said, "According to the experts, there is some force in this dungeon blocking our reconnaissance. It could be a form of electromagnetic interference, or perhaps some unknown power. In any case, we determined the dungeon's exact area based on the range of this interference. However, the specific conditions inside are something we will probably have to discover by going in ourselves." "General Raymond, let's skip the nonsense," said Kajaro. Let's just discuss the arrangement directly. Then he continued with his suggestion. My opinion is that we should organize all our strength, advance step by step, eliminate the Shungshu we encounter below, and search those shops. First, finish searching the shops along the streets, and then concentrate our forces to open one of the bronze doors. We can explore one district at a time. I think General Kajaro's suggestion is good. Otherwise, every time we return, more Shungshu may attack again. We would have to slowly re-advance, wasting effort. If we can advance gradually and hold the territory we have already explored, then when we enter the dungeon again, we can quickly push forward into new areas without going in circles. It's easier said than done. We can advance if we want, but holding the front line would cost lives. Who will be at the front line? Convicts are perfect consumables, someone suggested. Everyone nodded upon hearing this, feeling absolutely no problem with the suggestion. It's fine if they're used for scouting, but if they're supposed to hold a position, they might even betray us, someone raised an objection. That's true. We can't arm them because if they rebelled, we would be at a disadvantage. Without weapons, they're just regular people. They can't hold a defensive position. The dungeon does have one benefit. It's an enclosed space. We just need to use up these consumables as we advance. I have 2 plans here, Kajaro continued. Oh, General Kajaro, please share your ideas. Raymond became curious. The first plan, our 2 factions take turns. We switch every few hours so that we continuously push forward, enabling continuous exploration without having to defend previously cleared areas. The second plan, after each section is explored, we construct a section of underground defenses. After all, this is an underground city with walls on both sides and a closed ceiling. We don't need high walls to block off safe zones, so we won't have to worry about being attacked from behind. Kajaro presented both of his ideas. General Kajaro's 2 plans both sound good, each with its own pros and cons. Everyone nodded in agreement. I personally prefer the first plan. The second one consumes too much time. After some discussion, the first plan was finally decided upon. The Western Bloc, led by the Sam country, and the Polar Bear Bloc would alternate. Every 2 hours they would switch tasks, with one side constantly advancing forward and the other looting the nearby shops. Now, considering how the spoils will be divided, each faction should report the number of participants, Kajaro stated. Only warriors at the 7th level of physical training or higher are eligible to participate. That is, only our country's superhuman legions can take part. We'll distribute rewards based on these numbers. General Raymond, what do you think? It was obvious that their Blood Wolf Legion had the most superhuman warriors who met this standard, so this plan was clearly most favorable to them. General Kajaro, that doesn't seem fair, General Raymond frowned. When dealing with these Shungsug, our main strength lies in firearms, not individual prowess. The Thunder Legion had been completely wiped out previously. Although their country had recovered somewhat recently, they hadn't fully regained their former strength yet. Their numbers didn't match up to the Polar Bear Legion, which placed them at a disadvantage. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept the proposal. So, what standard do you propose then? Are we just going to divide the spoils equally? If so, who would be willing to put in real effort? Kajaro sneered. Then whoever finds it gets to keep it, Raymond retorted coldly. That works too. Kajaro agreed immediately without objection. In the end, they went with this straightforward and clean approach. Everyone, just report your numbers, Kajaro said, taking the lead. That way, we can allocate everything efficiently while ensuring that everyone gets proper rest. His tone and presence clearly overpowered Raymond's. It was evident that among all these cooperating nations, the Polar Bear and the Sam countries were the strongest. Both factions were striving to dominate, even if only temporarily, which was exciting enough. The Thunder Legion will be deploying 4,000 people, Raymond said coldly, not wanting to waste time arguing further with the other side. After several months of recovery, the Thunder Legion had regained its former size and even grown stronger, reaching a total of about 5,500 soldiers. However, they had other portals to cover besides this one, so they couldn't afford to allocate all their troops here. Mobilizing 4,000 people was already the limit. Our Polar Bear Blood Wolf Legion will contribute 9,000, Kajaro said, adding a provocative smirk directed at Raymond, who grew so furious he wanted to punch him. Their Blood Wolf Legion had now reached a strength of 120,000 soldiers, truly formidable. In the past couple of days, more troops had been dispatched from their homeland, and now numbered 9,000. They were confident they could find the treasures they desired in the dungeon. Hearing the Legion commander's words, the Legion commanders of other countries couldn't help but gasp. They thought to themselves, are the disparities really this great? Raymond, seeing Kajaro's attitude, was so angry he wanted to strike him or shout abuse. Fortunately, at that moment, Johnson, commander of the English Round Table Knights Legion, stepped forward to ease the tension. Cough. Indeed, Sam Country and Polar Bear are powerful, Johnson said. Our English Round Table Knights Legion will supply 2,400 people. He secretly envied them deeply in his heart. There was a time when England was the most powerful nation on earth, but unfortunately, they had declined in recent years. What a pity the portal had appeared too late. If it had appeared 100 years earlier, they could have claimed most of the shares and become even stronger. Unfortunately, fate was not in their favor, and nothing could be done. As long as they could find in this other world the opportunity to rise again and become a superpower, that would suffice. We Golists offer 2,500. We Hans Cats contribute 2,800. 1,200. We have 60 people altogether. As the numbers continued, the voices became smaller and smaller. Some small countries had originally small shares. Even if they concentrated all their forces, they could barely train dozens of warriors who met the global superhuman legion standards. We have a total of 47 countries and 36,180 superhuman warriors. That's an oddly pleasant number. Dividing into 2 groups, each group gets exactly 18,090 people. Any objections? Kajaro asked. General Kajaro, there's a problem, General Raymond said. The dungeon streets are of limited size. We also need to bring in more prisoners or consumables, which would be several 10,000s of people, and there's just no space to spread out. General Raymond, more people mean stronger morale, which can scare off those hideous monsters. And we can charge forward in waves, killing the monsters and seizing all the streets while simultaneously exploring the dungeon layout. Someone boldly spoke up. You're crazy. Down there, everything is still unknown. No one knows what could happen. These are nearly all the superhuman warriors of our countries. If something unexpected happens and we all perish inside, it would be total ruin. Someone opposed. General Kajaro, do you have any suggestions? Raymond sneered at Kajaro, hoping to see him embarrassed. Kajaro furrowed his brows. Indeed, this was a big issue. Previously worried about too few people, but over the past 3 days, most countries had basically transported the majority of their domestic superhuman warriors here. The numbers had skyrocketed several times over, resulting in an unexpectedly large surplus of manpower. It's actually quite easy to solve. People always need rest. Although we rotate every 2 hours, 4 hours form a complete cycle. But each of our countries can form their own groups. Some go hunting, some rest, and some explore underground. This won't delay progress. Also, once underground, there might inevitably be casualties, so reserves are also needed, Kajaro said after thinking. Based on what we've previously explored, no more than 500 people should go per round, along with another 3,000 consumables. And since there are 2 directions, we can operate simultaneously. That way, the number of people each round doubles, Kajaro continued. Sensible, came the agreement. Soon, both sides reached a consensus and immediately started organizing their respective superhuman warriors domestically. Chapter 292, Lester deciphers the otherworldly script. Less than half an hour later, the first group of 1,000 people was already ready, with 6,000 disposable units walking ahead while the 1,000 followed closely behind. First, they completely eliminated the monstrous beasts inside the Fong beneath the pit. After replenishing personnel, they exited through the bronze gates and split into 2 groups to advance slowly. In this way, the Fong below became free of beasts. The second group was already queuing inside the Fong, prepared and ready to replace the first group as soon as their exploration time ended. Needless to say, this method of advancement was very fast, and without encountering second-tier beasts, their losses were minimal, mainly among the disposable units. Only when encountering second-tier beasts did they suffer heavy casualties. In the depths of the dungeon, in front of the Imperial Palace, a group of people gathered here with smiles, numbering more than 1,000, all of Chinese descent. How is each team doing? Yi Xiao asked, concerned. Commander Yi, we've searched 2/3 of Fu Yi Street. We left the remaining third untouched. Right now, it seems like Bear Country and Sam Country have joined forces and are exploring quickly. We didn't want to conflict with them, so we withdrew before meeting them. The remaining third will probably be taken by them. Fu Street has been completely searched. Fu San Street has been cleared. Fu Si Street has been searched 4/5 of the way. Only the small section near Fu Yi Street remains, which we intentionally left to avoid conflicts with other nations. Fu Wu Street has been fully searched. Fu Lu Street has been cleared. Fu Chi Street is done. Fu Ba Street is done. After everyone finished reporting their search results, Yi Zhao's face immediately relaxed with relief. The first objective was finally complete. Very good. Although we take the meat, we shouldn't completely deny others even a drop of soup. Leave the remaining streets untouched, Yi Xiao said. Yes, sir. Commander Yi, what should we do next? Xiao Li asked. Yi Xiao was the Durizhang of the God of War Special Ops, and Xiao Li was the Dunzhang of the 2nd Assault Division. Although the latter had a significantly larger number of personnel, both held the same rank within the Yellow Emperor Legion. Moreover, in this son of Bradog, Yi Xiao was the main person in charge, so she followed his orders this time. Commander Xiao, you take 500 people later and head over to the other side of the palace, the administrative office compound, and conduct a full search there, Yi Xiao instructed. This was his way of preparing to thoroughly plunder all the treasures here. Understood. Commander Yi, what about us? Long Hai asked eagerly. Us? Yi Xiao smiled, then asked in response. You tell me, in this dungeon, which place is the most valuable? No need to say, it's definitely the palace. Long Hai immediately replied. Both the palace and this Feng are protected by bronze gates, we couldn't even budge. Before Commander Lin arrives, we shouldn't even think about them. I'm talking about other places, Yi Xiao said. One place we could easily take would be the streets, or the government office compound. We've already taken the former, and Commander Yi already assigned Xiao Commander to take the latter. So, what remains are those 2 Feng protected by bronze gates that feel slightly different, probably marketplaces. Then, there are also the 4 Feng whose walls sit higher than the others, Jean Lausen thoughtfully said. Exactly. I want to go to those 2 Feng suspected to be markets. If our assumption is correct, and these are indeed trading locations, there should be plenty of good stuff there, Yi Xiao explained. Brilliant, Commander Yi. Long Hai flattered. Let's go. Yi Xiao led the group toward one of the suspected market Feng. Ordinarily, the Feng gates were bronze. But this Feng's bronze gate seemed as though covered with gold foil. When the light struck it, it shimmered like liquid. Open. Yi Xiao wasted no time and approached the gate, placed his hands on it, and pushed with force. Huh. Yi Xiao was surprised. The gate didn't budge at all. This. Everyone froze again. Commander Yi, looks like we can't enter this Feng for now, Jean Laosan frowned. Jean Laosan, long hi everyone, come help me try. Yi Xiao said. Yes, sir. Soon, dozens of people came forward and together applied their full force to the bronze gate. But alas, it remained completely unmoved. This. Everyone was embarrassed. A pity. Let's go try the other 4 Feng with the taller bronze gates, Yi Xiao said decisively. He wasn't one to hesitate. Since this gate wouldn't open, he shifted goals right away. Unfortunately, the results were the same. This brought a sense of disappointment among the group. It seems this imperial city is truly not ordinary. With all of us combined, our strength definitely surpasses the late 9th stage of the transformation realm. It looks like only cultivators above the transcendence realm can open these gates, Yi Xiao speculated. Leader Yi, then we can only search those ordinary Feng, Long Hai said. Let's go give it a try. I refuse to believe that we can't even push open a regular bronze gate, Yi Xiao replied. Now, he had further suspicions. These different Feng, although their bronze gates seemed similar from the outside, were actually probably divided into different ranks. Just like within a city, the security levels of places where the rich and the poor live are definitely not the same. The Feng they had entered was most likely just an ordinary one. As for this Feng in front of them, with higher walls and bronze gates that wouldn't budge, its rank must be higher. It was likely where noble officials and wealthy elites lived. Yes, at the ruins of Yuan Forest, every country was exploring frantically, while those countries that didn't have a share in this place were filled with regret and frustration when they heard the news. Then, various countries started exploring other forbidden zones in different dimensions. Compared to the previous search for ferocious beasts, this time, the explorations were more meticulous. As soon as even the slightest anomaly was discovered, large groups were summoned to investigate. Various underground detection instruments were also employed. Interestingly, many ancient ruins buried beneath the earth were indeed discovered, causing widespread celebration among many countries. Ancient ruins are just a general term. They come in all kinds of forms. Some are similar to the Shushan sect discovered by Su Pingyan, an ancient ruin meant for inheritance. Others are like Yuan Forest, an ancient underground city buried beneath. Then there are others that, after the passage of time, have only left behind faint traces. Needless to say, encountering the last kind usually only serves archaeological purposes. Valuable items are nearly impossible to find. In comparison, the underground city beneath Yuan Forest is among the better preserved ancient ruins, rich with valuable treasures. As more and more ancient artifacts and secrets from different dimensions emerge, Earth's understanding of other dimensions and cultivation practices has also expanded significantly. At the Otherworldly Civilization Research Institute in Bolenshawa, language experts from various countries gathered to study the writing systems and artifacts from other dimensions. Lester, age 45, was a gifted linguist. During his research into otherworldly scripts, he enjoyed doing other things to relieve stress, partly to cultivate hobbies and partly to relax. This time, while taking a break, he picked up a jade tablet and stared at it repeatedly. I wonder when I'll ever decipher these writings, Lester sighed helplessly, running his hand over his head while holding the tablet. Then, in an instant, his eyes suddenly widened. Just now, what was that? I felt like I saw something. Lester recalled the fleeting moment carefully. I think I did it like this before. He repeated his earlier action. That sensation returned again. It was here. This time he slowed down deliberately. When he placed the tablet directly in front of his forehead, the same feeling came back. Immediately, he froze. Soon, he realized something. After a few repeated trials, he confirmed his suspicions. Excitedly, he jumped up and shouted loudly. I see. I finally understand. Lester, what's going on? A colleague who was taking a break and sipping coffee gently nudged him, clearly puzzled. It's incredible. The ancient civilization of the other world is simply unbelievable. They not only created a cultivation system, but also devised such amazing methods of preservation. Even after thousands or 10,000 years, nothing is ever lost, Lester murmured excitedly. Chapter 293, Benefit Others. Leister, what are you talking about? What exactly is going on? Leister's actions had drawn the attention of more people. Bobby, do you realize what I've done? I've deciphered the writing of the otherworldly civilization. I've found cultivation techniques, and I've discovered how and where they store their information. Do you know what this means? Leister excitedly told his colleague. He could already imagine it. Being the first person in the world to unlock the secrets of the otherworldly civilization's language, he would be remembered forever by humanity, just like those great scholars in history. This was the highest achievement for any scholar. Gaining fame in life and leaving a legacy after death was not only valued in China, but universally respected around the world. What? You deciphered the otherworldly script? Bobby gasped. It wasn't just him. Others had also overheard Leister's words and quickly gathered around, asking questions one after another. Leister, how did you crack it? That was the most frequently asked question. After all, among the group of language experts, Leister wasn't the top expert. He was merely of average ability. Mr. Leister, you said you found a cultivation method. Where is it? Can we cultivate it too? This comment made many people's eyes light up. That was a cultivation method, something the entire world wanted. Unfortunately, only Chinese people could cultivate it for now. Nearby, the soldiers responsible for their protection also noticed what was happening. After a brief understanding of the situation, they quickly reported the matter upward. The Presidential Palace. Mr. President, just now we received critical intelligence from below. The items we brought back from the otherworld in Beihai Island contain cultivation methods. Furthermore, we have deciphered the script of the otherworldly civilization, and we may even be able to cultivate now. the secretary quickly and excitedly reported. What? The president was instantly shocked. He immediately put down his work and stood up, asking, has this been confirmed? This information was extremely important. If proven true, its impact on humanity was something he could already foresee. It's been confirmed. The secretary nodded heavily. He wouldn't dare to make up such a huge matter. The moment the information came in, he had people verify it immediately. Only after confirming repeatedly, without error, did he come forward to report. Immediately locked down the research institute. No one is allowed in or out, and this news must not be leaked. The president's expression changed. He realized the implications immediately and quickly issued orders. Mr. President, I'm afraid it's already too late. Many people in the institute found out right away. Those people come from various countries, and their mobile phones weren't confiscated. It's likely that the information has already spread. The secretary guessed what the president was thinking. He had also checked the situation himself immediately when he first heard about it. The result was that the moment the news broke, many people had already taken out their phones and called outside. Therefore, the secret was already out. *T. The president muttered a curse under his breath. Honestly speaking, he hadn't expected the deciphering to progress this quickly. Initially, the experts had even said it might take half a year. Even with the combined effort of experts from so many countries, they had still estimated a minimum of 3 months. Therefore, he hadn't been too concerned. He never expected that they had deciphered it in only 4 days. Although this was good news, it caught him completely off guard, and he was not prepared for anything else. Fine. Immediately translate the cultivation method and bring it to me to see. The president settled for the next best solution. Right now, seeing the method for himself was his top priority. He wanted to know if he himself could cultivate it. Mr. President, the way this otherworldly civilization transmits knowledge is somewhat different. They use jade stones to record information, and the cultivation techniques are stored within these jades. As long as you place the jade stones here, you can receive the information they contain. It's a form of direct spiritual transmission, immediately comprehending the meaning and understanding how to cultivate, as well as interpreting the writing itself. However, we also discovered a flaw. Only jade can transmit this information directly. Those who receive the information cannot successfully pass it on to others who then cannot understand it. The secretary explained, pointing to the middle of his forehead. What do you mean? The president's head was spinning. To put it simply, if someone wants to start cultivating immediately, they must directly receive the information from the jade. That way, they can instantly understand it. However, to pass this knowledge to others, these others must first learn the otherworldly script before they can understand the cultivation method, the secretary simplified. So you're saying that ordinary people still have to learn the language first? That's correct. Then why don't the Chinese people need to? Why can they all cultivate? Do they really have that many of these jade stones? The president didn't believe it. This I'm not sure of. Perhaps they found the ruins a long time ago and spent a great deal of time successfully translating it. The secretary admitted his confusion, offering only his speculation. That's very likely. The president nodded firmly, accepting the explanation before issuing new orders. Since Huaxia succeeded in translating it, we certainly can too. The experts haven't left yet. Get them to start translating immediately. Yes, sir. Oh, and bring me those jade stones immediately. Also, how many of them do we have? The president hurriedly asked. The secretary had mentioned it earlier during his report, but at the time the president had paid no attention to that detail. After all, they were only jade stones. As the president of a nation, he wasn't impressed by mere stones. His focus was on the language and knowledge left behind by the civilization. Who could have guessed that the otherworldly language and cultivation techniques were actually recorded inside these seemingly ordinary jade stones? There are 3 jade tablets that contain information. They've been cut into regular shapes from jade. One contains the cultivation method, and the other 2 contain recipes for 2 types of medicinal pills, the secretary reported. Medicinal pills? Like the ones Huaxia talks about, like the body-tempering pill and body-refining pill? The president asked curiously. Huaxia's body-tempering pill and body-refining pill were already famous around the world. Everyone wanted them, though they weren't yet widely available even within Huaxia itself, let alone for external sale. Still, many powerful people around the world had their ways of acquiring some from Huaxia, though only in limited quantities. Unfortunately, those small quantities usually ended up in research institutes or in the hands of the elite. Yes, the secretary replied. Excellent. Now we have our own pill recipes. Immediately assign people to research these pills. Once we're able to produce them ourselves, we'll make a fortune, the president said excitedly, imagining the promising future ahead. Their country, Poland, wasn't like Huaxia with its massive population. With only a small population, a small production volume would be enough for domestic needs. The surplus could then be sold abroad for massive profit. That was the capitalist way. Yes, sir. Go quickly and bring me the jade tablet that contains the cultivation method. Yes, sir. Putting the pills aside for now, the cultivation method itself was the most desired treasure across the entire world. Now that even the Bear and the Sam nations didn't possess such methods, Poland would become the second nation in the world to possess one. It was destined to take a huge lead over other nations. However, what he didn't know was that some bad news was waiting for him. About an hour later, the secretary approached the president's office with a face tight with discomfort, hesitating slightly. What happened? Where's the cultivation method? The president asked. Mr. President, because the jade tablet containing the cultivation method was so popular among the experts, many of them passed it around for study. Then, for some unknown reason, it just cracked open, the secretary stammered. Cracked? How could it crack? Who did this? Who had it last? The president's eyes turned red with fury. He hadn't even begun to cultivate yet, and the chance to directly receive the heritage of cultivation had vanished, like falling from heaven straight into hell. Mr. President, the experts were very careful. After examining it, they tried using another jade tablet as an experiment. After it was passed around to about 16 people, that one cracked too. The third tablet was passed around to 12 people before cracking as well. We speculate that directly transmitting the information has its limits, the secretary explained. There's actually such a restriction? The president's expression turned grim. *T, damnable bastards, using our Poland's property for experiments. Now all 3 jade tablets are gone, and they must compensate us, the president shouted furiously. He strongly suspected that it had been deliberate. Chapter 294, Jade Slips. How many people have accepted the cultivation technique inheritance so far? The president finally asked after a long moment of silence. There's video record of it. We've tallied the numbers. Including the discoverer, Mr. Lester, there are exactly 20 people, the secretary replied. Are they all from our Baran race? The president asked again. No, not exactly. Out of them, only 9 people, including Lester, are Barans. The rest are not, answered the secretary. TCH, allowing outsiders to gain an advantage. The president was displeased to hear that over half of the people who gained the inheritance were from other countries. It would have been better if all experts had been his countrymen. What's the status on the cultivation method? Is there detailed information? The president inquired further. The cultivation method is called the Mighty Demon Bull Fist. It is a technique that allows one to cultivate up to the initial stage of the first layer of Qi blood realm cultivation. Additionally, it includes a martial skill. The secretary explained in detail what the martial skill was and the details of the cultivation method. I didn't expect cultivation to have so many intricacies. No wonder the warriors of the Huaxiao region are so powerful. They not only have cultivation methods to quickly assimilate the Qi blood energy from the fierce beasts they consume, but also martial skills to enhance their combat abilities. How can we compete against them? The president suddenly understood. Pity, it's only learned by 9 people. The president said helplessly. President, the good news is that the person who has mastered the cultivation method is a linguist. Mr. Lester said that with the information from the cultivation method and the inscriptions on the 2 medicinal formulas, he can decode the alien script in a short time and then combine it with our Baran script. He believes that after a few months, he will be able to complete the translation between the alien language and our Baran language. The secretary finally relayed a piece of good news. How many months exactly? The president asked, frowning. Mr. Lester says if there are more jade slip comparisons available, the process can be faster, the secretary answered. Good. Contact Henry immediately and see if we have obtained more jade slips. In the future, we must prioritize the location of the jade slips. Also, contact the Sam Nation. Didn't they acquire quite a bit? They should have jade slips as well. Humph, they took advantage of us, so now they must contribute something too, the president ordered. Yes, sir. Also, invite those experts who learn the cultivation techniques and medicinal formulas to join our citizenship. We can offer them the best benefits and treatment, the president added after a moment of thought. This was the best way to prevent information leakage. The secretary slightly furrowed his brow. This matter was going to be complicated and difficult to handle, but he could only nod and say, all right, I will take care of it immediately. Though the secretary had left, the president was still pacing around in his office, apparently deep in thought. Then, he picked up the phone, dialing an unknown number. In the Sam Nation, in the Black Palace of the Grand Leader, George was awakened by his secretary in the middle of the night. What's going on? George asked darkly. He knew that unless something major had happened, his secretary wouldn't dare to wake him at such a late hour. Indeed, Grand Leader, we've received an important message from Baran. They've already deciphered the writing of the alien civilization, and it even includes cultivation techniques, said the blonde female secretary. What? Instantly, George was completely awake. Immediately bring back the experts and the cultivation techniques, George ordered right away. Your Grand Leader Excellence, the situation is like this, said the secretary, and then quickly summarized what had happened in Shawa. There's actually such a restriction? George frowned, his expression darkening. At first, when he heard this good news, he could already envision their Sam Nation rising fast, but now it appeared to not be so simple. Jade slips. Ask them what kind of jade slips they are, and then search through the trophies we sent back to locate those jade slips. If Baran could find them there, we can too. Suddenly, George had a thought and immediately said. After saying that, he hurriedly added, once those jade slips are found, have them all sent directly to me. No one is allowed to read them without permission. This is extremely important. Anyone who dares to secretly read them will be regarded as a traitor. George made his point clear and serious. Inside those jade slips were records of valuable information from the alien civilization. In his eyes, if it was worth recording, it must be crucial information. He needed to be the first one to read it. He couldn't trust others. He'd screen the information first. This, Grand Leader, that might be a bit difficult. Furthermore, the news has already spread. Those people in the research institute might have already read some of them and may not be willing to hand them over. The blonde secretary hesitated. After all, the Alien Civilization Research Institute contained people from various financial and political factions. The Grand Leader was far from having the final say in everything. Go now. I'll have James lead people to assist you. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just arrest them, George said with a fierce expression. Yes. Polar Bear Cree Palace. Ha, this is great news. I remember that among the trophies Kazarov brought back, there were jade slips, right? Hurry up and gather them all together. The emperor laughed excitedly upon hearing the report. Yes. Inside the core meeting room of the Huaxia capital. The news has already spread. What are your thoughts? The chief advisor looked at the gathered elders and asked. Sigh, too bad. I was thinking that after this dungeon exploration, we could exchange beast meat for some jade slips from them. Now it looks like there's no chance. One of the elders sighed helplessly. It's fine. If it comes to jade slips, no one has more than us, Huaxia. Leaving aside that dungeon, we already have thousands of jade slips in our hands now, each recording different kinds of information. Another elder replied casually. That's not quite the same. These jade slips contain information. Who knows? There might be something extremely important inside. It's still a shame that we were just a bit slower in our actions. By the way, how is the organization of information on the jade slips going? And how is the collation of the ancient alien civilization's information going? The chief advisor asked with concern. Indeed, the jade slips obtained from previous ruins by Huaxia had already been assigned to specialists who were reading and copying them down, while others were categorizing them systematically, trying to compile all of this information into a structured system. Cultivation techniques in one category, medicinal recipes in another, weapon forging blueprints together, historical information sorted, military formations, essays, legends, maps, etc. There was simply too much content, a massive project. We're still working on it. However, the contents inside the jade slips were all imprinted by cultivators whose cultivation had reached the two-fan stage using their spiritual sense. Because the strength of spiritual power varies, so does the number of times a particular jade slip can be read. We've been handling this part carefully, trying not to completely break the jade slips. We hope to one day open a museum of alien jade slips to preserve these artifacts, an elder said cheerfully. How much longer will this take? This is a long and ongoing process without a specific time frame. As more jade slips are discovered in the future, even more information will be recorded. How about the section on the ancient history of the alien civilization? Have we made sense of it yet? The chief advisor continued. We've made some progress, though there are still many gaps that need to be filled later. The chief advisor nodded slightly. Very well. We must also accelerate this part of the work. After the dungeon loot arrives, this project should advance significantly. Chief advisor, rest assured. The task will definitely be completed. Chief advisor, have we heard anything about Su Ping'an? Yi Xiao has requested help from us multiple times. There are some parts of that dungeon they can't manage, and Su Ping'an might have to personally go there, someone asked. We haven't received any news yet. Shui Yong is currently at the Yanhuang Legion base. Once Su Ping'an returns, he'll inform me immediately. The chief advisor frowned. Clearly, he was quite worried. Deep within the 10,000 mountain range. What the hell? I searched so thoroughly, but still haven't found any top-tier spirit stones. Could it be there are none here, or do I need to go deeper again? Su Ping'an couldn't help but complain. He had already gone around the ring-shaped area he planned twice, and felt he had searched pretty thoroughly. His findings were decent. A few spirit stone mines, high-tier spirit stones, and the corpse of a 6th-grade fierce beast. However, the top-tier spirit stones he wanted most hadn't turned up even once. It made him feel rather confused about life itself. Chapter 295. Entering the blood refining land for the third time. Should we take a risk and go further in? Su Ping'an looked toward a more distant location, which gave off a very dangerous vibe. Let's do it. If we can't find anything after going another 100 kilometers, we'll return first. Su Ping'an clenched his teeth, made up his mind, and ventured another 100 kilometers deeper, continuing his search in the same circular pattern. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar exploded behind him. Su Ping'an's hair stood on end instantly, and he immediately teleported away from his previous position. However, in the next moment, the opponent also teleported right in front of him. Human, how did you enter the 10,000 Great Mountains? A 6-legged unicorn stared at Su Ping'an, speaking with visible surprise. 6th stage, 7-star late phase. Su Ping'an slightly furrowed his brows. With his current strength, dealing with a late 6th stage, mid 7-star opponent wouldn't be a problem, but facing an opponent at the late 7-star level was somewhat difficult. Although the opponent couldn't kill him, staying here too long might attract other fierce beasts, causing complications. Realizing this, Su Ping'an didn't answer. Instead, he teleported again, fleeing toward the portal. After about 5,000 kilometers and clear of the danger zone, he finally stopped. However, the unicorn, whose name Su Ping'an didn't even know, still pursued him relentlessly, though it looked visibly displeased now. You can actually move freely within this restricted zone, kid. Tell me, how did you enter the 10,000 Great Mountains? If you tell me, I might spare your life, even let you become my beast companion. The unicorn spoke again. Screw you. Su Ping'an immediately became furious, pulling out his Divine Slayer spear and advancing to attack the unicorn. Boom! As human and beast clashed, both instantly understood each other's strength. Huh, your power is suppressed. Su Ping'an was surprised to discover that the unicorn's power seemed limited to around 6th stage, 6-star strength. You, why is your power increased so much within the restricted zone? The unicorn asked fearfully. This human clearly had only a 1st-tier Shangha realm cultivation. At this level, he could identify it at a glance. Precisely because of that, he had dared to charge into the Forbidden Zone to gather intelligence. Never had he expected the human to be so powerful within the Forbidden Zone. Now, answer one of my questions, and then I'll tell you. Su Ping'an chuckled, considerably more relaxed now that he felt safe. Go ahead. The unicorn replied while also pondering how to escape, still curious about his own question. Beings at the 6th stage can usually take human form. How did you know I'm a human and not an animal in disguise? Su Ping'an voiced his long-standing question. Your kind's aura is distinctive. Though beast forms might fool other humans, they can't fool us beasts. The unicorn sneered. Now, It's your turn to answer my question. Why did your strength increase so much in the Forbidden Zone? The unicorn quickly asked. That's because I'm a genius, Su Pingyan replied proudly. Kid, you dare to mock me? The unicorn grew furious, though his fury was momentary. Through their brief fight, he had discovered he couldn't defeat the human before him. With this realization, he teleported once again, preparing to flee. Wait, don't leave in such a hurry. Su Pingyan teleported to chase him, instantly thrusting the Divine Slayer's spear into the unicorn. Instantly, a surge of powerful spiritual chi surged from the spear into Su Pingyan. Pity. My comprehension of the primary spatial law is still insufficient. Otherwise, this power might have helped me break through. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Arg. Hit in one blow. The unicorn weakened visibly, and its teleportation speed slowed significantly. Damn human, I won't let you off easily. The unicorn continued frantically, trying to escape. If he could get out of the Forbidden Zone, he could kill this human. Unfortunately, he overestimated his chances. Su Pingyan didn't give him the slightest opportunity. About 6,000 kilometers from the portal, Su Pingyan pierced the beast with one strike, ending its life. Not bad at all. This is the first 7-star late-phase beast I've killed at the 6th stage. Maybe I can use this so-called Forbidden Zone to hunt high-ranking fierce beasts this way. Upon realizing this, Su Pingyan's eyes lit up excitedly. Absorb. He pulled out the demon capturing gourd, preparing to absorb the beast. However, in the next moment, a small, sparkling stone dropped from the unicorn's body. Huh? What is this? Su Pingyan picked up the gem curiously. This looks just like a spirit stone, but the spiritual energy within it seems more stable, more refined. Could it be? The thought sent shivers through Su Pingyan's body. He must have been thinking of Ji Finglingshi. Could it really be? Hongmeng, quickly examine it for me. Is this really Ji Finglingshi? Su Pingyan hurriedly handed the gem to Hongmeng. Having lived 2 lifetimes, the highest grade of spirit stone he had ever seen was the superior grade. He had never actually seen Ji Finglingshi before. Master, this is indeed Ji Finglingshi, Hongmeng replied. Hearing these words, Su Pingyan immediately became excited. He quickly searched the unicorn's body but gradually frowned. How come there's only one piece? Hongmeng, how much does this one piece of Ji Finglingshi weigh? Reporting to Master, it weighs 103 taels. Good. Perfect. Upon hearing this number, Su Pingyan was instantly thrilled. Soon after, he collected the unicorn's corpse and entered the creation layer of the Hongmeng Pagoda. Hongmeng, I will consume 100 taels of Ji Finglingshi. I want to comprehend the spatial law. Understood, Master. In no time, a bolt of thunder flashed across the sky of the creation layer, creating a crack that pierced through dimensional boundaries right before his eyes. Before he could express his surprise, in the next instant, his soul had already left his body and entered the ocean of laws. So this is the spatial law? Without wasting this rare opportunity, Su Pingyan quickly immersed himself in understanding it. Before long, an hour passed. I see now. With a smile, Su Pingyan exited the Hongmeng Pagoda. Breakthrough now. In an instant, his cultivation effortlessly advanced to the early stage of the second Shanghe realm, encountering no obstacles. Previously, he had only been lacking in his comprehension of the laws. As for spiritual energy accumulation, he had already met the requirements. Now, I should be able to face a 7-star late phase, 6th-stage fierce beast without running away. Where did this unicorn get Ji Finglingshi from? Just like me before, was it merely an accidental discovery of one piece? Or does he know the location of a Jingshi mine? I killed him too early. If I had known he had a mine, I wouldn't have killed him so soon. I should have at least asked about the source of the Lingshi first. What a pity. Su Pingyan slightly regretted in his heart. However, since the deed was already done, there was no use talking about it now. My previous decision to extend my exploration by another 100 kilometers proved correct. The discovery of this Ji Finglingshi shows that the 10,000 great mountains do have Ji, just in small amounts and only found in the deepest regions. Su Pingyan quickly analyzed in his mind. Let me keep searching. Since the first piece was found, who knew if there was a second? Therefore, Su Pingyan continued searching the area for a while, unfortunately finding nothing. I've been out here long enough. It's time to return. But before going back, I should first visit the blood refining land. During this time, although he hadn't found another piece of Ji, he had slain many fierce beasts of mid and late 6th stage. Using the Divine Slayer spear, he had absorbed a great deal of their essence, significantly improving his cultivation. Moreover, he had already consumed nearly 3,500 pieces of ordinary 6th-stage inner world essence, successfully elevating his cultivation to the peak of the second Shanghe realm. To advance further, he needed even more Ji Finglingshi, and of the ordinary 6th-stage inner world essence, he had less than 1,500 pieces remaining, so he needed to go to the blood refining land for another harvest. Soon, Su Pingyan arrived at the familiar forest of corpses. Deep inside, he took out the orichalcum token and crushed it. Instantly, a red eye appeared before him, pulling him inside. Strange? This place seems a bit different. Is this the 4th level? Su Pingyan looked around in surprise. The environment here clearly differed from the previous 3 layers. A sudden wave of unease swept over him as he hurriedly turned to look at the only familiar virtual screen. Chapter 296. The 4th layer is different. Congratulations on successfully passing the first 3 layers of the Chuji Shilan. You are also welcome to the 4th layer of the blood refinement realm. The real test of the blood refinement realm has just begun. Please prepare mentally. After reading these lines of crimson text, Su Pingyan's expression changed abruptly. Underneath these crimson words was another line of text. You will face 9 waves of blood puppets attacks. Kill them and survive their assaults to successfully clear this layer. Failure means death. Note: after every wave of attack, the trial taker will receive a reward. Fully clearing the 4th layer will grant a grand prize for the entire layer. Embrace your challenge. At the bottom was a countdown, already down to 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soon the countdown ended, not giving Su Pingyan much time to think before countless blood puppets surged around him. Fortunately, there was a display on the virtual screen showing information about the first wave of blood puppets and the time limit. Otherwise, he would have been really uncertain. First wave, 1,000 common grade 6 blood puppets. Note: each is equivalent to a 6-stage triple-star Great Perfection cultivation. Time for the first wave, 2 2-hour periods. Su Pingyan exhaled deeply, took out the Tianzhan's sword, and entered a battle state. At least the first wave was very simple for him. Kill. Zhan Tianba Jianshu. Already at the master level, the Zhan Tianba Jianshu had long reached the realm where his mind willed and his sword followed. Endless sword chi completely engulfed the 1,000 grade 6 common blood puppets. Crush them for me. Boom. With just one move, taking about 1 second, all 1,000 grade 6 common blood puppets were killed by him, and 1,000 pieces of grade 6 common inner world essence appeared beside him. Each piece was so full and abundant. This move was quite consuming, but thank goodness my inner world is vast and has more abundant world essence to support me in doing this, Su Pingyan said, looking at the spoils of battle before him with a pleasant mood. Reaching the second major perfection of Mountain Hearth stage, the land area of his inner world had expanded to 2,600 square kilometers, which was extremely vast. Ding, congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully withstood the first wave of attack. Reward: 1 Chuji's spatial law fragment. Immediately, a hexagonal crystal fragment shimmering with starlight appeared in Su Pingyan's hand. What? A law fragment? Su Pingyan was shocked. He hadn't expected such a thing to exist in this world. He had thought one had to go through Jianshu to break through dimensional barriers and enter the river of laws to sense them, but he hadn't expected something this good actually existed. Su Pingyan placed the law fragment at his brow, beginning to contemplate it briefly. Its effect is far inferior to that of the river of laws, but as long as I have enough law fragments, I can still break through. This adds another path for cultivation, Su Pingyan said excitedly. Wait, why hasn't the second wave begun yet? Su Pingyan quickly looked at the virtual screen and found that there was still more than an hour left on the countdown. He instantly understood. The time between each wave was fixed, giving the trial takers time to rest or hastily cram and improve temporarily. Try. Thinking this, Su Pingyan placed the law fragment at his brow once again, quietly beginning to contemplate the Chuji spatial law. He seemed to have entered a unique space, much smaller than the river of laws, yet it contained a great amount of law power, most importantly being easily absorbed. As time went on, the hexagonal Chuji spatial law fragment kept shrinking until it vanished. 2 hours. Su Pingyan opened his eyes, feeling his condition. It had taken him 2 hours to absorb all the law energy, twice as long as in the river of time. Of course, its effect could not be compared at all. Previously, in the river of laws, I had just touched upon the 3rd level of Chuji spatial law, and this law fragment helped me advance further. I'm much closer to the 3rd level now. If I can obtain another 2, I believe I'll be able to break through. Thinking thus, a faint smile appeared on Su Pingyan's face. With some time left, Su Pingyan took out a piece of grade 6 common inner world essence, started absorbing it to replenish his previous consumption, and waited for the second wave to begin. Soon enough, 2 hours passed, and the virtual screen indeed changed. Second wave, 10,000 grade 6 ordinary blood puppets. Note: all are cultivation level 6 stage triple star Great Perfection. Time for the second wave, for 2-hour periods. Wow, it instantly increased tenfold. Is it because of the original design, or is it targeting me for hunting too fast? Su Pingyan widened his eyes slightly, somewhat stunned. Fortunately, they were only ordinary grade 6 blood puppets, which to him were just easy kills. As an innumerable number of blood puppets roared toward him, Su Pingyan jumped into the air, hovering above. Zhan Tianba Jianshu. Rise. Endless sword chi erupted from the ground, enveloping more than 3,000 blood puppets within its range. Trap. In an instant, the sword chi transformed into a cage, trapping the blood puppets inside. Crush. With one slash of his sword. Boom. The sword net holding more than 3,000 blood puppets instantly shattered, and those trapped were reduced to nothingness in an instant, leaving behind more than 3,000 pieces of grade 6 ordinary inner world essence. They flew into Su Pingyan's hand and were immediately stored in his storage ring. I used a bit too much strength, Su Pingyan muttered, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. That last move had already pushed him to his limit. Even though his inner world contained far more world essence than cultivators of the same stage, that single move still consumed nearly 1/5 of his inner world essence. Again, after 3 techniques, the remaining 100 blood puppets were also quickly eliminated. Can't handle it at all. Looking at his greatly diminished inner world essence, Su Pingyan slightly shook his head. Ding, congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully withstood the second wave of attack. Reward: 3 Chuji spatial law fragments. 10 times the quantity for only 3 fragments? So stingy, Su Pingyan muttered with a slight frown at the reward. But this should be enough for me to grasp the 3rd level of Chuji spatial law. Thinking this, Su Pingyan entered the Hong Meng Pagoda's cultivation space. Though outside, 3 fragments would only take 6 hours to absorb, which he had time for. However, first, he needed to recover his essence, and second, If he grasped the third level of Chuji spatial law, he also needed to spend resources to break through to the third stage of Mountain Hearth Realm. Once he broke through the third stage, he would gain even stronger combat power and have a greater chance of passing the trial. Cultivation space was really good, it saved time. Before long, he had absorbed and refined Chuji's spatial law fragments. Just as he expected, he successfully grasped the third level of Chuji's spatial law. With a wave of his hand, 11,400 pieces of grade 6 ordinary inner world essence appeared before him. Next is the breakthrough to the third stage of Mountain Hearth Realm. As his inner world essence quickly dwindled, Su Pingyan's cultivation also rose rapidly. Mountain Hearth Realm third stage. Early, middle, late, great perfection. When he cultivated to the peak of the third stage of Mountain Hearth Realm, there were only more than 5,100 pieces of grade 6 ordinary inner world essence left. Such enormous consumption, Su Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim. However, his mood soon brightened again, becoming even happier. Originally, he had only come here for a quick harvest before leaving, but unexpectedly encountered something as good as Chuji law fragments, helping him break through again. Hongming, what is my current strength? Su Pingyan asked. Master, you are now capable of fighting against a 6th stage, 8-star mid-tier ferocious beast. If you train inside the trial space for a while, you would be able to stand against a late stage, 8-star, 6th-stage beast, Hongming answered. I see. After saying that, Su Pingyan exited the Hongming Pagoda. He hadn't forgotten he was still in the blood refinement realm trial, and besides, the third wave didn't seem to be in a hurry. Upon exiting, the countdown showed less than half an hour left. Entering the trial space might not be possible in time now. Well, forget it for now. Half an hour would pass in the blink of an eye. As expected, the third wave arrived on time. The virtual screen indeed changed. Third wave, 100,000 grade, 6 ordinary blood puppets. Note, all are at the 6th stage triple-star great perfection cultivation level. Time for the third wave, 8 2-hour periods. What? Again 10 times increase. You really have a lot of blood puppets here. Su Pingyan couldn't help but complain. However, enemies were already attacking, leaving no time for useless words. Zhantian Ba Jianshu. This time, with one move he trapped nearly 7,000 blood puppets. Crush. Wow, that used up nearly 1/3 of my essence. Chapter 297, not that impressive. After 3 moves, Su Pingyan had consumed more than half of his origin essence, leaving less than 10% remaining, after successfully killing 20,000 blood puppets. Restore, he muttered. However, with the life origin stone at his disposal, replenishing his essence wasn't a problem at all. Of course, he could also slowly recover using his inner world's essence, but from the first 3 waves of attacks, he had already sensed an intense danger, so he had to seize every moment to enhance his combat strength. With the life origin stone boosting him, those blood puppets were naturally insignificant. Within less than a minute, the 10,000 blood puppets were wiped out. Looking at the 10,000 origin essences floating around him, Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Have I really reached this level already? If this had happened in my previous life, even a single blood puppet here could have swept across the globe, causing incalculable casualties to humanity. But in this life, I've managed to destroy them all with a mere wave of my hand in just 2 years. Quickly afterward, he landed on the ground and waved his hand to collect the spoils. At the same time, *ding congratulations, trialist. You have successfully withstood the third wave of attacks. Reward, 10 Chuji spatial law fragments. Just 10? As expected, it's stingy as ever. I wonder if it's enough to help me progress further. Su Pingyan wasn't even sure himself. Still, he collected the Chuji spatial law fragments, and then entered the cultivation space of the Hongming Pagoda to cultivate intensively. As one Chuji spatial law fragment after another was refined and absorbed, his insight and understanding of the Chuji spatial law deepened further. However, he was still somewhat far from reaching the 4th stage. What a pity, Su Pingyan let out a helpless sigh, seeing nothing ahead of him, indicating he hadn't broken through. I guess I should go into the trial space for some training first. Hongming, prepare suitable trial opponents for me. Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, master. Because there was a time limit, he definitely couldn't train here forever. When he felt time was nearly up, he decided to leave. Although I haven't transcended in martial techniques, my skills have still improved significantly. Moreover, the newly enhanced cultivation base has now been completely integrated. Su Pingyan murmured to himself as he felt around his inner world. Hongming, what condition am I in now? Su Pingyan asked. Master, currently, you can defeat a 6-star late-stage 6th grade ferocious beast within 30 moves. Hongming's voice was loud and clear. Not bad. Su Pingyan found this rather satisfying. After all, the higher his cultivation went, the more difficult it became to fight against higher-ranked enemies, and the smaller the level he could surpass would be. This was something he already understood. Glancing at the virtual screen, only the final 3 minutes remained. He didn't feel impatient. He simply closed his eyes quietly and waited. 3 minutes was indeed short. It passed in the blink of an eye. The virtual screen changed once more, and the 10-second countdown began. Wave 4, 1,000 elite 6th grade blood puppets. Time for the 4th wave, 16 Shurchin. Few good thing it's only late-stage 4th-star experts at the 6th grade? Su Pingyan relaxed slightly in his heart. He had been genuinely afraid that 7-star late-stage 6th grade enemies might come rushing in directly. Otherwise, the last 3 waves would have been terrifying, and he was afraid he couldn't cope. Now, there was still some hope. Blade technique, Sever Heaven Slash. Sever, for ordinary trialists, these 1,000 blood puppets would have been more annoying, but for Su Pingyan, they were easier to deal with. one move sufficed. Although this move cost him 1/3 of his essence. Asterisk ding congratulations, trialist. You have successfully withstood the fourth wave of attacks. Reward, 20 Chuji spatial law fragments. Asterisk. 20? Not bad. Su Pingyan smiled slightly. Surely with this number, he might be able to break through? Thinking about it, Su Pingyan immediately entered the cultivation space to begin closed-door cultivation. He didn't know how much time had passed, but after consuming all the Chuji spatial law fragments, Su Pingyan sighed helplessly once again, sigh, still a bit short. However, right after, his mood improved, because this was merely the fourth wave. As long as he survived the fifth, the reward received would certainly help him break through once again. Indeed, after eliminating the fifth wave, 1,000 elite blood puppets all at the peak of 6-star experts, he successfully obtained 30 Chuji spatial law fragments. Then, after refining just 3 fragments, he succeeded in comprehending the fourth layer of the Chuji spatial law. After absorbing nearly 5,000 pieces of ordinary 6th grade inner world essence, his cultivation base successfully broke through to the fourth early stage of the Shonadin. Ha ha ha, this place is indeed a land of opportunities for me. This is so great. Feeling the more powerful energy surging within, Su Pingyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Still over 10,000 pieces of inner world essence left, more than enough to support me all the way to ultimate perfection. That's an understatement. When Su Pingyan refined nearly 20,000 pieces of ordinary 6th grade inner world essence, his cultivation reached the peak of the fourth stage of Shonajin. Continue. Su Pingyan, still holding 27 Chuji spatial law fragments, didn't leave the cultivation space. After all, he still had time. The sixth wave was composed of 1,000 blood puppets, all reaching the peak of 6-star cultivation, and the reward was 40 Chuji spatial law fragments. After once again consuming 38 Chuji spatial law fragments, Su Pingyan gained insight into the fifth layer of Chuji spatial law and successfully broke through to the peak of the fifth stage of Shonajing by consuming nearly 50,000 pieces of ordinary 6th grade inner world essence. I wonder what level of blood puppets will appear in the 7th wave. Su Pingyan was already looking forward to it. With his current cultivation at the peak of the 5th stage of Shonajing, he could already face a 9-star late-stage 6th grade ferocious beast. If he trained a bit inside the trial space, he might even withstand over 1,000 moves against a supreme 9-star late-stage 6th grade beast. No matter what level it is, as long as it doesn't reach the 7th grade, I will definitely clear this challenge this time, Su Pingyan said confidently as he gazed at the virtual screen nearby. 7th wave, 1,000 6th grade leader class blood puppets. Note, all are 6th grade 7-star peak experts. 8th wave, 10,001 6th grade leader class blood puppets. Note, 10,000 are 6th grade 7-star peak experts, plus 1 6th grade 8-star supreme expert. Reward for the 7th wave, 80 Chuji spatial law fragments. Reward for the 8th wave, 120 Chuji spatial law fragments. These two waves quickly helped Su Pingyan advance his cultivation to the peak of the 6th stage of Shonajing. Now he had only 76 Chuji spatial law fragments and more than 10,300 pieces of 6th grade leader class inner world essence left. Finally, the last wave? Come on. Finish quickly, I want to leave early. I miss old Qin and the others, Su Pingyan said with a confident smile. This trip to the blood refinement land had turned out far better than expected. If he had known earlier that there would be law fragments like this, why would he waste time looking for Jiping spirit stones? He should have challenged the fourth layer from the start. But it wasn't too late now. Quickly, a large group of powerful blood puppets appeared, and their information was displayed on the virtual screen. 9th wave, 101,001 leader class 6th grade blood puppets. Note, 100,000 7-star supreme experts, 108-star supreme experts, and 1 9-star early stage expert. Just the early stage? Su Pingyan shook his head. Now, he could be said to be unrivaled below the 7th grade. Not only could he defeat a 9-star expert in one move, but even a supreme 9-star expert could be killed with a single blow. Unless they were something like a 6th grade blood puppet king at the verge of 7th grade, then he might need to exert some effort, but he still had confidence to defeat it. Come. Blade technique, sever heaven slash. Sever. Trap. Shatter. In just one move, nearly 20,000 blood puppets were wiped out. Before long, he successfully killed all the blood puppets, flicked off the little blood remaining on sever heaven, and put it away, arrogantly saying, no challenge at all. If ancient disciples of the Blood God sect heard this, they might die of anger. Who's this freak with the Hongmeng Pagoda, a cheat that allows him to keep breaking through his cultivation in the cultivation space, even while completing trials? And who else possesses a treasure like the Life Origin Stone, which lets him continuously restore his energy? Everyone knew the prerequisite for challenging the fourth layer was having Shanhejing cultivation. Generally speaking, only disciples with 1 foot in the Tianrenjing would dare to attempt this challenge, hoping to obtain the final law crystal and seize a thread of hope for breakthrough. In short, Su Pingyan's luck was truly amazing. In ancient times, there were so many disciples that there weren't nearly this many blood puppets available. But after millions of years of accumulation, the blood refinement land had built up this terrifying level of foundation. Chapter 298, the 2nd anniversary. Ding congratulations, trialist. You have successfully withstood the 9th wave of attacks. Reward, 200 T spatial law fragments. 200? This is great. With these 200 fragments, I'm certain I can reach the 7th level of the Shanhejing. Su Pingyan's face lit up with excitement. However, it wasn't over yet. The virtual screen changed again. Ding congratulations, trialist. You have successfully cleared the 4th layer. Reward, 3 2D spatial law crystals. Law crystals. As Su Pingyan was puzzled, the virtual screen also provided an explanation. 1 2G spatial law crystal can be shattered into 102G spatial law fragments, but the reverse is impossible. Therefore, the value of a complete 2G spatial law crystal is far greater than 102G spatial law fragments. Moreover, law crystals are more suitable for cultivating insights at the high-level 6th stage. This is truly excellent. With this, I have hope of reaching the 8th, even the 9th level of the Shanhejing. Su Pingyan became even more excited. This trip to the blood refinement realm was definitely worth it. Please choose to continue or leave. The virtual screen changed again. The 4th layer already has 9-star early 7th stage monsters. What about the 5th layer? There must be 8th stage monsters. Relying on my current law fragments and law crystals, even if I cultivate to the 8th level of Shanhejing, I might not be able to handle it. For a moment, Su Pingyan was caught in hesitation. Alright, I've been out for such a long time. It's time to go back for a while. After making the decision, Su Pingyan said out loud, leave. In the next second, he was sent out of the blood refinement realm and arrived at that familiar corpse forest. At the same time, he received a piece of black iron token in his hand. He naturally knew the use of this token. After storing the token away, Su Pingyan entered the Hongmeng Pagoda for seclusion. With law fragments available, not improving one's cultivation would surely be a waste. As time passed, after refining and comprehending 180 Chuji spatial law fragments, Su Pingyan perceived the 7th level of Chuji spatial law. Then, consuming nearly 5,000 6th-stage leader-level inner world essences, he elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 7th level of Shanhejing. There are still 96 fragments left, definitely not enough to support me to perceive the 8th level, so I can only use law crystals now. However, these fragments shouldn't be wasted either. Thinking of this, Su Pingyan gave an order. Hongmeng, distribute these law fragments to Sushu and Qihua. Also allocate some inner world essence to them, and let them cultivate quickly. Yes, master. Then, Su Pingyan took out a complete Chuji law crystal and placed it on his brow. Immediately, he was drawn into an ocean full of laws, far surpassing the previous small law pond. Indeed, a complete law crystal is different. 1, 2, 3. When all 3 complete law crystals were completely consumed, Su Pingyan successfully perceived the 8th level of Chuji spatial law, exactly as he had expected. To perceive the 9th level through law crystals, I probably need at least 7 or 8 more, or even more. Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. Well, this time I've already improved so much. I should be content now. Next, Su Pingyan consumed nearly 20,000 6th-stage leader-level inner world essences, elevating his cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of Shanhejing. This was already the limit he could reach at the moment. Hongmeng, take me to the training space. Yes, master. Time flew. Who knows how long had passed. While Su Pingyan was cultivating in the training space, tremendous changes had already occurred in the outside world, everything deviating from its past trajectory. At this moment, it wasn't just him, nor just China, but the entire blue star that had become different. The future would be full of endless uncertainties. All across the Chinese land, festive lanterns and decorations abounded. Across nations, countless citizens flooded onto the streets, celebrating this memorable day with the highest customs of their respective countries and ethnicities. Today is December 11th, 2025. 2 years ago today, the other world first appeared in the eyes of the public. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had already passed. These past 2 years since the emergence of the other world had brought enormous changes to all countries. The Third Regional World War, the deaths of tens of millions, had brought great disasters and shadows to this world. However, the exploration and development of the other world brought new life to the world. In the White House's Oval Office, George looked at the celebrating citizens outside without much joy on his face. Still unable to push open the bronze gate, George asked gravely, "Yes, we've tried directional blasting and even bombs with greater power, and we've gathered many people to push it together, but we ultimately failed," Raymond replied. George, seeing no further progress from the dungeon, grew furious and immediately summoned Raymond back to personally report and answer questions face to face. "How did the Han Empire manage to push it open?" George asked again, then added, "I've heard that it was actually done by one person from them, someone named Yi Xiao." "Supreme Leader, you're absolutely right. It was done by one person alone," Raymond replied helplessly. "From those jade scrolls we obtained, we've learned some useful information. Those bronze gates are all protected by formations. Only cultivators who have reached a certain cultivation level can open them. In the past, specific people were assigned to open the gates, so it must have been that Yi Xiao met the requirement. Please, Supreme Leader, contact the Han Empire and request their assistance in opening these bronze gates. Otherwise, we can only stand aside and watch helplessly." Raymond looked at George hopefully. "Humph, do you think the Han Empire is stupid? Why would they ever help us open them?" George gave him a look as if he were a fool. "Supreme Leader, there is no deal that cannot be made in this world, as long as the benefits are great enough," Raymond reminded him. George fell silent. Raymond's words made sense, but what kind of cost could they afford to offer the Han Empire for such a favor? "I heard those street-side shops could be easily accessed. Didn't we say the dungeon was huge? Then, have all the streets already been completely searched?" George suddenly asked. Raymond was silent for a while, then reluctantly nodded. "Supreme Leader, you're correct. After we rapidly explored the street shops, the Han Empire finally stepped in to eliminate the dungeon's beast monsters. Therefore, we were able to move through the dungeon unimpeded. Unfortunately, all 9 streets of the entire dungeon had already been completely looted. Even when we explored again, We only found some scrap metal. Most of the good stuff had already gone into the Han Empire's pockets. Now they are advancing block by block, one fong at a time. If we cannot open the bronze gates soon, the entire dungeon will soon belong entirely to the Han people. Raymond agreed to come back hoping George could offer some support, and he had nothing to do there anymore anyway. Every day he could only watch helplessly as the Han Empire cleaned up one fong today, another tomorrow, and it drove him insane with frustration. Some people had indeed considered taking forceful measures to enter the fong opened by the Han, but now the one who tried had already been sent back home for medical treatment, his cultivation destroyed. He would forever remain a useless person, which made them all hesitate to act. I'll think about it more. You return to the North Sea Island first, George waved dismissively. Yes. In the core conference room of the Han capital. How many fong have we explored so far? The Chancellor asked. According to the latest report, 16 fong, Secretary Zhang answered. How many fong are there in total? There is one Imperial Palace fong, one fong suspected to belong to the Imperial relatives, 4 fong with taller city walls, which are suspected to be noble residences, and 2 fong with different bronze gates, which are suspected to be marketplaces. Yi Xiao and his team haven't managed to open those yet. In total, there are 310 fong of varying sizes, Secretary Zhang answered in detail, giving those present a clear picture of the dungeon's scale. Adding that one fong previously explored by Pollen, that means there are still 293 common fong yet to be explored. It seems this dungeon is indeed massive. The Chancellor couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this is the largest ancient relic we've discovered so far. What about the harvest? What's the situation? The Chancellor asked again. We have obtained over 30,000 jade scrolls recording cultivation techniques, over 60,000 scrolls containing professional knowledge such as Dunfang, alchemy, forging, formations, talismans, and inger, over 3,000 scrolls containing historical records, and over 5,000 scrolls documenting various travel diaries, random tales, and legends. Chapter 299. Is everyone going to get a spirit artifact? There are over 7 million jade bottles containing suspected pills or various spirit liquids, more than 13 million jade or wooden boxes containing suspected spirit herbs or treasures, and over 2 million spirit artifacts that have nearly lost their power or have broken inscriptions. Director Zhang continued to report. Why do you say suspected? A senior elder questioned with confusion. Director Zhang looked up and answered earnestly. Because our people opened some of them. Inside, some immediately emitted a stream of spiritual energy, while others even released toxic gas. But in the blink of an eye, the items inside the jade bottles or boxes turned to ash. It seems they could not withstand the test of time. Then these items are useless? Someone frowned. These were items numbered in the tens of millions. What a pity. Not necessarily. We want to keep them for now. When Su Squadron Leader comes back, we'll see if he has a way to make use of them. If even he can't, then it really is hopeless, Director Zhang replied helplessly. He then added, however, even if the contents of the bottles are no longer useful, the bottles and jade boxes themselves are treasures and can be used to store our future pills. The elder who asked nodded, having understood most of the situation and did not ask further. Xiao Zhang, you continue, the Chancellor said. Yes, sir, Director Zhang nodded and continued. We also found over 400,000 storage bags of various sizes, over 3,000 rings with storage functions, over 4,000 jewelry items with storage capabilities, and some other types of storage artifacts. Inside these, many preserved pills, spirit stones, and spirit artifacts were found. It had to be said that even in ancient times, storage artifacts were relatively valuable treasures. Especially jewelry with storage abilities were quite rare. Don't be deceived by the large numbers, tens of millions and thousands. Remember, this place is suspected to be the imperial capital, and they had essentially looted nearly all the 9 major streets of the entire city. Combined, other countries might not even have a third of a single street's worth. This is really good news. Although we have some storage artifacts, they've long been insufficient for the entire nation. This is quite timely, someone said happily. How many spirit artifacts are there? A senior military leader asked. General G, are you planning to re-equip our soldiers? Someone quickly caught on. Precisely. Although we are training blacksmiths, they are developing too slowly. So far, most can only forge mundane weapons and first-tier spirit artifacts. Those capable of forging second-tier spirit artifacts are fewer than 100. How far can this reach? When will we ever be able to equip our soldiers properly? General G spread his hands, clearly very anxious. However, to be fair, if people from other countries heard this, they'd probably roll their eyes to the heavens. You're already so strong, yet you're still complaining. What about us? How are we supposed to survive? Director Zhang smiled and quickly provided the numbers. We have already finished our tally. In the storage space, mundane weapons and first and second-tier spirit artifacts total less than 1,000. It seems even ancient civilizations had little interest in such items. Most are third-tier spirit artifacts and above. It's possible that there simply weren't many mundane or first-tier spirit artifacts in the capital city area. Alternatively, given the length of time passed, many of the originally placed 3- and 4-tier spirit artifacts have already lost their essence, let alone the mundane or first and second-tier spirit artifacts. There are over 6 million third-tier spirit artifacts of various ranks, mostly weapons, about 40 million in total, over 1 million defensive artifacts, and several million other functional spirit artifacts. There are over 5 million 4th-tier spirit artifacts, 30,000 5th-tier lower-grade spirit artifacts, 284 5th-tier mid-grade spirit artifacts, 5 5th-tier high-grade spirit artifacts, 1 6th-tier lower-grade spirit artifact, and 1 6th-tier mid-grade spirit artifact. No spirit artifacts above 6th tier midgrade were discovered. Director Zhang reported in great detail. It seems the majority of this ancient civilization's people were at the bone-washing realm, one elder remarked with emotion. I'm not so sure. Don't forget, this underground city is just suspected to be the capital. If it truly was the capital, it's normal for its people to be stronger than those elsewhere. Additionally, although this capital city is larger than our ancient cities, it definitely couldn't house 5 million people, let alone 60 million. Moreover, although there are many third-tier spirit artifacts, they were all placed inside storage spaces, meaning they were also considered valuable, another elder reminded them. Most likely, the average cultivation in this ancient civilization lay between the chi-infusing and bone-washing realms, with perhaps even many ordinary, untrained individuals. Don't forget, Boland's block also contained many ordinary items, he added. In that case, this ancient civilization must have had a large population, at least hundreds of millions. This comment received unanimous approval from everyone present, all nodding their heads. Saying hundreds of millions was being modest. If there were indeed large numbers of common citizens, there was a high chance the population exceeded 1 billion. The size of this other world is right there. It's only natural that the population isn't small either. Great. With over 60 million third-tier spirit artifacts, we can fully arm all our soldiers, General G said happily. There's more than enough. Don't forget, we've only reorganized 510 regular field divisions so far, barely 7 million troops, one general said with a smile. After 2 years of development, the current Huaxia had completed a comprehensive mobilization and reorganization of domestic military and police forces. Unless a major unexpected event occurred, there were no plans for further military expansion. After all, mobilizing too many young and able-bodied men into the military would significantly impact economic and civilian life. Even with the existence of the other world, people's livelihoods would still be affected. Therefore, at this stage, Huaxia's armed forces were mainly divided into 6 categories: special forces, regular military units, construction corps, garrison units, police forces, and militia. Special forces varied in personnel and organizational structure, with no fixed establishment. For instance, the Central Sea bodyguards who protected the top leaders had been separated from other units. They formed the Elders Guard Legion and had received a concentrated allocation of resources. Another example was the Yellow Emperor Legion controlled by Su Ping'an. It currently had 3 offensive sequence regiments and 3 defensive sequence regiments, totaling 6 regiments of troops. Then there were special agents and other specialized armed forces. The regular military units consisted of the 510 regular field divisions. Among them, 10 were key elite divisions under the close attention of the state, and the rest were ordinary field divisions. Each field division had an establishment of about 130,000 troops. The construction corps had formed 800 division-level units, mainly responsible for infrastructure development in the other world, which was a massive workload. Even though many civilians had already been relocated for construction, tasks such as infrastructure near the borders and sensitive military installations still required them. Moreover, the previous 10 elite construction divisions had been transferred to the regular military as core seed units after expansion. Each construction division had an establishment of 150,000 troops, totaling 12 million personnel. The garrison units were divided into 2 types, one responsible for defending Earth's borders, and another for protecting the internal territories of the other world. Since the field divisions were responsible for guarding the borders of the other world, apart from cultivation, they primarily operated conventional weapons from Earth. Most of these units were organized into combined battalions and brigades, with some special units, totaling 3.5 million troops. The police forces didn't need much explanation as their roles were largely unchanged. As for the militia, a national registration and training program had already reached 150 million people. Huaxia's ultimate goal was 200 million militiamen, which would still take some time to achieve. Can we also equip the troops from the construction corps and garrison units, even if there's still some left over for the backbone forces of the militia? General G said cheerfully, his tone brimming with the joy of a rich landowner. General G, most of these spoils come from shops along the major streets, not to mention all those workshops. There must be a lot of good stuff, probably enough to equip every citizen in our nation. Someone chimed in with a cheerful laugh. Haha, that would be even better. Just as everyone was happily discussing these developments, someone walked in with a serious expression and reported to the Chancellor. Your Excellency, a formal communication was just received from Samland's President George. Chapter 300 Su Ping'an returns to the capital. Oh, he's looking for me at a time like this. The Grand Secretary was first surprised, then seemed to have realized something, and said with a slight smile, It seems our old rival is getting anxious. You mean those bronze doors of the Fong? Said the third elder. Exactly, the Grand Secretary nodded. According to Yi Zhao's report, one must have reached the marrow-washing realm to push open the bronze doors of the common Fong. Clearly, apart from our Huaxia, there are no other experts of the mellow-washing realm in this world. Haha, this is truly great news. They must be dying with frustration, seeing the treasure mountain yet unable to enter. Some military officers burst into laughter. I'm just afraid they might get so jealous they do something desperate, someone said with concern. Humph, even if they turn desperate and start jumping over walls, are we afraid of them? Perfect opportunity to kill the mad dog and have some meat, said a hot-tempered general, his words brimming with killing intent. Xiaowang, what did George say? The Grand Secretary ignored the chatter and turned to the man who had just entered and reported the news. Indeed, Grand Secretary, Grand Commander George hopes we can help them open the underground bronze doors. He said this is for all humanity and urged us to see the big picture. Xiao Wang replied with a helpless tone, his head slightly bowed. Haha. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. Trying to guilt trip us now. Aren't they always so hypocritical? Not surprising at all. That's true. Never expect much from them. A dog will always remain a dog. If anyone else had said this, I might have considered it seriously, but coming from George, it's nothing but a joke, General G said bluntly without giving anyone face. Grand Secretary, we should just reject them outright. They think they can morally blackmail Huaxia? Let them dream on. However, just at that moment, someone else entered. The incoming person had a clearly excited expression on his face, and everyone recognized him. It was Shui Yong. How come you're back in the capital? The Secretary General looked at Shui Yong with confusion. Could it be? Has Su Pingyan returned? The Grand Secretary asked. Grand Secretary's insight is impeccable. Commander Su of the Yellow Emperor Legion is right outside now, Shui Yong said, barely concealing his excitement. Well then, why not let him in at once? For the first time in many days, a rare smile appeared on the Grand Secretary's face, the concerns of recent days now dissipating. The great door opened. A young man appeared who seemed reserved and low-key, with no particularly striking aura. He walked in slowly, wearing only a warm and gentle smile on his face, no dramatic gestures, yet exuding a natural kind of approachability. The young man stepped up before the Grand Secretary and saluted with a military salute. Commander Su Pingyan of the Yanwang Legion reports into the Grand Secretary and salutes to all present senior officials. Good, very good. It's just good that you are back. The Grand Secretary happily took both of Su Pingyan's hands and laughed heartily. After a brief exchange of greetings, the Grand Secretary asked, this time you went into the 10,000 Mountains range. Why did it take so long? Did you encounter any troubles or delays? Su Pingyan smiled slightly and answered, no real trouble encountered, actually. I went deep for 3 specific purposes, and all have been completed successfully. Oh, would you care to share with us? The Grand Secretary's interest was piqued. Since the Grand Secretary is interested, I'll explain. Su Pingyan didn't hold back. My first objective when I entered the 10,000 Mountains range was to break through my cultivation bottleneck and improve my cultivation quickly. This trip yielded even better results than I had expected, Su Pingyan said with visible joy in his own voice. After undergoing trials in the testing space, he was now able to unify and master all his strength cohesively. Moreover, the 3 martial techniques he had mastered, Beijia of Breaking General, Piercing Star Finger, and Heavenly Donbajang Art, had all reached the peak of perfection. He was only one final step away from reaching the legendary 8th realm, the realm of intent. Unfortunately, he had been unable to find the method forward. It was as though something essential was missing, just out of reach. Eventually, he had no choice but to temporarily give up cultivation and return. Still, at his current state, refining to the pinnacle of the Mountain River Realm's 8th stage, he could, when pushing himself to the limit, defeat a ferocious beast at the late 2nd star of the 7th grade, fight evenly with one at the full 2nd star of the 7th grade for half a day, and exchange more than a dozen blows with a beast possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, before swiftly escaping using his teleportation speed. This meant that unless confronted by a beast at the early 3rd star of the 7th grade, he was no longer in real danger, an enormous improvement in safety given how rare true divine beasts had become in recent times. Without elaborating further on his current cultivation level, Su Pingyan continued. The second objective was to return to an old place, the Blood Forging Land. I discovered this resource-rich location during my last journey to the 10,000 Mountains range, which can provide considerable resources and also allow rapid progress. Seeing that Su Pingyan did not disclose his cultivation details, the Grand Secretary and others did not press further. Instead, their curiosity shifted to this Blood Forging Land. Can you tell us more about the Blood Forging Land? What kind of place is it? The Grand Secretary asked curiously. Su Pingyan nodded and proceeded to explain the detailed situation of the Blood Forging Land to everyone present. Didn't expect that deep within the 10,000 Mountains range there would be another place both miraculous and terrifying. One of the elders couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yes indeed. Although there are quite a few benefits to be gained from there, fortunately, it was Xiao Su who entered. For ordinary people, entering would probably be a near certain death experience. What a pity. Others can't enter because they need the Black Iron token, and there's only one of them. Otherwise, we could have let some promising talents try. As long as they aren't greedy or reckless, there shouldn't be much of a problem, someone lamented. I'll find some time to take everyone over to take a look. If we can encounter a time when the passage randomly opens without needing the Black Iron token, perhaps everyone may have some chance of fortune. Su Pingyan smiled, clearly understanding the elder's intentions without directly pointing them out. We can discuss that later. Xiao Su, what was your third objective? The Grand Secretary asked. Scouting. Su Pingyan turned serious. Scouting. The Grand Secretary furrowed his brows, guessing something. Are you talking about exploring the way toward the other world? Su Pingyan nodded. Yes. Although the Tianxi Plains are closest to the other civilization, there are still issues. Firstly, that portal is in White Elephant Country, not our main base. It's somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, the Jiangxi from the Divine Beast Fallen Mountains are blocking the way. We likely won't be able to pass through for some time. Therefore, I wanted to check out the other world beyond the 10,000 Mountains range, Su Pingyan explained. As for the other world at the Crescent Island to the east, that would have to be abandoned. The sea was just too far, certainly several 10,000 kilometers at least. Even now, he dared not risk crossing that endless ocean. If something went wrong and he couldn't return, it would be a disaster. And what about the situation there? The Grand Secretary continued. He already had a vague guess about the answer judging from Su Ping'an's expression just now, but still asked anyway. After my cultivation breakthrough, I entered once more. Unfortunately, the furthest I got was approximately 7,600 kilometers from the portal. However, the fierce beasts there were too strong. I feared danger and temporarily withdrew. Also, since this mission took too long, I was somewhat worried about the situation back home, so I didn't have time to explore the surroundings thoroughly. I'll wait for another time, Su Ping'an said. The 10,000 mountains range spanned 8,100 kilometers, meaning he was only 500 kilometers away from the border. Unfortunately, after his training, his combat strength had increased significantly, but at the 7,600 kilometer mark, he had discovered several locations with 7th grade beasts at the 3-star level or higher in deep slumber. Afraid of awakening those mighty creatures and falling into a deadly trap, he could only withdraw for now. However, this exploration did allow him to obtain more detailed knowledge about the deeper regions. He believed that as long as he could break through to the Heavenman realm, he would surely reach the edge and see the scenery beyond the 10,000 mountains range. That was a place he had never heard of in his previous life. In his previous life, the Taoist immortal Qianquan had not revealed details about the civilization in the opposite world to the public, only briefly mentioning the range's boundaries and other basic information. Perhaps the high-level authorities knew, but he wasn't one of them. In this life, he could only rely on himself. You did the right thing. Safety comes first, and your safety is particularly important. From now on, please don't rush into such dangers so recklessly. The Grand Secretary reminded him gently. Yes, Su Ping'an wasn't a person who failed to recognize good intentions. Hearing the concern from the Grand Secretary, he felt deeply touched. After finishing the story of the 3 objectives, one of the elders suddenly spoke up. Right, the matter we were discussing just now. Why don't we also hear Xiao Su's opinion? What do you all think? Chapter 301. Destroying the Black Dragon with one hand. Yeah, I think we can do it. Anyway, that place requires Xiao Su to go there in person. Now it was Su Ping'an's turn to feel puzzled. What was going on? Generally speaking, whenever he returned, he would always look for Qin Meng first to learn what had happened during his absence, so he could stay well informed. But this time was different. As soon as he returned, he was dragged by Shui Yong straight to the capital, without even having time to find out how the world had changed. After all, he had been gone for several months. It was only natural that some changes had occurred. I wonder what it is. Su Ping'an asked. A while ago, the Barans discovered an ancient ruin in the dark forest, said Secretary Zhang, delivering the news in the briefest and clearest way possible, ensuring that Su Ping'an understood it. After exploring it for some time now, we're almost certain it was an ancient metropolis, an enormous underground city. Oh, I see, Su Ping'an said, realization dawning on his face, followed quickly by excitement. A bronze gate that even Yi Xiao couldn't budge, and that was after hundreds of thousands of years had passed. There were also 6th-tier spirit items, and even possibly an artifact master-level object, perhaps even a divine beast locked within the city's moat. All of these signs clearly pointed to one fact, the former glory of that underground city. There must have been cultivators at the Shanhejing and even the Tianren level there. Then, have they discovered Ji Ping Ling Shi? Su Ping'an suddenly thought and asked. Secretary Zhang hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, there were 2 pieces, around 36 tails in total. They aren't the common low-grade, medium-grade, or high-grade spirit stones we've seen before. We also suspect they may be the legendary top-grade spirit stones. Do you have pictures? Su Ping'an asked. Secretary Zhang nodded, quickly stepping out and then returning with a tablet, which he handed to Su Ping'an. Exactly, they are top-grade spirit stones, Su Ping'an confirmed, his face lighting up. Although only 36 tails had surfaced, as long as more were underground, that was enough. If there are 36 tails already above ground, how much more might be inside the Imperial Palace? Could there be even more? It was truly a case of searching endlessly with no luck, only to find it effortlessly. Perhaps the hope for his next breakthrough lay precisely within that underground city. Xiao Su, do you need those top-grade spirit stones? The Chancellor, noticing Su Ping'an's expression, quickly asked and added. If you do, you can take all 36 tails for use. Chancellor, to be honest with you, yes, I really need them, but I'll require a lot more than that. 36 tails would barely make a dent. However, now I'm very interested in the Imperial Palace. Perhaps there's enough there to satisfy my needs, Su Ping'an replied honestly. Very well. As we've promised you before, you have priority access to any resources that benefit your cultivation. I can promise you right now that all top-grade spirit stones discovered will be under your control, the Chancellor said again. Thank you, Chancellor, Su Ping'an thought happily. Oh, by the way, Chancellor and all honorable elders, what exactly was the problem you mentioned earlier? Su Ping'an asked after calming himself slightly. This is the situation, one of the elders explained, repeating what George had said. After listening, Su Ping'an fell into deep thought as well. Finally, after quite a while, he spoke a sentence that surprised everyone. We can open the bronze gate for them, but under conditions. Tell us your idea, the Chancellor replied, slightly curious. While we're growing stronger rapidly, the apocalyptic disaster is drawing near, and all of humanity must face it together. It would be beneficial to allow other nations to grow a bit stronger as well. It would help ease some of the pressure we may face. Murmurs of agreement passed through the room, with most nodding slightly. Of course, we're not here to simply give away treasures. If they want our good things, they'll naturally have to pay a price. Without weakening their strength, we can exchange for something useful to us and thus strengthen ourselves. This is a win-win situation. Exchange for what? Someone asked. Firstly, the Jade Scrolls. We make a backup, and they must agree to it. If not, they'll just have to watch from the sidelines. Secondly, those jade bottles and jade boxes that lose their ling qi once opened. They're useless to them, but not to me. We can trade with them for beast meat. Thirdly, any ores or spirit items they find, we can trade for as well. Lastly, quantity must be strictly controlled. We'll negotiate one workshop at a time, send people to monitor each group entering the ruins, and allow them to search as long as no major treasure emerges. This prevents any major treasures from slipping away while also buying us more time. We'd even be doing them a favor, as the gate is there, and they simply couldn't open it themselves. We're the ones offering help. Also, we should increase the number of personnel and accelerate the exploration speed, bringing back whatever is below as soon as possible in case of unexpected changes, Su Pingyan said. What do you all think? The Chancellor turned to the others. It's feasible, covering all aspects comprehensively. Yeah, although a bit unsatisfying, this is undoubtedly the best approach. After all, if we try to monopolize everything, it would seem unsightly. We are already feasting on the meat, so allowing them to sip the broth isn't bad. I also think Xiao Su's proposal is better. We Huaxia still need to coexist with other nations on this planet, and shouldn't make enemies of the entire world. Giving them a bit is fine too, since we already have the meat. Alright, I'll handle the negotiation with them. The Chancellor, seeing no objection from the group, also agreed. Xiao Su, do you have time to visit the Northern Sea Island now? The Chancellor turned to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan nodded, certainly. I'm also very curious about that underground city, and would like to see it. You've only just returned. Maybe rest for a couple days before going. It's not that urgent, the Chancellor advised kindly. Su Pingyan shook his head, no problem. It won't tire me. Then it's settled. The Northern Sea Island is entrusted to you. At the portal of the Northern Sea Island, in the Yundri Sun, before the white jade steps of the underground city's palace. So, this is the Black Dragon? Su Pingyan raised his head, looking at the tomb chained by spiritual artifacts. Commander, you're here? Yi Xiao, upon receiving news from his subordinates, arrived as soon as possible and was visibly excited seeing Su Pingyan. Yi Dui, you've all worked hard these past days. Su Pingyan glanced at Yi Xiao and slightly smiled. No hardships at all, Commander. It was you who ventured deep into the 10,000-mile mountain range. That's true hardship. Yi Xiao shook his head repeatedly. Su Pingyan simply raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then turned his gaze toward the two black dragons. Yi Xiao followed his glance and asked, Commander, what cultivation level do these two black dragons have? Can you handle them? These two black dragons must have been specially refined after death. They're of the corpse puppet category. Regarding their exact strength? We'll see, Su Pingyan said, waving a hand to release a powerful energy wave toward the black dragons. Roar, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the underground city. For some time now, the black dragons had only been restless at the beginning, but later would react only when someone stepped onto the white jade steps. Never expecting anyone to attack them now. As if their majesty had been challenged, they roared fiercely. In an instant, everyone nearby, even Yi Xiao, covered their ears, half kneeling on the ground. Some even bled from both ears. Seeing this, Su Pingyan waved his hand, forming a protective domain that shielded everyone. Yi Xiao and others felt slightly better and struggled to stand up, asking anxiously, Commander, what's the situation? Pillar King, 16th tier, 9th star at full strength. They're quite formidable, Su Pingyan said calmly. What? 16th tier, 9th star? Yi Xiao and the others looked at each other in shock. They had long suspected the two black dragons were powerful, but never imagined they'd be this powerful. It was truly unimaginable. Then what should we do? Although Yi Xiao deeply admired Su Pingyan, he couldn't help feeling uncertain about whether the commander could deal with these dragons at this moment. It's fine. Easily handled. Besides, these two black dragons are useful to us. Su Pingyan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Corpse puppets only required the removal of their soul yinji, and after Qian Kuan refines them again, their power might even increase. Once Huaxia possessed two such black dragons for defense, its foundational strength would elevate to a new level. Before Yi Xiao could ask out of curiosity, Su Pingyan instantly appeared above the moat, pulled out the god-slaughtering spear, and with a couple of light swings, cleanly severed both chains binding the dragons. Chapter 302. Have a little soup. Whale, two black dragons instantly surged out of the moat and attacked Su Pingyan. Perish. Su Pingyan instantly teleported twice, lightly tapping each dragon's forehead before waving his hand once again. Rein in. In an instant, as if nothing had happened, the two black dragons vanished from the city's moat, sealed within Su Pingyan's Qingkuan cauldron. Qingkuan, refine them once more and see if you can improve their quality, Su Pingyan instructed. At once, master. Unknown to Su Pingyan, just moments ago, Lei Ming, Kazaro, and others stationed outside the open bronze gate had been directly driven to spit blood from the dragon's roar. Even their eyes bled. Many more had simply fainted. What the hell happened? Lei Ming struggled to ask. I don't know, General. Then go and check immediately. Soon, news came back. General, the Chinese are provoking those two monstrous dragons, a subordinate reported. What? Are they mad? Kazaro's face turned pale. When they had first arrived at the moat, they'd attempted to break into the palace but were blocked by the two black dragons. Many had died instantly from the dragon's roar alone, and even they themselves were injured. Had it not been for the assistance of the Chinese people, they would have perished entirely. Kazaro, should we go take a look? Lei Ming's eyes shifted, apparently thinking something over. If you want to die, then go alone. Considering the Chinese saved us before, do you really think they'd save us again? Kazaro countered. Lei Ming said nothing more, though a lingering fear remained visible in his eyes. Have the polar bears contacted the Chinese yet? Are they willing to help us open the bronze gate? Lei Ming shifted the topic. He wouldn't dare approach the moat even if given 10 times the courage. He definitely had no desire to die here. They seemed to have agreed. However, negotiations are still ongoing. Kizaru did not hide anything because he knew the Sam nation was also discussing the same issue with China. China has surpassed us by too much. We should set aside our differences and join forces to resist them, Lei Ming suggested. Our relationship with China is still okay. Kizaru wasn't falling for that. Besides, such matters were up to the higher-ups, decisions he couldn't make. Tired of wasting words on Lei Ming, he simply pulled out some healing pills he'd bought from the Chinese and sat down to begin cultivating and healing his wounds. Indeed, cultivating. The polar bears had already obtained something previously, including cultivation method jade slips. Naturally, as commander, he'd immediately begun cultivating one of the methods, which he found quite acceptable. Humph. Seeing this, Lei Ming let out a cold snort and also sat cross-legged, beginning his own cultivation to heal. As for the unconscious soldiers, others would take care of them. Above the moat, Su Pingyan hadn't waited for long before Qianquan completed the refinement task. Master, the refinement is complete. The materials for the corpse puppets were good, though the creator's methods were lacking. I slightly improved them. These two creatures now possess about the strength of 7th tier, 1st star perfection, Qianquan reported. Haha, excellent, Su Pingyan exclaimed excitedly. 7th tier equaled one of China's strongest hidden assets. Landing on the white jade steps, Su Pingyan turned to look at Yi Xiao and others, saying, "Come, let's go inside and have a look." Yes, Yi Xiao and others became instantly excited and followed him closely. Without the dragons protecting it, the moat was entirely non-threatening. Soon, they reached the gates of the palace. Su Pingyan extended his hand and exerted slight force in the air. 5th tier isn't enough? Opening the gate requires 6th tier Qixing strength. Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised, though upon thinking about the dragons, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Commander is amazing. Truly only you can open this gate. The crowd was even more excited. All of you, proceed carefully, Su Pingyan warned before walking inside first. The result, however, proved his concern unfounded, for within the palace compound not a soul was to be found, nor were there any corpse puppets like the black dragons. It was perfectly safe. What exactly happened during ancient times? Everyone here seems to have simply vanished into thin air, leaving not even a single corpse behind. Su Pingyan frowned, puzzled. Commander, could it be that time has eroded all remains to dust? Yi Xiao asked. Su Pingyan shook his head. No, there just aren't any corpses. He had already swept the area with his spiritual consciousness and found not a single corpse indeed. That's truly strange. Yi Xiao did not question Su Pingyan's words in the slightest. Never mind. Even though there's no one here, the treasures are still inside. Send people to search around, Su Pingyan said. Yes. The imperial palace was extremely vast, so vast that Yi Xiao had to redeploy another 3,000 personnel from above to assist in the search. With Su Pingyan's presence, even the main palace gate had been opened. Naturally, the other quarters could also be accessed without difficulty. The noble quarters and Tufog that seemed to be marketplaces were obviously claimed by China. Other nations had no say in those. However, for the other common fong, especially those located near the city wall that appeared relatively inferior, China still arranged for personnel to help other nations open them. Of course, the conditions imposed by China were reluctantly accepted. After all, agreeing meant getting at least a taste of the spoils, while refusing meant receiving nothing at all. Even if they opposed China, they couldn't possibly defeat them. Inside the camp stationed at the Dark Forest. Commander, everything has already been sent back to the homeland, and is now being sorted and counted, Yi Xiao reported. Su Pingyan simply nodded slightly before saying, "You go and inform General Wu, the second in command. Then, all soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion will return with me to our homeland." Yes, Yi Xiao immediately accepted the order but raised a concern. Commander, if we all leave, the strongest among those left behind here won't even be beyond the 7th Blood Chi realm. Could there be any danger? Tell me what this is. Su Pingyan waved his hand, and suddenly a terrifying primordial beast appeared, over 500 meters long and entirely covered in black scales, startling Yi Xiao greatly. The terrifying pressure frightened others too, including Wu Jinshan, the supreme field commander of the field army, who was also the second in command here. He quickly ran over to investigate. This isn't the black dragon from earlier, is it? Yi Xiao recognized the black dragon at first glance. Su Pingyan nodded. Yes, I have completely refined it anew. Now it possesses the power of a 7th tier, 1st star perfection. Having it stationed here, do you think there's any problem left? No, absolutely none. Yi Xiao quickly shook his head. What was the point of joking around? If there was still danger even with the presence of a 7th tier black dragon, staying behind would also mean certain death. Respectfully greeting Commander, Wu Jinshan hurriedly approached, offering a military salute. General Wu, you're here just in time. I am about to return to the homeland with the soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion. I will leave temporary command here to you. Furthermore, to ensure everyone's safety, I'll leave this black dragon here under your command. Saying that, Su Pingyan took out a jade tablet and lightly flicked it, sending it flying toward Wu Jinshan. He quickly caught it and looked at Su Pingyan in confusion. Place the tablet on your forehead, and you'll temporarily gain the ability to control this black dragon, Su Pingyan explained. Wu Jinshan followed the instructions. Then, his face lit up with surprise. Commander, please rest assured. With the black dragon here, there definitely won't be any issues. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. He then led Yi Xiao, Xiao Li, and the rest of the Yanhuang Legion soldiers out of the dark forest. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In these past 15 days, one good news after another spread around the world, as countries began deciphering and gradually absorbing the things they had obtained from that ancient underground city. China was no exception. At this moment, an important results reporting meeting was being held in the central conference room in the capital. Xiao Zhang, please report the statistics to everyone, the chancellor said with a cheerful expression. Clearly, he'd already seen the summary beforehand, hence his excellent mood. Yes, Chancellor. Director Zhang quickly stepped forward to the projector and started presenting the work to everyone. Chapter 303, A Bountiful Harvest from the Dungeon. This time in the dungeon, we have collected a total of over 210,000 jade slips containing cultivation techniques. However, many are duplicates. In total, we've sorted out 18,469 different cultivation methods. Most of these are of low rank. After organization and statistics, there are over 12,000 below 4th rank, over 4,000 at 4th rank, over 1,000 at 5th rank, 27 at 6th rank, 3 at 7th rank, and 1 half divine ranked cultivation technique, reported Secretary Zhang. There wasn't any divine ranked cultivation method, which brought some slight disappointment to everyone. Yet, thinking about it, even at the wordless heaven tablet, very few people were able to comprehend divine ranked cultivation techniques. At present, in the recorded records of Huaxia, there are only 4 divine ranked techniques altogether. Everyone listened carefully to the report, and no one asked any questions. Su Pingyan listened quietly too, though inwardly he couldn't help but feel astonished. The harvest from this dungeon was indeed enormous. These jade slips containing cultivation techniques alone represented a major achievement. There are also over 350,000 jade slips related to recipes, forging, formations, talisman techniques, spirit plants, and rune arts, of which around 30,000 are unique types. We have already documented all of them. There are over 40,000 jade slips containing historical records. Many were collected from royal palaces. According to the history experts, they are very valuable. Scholars are now working on reconstructing the ancient history of this other world using these materials and should soon be able to establish a general historical framework. Additionally, there are over 60,000 jade slips containing travelogues, anecdotes, myths, and legends, most of which came from the imperial court and prominent aristocratic families. Seeing everyone paying such close attention, Su Pingyan couldn't resist interjecting. Since this other world is one of cultivation, those myths and legends may actually be part of history. This aspect should also be taken into account as reference material to reconstruct the history of this other realm as accurately as possible. What Xiao Su said makes sense. Remind the experts of this point, the chief minister concurred. Yes. Secretary Zhang made a brief note with his pen and continued his report. There are over 200 million jade vials, each containing what appear to be bullets or spirit liquids, and over 50 million jade or wooden boxes that possibly contain spirit herbs. Additionally, there are over 600 million pieces of spirit artifacts or fragments which have already lost their spiritual energy. All of these items have already been handed over to Commander Su, Secretary Zhang added, glancing towards Su Pingyan. Xiao Su, can you put these to use? The quantity is significant, one of the high-ranking officials inquired with concern. If they could be utilized effectively, such a large amount of resources would indeed be highly valuable. A faint smile formed on the corner of Su Pingyan's mouth. As long as they haven't been opened, the majority of their spiritual energy and medicinal power remains sealed within the jade vials etched with runes. Although there's been some dissipation, most of it can still be used. The demon refining cauldron might be powerless in this matter, but the heaven-earth cauldron could do it. After all, it was a treasure capable of reversing primal essence. Su Pingyan had already instructed Qianquan to refine all of these treasures, extract the essence, and remove any toxic impurities, forming a river of spiritual liquid brimming with spiritual energy and medicinal power. I'm planning to use these to enhance the soldiers of the field army, Su Pingyan continued. The soldiers of the Yanhuang Legion had all been recalled over the past half-month, and they had already entered the Hongmeng Pagoda for cultivation. Firstly, over the past several months, they had accumulated a great deal of merits, which he could use now. And secondly, if they lacked sufficient merits, he could allow them to borrow the merit first and improve their strength first, then repay the debt later. Good, very good indeed. Everyone was even more delighted, especially the military officials. Everyone was happy to hear this great news and asked no further questions, simply continuing to look at Secretary Zhang and waiting for the rest of his report. Additionally, we found over 5 million different sized storage bags, over 50,000 storage rings, and over 70,000 pieces of jewelry-like storage equipment. At present, we've emptied all the contents from these storage items and have already cataloged and counted everything. There are 120,000 mundane artifacts, 330,000 Grade 1 spirit artifacts, over 1.4 million Grade 2 spirit artifacts, over 1.5 billion Grade 3 spirit artifacts, over 30 million Grade 4 spirit artifacts, 840,000 Grade 5 inferior spirit artifacts, 550,000 Grade 5 medium spirit artifacts, 190,000 Grade 5 superior spirit artifacts, 20,000 Grade 6 inferior spirit artifacts, 10,000 Grade 6 medium spirit artifacts, 7,000 Grade 6 superior spirit artifacts, 514 Grade 7 inferior spirit artifacts, 211 Grade 7 medium spirit artifacts, 27 Grade 7 superior spirit artifacts, and 5 half-divine artifacts. Although Secretary Zhang already knew the results, his voice still quivered slightly while reporting them again. Mundane artifacts are generally used by cultivators from the body tempering stage 1 to 6, those who are just beginning cultivation. Grade 1 spirit artifacts, on the other hand, are wielded by cultivators of the body tempering stage 7 and above, but still below the blood chi stage. These artifacts possess some level of spiritual power, and the materials used are rather special. Despite being the same size, they are significantly heavier than mundane artifacts. Grade 2 and higher spirit artifacts correspond 1-to-1 with cultivation realms. Each grade of spirit artifact is further divided into inferior, medium, and superior quality. Half-divine artifacts are a type of spirit artifact between grade 7 and true divine artifacts. They possess a trace of divinity, allowing them to fight independently without the user's control. They are not as powerful as true divine artifacts, but far surpass grade 7 spirit artifacts. If two experts of the same realm and equal combat strength were to fight, one using a grade 7 superior spirit artifact, and the other a half-divine artifact, the latter would suppress the former within less than 100 moves. My goodness, so much. Everyone was stunned. This was beyond their expectations. Everyone knew that a previous report had already been presented, but compared to this one, it paled in comparison. The main ones are grade 3 spirit artifacts. This suggests that the number of experts at the marrow washing stage is definitely no small number, someone deduced, analyzing from the quantity of spirit artifacts. A lot of these were found inside the imperial palace and the mansions of noble families, especially the high-grade spirit artifacts, Secretary Zhang added. It looks like the country that ruled this underground city during ancient times was absolutely no small power. It might have covered the entire Andrusun or even wider territory. Our previous guess of hundreds of millions in population now seems conservative. It must be no less than 1 billion, said an elder. Unexpectedly, Secretary Zhang directly provided the answer, one that left everyone stunned. Vice Elder Wu, although the complete history of this ancient world hasn't been fully compiled yet, we have already extracted useful information from some jade slips recovered from the imperial palace. For example, our previous guess that this was a capital city has been confirmed. The name of this country is the Divine Martial Empire, and this underground city served as their capital, known as Divine Capital. Its history spans over 500,000 years, with a population of approximately 16 billion, and it was guarded by 3 half-divine level super experts. Everyone inhaled sharply in shock. Only the chief minister, who already had partial knowledge, remained calm. Even Su Pingyan, unaware of this before, widened his eyes in surprise. This information surpassed even his expectations. The Divine Martial Empire had simply too many people. In his previous life, he had visited the foreign civilization known as the Myriad Kingdoms continent through the Divine Gift Plane, specifically the state of Wei. Although it was just a small vassal state, it only had a population of about 30 to 40 million. Compared to the Divine Martial Empire, they were completely incomparable. Of course, the power of Wei couldn't even be compared to the Divine Martial Empire either. In Wei, the peak strength publicly recognized was the Mountains and Rivers stage. So many? It's more than double Blue Planet's population. It's ridiculous. Could such a country just vanish into history? And the entire city's population disappeared, as if overnight. What exactly happened back then? Everyone's expressions showed a trace of horror. It was terrifying. If Blue Planet faced a similar catastrophe, would it be able to withstand it? Everyone shook their heads. No, not at least with the current capabilities. That's still something in the distant past. We still have time, so there's no need to panic. As long as our entire Huaxia nation unites, we can overcome any difficulty, the chief minister stated firmly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the room became resolute. They had no more to say. Secretary Zhang continued with his report. Additionally, there are grade 1 spirit pills, 362 trillion inferior grade spirit stones, 113 trillion medium grade spirit stones, 24.8 billion superior grade spirit stones, 180,000 Yuping spirit stones, and 206 pieces of spirit crystals. When mentioning spirit crystals, Secretary Zhang couldn't help but glance at Su Pingyan. Chapter 304, Expansion again. After all, they didn't know this at first either. They asked Su Pingyan about it, but even he didn't know initially and had to consult Hong Meng before confirming. Moreover, the Jipingsha and Yingsha were now lying in Su Pingyan's storage ring. So many low-grade ring shurf. Everyone was astonished. No wonder it's the capital of an entire nation. Based on what we've learned from our jade slips, explained Secretary Zhang, the Divine Martial Empire collects nearly 40 trillion low-grade in taxes annually. However, some of these stones weren't stored properly in storage items, and, over hundreds of thousands of years, have completely lost their spiritual energy, turning into dust. Additionally, many of these stones are used to maintain the operation of formations in underground cities. It's said that at the peak of its power, the Divine Martial Empire had more than a quadrillion low-grade Shur in storage. Xiao Su, isn't your cultivation space in need of a huge amount of Vingshra? I'm giving them all to you. Just imagine how much this might boost our nation's strength. The chief minister looked at Su Pingyan with an expression full of expectation. Su Pingyan remained silent, partly because there truly were too many bihate, which even stunned him. Partly because although Lingshui were essential for his cultivation space, the space also required corresponding cultivation resources. Without them, the enhancement from merely speeding up time wouldn't be very effective. Besides, he had another plan in mind. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Chief Minister, no problem there. I'll immediately assign people to take inventory of all our current cultivation resources, then allocate soldiers into the cultivation space, training space, and military drill space to rapidly improve their combat capabilities. However, he paused for a moment, and seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, continued. The main currency of the alien civilization is spiritual coins and while our main currency on Blue Planet is credit money. With the rapid development of this alien world, money supply has been excessive. Should we consider using Lingshi as the basis for a new currency system? If possible, this new form of currency would be much easier to promote globally. Moreover, with Lingshi backing the currency, we could more accurately reflect the prices of various cultivation resources. With that, he fell silent. He was just throwing out an idea to encourage further discussion. This kind of professional matter should be left to professionals. He believed they could handle it better than he could. Old Qin, what do you think? After a brief pause, the chief minister turned to Elder Qin, who was in charge of economic and banking matters. Chief Minister, our nation's current currency is indeed somewhat lagging behind the development of this alien world. At the moment, two types of currency circulate side by side. One is huaxia currency, and the other is contribution points. Generally speaking, contribution points are required to purchase cultivation resources beyond the level of beast meat or ordinary pills, because regular money isn't good for measuring the true value of those resources. Elder Qin replied directly. Clearly, this issue had already caught their attention. However, with huaxia developing so rapidly over the past couple of years, they hadn't had the time to reform this area. The chief minister nodded slightly, then said, since the issue has come up and the problem is real, we must treat it seriously. With this opportunity, now that we have acquired such an enormous quantity of Lingshi and also possess several Lingshi veins, we can fully support the reform of a new currency. Elder Qin, this matter is on your shoulders. Get a plan drawn up as soon as possible. No problem. Right after this meeting, I will summon the most professional experts from across the nation to form a task force to explore the feasibility of this reform and quickly submit a proposal. Elder Qin responded. Xiao Su, the matter of rotating soldiers through cultivation is entrusted to you. Mobilize things as quickly as possible. The chief minister once again turned his gaze to Su Ping'an. After all, strength was fundamental. The soldier's power was the foundation of huaxia. All right, I'll start making arrangements right after this meeting. Su Ping'an slightly nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed smiles of satisfaction, with even more expectations in their hearts. Oh, by the way, Xiao Su, recently, with mass cultivation across the nation, we've also discovered many cultivation prodigies. After a period of evaluation, we have already screened their character and provided them with at least 3 months of basic military training. I want to add a bit more responsibility on your shoulders. Let's expand the Yellow Emperor Legion again. What are your thoughts? The chief minister turned to Su Ping'an once more. Of course, that's no problem at all, Su Ping'an said cheerfully. Strengthening his own power, how could he possibly object? The only drawback was that these people were obviously new recruits. Still, he knew there wasn't much choice in the matter. Many of the previous soldiers with better aptitude had already been absorbed into the Yellow Emperor Legion through prior expansions. Chief Minister, may I ask how many we are considering and what the target size of the expansion will be? Su Ping'an inquired with interest. This time, the number might be quite large, but we've already absorbed nearly the best talents from across the entire nation. If we want to expand again in the future, we'll have to wait for the next generation to grow up and reveal their true potential. The chief minister prepared Su Ping'an in advance. Then he finally revealed the exact figure. More than 100,000 people. Su Ping'an couldn't help but suck in a breath in astonishment. After all, right now he commanded 4 battalions, plus the God of War Special Team and the Big Dipper Squad, totaling less than 20,000 soldiers. This expansion meant nearly 5 times the number, almost 5-fold growth. It appeared that all the geniuses in the nation had indeed been gathered here. Once these people matured, they would become the strongest pillar of huaxia. Thinking of this, despite the pressure, Su Ping'an still nodded. Please rest assured, Chief Minister and senior elders. I will definitely cultivate these geniuses into the greatest foundation of our huaxia. Ha 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 ha. Hearing those words from you, I feel 100% reassured. You can mobilize all available resources, and these new recruits will mainly come from the Yellow Emperor Legion. The Chief Minister immediately gave his strongest support. Yes, sir. After the meeting ended, Su Ping'an immediately returned to Shenlong Mountain opposite the Valley of Death, the headquarters of the Yellow Emperor Legion, because the new recruits had already arrived. Inside the headquarters command center, all high-ranking officers of the Yellow Emperor Legion were fully assembled. This time, everyone's cultivation has improved quite well, right? Ha ha ha. Su Ping'an smiled joyfully while looking at the cultivations of everyone present. It's all thanks to the commandant's nurturing. Long live our wise commandant. Xiao Li smiled sweetly. Didn't expect our beauty Xiao would actually start flattering the commandant. Ha 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 ha, how rare. Yi Xiao joked. Humph, none of your business. Xiao Li immediately shot him a glare. Old Qin, I suppose you've already tallied the soldiers' improvements. Let's hear the report. Su Ping'an observed the playful atmosphere for a moment without interrupting, merely watching silently until they settled down. Only then did he speak again. Although this was a military force, during this period everyone had been apart more than together. Their time had mostly been spent either in cultivation or in battle, which had become quite monotonous. Gathering together like this was a rare opportunity, so some joy and camaraderie was acceptable, even beneficial to strengthening their battlefield comradeship. Yes, Qin Ming immediately stepped forward. The Big Dipper Squad has improved the most, with an average cultivation of late 5th Heaven Transcending King stage. The squad leader, Xinyu, is the strongest, already reaching early 6th Heaven Transcending King stage. The Big Dipper squad was the nation's core ace team, enjoying unlimited resources and each member wielding a semi-divine artifact. When they activated the Big Dipper sword formation together, they could even pose a threat to experts at the 8th or even 9th Heaven Transcending King stage. Currently, they ranked as the 4th most powerful force under Huaxia. The 3rd most powerful force was the 2 black dragons contributed by Su Pingyan, both of whom had reached the peak of 7th grade rank 1 Emperor of Mountains and Rivers. The 2nd most powerful force was Su Pingyan himself. Although he had the strongest foundation, at the moment, he was considered the 2nd strongest. The most powerful individual was none other than Artifact Sage. Because they had obtained some spirit crystals from the underground city, his power was determined by the grade of spiritual stones placed within him. Without any spirit stones, he possessed the strength of late Heaven Transcending King stage. High-grade spirit stones brought him to Mountain River Saint. Top-grade spirit stones elevated him to Heaven's Connection Immortal. And with spirit crystals, he could become semi-god. It was a pity they didn't have divine stones, otherwise he would reach peak divine immortal of the 9th level. The God of War special team has also improved quite well. All 125 members, including those who joined later, were given advanced merits and sufficient resources. Now all have entered the Heaven Transcending King stage, with an average cultivation at middle 3rd Heaven Transcending King. The strongest among them is Captain Yi, already at early 5th Heaven Transcending King, clearly leading the God of War special team. Qin Ming continued reporting. Chapter 305 Restructuring and Appointments. The 3 main assault regimental formations each have an average cultivation level reaching the 1st stage of Transcendent Realm culmination, with the strongest being the 1st Regiment's commander, Tong Guan, at the 3rd stage of Transcendent Realm culmination. The weakest are those at the 9th stage of Mortal Transcendence culmination, with more than 1,000 still stuck at this level. The 2 defense regimental formations have an average cultivation level at the initial stage of the 1st Transcendent Realm, with the strongest being Wu Kuei, commander of the 1st Defense Regiment, at the initial stage of the 2nd Transcendent Realm. The weakest also remain at the 9th stage of Mortal Transcendence culmination, with nearly 5,000 stuck at this level. Upon hearing this, everyone slightly frowned before relaxing again. They all understood that the gap between the Mortal Transcendence and the Transcendent Realm was a major hurdle, not easily overcome. Consider that those in the Yellow Emperor Legion were already the most talented soldiers selected from the entire military, with the best cultivation environment and resources available. Even then, so many remained stuck. It was obvious how difficult it would be for the general population. After a brief pause, Su Pingyan finally spoke. They all have the potential to break through to the Transcendent Realm, and I fully believe in that potential. I will give them more time and resources after this reorganization, and they will continue training inside the cultivation space. My only requirement is that every soldier in the Yellow Emperor Legion must cultivate beyond the Transcendent Realm. Isn't the international community pushing forward the concept of Transcendent Regiments? We've been categorized under that standard too, so we must live up to that title, not just carry the name without the substance. Su Pingyan spoke with great conviction. Commander, the number of new recruits is quite significant. Most of them are still at the Qi Blood Realm, and the amount of resources required to elevate them all to the Transcendent Realm would be enormous. Qin Ming couldn't help but voice his concerns. Just resources? Only when they are digested and become part of our foundation can they be called good resources. Otherwise, we're just leaving them for others to take as reparations. Su Pingyan always believed that if the resources weren't sufficient, then expansion was necessary. After all, there were countless other realms, full of the resources they needed. The key was to possess the strength to claim them, or else it would be a suicide mission. Commander, you're truly amazing. Everyone became excited. Seeing the mood, Qin Ming didn't press further, but moved on to another important matter. Commander, how exactly do you plan to expand the Legion? Su Pingyan pondered for a moment before replying. We are no longer the elite force we once were. Since our scale has expanded, our structure must change accordingly. Regimental units are no longer sufficient. We must elevate to the divisional level. Moreover, our cultivations and equipment are far superior to before, so some units like communications and logistics can be phased out. We will be a purely offensive vanguard legion, and every soldier must be a sharp blade. Looking at the excited faces of the group, he continued, from now on, a team will consist of 3 soldiers, a squad of 10, a platoon of 31, and a company of 94 soldiers. From team to company level, command will be centralized under one officer with no deputies and no direct subunits. The structure below the company level was kept extremely streamlined. A battalion consists of 304 soldiers, commanded by a battalion commander, a deputy commander, and including a direct command squad and an enforcement squad. A regiment includes 978 soldiers, commanded by a regimental commander, 2 deputy commanders, a political commissar, along with a direct command platoon and an enforcement platoon. A division consists of 3,126 soldiers, led by a division commander, 2 deputy commanders, and a political commissar, along with a direct command company and an enforcement company. From the battalion up to the divisional level, the structure had been trimmed significantly and became much more streamlined, greatly enhancing command efficiency. One army consists of 3 divisions totaling 12,639 soldiers. Commanding an army would be an army commander, 2 deputy commanders, 2 political commissars, a direct command battalion, a direct enforcement battalion, a direct vanguard battalion, and a direct Xuanwu battalion. 300 soldiers for the vanguard and 1,000 soldiers for the Xuanwu battalion. Moreover, the reason we originally separated into assault and defense regiments was mainly because our other allied units weren't ready yet. Now that all of them have grown strong, the Yellow Emperor Legion will be the sharpest blade. There is no longer a need to differentiate between assault and defensive formations. All will focus primarily on offensive operations. This time, I plan to establish 9 divisions. Establishing 9 divisions meant that technically, 3 corps could be formed, yet Su Pingyan didn't rush into setting up corps-level units. First, the Han Empire controlled either entirely or partially 6 teleportation gates, and 3 corps were insufficient to cover all of them. Secondly, each teleportation gate varied in terms of danger levels and the shares the Han Empire held, so there was no need to distribute resources evenly. Clearly, using divisional-level units offered greater flexibility and mobility. Commander, with 9 divisions, that makes a total of 113,751 soldiers. Right now we have 116,984 warriors in total. Subtracting the 7 members of the Big Dipper team and the 125 warriors of the War God Special team, there are still 3,101 soldiers remaining. Qin Ming quickly calculated the numbers. Hearing this, Su Pingyan smiled slightly. The Big Dipper team and the War God Special team will also be expanded this time. Commander, how are we going to expand our Big Dipper team? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Although I hope none of you ever face any mishap, that great war in the future is unavoidable. If even one of your team suffers a casualty, the entire Big Dipper team would fall into disarray and lose the power of the Big Dipper sword formation. Therefore, reserves are necessary. It's better to be prepared, Su Pingyan said calmly. Qin Yu's heart tightened. Commander, you're absolutely right. Each member of the Big Dipper team will personally select 9 candidates as reserve members. I will prepare for each of them a high-grade 6th rank or even 7th rank treasure sword. I hope all of you will train them well, Su Pingyan said. Yes, sir. Qin Yu saluted solemnly. Additionally, this is a good opportunity to expand the War God Special team. We have now recruited some of the most talented individuals across the nation. I hope you will carefully select a group of soldiers. I want this expansion to bring the team up to the size of a battalion, though it will be a small-scale one. The total number will be set at 500 warriors, Su Pingyan continued. Yes, sir. Yi Shao stepped forward immediately. Commander, there are still 2,166 people unaccounted for, Qin Ming pointed out. The remaining soldiers will stay at the Legion headquarters, Su Pingyan said cheerfully. Then he added, 2,000 soldiers might still be a bit few. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. Old Qin, later you can pick some additional soldiers from the allied units to make up a round number. From now on, the total strength of our Yellow Emperor Legion will be fixed at 120,000 warriors. Unless something unexpected happens, we will not expand further. Yes, sir. Qin Ming accepted the order. It wasn't a big deal to add a few more soldiers. A simple report to the upper command would suffice, and they probably would be only too happy to agree. Shenlong Mountain is our most important stronghold and the location of our Legion headquarters, so 2 divisions will be stationed here, the 1st and 2nd divisions, along with the Legion's direct command forces. In addition, the Big Dipper team will also be recalled to be stationed here, Su Pingyan said, then turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, here, I hereby appoint you as the Chief Commander of Shenlong Mountain's Otherworld Domain and Acting Army Commander. You will command the Yellow Emperor Legion troops stationed in Shenlong Mountain and have authority over other allied forces as well. Also, Master Qi will be permanently stationed in Shenlong Mountain. If you truly face any insurmountable danger, you may contact him and request his assistance, Su Pingyan declared loudly. With this appointment, Qin Ming essentially became a powerful regional commander. Moreover, with Master Qi, a half-god level expert, stationed here, Shenlong Mountain was one of the safest places unless a true god-ranked expert appeared. Yes, sir. Though a chill ran through Qin Ming's heart, he still stepped forward to accept the command. Though it seemed his position as Deputy Legion Commander had been dropped, he was still very pleased to once again lead troops and fight on the battlefield. Xinyue Island is also our 2nd most important stronghold, so I have decided to station 2 divisions there as well, the 3rd and 4th divisions. Additionally, I will place a black dragon here to strengthen its foundation, Su Pingyan continued. Then he turned his gaze to Xiaoli, the one most familiar with Xinyue Island. Xiaoli, here, I hereby appoint you as the Chief Commander of Xinyue Island's Otherworld Domain and Acting Army Commander. You will command all Yellow Emperor Legion forces stationed on Xinyue Island and oversee all allied forces there as well. Yes, sir. Xiao Li's heart pounded. Though she had half expected this arrangement when she heard her name, the actual confirmation still sent a wave of excitement through her. After all, she was a warrior woman who cared little for feminine adornments and lived for her military uniform. Chapter 306, Rotational Training. The Tianshi Plain of White Elephant Country will likely be the first place where we make contact, communicate, and even trade with otherworldly civilizations in the foreseeable future. It is also extremely dangerous. Therefore, I've decided to station 2 divisions there, the 5th and 6th divisions. Moreover, I have left behind 2 battle pets there, each commanding an army of ferocious beasts to guard the teleportation array. I will be spending most of my time there as well, so there should be some guarantee of safety. As he finished speaking, Su Pingyan looked at Tongguan and called out loudly. Tongguan, here, I hereby appoint you as the Chief Commander of the Otherworld in Tianshi Plain, serving as Acting Division Commander, in charge of all Yanhuang Legion soldiers stationed in Tianshi Plain and commanding other affiliated units. Roger. Tongguan had expected this. After all, he was most familiar with the Tianshi Plain. As for the Uindri Sun in Beihai Island, where the underground city of the Divine Warrior Empire is located, its status as part of the Divine Warrior Empire's territory has already been confirmed. The underground must contain more than just one ruin. Therefore, we can invite some of the senior scholars from within our country to go there for investigation and search for other ruins. At the same time, we'll deploy the 7th Division and the War God Legion for garrison duty there. Then Su Pingyan turned to Yi Shao and said, Yi Shao, here, I hereby appoint you as the chief commander of the Otherworld in Andersa, serving as acting division commander, in charge of all Yanhuang Legion soldiers stationed in Dark Forest and commanding other affiliated units. Roger. Yi Shao stood upright, since the Legion commander had already spoken to him about this earlier, so he was one of the first people to have foreseen that he would remain stationed at Beihai Island. Su Pingyan had his own considerations. Currently, among global military forces, the commander most familiar to various countries about the Yanhuang Legion is Yi Shao. After all, the Dark Forest Otherworld was one of the earliest developed ones, and had many nations nearby. Therefore, keeping Yi Shao there made perfect sense. Firstly, Yi Shao had a certain level of prestige among elite warriors from other nations. Secondly, he understood the Dark Forest very well. Thirdly, this could prevent more prying eyes from closely observing the Yanhuang Legion. Though Su Pingyan no longer cared much about being understood by outsiders, delaying exposure as much as possible was still better. Under the condition that the world already knew China was very strong, hiding one's sharpness appropriately was still necessary. The ancient mine near the Great Pyramid is also very important. Our primary task there is to explore and collect various ores from various countries. In addition, we also need to search for pathways leading to the surface. I intend to deploy one division there, the 8th Division. After speaking, Su Pingyan turned to Alife. Alife. Here. Alife was somewhat surprised but felt thrilled upon hearing Su Pingyan call his name. After all, before this, he was merely the captain of the Guardian Corps and spent most of his time on defensive duty. However, deep down, he longed for battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the Special Forces Squad. I hereby appoint you as the chief commander of the Otherworld at the Ancient Mine, serving as acting division commander, commanding all Yanhuang Legion soldiers stationed at the Ancient Mine and commanding other affiliated units. Roger. Previously, Chen Yu from the Big Dipper Squad had been in charge of the Ancient Mine, but over the past period, it became clear he was not particularly skilled in large-scale military command or negotiation, so Su Pingyan decided to transfer them back to headquarters. If someone isn't good at commanding, they should contribute where their strength lies, in small unit combat. The last location is the Yunshan grasslands in Indonesia. According to our latest intelligence, the place has already been discovered, and we are currently in negotiations with Indonesia. The Grand Chancellor intends to bring ASEAN nations into this as well, and the specific shares are still being discussed, which we don't need to concern ourselves with. However, the region also has abundant fierce beast resources, and we certainly can't let this opportunity pass. Therefore, I've decided to deploy the 9th Division there. After saying this, Su Pingyan looked at Wu Kuei. Wu Kuei. Here. Wu Kuei immediately stepped forward. It wasn't unexpected for him to be sent there since he had previously been in charge of this area. I hereby appoint you as the chief commander of the Otherworld in Yunshan Grassland, acting division commander, responsible for commanding all Yanhuang Legion soldiers stationed there and commanding other affiliated units. Roger. Lastly, the leaders of the 9 divisions will be promoted from the former deputy regiment commanders of the 5 regiments. You all need to submit your recommended names, and I will make prompt appointments based on their previous performance. Su Pingyan commanded. Roger. All right. You have 1 week to complete the reorganization. 1 week from now, I'll send you all into the cultivation space for another round of training. Su Pingyan concluded. Roger. From that point onward, the entire Shenlong Mountain became a place bustling with activity. Su Pingyan could truly be said to have passed by his home 3 times without entering, busy with the affairs of the Yanhuang Legion. After finishing here, he hurried to the other side of the various teleportation gates, sending field force soldiers into cultivation spaces, trial spaces, and drill spaces for training. One must realize there were as many as 510 field divisions nationwide. Su Pingyan's first destination was Shenlong Mountain, where he directly arranged for 10 elite divisions, along with another 120 field divisions and 300 construction divisions to enter the cultivation space for training. Of course, it was done on a rotating basis, as defensive duties, beast hunting, and construction work were still quite demanding. Time passed swiftly, and outside things were far from calm. Ever since the portal inside the Java Cave in Indonesia was exposed, China, in collaboration with the Indonesian government, had summoned the ASEAN member nations to Jakarta for a conference to allocate shares of the portal. In the Oval Office of the White House in Sam Country. Have all the items obtained from the dungeon been catalogued yet? George asked eagerly. Supreme Leader, everything has been sorted and prepared, Brin quickly replied. After all, what they had obtained was incomparable to what China had received. Considering that China had nearly completed their sorting, they had completed theirs even earlier. The only tasks still ongoing were the studies and translation of jade slips and the deciphering of the ancient script, which was rather time-consuming. What was the yield? George asked. It can't compare to China's, but for us, this is still a huge success. We obtained 129 jade slips containing martial cultivation techniques. Currently, the warriors of the Thor Legion, along with some language experts, have begun studying them. They will personally instruct others. It won't be long before the Thor Legion soldiers can all cultivate these techniques. Then we will finally be able to catch up to China. Brin spoke with a sense of optimism. He had already taken advantage of his position to cultivate some techniques in advance, and the results had been very promising. Yes, The difference between possessing these techniques and not possessing them is massive. No wonder China has been able to surge ahead so far. It's precisely because of their cultivation techniques. We must decipher them as soon as possible and allow everyone to begin training. Only then can we hope to gradually close the gap with China. George nodded in agreement. Since the incident in the dungeon, the super soldiers of China were already well understood by countries worldwide. Particularly after mastering cultivation techniques, they had abandoned the previous arrogant notion that they were not far behind China and now clearly recognized the reality. What else did we get? George continued. There are jade slips mentioning spirit stones and spirit ore. These things are not very useful to us for now. There are also jade bottles that vanished as soon as they were opened. We have already traded all of these to China for some ferocious beast meat and physical enhancement pills. Bryn answered seriously. Keep some for myself. I have a use for them. The rest should be Jizhong, gave the Thor Legion. I heard many people from China have already cultivated up to the second major realm. We are far behind. The Thor Legion must, within the shortest time possible, advance to the second major cultivation realm, George ordered. Yes, sir. Bryn's expression turned serious. According to reports from their spies in China, during the past half year of mass cultivation in China, many Chinese citizens had already reached the seventh stage of body tempering realm. Even many with exceptional talent, or those wealthy enough to access abundant resources, had broken through to the second realm, the Qi cultivation realm. That was the difference. After all, in their Sam country. No, in all countries except China, not a single person had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm yet. The strongest among them, Raymond, had barely reached the initial stage of the 8th stage of the body tempering realm. Soon, Bryn summarized their gains from this expedition, including what other countries had obtained, and reported back to George. Oh, by the way, I heard that China has already gathered the ASEAN nations in Jakarta for discussions regarding the portal in the Java Cave of Indonesia. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity. You must personally go there afterward. No matter what, we must secure a certain share there. If necessary, we can offer some benefits to those nations, George suddenly said. Chapter 307, Java Portal Allocation Plan. Mr. President, this time China only invited the ASEAN countries, and no other nations are involved. Their intention is already very clear. I'm afraid we won't have a place in it. Boleyn expressed his concern. In the past, the ASEAN countries all had to show them respect, and even China was no exception since they had the strongest military power. But things were different now. With China involved, the ASEAN countries might no longer be afraid of their country, Uncle Sam. After all, they wouldn't dare to use force openly. Do our best, George said helplessly. Understood. It wasn't only Uncle Sam eyeing the portal on Java Island. The polar bear was no different. No country would ever refuse an extra share of a portal. After all, everyone knew that each portal led to a different world, meaning different opportunities. In the Kremlin of the polar bear. Mr. Emperor, according to the information we've translated from the Jade Slip, that underground city is the capital of a nation called the Divine Martial Empire, and this nation is quite large. Therefore, it's highly probable that most of the area on the other side of the portal belonged to this empire before. Oh, stated solemnly. What you're implying is that there might be other underground city ruins underground. The emperor instantly understood his meaning. Kajalwa nodded slightly. Yes, and that's almost certain. After all, such a vast nation wouldn't have only one city left. Judging from the level of preservation of the city, there must be other underground cities there. Even if they aren't as large or as well preserved, once found, the gains would be considerable. What you say makes sense. I will dispatch some professional geologists there. You should assign some experts to assist them. Centering around that underground city, they should search within a radius of hundreds of kilometers in all directions. The cities around the capital absolutely wouldn't have been small, the emperor said. Your Majesty is wise. Kajalo, seeing that his suggestion had been accepted, became excited at once. Your Majesty, should we send people to Java Island as well? The foreign minister suddenly asked. They didn't invite us. Would it be appropriate for us to go on our own initiative? The emperor said this with a face that showed no sign of disapproval. As long as we can get a certain share, sacrificing some interest would be worthwhile, the foreign minister said. After a pause, he added, just like this time with the world opposite Bahar Island. If we don't have a share here, even if ancient ruins are discovered, we won't be able to get involved, which would result in a huge loss. Indeed, besides China, the three countries that benefited the most from the underground city ruins this time were the Polar Bear, Uncle Sam, and Poland. The others merely got to sip some of the dregs. All right, you personally take care of it. You must secure some share, no matter how small, the emperor said seriously. Yes, sir. It wasn't just the two major powers. Other countries also sent delegations to Jakarta, and some even sent envoys directly to China. Everyone wasn't foolish. Although the meeting was being held in Jakarta, the ultimate decision-making authority still belonged to China. Finding the core people was the most important thing. In Jakarta, at this moment, inside the meeting, everyone was discussing with great passion, while representatives from nations outside of ASEAN were anxiously waiting outside the venue like ants on a hot pot. There was nothing they could do, for the Chinese ambassador had clearly said that the distribution would be decided only among China and the ASEAN countries. However, China would not interfere in how the ASEAN countries chose to distribute their own shares. What did this mean? It was obvious. They had to wait until the meeting ended and then try to negotiate for a share from the ASEAN countries. As to what price they had to pay, that was their problem, and it had nothing to do with China. Inside the meeting hall, everyone was enthusiastically discussing. How often had the 10 nations ever been so important? Even the ambassadors of Uncle Sam and the Polar Bear had to wait outside the meeting room, something that excited them greatly. If it weren't for the presence of the 11th country, China, they would probably have already opened some champagne. At this moment, the Chinese representative, Ambassador Wang, stood up and said, "Everyone." The moment he spoke, the hall fell silent instantly. Everyone gave Ambassador Wang, or more accurately, the nation of China, its due respect. I have only 3 points to make. First, the portal on Java Island was discovered by our nation, China. Its location was extremely secret. If not for China, it might have taken 10 or even 20 years before it was discovered. Just for this reason alone, China should be given priority in claiming 30% of the share. Second, we've already constructed 3 very secure defensive lines on the other side. Everyone who goes there won't have to worry about being directly attacked by ferocious beasts, like in the case of the White Elephant Nation. There will be a relatively safe environment for survival and construction. Because of this, we should receive at least 25% of the share, just like in the case of the White Elephant Nation. Third, the reason only the 10 of us are involved in the allocation is because China is here, protecting us from all those outside predators. For this reason alone, we deserve another 10%. Therefore, China will take a total of 65% of the allocation of this portal. Ambassador Wang concluded, looking around the room, asking, "Does anyone have any objections?" After a moment of silence, the representative from the Philippines stood up and said, "Ambassador Wang, there are 11 of us here. If China directly takes nearly 2/3, isn't that too much?" Ambassador Wang merely glanced at him coldly and replied, "If the Philippines does not wish to participate in this allocation, you are free to leave. We do not force anyone." Upon hearing this, the representative from the Philippines quickly waved his hands, signaling agreement before promptly sitting back down. The other representatives all voiced their approval one after another. Even the host country's Indonesian representative, who had tried to speak a few times, could only sigh helplessly in the end. China's firm stance left them at a loss. This was no longer the China they were familiar with. Given China's strength, they were powerless even if it outright seized control. Now, it had already left 1/3 for them, which was being extremely generous. Especially for smaller countries like Brunei, which had limited population and small territory, they did not actually require large shares. After all, even if more was given, they wouldn't have enough people to deploy. Thus, naturally, they supported China. After all, apart from China, they had no chance of participating in such interdimensional development at all. Nowadays, even the smallest nations had people entering other worlds for exploration. Take for example the ancient Pyramid Kingdom, where China's involvement gave all countries an opportunity. However, that allocation was negligible, barely enough to give a sense of participation. As for gaining valuable treasures, they couldn't even dream about it. However, with this portal on Java Island, they actually had the chance to secure a substantial share. Since Java Island is located in Indonesia, we will take 20% of the allocation. The Indonesian representative, although unwilling to compete with China, clearly stated his demands firmly when dealing with the other ASEAN nations, seizing a big slice of the share. Though the other countries were deeply unhappy, the Indonesian representative remained unyielding, leaving them no choice but to compromise. Eventually, Indonesia secured 15%, second only to China. The remaining 20% was divided among the other 9 nations. Okay, now that the allocation is finalized, let me add 2 final points. Ambassador Wang stood up again. First, the initial number of personnel entering the other world will be set at 10 million. China will send 6.5 million of them. Normally, sending such a large number through a newly discovered portal was not advisable, but this case was an exception. China had already operated here for 2 years, constructing 3 defensive lines. It had long decided on the primary development plan, and the 65% share had already been predetermined. With such a foundation in place, 6.5 million was manageable. Even a few times more would be feasible. We have no objections. The Indonesian representative voiced agreement first, and the others naturally followed suit. Second, as I already mentioned, you have the right to handle your own shares as you see fit. China will not interfere. However, let me offer a piece of advice. Keep your eyes sharp and don't be deceived. All right, I must return to China for other matters. Later on, specific personnel will come here to coordinate with you regarding detailed procedures for entering the world. With that, Ambassador Wang turned and left the conference room without looking back. In the next instant, the meeting room once again filled with lively discussions. China is becoming more and more powerful. Someone couldn't help but remark. Chapter 308, Second Major Perfection of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm. Yeah, now they're not hiding anymore. I heard that there are even 2 portals within China's territory, one in the east and one in the west. This is the benefit of having such a vast and resource-rich land. If we're talking about vastness and richness, look at the Bear Kingdom and the Maple Leaf Country. Aren't they lacking their own portals? Counting this one on Java Island. Wow, China already has so many portal shares. So powerful. Indeed, the entire world can't possibly keep up with China anymore. From now on, it's better to cling tightly to China's leg. The times have changed. For thousands of years, the players at the world's table have constantly changed, but China has always remained seated. They're merely starting a new round of the game. What's all the fuss about? Shenlong Mountain's otherworld. After finally sending millions of warriors into the cultivation space, Su Pingyan re-entered the cosmic transformation layer of the primordial tower. Hongmeng, help me activate the River of Laws. I want to enter for enlightenment, Su Pingyan ordered. With over 180,000 taels of supreme spirit stones in hand, Su Pingyan could certainly afford to be extravagant. Yes, master. 100 taels of supreme spirit stones per hour. After entering the River of Laws, Su Pingyan quickly entered a meditative state and began to cultivate the primary spatial law. Back in the beginning, 1 hour would have been sufficient to advance one stage in cultivation. But now, he had already reached the 8th stage of the primary spatial law. Advancing to the 9th stage wasn't easy. But he had plenty of spirit stones. 1 hour, 2 hours, time passed, and about 10 hours had gone by. Suddenly, a ripple stirred within the River of Laws around Su Pingyan. It's done. I heard that one must cultivate the law of time to become a heavenly ascendant expert and accelerate the evolution of one's inner world. When both space and time's primary laws are fully comprehended, one becomes a demigod. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. As for reaching the divine realm, he had no clue yet, and the cultivation method was still sealed. Perhaps the seal would only be lifted once his cultivation reached the peak of heavenly ascendant or even demigod. Since he had already comprehended the 9th stage of primary spatial law, Su Pingyan naturally wouldn't waste any more supreme spirit stones here. He directly went to the cultivation space, consumed a large amount of resources, and quickly elevated his cultivation to the limit of the 9th perfection of mountain and river realm. Next comes the heavenly ascendant realm. Once I break through to the heavenly ascendant realm, China's development of other worlds can become even more aggressive. Thinking to himself, he re-entered the cosmic transformation layer. Hongmeng, since entering the heavenly ascendant realm requires understanding the time law, open the River of Laws for me. Su Pingyan commanded. Master, I must remind you that entering the River of Time laws consumes 10,000 taels of supreme spirit stones each time, and you can only remain for an hour. If you wish to stabilize the channel and continue cultivating, an additional 5,000 taels of supreme spirit stones will be required every hour, Hongmeng reminded. In other words, if I keep cultivating, I would actually save spirit stones. That's correct, Master. I understand. Su Pingyan nodded and said, begin. Yes. Soon, a shimmering river of starlight appeared before him, drawing his spiritual soul into it. While drifting within the River of Time laws, Su Pingyan's comprehension of the law of time advanced rapidly. In 1 hour, he reached the 1st stage of the primary time law. In 2 hours, the 2nd. 4 hours, the 3rd. 8 hours, the 4th. 13 hours, the 5th. 19 hours, the 6th. When all of his supreme spirit stones were completely depleted, Su Pingyan had successfully advanced to the 7th stage. Luckily, I had enough talent. I barely made it in time. Su Pingyan exited the River of Time laws with an excited expression on his face. Excitement mixed with a touch of fortune. It's time to break through to the heavenly ascendant stage. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan entered the cultivation space once more. 1st heaven of the ascendant, 2nd heaven of the ascendant. When he had consumed all of the high-grade resources at his disposal, all of the 6th-tier advanced resources harvested from the dungeon, as well as a small amount of 7th-tier resources, Su Pingyan's cultivation successfully reached the limit of the 2nd major perfection of the heavenly ascendant realm. Pity, just one step away from breaking through to the 3rd heaven of the heavenly ascendant. Although slightly regretful, Su Pingyan remained in a good mood. Hongmeng, send me to the trial space again. Master, for 7th-tier ferocious beasts to fight you, at the minimum supreme spirit stones are required. You don't have any left now, Hongmeng couldn't help reminding. Isn't there still some spirit crystals left? Is there enough to use up? Su Pingyan asked. The spirit crystals he'd given to the Artificer Sovereign were already sufficient. Although the amount wasn't much, it was still enough to let the Artificer Sovereign fight for an hour. If a threat capable of fighting a demigod expert for an hour really appears, it's likely not something even a demigod could handle. More wouldn't help either. That should be enough, Hongmeng replied. Then proceed with it. Yes, Master. With the enhancement of spirit crystals, Su Pingyan trained in the trial space for a very long time. Of course, during this period, he never forgot his responsibilities. He occasionally left the primordial tower to allow rotation of warriors from Shunlong Mountain for cultivation, continuing until they achieved their originally set goals. Then, he also went to Crescent Island, allowing the warriors there to train in turns. As for warriors guarding the other portals, naturally, he treated them equally, without favoritism. Time slowly passed in this calm cultivation routine. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed. During this half-year, combined with the previous half-year, and all the cultivation resources obtained from the dungeon, all resources within China had already been completely consumed. However, within this half-year, both Su Pingyan and the entire nation of China underwent dramatic transformations thanks to these resources. He himself had already completely stabilized and adapted to his new cultivation base. His combat strength had also improved to the maximum possible limit. In the trial space, he could kill a peak 7-star level beast of the 7th tier in half a day without relying on the god-killing spear, and take down a beginning stage 7th tier, 6-star beast within 100 moves. With the spear, he could almost match a mid-stage 7th tier, 6-star beast. This was his current real combat power. In the core meeting room of the capital, the Prime Minister had summoned Su Pingyan and all the top-level leaders for an important meeting. There are only 3 topics to discuss today. 1. Report on the cultivation achievements from the past 6 months. 2. An update on what happened internationally. And 3. Discuss our future direction. The Prime Minister spoke first. To begin with the first matter, this is great news. Xiao Su was responsible for this, so let him give everyone a report. The Prime Minister smiled as he turned towards Su Pingyan. He already had some prior knowledge and was very satisfied with Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan nodded and promptly stood up to speak. This nationwide large-scale training involved the Yellow Emperor Legion, the Field Army, the Construction Corps, the Garrison Force, the Security Force, and elite militia units. Currently, China had already reorganized 200 million militia members. Though not classified as regular troops, each region maintained a portion of elite militiamen. When needed on the battlefield, these elite militiamen would act as officers, which is why they were also included in this training session. First, the Yellow Emperor Legion has completed full reorganization, consisting of a total of 120,000 personnel. The Big Dipper squad has entirely reached the peak of the transcendent 9th level, particularly their captain, Xin Yu, whose cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of the mountain and river realm. The average cultivation level of the other 63 reserve members has reached the early stage of the 3rd transcendent level. Their proficiency in the Big Dipper sword formation is already extremely formidable. When cooperating together in the formation, they can slay an expert of the early 4th mountain and river stage. The God of War Special Forces have been expanded to 500 members. The veteran members average at the 9th transcendent level, while the new recruits average at the 2nd transcendent level's peak. Their captain, Yi Xiao, has advanced to the late stage of the 1st mountain and river realm. The Yellow Emperor Legion has abolished its defensive formations, adopting solely offensive formations. Comprising 9 fully reorganized divisions, the average cultivation level is at the late 2nd transcendent level. The veteran members are basically above the 7th transcendent level, while all new recruits have surpassed the transcendent threshold. Less than 5,000 remain at the early 1st transcendent level, with the majority of recruits positioned between the middle and late stages of the 2nd transcendent level. Su Pingyan briefly updated the high-ranking officials on the status of the Yellow Emperor Legion under his command. After listening, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Achievements like this were unimaginable, too powerful. Transcendence realm? Previously, even facing just one expert at that level, the entire Huaxia had been helpless. But now, a total of 120,000 strong, and they were even formed into legions. It should be remembered, they all practiced the 3 talents sword formation. They believed that with the power of the entire legion, their actual combat strength must be even stronger, likely at least 1 or 2 tiers above, maybe even higher. With the Yellow Emperor's Legion, Huaxia now had a stronger backbone. Even when facing off directly with alien civilizations, they no longer had to fear. After all, according to historical records from the dungeons, even the once mighty Divine Empire had only had an elite Imperial Guard entirely at the 1st stage of Transcendence Realm, and even that had numbered less than 50,000, not even comparable to Huaxia's current strength. When compared this way, you could clearly see just how powerful the Chaos Pagoda really was. Though shocked, the people also knew that Su Pingyan wasn't finished with his report yet. They were even more eager to know how the other military forces had improved. Seeing that no one asked questions, Su Pingyan didn't delay and continued reporting. The field army consists of a total of 510 field divisions, making up 6,630,000 soldiers. Among them, the 10 elite field divisions currently have an average cultivation level at the middle period of the 7th transformation of Mortal Ascension realm, with over 300 breaking through in a Transcendence realm. The remaining 500 field divisions have an average cultivation level at the late period of the 3rd transformation of Mortal Ascension realm. Wow, over 6 million experts in Mortal Ascension realm. This is simply incredible. Finally, one elder couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Mortal Ascension realm experts? They were powerful enough already, weren't they? It should be remembered that before this great cultivation surge, even the elite War God Special Forces team of over 100 members had only reached Mortal Ascension realm. From this comparison alone, you could see just how incredibly Huaxia's overall strength had surged in the past half year. Fearsome indeed. The field army is our main force, the regular troops. With these 510 field divisions, Huaxia will truly stand invincible. This calls for a toast, laughed one elder happily. It is certainly a joyous occasion worth celebrating. Xiao Su has performed a great service for Huaxia. Xiao Su, please continue. The Chancellor glanced at everyone, his face showing delight, yet he did not forget the serious matters at hand. Yes, Chancellor. Su Pingyan nodded and continued with his report. The construction corps consists of 800 construction divisions, totaling 12 million personnel. Previously, among the 10 elite construction divisions, some were split off into the field divisions since forming so many field divisions required core elements, and a small portion were also used to expand the construction corps. Therefore, the existence of the top 10 elite construction divisions no longer remains. Currently, the average cultivation level in the construction corps has reached the middle period of the 9th purgation of the marrow washing realm, with about 2 million breakthroughs into the mortal ascension realm. The rest of the members have all reached at least the early period of the 7th purgation. Don't underestimate marrow washing realm, okay? On the entire blue planet, except for Huaxia, there wasn't even one expert at the marrow washing realm level. Yet Huaxia had so many, in high tiers no less, showing how overwhelmingly powerful they had become. The garrison corps is divided into otherworldly garrison forces and earth-based garrison forces. Among them, the otherworldly garrison forces consist of a total of 500 garrison divisions, totaling 5 million personnel, and the earth-based garrison forces include 50 integrated brigades, totaling 300,000 personnel. The otherworldly garrison divisions were smaller in size. Each division had 10,000 troops, primarily equipped with the new psionic weapons developed through combining earthly tech with otherworldly cultivation forging techniques. They were extraordinarily powerful. Their main tasks were guarding the borders with alien realms and other key military strongholds. The Earth-based garrison forces still followed the integrated brigade structure previously used by Huaxia, primarily focused on modern informational warfare. With these 50 integrated brigades alone, they were already capable of deterring the entire globe. After all, they gathered a more powerful firepower, including strategic nuclear weapons, stronger than ever since before the portals opened. As for the otherworldly garrison forces, currently their average cultivation level has reached the middle period of the first transformation of the Mortal Ascension realm, with 200,000 breaking through to the third transformation and above. The rest have all reached the Mortal Ascension realm itself. This was the result of Su Pingyan's allocation of certain resources to them. After all, even if they were guarding the frontier with psionic weapons, their personal strengths should still be improved to bring their full potential into play. As for the Earth-based garrison forces, currently their average cultivation level has reached the early period of the fourth purgation of the marrow washing realm, with more than 5,000 breaking through to the seventh purgation and above, and all remaining members have reached at least the early period of the first purgation. Even though they were garrison forces, considered secondary, second-line troops, they had once been elite forces. Thus, Su Pingyan had still directed certain resources their way. At the very least, they needed to reach the level of marrow washing. Across the nation, the security forces totaled 2 million troops. Their current average cultivation level has already reached the late period of the 8th blood boiling realm, with over 30,000 troops breaking through into the marrow washing realm. In addition, the average cultivation level of the 2 million elite militiamen has already reached the early stage of the 6th blood boiling realm, with over 2,000 reaching the peak of the 9th blood boiling realm, and more than 40 breaking through to the marrow washing realm. At this point, Su Pingyan concluded his report. He glanced at the Chancellor and, seeing him nod, sat down. Everyone has now heard Xiao Su's report. How do you feel about it? The Chancellor asked with a smile. Extremely powerful. Yeah, too powerful. This was the most immediate impression everyone had. Chancellor, I'm curious. How is the cultivation level of our civilian population at the moment? Can the Garrison Corps maintain national security? One elder expressed concern. Director Zhang, please answer this question. The Chancellor turned to Secretary Zhang. Vice Chairman Elder Wu, according to the latest statistics, the average cultivation level of the general population has already reached the late stage of the 6th body tempering realm, with nearly 400 million people stuck at the peak of the 6th body tempering realm. Additionally, nearly 300 million have advanced beyond to the early stage of the 7th body tempering realm, and close to 1.5 billion have reached the peak of the 9th body tempering realm. Many are stuck there, while only over 24 million civilians have successfully broken through to the blood boiling realm. Those who have advanced beyond to the early stage of the 4th blood boiling realm number fewer than 500,000, and those who have broken through to the early stage of the 7th blood boiling realm total fewer than 3,000. Therefore, the strength of our garrison corps far surpasses that of the general population and is more than sufficient to maintain internal order. Secretary Zhang answered thoroughly, and Elder Wu simply nodded, asking no further questions. In reality, the reason there were 1.5 billion people who had reached the peak of the 9th body tempering realm was that Huaxia had already successfully migrated 1.2 billion people into the alien world. Therefore, among the 1.7 billion plus people who had achieved this level, only about 5 million had broken through here on the blue planet, including the over 24 million who had advanced to the blood boiling realm. Commander Su, how is the update on equipment for the various military units progressing? Someone else asked. Currently, all 7 members of the Big Dipper team within our Yellow Emperor Legion are equipped with semi-divine artifacts. Our reserve members and the War God Special Forces are equipped with 6th-tier spirit weapons. The 9 full divisions are equipped with 5th-tier spirit weapons. In the field army, the 10 elite divisions are all equipped with 5th-tier spirit weapons, while the remaining 500 field divisions are equipped with high-grade 4th-tier spirit weapons. The Construction Corps are equipped with medium and a small number of low-grade 4th-tier spirit weapons. The Garrison Corps are equipped with low-grade 4th-tier spirit weapons. The Security Forces are equipped with high-grade 3rd-tier spirit weapons, and the elite militiamen also use high-grade 3rd-tier spirit weapons, while ordinary militiamen are issued low-grade 3rd-tier spirit weapons. At this point, full arming of the entire military has been achieved. There should still be many spirit weapons remaining, especially the lower-tier ones we won't need in the future. Could we consider selling them to the civilians? An elder suggested. Everyone fell silent. After a while, the Chancellor spoke up. How many mundane artifacts, 1st-tier spirit weapons, and 2nd-tier spirit weapons do we currently have in reserve? General G immediately responded. We currently have about 2.58 billion mundane artifacts, 930 million 1st-tier spirit weapons, and more than 80 million 2nd-tier spirit weapons. These were mainly produced by our own artificers. Only 120,000 mundane artifacts were obtained from the dungeons, along with 330,000 1st-tier spirit weapons and 1.4 million 2nd-tier spirit weapons. Extremely small compared to the figures General G just reported. Those numbers were barely the tip of the iceberg. Oh, do we really have that many artificers now? Someone asked in surprise. Currently, we have 72 4th-tier artificers, around 2,000 3rd-tier artificers, over 100,000 2nd-tier artificers, over 3 million 1st-tier artificers, and over 15 million artificer apprentices, General G replied. The tens of thousands mentioned earlier were mostly people who entered the other world early on. Some were professional experts, some were gifted soldiers who changed careers. The more than 3 million included early migrants during the mass migration, and the 15 million or so were mostly latecomers who arrived during later migrations. One mundane artifact, or even a grade 1 spiritual artifact per person. That's more than enough. Everyone was even more shocked. Wow, we really should do inventory checks more often. I didn't expect that our Huaxiao already has such terrifying reserves. It seems necessary to frequently assess our own strength. Otherwise, it would be unfavorable for our upcoming decisions, making it impossible to achieve optimal decision-making, said an elder who heard this figure for the first time, visibly astonished. Then, I suppose the number of alchemists isn't small either? That's correct. The number of alchemists is even nearly 20% higher than the number of weaponsmiths. General G nodded. Good. It seems now the only constraint on forging body-tempering pills is the raw materials, as the personnel are more than sufficient. An elder couldn't help but exclaim. As for the body-tempering pills, we already have no shortage of raw materials, which are sufficient for nationwide use, Secretary General Zhang replied. In that case, there's no need to sell body-tempering pills domestically anymore. They can be sold in large quantities overseas. I remember our new currency has already been completed. This is a great opportunity, one elder said excitedly. This brings us to the next two agenda items. Let's address the second one first. Xiao Zhang, please brief everyone on the major international events that have happened in the past 6 months, the chief minister said. Yes. As for the international major events, there are mainly 5 worth our attention. Secretary General Zhang spoke fluently, without even looking at his notes, as if he were describing precious treasures. First, the foreign world in Chao Yun Mountain Grassland, Java, Indonesia. Apart from our Huaxia and the 10 ASEAN nations, 7 other countries have recently joined, namely Sam, Bear North, White Elephant, England, Hans, Persia, and North Han. The population of this other world has now grown to 20 million. We Huaxiao account for 13 million, and infrastructure has been fully completed. Except for approximately 2 million field troops and construction units, the remaining 11 million are immigrant civilians. We have already acquired nearly 1.2 million square kilometers of territory there, making our strength far surpass the sum of all other nations. Second, Sam and Bear North started to stop selling us all kinds of spirit stones, spirit ore, and spirit herb resources last month. According to intelligence, they have cultivated a small number of weaponsmiths and alchemists through jade talismans, and apparently they can now produce mundane artifacts and some grade 1 pills, although in limited quantities and insufficient numbers. Currently, this information has spread globally, and all nations now know how we utilize these resources, greatly increasing both acquisition cost and difficulty. Third, Sam has implemented nationwide hunting, exploiting the other world in a manner similar to breeding poisonous insects. Though their casualties exceeded 20 million in the past 6 months, they quickly replenished this loss of population by immigration from South America and Central America. However, nowadays, various countries in South and Central America have realized the issue of population outflow, so they have begun restricting mobility. Last month alone, less than 3,000 people crossed into Sam. Their attempt to accept more immigrants this way clearly won't be possible anymore. Nevertheless, during this half year of rampant growth, Sam's development speed has been very fast. In addition, having acquired cultivation techniques, they have translated and deciphered them successfully and have even started nationwide cultivation 2 months ago. Fourth, it is heard that the size of Thunder God Legion has now surpassed 100,000, with the lowest cultivation level among its members at the 7th layer of body tempering. According to the latest intelligence provided by our informant, they have 18 people who have advanced to the Blood Chi stage, and their commander, Lu Meng, is believed to have already reached the 3rd layer of Blood Chi. Bear North's Blood Wolf Legion has already been surpassed by Sam. They have only 80,000 troops, and Kazalo is only at the 2nd layer of Blood Chi. I've heard Bear North has gone wild as well, launching mass hunts without regard to costs or sacrifices. There will likely be a major surge in the short term, though the losses will be substantial too. Fifth, many countries have discovered some ancient ruins in the other world. Some secretly develop them, others cooperate with other nations. Many countries have approached us for help, and during this period our gains have been considerable too. However, as of now, no ruin has been found that can even reach 1/10 of what we obtained from the Isen dungeon. To sum up, apart from our Huaxia, all countries around the world have now begun making great strides forward, though their speeds are not as fast as ours. After saying this, Secretary General Zhang looked at the chief minister. Having received the latter's nod of approval, he sat back down. Clearly, no one has been idle, and during this time, there has been far less intrigue and commotion internationally. Everyone has been working hard in silence. At least until they hit a bottleneck, the world remains peaceful, for now, at least on Blue Star, the chief minister concluded. And indeed, that was precisely the current reality on the international stage. Local conflicts around the globe had all been suspended due to the large-scale development of the other world. After all, no one wanted to fall behind. Now, how many people worldwide have entered the other world? Someone suddenly asked out of curiosity. Everyone hesitated for a moment at the question. In the end, Secretary General Zhang stepped in and offered a vague answer. It should be over 600 million. That's quite a number already. Considering it's been 2.5 years since the first portal was discovered, 600 million entering the other world is quite reasonable. Moreover, the portals have now been expanded to their limit. Without the use of spirit stones, they won't expand any further. I expect that within the next 2.5 years, at least 2 billion, or even 3 billion people globally will have entered the other world. Indeed, now many medium and small-sized countries are actively encouraging population movement, hoping to increase the number of people sent into the other world. Otherwise, their allocated share is too low to even get the scraps. Now then, how many people worldwide have begun cultivation? Another elder asked curiously. No one can give an exact number, but I'd say it's no less than 2 billion. After all, we Huaxiao alone already have 1.2 billion. That seems likely. After all, nowadays, most countries around the world have started promoting nationwide cultivation, although ordinary people still find it difficult to obtain cultivation resources. Previously, there were restrictions on cultivation techniques, but now that various countries have deciphered them, these limitations will likely vanish soon. Alright, from these two reports, I believe everyone has a general understanding of both domestic and international situations. Now let's move to the third agenda item. What direction should we take in the future? The chief minister spoke again. Everyone fell silent instantly, each deeply contemplating. This question was crucial. Choosing the wrong path could be fatal. I'll go first. Elder Qin, who was responsible for finance, was the first to speak. The new Huaxia currency has already been completed, and the entire online infrastructure has been fully set up. With the assistance of the hyperspace system provided by Comrade Su, online settlements have already achieved inter-world connectivity. Therefore, it's time we started promoting it nationwide, and even worldwide. Also, the new Huaxia currency will be entirely digital. There will be no offline component, which will significantly facilitate its circulation. What? Inter-world connectivity? Some uninformed officials were shocked. This sounded too incredible. Yes, inter-world connectivity has already been achieved. I've also heard that not only with the new Huaxia currency, but even in communications, inter-world connectivity has already been realized. How was this achieved? Did we break through in spiritual communication technology? Someone who knew a little asked. No, spiritual communication technology has not yet broken through. However, with the hyperspace system provided by Captain Su, we no longer need to pursue spiritual communication research. The hyperspace system is a form of communication that directly connects minds. As long as one has the intent, communication and monetary settlements can be carried out instantly, transcending the limits of time and space. Elder Qin excitedly explained to everyone. Comrade Su, is this true? Yes, it is, Su Pingyan nodded. Seeing Su Pingyan confirm this with a nod, everyone became even more excited. One could say that the success of this technology was no less than a technological revolution, one that would completely break through the barriers separating the two worlds. Good, excellent. With such technology, our new Huaxia currency and even communication can be implemented worldwide. Even if they erect barriers, they won't be of much use, since this is something they desire but cannot develop themselves. Chapter 311, the new currency. By the way, is it done through something similar to a mobile phone, or by implanting a chip into the brain? One of the elders asked with concern. Su Pingyan understood this topic best, so he stood up to answer. We've specially developed a bracelet, named the Hongmeng bracelet. Through this bracelet, transactions with the Xia currency can be made, and it also enables space-transcending communication. And this is just the most basic model. The reason it was named the Hongmeng bracelet was because the omnidimensional system was itself a function built into the Hongmeng tower. So far, we have successfully developed 3 generations of the Hongmeng bracelet. The first generation is the base model, produced using an industrial assembly line, with only the final empowering step performed manually. The second generation is a first-tier spiritual artifact, which adds the blood binding feature. Once bound by blood, others cannot use the bracelet even if they obtain it, making it much more secure. The third generation is a second-tier spiritual artifact, featuring the ability to hide and enter the owner's body. Additionally, we've developed a plus version that includes automatic defense functions to protect its owner. We're currently developing the 4th generation of the Hongmeng bracelet, aiming to load a dimensional space into the bracelet to enable storage capabilities. I discussed with Elder Qin about initially releasing only the 1st generation basic model to the public, and then gradually upgrading it later. This will maximize our profits. Right now, our blacksmiths are still somewhat insufficient in numbers, and mass production of the 2nd and 3rd generation models cannot keep up. We're also working hard to resolve the production line issues. Once we make a breakthrough, it will significantly reduce costs and increase production output. Su Pingyan explained the general situation of the Hongmeng bracelet. Xiao Su, since this bracelet can communicate, it can completely replace the mobile phone, right? So, can we incorporate all the functions of a phone into it? That would certainly be more marketable. This bracelet communication shouldn't be free either. Whether we charge by the minute or offer packages, it could generate significant revenue, especially when selling to foreigners. Why not take advantage? Everyone started offering their opinions. Su Pingyan smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, esteemed leaders, we have already considered all these possibilities, and most of them are feasible." Su Pingyan planned to add certain features to the 1st generation bracelet, such as music playback and a web browser, calling it the 1st generation plus. Then add video viewing capability for the 1st generation plus, and virtual projection for the 1st generation mix. Since all of these are manufactured via industrial assembly lines, the technical challenges involved aren't too great. After all, although the current Xia focuses on otherworldly technology, due to the integration of those techniques, Earth's technological progress had also experienced a huge explosion and was rapidly developing without falling behind. Of course, he didn't need to worry about those issues. He had specialized personnel in charge of such tasks. As for the pricing, it would differ between domestic and foreign markets. But this issue wasn't even worth discussing at this level of meeting. What denominations does the Xia currency have? An elder asked curiously. Elder Qin smiled slightly and replied, "This time, we've eliminated physical banknotes and offline currency altogether, so there are no longer different denominations. There is only one unit, yuan. 1 yuan, 10 yuan, or 0.1 yuan, 0.01 yuan. Since everything is settled online directly, no matter how large or small the amount, transactions will be extremely convenient. We only need to manage the quotas of personal and corporate accounts. That sounds very convenient indeed, said the elder who had asked earlier, smiling. Then, I wonder, what is the exchange rate between the Xia currency and spirit stones? What's its purchasing power like? Another person asked. According to the information provided by Commander Su, 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone equals 100 gold spirit coins, 1 gold spirit coin equals 10 silver spirit coins, and 1 silver spirit coin equals 100 copper spirit coins. This is the currency system of the otherworldly civilization. Therefore, we set 1 yuan to be fixed at 1 silver spirit coin. In other words, 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 yuan, and 1 copper spirit coin is worth 0.01 yuan. Elder Qin explained. This is great, especially when conducting trade with otherworldly civilizations in the future. It'll make settlements very convenient. As for purchasing power, combining the pricing records extracted from jade slips excavated from the capital of the Divine Martial Empire, and considering our current resources along with the present situation on Earth, 1 yuan of Xia currency can purchase 1 gene of level 1-star predator beast meat within Xia. Wow, this is really high purchasing power, someone exclaimed in shock. Even though level 1-star predator beast meat is quite cheap now, when using the old currency, wouldn't you still need about several tens of yuan? That means the new currency has appreciated by about tenfold. Then, Elder Qin, how do you plan to circulate the Xia currency? And how do you plan to recover the old money from the people? You mustn't let the people suffer losses, one elder reminded him. It's not easy for the common people to earn some money. We plan to replace the old currency with the new one domestically at a fixed exchange rate of 1/10, meaning 10 units of the old currency can be exchanged for 1 unit of the new. This would actually benefit ordinary people, while we gain a lot from the otherworldly civilization, effectively subsidizing the entire population, Elder Qin explained. Most of the people who have significant amounts of money are actually cultivators. The commoners don't hold much cash. In that case, isn't this subsidy actually benefiting the rich more? Another elder pointed out. For a moment, everyone fell silent, carefully thinking, and realized that this was indeed the case. The richer someone was, the more subsidy they would receive, which ran counter to their original intentions. Then how should we handle this? Someone asked. Let's use a tiered approach. For instance, for amounts under 10,000, the exchange rate would be 5 old yuan for 1 new yuan. For under 100,000, it would be 6-to-1, and so on. In this way, those with less money receive a higher subsidy ratio. For those with assets exceeding 1 million, we could significantly increase the exchange rate. For those with more than 100 million, we could reverse the ratio, such as 120. Su Pingyan rarely stood up to speak, offering this suggestion. Everyone listened with brightened expressions. This was a great idea, and since it came from Su Pingyan, they were also willing to give him face. We can follow the plan that Xiao Su proposed, but as for the exact ratios, Elder Qin, you should go back and plan them carefully. Quickly come up with a feasible solution, preferably launching a comprehensive rollout within 10 days, the chief advisor spoke. Yes. What about foreign exchange? After all, many foreigners hold our foreign reserves. We can't just suddenly refuse to recognize it, or it will damage our credibility. Another elder raised a new issue. We can simply set the ratio at 120 uniformly. If they refuse, then so be it. Anyone who holds our foreign currency definitely has substantial capital. That sounds acceptable. After thorough discussion and problem-solving among all parties, they soon reached a consensus. Elder Qin also gave assurance that all raised issues would be resolved within 10 days, guaranteeing the global launch of the Xia currency on schedule. Does anyone else have something to say? The chief advisor asked. Now that our military strength has significantly improved, the cultivation speed of the general public is somewhat lagging behind. I suggest that we tilt our resources more toward the civilian population for the upcoming period, helping more commoners improve their cultivation levels rapidly. After all, an overall increase in power reflects the enhancement of our nation's comprehensive strength. I agree. The military has greatly improved this time, and many soldiers still owe a large amount of military merit. This coming period is a good opportunity to make up for that. There's a big gap between the military and the civilians. We should really pay more attention to the general population. At the very least, we should help the public reach the Qi blood stage first. The number of common people was too enormous. Even just helping them all reach the Qi blood stage would require a massive amount of resources. I agree. I have no objections either. Soon, everyone unanimously approved the plan to improve the strength of the general population as soon as possible, especially since a time frame was clearly provided. Within half a year, the short-term goal would be for 1.2 billion people to break through to the Qi blood stage. Encouraged by pronatal policies, drastically reduced death rates, and a return of some overseas Chinese, the total population of Huaxia had now surpassed 1.47 billion, nearing the 1.5 billion mark. At the current growth rate, it would only take 1 or 2 years. However, miners couldn't cultivate for now, so naturally they wouldn't be included in this short-term goal. In the foreseeable future, the population on Blue Planet will undoubtedly become more and more concentrated in the otherworldly dimension. That will leave vacant houses, land, and many factories abandoned on this side, creating a labor shortage. These problems have already surfaced to some extent and will become more severe in the future. Does anyone have any solutions? An elder expressed his concern. Chapter 312, Quantum Communication. As for housing, whether in the other world or on Earth in the future, it's destined to be sparsely populated with vast land. Combined with the current breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, automated factories and other technologies, I believe we should reduce the concentration of population in big cities and instead construct ecological towns that are more suitable for living, life, and cultivation. Some of those high-rises definitely need to be torn down, otherwise they will be unchanged. We should improve the residential environment for the public, which can be considered as the fourth real estate reform since the follow-up developments will mainly involve villas and estate-style setups. With such a large space, cleaning will be troublesome. We can definitely recruit laborers from abroad specifically for household services like babysitting. It's foreseeable that the new huaxia currency will definitely be very valuable since it can buy cultivation resources. I believe many countries would be willing to earn foreign exchange from us. Therefore, some population-intensive industries or service industries can be handed over to them while we focus on high-end sectors and the other world. This plan is great. To have the entire world serve our huaxia people, just imagining it is quite satisfying. Accomplishing this goal in our generation, I would die happily. Haha, that's indeed true. In the future, we can even allow civilizations from the other world to come to huaxia for study and work. Huaxia has always been open and welcomes people from all around the world, and even from different realms. With factories becoming intelligent, many ordinary people have started to lose their jobs. Previously, the issue of emigration to the other world resolved part of this problem. As for the remaining people, if there isn't enough and predictable income, it will still be difficult to achieve a life as good as described. Well, why not increase the people's income? How can we increase income? This isn't easy. The fourth distribution can encourage enterprises and individuals to explore the other world, establish companies related to it, open up finance, and increase the interest rate on both demand and time deposits, enabling the funds of ordinary people to steadily grow in value. Soon, after round of discussions, the plan for the fourth distribution gradually took shape. In summary, it involves four main approaches. First, reforming the stock market. Future industries will mainly focus on those related to the other world, with strengthened supervision. Listed companies must regularly distribute dividends, with the dividend ratio not being lower than 30% of the profits. Especially the state-owned enterprises involved in developing the other world must play a stabilizing role in the basic situation and take the lead. At the same time, various stock funds, other world exploration funds, and other high-yield fund products will be established, all state-guaranteed. Ordinary people only need to purchase these financial products to ensure their value appreciation. If any fund depreciates, severe actions will be taken. After all, for a long time in the future, the development of the other world will be in an upward phase. If problems arise under such circumstances, it would either be due to an improper work style or incompetence of the responsible party. Second, cultivating second professions for the general public, such as forging spiritual artifacts, creating pills, array formations, rune crafting, growing spiritual plants, and other such skills, which will certainly be highly sought after in the future. Third, support should be given to those who dare to take risks. They can get loans to start companies or form hunting teams to go out and kill fierce beasts, explore veins, etc. Those who dare to step forward will gain significant returns. Fourth, for those who fear death and want stability, they can only go to work. No matter how society develops, there are always some positions that require human labor. After some of the population is directed into the first three sectors, the remaining individuals will have to work these remaining jobs. Although the pay is less, it will definitely be higher than abroad. The meeting started in the morning and ended at night. Fortunately, everyone was cultivators, so no one felt too tired. Instead, because they had clarified the next phase of development, everyone felt very excited and even more motivated. A few days after the meeting concluded, the entire huaxia swiftly mobilized, initiating a series of plans, quickly drawing the attention of global leaders, who all wanted to see what new trick huaxia was about to pull off. In the Oval Office of the White House of the United States, I heard that huaxia has been rotating their soldiers recently. Do you know what they're up to? George asked curiously. No idea. They've kept it well under wraps, but I feel like after the rotation, the combat strength of those soldiers has increased noticeably, said Raymond. You're saying they went for concentrated training? George wasn't stupid. Probably. After all, they've gained way too much from the dungeon ruins. They must be trying to digest all those results quickly, Raymond replied. Darn it. George felt extremely annoyed hearing this. However, at this very moment, James from the intelligence agency rushed in quickly and anxiously. Mr. President, huaxia has convened a financial meeting today. They're preparing to carry out a monetary reform, abolishing the current currency and introducing a new one. What's more, the new currency will be completely digital, with all transactions conducted online. A fiat currency? George immediately caught on. Tell me more. Exactly what's going on? George felt like he still knew too little and quickly asked. According to their press conference, they'll abolish the old currency in 3 months, during which time all the old currency must be exchanged for the new one. From what we know, they've been researching a new decentralized currency model, digital currency, for quite some time. This new currency will likely be based on that. Not only that, but they also announced that all countries holding huaxia foreign currency within the next 3 months must exchange their old currencies. Otherwise, the old currency will no longer be recognized. Is that all? George asked urgently. He didn't believe huaxia would cause such a stir simply to promote digital currency. There must be more to this. Sure enough, James hesitated for a moment before continuing. Their new currency system will also be linked to a type of wristband. In the future, wherever transactions are needed, they'll have to be settled using the wristband. Isn't this the same as bank card or mobile payments? George asked in confusion. Yes, but their wristband has an extraordinary function. It allows for communication across dimensions, meaning synchronous communication between Lantian and the other world. James took a deep breath before saying this. Whoosh. Everyone present couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. No one understood better than them what this meant. Huaxia actually possessed such advanced technology? George asked in horror. He immediately turned to a technology advisor standing nearby. Gelot, what technology is this? Can we implement it? Gelot frowned, thinking for a moment before replying. If I'm not mistaken, this is likely quantum communication technology. Regarding this field, Huaxia is pulled ahead of us, and we can't expect any short-term breakthroughs. After saying this, Gelot added, of course, if we can get our hands on their wristbands, we could attempt reverse engineering. Does Huaxia sell these wristbands? George immediately asked James. According to the press conference, they will be sold nationwide in Huaxia starting tomorrow. We should be able to obtain some, James confirmed. Get as many of them as possible back here immediately. We need to catch up as soon as possible, George ordered, not even bothering to ask about the cost. After all, it was just a wristband. How expensive could it be? Yes, sir. James felt the same way and simply nodded. Regarding the new currency, should we exchange it? We still have some Huaxia currency reserves, George asked. We definitely need to exchange. Otherwise, if they no longer recognize the old currency, we'll suffer huge losses. Over the past 2 years, Huaxia had further decoupled from the United States and no longer feared any retaliation, so only a small portion of US dollars were kept as emergency reserves. Foreign currencies like US bonds and those from other countries had mostly been sold off during this period. To put it simply, Huaxia's total foreign exchange reserves from countries around the world had now dropped to the lowest level in history, less than 200 billion US dollars. This is a sharp decline from the trillions previously held. Mr. President, there's something else I need to report, James reminded. In Huaxia's currency exchange policy, 20 units of the old Huaxia currency will only be exchangeable for 1 unit of the new currency. What? How can they do this? George's face immediately changed with disbelief. Depreciating by a factor of 20, this was highway robbery. Chapter 313 Meeting the Family. Oh right, what about purchasing power? Hasn't that also increased 20-fold? No, only about 10 times. Although George was also greatly displeased upon hearing James's response, he secretly relaxed a bit. This was still within an acceptable range. After all, this kind of thing was something they had done frequently before. It was just this time that it was China reaping their harvest. Mr. President, do we need to carry out financial reforms and issue a new currency as well? Someone asked. Don't ask me about that. I'm not an expert. George didn't want to continue discussing this topic. The group was helpless as they watched China steadily rise to the top. They were helpless, and this feeling was very frustrating. Not only in Sam's country, a similar situation was happening with the polar bear nation too. That was impressive of China. They directly harvested countries around the world. How ruthless. After understanding the entire situation, the emperor couldn't help but express his admiration. At the same time, he was also envious of China. He wanted to do the same thing too, but they were unable to. Due to the previous trading of cultivation resources and other goods with various countries, over the past couple of years, many countries had increased their holdings of Chinese currency significantly. It was unavoidable. After all, they needed to buy things from China. This time, China has simultaneously launched the Hongmeng wristband, and those valuable refining body pills have also started being sold worldwide without any limitations. There will be more countries doing business with China, which means more need for Chinese currency. The Chinese yuan will spread much more quickly and in a shorter period of time. In the future, the main currency won't be the US dollar anymore, but the Chinese yuan, said the financial minister helplessly. Your Majesty, since China is going to sell these refining body pills and the cross-dimensional communication wristbands, should we buy a large amount of them in advance, just in case they change their mind later? Khazar asked. He had long coveted the refining body pills. It wasn't necessarily for his own needs, since he had already reached the Qi Shui realm. However, with enough refining body pills, his Blood Wolf Legion could rapidly expand and become much stronger, catching up and even surpassing Sam's country again. What's the price? The emperor asked curiously. If it was just a small quantity, he wouldn't even bother caring. But for a large amount, it would require a significant amount of funds. Normal refining body pills are currently priced at only 3 new Chinese yuan domestically, but the offshore export price is 50 new Chinese yuan. Premium refining body pills are priced at 15 new Chinese yuan domestically and 300 new Chinese yuan for offshore export. These were separated after experts' optimization, mainly because the herbs used had different years of age and thus varying effects. Normal refining body pills were suitable for cultivators from the 1st to 3rd stage of the refining body realm, and 1 pill could increase strength anywhere from 3 to 5 kilograms. Premium refining body pills were suitable for cultivators from the 4th to 6th stage of the refining body realm, and 1 pill could increase strength anywhere from 25 to 30 kilograms. As for the pills suitable for refining body practitioners at stages 7 and above, it would be better to use the true body pills. Although using refining body pills was also possible, the effects would be significantly diminished. Furthermore, one can use at most 1 refining body pill per day, whereas up to 3 true body pills can be used daily. This was the difference. Currently, refining body pills were exported, while true body pills were reserved domestically. Perfect. What? So big of a difference. The emperor and everyone present were shocked. According to the Chinese explanation, the reason the domestic price is low is because the government provides subsidies. As for the export, the price is cost plus profit. They weren't stupid. This was meant to use money from foreign countries to subsidize the Chinese people domestically. Although they were unhappy, it was a seller's market. Unless they chose not to buy, there was no second option. Of course, they could cultivate the pills themselves, but that would require time to cultivate the ingredients. Time they couldn't afford. How much new Chinese yuan do we have after the currency exchange? The emperor asked concernedly. Over 6.3 billion, but we control less than 2 billion new Chinese yuan, the finance minister answered. After all, many people in the polar bear nation do business with China, and that money belongs to private individuals. How much is the Hongmeng wristband? The emperor asked again. After all, if they wanted to use the new Chinese yuan for settlements in the future, the Hongmeng wristband would be essential. Also, in order to communicate with the other world in time, they would also need to equip people in the other world with these wristbands. This one is quite expensive. The finance minister couldn't help but swallow hard. How expensive? Others became curious too. The uniform domestic price in China is 300 new Chinese yuan, but the offshore export price is as high as 10,000 new Chinese yuan. What? Have they gone mad wanting money? Someone exclaimed in shock. In their words, the current production is limited and can only prioritize domestic supply. If other countries want to buy, they can only pay a high price. The finance minister replied helplessly. There was nothing they could do. It was a great product and the sole provider, which meant monopoly profits. The key was that others had the strength to protect these things. If you tried to take them by force, you wouldn't succeed. You could only endure the humiliation and accept it. The emperor remained silent for a moment, then said, let's buy 100 wristbands first. And also purchase 3 million premium refining body pills, he added. Your Majesty, what about the regular refining body pills? The finance minister asked in confusion. For cultivators below the third stage of the refining body realm, we can still rely on consuming beast meat to improve strength. It's not that difficult, the emperor replied. The main market for regular refining body pills wasn't the big nations, but rather the medium and small countries, and the wealthy classes from various countries. Yes, the minister nodded. Upon hearing the number 3 million, Khazar immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, can those 3 million premium refining body pills be allocated to my Bloodwolf Legion? With 3 million of these pills, our Bloodwolf Legion will surely surpass the Thunder God Legion in the shortest possible time. I can give you 2 million. I still have other uses for the rest. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Fine, Khazar replied, already satisfied with 2 million. It seems we need to figure out a way to earn more new Chinese yuan. See what we can sell, as long as it doesn't affect our national development and strength, the emperor ordered. Yes, the finance minister nodded helplessly. He would have to go back and calculate their resources later. While people internationally envied China's superior products and lamented their own empty pockets, Chinese citizens were much happier. Xiaolu, are you here to buy the refining body pills too? A young man approached another young man standing in line with a friendly smile. Yep, you too. Hee exactly. The price of refining body pills was too high before, and there was even a purchase limit. Now they finally removed the limit, and the price is quite reasonable. My whole family needs them for cultivation. I heard the price of the refining body pills dropped even more. Don't you want to consider that? Xiaolu smiled. If I couldn't get the refining body pills, I would definitely consider them. But now that I can get the refining body pills, why would I settle for the refining body ones? A single refining body pill only costs 88 Chinese yuan, an unbelievably low price compared to before. That's right. By the way, have you exchanged all your money to new Chinese yuan? Yep. Look, we each have a Hongmeng wristband now. You know, this thing is really great. My older brother was among the first to work in the other world, and we haven't been able to contact him for a while. The whole family was really worried. But now with the Hongmeng wristband, we can finally reach him. Everyone feels at ease now. I envy you. I heard that the cultivation speed in the other world is really fast. Indeed, my brother has already reached the middle stage of the second realm of blood chi. Wow, impressive. I envy you. I also want to enter the other world someday. Entering now isn't easy anymore. We can only wait for the new policy. In modern China, communication was highly developed, as was transportation. Therefore, exchanging old currency was convenient. Except for physical cash, which required a trip to the bank, bank deposits could be easily converted to new Chinese yuan with just a few clicks online. The Hongmeng wristbands also allowed for online shopping with direct delivery. Nowadays in China, only beast meat and various pills were not sold online, since these items were easily lost if shipped as packages. Outside the Divine Dragon Villa, Su Pingyan finally had time to visit his home in the other world after finishing his tasks. As he approached the villa's gate, however, his footsteps slightly hesitated. Inside the house were the people he longed for, his closest family. Since the portal opened, he had been either cultivating, on the way to cultivate, or traveling for the nation's affairs. He seemed to be a wound-up clock, never daring to stop for a moment, fearing that if he did, the tragedy of his past life would repeat itself. Now, he finally possessed sufficient power to protect himself and found some free time. His longing for family could no longer be suppressed. Chapter 314, A Family Reunion. Although he could instantly know what was happening inside the mountain villa with just a sweep of his divine consciousness, he chose not to. Instead, he slowly approached the main gate of the villa. It was as if he felt more anxious the closer he got to home. Salute, General. The guard on duty saw Su Pingyan first and immediately greeted him with a military salute. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and walked into the villa. Those inside had probably heard the commotion and came out to see. Shinran. Su Pingyan saw the first person to come out. It was Yi Shinran, whom he had longed for so deeply. Pingyan, it's really you, Yi Shinran said as she rushed forward, leaped into his arms, and wrapped her legs tightly around his waist. Shinran, I missed you. Before the last word left his lips, her soft lips captured his. The soldier standing guard quickly turned his head and returned to his post, pretending not to have seen anything. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a minute, maybe 3, until Yushinran finally pulled away, gasping for breath and taking a deep inhale. You heartless one, gone for over 2 years straight. What, trying to be like Dayu, passing by your home 3 times without even stepping in? Yushinran pouted as she complained. I'm sorry, Su Pingyan didn't offer any explanation. He simply admitted fault. Sometimes, all a woman wants is just an attitude. Admitting you're wrong is enough. No need to debate right or wrong. Better not let it happen again. Okay, Su Pingyan quickly nodded in agreement. Though of course, such a promise would ultimately be useless. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, one meditation retreat might easily last several more years. But he could always deal with that later. Sure enough, Yushinran was quickly pacified again. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from inside the villa. Yushinran blushed and immediately jumped down from Su Pingyan's arms, standing by his side as she softly called out, Auntie. Mom, seeing the figure approach, Su Pingyan's voice slightly trembled as he called out. Counting from his past life, it had been over 20 years since he last saw his mother. In this life, after reincarnation, he had always been busy and had never made time to return home. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Our Pingyan has achieved something. Jiang Mei tightly embraced her son, tears flowing freely. Mom, where's Dad? And Pingkong and Lele. Su Pingyan glanced behind Jiang Mei but saw no one else, so he asked with puzzlement. Your father is currently in retreat. He said he can't afford to hold you back, so he must strive to cultivate harder. Pingkong is now in military training. Thanks to you, he's already achieved the rank of major. As for that little troublemaker Lele, she's always with a bunch of old men, working on who knows what. Clearly, Mother Jiang Mei was not very satisfied with her daughter Lele's behavior. Yishinran, seeing Su Pingyan's confusion, added an explanation. Lele enjoys research. Except for occasional visits home, she spends most of her time at the research institute. That explained it. Indeed, most of the people at the research institute were elderly. If Lele enjoys researching, let her be. Don't restrict her. As long as she's happy, that's enough. Su Pingyan took a rather open-minded view. Spending all day with a bunch of old men. When will she find time for love and marriage? She's already nearly 21. Dating for 2 years, then getting married would be perfect timing. Jiang Mei couldn't help grumbling. Lele is still young. There's no hurry. Since we've entered cultivation, lifespans of several thousand, or even 10,000 years are entirely within reach. In that context, her age is barely that of a child. Su Pingyan didn't seem to feel any pressure about his sister finding a boyfriend. Whoever she eventually chose would have to earn his approval. No way around that. Though not overly possessive of his sister, he held strict standards for anyone interested in her. If no suitable match emerged, he wouldn't mind keeping her single. He could certainly support her forever. What kind of older brother are you? Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang Mei wasn't pleased. Seeing this, Yishinran quickly tugged at Jiang Mei's arm. Auntie, since Pingyan has finally returned home, why don't we all go inside? He always told me how much he misses your braised pork. That's right. Quick, let's go in. Mom will make you braised pork. Jiang Mei instantly became happy, adding, made with fierce beast meat. It's a new recipe I've perfected. It's definitely delicious. As long as it's cooked by Mom, I like it all. Su Pingyan joyfully took his mother's other arm. Good. The family felt very warm together, and right away Mother Jiang Mei called her other 2 children, who both returned in the afternoon. Gidge. The moment Su Lele saw Su Pingyan, she rushed forward and clung onto him like a koala bear. How old are you now? Still acting like a little kid. Get down from your brother right away. Mother Jiang Mei couldn't stand it anymore. Mom. Okay. You're so annoying. Su Lele reluctantly jumped down from Su Pingyan and made a funny face at Jiang Mei. Gidge. In comparison, Su Pingkong was much more composed. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Good. You've become more masculine than before. The military was indeed a great place for tempering one's character. Which unit are you in now? Su Pingyan asked. Just transferred to the 1st Division of the Field Army, the elite unit, as a regimental staff officer last month. Su Pingkong honestly replied. Not bad. Su Pingyan nodded with great satisfaction. Then he asked, how about joining my Yellow Emperor Legion? Su Pingkong hesitated for a moment, thinking it over before saying, maybe later. Right now, I feel my abilities still fall short. I need more experience. Su Pingyan didn't push further. Alright then. It's your own path to choose. I won't interfere. If you ever decide to join me, just let me know. Okay, brother, Su Pingkong nodded. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Su Pingyan maintained a strong air of authority in front of his younger siblings. Oh, any new girlfriend yet? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Right now, I'm either cultivating or in the military. No time, and I don't have plans in that area for now, Su Pingkong replied calmly. You need to balance life and work. Su Pingyan merely patted his younger brother's shoulder, without pressing further. Gidge, come on, you're just back and you're already lecturing. Su Lele tugged at Su Pingyan's arm and coquettishly complained. Okay, I'll drop it. Gidge, I heard you have a divine dragon as a battle pet. Can I see it? Su Lele suddenly asked. Just see it. Su Pingyan glanced at her, suspicion in his eyes. It would be understandable if others outside didn't know about Su Pingyan's battle pet, but within the military system, information like this was relatively easy to come by. After all, he never required it to be kept secret, and there were even photos and videos available. Chapter 315. Seizing half a day of leisure in the mortal world. Exactly. I just want a little bit of her blood. Just a little bit is enough, Su Lele replied, somewhat nervously. What do you want the blood for? Su Pingyan's expression darkened slightly. For research, of course. I heard that it's the bloodline of a sacred beast. Right now we're researching beast blood, but the highest we've seen is the bloodline of divine beasts. We haven't encountered any sacred beast bloodlines yet, Su Lele replied honestly. Blood? What's so special about it? What's the research direction? Unexpectedly, Su Pingyan suddenly showed some interest. We want to see if we can create these special bloodlines artificially, and thus create divine beasts, even sacred beasts, Su Lele said excitedly. Wow, you guys are really bold. I've got to hand it to you, Su Pingyan said with wide eyes. He had no choice but to admit he was impressed. Bro, can I get a little? Su Lele cooed and gave him a pleading look. Su Pingyan thought for a moment. Just one drop, no more. I can already imagine the reproachful look Su Xiao will give me when I ask her for blood. Su Lele pouted, but upon seeing her brother's serious look, she could only nod. All right then, just one drop. First things first, get it now, and worry about the future when the time comes. Bro, hurry up and give me some. Later, first go home for dinner. I'll give it to you later. Because of Su Pingyan's return, their father had ended his retreat early, so Su Pingyan brought all his family members into his cultivation space. Although most of the resources were already used up, he had saved enough for his family. Pingyan, a soft and seductive voice called out. Su Pingyan turned around. Yi Xinran, dressed in sexy black lingerie, walked toward him gracefully. He hadn't touched a woman in over 2 years, and now his eyes flared red with desire, practically burning. The passionate encounter lasted 6 hours. If not for Yi Xinran being a cultivator herself, she would have long fainted from exhaustion. Even so, she was already lying in bed, weak and sound asleep. With some rare leisure time, Su Pingyan stayed at the Shenlong Villa for a full 2 months, accompanying his family and his lover, savoring a rare period of peace and quiet, until duty once again found him. In the capital, after 2 years of construction, the brand new interdimensional command center was finally completed. Today, an important military meeting was being held there, with all the key dimension leaders, military brass, the Prime Minister, and Su Pingyan all in attendance. Greetings, Prime Minister. Xiao Su, today you're the main act. We old fellows are just here to listen in, don't worry about us. Proceed however you like today. The Prime Minister smiled warmly. It wasn't just talk when he authorized Su Pingyan as the Supreme Commander of the interdimensional forces. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. This was the Prime Minister personally endorsing him, naturally raising his prestige another notch. Seated at the main spot in the meeting room, Su Pingyan looked around and said loudly, fellow officers, through this recent period of rotational training, restructuring, and joint combat exercises, our soldiers' cultivation levels and teamwork have all improved significantly. It's time for us to begin a new phase of expansion. The focus of today's meeting has but one theme, expanding our territory. Commander Shui, please report to everyone the latest intelligence gathered across all dimension portals, Su Pingyan said, turning to Shui Yong. Shui Yong had already formally become the chief of staff of the Yanhuang army, responsible specifically for collecting, organizing, and summarizing interdimensional intelligence data. Understood. Shui Yong promptly stood up and replied. I will now give you an overview following this order. Shenlong Mountain, Crescent Island, Yinshan Grasslands, Dark Forest, Heaven's Gift Plains, and the underground mines. First, on Shenlong Mountain. At present, our fully controlled core territory covers 2 million square kilometers, our influence spans 5 million square kilometers, and our loosely controlled territory extends to 18 million square kilometers. Core territory refers to completely secured regions where no fierce beasts are present, complete with established border defenses. As long as enemies below the 7th cultivation stage do not appear, the area is considered safe. This core area is also where China has focused its development, relocating citizens for work and daily living. These are our core lands. Influential territories are what used to be the outer areas, second-tier security zones. These regions occasionally see rare fierce beasts, though they seldom appear in groups. Roads and some military facilities have already been constructed here. Independent hunting teams prefer operating in this area since it's relatively safe, perfect for them. According to China's development plan, these areas are next in line for full integration into the core controlled territories. Loosely controlled regions refer to the more dangerous zones. Only key strategic positions here have military strongholds. Soldiers regularly sweep these territories for beasts, and only the most elite hunting teams dare to operate here. This area is mostly in its unsure state, with no infrastructure construction taking place. However, large gatherings of fierce beasts have already been cleared out. Many wandering groups of beasts still remain, making it a relatively dangerous region. As for the current situation on Shenlong Mountain, we have the Yanhuang Army's direct command forces, the 1st and 2nd Divisions, as well as the Big Dipper Squad stationed here. The 1st and 2nd Divisions, which are elite units of the Field Army, are also stationed here. In addition, there are 200 fully organized divisions of the Field Army, 300 fully organized divisions of the Construction Corps, and 150 fully organized divisions of the Garrison Corps' interdimensional garrison forces. This makes Shenlong Mountain the place with the largest military presence among all the dimensions. We also have a total of 50 million civilians who have already been relocated to live and work here, making this the dimension with the most immigration. Shui Yong first gave everyone an overview of the Shenlong Mountain dimension's current situation. He then continued, saying, based on our present conditions and our understanding of Shenlong Mountain, our next large-scale military operations will be divided into 3 phases. First, we will bring the 5 million square kilometers of the influential territory into the core territory category. This is the mission objective, and it will be executed by the Garrison Corps and the Construction Corps. The Garrison Corps will be responsible for clearing all fierce beasts from this area, and the Construction Corps will follow up by building infrastructure to prepare for future immigration work. Second, we will incorporate the 18 million square kilometers of loosely controlled territory into the range of influence, aggressively wiping out the fierce beasts within. The main focus will be to combat groups of fierce beasts, and this mission will be assigned to the field army. Third, we will open up new loosely controlled territories, targeting an area of 35 million square kilometers. This range is determined based on our soldiers' cultivation levels because some low-level 5th stage fierce beasts have already been occasionally spotted in this region. Areas beyond that are even more dangerous. That's basically the current state of the Shunlong Mountain Dimension, along with the objectives and arrangements for military operations. After he finished speaking, Shuiyong glanced at Su Pingyan, who gave him a nod of approval, and then he sat down. Chapter 316, The Hunting Groups. Fellow colleagues, if everyone has any opinions on the upcoming major operation at the Divine Dragon Mountain, please speak now. If there are no objections, we will proceed as planned. Su Pingyan stood up and said, Commander Su, overall, there's nothing wrong with the plan. I'll just raise one point. A senior military leader stood up and said, General Wang, please go ahead. Su Pingyan responded politely. From what I understand, we already have a large number of civilian hunting groups in the country. Some of them have already reached a considerable scale and strength. I believe that such a large-scale operation should give them some opportunities, General Wang suggested. Su Pingyan slightly nodded and then turned to Qin Meng, the overall commander responsible for the Divine Dragon Mountain Otherworld, and asked, Commander Qin, how strong are these hunting groups on the civilian side? We currently have more than 4,000 officially registered civilian hunting groups here, including more than 3,000 small ones, more than 800 medium ones, 174 large ones, and 5 level 1 hunting legions, Qin Meng answered. The idea of civilian hunting groups was originally proposed by Su Pingyan, inspired by practices in the Sam Nation. After discussions, they had decided to open this up to civilians, although with size restrictions and set conditions. To register a hunting group, 3 requirements must be met. First, cultivation level. Second, number of members. Third, financial resources. In addition, hunting groups are categorized into different levels, the smallest being small hunting groups, followed by medium and large hunting groups. Beyond that come the hunting legions, which are categorized from 1 to 9 stars. However, currently, the highest level reached is only 1 star. After all, it has been less than 10 months since the system was introduced. Requirements for a small hunting group are as follows. The leader must reach at least the 7th level of Qi in Blood Realm, and have at least 10 members who have reached at least the 4th level of Qi in Blood Realm. Including logistics personnel, the total number must reach 50 people, and the registered capital must be 1 million Xian Huaxia coins. Requirements for a medium hunting group are, the leader must reach at least the 9th level of Qi in Blood Realm, and have at least 10 elite members who have reached at least the 7th level of Qi in Blood Realm. Including logistics, the total number must reach 200, and the registered capital must be 10 million Xian Huaxia coins. For a large hunting group, the leader must reach at least the 4th level of the Marrow Washing Realm, and have at least 10 elite members who have reached at least the 1st level of the Marrow Washing Realm. Including logistics, the total membership must reach 1,000, and the registered capital must be 100 million Xian Huaxia coins. For a level 1 hunting legion, the legion commander must reach at least the 1st level of the transformation stage, and have at least 10 elite members who have reached at least the 7th level of the Marrow Washing Realm. Including logistics, the total number must reach 3,000, and the registered capital must be 1 billion Xian Huaxia coins. For a level 2 hunting legion, the legion commander must reach at least the 4th level of the transformation stage, and have at least 10 elite members who have reached at least the 1st level of the transformation stage. Including logistics, the total number must reach 5,000, and the registered capital must be 3 billion Xian Huaxia coins. Oh, we already have 5 level 1 hunting legions. Su Pingyan showed some surprise. Because just 2 months ago when he went to the Divine Dragon Villa for vacation and rest, there weren't even any level 1 hunting legions. Not to mention, at that time, there were barely more than 50 large hunting groups, which means all of them had grown significantly in the past 2 months alone. That's right. Basically, they all promoted within the past half month. Qin Meng nodded slightly. Su Pingyan paused for a moment before saying, earlier General Wang's suggestion was excellent. Since these hunting groups have grown so quickly, we should give them some opportunities. Therefore, the large hunting groups will be allowed to participate in the elimination operations in the irradiated territories covering 5 million square kilometers, and the level 1 hunting legions will be allowed to participate in operations covering 18 million square kilometers in the tributary territories. Su Pingyan issued his order. Understood. Shuiyong and Qin Meng both recorded this order. Fellow colleagues, any further suggestions? Su Pingyan asked. For such a large-scale operation, shouldn't we deploy a large number of drones for continuous tracking and filming, and finally produce a documentary? Whether for recording history, or for education, propaganda, and other purposes, the footage would make excellent material. A leader from the propaganda department suggested. That shouldn't be much of a problem. We can assist your department with this work. However, the combat operation is scheduled to begin in 1 week. Can your team catch up in time? Su Pingyan agreed with the suggestion, but expressed concern about the time frame. After all, this task involved a significant workload. We can mobilize relevant personnel from various regions to cooperate. If we work overtime, we can meet the deadline. How could the leader from the propaganda department possibly miss such an opportunity? This was an opportunity to etch their name into history. They must seize it. Great. Then we have no issues on our end. Su Ping'an agreed. Should we also invite representatives from other countries to observe? This will also serve to demonstrate our strength to the world. Right now, Sam Nation is developing rapidly. Some countries are starting to follow their lead and have begun to look down on our Huaxia slightly, another senior leader said. Isn't that unnecessary? Our Huaxia has always been low-key. Letting Mengxing make a big fortune is already enough? Someone immediately disagreed. We are already the #1 nation in the world. What are we afraid of? A moderate display of our military strength will bring us benefits. Today's Huaxiao is no longer the Huaxiao of the past. All nations are curious about our power. The purpose of concealing our strength was to hide our trump cards, keeping our enemies in the dark and achieving the effect of defeating them without battle. But if our strength is so overwhelming that they feel despair, wouldn't that effect be even better? I also suggest we invite them to observe. Chancellor, what do you think? Su Ping'an decided to pass this question to the leader. In his heart, he actually didn't care either. I think it's feasible. The coming global catastrophe must be faced by the entire world together. Huaxiao alone cannot shoulder it. Since that's the case, letting other countries understand our current strength can help them decide which side to stand on. This will be extremely beneficial for the future establishment of a global united front, said the Chancellor. If that's the case, then let's decide it this way. Ambassador Wang, will you take responsibility for this? Su Ping'an looked at Ambassador Wang. No problem, Ambassador Wang nodded. Colleagues, any further questions? Su Ping'an asked again. In a short while, everyone raised many more suggestions. Some good ones were accepted, and some were immediately rejected. About half an hour later, no more suggestions were raised. Su Ping'an looked at Shui Yong and said, Shuetsanmo, you may continue. Yes, sir. Shui Yong stood again and began briefing everyone about the situation of Crescent Island. The situation on Crescent Island is quite unique. It is a large main island, combined with 365 surrounding islets resembling stars, forming an archipelago. According to our surveys, the main island covers approximately 10 million square kilometers, and each of the 365 smaller islands is nearly 100,000 square kilometers, remarkably precise, as if artificially arranged. As soon as Shui Yong finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment. Chapter 317, Psionic Warships. No one doubted this conclusion, for it was simply too coincidental and precise. Yet whoever managed to do this must practically have moved mountains and filled seas. Eventually, all eyes fell upon Su Anping, hoping to get answers from him. Su Anping's expression was grave. I can confirm that if it's just those smaller islands, a Shanghejing expert might barely be capable of such a feat. However, as for that main island, achieving such precision would be extremely difficult even for a Tianrenjing expert unless some special methods were used. Only a divine realm expert could accomplish it effortlessly. Although he spoke these words aloud, in his past life, he already knew it was indeed a divine realm expert who had done this. There was some surprise and excitement in the room as everyone glanced at Su Anping. This remark carried too much implication. The most exciting point to them was that Su Anping had never told them his own cultivation level before, but just now he inadvertently revealed he must have reached the Tianrenjing. This was extremely important for China. Continue, Commissar Shui. So far, we've already controlled the central territory of 1.5 million square kilometers on the main island of Exinue, influence territory covering 4 million square kilometers, and vassal territory of 450 square kilometers. Our footprints have basically covered the entire main island of Exinue. Not only that, but we have also landed on the 11 closest small islands around Exinue Island and established forward bases on them. In the Exinue dimension, we currently have the 3rd and 4th divisions of the Yellow Emperor Legion and the elite 3rd and 4th divisions of the Field Army. In addition, there are 80 full divisions of field armies, 200 full divisions of the Construction Corps, and 80 full divisions of border garrisons, the second largest garrison among all the dimensions. Moreover, about 30 million civilians have already migrated and are living and working here. In a short time, Shui Yong briefly introduced the situation regarding the Exinue Island. He then continued, as for the Exinue dimension, this time we also have 3 plans. First, take full control of the main island of Exinue, integrating the entire island into our core territory. We'll build coastal defense lines around the island to defend against sea beasts from the ocean. However, this would require moving 2 black dragons and the artifact master from other locations. Furthermore, the army commander will personally station here to ensure the plan's successful implementation. There were only small numbers of 7th-tier ferocious beasts on Exinue Island, mostly low-level 7th-tier ones. Likely, there wouldn't be more than 5 middle-level 7th-tier ones. It was precisely because of this that Su Anping decided to fully take over this place. Once this goal is achieved, Exinue Island will become our first fully controlled dimensional territory, allowing us for large-scale development and immigration in the future. When Shui Yong spoke about this, he was particularly excited. Second, after taking over the main island, in addition to constructing coastal defense lines, we will also build a psionic shipyard on Exinue Island to construct psionic warships combining science and technology with cultivation, thereby embarking on dimensional maritime exploration into more distant regions. Third, we will bring the 81 small islands surrounding the main island under our influence, and the rest of the islands under vassal control, thus achieving preliminary control over the entire Exinue archipelago. Each small island averaged about 100,000 square kilometers, making it 36.5 million square kilometers across 365 islands, which far exceeded the size of the main island. This would certainly be no small challenge. Commander Qiao, how many hunting groups are there on Xianyu Island? Su Amping asked Qiao Li. There are more than 2,000 small hunting groups, 500 or so medium-sized ones, 82 large ones, and 2 star-ranked hunting legions. Qiao Li answered. Have the large hunting groups and the star-ranked hunting legions assist in the cleansing operation on the main island? Su Amping ordered. Yes, sir. What exactly is this psionic shipyard and these psionic warships? A senior figure asked with curiosity. Commander Qiao, please explain this to everyone. Su Amping passed the question to Qiao Li. Psionic warships are a combination of forging techniques and modern shipbuilding technology. Using modern shipbuilding methods, we engrave magical inscriptions onto the ships and install some psionic weapons. This is the most basic type of psionic warship. So far, we already have more than 30 of these basic psionic warships, which is why we were able to explore 10 surrounding small islands. However, these primary psionic warships still have many drawbacks and are not suitable for long-distance navigation. Therefore, we conducted more in-depth research and finally built a small-scale psionic shipyard. We will construct the new generation of psionic warships using forging methods, essentially assembling countless magical artifacts into a complete warship, thus greatly increasing its power. Qiao Li gave a brief explanation. As for more detailed mechanisms or technical specifics, she wasn't an expert in those fields and didn't fully understand them herself. Everyone suddenly understood. Although they weren't clear on the details, they roughly grasped the meaning. This was indeed good news. It meant the ocean in this other dimension had already been preliminarily conquered by them. What remained was simply to further enhance the performance of the psionic warships, which was only a matter of time. After everyone raised a few more questions, the operational plan for Xianyu Island was finally completed and ready for execution in 7 days. Commissar Xue, you continue, Su Amping said. Yes, sir. As for the Yunxian grassland dimension in Indonesia, currently we have already gained actual control over a core territory of 400,000 square kilometers, a radiation territory of 1 million square kilometers, and a vassal territory covering 2 million square kilometers. On Yunxian grassland, we have the 9th Division of the Yellow Emperor Legion, the elite 10th Field Division, along with 30 full divisions of field armies, 100 full divisions of the Construction Corps, and 20 full divisions of border garrisons, dimensional defense forces. Additionally, we've already migrated around 3 million civilians to live and work here. We also have 4 plans for this place. First, bring the radiation territory of 1 million square kilometers into our core territory. Second, incorporate the vassal territory of 2 million square kilometers into our radiation territory. Third, open up 5 million new square kilometers of vassal territory. Fourth, after the operation, migrate an additional 7 million civilians here. Does anyone have suggestions regarding the Yunxian grassland battlefield? Su Amping asked the people present. Since we are inviting observer delegations from different countries, perhaps we can invite those nations that have shares here to observe. This would greatly boost the morale and combat spirit of the people and soldiers stationed here, someone suggested. That's completely feasible. Su Amping had no objection. Considering the grassland is ideal for grazing, what if we captured some of the tamer ferocious beasts and tried raising them in controlled conditions? Another person proposed. Oh, that's a good idea. Our research on breeding ferocious beasts has never stopped, yet we've never really succeeded either. We could give this method a try, someone remarked with interest. We can give it a shot. Just implement it within the vassal territory. Su Amping agreed immediately. If it succeeded, that was great. If it failed, it wouldn't matter much either. Yes, sir. Wu Kuei accepted the order. Chapter 318 Disputes over the combat plan for the Blessed Plains. Then, Shui Yong continued to brief everyone about the Gloomy Forest, the first otherworldly realm revealed to the public, and also the one that had been explored for the longest time. Especially after the discovery of the massive underground capital ruins, all countries intensified their underground explorations. Surprisingly, they actually found many underground ruins, some in relatively good condition, from which they obtained valuable information and resources, while others were merely ruins with almost nothing of value. Of course, China had also gained a great deal from these discoveries, significantly enhancing the depth and accuracy of its historical records. In the Gloomy Forest, we currently control a core territory of 500,000 square kilometers, a radiating zone of 2 million square kilometers, and a dependent zone covering 6 million square kilometers. On the front here in the Gloomy Forest, we have the Yellow Emperor Legion, the God of War Special Ops, the 7th Division, the Elite Field Divisions, the 8th and the 9th, as well as 100 full-strength field divisions, 150 Construction Corps divisions, and 100 divisions of the Border Garrison Forces, the Otherworld Defense Army. In addition, we've relocated approximately 1 million civilians here to work and live. This campaign aims to expand our core territory to 1 million square kilometers, extend the radiating zone to 3 million square kilometers, and keep the dependent zone at 6 million square kilometers. With the current military strength in the Gloomy Forest, accomplishing this goal should be quite easy, Shui Yong said, glancing at Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an nodded, then stood and spoke. The Gloomy Forest has a unique situation. There's too much forest coverage, and our current control is relatively limited, spreading out in a fan shape. If we expand too aggressively, we may encounter powerful beast packs. Therefore, the expansion must be relatively slow. Our guiding principle is the 5th-tier beasts. Beyond the outer edge of the dependent territory, low-tier 5th-tier beasts occasionally appear. This will be the principle for expansion across all the otherworldly realms. Everyone suddenly understood. With Longxiao Mountain and Crescent Island, China fully controlled the portals, so it could afford to be more aggressive. For Yinshan grasslands, where China controlled the majority, larger steps could be taken, but other places could not afford the same luxury. Commander Shui, please continue, Su Pingyan said. Yes. The situation at the Blessed Plains in the White Elephant Realm is special. It is not only home to a large number of 7th-tier beasts, but also has a weaker gate suppression effect on them. Moreover, the total area of the region is relatively small. We also discovered and opened up a portal here, and most importantly, this region will likely be our first point of contact with an otherworldly civilization. Thus, our approach must be cautious, Shui Yong emphasized, giving the room a warning. The first time he'd ever taken such a tone in his reports. Everyone paid close attention. Blessed Plains, we currently control only 50,000 square kilometers of core territory, 150,000 square kilometers of radiating territory, and 400,000 square kilometers of dependent territory. If you thought that seemed small, it was simply because you didn't understand the situation here. According to the distribution agreement between China and the White Elephant Realm, China controlled 25% of the land, or a quarter of the entire circular region. This fan-shaped territory extended all the way into the God-Fallen Mountains. Su Pingyan had estimated before, if expansion reached its extreme limits, China might control around 1.8 million square kilometers here. If they wanted more, there were only two options. First, cross over the God-Fallen Mountains and enter the world continent, taking the lands from other civilizations. Second, abandon the agreement with the White Elephant Realm and move into the areas already allocated to them in the contract, but not yet occupied. Obviously, China had no plans for that at this time. We currently have the 5th and 6th divisions of the Yellow Emperor Legion, the elite field divisions, the 5th and the 6th, and 50 full-strength field divisions, 50 construction corps divisions, and 50 divisions of the border garrison forces, Otherworld Defense Army stationed here at the Blessed Plains. At the same time, this is also one of the only two otherworlds where no civilians have been settled. The other, needless to say, was naturally the underground mines, a place where few people were willing to go. There are 4 mission objectives this time. First, expand the core territory to 200,000 square kilometers. Second, expand the radiating territory to 300,000 square kilometers. Third, expand the dependent territory to 500,000 square kilometers. Fourth, there is a unique situation in the Blessed Plains, a truly extraordinary event. General Su's 2 battle pets have somehow gained control of 2 powerful beast armies. Their strength has grown to around 800,000 beasts. It is precisely because these 2 beast armies guard the outer regions that we have been effectively separated from the higher-tier beasts, forming a natural defensive barrier of beasts. Even while recounting this, Shui Yong still found it unbelievable. In addition, General Su has repaired several portals here, and we plan to establish remote control over the surrounding areas centered around these portals. This time, we aim to control 200,000 square kilometers. With this, in the future, there will still be approximately 600,000 square kilometers of the most dangerous territory left to conquer, Shui Yong said. Any opinions, gentlemen? Following the previous procedure, Su Pingyan looked at everyone and asked, Commander Su, I've learned a bit about the situation at the Blessed Plains. May I ask whether the unconquered areas here contain beasts of mid-7th tier or higher? General Ji asked. Su Pingyan shook his head. Not even mid-7th tier, low 7th tier beasts only occasionally appear. If that's the case, why don't we directly incorporate all of this area into our core territory, or at least into the radiating territory? General Ji continued. This? Su Pingyan hesitated slightly, then continued. First, the areas not included this time are close to the God-Fallen Mountains. We must prevent the spread of toxic miasma from the mountains, which could negatively affect us, as well as high-tier poisonous insects inside the mountains that could harm our people. Most importantly, there is a region over 10,000 kilometers to the south similar to the 10,000 mountain range, especially the Void Mountain range there, where 7th-tier beasts swarm in packs. I'm worried those beasts might appear in the God-Fallen Mountains, Su Pingyan explained. Commander Su, I believe if those high-tier beasts do come, they would surely discover traces of our activities. Even if we don't take over the remaining territories, the result would be the same. Therefore, my suggestion is to take all of it and build a strong defensive line facing the direction of the Void Mountains. In this way, the other areas will become our rear base. As for the edge near the God-Fallen Mountains, we can simply avoid getting too close. General Ji continued. I believe General Ji's plan is feasible. Let me add one point. Station Master Chi at the defensive line to guard it. As long as no divine terror appears or groups of high-tier, 7th level to show up, the defensive line will remain secure. Chapter 319. The War Council concludes. That's right. As long as this defensive line remains secure, our future trade with the otherworldly civilization will also become more convenient. In fact, if they wish to come over to our side, it can be arranged. Let them believe that we are indeed the native civilization, merely separated by the Godfall Mountains for millions of years. Even if our behavior and habits differ from theirs, it would be easy to understand. Needless to say, truly, don't dismiss this idea. Su Pingyan's eyes lit up as he listened, and he earnestly nodded. This idea is good. Don't just talk about millions of years. Separating for just 100,000 years might lead the two civilizations in completely different directions. Moreover, we can excavate more ruins to learn about the Tianxi Plains and the ancient civilizations, which would help convince the other side of our story. Actually, that's fine too. With such a long time span, It's perfectly normal if some ancient civilizations were lost in the past. After a lengthy discussion, Su Pingyan finally decided to revise the battle plan for the Tianxi Plains to go all out more boldly. Ultimately, the decision was split into two stages. First, establish a defensive line facing toward the Void Mountain Range. Second, take over the entire region, about 1.8 million square kilometers, and build several cities roughly 100 kilometers away from the Godfall Mountains as locations for future exchanges with the otherworldly civilization. As for the areas close to the Godfall Mountains, they decided to leave them be for safety reasons. Commander Shui, please brief everyone on the situation of the last underground mine, Su Pingyan said, turning to Shui Yong. Yes, sir. In the underground mines of the ancient Pyramid Nation, currently, our Huaxia has already taken control of 5 giant mines, 19 large mines, 243 medium mines, 1,228 small mines, and nearly 4,000 micro mines. This place is different from others, and its territory can't be measured in area, only by the number of mines under our control. The more mines we control, the more we can extract. The classification of mine size is based on how many people can mine and live inside. A giant vein can accommodate 1 million people, spacious, huge, and incredibly long, and is considered one of the main veins of the underground mines. Other large, medium, and small veins are generally branches off these main veins. A large mine can support the mining and daily living of about 100,000 people. A medium mine can accommodate the mining and living of thousands. A small mine can host hundreds of miners. A micro mine can support fewer than 100 people mining and living within. Of course, even within the same category, the sizes can vary. For example, among micro mines, some can accommodate only 10 people, while others can fit dozens. Although differing several times over, their classifications are the same. Currently, within the underground mines, the 8th Division of our Yellow Emperor Legion is stationed, along with the elite 9th Field Division. Additionally, 40 fully integrated field divisions of field armies, 50 fully integrated construction corps divisions, and 50 fully integrated border garrison divisions of the Otherworld Border Defense Army are also deployed. In this place, the field divisions are specialized for fighting ferocious beasts and expanding mining operations, while the construction corps and border defense mainly consist of miners recruited from across the nation, their primary task being to extract minerals. With different circumstances, their functions naturally vary. This place is one of only 2 otherworldly realms that haven't seen civilian immigration. Shui Yong briefly summarized the status of the underground mines. After 2 years of exploration, we have recently discovered a unique mine, possibly the main vein of this ancient underground mine system. However, it is full of many dangerous beasts. This time, we plan to deploy all field divisions as well as the 8th Division of the Yellow Emperor Legion to assault this location. Perhaps we can find a path leading to the surface, Shui Yong explained. It's indeed time to find a way to the surface soon. No one can withstand living underground for too long in those dark places. Has that potential main vein mine been scouted? What is the highest level of beast encountered there? Someone inquired. The highest we have encountered so far is a low-level 5th stage beast. No higher-level creatures have been found, and the Yellow Emperor Legion can currently manage the situation. General Alifu spoke up, being the supreme commander here. Perhaps we should hold off here for a moment and wait until things calm down elsewhere before deploying Heilong here for safety measures. After all, our forces here are somewhat insufficient. If we truly encountered a major crisis, we could face total annihilation, a loss we cannot afford. Someone expressed concern. Su Pingyan fell silent. He had to admit that this was indeed a very realistic problem. After some thought, Su Pingyan nodded and said, "All right, let's deal with this place last. Then, I will personally go there myself. With Commander Su present, we will feel much more secure," another replied. By the way, should we invite observation delegations from various countries to every otherworldly realm, or just one? What are everyone's thoughts? Ambassador Wang suddenly asked. I think just taking them to the Yunshan grasslands would suffice. A glimpse through a bamboo tube can reveal the whole picture. There's no need to expose everything. It's fine to expose it all. We don't have to worry about the consequences. It's not about consequences, it's about appropriateness. For example, the underground mines. We're searching for a path leading to the surface. It's better not to let other countries know about that for now. And on the White Elephant Kingdom side, where the Godfall Mountains directly connect to the alien civilization, that should remain secret too. Especially regarding the White Elephant Kingdom. And our own 2 territories domestically would be even more inconvenient. If we're to invite observation delegations, the only viable location left would be the Yunshan grasslands and the Dark Forest. Both of these places are acceptable. Why not take both together? That works. ASEAN 10 member states don't hold stakes in the Dark Forest, and many Western countries lack shares in the Yunshan grasslands. Combining both, we can invite at least 60 major nations worldwide. That should fulfill our objective pretty well, General G said. There was no need to invite delegations from all countries globally. After all, for smaller nations, it would be enough to simply observe the responses of other countries. Their opinions would not make much difference anyway. I think it works too. Having 2 separate locations would help spread out the delegations. If they're too large, we'll have to manage them, which could be a hassle. Separating them would be just right. It's settled then, Su Pingyan concluded decisively. Afterward, the group discussed several other topics, finalizing all the details for the major battle in a week before the 9-hour-long pre-war conference finally came to an end. Xiao Su, this is going to be the largest battle ever. Feeling the pressure, the Chancellor approached with a smile. Indeed, across multiple otherworldly realms, the military forces totaled several tens of millions of troops. Although spread across 6 battlefields, it was still something worthy of being recorded in history. It hadn't quite hit him before, but after the Chancellor's words, Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of both excitement and nervousness deep in his heart. Chapter 3, 20 Observation Team. A little, but I believe in everyone. We've made all kinds of preparations in advance, and our own strength is sufficient to handle the situation. Unless some unexpected disaster beyond human control occurs, there won't be any problem at all, Su Pingyan said confidently. It's good that you're confident. The Chancellor patted Su Pingyan's shoulder and then left. As soon as this meeting ended, the entire Huaxiao mobilized and instantly captured the attention of the entire world. In the Oval Office of Sam's White House. What's going on with Huaxiao? It seems like they've launched a nationwide mobilization. Do they have some major operation underway? George looked at James and asked. We don't know yet, Mr. President, but I've already ordered our agents hiding inside Huaxiao to gather intelligence as quickly as possible, James replied. Work faster. Last time they explored the dungeon, they made very little commotion. This time, their movements are huge. Something significant must be happening. Yes. However, just at this moment, Bryn suddenly pushed the door open and hurried to George, loudly saying, Mr. President, Huaxiao has sent us a diplomatic note. They're planning a large-scale territorial expansion operation and have invited us to send a 3-person observation delegation. After hearing this, George exchanged glances with James. So that's it. Previously, Huaxiao always kept things secret. Why are they now being so open about their operation, even inviting us to observe? Aren't they afraid we'll see through their real strength? George asked doubtfully. Perhaps Huaxiao is now confident enough in their own strength, thinking that even if we discover their true capabilities, there's nothing we can do about it, Bryn speculated. That's very likely, George nodded, then asked, then what do you two think? We should definitely go. I request the opportunity to go in person. I'd like to see exactly how strong Huaxiao's hidden power really is. Normally they are good at concealing their strength, but during such a large-scale operation, they will surely give it their all. This is our best chance to find out their true abilities. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity, Bryn said. All right, this matter will be entrusted to you. Also find a general from the military who excels at strategy, and have Raymond accompany you as well. As the commander of the Thunder Legion, he should understand better how to fight against beast monsters. Although George believed Sam's nation was very powerful, he also acknowledged Huaxiao's strength. This rare opportunity could allow them to quietly learn something valuable. In the Kremlin of Polar Bear. This is Huaxiao's invitation. They are preparing to launch a large-scale operation in another world and have invited us, along with other major global nations, to observe. What do you think Huaxiao's purpose is in doing this? The emperor held up the invitation letter in his hand and said. He showed no expression on the surface, so no one could tell what he was truly thinking. Your Majesty, Huaxiao has always been low-key. This time, being so high-profile is a bit unusual for them. To put it in their words, something abnormal usually signifies some kind of hidden danger. Perhaps there's a conspiracy hidden behind it all. An official who understood Huaxiao relatively well said. What kind of conspiracy could there be? It's probably just that they now feel strong enough and want to intimidate us militarily, letting us see how powerful they truly are, so we know what choices to make in the future. The foreign minister immediately saw through Huaxiao's intention. Although not completely accurate, his guess was close enough. Military intimidation? They indeed have the strength for that. Should we send people over then? A general spoke up. Of course we must go. Your Majesty, allow me to go. I want to know exactly how great the gap is between our Blood Wolf Legion and Huaxiao's Yellow Emperor Legion. I want to know exactly in which areas they are superior to us, Kajaro volunteered. Huaxiao's Yellow Emperor Legion has always been very mysterious. They rarely witness those people in action, especially on a large scale. I think Raymond from Sam's nation will probably have the same thoughts as I do, Kajaro added. Indeed. Sometimes the one who understands you best could be your enemy. All right, then I will go with you. The emperor declared. What? Your Majesty, you personally want to go? Everyone was shocked. What? You think I'm too old? The emperor smiled slightly, then clenched his fist, slammed it onto the table with force, instantly creating a big hole in it, and continued. I've already reached the 9th and ultimate stage of the physical transformation realm, and am stronger than most of the soldiers in the Blood Wolf Legion. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. I meant that your position carries too much risk, and anything can happen in another world. It's unpredictable. Kajaro continued to persuade. Enough, my decision is final. Only by witnessing the current strength of Huaxiao's army with my own eyes can I have a clear idea. This will be extremely important for determining our future relations with Huaxiao, the emperor insisted. Although everyone still wanted to object, they were all intimidated by the emperor's gaze and fell silent. The only thing left to do was to carry out security arrangements and ensure the emperor's safety. In the president's office of the capital of White Elephant Country. Mr. President, according to our intelligence, out of the 48 invited countries including Sam and the Polar Bear, 45 have already given positive replies. How should we respond to Huaxiao? The foreign minister said. They had also received the invitation but had not yet taken a stance. They had been waiting to see how other countries would react, but now it was time to make a decision. No country has refused. Elder Xian opened his eyes and asked. Not yet. The remaining 2 have not explicitly opposed, but are still considering. The foreign minister continued. Who are the observers from Sam and the Polar Bear? Elder Xian asked again. From Sam it's Bryn and Raymond. From the Polar Bear it's the Emperor and Kajaro. What? The Emperor himself is going. Elder Xian, no longer calm, stood up in shock. Yes. At first when we received this information, we were also very shocked, but it has already been confirmed. The Emperor will go in person. Huaxia hasn't kept this secret. Also, it seems they've increased their security measures, the foreign minister replied. After a long silence, Elder Xian sighed and said, truly worthy of being the emperor. It does fit his character. In Tianxi Plains, isn't Huaxia also gathering military forces? Aren't they planning to allow the observation teams to enter here? Elder Xian asked again. He had actually been waiting, even applying pressure to Huaxia, hoping Huaxia would open this area for visits. Unfortunately, Huaxia only allowed visits to Yunshan grassland and the Dark Forest. We've approached Huaxia many times already, but they refused every time. We are helpless, the foreign minister said helplessly. Never mind. Elder Xian waved his hand helplessly, then instructed, arrange the personnel as soon as possible. We must also go to observe. Yes. Chapter 321, A Crushing Blow. The invitation for the observation team was handled by designated personnel from the Huaxia side. Su Pingyan only concerned himself with the specific operational deployments for this major battle and had been very busy these days. Although he was the supreme commander of all 6 battlefields in this grand war, each battlefield had its own deputy commander responsible for leading the operations. Moreover, within the Beijing Command Center, many of Huaxia's strategic advisors had gathered. The week passed in the blink of an eye, and today had finally come. The day the interdimensional war would begin. Inside the Beijing Command Center, the atmosphere grew noticeably heavier. All right, everyone, no need to be so tense. Everything has already been arranged properly, Su Pingyan said with a smiling tone. His expression eased the nerves of everyone present. After all, in previous major battles, it was Su Pingyan himself who had directly commanded. This was the first time the command center had been established here on Lanxing, and also the first time so many people were involved in the command process. Listen up, this is the Beijing headquarters. All subordinate commanders report your status. Su Pingyan spoke into the Hongmeng bracelet as he established contact with the different fronts. The Shenlong Mountain battlefield is ready, prepared to advance at any moment, came the voice of Qin Ming. The Crescent Island battlefield is ready, prepared to advance at any moment, came the voice of Qiao Li. The Yunshan Grasslands battlefield is ready. The Dark Forest battlefield is ready. The Divine Gift Plains battlefield is ready. Good. Begin the attack. At Su Pingyan's order, all 5 battlefields launched their assaults simultaneously, expanding their frontiers. There were a total of 6 fronts. However, considering the underground mine passage, the battle plan had been modified beforehand out of caution. After the other 5 battlefields had completed their missions, Su Pingyan planned to personally lead Qi Zun to secure and stabilize that location. In the Dark Forest battlefield, all troops advance. Under Yi Zhao's command, millions of soldiers broke camp and marched forward. At the observation group in the rear, they are so strong, someone exclaimed in shock. These millions of troops all seem to be cultivators, and the aura of vitality radiating from them appears far superior to ours, said Kizaru as he inhaled deeply. The emperor frowned darkly. They had already anticipated that Huaxia would be formidable, but clearly, they had underestimated. Just now, we received a report from the Yunshan Grasslands battlefield too. There is over 1 million troops there, all cultivators, the emperor said. More than half a year ago, Huaxia initiated nationwide cultivation training. It's natural that their military surpasses their civilian population. Not to mention, they even have a treasure like the body-tempering pill, Kizaru replied. It's different. Look at how they march. Their formations are highly disciplined. From what I've seen in jade tablets, there's something called battle formations among ancient otherworld civilizations that are specifically suited for military application, greatly enhancing combat efficiency. Unfortunately, among the jade tablets we obtained recently, there's no record of such battle formations, the emperor sighed helplessly. This kind of valuable knowledge must have been very rare even in those ancient civilizations. It wouldn't be easy to find in common ruins, Kizaru said. However, the next moment brought an even more shocking sight. The frontmost forces suddenly rose into the sky and then disappeared from sight. Are those the Yan Huang Legion? They can fly. Someone recognized the uniforms of the Yan Huang Legion and gasped in shock. Flying? How can they fly? Is it possible that reaching a certain cultivation stage grants the ability to fly? That can't be. The strongest person in our country has already reached the Qi Shui stage, but he can't fly. Could it be that one must reach the Qi Sui stage to fly? Does that mean the Yan Huang Legion as a whole has reached the Qi Sui level? Everyone knows that the further one progresses in cultivation, the harder it becomes. How could they have achieved this? Qi Sui stage still cannot fly. One sentence silenced the entire observation group. Some were about to object, but upon seeing who had spoken, the emperor, they remained quiet. They might be junior members lacking understanding, but the emperor definitely knew more information. Otherwise he wouldn't speak up. Your Majesty, does that mean they've reached the 4th major realm, the Tuafan stage? The emperor shook his head again. According to the information we obtained from a jade tablet in that underground city, flight only becomes possible starting at the 7th level of the Tuafan stage. But for these soldiers to fly so effortlessly, it's very likely that they have reached the 5th major realm, the transcendent stage. After he spoke, even the emperor couldn't help but inhale sharply himself. According to the records on the jade tablet, attaining the transcendent stage was extremely difficult, requiring talent, cultivation methods, resources, and a certain degree of destiny and opportunity. Even in the ancient nation from which that underground city originated, the army composed of transcendent cultivators was considered their strongest imperial guard. But then, how could Huaxia accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Or perhaps these soldiers weren't truly at the transcendent stage at all, but had instead used some unknown method to enable flight that he had no knowledge of. I must have been overthinking. They must have mastered some unknown method of flight. This is more plausible, the emperor said, overturning his earlier conclusion because it seemed too far-fetched. After all, they were all Blue Star humans. At most, Huaxia had a slightly earlier start, but there shouldn't be such a huge gap. As they were discussing, the Yanhuang Legion, serving as the vanguard, had already swiftly flown past the Radiant Territory and the Jibi Territory, entering areas that had been surveyed before but never deeply explored by a large army. In squads, locate your assigned targets. Prioritize the elimination of the beast groups. If you encounter danger, remember to issue a timely warning. Move out. Commander Mu Chen shouted his orders. Affirmative. Much of the preparation had already been done beforehand, and with countless unmanned drones around, they didn't need to search aimlessly for the beasts. In no time, the field army also entered the Jibi region and began dispersing to encircle and eliminate their designated targets. Meanwhile, the garrison forces and civilian hunting teams entered the Radiant Territory to start clearing out the roaming beasts on the periphery. The construction corps followed closely behind, beginning to build roads and fortifications, including cities and military strongholds. Each unit performed its assigned duties, and progress was extremely swift. This sight, seen through the eyes of the observation teams from various countries, inspired nothing but shock. Huaxia is so powerful. That was their most immediate reaction. Glancing at the observers using his spiritual perception, Yi Zhao's lips curled slightly upward. This was precisely the goal they aimed to achieve. With an overwhelming display of strength, they could no longer even see the back of Huaxia. This sense of despair would make them more obedient toward Huaxia. The battles at Yinshan Grasslands and Dark Forest had already concluded, and the entire conflict lasted less than 5 days. Thus, 5 days later, the observation teams from various nations returned to their respective countries. Of course, Huaxia's grand campaign wasn't over yet and continued. Inside the Kremlin of the Polar Bear Nation, as soon as the emperor returned, he locked himself in his office, refusing to meet anyone. He only emerged after a full day. Your Majesty, are you all right? Everyone asked with concern. I'm fine, the emperor replied, shaking his head. Chapter 322. Subduing the enemy without battle. Although nothing unusual was said out loud, everyone could tell that after this trip, the emperor's spirit and energy had significantly weakened. Your Majesty, after hearing what General Khazar said about Huaxia, are we really that far behind them? One official asked. The emperor remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. It's no longer a question of how big the gap is. There's a good sci-fi novel in Huaxia called The Three-Body Problem. If Huaxia chooses to act against us, it would be a dimension-lowering attack. We, including Sam Country and all other nations on planet Lon, are already not on the same dimensional level as Huaxia anymore. Everyone was shocked beyond words. If such words came from someone else, they would certainly scoff at them. But coming from the emperor himself, they couldn't take them lightly. Your Majesty, is the gap really that big already? Didn't Huaxia only discover the portal a bit earlier than us? How could this be possible? Could there be some hidden conspiracy we don't know about? Someone else asked. Do you use any tricks or schemes against the tiny ants under your feet? After saying this, the emperor turned and left. The high-ranking officials stood there stunned, not knowing what to say anymore. In the Black Palace of the Sam Country, the president's office. After returning from their trip, Bryn and Raymond were immediately summoned by George. However, the two remained unusually silent the entire way there. What's wrong with you two? George quickly noticed their abnormal behavior. Mr. President, from now on, we should just focus on developing our own country. Whether it's Asia or Europe, we shouldn't get involved anymore. It's most important that we focus on strengthening ourselves. Bryn thought for a moment and said. Raymond nodded repeatedly in agreement, saying, Minister Bryn is absolutely right. We should focus on developing our own otherworld resources and strengthening ourselves. It would be better to avoid any conflict with Huaxia. He recalled how he would lead the Thunder God Legion against the Yellow Emperor Legion and involuntarily shivered. That wouldn't be a battle, it would be suicide. They're that strong. Although George had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help feeling amazed at hearing those words. Mr. President, it's no longer a matter of strength or not. At our current rate of development, even if Huaxia completely stops developing, it would probably take us at least several decades to catch up, Bryn explained, and this was still a relatively optimistic estimate. It could even take centuries, let alone Huaxia won't stop developing at all. Unless something unexpected happens, they're already unable to compete with Huaxia, even if all other countries in the world unite together. Such a huge gap? How is that possible? George looked disbelieving. Mr. President, our strongest people are barely in the Qi blood stage, while Huaxia's standing army of millions, on average, have cultivation levels at or above the bone-washing stage. The elite Yellow Emperor Legion is composed entirely of transcendent cultivators. You should understand how incredibly difficult it is to reach the transcendent stage, and how powerful they really are. As stated in the Jade Slips, below transcendent is nothing but ants. Bryn took a deep breath. At first, they had also doubted whether Huaxia used some kind of special means, but eventually Huaxia confirmed that their transcendent experts did emit an extremely terrifying aura. So that's the confidence of Huaxia. They've subdued us without a single battle. As the head of state, after his cultivation practice, George was no longer the sleepy old man he once was. With decades of political acumen, he immediately understood the purpose of Huaxia's invitation to observe this battle. Huaxia didn't want to be bogged down by other nations on planet Lon. By letting them witness their strength, Huaxiao expected the rest of the world to back off voluntarily. That's right. This has more effect than any speech or threat, Bryn remarked with a sigh. Soon after, The representatives from the Gan countries returned to their homelands and spread news of Huaxia's strength. The entire world fell silent. Then, as if by mutual understanding, leaders from all countries started visiting Huaxia, willing to cooperate with the nation in all aspects. They were even willing to accept a disadvantageous position as long as they could stay close to Huaxia. Even George and the Emperor, through overt and covert means, several times showed goodwill to Huaxia, hoping Huaxia would lead them in development, something unimaginable before. One could say that at this moment, Huaxia officially became the top power on planet Lan, not only in name, but in actual strength. The battlefields at Yinshan Grassland and Dark Forest Battlefield ended first. After the Guatan delegations returned, Huaxia's large-scale battles had not yet concluded. Especially at the Divine Dragon Mountain and Crescent Island, the fighting was at its most intense stage. The command center in the capital city. Commander, the three major battlefields at Yinshan Grassland, Dark Forest, and Divine Gift Plain have all concluded. Right now we're clearing the battlefield, and the construction corps is moving in rapidly. Should we deploy part of the main force to support the Divine Dragon Mountain front? Shuiyong asked. As for Crescent Island, Su Pingyan had personally gone there and cleared out all the beasts of grade 7 and above. It was only a matter of time before it was fully secured. However, the situation at Divine Dragon Mountain remained under heavy pressure. Is Commander Qin available? Do we need to send support? Su Pingyan immediately contacted Qin Ming. Commander, we can handle it. No need for support, Qin Ming replied confidently. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. All right, here's the plan. We'll redirect part of the field army and the construction corps from Yinshan Grassland and Dark Forest to Divine Gift Plain to accelerate the construction of the southern defense line. Su Pingyan ordered. If there was one otherworld battlefield that concerned Su Pingyan most, it was Divine Gift Plain. It was the most dangerous. Yes, sir. Shuiyong accepted the command and left. With the situations on both fronts gradually stabilizing, Su Pingyan left the capital city, crossed the border, and directly headed for the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. In the underground mine tunnels. This was the first time in both of his lifetimes that he had come to such a place. Commander, this is the place we discovered by accident. Through that tunnel, which seems to be part of the main vein of the mine, we've already widened and processed the passage. As long as we don't make too much noise, the beasts inside the main vein won't discover us, Commander Olive explained. Is everything ready? Su Pingyan asked. Everything is set, and we're ready to fight at any moment, Olive replied excitedly. The other fronts had either concluded or were nearing completion, but their mission here hadn't even started yet. He had been eager for action for a long time. All right, then move out. At Su Pingyan's command, the troops marched in, quickly passing through the widened entrance and entering the main mine tunnels. The interior was very spacious. According to the current 10-kilometer survey, the widest part of the tunnel was more than 3 kilometers across, and even the narrowest sections were over 500 meters wide. Its full length, however, remained unknown. Pity. The suppression of spiritual perception here is extremely strong. Otherwise, things would have been much easier, Su Pingyan muttered after an attempt to spread out his spiritual sense, which gave him an uncomfortable feeling and barely extended beyond a kilometer. Chapter 323, The Passage to the Surface. A roar, probably because a large force had entered, the native creatures of the underground mine noticed, and countless roars came from not far away. Soon after, a strong tremor could be felt from the ground. Defensive formation, immediately, ordered Alifu. At the same time, beams of intense light shot toward the distance. ZZ, the beast that lived in darkness instantly, went into a frenzy from the bright light, while many others let out cries of agony. This was also a common tactic employed by various nations in these underground mines. Strong light could suppress and weaken these creatures to a certain extent. It's a gold-armored beast at the 9th star of the 3rd realm. At complete perfection, Alifu instantly recognized the beast charging at the forefront. The Yanhuang Legion, advance, he commanded. Yes. With the expert-level forces charging forward, the rest of the troops behind had practically nothing to do and had temporarily become logistical support. As the army advanced, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Commander, it seems we've truly found the main vein corridor, because we've already gone nearly 400 kilometers deep and still haven't found an end. Along the way there have been quite a few branches, Alifu said excitedly. The reason they were certain of this was because even the longest previously discovered mine tunnels hadn't exceeded 200 kilometers in length. Keep going, Su Pingyan replied calmly. I'm curious to see exactly how long this or vein truly is. The strongest beast we've encountered so far is only at the 9th star of the 5th realm. This is still under control. Don't forget to specifically search for tunnels heading upward, or any inclining passages, Su Pingyan added. After all, their primary objective was to explore a way to the surface. Yes. Just at that moment, a messenger rushed over. Commander, we've found a strange tunnel. Where? What's strange about it? Su Pingyan asked immediately. Reporting, Commander. This tunnel has an upward slope, and along the way we found some unusual plants. According to our analysis, these plants shouldn't have been growing underground, the messenger reported. Let's go take a look. Su Pingyan felt a spark of excitement. Soon, the group arrived at the peculiar tunnel. No, this shouldn't even be called a mine tunnel anymore, as no trace of spiritual or had been discovered. Could it be? Su Pingyan suddenly had a thought and quickly ordered. Send scouts ahead and find out what lies at the end of this passage. Yes. Not only were soldiers sent forward to explore, the others also didn't waste time and kept moving. Commander, this tunnel has no beasts, something's off, Alifu said, holding his specially designed flashlight, and surveying the surroundings. No spiritual ore has been found along this path. It must not be an abandoned mine. Since there's no spiritual ore, naturally there won't be any beasts, Su Pingyan casually explained. Now that you mention it, I didn't even notice. There truly is no spiritual ore here, Alifu muttered, extending his spiritual awareness to quickly inspect the surrounding area. As time passed, they continued deeper and deeper. This mine tunnel is just too strange. Its width is clearly only that of a medium-sized mine, but its length has already exceeded that of even the largest known tunnels. Alifu frowned slightly, a troubled look on his face. Commander, should we go back first and let them finish exploring this place thoroughly before we return? Alifu asked. No, perhaps we are finally about to see some hope, Su Pingyan said meaningfully, recalling some rumors he had heard about this mine tunnel in his past life. Back in his previous life, more than 10 years after the mine was discovered, someone finally found the main corridor. Later, someone discovered a passage with no spiritual ore and of unusual length. It was through this passage that they managed to leave the underground mines and reach the surface. But some verification was still needed. Just as he finished speaking, a soldier came forward to report. Commander, we found a fork in the road ahead. How many paths are there? Su Pingyan asked urgently. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, unexpecting such a question from the commander, but replied honestly. 3. He also quickly added, we've already split into 3 teams and entered each passage. Please commander rest here briefly and await our results. No, we're going to go see for ourselves, Su Pingyan said, and continued forward, leading his group until they soon reached the junction. In no time, people started returning one after another. Commander, at around 5 kilometers into passage 1, we found another set of 3 branch paths. We were worried about not having enough hands, so we temporarily withdrew. Commander, in passage 2, around 3 kilometers in, there appeared 3 additional branch paths, and we have already split up to explore them. Commander, about 10 kilometers into passage 3, there are also 3 branch paths. Commander, this is really strange. Why do all the passages split into 3 branches? Alifu frowned, looking at Su Pingyan to see whether the well-traveled commander knew something they didn't. Isn't it possible that these 9 paths branching out are all leading to the surface, just from 9 different locations? Like a shuttle, with a head at each end, and 9 paths branching out in the middle? Su Pingyan chuckled, clearly in high spirits because it was basically confirmed now. This really was the passage leading to the surface. If that's really the case, that's great. But then why split into 9 passages? Alifu asked, puzzled. Perhaps there were 9 factions involved? Su Pingyan replied casually. Anyway, all of this is just my guess. We still don't know for sure if it truly leads to the surface. Let's send troops separately through all 9 passages to see what lies beyond each, Su Pingyan ordered. Oh, and not too many people. After all, the situation is unclear. We must proceed with caution, he added. More than 10 years ahead of schedule, who knew whether it would turn out exactly like last time? If a large number of casualties occurred because of him, that would be terrible. Yes, Alifu acknowledged and went off to make the arrangements. Now came the waiting. Su Pingyan sat cross-legged here and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Alifu grew somewhat restless as he waited. As a commander, you must remain calm even if a mountain collapses before you. Just wait, Su Pingyan reminded casually, without even opening his eyes. A shiver passed through Alifu, and he followed Su Pingyan's example, sitting cross-legged and calming himself. As time passed, indeed, good news arrived. Reporting, Commander, we've discovered a passage leading to the surface. The officer reporting looked thrilled. You see, the large army stationed here day after day underground had endured great discomfort. But for the sake of Yanhuang, they had endured it. However, that didn't mean they didn't long for life on the surface. Very well, let's go take a look first, Su Pingyan said immediately, standing up. As Su Pingyan flew out of the underground tunnel, warriors were already establishing a defensive perimeter outside, as there were also ferocious beasts in this area. What's the situation outside? Su Pingyan asked, concerned. Reporting to the Legion commander, part of the exit was blocked earlier. We cleared it before coming out. There are also beasts outside, but the species are completely different from those underground. The environment here resembles the dark forest. It is entirely covered by dense forest, and almost all traces from ancient times have been washed away by time. Nothing is visible anymore, answered the captain of the Yellow Emperor Legion stationed on the surface. How strong are the beasts around here? Alifu asked. Reporting, Commander. The beasts here vary greatly in strength. The weakest are first tier, while we have encountered some fourth tier ones too. This is different from what we've seen underground and at other interdimensional portals, the captain replied, slightly puzzled. Su Pingyan pondered and said, based on our earlier speculation, the portal exerts a suppressing effect. The closer to the portal, the weaker the beasts. However, there should be no such restrictions on the surface now. Here, it's closer to reality, which explains why we see such a difference. The Legion commander is absolutely right. Alifu nodded slightly in agreement. All right, immediately deploy drones and dispatch scouts to survey the area. I need to understand the surrounding situation as soon as possible, particularly whether there are any signs of civilization, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, sir. This was just the first exit. Over the next 2 or 3 days, Su Pingyan received reports from the other 8 exits successively. Some exits were completely blocked, but since the depth was limited and clear instructions had already been issued, the construction brigades managed to clear them fairly quickly. Legion Commander, all 9 exits have been successfully cleared. We have also largely surveyed the surrounding areas. The closest 2 exits are 14 kilometers apart, while the furthest are 255 kilometers away, Ali Fu reported. Connect all 9 exits as points and see what area they cover, Su Ping'an asked. Ali Fu hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Legion Commander, are you planning to mark this entire area as our core territory here? Su Ping'an nodded. Exactly, he added. Also, the headquarters will be built in the center of all exits to ensure the shortest travel distance to all 9 exits. I understand. Ali Fu immediately caught on. Oh, right, Legion Commander. Will we continue our advance into the main underground vein? In Ali Fu's view, having the surface meant they had completely occupied this other world from the portal. The underground value paled in comparison. Of course, we will continue. We can't possibly abandon such a massive underground mine vein. Su Ping'an replied naturally. Legion Commander, I believe the surface world is more valuable. Many countries are already involved in the underground mines. We can let them handle the mining and simply buy the minerals with Nuxia currency. In a way, we'd be turning them into our miners. Ali Fu thoughtfully suggested. Su Ping'an paused. He hadn't considered this idea before, but after some thought, he found it quite promising. Although their efficiency may be lower, more countries are involved, and with more people, it might work well, he finally agreed. We could even contract some of the already cleared tunnels to certain countries. They'll probably be very willing to accept. After all, they'd only need to mine ores without having to face those terrifying underground beasts. Su Ping'an broadened his idea. We'll discuss this plan when I return with the Chancellor. But for now, we still need to keep exploring the main vein. We need to know the overall structure of the mine tunnels to avoid major security risks. Understood, sir. Ali Fu obeyed, though he was clearly worried. Legion Commander, if we fight on 2 fronts, we'll face huge pressure. Our manpower is insufficient. Send word back home. The battles in the Dark Forest, Yinshan Grasslands, and Blessing Plains have probably ended, and the battlefield cleanup should be done by now. Draw half of the forces from each of those 3 locations and send them here for support, Su Ping'an decided. Yes, sir. Ali Fu exhaled in relief. With reinforcements arriving, fighting on 2 fronts would not be a problem anymore. From what we've observed on the surface over the past 2 days, there are very few 5th-tier ferocious beasts here. I'll leave this to you. The Divine Artisan will stay here to guard the base, while I personally take charge of the battle within the main underground vein, Su Ping'an said, glancing momentarily at the silent Divine Artisan beside him. All right. Understood. Ali Fu replied respectfully. The underground main vein had a very long and wide passageway. It was entirely a vast subterranean world. Moreover, there were numerous Dadaxiaoxiao Zhimarkongdong around the main vein. To completely secure this area would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, with the arrival of the reinforcements, their advance had significantly accelerated. 400 kilometers. 450 kilometers. Suddenly, a soldier came rushing to report. Commander, we have discovered a large number of 6th-tier beasts. For safety reasons, we didn't advance closer. Additionally, we used our spirit stone detector and found an exceptional grade spirit stone vein there. Exceptional grade spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an's eyes lit up. Though exceptional grade spirit stones were no longer useful to him directly, others definitely needed them. Moreover, with an exceptional grade spirit stone vein, it was likely that they could excavate some spirit crystals, which were exactly what he needed. Guided by the soldier, Su Ping'an arrived at the forefront of the main vein and indeed found a group of sleeping 6th-tier beasts. Everyone, step back, Su Ping'an ordered, and after the troops had retreated, he immediately rushed forward holding the god-slaughtering spear. His current cultivation level had reached the peak of the 2nd heavenly ascension stage at the celestial realm, and his combat strength was equivalent to that of a mid-stage 7th-tier beast. It was immensely powerful. Facing a group of 6th-tier beasts, he merely waved his hand and annihilated them all. Afterward, wielding only his spear, he charged forward alone at the front while the rest of the army followed behind him, now serving as logistical support responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. At the 500-kilometer mark and 600-kilometer mark, some 7th-tier beasts had already appeared, though they still posed no real challenge to Su Ping'an. When he reached around 900 kilometers, Su Ping'an's eyes brightened once more. Chapter 325. Harvesting a large amount of spirit crystals. His spirit crystals. Right before his eyes, densely packed and embedded into the cave walls. It's unbelievable. It's just an ancient super-rich mine vein. How could it have already produced so much spirit crystal after the resurgence of spiritual energy? I'm rich. Although tempted by the riches, Su Ping'an remained vigilant. After all, fierce beasts of at least the 7th stage, for stars had already appeared around. He gradually grew serious, since no one knew if suddenly a 7th stage, 6, or even 7-star fierce beast might appear, which would be extremely dangerous. Die. After advancing nearly 100 kilometers deeper, Su Ping'an discovered that it seemed to have reached the end. So the strongest here is only early 7th stage, 6 stars? That was close. Su Ping'an still felt quite good. If it were any stronger, he would have to recall the artifact sage. Then he returned and explored in another direction of the main tunnel, where was less than 500 kilometers long, and the strongest beasts were no more than 6th stage. In other words, the entire main tunnel was about 1,500 kilometers long, clearly showing how massive this super-rich mine vein was. Commander, walls have already been built at the 450 kilometers position eastward and the 400 kilometers position westward. Currently, the artifact sage is guarding the eastern wall, while the arriving Big Dipper squad is in charge of the western wall. Ali Fu came to report. It had already been a month and a half since Su Ping'an descended into the underground main tunnel for battle. The surface combat had long since ended, and now defenses were being built, though that mainly fell under the construction team's responsibilities, so Ali Fu finally had time to spare. Very good. Clear the entire 850-kilometer-long main tunnel as soon as possible. There are too many side tunnels branching off from this main vein. Once everyone's power increases, we'll push forward further. Su Ping'an said. Yes. Is the surface safe? Su Ping'an asked in concern. We have stationed a black dragon to guard, and it will remain safe as long as no 7th stage fierce beast appears. The strongest we've found so far doesn't even reach 6th stage. It's merely 5th stage, 1st star. Ali Fu replied. Investigate the surface situation as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the alien civilization might be quite close up there, perhaps even closer than the divine planes. Yes. How's the mining going for the supreme quality spirit stones and spirit crystals? Su Ping'an now finally had the chance to ask. The top layer has all been dug out. We haven't continued deeper for now, because the tunnels over there are full of fierce beasts. We've already built defensive lines, but cannot push in further without your support, Commander. Ali Fu answered helplessly. Bring me the supreme quality spirit stones and spirit crystals. Su Ping'an ordered. Yes. Soon, Ali Fu handed over a storage ring. With a simple sweep of his spiritual sense, Su Ping'an immediately knew the results, and finally a trace of excited joy surfaced on his face. Over 1.2 million taels of supreme quality spirit stones, and over 110,000 taels of spirit crystals. That was an astonishing quantity. I'll leave this place in your hands then. I'm returning to the country now. After finishing his business here, Su Ping'an directly headed back. No need for a flight, just instant teleportation. Blue Planet had already become very small for him. He could easily go anywhere he wanted. At the command center in the capital city. Xiao Su, you're finally back? I didn't expect that underground mine to take you so long. The Chancellor looked at Su Ping'an with some surprise and delight. Just about. The gain was pretty good. Possibly the biggest harvest among all 6 battlefronts. Su Ping'an smiled. I've heard about it. Now with the spirit crystals, not only can the artifact sage maintain his strength, you yourself should be able to break through quickly. With you 2 mighty experts guarding it, China will be safe and sound. The Chancellor was pleased. Oh right, the cleanup operations across all fronts have already ended, and we've been waiting for you to return so we can hear a summary of the battle achievements together. Interested? The Chancellor asked. Sure, I'd like to learn more and see how much these achievements can help improve our strength. Su Ping'an nodded. Xiao Shui, it's your turn. The Chancellor instructed. Yes. This major campaign lasted nearly 2 months. We expanded territory into countless alien worlds, hunted countless fierce beasts, and gathered countless spirit fruits, spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and spirit ores. Shui Yong was already accustomed to presenting the report, having given one before. Territorial expansion. In the Shenlong Mountains, we now control a core territory of 7 million square kilometers, an influence territory covering 18 million square kilometers, and outlying dependent territories reaching 35 million square kilometers. We have already achieved our set goals. Furthermore, with the increased number of hunting teams we now have, we plan to transform 3 million square kilometers of influence territory into core territory over the next 3 months, expanding our core area to reach a total of 10 million square kilometers. Shui Yong reported with seriousness and pride. As for the Crescent Island, we have completely secured the main island and now control a core territory of 10 million square kilometers. There are another 100 surrounding small islands under its influence, which exceeded our initial expectations. We've already dispatched some elite forces to explore the remaining islands, which are now considered our dependent territories. Within the next 2 years, we plan to incorporate all 365 islands of the Crescent Archipelago into our core territory, which will require at least another 80 million immigrants. Su Ping'an knew the Crescent Archipelago was surrounded by an endless ocean. Within 40,000 kilometers, there were no other sizable islands. In a certain sense, once the entire Crescent Archipelago is under control, it would mean full control of this part of the alien world. What comes next will depend on the development of seafaring technology. Very good. This area deserves increased investment. Complete control could be achieved in as little as a year and a half, maybe even sooner, a happy elder commented. The only limiting factor here is our spirit energy warships. Some of the remote islands are still unreachable by them. It's not that they can't sail far enough, it's that they can't withstand the sea beasts, Shui Yong explained. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken 2 years. Then we should increase investment in spirit energy warship research and development. This time, Shui Yong didn't object, he hoped for it too. Let's discuss this separately after the meeting. Xiao Shui, please continue. The Chancellor instructed. For the Yinshan grasslands, we have secured a core territory of 1.5 million square kilometers, with an influence territory covering 2 million square kilometers, and dependent territories extending to 8 million square kilometers. That's actually beyond our expectations. For the Shadowed Forest, we have secured a core territory of 1 million square kilometers, with an influence territory covering 3 million square kilometers, and dependent territories reaching 6 million square kilometers, achieving our planned objective. For the Divine Gifted Plains, we have incorporated the area near Godfallen Mountains as core territory, totaling about 1.85 million square kilometers. Also, our initial defensive line facing the Void Mountain range to the south has already been established. We will continuously strengthen it further and begin constructing secondary and tertiary defensive lines, Shui Yong reported. Chapter 326. Closing into retreat for cultivation again. As for the underground mines in the ancient pyramid country, we've exceeded expectations. Not only have we taken control of part of the main vein, but we also now control 26 colossal mines, 88 large mines, 1,200 medium-sized mines, more than 8,000 small mines, and over 50,000 micro mines. Shuiyong's voice was filled with excitement when speaking about this. It could be said that their huaxia had already controlled nearly half of the mine shafts in that underground or field. Additionally, measurements show that the main vein alone, the space between the eastern and western lines, stretches up to 850 kilometers in length. At its widest point, it's 56 kilometers wide, and at the narrowest point still reaches 26 kilometers, with the entire area covering nearly 30,000 square kilometers. Moreover, we have another major gain. We found a path leading back to the surface, and there are 9 exits. We've completely taken control of the central area connecting these 9 exits, an area of approximately 160,000 square kilometers. However, the territory we actually command extends far beyond that figure, already reaching 50,000 square kilometers. That has become our core territory, Shuiyong reported. Therefore, currently we have already established a core territorial expanse across 6 other realms, reaching 21.4 million square kilometers, surpassing the area of our Earth. Our influence extends even farther through radiated and subordinate territories, Shuiyong said excitedly. Not only was he excited, others were equally thrilled when they heard these numbers. Because this was the future living space for huaxia. The more land they occupied, the broader their future survival space and strategic depth, and the safer they would be. That's basically the overall situation, Shuiyong added, subsequently reporting results from monster hunts and other battle gains. As soon as the report ended, Su Pingyan seized the opportunity to bring up Alf's previous idea. Chancellor, honorable elders, generals, during our time in the underground mines, Alf's command provided a new idea. Once we thoroughly clear the underground mines, perhaps we could subcontract them to other countries, allowing them to extract the minerals on our behalf, while we pay with the new huaxia currency. After all, they are currently in urgent need of this currency to purchase our resources. What are your thoughts on this idea? Everyone fell silent after hearing this, obviously contemplating the feasibility of the proposal. Before long, someone spoke up. This underground mine system is simply too vast. If all extraction were handled by our people, it would require an overwhelming number of workers. Compared to other countries, our power is vastly superior. We can utilize this human resource to expand our territories and reap even greater benefits, from which we can then purchase the mineral resources from them. Besides, the new huaxia currency is issued by us, and this method could help further promote its use, Elder Qin opined. I also believe this proposal is feasible, but how exactly should we implement it? Someone asked. It's simple. We can sublease the mines we control to them. They pay us a certain fee, and then we can purchase back the minerals they extract, gaining 2 advantages from one source, one person suggested. We could do that with common minerals, but some valuable ones, such as spirit stones, should probably still be mined by ourselves, considering their high value. Even a small amount concealed by them would be a loss to us, one elder reminded. That makes sense. Common or low-value ores could be leased out, while precious ores should be extracted by ourselves. After lengthy discussion, everyone voted unanimously in favor of the proposal, as it was clearly in huaxia's best interest. As for those other countries obtaining these resources and refusing to sell them back to huaxia, let them try. What use would they be to them anyway? Unless they've already contacted civilizations in other realms and begun direct trade with them. Or unless they themselves possess the means to effectively utilize these resources. Unfortunately, that will still take time, and in the short term it's simply not possible. They will also need time to develop and grow, and will have no choice but to abandon those ores in exchange for other resources beneficial to them, such as medicinal pills or monster beast meat. Additionally, even though the mines are contracted to them, the mined resources must still be sold to huaxia. That will be clearly stated in the agreements we sign. Therefore, even if they secretly hide some resources, the amount will be limited, and thus not a significant concern. Prince Wang, you'll be in charge of this matter. Organize a grand conference here in Huaxia, and invite the leaders of all the nations. We'll call it the Intercultural Mineral Resources Summit, where we'll discuss this matter. And it won't just be limited to these underground mines. We want resources they've obtained from elsewhere as well. Any resources that prove beneficial to Huaxia, even low-tier ones, are acceptable, as we can process and refine them into finished goods to sell back to them, the Chancellor commanded. Yes, Ambassador Wang nodded in agreement. Xiao Su, can this time's gains allow the entire army, even the entire population, to enhance their strength once again? The Chancellor turned to Su Pingyan and asked. Of course. However, I need to retreat for some cultivation recently. This is the perfect time to transport back the resources gathered from various battlefields and organize and categorize them. Once I finish my retreat, I'll start immediately, Su Pingyan replied without refusal. Moreover, with spirit stones available, he did need to retreat for cultivation once again. Very well, then that's the plan. Everyone became delighted. After leaving the capital, Su Pingyan returned to Shenlong Villa, spending 2 days with his family and Yi Xinran. Then he began his retreat. Inside the Hongmeng Tower. Hongmeng, send me into the Time Law River, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, master. With spirit stones, they could afford to be more extravagant now, especially since deeper beneath the mine, there were still more spirit stones to be mined. No need to worry about shortages anymore. 100 spirit stones could open access to the Time River once, while remaining inside for 1 hour only required 50 spirit stones. Su Pingyan had 110,000 spirit stones at his disposal, more than sufficient. As time passed, Su Pingyan's comprehension of time deepened significantly. Time suspension, time reversal, and time acceleration. Chuji Shijian Fadogu Tu Ko Di Sanchong, Da Dao Di Sucheng, Dingchong. He wasn't sure exactly how much time had passed when he felt a slight tremor in his divine consciousness. Tier 9. After successfully achieving Tier 9 of the Time Laws, he exited the Time River. Hongming, how many spirit stones were consumed in total? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Master, a total of 6,500 spirit stones were used, Hongming answered. Not bad. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. It was within expectations. After entering the cultivation space, he began to remove the restrictions on his body. In the underground mine, he had killed many 7th-stage ferocious beasts with his divine annihilation spear, absorbing a large amount of blood essence and spiritual energy. Unfortunately, since his understanding of the laws hadn't broken through, his cultivation realm couldn't advance either. Chapter 327. Entering the blood refining land again. The moment he let go, he instantly broke through the bottleneck of the third heaven realm, reaching the early stage of the third heaven realm, and continued to rise, nearly reaching the middle stage before finally stopping. Afterwards, Su Pingyan took out the demon refining pod and tossed all the grade 7 fierce beasts into it. Refine. He obtained over 4,000 drops of mid-grade grade 7 spiritual liquid and more than 60,000 drops of low-grade grade 7 spiritual liquid in total. Not bad. Would directly refining these spiritual liquids be too wasteful? Looking at the spiritual liquid in his hands, Su Pingyan hesitated slightly. He estimated that these spiritual liquids would at most allow him to reach the fourth heaven realm, but if used by others, their effects would be much stronger. Forget it, I'll keep them. I'll go back to the blood refining land again. There are blood puppets there, and I can obtain inner world essence. That would benefit me greatly too. Thinking this over, Su Pingyan made his decision. In the forest of corpses, Su Pingyan took out the dark iron token and entered the blood refining land. As soon as he appeared, he was in the 5th layer. The first 3 layers were considered basic trials. Starting from the 4th, the real danger began. With his previous experience, Su Pingyan immediately looked toward the virtual screen. As expected, words had already appeared on it. Welcome to Layer 5 of the blood refining land. You will face 9 waves of blood puppet attacks. Defeat them and survive their onslaught, and you will successfully clear the layer. Failure means death. Note, after each wave of attack you endure, you will receive a reward. Fully clearing Layer 5 will grant you the reward of the entire layer. Face your challenge. At the bottom was a countdown already at 8 seconds. The countdown was fast, but Su Pingyan had already steadied his mind. Wave 1. 1,000 grade 6 leader class blood puppets. Note, each is equivalent to a grade 6, 8-star perfect Dao achievement. Time limit, 2 Shurchen. Sky severing sword technique. With just one move, all 1,000 blood puppets were slain. After all, he was already in the early stage of the third heaven realm, and his combat power rivaled that of a grade 7, 6-star late-stage fierce beast. These mere grade 6 blood puppets were no match for him, easily destroyed with a mere wave of his hand. Subsequently, from the 2nd to the 6th waves, all that appeared were grade 6 leader-class blood puppets, differing only in number. However, the gap was too great, numbers no longer mattered. Wave 7 finally brought forth grade 7 blood puppets, though they were merely ordinary level, with none stronger than a grade 7, 1-star perfect Dao achievement. Waves 8 and 9 brought opponents no stronger than grade 7, 3-star perfect Dao achievements, but even these posed no pressure. The battle ended swiftly. Ding, congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully cleared the 5th layer. Reward, 1 piece of Chuji Time Law Crystal. The entire 5th layer had been cleared in record time, without much difficulty. A Time Law Crystal, quite a good item indeed. A pity I can't use it right now. Perhaps I can give it to my family, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. From the entire 5th layer, he had obtained more than 5,000 pieces of Chuji Space Law Fragments, 11 Chuji Space Law Crystals, 70 Chuji Time Law Fragments, plus the final Time Law Crystal. In addition, there was the essence of the inner world. The essence of grade 6 leader class was most abundant, reaching nearly 200,000 pieces. The ordinary grade 7 essence was not much, only 6,000 pieces. Ding, please choose to continue or leave. The text on the screen changed again. If grade 7, 3-star perfect Dao enemies appeared in the 5th layer, then the 6th layer will definitely have enemies of at least grade 7, 6-star perfect Dao level, possibly even grade 7, 9-star perfect Dao. However, I can advance while refining the essence I've collected and thus enhance my power. If I don't have enough resources, I might get stuck here. Su Pingyan analyzed quietly in his mind. My whole purpose for coming here is to increase my strength. I shouldn't overthink it. If necessary, I'll use other resources too. Having made his decision, Su Pingyan wasted no more time. Continue. In the next second, he was transported to the 6th layer. Welcome to Layer 6 of the blood refining land. You will face 9 waves of blood puppet attacks. Kill them and survive their assault to successfully clear this layer. Failure means death. Note, after surviving each wave of attack, you will receive a reward. Fully clearing Layer 6 will earn you the reward of the entire layer. Face your challenge. It was identical to what he had seen before. He realized the first 3 layers were the same, the middle 3 layers were the same pattern too, and he guessed the last 3 layers probably followed the same style as well, though how they would differ from the current one was unknown. Speaking of it, if the 6th layer is already this tough, the blood refining land truly deserves to be the blood sect's trial grounds. In ancient times, there must have been heavenly kings present here, and most likely, the lower 3 layers contain blood puppets of heavenly king strength as well. I wonder how terrifying the blood puppets at the divine realm level would be. Maybe I'm overthinking, But if I want to proceed deeper, my cultivation must at least break through to the divine realm. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Su Pingyan mused randomly while the countdown had already ended. Only now did Su Pingyan notice the introduction on the virtual screen. Wave 1. 10,000 Grade 7 Ordinary Class Blood Puppets. Note: each has a cultivation level equivalent to a Grade 7, 3-star Perfect Dao achievement. Time limit: 12 Shurchen. Not bad. Although the number was large, in terms of strength, Su Pingyan could still handle them. Sky-severing sword technique. As soon as the move was unleashed, sword chi transformed into a cage-like formation, instantly enclosing thousands of blood puppets within. With a single swirl of energy, they were all annihilated. In just 2 moves, all 10,000 blood puppets were eliminated, and he successfully survived the first wave of attack. With 12 Shurchen to spare, I might as well cultivate a bit. Su Pingyan then entered his cultivation space and began refining. Combined with the previous essence, there was now a total of 16,000 pieces of Grade 7 lower grade inner world essence. As the essence was refined, Su Pingyan's cultivation base began to loosen, and then he broke through to the middle-late stage of the third heaven realm, reaching its peak. Boom! After a tremor, Su Pingyan successfully transcended, achieving the early stage of the fourth heaven realm. Didn't expect such high consumption? Looking at the fewer than 1,000 pieces of Grade 7 lower grade inner world essence remaining, Su Pingyan sighed slightly. I have no choice but to continue. Wave 2. 30,000 Grade 7 Ordinary Blood Puppets. Note: each has a cultivation level equivalent to a Grade 7, 3-star Perfect Dao achievement. Time limit: 24 Shurchen. The difficulty wasn't high, and during this time interval, Su Pingyan's cultivation successfully advanced to the ultimate stage of the fourth heaven realm, only slightly short of breaking through to the fifth heaven realm. It wasn't because there was insufficient inner world essence, but rather a lack of time. Even within the cultivation space with maximum time acceleration activated, as his cultivation base grew higher, the time required for breakthroughs increased as well. Helplessly, he could only leave the cultivation space first and face the third wave. Chapter 328, Divine Realm Divisions. Third wave, 100,000 7th-stage common blood puppets, 1 7th-stage elite blood puppet. Note: all the 7th-stage common blood puppets possess the power of 7th-stage 3-star peak cultivation, while the 7th-stage elite blood puppet has the strength of 7th-stage 4-star peak. Time limit: 36 hours. Not bad, not too much pressure. It took less than 10 minutes for Su Pingyan to kill all the blood puppets. He obtained a large amount of inner world essence, as well as some time law fragments. Unfortunately, this was of no use to him now. After 36 hours passed, Su Pingyan break through to the late fifth heaven of the Tianren realm. Once again, time became insufficient. One had to say, the blood refining land truly was the best place for increasing one's strength. Of course, that was only the case if you had a cheat-like artifact such as the Hongming Pagoda. Otherwise, entering here meant certain death. The fourth wave should be 7th-stage elite blood puppets. I wonder how powerful they will be. It didn't take long before they appeared. Fourth wave, 1,000 7th-stage elite blood puppets. Note: all have 7th-stage 4-star peak cultivation. Time limit: 48 hours. Fewer enemies this time, but the killing time actually shortened. Finally, right at the deadline, his cultivation also successfully advanced to the middle 6th heaven of the Tianren realm. The 5th wave started. No, perhaps from the 4th wave, things changed. The difficulty increased exponentially. 5th wave, 1,000 7th-stage elite blood puppets. Note: all possess 7th-stage 5-star peak cultivation. What the heck? That's way too big a jump. Su Pingyan was astonished. He thought perhaps it would be 30,000 or even 100,000 7th-stage 4-star peak blood puppets. Don't let the smaller number fool you. The power had increased significantly. However, this posed little pressure to Su Pingyan. Before long, he eliminated all of them. After refining this batch of resources, along with the accumulated inner world essence from before, his cultivation successfully broke through to the extreme limit of the 6th heaven of the Tianren realm. If it keeps going like this, I fear I won't be able to advance to the peak of the 9th heaven of the Tianren realm. Su Pingyan had already made an estimate in his mind. If the challenges below didn't change, this was most likely the case. Unfortunately, the blood refining land would not change according to his will. After the 6th wave, his cultivation had reached the early 7th heaven of the Tianren realm, just slightly lacking in advancing to the middle stage. 7th wave, 1,000 7th-stage leader-class blood puppets. Note: all have 7th-stage 7-star peak cultivation. I guessed it. Just as I expected. Su Pingyan's mood was rather displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Despite the massive improvement, he felt somewhat satisfied. Then came the 8th wave. After absorbing the essence of 1,000 pieces of 7th-stage high-grade inner world essence of 7th-stage 8-star peak cultivation, Su Pingyan successfully advanced to the peak limit of the 7th heaven of the Tianren realm. 9th wave, 1,000 7th-stage leader-class blood puppets. Note: all have 7th-stage 9-star peak cultivation. Time limit: 108 hours. Although the blood puppets were extremely powerful, fortunately, Su Pingyan had the ability to fight beyond his level. Even though he advanced quickly and hadn't yet fully utilized his strength, reaching his peak battle capability, it was still more than enough to deal with these blood puppets. About half an hour later. Ding, congratulations, Trialist. You have successfully completed level 6, award. 22G time law crystals, 1 Tongji time-space law fragment. Tisk Dongji laws, time-space fusion laws. Looking at the time-space law fragment in his hand, Su Pingyan was shocked. Half-divine beings were those who fused the time-space laws they had comprehended, thereby initially perceiving Dongji laws, the time-space laws. I wonder if one piece is enough. Su Pingyan thought to himself. Hongmeng, do you have Dongji laws? Time-space laws. How can I enter and cultivate them? Su Pingyan asked. Yes, master. But you need to consume divine stones to enter. Hongmeng explained. Divine stones. Su Pingyan didn't ask further. He could guess they were similar to spirit stones, but were used by experts in the divine realm. Having lived 2 lives, he had never seen such a thing before. It must be extremely precious. Never mind. I shouldn't aim too high. One step at a time. Su Pingyan cast aside his chaotic thoughts. Once again, words appeared on the virtual screen. Continue or leave? Leave. This time, he didn't hesitate. The 7th layer was far too dangerous. Right now, there was no way he would step in. Returning to the corpse forest, he held yet another Xiantai order. After collecting the items, he immediately re-entered the Hongmeng Pagoda to begin cultivating. When he completely consumed all the 7th stage high-grade inner world essence, his cultivation had advanced to the late 8th heaven of the Tianren realm. Phew, barely entered the late stage. 1 piece short wouldn't have been enough, Su Pingyan murmured in relief. Hongmeng, send me into the trial space. Master, the trial space can currently only simulate half-divine level experts. To manifest divine realm experts, divine stones are required, Hongmeng reminded him. Another divine stone? Su Pingyan felt helpless. Then, what about my current strength? Can I match a divine realm expert? Su Pingyan asked curiously. The cultivation technique you're practicing is extremely powerful. Your physique, potential, and foundation are the best throughout all ages. Although there is a huge gap between Tianren and divine realm, once you completely control your strength, you can slay gods with a mortal body, Hongmeng replied. Complete control? I can't do it now. Su Pingyan asked again. It's just about even. Hongmeng hesitated slightly before answering. Fine. Half-divine is half-divine then. Come. Inside the trial space, facing a half-divine expert, Su Pingyan could still instantly kill the opponent. That was how strong and unreasonable he was. One must understand how big the gap was between Tianren and the divine realm. Even half-divines were only transitional. However, reaching half-divine was no easy feat either. Even someone at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Tianren realm would still be instantly killed by a half-divine expert. And a half-divine expert facing a full divine being would also be instantly destroyed. Everyone below godhood was like ants. Su Pingyan was an exception. If one half-divine wasn't enough, he would fight 2. If still not enough, then half-beast with divine beast bloodlines. If that failed, he would use formations and other techniques. As Hongmeng kept increasing the difficulty, Su Pingyan finally began to feel pressure. Still, his combat power slowly increased, and his control over his own strength became stronger. Until Su Pingyan felt that the trial space could no longer help him grow stronger, he decided to leave. Although he hadn't fully developed his combat capabilities yet, it was sufficient for now. From here on, he'd have to keep fighting and improving gradually. Or, he might also manage if he could obtain divine stones. Right. Hongmeng, do you know how exactly the divine realm is divided? Su Pingyan asked. The divine realm is just a general term, similar to ordinary mortals. Mortals are divided into 7 stages. The 7 cultivation realms you are familiar with, while the divine realm is divided into 6 stages. Shinrin realm, Shunling realm, Shinjun realm, Shenwang realm, Shinzuan realm, and Dashinzan realm. Chapter 329, Invincible Below the Divine Realm. The divine human realm alone has 9 subdivisions. The divine spirit realm is divided into lower divine spirit, middle divine spirit, and upper divine spirit, while the divine lord realm, divine king realm, and divine ancestor realm are each further divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. The great divine ancestor realm, however, consists of only 1 stage, or rather, it's more appropriate to consider it a title rather than a cultivation stage. It is the highest and strongest divine position in existence, Hongmeng explained. Is there an even higher realm beyond the great divine ancestor? Su Pingyan asked eagerly, his breath slightly quickened. Master, you should cultivate step by step. It's better not to aim too high for now. Hongmeng hesitated for a moment, but didn't give a clear answer. But this hesitation already told Su Pingyan everything. He already knew the answer. There was definitely something even stronger, but it was simply far too distant from his current level. Even a common cultivator at the divine realm could crush him like an ant at this point. After leaving the forest of corpses, Su Pingyan returned to Lanxing as quickly as possible. He hadn't forgotten the promise he made to the chief minister. Inside the chief minister's office. Su, you're finally back. How did your retreat go? Did you gain anything valuable? The chief minister looked at him with concern. Invincible below the divine realm. Su Pingyan simply replied, which excited the chief minister even more. Good. Very good. Excellent. The chief minister said 3 times, good, showing how delighted he was. Chief minister, have the resources from the 6 battlefields been delivered back? Su Pingyan asked. They were delivered long ago. In fact, during these past few days, resources have been transported every 3 days. We've just been waiting for you to take charge, the chief minister replied with a smile. Xiao Shui, take Commander Su to collect the resources. Also, follow Commander Su's orders and contact all the military units. Have them leave half of their forces behind, and let the other half return immediately, the chief minister instructed. The objective was simple, rotation through cultivation. Half on, half off. As long as Huaxia did not further expand its territory, having half the troops was sufficient to protect the current borders, unless a catastrophic event occurred, such as the appearance of an invincible powerhouse. Yes, sir. Su Pingyan followed Shuiyong out. Commander, here is the detailed list of resources. Please take a look. Shuiyong handed Su Pingyan a thick file and then led him toward the warehouse. Of course, no ordinary warehouse could hold all this. But now, Huaxiao had access to numerous storage spatial artifacts, not to mention dimension storage devices even larger than Lanxing itself. Su Pingyan skimmed through the document briefly and marked out the items he needed. The rest wouldn't be used for now, or rather, they couldn't enhance the soldier's strength. Just give me a brief summary. Yes. Currently, we have beast meat from grade 1 low quality up to grade 6 top quality in the warehouse. However, grade 1 beast meat has already lost its value for us. We're preparing to add it to our foreign sales catalog. Since other countries have accumulated some new Huaxia currency, there is strong demand for grade 1 beast meat abroad, Shuiyong reported. Indeed, since the general populace began cultivation, people had significantly improved. What about the current cultivation level of the citizens? Su Pingyan casually asked out of curiosity. Shuiyong hesitated briefly but replied honestly. According to the latest data, currently, 129.6 billion citizens in Huaxia meet the basic conditions for cultivation and have started training. Among them, approximately 32.4 billion have already broken through to the Qi blood realm. About 15.5 billion are stuck at the peak of the body tempering realm's 9th stage. 36.1 billion have already surpassed the early 9th stage of the body tempering realm, and around 42.6 billion have already reached the early 7th stage or higher. Less than 3 million remain below the 7th stage of body tempering. So that means in the next 2 or 3 months, there will be a wave of breakthroughs. Many will enter the Qi blood realm. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and continued. Great. This time the low-grade resources can be distributed widely among the public to help accelerate their progress. If we utilize these resources properly, the number of people who reach the Qi blood realm within 3 months will definitely exceed 800 million, Shuiyong said seriously. No, I want it to reach 1200 million, Su Pingyan replied firmly. Shuiyong looked surprised again, but he didn't doubt Su Pingyan's words. If this man was willing, he could definitely make it happen. Commander, people's innate talent varies. To help those with lower potential break through the Qi blood realm, the resources needed could be 2 or 3 times, or even more, than what an average person needs. Would that be cost-effective? Shuiyong asked. Although the higher realms in the future are unpredictable, with effort, we can help everyone reach the first 3 realms, Su Pingyan said confidently. Everyone had different talent and natural limits. Generally speaking, the higher one climbed, the harder the progress. Especially the gap between the transcendent body realm and the superhuman realm was a huge chasm. Without natural talent, only through rare, great opportunities could anyone hope to cross that boundary. And the gap between the marrow-washing realm and the transcendent body realm wasn't any smaller. It would likely stop at least half of the people, or even more. But the gaps between the first 3 realms were limited, and as long as resources were sufficient, Su Pingyan still had confidence. That would truly be a blessing for the people, Shuiyong said with a smile. This was something far beyond his authority to decide, but Su Pingyan could, and he felt genuinely happy for the people. The first 2 realms were relatively manageable, but reaching the marrow-washing realm meant one could extend their lifespan. With significantly increased longevity, who could predict what Huaxia would look like in a few decades, or even centuries? Perhaps by then, Huaxia would once again have the capability to elevate the strength of its entire population to the transcendent body realm. It was always an opportunity, wasn't it? The military is already mostly above the marrow-washing realm. We can now fully open the market for grade 2 beast meat to the public, Su Pingyan said. Shuiyong nodded. The chief minister shares the same opinion. Currently, these resources are being distributed to specialty stores across various regions. The civilian hunting teams have also developed quite well. In that case, you can separate out the grade 3 lower quality and grade 3 medium quality beast meat and gradually release them into the market. As for the grade 3 top quality and higher grade beast corpses, bring them all here. I'll refine them into foundation building spirit liquids, Su Pingyan added after a moment of thought. Alright, Shuiyong immediately agreed. As for spirit rice of grades 1, 2, and 3, except for what's reserved for planting, they can be put up for sale in the market. The same goes for some grades 1, 2, and 3 spirit fruits. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and added. Understood. Shuiyong jotted it down in his notes. What about weapons? How widespread are they now? Su Pingyan thought of something and asked another question. We now have many blacksmiths, and orders have been given for the Blacksmiths Guild to mass-produce grade 2 spirit tools, specifically for civilian use. This also helps improve the blacksmith's forging skills, Shuiyong replied. It should be achievable to equip every citizen with a grade 2 spirit tool within 3 months, Shuiyong added. What about the prices? Currently, on the market, grade 1 spirit tools range from 1,000 to 2,000 new Huaxia coins each. Grade 2 lower quality spirit tools from 5,000 to 8,000 new Huaxia coins. Grade 2 medium quality spirit tools usually start at 10,000 new Huaxia coins. And grade 2 top quality spirit tools are around 20,000 new Huaxia coins. Grade 3 spirit tools have not yet been released to the public, Shuiyong answered. Essentially, whatever Su Pingyan asked, he could give a detailed response, showing how closely he had been following these matters. Chapter 330, 3 years. How is the average income for people nowadays? Su Pingyan suddenly asked with interest. Shuiyong thought for a moment before replying. I don't know the exact details, but for those who immigrated to other worlds and those working in high-end industries, their salaries are quite high. They basically earn around 10,000 new Huaxia coins per month. As for civil servants, even entry-level employees earn an average of over 8,000 coins. They also enjoy many benefits, which you understand as well. So overall, their income isn't low at all. As for other lower income groups, the situation has improved greatly compared to before. The low income standard in our country has now been raised to 2,000 new Huaxia coins monthly income. It seems there are fewer than 10 million people below this standard. Increasing the low income threshold to 3,000 coins and making sure everyone meets it has proven quite difficult. I've heard there's considerable pressure from below, Shuiyong added. Don't underestimate this figure. It refers to new Huaxia coins. It isn't the old currency. Nowadays, earning 2,000 new Huaxia coins a month equates to purchasing power of about 30,000 old Huaxia coins per month previously. Besides that, the main expense is cultivation resources. The prices of everyday necessities are actually quite low now. The country known as India has become the new global factory, producing various mid and low-end daily goods specifically for sale to Huaxia at very cheap prices. Huaxia itself has retained only high-precision and high-end industries, focusing primarily on the cultivation sector. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. If that was the case, ordinary people could afford spirit artifacts after all. After that, the two talked for a while longer, allowing Su Pingyan to gain a deeper understanding of the current state of Huaxia. After acquiring resources, beast corpses were refined into spirit liquid, medicinal herbs were processed by the Qinquan cauldron into huge quantities of pills, and all spirit stones went directly into Su Pingyan's pocket. This was because whether it was the cultivation space, trial space, or troop training space, they all required spirit stones to sustain them. If it weren't for the vast quantities of spirit stones obtained from the underground city of the Xinwu Empire, the stones acquired from this major battle might not even be sufficient. Even though new territories had been obtained, it would still take time to explore for spirit veins and begin mining. Before officially admitting the soldiers into the cultivation space, Su Pingyan returned once to Shenlong village. Being as elusive as ever, Su Pingyan suddenly teleported into the room where he saw her practicing singing. He did not interrupt at first, waiting until she stopped to rest before he finally spoke. Shinran's voice is still as beautiful as ever. Ah, you're back. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Shinran immediately turned around. At the sight of Su Pingyan, she became instantly excited, rushing toward him and hanging onto him like a sloth. Did you miss me? He softly asked. Yes, I missed you, every single day. Yi Shinran nodded and then kissed Su Pingyan on her own initiative. In an instant, longing turned into wildfire, and beautiful music filled the room. More melodious than Yi Shinran's singing just now, more natural, and more harmonious. Approximately 2 hours passed before the music finally ceased. The two lay silently on the bed without speaking. Yi Shinran simply traced something on Su Pingyan's chest with her slender fingers. With this trip back, when are you leaving again? A long time later, Yi Shinran finally asked. I plan to first take you, Mom and Dad, into the cultivation space to cultivate for a while, Su Pingyan replied. All right, how are your parents doing now? I also plan to take them to cultivate and help improve their cultivation levels as soon as possible, Su Pingyan added. Oh, Pingyan, you're so thoughtful. Yi Shinran was deeply moved to hear that Su Pingyan still cared about her parents. Even though resources weren't lacking, Yi Shinran's parents were still at the body cleansing stage, a realm that might seem quite impressive, but that depended on who they were. After all, they were Su Pingyan's parents-in-law, so that cultivation stage really was rather low. Time passed swiftly like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, it had been exactly 3 years since the portal opened, and the entire world was celebrating this meaningful anniversary. The changes that had occurred in these 3 years far exceeded those of the previous 300, even 3,000 years. The armies of the 6 other realms had all returned to this world for rest and cultivation in rotation, and all the resources obtained during that time had already been fully invested. Even in the civilian sectors, due to substantial resource investments, people's cultivation levels had leaped forward remarkably. Meanwhile, due to reduced prices of Huaxia's medicinal pills and monster meat overseas, countries around the world also spent their reserves purchasing such resources, thus significantly improving their national strengths. Everyone was delighted. Inside the core meeting room of the capital city, at this special moment today, I have called everyone here for a meeting regarding 3 matters. One person began speaking first. First, announce the results of our efforts. Second, disclose the current status of countries around the world. Third, regarding the official contact with alien civilizations. Let's start with the first matter. Xiao Shui, you go first. Shuiyong stepped forward respectfully. Thanks to the newly implemented population statistics methods and the recent Nationality Restoration Act, our country's population has officially surpassed the 1.6 billion mark, reaching 16.01 billion people. Among them, 13.61 billion have already begun cultivation. Shuiyong started with population figures, which shocked everyone present greatly. After all, only 3 years ago, Huaxia had slightly over 1.4 billion people. To break through to 1.6 billion in just 3 years was undeniably fast. Of course, this growth came with other contributing factors. Firstly, many individuals who qualified for Huaxia nationality restoration have returned. Secondly, cultivation practices have drastically lowered the mortality rate over the past 3 years. Thirdly, the increase in newborns during these 3 years also contributed. In fact, there was also a 6th reason. Huaxia had absorbed nearly 1 million top technical talents from various countries in recent years. Naturally, this figure didn't play a significant role in the overall population growth. Benefiting from the large-scale resource investments, the people's cultivation levels have improved rapidly. Currently, over 10 billion people have broken through to the Qi blood stage, specifically 10.39 billion. There are 1.89 billion people cultivating at the early 9th transformation body stage, or higher, and 0.85 billion people at the 7th transformation body stage, or higher. The remaining 0.48 billion are still below the 7th transformation body stage, either due to just starting cultivation or various other reasons. After finishing his statement, Shui-Yong glanced up at the audience, watching for any signs of questions. The reason why the current count of cultivators at the 9th Yuan transformation body stage wasn't broken out separately was because Su Pingyan had released the Tier 1 Soul Breaker pill, which allowed anyone who couldn't naturally break through within a month to purchase a Soul Breaker pill for merely 3,000 new Huaxia coins. Of course, this was only available domestically and not for international sale. This was also the core method through which Su Pingyan helped people rapidly ascend to the Qi blood stage. Chapter 331. You don't know until you compare. Of course, these 103.9 billion people who have reached the Qi Jing include civil servants and military soldiers. It refers to all the people of Huaxia, Shui-Yong hurried to add. At present, the Big Dipper squad of the Yellow Emperor Legion and the members of the War God Special Forces have all reached the Mountain River Jing. The highest cultivator is Chunyu, currently at the peak of the 7th stage of Mountain River Jing, followed by Yi Shao at the early stage of the 7th stage. All other members of the Yellow Emperor Legion have been promoted to at least the early stage of the 7th tier of the Superb He, said Shui-Yong, who although already knew it well, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon repeating it. This achievement was truly dazzling. Yet, such a high amount of high-level cultivation resources that supported so many people to reach such lofty stages was certainly not achievable with the resources collected from previous battles alone. That's because Su Pingyan had set out again, this time sweeping through all the tributary veins under the main vein of the underground mine, defeating all the Grade 6 and Grade 7 ferocious beasts there. Now, there is no longer a distinction between east and west lines there, because in this underground mine, Grade 6 and Grade 7 fierce beasts no longer exist. Even beasts below Grade 6 will soon be completely eradicated because, after the rotation ended, the troops have already started sweeping the entire underground mine. At the moment, Huaxia already controls 4/5 of the underground mine, with the remaining 5th belonging to other countries. That area is not under Huaxia jurisdiction, and they have no intention of interfering. Moreover, Su Pingyan also ventured deep into the 10,000 mountains, slaying numerous Grade 6 and even Grade 7 beasts, thereby producing large amounts of lower-tier elixirs, meeting the overall demand of the Yellow Emperor Legion. Our top 10 elite field divisions have also all advanced to the Superb Realm. There was also an elimination system within both the Yellow Emperor Legion and the elite field divisions. If members still couldn't break through, even under favorable conditions, they would be demoted to other units. There was no helping it, as each person has a ceiling to their talent, and it's inefficient to invest too many resources into one individual. It was better to train 2 warriors of the same level instead. Also, this wasn't a place where people could slack off. They needed to be at the forefront of the battlefield. Just in the past year alone, nearly 200 warriors have been lost in the Yellow Emperor Legion, and almost 400 in the top 10 elite field armies. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. Huaxia will never forget them. 500 regular field divisions have broken through to at least the early stage of the metamorphic realm. According to statistics, there are already more than 3,000 cultivators in the superb realm among them. Shui-Yong continued to report good news. 800 construction divisions have all reached at least the early stage of the 4th tier of the metamorphic realm. The Garrison Legion, the 500 cross-world garrison divisions, have all reached at least the early stage of the 4th tier of the metamorphic realm. Also, the Blue Planet Garrison Army has advanced to at least the early stage of the 1st tier of the metamorphic realm. 2 million elite militia forces, expanded to 800,000 cross-world constables, and 1.5 million Blue Planet constables, have all been elevated to the 1st tier of the metamorphic realm. In other words, all official armed forces of our Huaxia have now advanced beyond the metamorphic realm, said Shui-Yong, clearly excited. Furthermore, according to our latest statistics, the total number of people nationwide who have broken through to the metamorphic realm has exceeded 30 million, reaching more than 30.02 million. Shui-Yong announced another staggering number. 30 million, truly incredible. In the previous life, at its peak, the number of metamorphic realm cultivators globally had never surpassed 30,000, illustrating the vast difference. In this life, there was indeed hope to prevent the apocalypse. Clap, clap, clap. After listening to Shui-Yong's report, the crowd clapped in excitement. It was a source of pride for them. In only 3 years, Huaxia had achieved such great success. Next, Director Zhang, you explain the situation of other countries to everyone. The Chancellor turned to Secretary Zhang. Yes, Chancellor. Secretary Zhang immediately stood and stepped forward. It seems that we Huaxia have inspired a reaction among other nations. Now all countries are maintaining a gentle stance toward us. Even Sam country is the same. However, internally, they have gone even more extreme. Secretary Zhang began and immediately drew everyone's attention. To gain more resources, Sam country has relocated nearly 1.5 billion people into cross-world domains. At present, they still have less than 1.6 billion left on Blue Planet. Over the past 3 years, Sam country has gained nearly 40 million migrants from outside alone. However, as countries now value population greatly, migration has become very difficult. In such circumstances, Sam country's total population has dropped to 3.1 billion, showing just how many people they've lost in these years. Certainly, under such extremity, there have also been great gains. Indeed, according to our spies' reports, currently Sam country has also learned from us. In addition to establishing their own superhuman legion, the Thunder God Legion, they've also reorganized their field armies and have construction divisions and garrison units as well. Well, since Huaxia's model is right in front of them, why not just copy it? At present, Sam Country's Thunder God Legion has expanded to 240,000 troops, all of whom reportedly have cultivations above the first stage of the Qijing. This is now the standard for all nations. Superhuman Legion standards have improved. Their field armies consist of approximately 3 million soldiers, reportedly all cultivated above the early stage of the 8th tier of the body tempering realm. Their 2 million strong construction division is cultivated above the early stage of the 5th tier of the body tempering realm. Their 2 million garrison legion troops are cultivated above the 7th tier of the body tempering realm. In addition, according to incomplete statistics, there should be more than 300,000 civilians who have broken through to the Qijing. Most of them are members from the big conglomerates, with only a few lucky individuals. Commoners are still generally below the 4th tier of the body tempering realm. However, more than 90% of the population have already begun cultivation, Secretary Zhang reported quickly. The situation for the polar bear country is roughly similar. It's slightly weaker than Sam country overall, though their superhuman legion is somewhat superior. Their Blood Wolf Legion has exceeded 300,000 members, all of whom are Qijing cultivators. The country ranked 4th globally is the White Elephant country, which has risen rapidly. First, because of their large population, and second, because they occupy the blessed land of the divine gift plane. Although they have suffered nearly 15 million deaths in the past couple of years, their gains have also been considerable. Their superhuman legion, the Myriad Buddha Legion, has reached 500,000 in size. If we're only talking about the size of the superhuman legion, they rank 2nd in the world. However, they've concentrated most of their resources into building this one force, so their other military units are far inferior. Additionally, their population is too large and resources are insufficient. So far, they haven't achieved universal cultivation. Essentially, only a small upper echelon of the population practices cultivation, roughly no more than 50 million. Still, their potential is immense, second only to ours. After another 2 years of development, they will certainly surpass both Sam country and the polar bear country, becoming the world's 2nd strongest, Secretary Zhang stated confidently. There's nothing to be done about it. It's just the advantage of population. Under the same conditions, the more people there are, the greater the potential. Chapter 332. How to deal with an otherworldly civilization. Ranked 5th in the world is the ancient Pyramid Nation, whose undead legion has reached 200,000 in number. 6th is Indonesia, with the Java Legion numbering up to 80,000. Clearly, starting from the 6th place, there was a significant gap, a noticeable drop-off. Based on the information we've gathered, there are currently 152 nations around the globe that have formed their own supernatural legions. However, only 15 countries have over 10,000 members, only 24 countries exceed 5,000, only 31 surpass 1,000, and only 76 have more than 100. The rest of the nations maintain supernatural legions of fewer than 100 people. Secretary Zhang's words gave everyone a clearer understanding of the situation worldwide. The more they learned, the more they realized just how much of a gap had formed between China and the others. One could only say that they were the normal ones, while China had developed abnormally fast. In fact, excluding China, the development speed of the rest of the world had already surpassed that of the previous cycle. So you're saying, excluding our Huaxia, the total number of cultivators worldwide who've reached the Qi blood stage is less than 2 million? An elder asked in astonishment. It wasn't that the number was high, it was far too low. That's correct. Specifically, it should be somewhere between 1.3 to 1.4 million, Secretary Zhang replied. Are there any cultivators at the marrow washing stage? We haven't heard of any yet, though perhaps other countries are hiding their strength. However, even if they do exist, their numbers will definitely not exceed 5, Secretary Zhang said confidently. Everyone fell silent. Now that everyone understands the current global situation, let's move on to the third topic. Xiao Su mentioned to me that he can now pass through the Godfall Mountains. So the next question is, if there is a civilization on the other side, how should we approach contact? With friendship or with war? The Grand Chancellor spoke again. The first 2 topics were just preliminaries, ways to make everyone aware of their own strengths. The third topic was the most important. Before anything else, shouldn't we confirm whether there's a civilization over there? We should also observe their attitude first before deciding on our own stance. One elder remarked. We are a nation of etiquette and propriety. If they are easy to deal with, we will naturally treat them politely. But if not, we'll first offer courtesy, then prepare for force if needed. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. First, we need to confirm the situation on the other side, so we can act effectively. Otherwise, our actions would lack direction. Everyone looked towards Su Pingyan, since he was the only one capable of crossing the Godfall Mountains. Su Pingyan already knew there was a civilization on the other side, but couldn't say so directly. Thus, he spoke up. If there is no civilization, we can naturally proceed with the same approach as before, continued expansion. But in the hypothetical case where a civilization does exist, and we have no frame of reference, we can refer to the example of the Divine Wu Empire. Although it was an ancient civilization, it still belongs to an otherworldly one, so there might be some similarities. More than just similarities, the situation was almost identical, except that the strength of each nation varied. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Grand Chancellor turned to an elderly man beside him and asked, Master Yu, since you're in charge of compiling the history of the Divine Wu Empire, please enlighten everyone about its background. All right, The old man nodded. The political system of the Divine Wu Empire was very similar to the feudal monarchy of our ancient times, though there were differences. Their supreme ruler was the Divine Wu Emperor. The empire relied upon 5 pillars most heavily. First, the Clan Affairs Bureau. It included former emperors who had abdicated as well as talented powerhouses from the imperial bloodline. This was the greatest assurance of the Divine Wu Empire's might. Second, the Imperial Guards. An army composed of 50,000 cultivators of the supernatural realm, skilled in battle formations. They served not only to protect the capital, but also to suppress unrest across the land. Third, the Imperial Surveillance Bureau. The largest intelligence organization in the Divine Wu Empire, with influence spanning the entire empire, monitoring officials at all levels. Fourth, the Martial Academy. A national system for selecting and cultivating martial talents. They nurtured cultivators through the ranks and supplied a constant flow of gifted individuals to the empire. Most of these individuals, benefiting from the state's favor, were extremely loyal. Fifth, the 3 holy sects. Each of these sects was rumored to be protected by at least a demigod-level powerhouse, whose strength rivaled the imperial families. However, despite this, the sects and the empire maintained close relations, cooperating in the defense against foreign powers. Their relationship could be described as one of mutual cooperation. Moreover, the administrative division of the Divine Wu Empire followed the prefecture county system, quite similar to ancient Huaxia's. The difference, though, was that the size of their prefectures and counties, as well as their population, far exceeded our own. Ordinary citizens in the Divine Wu Empire were not entitled to cultivation. To obtain cultivation eligibility, they had only 4 paths: entering the martial academy, joining a sect, enlisting in the military, or pursuing a government career. However, the first 2 required talent. Without it, one couldn't even gain admission to the martial academy or sections. Very soon, Master Yu concluded his brief account of the Divine Wu Empire. It wasn't comprehensive, but it sufficed for everyone present. It seems the population of the Divine Wu Empire is large, but in reality, the majority are ordinary people. The class gap is enormous, someone remarked with feeling. It must be because their population is too large, while resources are limited. If there are no restrictions, the resources won't be enough to go around unless their territory keeps expanding and resources keep flowing in. In fact, Huaxia would also eventually face this very issue. At present, it was still in a period of rapid expansion, with a continuous supply of resources. However, once expansion stalled and a bottleneck was reached, the total amount of acquired resources would stabilize, or even decrease, leading to a situation of supply failing to meet demand. The difficulty for common people in obtaining resources would greatly increase. This was the reality. If the situation on the other side of the Godfall Mountains turns out to be exactly like that of the Divine Wu Empire, then our potential trading partners would only be 2, either the imperial family or the sections. Dealing with others isn't impossible, but it wouldn't fulfill the needs of our entire nation, said the 7th elder. According to the situation in the Divine Wu Empire, both the imperial family and sects are lofty and arrogant. Without showing sufficient strength, they probably won't be willing to trade with us, or might even launch attacks against us. Then we'll display our power. The strongest force in the Divine Wu Empire, the Imperial Guards, numbered only 50,000. Our Yellow Emperor Legion is far superior to them. Are we supposed to fear them? Even in terms of elite combat strength, we have Commander Su, and we also have Master Qi. We don't need to be afraid. We should still avoid war if possible. After all, nobody knows how many countries exist in that otherworldly civilization, or whether their overall strength could be even stronger than the Divine Wu Empire. It's better not to directly engage with them yet. If there is indeed a country over there, we should first dispatch a team of scouts to deeply investigate their nation before deciding our course of action. Su Pingyan, what do you think? The Grand Chancellor turned to Su Pingyan and asked. Chapter 333, The Terrifying Beast Army. Here's the plan. I'll go ahead first and scout the way. In the meantime, prepare everything according to the current situation in the Divine Martial Empire. Once I return, we can make some simple adjustments based on the actual conditions on the other side. That way, we can save a lot of time, Su Pingyan said after some thought. Okay, let's do it that way. The chief minister immediately nodded in agreement. We have no objections either. Everyone else agreed. Once everything was ready, 3 days later at the foot of the Divine Fallen Mountains. Come out, Su Pingyan said, waving his hand and releasing all 3 of his battle companions. Tai Divine Dragon by Susu had been by his side all along, and her current cultivation level had advanced to the 7th rank, 3rd star, ultimate perfection. Chihua Jin Ni Beast Chihua had reached 7th rank, 2nd star, ultimate perfection, and had been guarding this side all along. Also there was Qin Yang, the leader of the Beast Army, Hellish Kuei-Bull. His cultivation level had also improved to 7th rank, 2nd star, ultimate perfection, far more powerful than before. It wasn't that Su Pingyan didn't want them to improve further, but he couldn't. For one, the Chuji fragments of spatial laws, Chuji fragments of temporal laws, and even the law crystals in his possession had all been used up, spent entirely on them, along with many high-grade spirit stones and spirit crystals. Despite this, all other high-level cultivation resources required had also been completely exhausted. Boss, that's so great. I love you to death. As soon as Chihua appeared, he excitedly rushed towards Su Pingyan. Get lost, Su Pingyan didn't like having a man so close to him, even if that man was a transformed ferocious beast. Out of reflex, he kicked the other away. Chihua flew and crashed straight into the mountain wall. Of course, Su Pingyan knew how much force to use so as not to injure him. Boss, how could you treat me like this? I'm heartbroken. Chihua pretended to be upset. Boss, I missed you too. Bai Susu said, moving forward to hug Su Ping'an. Instantly, the softness in front of her squeezed Su Ping'an's chest, sending ripples through his heart. He patted her back gently. Since your training was dull, I thought I'd let you come out and have a look. Thank you, boss. Bai Susu giggled and stepped out of Su Ping'an's embrace. Chihua looked at Bai Susu and Su Ping'an with grievance in his eyes. How could there be such a big difference between people, or rather, between beasts? Big sister, I also want a hug. Saying that, since he couldn't get close to the master, Chihua actually tried to hug Bai Susu instead. But then boom, a jade-like leg stretched out, and Chihua once again flew like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain wall and embedding himself into it, even worse than the kick from Su Ping'an. This is so unfair. Chihua loudly lamented. Watching from the side, Qingyang twitched his eyebrows, smartly choosing not to step forward to show off his affection. Instead, he bowed to Su Ping'an respectfully and said, "Thank you for your cultivation." How is the beast army doing now? Su Ping'an asked in concern. Previously, he'd been focused on their cultivation and hadn't had time to pay attention to this matter. Everything is normal, and the size and quality of our army have greatly improved, Qingyang replied. Boss, the second beast legion I command now has 5 different military branches, and the scale has expanded to 300,000. They were all carefully selected and trained by me, with very considerable strength. Chihua emerged from the wall again, running over with a flattering expression. 5 military branches. Su Ping'an was slightly surprised. Boss, that was my idea. They're called Air Force, Land Army, Earth Army, Bug Army, and Poison Army, Chihua said, immediately drawing Su Ping'an's curiosity. Elaborate. Boss, let me tell you, this idea will definitely impress you. The Air Force consists entirely of flying beasts, currently composed of 7 different species, totaling more than 15,000. The Land Army are land-based beasts, the most numerous, already over 2,770,000. The Earth Army is very mysterious. They live underground or have Earth evasion techniques, allowing them to travel beneath the ground. Whether for reconnaissance, sentry duties, or surprise attacks, they are all very effective. Currently, there are around 4,000 Earth beasts. The Bug Army is made up of insectoid beasts. Although the insect population is large, we only need to control a few queen bugs or insect kings. At the moment, there are 17 types of insect beasts, including 73 queens and 213 kings, all at the 5th stage, with one queen even reaching the 6th stage. Possibly fearing that Su Ping'an would underestimate the might of this insect army, he didn't forget to add, "Boss, don't look down on this bug army just because it only consists of 286 individuals. The insect beasts they control are on a very massive scale. Our preliminary estimate is over 4 million, and that's after I ordered them to retain only elite troops. Each of their subordinates is at least 3rd stage cultivation." Whoa, Su Ping'an couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath after listening. That scale is indeed impressive, equivalent to over 4 million 3rd stage enforcers. And with the insect army, swarming in endless waves, just thinking about it sends chills down the spine. This is truly the ultimate weapon of war. Not bad at all. You actually used your head this time. You deserve a reward. Here, take this. Su Ping'an praised and handed him a semi-divine artifact. Once a ferocious beast reached the 6th stage and transformed, it could also use human spirit tools to enhance its strength. Thank you, boss. Chihua immediately became ecstatic. Then, he continued introducing the last type of army to Su Ping'an. Boss, the Poison Army is exactly as it sounds. I've grouped together all the beasts with potent toxins. This army alone carries over 100 types of deadly poisons. If regular enemies are surrounded by them, they won't leave alive. Currently, we have around 3,000 of them, Chihua explained. As for why there wasn't a naval or marine force, it simply wasn't necessary in this environment. I suppose your first beast legion has a similar situation? Su Ping'an turned to ask Qingyang. Qingyang slightly nodded. Yes, Chihua's idea was good, so we followed suit with 5 military branches as well. However, my army is slightly larger, with approximately 650,000 ferocious beasts. How do your 2 legions compare in strength? How many beasts above 6th stage and above 5th stage do you have? Su Ping'an asked further. My first legion has 19 beasts above 6th stage and 160,000 beasts above 5th stage. The rest are all at least above 4th stage, Qingyang answered. My second legion has 6 beasts above 6th stage and 70,000 beasts above 5th stage. The rest are also at least 4th stage, Chihua responded following Qingyang's template. The actual insect numbers were not included here. Otherwise, just counting the bug army alone would already be close to 10 million, all at 3rd stage or higher. By the way, where did all these insect beasts in Tianxi Plains come from? Unable to hold back, Su Ping'an voiced his long-held question. Boss, most of these insect beasts come from the Divine Fallen Mountains, Qingyang replied. Chapter 334, First Entry into Another Civilization. Are these creatures not affected by the poisonous miasma of the Godfall Mountains? Su Ping'an asked in confusion. No, they were born from the Godfall Mountains themselves. During the Great Battle back then, many Godrealm experts perished in this vast mountain range. The area has always contained powerful divine essence, capable of poisoning and killing all living things, yet also nurturing them, Qingyang explained after some thought. In that case, there should be many more insect clans inside the Godfall Mountains. Su Ping'an asked. Yes, hundreds of billions, perhaps even trillions. However, most of them are below the 3rd stage, possessing very low power, Qingyang nodded. Su Pingyan remained silent for a while before suddenly saying, "Forget it. I have an idea. Your two legions should merge as soon as possible and divide into 3 beast legions. You will lead the first legion composed entirely of the land force. The second legion, composed of the air force after its integration, will be commanded by Susu. The third legion will integrate the earth, insect, and poison units, and be led by Chihua. In the future, the first legion will be called the Land Army, the second the Air Army, and the third the Special Operations Army. What do you think?" Su Pingyan asked. "I will follow Big Brother's orders," Qingyang replied without objection. "I'm fine with that too." Bai Susu nodded. "All right, I'll be in charge of the third legion." Chihua thought for a moment and nodded as well. "The earth and poison units are secondary in the third legion. Your main focus should be on expanding the insect forces. That should be your mainstay. With a large enough scale, it will prove invaluable in the future," Su Pingyan instructed, looking at Chihua. "Yes, boss. You have half a month to complete the integration. After that, go to the area beyond the southern border defense line, find 3 bases, spread out, and take control of a 500-kilometer area south of the southern border. That region will be under your jurisdiction," Su Pingyan ordered. "Yes," the 3 responded without any objections. "Boss, you won't be coming with us?" Bai Susu asked, somewhat reluctantly. I plan to visit the other side of the Godfall Mountains to see what's going on there." Su Pingyan didn't hide his intention. There. Be good." Su Pingyan comforted her, gently patting her head. "Okay." After the 3 left, Su Pingyan looked toward the Godfall Mountains and started climbing. This was the second time he had climbed the Godfall Mountains in this life. The last time he hadn't reached the peak, but this time was different. Sure enough, only a little over a year has passed, yet the toxic miasma here has dissipated a bit more, Su Pingyan said, standing at the summit and feeling the effects of the poisonous fog. To cultivators whose cultivation reached the 7th stage, the toxic fog would no longer pose much of a threat, being blocked by their aura shields. Of course, if they intended to pass through quickly, even cultivators of the 4th level of the mountain and river mirror could get through unharmed. With pill support, cultivators of the 1st level of the mountain and river mirror might even pass through lightly injured. As for cultivators below the mountain and river mirror stage, unless they had special treasures protecting them, attempting the climb would be risky and likely cost their lives. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 months, or even a year later, high-level experts at the superlative realm might barely make it through. Su Pingyan tried to expand his spiritual sense, 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. Suddenly, he felt a faint piercing pain. With my current late 8th level human immortal cultivation, my spiritual sense, comparable to that of a deity realm expert, can extend only about 800 meters here. It seems the Godfall Mountains are still quite dangerous. Su Pingyan quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. Of course, if he was willing to risk injury, he could stretch it to at least 2 kilometers. He was confident in that, though there was no need. After regaining his composure, Su Pingyan quickly ran down the mountain. At its base was a dense forest. Different from the God-given plain on the opposite side, where the base of the mountain was a large plain, this side had a plain covered with a sizable expanse of dense woods. According to what he remembered from his previous life, this was known as the Forbidden Forest. It was planted more than 100,000 years ago by the Wei Kingdom to prevent people from mistakenly entering the Godfall Mountains. Upon entering the woods, Su Pingyan saw some ferocious beasts, although their power was relatively low, most being below the 4th stage. He hadn't seen even a single 4th stage beast. The length of the forest was unknown, but its width was less than 50 kilometers. Soon, after passing through the woods, Su Pingyan saw a Great Wall. Yes, the Great Wall. It was also built to prevent people from entering the Godfall Mountains and to guard against insect races from inside the mountains. Beyond this Great Wall lay the true territory of the Wei Kingdom. On the Great Wall, every so often there were soldiers on guard duty. This Great Wall can merely stop those below the mountain and river mirror stage, but those at the mountain and river mirror stage can teleport and the wall becomes useless. Su Pingyan slightly shook his head, but he didn't think further. How many mountain and river mirror stage experts did the entire Wei Kingdom have, anyway? With a single teleportation, Su Pingyan appeared inside a city, standing in a dimly lit alleyway. Soon after, he found himself a set of clothing worn by the people of the Wei Kingdom. After dressing accordingly, he stepped onto the streets and gradually blended into the flow of pedestrians. Since the people of the Wei Kingdom looked almost identical to those from the Huaxia region, with only minor physical differences that were hardly noticeable, no one would suspect anything, even if they did look closely. At most, they might think he was slightly odd-looking, or perhaps even a foreigner. After all, this was the continent of myriad nations, where many independent kingdoms existed side by side. Who would ever think that he wasn't even from this world? He expanded his spiritual sense, and within moments the entire city lay exposed to his awareness. This was a border city, though unlike most border cities, which were built to defend against enemy nations, this one was constructed to guard against the dangers of the Godfall Mountains. Its name was Huangqing. It was an irregularly shaped city built against the mountain slopes, roughly 7 kilometers long, at its widest point 5 kilometers wide, and narrowing to about 3 kilometers at its narrowest. By ancient Huaxia standards, it wasn't considered a small city at all. The Chifu Tea House was the largest in Huangqing, a 3-story building. Su Pingyan strolled toward it leisurely. As he reached the entrance, a waiter hurried forward to greet him. Honored guest, 1st floor general seating or 2nd floor private seating? Why not the 3rd floor? Su Pingyan asked with a smile. You must be a traveler from afar, sir? The waiter gave a polite glance towards Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan merely gave a slight nod, not offering further explanation. No wonder then. Our Chifu Tea House's third floor is reserved for private rooms, which require prior booking and meeting a certain spending threshold, the waiter carefully explained. Then give me a general seat by the window, Su Pingyan said. It wasn't as though he couldn't afford second or third floor seating. Rather, he hadn't come here to truly drink tea. From his past life's experience, tea houses were hubs for information and a good place to overhear bits of non-classified news. Another place for gathering information was a pleasure house, but those were better visited at night, when they were liveliest. During the day, there weren't many guests around, and some of the entertainers would still be resting. Chapter 335 Divine Blood Gold Lotus. The window seats are a bit more expensive, the waiter warned. That's fine. Then would the honorable guest like a shared table or a private one? A private one. I'm not used to sitting with strangers, Su Pingyan simply replied. Understood, please follow me, sir. Saying that, the waiter led Su Pingyan to a window-side tea seat. Each tea table was square-shaped. Window seats each had only 2 stools, accommodating up to 4 people, while the other tables had 4 stools and could seat up to 8. Su Pingyan briefly glanced around. This tea house truly lived up to being the largest one. There were quite a number of people drinking tea, with nearly 2/3 of the first floor already occupied. Once Su Pingyan sat down, the waiter quickly brought out a tray containing 8 wooden tokens and respectfully introduced. Sir, the basic fee for a private table on the first floor is 800 copper spirit coins. A window seat adds another 100 copper spirit coins. Even if you don't drink tea, this fee still applies. However, we will give you a small plate of snacks. No problem, Su Pingyan nodded. The waiter finally exhaled in relief. These days are different from the past. Previously, there weren't many people in Huangsheng, and those drinking tea were limited too. Back then, a private table was only 300 copper spirit coins, and a window seat merely an extra 30. But over the past year or so, more and more people came to Huangsheng. Reportedly, the number of newcomers had already exceeded the local population by 3 to 4 times. As a result, prices at tea houses had also risen along with demand, going up every month. Naturally, such a massive influx of outsiders mostly consisted of cultivators who were prone to violence and conflicts. Dangerous individuals indeed. The tea house had experienced over a dozen violent fights this year alone, and several waiters had died. Therefore, they now tread carefully, showing utmost caution so as not to offend some hidden powerful figures. That's why the waiter asked so many detailed questions, fearing a messy bill-paying situation that might cause trouble. Sir, please take a look. Our tea house offers 6 types of spirit tea. 2 are regular tea, priced at 30 and 50 copper spirit coins per pot respectively. As for the spirit, the waiter hadn't finished his introduction before Su Pingyan interrupted directly. Just give me the most expensive spirit tea. Sir, our most expensive tea is the Divine Blood Gold Lotus harvested from the edge of the Godfall Mountains. It is said to be an ancient golden lotus that grew after being soaked in divine blood. It's unique to our Huangsheng, but rather expensive. 1 pot costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. The waiter took a deep breath before reminding him carefully. Usually, only the wealthy nobles in private rooms could afford such tea, occasionally selected by those in the elegant pavilions. Then that's the one. Saying that, Su Pingyan waved his hand, placing 11 low-grade spirit stones onto the waiter's tray. Seeing this, the waiter immediately grew excited. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll bring it to you right away. Sir, here is your change. 99 gold spirit coins and 1 silver spirit coin. The waiter soon returned, handing over the remaining money. 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 100 gold spirit coins, which equals 1,000 silver spirit coins, equaling 100,000 copper spirit coins. Keep it as a tip. Su Pingyan threw 1 silver spirit coin toward the waiter. The waiter caught the silver coin, becoming even more excited. As an ordinary person, his monthly wage was merely 2,000 copper spirit coins, only 20 silver coins, but that was already much better than average for Huangsheng residents, since this tea house paid significantly better than usual. After all, Huangsheng was only a remote border town where not many came normally. It was only because of the increased number of people this past year that his wage had risen by 500 copper spirit coins. Previously, it had been even less. Thus, 1 silver spirit coin was already 1.5 times his salary, a generous sum indeed. Su Pingyan could have given more, as even 1 low-grade spirit stone was negligible to him, but that would have drawn too much attention and was unnecessary. After the waiter left, a girl wearing a light green wide-sleeved immortal-style gown soon approached Su Pingyan with an elegant teapot and a set of teacups on a tray. Master, shall I pour the tea for you? She politely bowed and asked. Su Pingyan was just about to shake his head and decline when suddenly he seemed to think of something, smiling. Sit down. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many tea guests downstairs. They all turned to look over, murmuring among themselves. Who is that young man? He even has a tea maiden serving him. One guest asked curiously. I heard that only the top 3 private rooms on the 3rd floor of Blessing Tea House have tea maidens serving. Who would have thought one would appear downstairs? And her appearance truly is outstanding. No wonder she's from the Blessing Tea House, someone else commented while appraising her looks and figure, since such beauties weren't commonly seen. This young master isn't bad. Choosing the 1st floor has allowed us a delightful sight. People have money. You didn't see what he ordered? It's the top signature tea of Blessing Tea House, the Divine Blood Gold Lotus, costing 10 low-grade spirit stones per pot. Of course, he would be served personally by a tea maiden. That's only fair. After all, it's worth 1,000 gold coins, a tea guest remarked. Indeed, that was truly worth 1,000 gold coins, exactly 1,000 gold spirit coins. Su Pingyan slightly frowned. This was somewhat against his original intention of keeping a low profile. However, he soon shrugged it off. Being a bit ostentatious wasn't a big deal. He didn't really care. His strength was undisputed. There wasn't a single person in the entire Wei Kingdom who could rival him. Besides, this was only a slight display of extravagance, not enough to draw too much attention on a large scale. "Thank you, young master," the tea maiden gently said as she sat down. Her every movement, every glance, was refined to perfection, neither seductive nor flamboyant, yet refreshingly elegant. The Blessing Tea House wasn't a brothel. Though they had tea maidens serving distinguished guests, they only performed arts and did not offer their bodies. Of course, if you possessed immense power or substantial wealth, exceptions could always be made. That was simply the universal rule across any world. "My name is Jinlian. May I know your honorable surname, young master?" The tea maiden Jinlian softly asked, parting her delicate lips. "Jinlian?" Su Ping'an blinked, glancing up at her more carefully than before. If he hadn't been drinking tea yet, good thing too. He might have spat it out. Truth be told, this tea maiden named Jinlian had indeed a superior appearance and elegant figure. However, Su Ping'an understood that in Wei Kingdom, no, in this world of cultivation, people's appearances were naturally far superior due to spiritual cultivation and lean sheet nourishment, easily surpassing those from Blue Planet. A girl like this, who would have easily been the most beautiful girl in a university back on Blue Planet, was merely considered an upper-tier beauty here, an indication that the proportion of beauties was significantly higher in this world. This Jinlian definitely wasn't who Su Ping'an was thinking of. Considering the divine blood gold lotus, he guessed this was likely her stage name. "You may call me Su," Su Ping'an answered honestly. There was no need to fabricate. He didn't mind revealing his real surname, as the surname Su did exist in this world. "Young Master Su isn't from Huangqing, is he? May I ask where you're from?" Jinlian gently asked in a soft voice. "Are you saying your tea house now conducts investigations into such things?" Su Ping'an responded with a cold smile. Chapter 336, The Black Rider Division. Jinlian showed a brief flicker of panic before regaining composure. "Master Su misunderstood. It's just that recently too many outsiders have come to the Huangcheng, and I was merely curious, wishing to learn more about the world outside. I absolutely have no intention of prying into Master Su's privacy. If Master dislikes it, I will refrain from asking further," Jinlian added quickly. "I noticed it too when I entered the city. This Huangqing is nothing more than a remote border town. Why are there so many people coming in now?" Su Ping'an asked. It was exactly this curiosity that had made him invite the tea girl to sit. As she performed the tea ceremony for Su Ping'an, Jinlian replied, "The Xing Mountains, which hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years, have recently seen their poisonous mists mysteriously weaken for unknown reasons. Additionally, many insect beasts from within the mountains have been descending the slopes. These insects, having been tainted by divine blood, are far more valuable than ordinary beasts. It's said that numerous factions are buying their corpses and eggs. For many low-level cultivators, this is like a gold mine, drawing cultivators from all corners of the land, some even reportedly from the neighboring Chu Kingdom." Su Ping'an nodded in understanding. He knew about insect beasts, the ferocious insect beasts of the swarm. In fact, he commanded an entire army of such creatures. Still, he hadn't expected these beasts tainted by divine blood to be of even greater value. "What do they use the insect beasts and their eggs for?" Su Ping'an asked curiously. Could it be that they're trying to extract traces of divine blood from them? But that had already been tens of thousands, perhaps even 100,000, years ago. "That, I'm not exactly sure," Jinlian said, shaking her head, though her eyes flickered slightly. "Humph, just tell me what you know. I'm only curious. This is for your trouble." With that, Su Ping'an took out 10 gold ring coins and placed them in front of her. A tea girl wasn't the same as an ordinary tavern waiter. A single silver coin wouldn't sway her. Jinlian's eyes lit up. She smoothly pocketed the coins before beginning slowly. "It's something I overheard from one of the people buying the insect beasts. The beasts atop the Xingyin Mountains, having been tainted by divine blood, aren't just tastier. Those who consume them regularly can improve their physical constitution and accelerate their cultivation. Additionally, weapons crafted from the beast shells prove far more formidable. Kisoa, every part of these insects from the Xingyin Mountains is valuable. As for the eggs," she continued, "they're obviously meant to be raised as battle pets. Even if these pets don't inherit divine beast bloodlines, having been touched by divine blood gives them some potential to evolve into one. That alone is enough. At the very least, they'll have greater potential. Cultivating a powerful 5th-stage battle beast would earn you a position even in the Wei Guo." As she spoke, a hint of longing passed across Jinlian's expression. "Master Su, please have some tea." With that, Jinlian poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an picked up the teacup and took a sip. His eyes brightened. "Excellent. The tea aroma is rich, and it can stimulate one's blood energy, benefiting those below the transformation transcending realm. It also helps refine the blood energy of cultivators at the blood awakening stage," Jinlian added. Yet she was perceptive. She had already discerned something useful from Su Ping'an's words. The young master before her was at least at the transformation transcending realm cultivation level. In the entire Wei Guo, this might not seem remarkable, but for the remote and distant Huangcheng, it was impressive enough to make him a local overlord. After all, the city governor himself was merely at the 9th pinnacle of the marrow-washing realm. Fortunately, in the past year, she had gradually become accustomed to, and even numb toward, this reality. After all, many of the customers she served were at the transformation transcending realm, mostly outsiders. She had even heard that, To deal with the recent influx of powerful cultivators into Wang, the Black Rider Division had dispatched a centurion with his detachment to maintain order. Miss Jean Lian, do you know who is currently the strongest person in Wangcheng? Su Pingyan asked. Of course, the centurion Wang Qianian of the Black Rider Division. What level of cultivation does he have? Su Pingyan asked again. That I don't know exactly, Jean Lian said. However, to qualify as a centurion in the Black Rider Division, his cultivation should be at least at the Transcendent Realm. Transcendent Realm? Su Pingyan swept his spiritual sense across the entire city and sensed two cultivators at that level, one stationed in a military barracks, the other in a luxurious mansion. The one in the barracks was likely Centurion Wang Qianian, at around mid-stage of the second level of the Transcendent Realm. Inside a military camp in the southeastern corner of the city, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of fear on his face. He quickly expanded his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, but found nothing. Who was that just now? If not for my naturally heightened senses, I wouldn't have even felt it. Whoever that was, their cultivation must be at least above the Mountain River realm, this man thought grimly. He was none other than Wang Qianian, the centurion of the Black Rider Division. Alas, it seems the Wangcheng is about to become turbulent. Such powerful existences have already been drawn here. I wonder if they're from our own Weiguo. I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire Weiguo is thrown into chaos as well. Wang Qianian mused silently. Inside the tea house. I don't know much about the Black Rider Division. Could you tell me more about it? Su Pingyan asked. Jean Lian's expression immediately turned fearful, and she shook her head repeatedly. Master Su, this matter cannot be spoken of. If someone outside hears, it could lead to death. It's fine, I have a soundproof formation. With that, Su Pingyan waved his hand, and the surrounding sounds immediately vanished. Outside sounds couldn't come in, nor could anything be heard from within. Jean Lian was startled. Clearly, she had some knowledge herself. After hesitating for a moment, she said, the Black Rider Division is directly under the monarch and has the authority to oversee everything in the country. It is said that its members are all the sons of noble families or the geniuses of sections. The requirements to enter are extremely high. Even a regular member must be at least at the first level of the Transcendent Realm. The rank of Shaoqi requires at least the fourth level of the Transcendent Realm. The rank of Zongqi requires at least the seventh level of the Transcendent Realm. The rank of Fu Baihu requires at least the ninth level of the Transcendent Realm, Perfection Stage. A Baihu must be at least at the first level of the Super Beyond Realm. A Qianhu must be at least at the seventh level of the Super Beyond Realm. It's even said that the commander of the Black Rider Division is at the ninth level of the Super Beyond Realm, Perfection Stage, and only one step away from reaching the legendary Mountain River Realm. Hee. Miss Jean Lian sure knows a lot, Su Pingyan said with a smile. It wasn't difficult to know the structure of the Black Rider Division and the cultivation requirements for some positions, but to know the exact cultivation level of the commander of the Black Rider Division, that wasn't something ordinary people could know. This is just what I overheard from those seniors. I don't know if it's accurate. Jean Lian stiffened and quickly explained. How many experts at the Mountain River Realm are there in the Weiguo? Su Pingyan didn't dwell on that issue and continued asking. There are two figures that every citizen of Weiguo knows. One is the founding ancestor of our country who reached the Mountain River Realm, and the other is the Grand Elder of the Baiwa sect, the #1 sect in our nation, who is also at the Mountain River Realm, Jean Lian replied, not forgetting to add. She finally understood, the young man before her likely wasn't from Weiguo. Yet, from their earlier conversation, he didn't seem to be here for the insect beasts either. She didn't know why he had come to the Wangcheng. For a moment, she also became somewhat anxious. Chapter 337, Purchasing Land at the Household Registration Office. Oh, the Baiwa sect. Su Pingyan clearly felt a subtle change in the other party's mind when they mentioned the Baiwa sect. Could it be that this Blessing Tea House is an establishment of the Baiwa sect, serving as a place to gather intelligence? Actually, tea houses and pleasure quarters are both excellent places for gathering secret information. After that, the two chatted off and on for quite a while until the Divine Blood Lotus tea was finished. Only then did Jean Lian rise to take her leave. Jean Lian knew clearly that Su Pingyan wasn't from the Wei Kingdom, and Su Pingyan also confirmed she wasn't just an ordinary tea girl. However, neither revealed their true identities. Each was fulfilling the other's needs. Therefore, Su Pingyan continued paying small amounts here and there, totaling nearly about 2 taels of lower-grade spiritual stones. Of course, he also obtained a great deal of useful information. Some of it was the same as in his previous life, with little change, some was entirely different, and some, he had no knowledge of even back then. All in all, it was worth spending that amount of money. After leaving the tea house, Su Pingyan seemed to be wandering aimlessly, but in the blink of an eye, using his 1,000 feet, yet a single step technique, he ditched the tails following him. Then he came to the government office in the desolate city, and approached the side office, where the large wooden plaque above the main gate clearly read, Household Registration Office. Of course, he wasn't here to handle any household registration matters. He was here to buy land. Yes, to buy land. In this other world, at least in the Wei Kingdom, land could be privately bought and sold, and the office responsible for land transactions within the administrative jurisdiction was this Household Registration Office. Ordinary real estate or farmland transactions could be handled by agents from brokers' houses, but large-scale land deals had to be processed through the Household Registration Office. As Su Pingyan entered the Household Registration Office, on the 3rd floor of the Blessing Tea House, a middle-aged man respectfully said, Lady Envoy, we've lost track of Master Su. If people from the desolate city saw this, many would surely recognize this middle-aged man as the tea house manager. And yet, now he was showing such respect to a tea girl, it would definitely shock those who saw it. Jinlian slightly frowned, then waved her hand. Forget it. She knew that the other party appeared to have formidable backing and unfathomable strength. Losing his trail was normal. Continue to secretly purchase beast corpses from insects. If there are insect eggs, spare no cost to acquire them, Jinlian continued. Yes. Su Pingyan wasn't constantly scanning the desolate city with his divine consciousness, so naturally, he didn't know what was happening with Jinlian. Inside the household registration office. Who are you, and what brings you here? A middle-aged official, dressed in bureaucratic robes, asked arrogantly. I'd like to purchase Dakingshan Mountain to the southwest of the desolate city, as well as the surrounding land, Su Pingyan said calmly, without concerning himself with the official's arrogance. There was no need to quibble with a man at the fourth tier of body tempering. You want to buy Dakingshan? The once arrogant official was instantly taken aback, his tone changing completely to one of shock. After all, Dakingshan was the largest mountain within the jurisdiction of the desolate city, covering an area of more than 200 square kilometers. It was rich in various spiritual herbs, and many ordinary citizens and hunters would risk entering the mountains to gather them. Although dangerous, the rewards were quite substantial. One could say that Dakingshan brought the desolate city stable annual income and was one of its key sources of wealth. Yes. Su Pingyan nodded. According to the previously activated star chart, the location of the dim star within the Wei Kingdom's borders lay in a small valley within the Dakingshan mountain range. There was a teleportation array there. If repaired, it could connect to the Tianxi Plain. Su Pingyan planned to transform Dakingshan into the vanguard base for the Huaxiao people within the Wei Kingdom, and even throughout the myriad nations continent. To prevent outsiders from prying eyes, the best way was to simply purchase it. As for whether he could afford it, please, with the spiritual stones Su Pingyan had in hand, he could buy the entire Wei Kingdom if it were willing to sell, let alone just a single mountain. My name is Zhao Qian, assistant registrar of this office. May I ask which noble family or sect you come from, and what is your purpose for buying Dakingshan? Zhao Qian asked cautiously. Dakingshan was quite large, such a purchase wouldn't be cheap, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Oh, do you need to ask so many questions to buy Dakingshan? Su Pingyan probed cautiously. Certainly. If you were only purchasing a house or something, we wouldn't be so strict. But for a piece of land like Dakingshan, we need to officially register it, Zhao Qian replied carefully. Normally, as the head of the household registration office, he would be very arrogant, as was the case at the beginning. However, due to the recent disturbances at the Godfall Mountains, many outsiders had arrived, and among them were many powerful experts he couldn't afford to offend. He had never seen this young man before today. Moreover, the man had the audacity to request buying Dakingshan. His background must be complicated. I'm not from the Wei Kingdom. I'm originally from the Jing Kingdom in the west. I plan to build a mansion on Dakingshan. As for my purpose, it's naturally to deal with those insect beasts emerging from the Godfall Mountains. In the future, more people will arrive, and the mansion will serve as our foothold, Su Pingyan explained. It was also a suitable excuse in preparation for future Wuxiao people arriving. As for the Jing Kingdom, it wasn't something he simply made up. There indeed was a Jing Kingdom to the west of the Wei Kingdom. However, the two countries weren't directly connected. 3 other countries separated them. More importantly, the Wei Kingdom was only a minor baron-level vassal state, while the Jing Kingdom was a count-level vassal state, significantly more powerful than the Wei Kingdom. Using this identity would make the Wei Kingdom more cautious towards him. What about even stronger nations? First, they were too far away. Coming all this way so quickly due to the disturbance at the Godfall Mountains would easily arouse suspicion. Second, the Jing Kingdom was already the strongest among the 20-some surrounding countries. These were the details he learned from Jinlian. In his previous life, his status had been too low to access such information. He only knew of the Wei Kingdom and its 3 neighboring states, and hadn't even left the Wei Kingdom. Oh, so you are a nobleman from the Jing Kingdom. My apologies, my apologies. Zhao Qian immediately showed even greater respect. Simply for establishing a foothold, the man was ready to spend on an entire Dakingshan mountain. Such extravagance and generosity suggested that he wasn't an ordinary figure in the Jing Kingdom, probably a young master from a prestigious Jing family. Zhao dared not offend him even more. Moreover, if he could somehow establish a connection with this person, he might even achieve a meteoric rise in status. Can it be done? Su Pingyan asked again, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Yes, of course it can, but this is a major matter. I need to consult with the city lord first. Might I ask, sir, what is your honorable surname? Zhao Qian asked. Su Pingyan replied. Was there a powerful Su clan in the Jing Kingdom? Zhao Qian pondered for a moment, realizing he didn't really know much about the Jing Kingdom, only that it was a large country. Well, better to let the city lord deal with it. Master Su, I'll arrange lodging for you and give you a definite answer tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Qian asked. Fine, I'll come back tomorrow. Su Pingyan nodded and then turned to leave. After leaving the household registration office, he headed to the book collection bureau, the place in the desolate city for purchasing or renting books. Chapter 338, The Terrifying Great Chu Empire. Su Pingyan casually picked up a historical book of the Wei Kingdom and found a seat, flipping through it casually. More than 7,000 years ago, the sage ancestor of the Wei Kingdom, Wei Tianming, was born in a minor family in a small city on the border of the Great Chu Empire. As a concubine-born son, he joined the military to make a name for himself. Over nearly 1,000 years, he accumulated remarkable military achievements and was granted a baron title by the Emperor of Great Chu, becoming the ruler of the Wei Kingdom. That was how the Wei Kingdom originated, founded more than 6,000 years ago. However, when the Wei Kingdom was first established, it was extremely weak and constantly oppressed by neighboring states. Fortunately, Wei Tianming had exceptional talent. At the age of 2000, he broke through to the Shanhe realm. There was a huge difference between the Shanhe realm and the Chao Fan realm. In less than 100 years, he completely stabilized the Wei Kingdom's situation and gradually expanded its territory. From a kingdom controlling merely 1 county's worth of land, the kingdom expanded to encompass 17 counties, an increase of more than 10 times. Yet due to the distractions of state affairs, 500 years ago, Wei Tianming chose to abdicate the throne in favor of one of his great-grandsons. From then on, he withdrew from politics and secluded himself for cultivation. 500 years later today, the Wei Kingdom now controlled 19 counties. Why did he choose a great-grandson? Cultivation required talent. His talent was decent enough, he had advanced to the Shanhe realm and lived for 10,000 years. However, his sons and grandsons weren't particularly gifted. If they couldn't break through the Shanhe realm, the Chao Fan realm only granted a lifespan of 3,000 years, or even shorter if they couldn't even reach that realm. Therefore, he chose a younger, relatively talented great-grandson. As for the territory of 19 counties, it shouldn't be compared with counties from ancient China on Earth. In the 10,000-nation continent, the administrative divisions from lowest to highest were villages, towns, cities, counties, commanderies, provinces, and metropolitans. Wild City was under Wuzhong County, one of the 19 counties, covering an area of approximately 4,000 square kilometers. Wuzhong County itself governed no less than 16 cities, covering approximately 550,000 square kilometers, an area comparable to one of the smaller provinces in China. The current total territory of the Wei Kingdom covered 1.12 million square kilometers, not small by any means, yet its population numbered only 38 million. With such a large territory and existing for over 6,000 years, the population is still this low. It seems life here must have been unstable, with constant warfare. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. The Wei Kingdom, along with hundreds of neighboring states, were all vassal nations of the Great Chu Empire, required to pay tribute and obey commands from above. However, the autonomy of these vassal states was substantial, and the higher authorities generally did not interfere with internal conflicts and rivalries among them. After all, in this world, it was survival of the fittest. Only the strong were worthy of existence. The 10,000-nation continent indeed lives up to its name. There must be other empires beyond the Great Chu Empire. Otherwise, who did Wei Tianming fight against when he joined the army? I wonder if there are even greater powers beyond the imperial level. Su Pingyan pondered again. In the Great Chu Empire, noble titles granted land in descending order were Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron. Of course, there was also the title of king above these, though the Great Chu Empire had a rule stating only imperial princes could receive the title of king. Moreover, if any king failed to improve his cultivation, upon his death his land would be confiscated. His legitimate eldest son would be demoted to the title of duke, receiving another piece of land, forcing the kings to continuously cultivate and extend their lifespans. In addition, each noble title, from duke down to baron, was divided into 3 ranks, with the third rank being the lowest and the first the highest. The title of king was only one tier, with no distinctions such as princes of prefecture. Wei Tianming initially held the title of third-rank baron, and was now a first-rank baron. Moreover, the Great Chu Empire had a unique regulation. For nobles who obtained titles through merit, the initial scale of the granted land was strictly restricted. For example, regardless of being a first or third-rank baron, the initial fief consisted of only 1 county. A viscount began with 5 counties, an earl started with 1 commandery, a marquis received land covering 3 commanderies, a duke received 9 commanderies, and a king was granted land covering 1 province. Moreover, there were rules about commanderies, provinces, and metropolitans. 1 commandery administered 36 counties, 1 province governed 24 commanderies, and 1 metropolitan controlled 12 provinces. As for counties and below, there was no strict regulation, though it was stated that each county governed several cities, each city governed several towns, and each town oversaw several villages. The metropolitan was the largest administrative unit Su Pingyan currently understood. In this historical book of the Wei Kingdom, there was a brief note stating that the territory of the Great Chu Empire was vast and boundless, ruling a total of 108 metropolitans. Whoa! Upon reading this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply. This Great Chu Empire must truly be enormous. If we take the size of a county like Wuzhong as reference, the entire empire must cover no less than 60 billion square kilometers, more than 100 times the size of Earth. Truly terrifying. And even this 60 billion figure was only an initial estimate. It could possibly be even larger. Although shocked, Su Pingyan felt it was quite normal in his heart. Right now, he was only at the Tianren realm, yet Blue Planet already felt extremely small to him. With a single teleportation, he could reach any corner of the planet. And this world actually had divine Jing Changer surpassing the Tianren realm, clearly even more formidable. Thinking this way, Su Pingyan no longer found it surprising. No wonder even a minor forbidden zone is so vast. What we currently occupy is practically insignificant to an empire from this other world. If there are even higher existences above the empire level, it's simply unimaginable. Come to think of it, Divine Martial Empire is also an empire, but its strongest cultivator is merely a semi-divine, and there's no feudal division among nobles. Compared this way, the Dark Forest probably isn't part of the 10,000-nation continent. Since the situations are different, does that mean the distance between the 2 places is extremely far? Just how vast is this other world? Su Pingyan realized that the more he understood about this other realm, the more terrifying it became. It seems we must stay as discreet and cautious as possible in our contact with otherworldly civilizations. Wei Kingdom isn't much, but the great Chu Empire behind it is absolutely not simple. It's highly likely to have divine Jing experts. Developing slowly and cautiously must be our way forward. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Finishing one book of Wei Kingdom history, Su Pingyan gained a general understanding of the Wei Kingdom. Afterwards, he used his divine sense to scan several other books. When he exited the bookstore, Su Pingyan had nearly spent 800 low-grade spirit stones, purchasing one copy of every book in the store to send back for experts to study. Knowledge is priceless. Although the books sold in the bookstore weren't rare or classified materials, they were valuable due to their quantity and comprehensiveness. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Lord City Master, that young man spent half the day today at the bookstore, reading books related to the history of our Wei Kingdom. One of his subordinates came to report. It seems he truly isn't from our Wei Kingdom. City Lord Li Heng nodded. Lord City Master, he said he is from Jing Kingdom, Zhao Qian added. Chapter 339, Multiple Speculations. You really believe he's from Jinghua just because he said so? It's such a long distance, we have no way of verifying. Also, how could he possibly know so quickly about the situation here in the Divine Luo Mountain? After all, news about the Divine Luo Mountain is barely circulating in just a few nearby countries, Li Heng said, his brows knitted tightly. Everything seemed too coincidental. With so many factions and powerful experts now inside the city, he couldn't afford not to be cautious. Otherwise, he might easily lose both his position and even his life. Then, shall we still sell Daqing Mountain? Zhao Qian asked softly, somewhat confused by the city lord's intentions. I've already sent someone to invite Lord Wang from the Heike Bureau. Perhaps he can figure out that person's background, Li Heng replied. Although Wang Qinian was only the head of the Heike Bureau's 100 household unit, his rank was actually half a level higher than Li Heng himself. More importantly, the Heike Bureau was directly subordinate to the national ruler, possessing the authority to act first and report afterward. His status was significantly higher than Li Heng's. Truly wise decision, my lord. Zhao Qian offered a slight compliment. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. I already know what you're discussing about. Lord Wang, what's your opinion then? Li Heng respectfully asked. I've had someone look into it. This young master suit didn't enter through the city gate. Instead, he suddenly appeared in the city today. The first place he visited was the Chifu Tea House, Wang Qinian stated. Chifu Tea House? Isn't that an establishment of the Baihua sect? Li Heng asked, puzzled. To ordinary people, perhaps the Chifu Tea House was just a tea house, but to people at a certain level, everyone understood the underlying truth. Many sects and noble families own such fronts. It was just an unspoken understanding among them. Only a few that remained deeply concealed were truly impressive. Could this young Master Su be an agent of the Baihua sect? Zhao Qian suddenly asked. I've already contacted members of the Baihua sect. They have no idea who this young Master Su is. It was the first time he had visited the tea house, and his sole purpose was to gather information, Wang Qinian briefly explained. Then he continued. One thing is certain though, this young master is definitely not from our Wei Kingdom. Lord Wang, you just said he appeared inside the city without entering through the gate, and he's not from the Baihua sect either? Could it be that? Li Heng looked startled, as though suddenly realizing something. Wang Qinian looked at him with knowing eyes, and, aware of what he was suspecting, nodded solemnly, confirming, that's exactly what I suspect as well. There are only 3 ways one could suddenly appear inside the city, Wang Qinian said, raising one finger. First, having an inside accomplice, someone with high authority or connections within the city of Huang, enabling the silent delivery of a live person into the city undetected. Second, cultivating at the 7th level of the metamorphosis realm or higher, sneaking in at night, flying over the city walls. However, we've set up formations around Huang City. Flying in unnoticed requires restrictions on altitude, which means the person must possess cultivation at the 4th level of the transcendent realm at the very least to pull that off. Third, teleportation. At that, he thought about the event he had sensed that morning and felt an uneasy premonition creeping in. To be able to teleport, one must at least reach the Master of Mountains and Rivers realm. How many experts at that level exist in our Wei Kingdom? Impossible. Li Heng shook his head vigorously, immediately dismissing this possibility. We've enhanced our gate security significantly because of the recent events at Divine Luo Mountain. It would also be extremely difficult to sneak someone in unnoticed, Li Heng added, leaving the rest unspoken. He suspected this Su young master was most likely the second possibility, a martial cultivator at the 4th level of the transcendent realm or above. Lord Wang, what should we do next? Li Heng asked for instructions. He wants Daqing Mountain? Fine, let him have it. I will quickly report upwards and request a powerful expert for assistance. The situation here in Huang City is already dire. Previously, we had one transcendent realm expert arrive, and now another one shows up. Sigh, I just hope nothing major erupts, Wang Qinian said with a helpless sigh. However, you two should also monitor Daqing Mountain discreetly. If they're planning something, they'll definitely reveal themselves eventually, Wang Qinian specially instructed before departing. Normally, he wouldn't be this forthcoming, but today he spoke more, because Su Pingyan might very well be an expert at or beyond the 4th level of the transcendent realm, and if Li Heng and others mishandled the situation, it might bring disaster upon Huang City. Thus, upon receiving Li Heng's invitation, he had come in person. After Wang Qinian left, Zhao Qian softly and respectfully asked, My lord, then at what price should we sell Daqing Mountain? Whatever the proper price is, that's the price. Don't act subservient. Just conduct the transaction normally, Li Heng answered thoughtfully. Understood. Zhao Qian, having received instructions, left the city lord's mansion. At the Heike Bureau headquarters, Headhunted household, we've completed the investigation on Daching Mountain. There's nothing particularly special about it. It's just an ordinary mountain range, with only a slightly higher amount of spiritual herbs. However, there are also many ferocious beasts there. One of the subordinates reported the findings to Wang Qianian the moment he returned. Then that's strange. Why specifically target Daching Mountain? Wang Qianian couldn't figure it out. Nothing at all unusual about it. He asked again, unwillingly. The subordinate thought for a moment, then hesitated before saying, if I had to point out something unusual, there's an ancient teleportation formation ruins inside one of the valleys on Daching Mountain. However, it's completely destroyed and beyond repair. A teleportation formation? Wang Qianian was taken aback, a sudden spark of realization forming in his mind. Why would there be a teleportation formation there? I've never heard of this before, Wang Qianian said, surprised. Lord, judging by the degree of weathering, it's at least 600,000 years old. Our Wei Kingdom has only existed for 6,000 years, the subordinate reminded him. Where did that teleportation formation used to connect to? Wang Qianian asked. That, I'm afraid I don't know. Find out immediately, Wang Qianian ordered. As an intelligence operative, his intuition told him that there might be something wrong with that teleportation ruins, though he couldn't quite place it. What use could a completely weathered, irreparable teleportation formation possibly be? Yes, sir. At the 3rd floor of the Chifu Tea House. Miss Envoy, we've finished our investigation. The reason the Heike Bureau people came today asking about Master Su is because Master Su wants to buy Daching Mountain, the manager reported. Daching Mountain? Where's that exactly? Madame Jinlian asked in confusion, as she was not a local. You see, madam, it's just an ordinary mountain range in the southwest. Some people go there to hunt ferocious beasts and collect spiritual herbs, supporting a few nearby towns. It's also a significant source of income for Huang City, the manager explained. Chapter 340, Land Survey, Price. Send someone to check Dakingshan and see if anything unusual has happened there recently. Jinlian pondered before giving orders. Yes, sir, I will handle it right away, the manager replied respectfully and then left. Su Pingyan had no idea that his simple action had already drawn attention from 2 different factions. Coincidentally, these 2 factions were the 2 most powerful in Wei Kingdom. One was the official government, and the other was the strongest sect. The next morning, Su Pingyan left the inn and headed straight to the household registry office. To his surprise, Zhao Qian was already waiting by the main entrance. Upon seeing Su Pingyan, he promptly stepped forward respectfully. Master Su, our city lord has already replied. He agrees to sell it, Zhao Qian said. That's great to hear. Su Pingyan's mood lifted, and he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Administrator Zhao. Not at all, not at all. It's not only beneficial for our Huan city to receive a considerable sum of money, but also an honor to assist Master Su. The more such opportunities, the better, hee, Zhao Qian smiled. Then, Zhao Qian gestured invitingly and said, Master Su, please come inside. Please. Soon, the 2 entered a room within the household registry office. Zhao Qian approached carrying a map of Huan City and asked, do you have any idea how much land surrounding Dakingshan you wish to purchase? Can I buy as much as I want? Su Pingyan asked meaningfully. Zhao Qian coughed awkwardly before explaining. The areas marked in gray are still under government control and are available for sale. Those in green already have owners, but if Master Su wishes to buy them, I can help contact the owners. As for the red-marked regions, they're strategically important locations, or, Zhao Qian paused briefly before continuing. The areas in red are not for sale, at least, not at the city lord's level of authority. Su Pingyan nodded slightly in understanding, then focused his attention back on the map. Dakingshan was marked in gray, with gray areas around it, interspersed with green, and one area in red. However, that red marking seemed freshly added. Though the ink had dried, Su Pingyan was a Tianrenjing expert and could sense it easily. Looks like Huan City intentionally left this spot marked red as a way to monitor things. Su Pingyan didn't expose this fact directly. He carefully examined the map and then drew an irregular circle on the ground. Just this entire area here. Could you estimate how much it'll cost? Zhao Qian took a look and inwardly gasped with shock despite trying to remain composed. Although the northwest part of the area was adjacent to other cities and remained undeveloped with low population density, the territory Su Pingyan had circled was extremely large. Master Su, are you certain about the size? Zhao Qian asked once again to confirm. Is it available for sale? Su Pingyan responded directly. It is. However, the territory you've chosen contains 3 types of terrain: hills, valleys, and the large plain area outside. The first 2 aren't an issue, but the plain is extremely expensive, Zhao Qian reminded him. No problem, money isn't an issue, Su Pingyan shrugged indifferently. Alright then, I will immediately send someone to conduct the measurements and survey. I will report back to you tomorrow with the details and pricing. Does that sound acceptable to you? Zhao Qian checked. No problem. Just one day, I can wait. Su Pingyan left the household registry office, and Zhao Qian immediately assigned personnel to go to the designated locations for measurement and surveying. He also wanted them to collect detailed information about the land and provide an evaluation. Meanwhile, Zhao himself rushed immediately to the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, City Lord Li Heng listened while sipping tea as Zhao Qian delivered his report. This Master Su has quite an appetite, purchasing such a large piece of land, Li Heng said with astonishment after hearing Zhao Qian's update. Indeed, Initially, he only mentioned Dakingshan, but upon hearing that he could buy more, he marked off a vast area, apparently a spontaneous decision. Zhao Qian thoughtfully replied. A spontaneous decision? Li Heng mused for a moment before saying, it appears not only does he have formidable cultivation, but substantial wealth behind him as well. He added with self-deprecating humor, well, a cultivator potentially above profound stage for should naturally possess abundant resources. Then, my lord, shall we proceed with the sale? Zhao Qian asked again. Why not? Selling will bring a large sum, enabling us to accomplish many things. Li Heng chuckled. Exactly. I heard the Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction next month. With this sum, Master City Lord is sure to break through to the refinement stage. Allow me to offer my early congratulations, my lord. Zhao Qian said respectfully. Ha! Li Heng laughed joyfully, then waved his hand, signaling Zhao Qian to leave. Another day passed, and again, Su Pingyan came to the household registry office early in the morning. Administrator Zhao, good morning, Su Pingyan greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Master Su, Zhao Qian replied, then gestured invitingly. Please, come inside. It was the same room as yesterday, but today, besides Zhao Qian, several other clerks from the household registry office were already present. Master Su, Zhao Qian continued. We have completed the survey of the area you marked. It includes Dakingshan Mountain, a valley, some hilly land, and a large plain. Specifically, Dakingshan covers over 214 square kilometers and supports the livelihoods of nearly 10,000 people across 5 surrounding towns. The government earns close to 500 taels of low-grade spirit stones annually from it. According to standard procedure, the selling price is set at the value of 100 years of income, which makes Dakingshan's price 50,000 taels of low-grade spirit stones. After finishing, Zhao Qian cautiously glanced at Su Pingyan, fearing he might be startled by the number. Humph, Administrator Zhao, do you take me for a fool? Could all 5 towns really rely solely on Dakingshan to survive? Su Pingyan asked coldly with a bitter smile. Zhao Qian coughed nervously. Master Su, don't be in a hurry. That was the starting price, you see. Our city lord specially instructed that as you are a noble guest, you would receive a generous discount. Only 30,000 taels of low-grade spirit stones. Please understand, Master Su, this is already a deeply discounted price, Zhao Qian added hastily. Su Pingyan thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, fine then, 30,000 taels of low-grade spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was practically trivial to him. He had haggled only to avoid being seen as an easy mark. Moreover, they had clearly been testing Su Pingyan's reaction, and naturally, he couldn't allow himself to be underestimated. Zhao Qian let out a slight breath of relief at Su Pingyan's acceptance, his mood brightening slightly. He continued, this valley, spanning more than 5,300 acres, is crossed by a mountain stream that flows out beyond the valley. According to the survey, there are nearly 2,000 acres of high-quality farmland within the valley, and over 1,800 acres of lower-grade farmland. 1 acre of high-quality farmland sells for 8 gold spirit coins, while 1 acre of lower-grade farmland sells for between 3 to 4 silver spirit coins. We took the average, pricing the lower-grade farmland at 3 gold spirit coins and 5 silver spirit coins per acre. Therefore, this total of over 3,800 acres alone is worth nearly 223 taels of low-grade spirit stones. One of the clerks reported the current price of farmland. Chapter 341. Purchasing the Great Green Mountain, Dinner Invitation. If Master Su is truly interested, our price for the entire valley is 230 low-grade spirit stones, Zhao Qian continued. That valley has spirit farms and good farmland. But you haven't cultivated it yet, have you? Su Pingyan asked. His spiritual sense told him the place was completely barren. It's mainly due to a lack of manpower in Huangqing. But spirit farmland is spirit farmland. Once cultivated, it will bring quick returns, Zhao Qian argued firmly. In truth, that valley was extremely secluded, and they had only just noticed it during the recent survey. After all, the entire Huangqing spanned more than 4,000 square kilometers, but its population was a meager 60,000. Over half of them lived inside the city of Huangqing itself, while most of the rest resided in small towns. Truly rural villages were very rare since this was a border town. One could say, beyond the city walls and the main roads, it was like entering a primitive forest, untamed and wild. I'll also need to spend resources gathering people to cultivate it. How about this? 200 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll take the valley too, Su Pingyan said. Zhao Qian's heart leapt with joy. That was already higher than their internal estimate. Still, he feigned hesitation, finally nodding after a long pause. All right, since Master Su insists, it shall be as you say. Then there's this hilly area, roughly 18 square kilometers in size. It's suitable for planting tea bushes. Zhao Qian hadn't finished speaking when Su Pingyan interrupted directly. I know. It's completely barren now, no people and no tea bushes. Just tell me the price. Zhao Qian was slightly embarrassed, but not angered. He quoted, for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. You really dare to ask. How about 3,000? If you sell, I'll buy it. If not, forget it. Su Pingyan slashed his offer directly in half. Fine, 3,000 it is, Zhao Qian agreed with a nod. Damn it. He still overpriced it, Su Pingyan muttered inwardly. But it didn't matter much. He didn't want to waste time haggling with them anyway, just secure the land first. Finally, this large plain, Zhao Qian said. Master Su, this one is a bit problematic because there is a small town on it. We'll need to relocate its residents and offer them compensation. Also, there are quite a few farms and shops that have owners who need to be negotiated with. In reality, it was as simple as saying the word. The locals wouldn't dare resist. Compensation wasn't even necessary. After all, there was a lot of land within Huangqing's territory. Simply relocating them elsewhere and exempting them from taxes for a few years would probably make those peasants extremely happy. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Pingyan. Can the town be kept? Zhao Qian hesitated slightly and said with some difficulty, Master Su, you don't hold any merit title in our Wei state, so you aren't allowed to own subjects. Su Pingyan had indeed seen mentions of such merit titles at the bookstore. This was not unique to Wei, but was a system common across all the feudal states. The feudal lords were aristocrats who could be granted territory and established states. However, feudal states were also large, and there were many meritorious officials who also received land grants from the king, but such grants required merit titles. Wei had 9 ranks of merit titles, with 9th rank being the lowest and 1st the highest. Moreover, the grants were divided into actual and nominal titles. An actual grant meant one had a fief and subjects, while a nominal grant was merely a title granting one a salary from the state, a certain social standing, but no land or people. In that case, remove the town. I'll just take the remaining part of the plain, Su Pingyan said. Instantly, the plain's area shrank by more than half. Zhao Qian had obviously been prepared for this, guessing exactly this scenario would arise. He responded casually. If we remove the town, the remaining area is about 16 square kilometers. What if I give you exactly 16 square kilometers? Fine, Su Pingyan nodded. 16 square kilometers wasn't small at all. A completely new city could be built here, perfectly suitable for foreign trade. If building a city wall was not allowed, he could build an open commercial city without walls, what was called a fangshi, or marketplace. These were quite common across the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. Of course, these fangses were usually where cultivators traded, and ordinary people weren't allowed entry. The currency used was almost entirely spirit stones, making them high-end trading venues. How much? Su Pingyan asked. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Qian immediately quoted a price. 5,000. Master Su, this isn't hilly land. It's a plain. With abundant water resources, it will become good farmland once cultivated, Zhao Qian said with difficulty. Su Pingyan's haggling was simply too aggressive. You also said it yourself, it needs to be cultivated. In this world, land is the most abundant and the least valuable. Only when it's developed and managed by people can it generate wealth, Su Pingyan said. 6,000 taels, no lower. If it's any lower, the city lord definitely won't agree, Zhao Qian said helplessly. Fine then, 6,000 taels, Su Pingyan replied carelessly. Truthfully, he wasn't even good at haggling. If Zhao Qian had known, he would probably regret it deeply, for had he persisted a bit longer, Su Pingyan would have agreed anyway. Deal. Zhao Qian agreed after only a slight hesitation. Soon, Zhao Qian prepared a document listing all the land Su Pingyan was purchasing. Master Su, please take a look. The Great Green Mountain, this hilly area, the plain, and this unnamed valley altogether cost 39,200 taels of low-grade spirit stones, Zhao Qian said. Su Pingyan briefly glanced at the document. Finding no issues, he waved his hand, and instantly 39,200 taels of low-grade spirit stones appeared inside the room, making the few people present catch their breath. They had worked at the household registration office for many years, but had never seen such a large amount of spirit stones gathered in one place. These were actual spirit stones, not spirit coins. Seeing how easily and how Su Pingyan brought out the money, Zhao Qian's evaluation of him rose significantly. After collecting the payment, Zhao Qian stamped and registered the documents. Soon, all the procedures were completed, and he respectfully handed the document to Su Pingyan. Master Su, from this moment on, this land forever belongs to you. As long as you don't rebel or neglect tax payments, you may do whatever you like on this land, and we will not interfere. Fine. Su Pingyan took the document and turned to leave. Master Su, our city lord would like to invite you for a dinner tonight. Would you be available? Zhao Qian extended the invitation. Dinner? When? Su Pingyan asked. Getting to know the top official of Huangqing would help establish his presence here in the future. He wouldn't look down on someone just because of their weaker power. He wasn't arrogant like that. Tonight, Zhao Qian replied. All right, I'll go directly in the evening. Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 342 Activating the Valley Teleportation Array. After leaving the household registration office, Su Pingyan walked into a dark alley and immediately teleported away. The next moment, he reappeared in the valley where Daqing Mountain was located. More precisely, he arrived at the ruins of the teleportation array. I hope everything is still here. Otherwise, it will be a problem. He waved his hand, sending a gust of hurricane-force wind sweeping across the area. The debris left behind after the teleportation array was destroyed surfaced once again. Su Pingyan collected everything and placed it into the Qinquan cauldron. Qinquan, take a look. Can it be restored? Su Pingyan asked. Fortunately, some of the missing pieces you already have, Qinquan replied, causing Su Pingyan to exhale in relief. Good. Restore it as soon as possible. Yes. Soon, all the components were reforged, looking brand new. Su Pingyan retrieved them and began arranging them at the base of the teleportation array. With the experience from previous attempts, this time he worked with practiced ease. In no time, he completed the setup. When Su Pingyan inserted 100 taels of low-grade spirit stones, the shield surrounding the teleportation array began to spin rapidly. Su Pingyan knew this was the prelude to activation. Home, a burst of green light shot straight into the sky. The teleportation array had been successfully activated. Chunyu, can you hear me? Su Pingyan contacted the Doijong of the Big Dipper squad through the Hongming bracelet. He had already ordered the squad to arrive at the Blessed Plains in advance. Commander, I can hear you loud and clear. Yu immediately replied, excitement clear in his voice. He had already arrived at the Blessed Plains 2 days ago and had heard that Su Pingyan had already gone to another civilization. But staring at the towering Xinyan Mountains, they couldn't climb up without orders. Therefore, they could only wait for Su Pingyan's command. Waiting for 2 days had made them very anxious, especially since they didn't know what the situation was on the other side, causing them great concern for Su Pingyan's safety. Yu, step into the teleportation array and check if it's connected with mine. Su Pingyan ordered without unnecessary words. Yes. Soon, Yu's voice came through again, trembling slightly with excitement. Commander, the teleportation array has been successfully connected. Good. Bring the Big Dipper squad over here. Also, notify the construction corps to send a team over. I've set up a forward base here, and it needs to be built up, Su Pingyan ordered. Understood. I'll issue the order and then come over with my men. Yu immediately responded. Once Yu's Big Dipper squad formed the Big Dipper sword formation, they were unbeatable below the Tianren realm. Having them guard the teleportation array allowed Su Pingyan peace of mind. Inside the Heike Division barracks at the southwest corner of Huangcheng. Huh? What's going on over there? Wang Qinian stepped outside, his face filled with confusion as he looked toward the direction of Daqing Mountain, seeing a green light shooting into the sky before vanishing. Quickly send someone to investigate what caused this anomaly. Wang Qinian ordered. Yes. At this moment, one of his subordinates quietly said, Lord, the direction and distance. It seems to be Daqing Mountain. Daqing Mountain. Wang Qinian was momentarily stunned before seeming to recall something. The Daqing Mountain that young Master Su wanted to buy? Yes, my lord. Immediately ask Li Heng if Daqing Mountain has already been sold. When there's news, notify me at Daqing Mountain. I'll head there first, Wang Qinian said, then led 50 men flying toward Daqing Mountain. Inside a tea house called Chifu, on the 3rd floor of a building in the center of Huangcheng. What kind of omen is this? Jin Lian stood by the window facing the direction of Daqing Mountain, surprised. After speaking, she turned and left the tea house immediately. Inside a luxurious mansion in Huangcheng, an elderly man suddenly felt a strange sensation and stepped outside. He saw the unusual phenomenon occurring in the direction of Daqing Mountain. Doesn't this look somewhat like the celestial sign when a teleportation array is activated? The old man murmured in confusion. Grandpa, didn't Weigwa say there were no teleportation arrays? A young girl ran out, overheard her grandfather's murmuring, and curiously asked. I'm not sure myself, Inger. Stay here quietly and don't run around. I'll go check it out, the old man kindly replied while looking at the girl. No, I want to go too, Grandpa. Take me along, the girl coquettishly insisted. After a moment's thought, the old man nodded. Okay, but this phenomenon will surely attract many people. I don't know if any supreme experts will show up. You must stay by my side and don't run off. I definitely won't run off, the girl excitedly replied. Soon after, the old man took the girl and flew toward Daqing Mountain. Not only them, but many within Huangcheng sped off toward that direction, hoping to gain something from the unusual phenomenon. Inside the valley, upon the teleportation array, a flash of green light appeared, revealing 7 figures. It was indeed Yu's Big Dipper squad. Salutations, Commander, the 7 said in unison, saluting military style. You will be staying and cultivating here for some time. Your main task is to protect the teleportation array from being destroyed. It's extremely important to us. Of course, if your lives are ever in danger, you may immediately leave through the portal and then destroy the opposing teleportation array on the other side. In short, fight if you can, run if you can't, Su Pingyan instructed. This was an elite squad he had carefully cultivated. They were far more valuable than the teleportation array itself. Yes, sir. Yu and the others replied in unison. Just at this moment, Su Pingyan and the others turned their gaze toward the outside of Daqing Mountain. Commander, it seems someone is coming. Are they from the other realm? Yu asked excitedly, as none of them had ever seen a person from another world before. Yes, we're in Weigwa now. I'll explain everything later. First, I need to meet them, Su Pingyan said. With that, he instantly teleported and appeared directly outside Daqing Mountain. Or more accurately, directly in front of Wang Qinian, startling the man greatly. Teleportation. Wang Qinian sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but swallow hard. He descended from the sky and respectfully said, Wang Qinian greets the senior expert. He had no choice but to show deep respect. This was undoubtedly a supreme expert, at least at the Shanha mirror cultivation level. Even their nation's founding ancestor hadn't surpassed that level. There were only 2 known Shanha mirror experts in the entire Weigwa. Of course, as a Baihu officer of the Heike division, he knew much that ordinary people didn't. For example, aside from the founding ancestor, there was another grand elder of the imperial court who was also at the Shanha mirror level. Also, aside from the supreme elder of the 100 Flower sect, there was a guest expert at the same level. In reality, there were 4 Shanha mirror cultivators in Weigwa. Yet this man before him, he didn't recognize him. He seemed far too young. Wang Qinian, a Baihu officer of the Heike division? Su Pingyan asked casually. Yes, this humble servant, Wang Qinian replied, surprised that the other man knew his name. He felt honored unexpectedly. What brings you and the Heike division here? Su Pingyan asked knowingly. Senior expert, I just now noticed an unusual phenomenon in this direction, and I never expected it to be a senior expert here. I shall immediately withdraw my men, Wang Qinian replied, careful not to ask further questions. He planned to return and immediately report the situation to the capital. This was something beyond the involvement of a mere Baihu officer like himself. Chapter 343, Wang Qinian's shock. Don't rush. Quite a few people have arrived. I don't like trouble, so please help me hold them off, you Black Rider Division folks, Su Ping'an said. Yes, senior. Wang Qinian dared not object, nor could he. Su Ping'an gave a slight nod, then vanished again, returning to the valley. As expected, when this senior teleported, there wasn't even a ripple. He's probably not just at the first stage of mountain and river realm. He must be even stronger, Wang Qinian thought, shocked even further. I wonder who this senior really is. This place is Great Cyan Mountain, purchased by young Master Su. Could this senior be the powerful figure behind Su? Then that person must be from Jing Kingdom. No wonder it's a marquisate state. Their foundation is indeed profound. Wang Qinian couldn't help but exclaim. Sir, this subordinate wishes to greet this senior. A subordinate beside him whispered. Oh, hurry up and speak. Wang Qinian's eyes lit up. More information about this expert would be very important for them. Sir, is there a possibility this senior is none other than young Master Su himself? The subordinate suggested cautiously. Wang Qinian. After a long silence, Wang Qinian finally regained his composure. Are you certain? Absolutely. I observed young Master Su for half a day at the bookstore the day before yesterday. I won't be mistaken, the subordinate affirmed. It seems we still underestimated him. He came to Huang City, probably not for the God's Fall Mountains, but for some treasure hidden within Great Cyan Mountain. Wang Qinian mused before asking. Has the land purchase been completed yet? The subordinate shook his head. I don't know the details, but according to the agreement, the procedure was supposed to be finalized this morning. Coincidentally, young Master Su didn't show up early or late, but precisely at this time. My guess is, he must have already bought it. Most likely, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict, which is why he decided to buy Great Cyan Mountain outright. That way, both legally and in terms of strength, we can't really do anything about it. Humph, did you actually plan to do something to young Master Su? Wang Qinian coldly snorted. As if such a joke could be true. Even if he hadn't purchased the land, given his strength, even a holy ancestor would have to be courteous. Perhaps the entire Great Cyan Mountain, or even the whole Huang City, would be gifted to him outright. There's another thing, sir, that I think I should inform you about, the subordinate cautiously ventured. What is it? Wang Qinian slightly furrowed his brow, wondering why he seemed to know less than his underlings. Earlier, where the anomaly appeared, well, it seems to be the same valley where I last reported to you about the ruins of an ancient teleportation formation, the subordinate whispered. What? Wang Qinian exclaimed in shock. You're saying he activated the teleportation formation? Wang Qinian asked, astonished. I'm not sure of that, but the formation was certainly destroyed and irreparable, unless they rebuilt an entirely new one, the subordinate explained. As for something as advanced as a teleportation formation, he'd only heard the name but never actually seen one, let alone known its specifics. Immediately send people back to investigate. Find out if anything unusual occurred when the formation was activated. Wang Qinian ordered immediately. He himself had never seen a teleportation formation and had not researched much about it before. Yes, sir. Su Ping'an was completely unaware of the conversation between Wang Qinian and the others after he left, not because he couldn't know, but because he simply did not care. When he returned to the valley once again, Chen Yu immediately stepped forward with a slightly worried expression. Commander, do those people know about this place? It doesn't matter. With such a commotion here, it's impossible to keep hidden anyway. Also, I've already purchased this land. Everything is legal and proper. If they're friendly, great. But if they come with ill intent, I won't mind stretching my muscles a bit, Su Ping'an said casually. This confidence came entirely from his overwhelming strength. He hadn't originally intended to conceal things like this. After all, things here would become increasingly active in the future, and many unfamiliar people would come. Letting the outside world know something in advance saved them the trouble of random speculation. Just then, the teleportation formation activated again. This time, personnel from the construction corps arrived. The formation kept flickering as wave after wave of troops were transported in. Soon, the activation ceased, and all the personnel had arrived. Su Ping'an glanced and counted over 300 people. That's a company, Su Ping'an remarked. Yes, Commander. Since the situation here is not yet clear, we mobilized a construction company first, Chen Yu explained. He had personally issued the order, so naturally he was clear about the situation. All right, for the time being, this valley will be our base. Let's begin developing it, Su Ping'an ordered. There are 3 key points to note. First, construct walls at the entrance of the valley, leaving space for gates. Second, arrange formations to cover the entire valley, hiding its interior from the eyes of outsiders. The construction corps was not merely composed of ordinary builders. It also included many formation masters. Third, transform this place. I see it's quite spacious here. Once properly developed, it should be able to support at least 10,000 people living here. We'll turn it into a storage base, Su Ping'an instructed. With the enhancement of the cultivation levels of the construction corps soldiers, coupled with their use of cultivation to improve construction techniques, their infrastructure efficiency had increased by hundreds of times compared to before. A valley of just over 5,000 mu was nothing too difficult. Su Ping'an was confident that the transformation would be completed in just a few days. Yes, Chen Yu replied, accepting the order. Chen Yu went off to arrange the tasks while Su Ping'an walked toward the teleportation formation. He looked up at the star map above it. Besides his own location, there were 3 other connected points. However, only one of them was glowing. The one connected to the God's Fall Mountains, the place from which Chen Yu had come. This brought a slight sense of relief to Su Ping'an. If a second star had lit up, it would mean another owner of a teleportation formation had discovered their location and would soon teleport here, possibly causing some interference. That was one of the things Su Pingyan had been worried about before coming to Wei Kingdom. Now, he could finally put his heart back at ease. The position of this one seems to be the country adjacent to Wei Kingdom. It might be the other gray star I saw previously at the God's Fall Mountains. The last one was a completely new gray star, even farther away. Whether it was still within Wei Kingdom's territory or not was unknown. After all, these teleportation formations were extremely ancient. Back then, not only did Wei Kingdom not exist yet, even its holy ancestor hadn't been born, and perhaps even the Great Chu Empire didn't exist yet. Outside Great Cyan Mountain. Stop right there. Wang Qinian called out as he saw an old man flying from a distance. His heart jolted. He was facing a stronger expert. What's more, he recognized the person. This was an elder he had noticed before in Huang City. Are you sure you can stop me? The old man sneered. Chapter 344, The City Lord's Banquet. Senior Shui, I know that if you insist on forcing your way in, I definitely won't be able to stop you. However, please think carefully. Once you do, it will be considered a declaration of war against the Heike division. The consequences of this will be unbearable, not just for you personally, but even for the Shui family. Wang Qinian wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't just bluffing. Without even mentioning the mighty Heike division, the elder within the Great Green Mountain itself gave him more than enough confidence. I wasn't raised to be easily intimidated. Though saying this, he did halt his steps. If he were a lone wolf with no attachments, he wouldn't be afraid. But he did have people to protect. Wang Qinian, you're truly fortunate. The heavenly passage phenomenon just now, was that the scene of an activation of a teleportation array? Assisting the nation in activating a teleportation array would be a feat sufficient for you to rise to prominence, perhaps even earning direct recognition from the holy ancestor himself. The old man said with a touch of envy and testing in his tone. The heavenly passage phenomenon. A teleportation array? Senior, you're sure it was a teleportation array? Wang Qinian asked curiously. You don't know? The elder became puzzled. Wang Qinian gave a wry smile and said, Senior, forgive my ignorance. I only just arrived myself. This Great Green Mountain has already been purchased by a senior from Jing Country. If it truly is a teleportation array, then it's that senior who must have set it up. What? Jing Country? This time the old man was even more shocked. Wang Qinian, you are after all a citizen of Wei, and part of the Heike division. How can you allow someone from Jing Country to set up a teleportation array in our territory? Don't you fear that their army might suddenly invade, which could pose a great danger to our Wei Country? The elder warned him. Senior, what if that senior happens to be a Shanhei realm cultivator, and not just a first-stage Shanhei cultivator either? Wang Qinian gave another helpless smile. At this, the old man immediately fell silent. If that person was indeed a Shanhei realm cultivator? Under such a circumstance, there would definitely be no way to stop them. Even the ancestor of the Shui family behind him wouldn't be able to do anything but lower his tail and submit, let alone himself. Since you understand the situation, then what does this senior plan to do inside the Great Green Mountain? The old man asked. Just at that moment, many more people arrived one after another, causing Wang Qinian to feel greatly pressured. I will be attending the banquet at the city lord's residence tonight. If any of you still have questions, I will explain everything tonight at the banquet. For now, please all disperse. Su Pingyan's voice suddenly arrived. Everyone heard it, but although others didn't know about the speaker's cultivation level, Wang Qinian did. Instantly, he felt delighted. Yes, senior. Wang Qinian respectfully bowed towards the valley, then turned to address the crowd. The Great Green Mountain has already been sold to a senior from Jing Country. The senior's words from just now, you all heard as well. Please go your separate ways now. If you want to learn more, you may approach Lord Li and see if you can be invited to tonight's banquet. He knew that once Li Heng received the news, tonight's banquet wouldn't be held on a small scale, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to participate at all. Thus, it essentially acted as a filter. Then I shall take my leave first, the elder said, taking the girl with him as he departed. Grandpa, that voice from just now sounded very young. Are you sure it was really a Shanhei realm cultivator? The girl asked curiously. Wang Qinian wouldn't dare lie. The old man replied helplessly. Although Wangqing usually had a curfew at night, tonight was different, especially at the city lord's residence, which was illuminated with lights and bustling with activity. Within the vast hall, quite a number of people had already arrived. The anomaly in the Great Green Mountain. I've combed through many ancient texts, and it highly resembles the legendary heavenly passage phenomenon caused by activating a teleportation array. Tell me, do you think there might really be a teleportation array activated there? Someone whispered to his acquaintance. What do you mean by heavenly passage phenomenon? Someone else asked puzzled. The so-called heavenly passage phenomenon refers to when the teleportation array is activated, connecting the laws of heaven and earth, tearing open dimensions. Any place within its range containing another teleportation array can then interconnect with each other. A knowledgeable person explained. I see. But now we still don't know whether this teleportation array is newly built, or an ancient one being reactivated. It's probably newly built. After all, we've never heard of a teleportation array in Wei Country before, let alone in a small city like Guangzhou. Well, not necessarily. From a fragmented ancient history I once read, I remember that this area used to be very prosperous indeed. To the east stretched endless plains. But later on, due to a great battle between gods, the god-sundering mountains were formed, separating the two regions. If that's the case, then even if there was a teleportation array, it must date back to the ancient era. After such a long time, how could it still function? I'd rather believe it's newly built. After all, from what Wang Baihu of the Heike division said, someone has already bought the Great Green Mountain, and it was a senior from Jing Country. On the main seat within the banquet hall, Lord Baihu, Master Su hasn't arrived yet. Do you really think he will honor the city lord's mansion tonight? Li Heng whispered beside him, somewhat nervously. Although everyone had come as guests to the city lord's residence, quite a few transforming fate realm experts had arrived today. People he absolutely couldn't offend. Therefore, the banquet was essentially just borrowing his venue, and he himself didn't play that important a role. The one mainly hosting the banquet was still Wang Qinyan. If the senior said he would come, then he definitely will. What's the rush? Wang Qinyan frowned slightly. Oh. Li Heng helplessly sighed. Just at that moment, Zhao Qian, who was standing guard at the main entrance, became excited, because he saw Su Pingyan slowly walking toward them. Previously, he had only thought this person was just some young noble from a prominent family in Jing country. However, from the city lord himself, he had learned more important information. This man was personally a Shanhei realm cultivator. He was likely an upper-tier figure even within Jing country itself. After all, Jing country was merely a dukedom-level vassal state. Its strongest experts probably didn't exceed the high ranks of Shanhei realm, and it wasn't certain whether they had even reached the Heavenly Ascendant realm, since breaking through to the Heavenly Ascendant was extremely difficult. Only vassal states at the Marquis level or higher could certainly have experts of the Heavenly Ascendant realm presiding over them. Senior, you've arrived. Zhao Qian respectfully stepped forward. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Su Pingyan smiled slightly, giving Zhao Qian the feeling of a gentle spring breeze. Here, this is for you. Saying that, Su Pingyan tossed a pill to the other man. Now that his identity had already been exposed, he saw no need to feign modesty anymore. If he were a true expert, he should act like one. This is... Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment, then became shocked. This is a marrow-purifying pill. It's just an upper-tier marrow-purifying pill. You're currently at the late stage of the third layer of the marrow-purifying realm, right? It should help you break through. Su Pingyan said casually. This pill wasn't created by himself, nor by the Chen Kunding. It had been made by a grade 3 alchemist from Huaxia. After all, anything made by the Chen Kunding was of perfect quality. Thank you, senior. Zhao Qian became even more excited. He had only stayed at the entrance gate because hardly anyone else recognized Su Pingyan, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected blessing. If he could receive such rewards every time, he wouldn't mind standing at the main entrance day after day. Even becoming a husband-waiting stone would be worth it. Chapter 345, Banquet Q&A. The moment Su Pingyan arrived, the news had already been reported inside. Many people came out to greet him immediately. They just happened to witness that scene, and many of them cast envious glances at Zhao Qian, especially the local aristocratic families and wealthy elites from Wild City. As for the experts who had come from elsewhere, though they were shocked, they didn't lose their composure. After all, they were already in the refinement transformation realm, so a marrow-washing pill held no use for them. Still, the marrow-washing pill was extremely valuable, and even they couldn't casually bestow it upon others. Senior, this is Wang Baihu of the Black Riders, and this is our Wild City's Lord Li Chengzhu, Zhao Qian introduced to Su Pingyan. Wang Qinyan greets Senior. Wang Qinyan bowed respectfully. Li Heng greets Senior. Li Heng also bowed. This was the proper treatment for a cultivator of great strength. Others looked at each other in surprise, though many also followed with bows of their own. Only a few arrogant individuals simply stood there, since they hadn't truly witnessed Su Pingyan's power. Su Pingyan himself was unperturbed. No need to be so formal. Senior, please, Li Heng quickly invited. Soon, Su Pingyan took the seat of honor. It was a round table seating 5 people. Su Pingyan, Wang Qinyan, Li Heng, an elderly man, and a young girl. Senior, this gentleman is Master Xuemu Bai, from the Xue clan, one of the 3 top hereditary noble families in our nation. He is the second elder of the Xue family, Wang Qinyan explained. The old man couldn't help but look Wang Qinyan over more carefully. He hadn't expected the other to figure out his identity so quickly. Truly, the Black Riders were no ordinary force. This one, before Wang Qinyan could introduce the girl, he was abruptly interrupted by her. I'll introduce myself. I'm Xue Ying, and this is my grandfather. Big brother, you look really young. Are you really a realm expert at the level of Sage Jing they've been talking about? Xue Ying asked curiously, eyes wide. Inger, don't be impolite. Xuemu Bai was startled. He tugged at Xue Ying's sleeve and then raised his fists towards Su Pingyan apologetically. My granddaughter is ignorant of etiquette. Please don't take offense, senior. No harm done. She's actually quite innocent and cute, and I prefer the term big brother. Su Pingyan smiled slightly, clearly not bothered at all. As for his cultivation level, he did not answer. It was part of his secret cards. How could he reveal it casually to others? Senior, this, Xuemu Bai twitched at the corner of his mouth. What did he mean by liking being called big brother? If Inger called him big brother, but he himself still called him senior, wouldn't that completely mess up the generational order? We each have our own ways, Su Pingyan said casually. I know what all of you are here for today, Su Pingyan said in a calm tone. Everyone in the hall heard him clearly. The entire hall was completely silent. Only his voice echoed. I won't waste time with you all either. I'm here for business. Business. The crowd was shocked. This was an answer they had never anticipated. Senior, are you talking about acquiring the insect beasts from the Godfall Mountains? Someone asked. Many of them had come here precisely to profit from hunting these insect beasts, or they were sent by powerful factions specifically for purchasing the corpses of these beasts. That's only part of it. Apart from the insect beasts, we want all kinds of cultivation resources, mineral deposits, and any valuable items. At the same time, we will also provide for sale specialties from Jing Kingdom and even further regions, as well as some exclusive products from my Su family. Su Pingyan simply explained, effectively preparing them for what was coming. After all, many advanced technological goods from Huaxiao would surely appear here in the future. The group was silent, even confused. For instance, the young girl Shui Ying at the same table was the first to voice her curiosity. Big brother, shouldn't you go to the county town or the capital to do business? At the very least, it should be a prosperous city. This wild city is so remote and sparsely populated. I'm afraid it's hard to make much money here. Cough, cough. What she said caused Li Heng considerable embarrassment. He was, after all, the city lord of Wild City. But he also dared not offend this little miss, so he could only pretend not to hear. We'll go to other places too. Wild City is just our first stop. Originally, I had come to Wei Kingdom to choose a location. Well, just recently I heard about the news regarding the Godfall Mountains, so I decided Wild City was where we'd set up first. Su Ping'an explained. His reasoning seemed sound enough. Oh, I see. I'm really looking forward to the goods Senior spoke of. I wonder when we'll be able to buy them and what the prices will be. Someone else asked. Hee, no need to rush. Once the goods arrive, everyone will naturally know. Su Ping'an replied with a slightly mysterious tone. Senior, may I ask if the anomaly in Daming Mountain was caused by the activation of a teleportation portal? A comparatively bold young man stood up and respectfully asked. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone wanted to know the answer, but none dared to voice it. They couldn't help but admire the young man before them for being so daring. That's right. I indeed set up a new teleportation array connected to my family estate. I've already purchased Daqing Mountain, along with a valley, a hill, and a plain, Su Ping'an said without any attempt to hide the facts. In the future, we will build cultivation caves in Daqing Mountain and construct a villa resort area. Everyone here is welcome to visit. Additionally, we will establish a marketplace on that plain to engage in trade with the entire Wei Kingdom, Su Ping'an continued. He planned to set up a spirit gathering formation in Daqing Mountain to draw in surrounding spiritual energy, attracting cultivation experts from other realms to rent the caves for practice. As for that villa resort area, it would only serve high-end customers. Making money was just one aspect. The other was to raise standards, filter potential partners, build an interest-based community, and keep Huaxia as behind the scenes as possible. It was currently the best strategy to let people from this world stay in the spotlight. Senior, I've heard teleportation arrays are extremely convenient for transportation. May I ask whether you plan to open them to the public or build more teleportation arrays within Wei Kingdom? Someone else inquired. There may be plans for that in the future. However, the materials required to build teleportation arrays are extremely scarce, so let's talk about that later. Also, the teleportation arrays might eventually be open to the public, but not in the short term, Su Ping'an clarified. May I ask, Senior, what exactly are the required materials for constructing a teleportation array? If we prepare them, would you be willing to construct one for us? Someone suddenly asked, and as soon as the words were out, many people's breathing became tense and rapid. This was a teleportation array after all. Forget about how much money it might earn. Just the fact that your household owns one would command immense prestige and influence. Hee, as long as you provide 2 portions of the required materials, I can help construct one for you, Su Ping'an said, making his terms quite clear. The hearts of those present leapt with joy. Charging 1 portion as payment was entirely reasonable. As long as he was willing to do it, that was all that mattered. Chapter 346, Establishing a Market. As for the materials, let's not talk about that for now. Later, once our Su family's market is established and the Qingshan Hot Spring Resort is built, we will announce details to our selected members, Su Ping'an said. Without waiting for others to ask further questions, he continued. Alright, let's stop here for today. I have other matters to attend to. Once the market is completed, everyone is welcome to visit. Without waiting for anyone to try to stop him, he immediately performed a teleportation and disappeared without a trace, without even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. This action startled everyone, especially those seated at the main table, who felt the impact most keenly. No trace of energy fluctuation at all. How powerful. His cultivation level must be higher than we estimated. No less than the 4th stage of Shanajing, Shui Mubai remarked. Senior Shui, what makes you say that? Wang Qinyan asked in confusion. I once had the fortune of seeing the Holy Ancestor teleporting in front of me, but not nearly this effortless. That was over 1,000 years ago, and at that time, the Holy Ancestor's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of the 3rd Shanajing, Shui Mubai explained. Incredible. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At the same time, many people unintentionally learned a key piece of information, that 1,000 years ago, the Holy Ancestor had already been at the mid-stage of the 3rd Shanajing. What level had he reached now? 500 years ago, why had the Holy Ancestor passed on the throne and secluded himself to cultivate? Had he reached the final stage of the 3rd Shanajing and hit a bottleneck? And if so, had he broken through now? Su Ping'an, however, had no idea about what happened after he left. After returning to the valley, he immediately used the teleportation array to return to Tianxi Plains, then directly went back to Lanqing and to the capital. He knew the Chancellor must have been waiting anxiously. Just like that, another month passed. The books Su Ping'an brought back had already been organized by the experts. Meanwhile, the upper echelons had developed a basic understanding of the Wanhua continent, particularly of the Kingdom of Wei. Inside the central meeting room of the capital, the Chancellor once again gathered everyone for a meeting. Today's meeting has only one topic, something I believe everyone already knows. Now, let's welcome Xiao Su to give us a general introduction to the civilization of this other world, the Chancellor began. Su Ping'an stood up without hesitation and started introducing the details. Firstly, based on the information I gathered from some ancient texts from the other side, the area, including the Tianxi Plains, is collectively known as the Wanhua continent. However, due to the obstruction of the God-fallen mountains, Tianxi Plains became a legendary forbidden land that they cannot cross over. Su Pingyan first provided an overview. Secondly, whether there are indeed 10,000 countries on the Wangwa continent is still unknown. But what we do know is that a feudal system exists there. Based on available information, the highest political entity is the empire. The empire grants fiefdoms to vassal states, with the most significant being the kingdoms governed by princes. Then come the 5 noble ranks: duke, marquis, count, viscount, and baron. Each rank is further divided into 3 sub-ranks, third being the lowest and first the highest. This resembles the Zhou dynasty in our ancient China. After we crossed the God-fallen mountains, we entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wei, which is a first-tier barony state under the Great Chu Empire. As to whether there are any other empires outside the Great Chu Empire, or even higher-level states above the empire, we currently don't know. At present, the Great Chu Empire consists of approximately a few hundred vassal states. Finally, regarding the Kingdom of Wei, Su Pingyan briefly outlined the political system, aristocratic titles, administrative divisions, population, and all the other information he had to the audience. I have already purchased a piece of land in Wei and plan to renovate it, especially to build a market town to engage in trade with the civilization of this other world. In this past month, progress has been fast. It is estimated that in a little over 2 more months, the market town, resort area, caves, and the valley will all be fully renovated and completed. That's all I wanted to say. After Su Pingyan finished speaking, he sat back down. You've all heard what Su had to say. Now it's time for all of you to speak freely. Previously, everyone was concerned about not understanding this other civilization and not knowing how to deal with it. Now that we know, I'd like to hear your opinions. The Chancellor once again turned his gaze toward the audience and asked, based on the information we've received from Su Pingyan, the Great Chu Empire remains too mysterious. Its territory is vast, its population unknown, and we have absolutely no idea how many powerful individuals or armies they possess. But the fact that these kings are all infested by the Emperor of Great Chu means they are able to maintain contact with the central authority. If they see us as a threat and report our presence directly, sending their powerful experts, wouldn't we be in great danger? Even if they can't directly threaten us, we might completely lose access to the Wangwa continent. Therefore, I believe the current plan proposed by Su Pingyan is the best one available. We need to infiltrate their society from the inside. For now, we can pose as people from Jinghua and engage in commercial exchanges with them. We can use profit to win over some local powers to act as our representatives while we remain hidden in the shadows. After all, what we truly desire are various resources. Although Jinghua is far away, once our business grows, it will be easy for us to be exposed, someone expressed concern. That's a matter for the future. Also, we will already be operating from the background. Even if someone suspects us, what can they do? We can simply claim to be from another country. By then, we'll already be a community of shared interests, and they will help protect our relationships. For now, there's no problem following Su Pingyan's plan. Later on, we can go to Jinghua first and control a prominent family from behind the scenes, pushing that family forward to represent us. This way, we can effectively resolve our current identity issues. Sai, hiding behind the scenes and acting so secretly doesn't really suit the Chinese character. Chinese safety must always come first. Now that we have just started contacting this other world and still know very little about them, stepping forward directly would make us a target. Once we have sufficient understanding and strength in the future, there's nothing wrong with stepping into the spotlight. We could even tell them directly that we come from another world. After further discussion, everyone finally agreed to adopt Su Pingyan's plan, relying on the Kingdom of Wei and the ruined city, gradually implementing our strategies. The first step was to construct a market town, conducting trade with them, building more contact, and accumulating experience. Now that we want to engage in trade, what will we trade with them? Which goods should we use? A senior elder asked. Chapter 347 Weidu. We can use some low-cost industrial products. In short, items that the other side doesn't have or are scarce there, yet are cheap and readily available on our side, should be our main export products. In exchange, we will acquire cultivation resources, and so on. The Ministry of Commerce should send people to conduct field research as soon as possible. Additionally, compile all the goods available in our country and worldwide. You have 2 months until the market is nearly complete. Prepare specific goods by then. Initially, there's no need for all of them, but prepare at least 10 high-value premium products. Just one principle. Any goods bearing the name of Huaxia must be top quality, the Chief Minister said. Chief Minister, in order to avoid exposing Huaxia, we can't brand our goods as Huaxia, Su Pingyan reminded. When I left, I named that previously unnamed valley Yanhuang Valley. Let's just use Yanhuang then. Let's name the market Yanhuang Market, the Merchant Guild, Yanhuang Merchant Guild, and brand all our goods under Yanhuang. What do you think? Su Pingyan suddenly suggested. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then nodded one after another, all thinking this was a good idea. Yanhuang. Acceptable. The Chief Minister thought briefly and then nodded in agreement. Weidu, the capital of the state of Wei, was a massive city covering an area of 50 square kilometers. The city was highly prosperous, with a population nearing 600,000, making it the most populous city within the state of Wei. The Empire of Chu imposed various restrictions on the vassal states regarding the sizes of their capitals. The royal capital was limited to 3,000 square kilometers. The capitals of the ducal states were respectively 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000 square kilometers. The capitals of the marquis states were 500, 600, and 700 square kilometers. The capitals of the Count states were 150, 200, and 250 square kilometers. The capitals of the Viscount states were 60, 80, and 100 square kilometers. The capitals of the Baron states were 30, 40, and 50 square kilometers. Inside the luxurious and grand palace of Weidu, a middle-aged man dressed in black walked briskly into the largest hall with a cold expression. Please trouble Director Yu to announce my arrival. I have an urgent matter to report, the man in black said respectfully. The person before him was someone close to the king, wielding immense power within the palace. Offending him carelessly would easily result in quiet retaliation that one could barely endure. Wait, Director Yu said, and then turned and entered the hall, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Ji Chun, the Commander-in-Chief of the Black Cavalry Division, requests an audience. Let him in. Yes, sir. He says the king has summoned you in. Director Yu hurried out and said, Thank you, Director. Ji Chun replied, then swiftly entered the grand hall. Your Majesty, this is an urgent message from Huangqing in Wuzhong County. Extremely urgent. Ji Chun respectfully presented a letter. Huangqing, the man sitting behind a desk reviewing official documents, was also a middle-aged man, dressed in an imperial robe. He was King Weixiong of Wei, the highest-ranking person after the Holy Ancestor, and the acknowledged ruler of the state. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Isn't that the border city near the Godfall Mountains? Could something have happened again in the Godfall Mountains? Previously, an incident had already occurred there, but it had merely involved the occasional appearance of insect beasts from within the mountains, drawing many adventurers, but nothing that warranted much attention from the state. Your Majesty, it is indeed that city. However, this time, the problem does not lie in the Godfall Mountains themselves. A powerful cultivator possibly at the mountain and river stage has appeared there. He claims to be from Jing Kingdom, has purchased a plot of land outside the city, set up a teleportation formation, and plans to build a market there for trade with our Wei Kingdom. Ji Chun concisely summarized the incident at Huangqing. A mountain and river stage expert? Weixiong immediately grew serious. No mountain and river stage expert was someone they could provoke recklessly, considering that the kingdom itself only had 2 cultivators of that stage securing the realm. Offending such a person, even if their strength was not equal to the Holy Ancestors, could bring disastrous consequences. What if the expert had friends, elders, or patrons who could retaliate? If you offend a junior, the elders may come in return. How could they handle that? Such tragic events had occurred before. Mighty experts must never be humiliated, and thus they always approach such individuals with utmost caution. Why do you say he is possibly of that stage? Don't we have confirmation? King Weixiong asked calmly after a moment. Your Majesty, it's because he did not personally claim to be a mountain and river stage cultivator, and none of our experts could verify his status. However, he displayed teleportation ability and emitted minimal spiritual pressure. At the time, the second elder of the Shui family was present, and he personally stated that the cultivator's cultivation was no less than the 4th level of the mountain and river stage. Ji Chun answered. What? 4th level and above? This time, Weixiong was so shocked that he stood straight up. Even among the mountain and river stage cultivators, the gap between each level was immense. The 4th level was already considered middle tier within this stage. As the sovereign, he knew some information unknown to others. For example, he knew that the Holy Ancestor had successfully to 400 years ago, reaching the 4th level of the mountain and river stage. However, in the 400 years since, his cultivation had only barely reached the pinnacle of the 4th level before hitting another bottleneck. One could say that advancing even a single level within the mountain and river stage was extremely difficult. The Holy Ancestor was already the greatest foundation and strongest expert of the Wei Kingdom, although there were 3 other mountain and river stage experts. Only one of them was a member of the royal family, and his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 1st level of the mountain and river stage. The other 2 belonged to the 100 Flowers sect. The Supreme Elder was relatively manageable, since the Queen was the previous Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers sect. Being the daughter of the Supreme Elder, he was practically family. However, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the 3rd level of the mountain and river stage. As for the other guest elder from the 100 Flowers sect, though his cultivation was not low, at the early stage of the 2nd level of the mountain and river stage, his loyalty was questionable. He followed orders when convenient, but refused to answer direct summons. King Weixiong couldn't command him directly. If a cultivator surpassing the 4th level of the mountain and river stage had truly appeared in Huangqing, he wouldn't believe that his purpose in coming to the Wei Kingdom was simply business. There was only one thing in Huangqing that could attract such a person. Weixiong had already figured it out. It must be the recent incident in the Godfall Mountains that had drawn the expert here. He was definitely after the Godfall Mountains. Thinking of this, he slightly relaxed. As long as the cultivator wasn't here to target the Wei Kingdom itself, it would be fine. Who is the current city lord of Huangqing? Weixiong asked. Your Majesty, his name is Li Hong. Additionally, due to the situation there, our Black Cavalry Division has also dispatched a centurion to reside there. Ji Chun replied. What is the name of that centurion? Weixiong asked again. Wang Qinian. Him. The king clearly knew the name. If Wang Qinian had known about this, he would surely be delighted, since it was rare for the sovereign to remember his name. He is relatively cautious in his work, so I can feel assured about him. King Weixiong nodded slightly, then continued. Maintain the current situation. Notify Li Hong and Wang Qinian. As long as nothing betrays the Wei Kingdom, they should accommodate him as much as possible. At the same time, investigate carefully. I need to know his true purpose. Yes. Ji Chun bowed in acceptance. Chapter 348. Cultivating spiritual power is easy. Comprehending the laws is difficult. After Jichen left, Wei Xiang had no mood to go through the court memorials anymore. He paced back and forth in the grand hall, showing that his mind was far from calm. Over the next month, he inquired of Jichen every day about the changes occurring in the remote Wangcheng region. Gradually, his expression became increasingly peculiar. Could it really be that they're building a market district? Are they actually planning to do business? Wei Xiang murmured doubtfully to himself. After a long pause, he finally made a decision. He left the hall and headed toward the farthest point of the palace. At the back stood a mountain. Respectfully, he bowed toward the direction of the mountain, saying, "Great ancestor grandfather, your great-grandson has urgent matters to report. Come in." In the next instant, Wei Xiang disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was inside a palace at the mountain's peak. However, this palace was different from the ones in the imperial palace. It was simple and unassuming. "Congratulations to the great ancestor. Your divine cultivation has taken another step forward," Wei Xiang said respectfully. At this moment, where was the regal authority of a monarch? He resembled a dutiful grandson before his grandfather. Cultivating spiritual power is easy. Comprehending the laws is difficult, Wei Tianming sighed. He remained at the 4th stage of the Shanhe realm, but his comprehension of the Chuji space law at the 5th stage had deepened slightly. Given time, within 300 years, he would surely grasp the Chuji space law at the 5th stage, thus breaking through to the next level. "All right, you sought me out. What urgent matter has occurred?" Wei Tianming stopped his musing and asked. "Great ancestor grandfather, this is basically what's happened recently. Right now, I can't determine that person's true strength, nor do I know how best to respond, so I've come seeking your guidance." With that, Wei Xiang explained everything, including the situation regarding Wangcheng. Upon hearing mention of a person possibly being at the 4th stage of the Shanhe realm or above, even Wei Tianming's usually expressionless face changed. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Don't worry just yet. If that person truly possessed cultivation at the 4th stage of the Shanhe realm or higher and harbored intentions toward our Wei state, they would have come straight to the capital city, not gone to the distant Wangcheng on the border. Moreover, even if they did have ulterior motives, they wouldn't dare act openly, for you are a recognized vassal lord under the Great Shu Empire. Any direct attack on you would draw the attention of the emperor. Therefore, either their objectives lie elsewhere, or they must scheme in secrecy. Either way, we have time to prepare." These words from Wei Tianming eased Wei Xiang's anxious heart somewhat. "Indeed, great ancestor grandfather. You proceed as normal. I shall go to Wangcheng myself and meet this person," Wei Tianming said again. "This, great ancestor grandfather, you are the pillar of our Wei state. What if that person means harm?" Wei Xiang didn't continue his sentence fully, but his meaning was clear. Should anything happen to Wei Tianming, the nation itself wouldn't necessarily collapse. After all, there was another Shanhe realm expert guarding the royal family. However, the surrounding countries might grow restless. After all, Wei state's expansion had taken many cities from those neighbors. The mere existence of Wei Tianming was enough to keep their high-ups from taking direct action. The powers merely let their armies settle things at the lower levels. If Wei Tianming were to fall, the neighboring nations would no longer be as willing to keep peace. "Don't worry. As I said, if that person could kill me, they could simply come to the capital to do so. And if they can't kill me or have no desire to become an enemy of Wei state, then this may actually present an opportunity for us. Gaining an ally brings more options." If the person standing before him weren't his great-grandson, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to explain. "Great ancestor grandfather, if we simply want to establish contact, I can send someone else in your place. You needn't go in person, need you?" Wei Xiang remained uneasy. Wei Tianming was his source of confidence. As long as the latter remained, his throne was as solid as a mountain. If Wei Tianming were to suffer some misfortune, then the future of Wei state would be uncertain. "I must go in person. Only then can we demonstrate our sincerity and attitude," Wei Tianming replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for objection. Seeing this, Wei Xiang opened his mouth as if to say something, but eventually lowered his head without speaking further. A Shanhe realm expert himself, for Wei Tianming, crossing into Wangcheng territory was no great feat with instantaneous travel. He soon arrived at Wangcheng. Looking down upon Wangcheng from the skies, Wei Tianming couldn't help but sigh with nostalgia. It had been thousands of years since he first conquered this place. At the Black Riders Division's encampment at the southwest corner of Wangcheng, Wei Tianming's voice rang out with authority. "Wang Qinian, come forth and meet me." Wang Qinian, who had been meditating, heard the voice and shot to his feet, his face filled with shock. He quickly walked to the door and knelt in utmost reverence, saying, "I humbly greet the great ancestor." He had once had the rare fortune of seeing the great ancestor in person and had heard his voice. Just that one time had left an impression that he would never forget for his entire life. "Rise. What I'm doing here must not be made public," Wei Tianming reminded. "Yes, Your Excellency, I understand." Wang Qinian nodded promptly. "Send a message to the Dazhongshan region. I wish to meet with that person there," Wei Tianming directly ordered. He could have gone directly himself, but after some consideration, he decided against it, for doing so would leave no room for buffer. If Wang Qinian went first, it would be better. If the other party was willing to meet, that would be ideal. If not, there would still be room for maneuver. Yes, Wang Qinian didn't think much of it, and simply prepared to carry out the order immediately. Within the Yanhuang Valley of Dazhongshan, Captain Shan, someone is requesting an audience from outside the mountain. He claims to be Baihu Wang Qinian of the Black Riders Division, a subordinate soldier reported. It had already been more than a month since the purchase of Dazhongshan. Inside the valley, basic infrastructure and living quarters had already been constructed and completed. They were divided into 5 major sections: the Beidou Zone, the Portal Zone, the Storage Zone, the Administrative Zone, and the Fortified District. The Beidou Zone was where the 7-star Beidou Squad and their reservists lived and cultivated. It also served as the combat and command center of Yanhuang Valley. According to Su Ping'an's instructions, this place would be under the responsibility of the 7-star Beidou Squad for the foreseeable future. The Portal Zone housed the teleportation formation and its surrounding area. The Storage Zone was the designated storage area established by Huaxia, with large warehouses, many of which contained spatial storage chambers, sufficient to hold vast quantities of items. The Administrative Zone was where the staff who worked here resided. The Fortified District was located at the valley's entrance, where a full squad from the Yanhuang Legion had been stationed to ensure security. In short, Yanhuang Valley had become the core base of Huaxia here. Outsiders and irrelevant personnel were not allowed entry. It's him. Chenyu slightly nodded. I'll go and meet him. After all, he had reached the 7th stage of the Shanhe realm, a level with no equals in the entire Wei state. Chapter 349, Yanhuang Market. About 5 kilometers outside of Yanhuang Valley, on a flat plain, construction was underway at a feverish pace. A market unlike anything the people of Wei country could ever imagine was being built before their eyes, day by day. Wang Qinian, having returned to this area once again, stared at the rising buildings, especially the workers from the construction corps, and he couldn't help but gasp inwardly once more. And for good reason. Every single one of these workers was a transcendent cultivator. Looking as far as the eye could see, there were at least 3,000 such people. It was simply unbelievable. After all, in Wei country, only the Black Riders Division and the Royal Guard consisted of transcendent cultivators. Beyond that, no other forces were organized on such a scale. The Black Riders numbered just over 2,000 across 2 battalions, and the Imperial Guards were only around 3,000 in total. Yet whether it was the Black Riders or the Imperial Guards, they were all seen as lofty and powerful in Wei country. And yet, here were people reduced to mere construction workers, who, in Wei, were considered lowly laborers. It was truly unfathomable. As Wang was lost in his thoughts, a figure suddenly teleported right in front of him. This, a Sage Realm cultivator. Wang was once again shocked, stepping back several paces in fright before steadying himself. May I ask what business the elder has here? Wang asked politely, regardless of who the person was. Showing respect never hurt, especially towards someone so strong. Isn't it you who's been looking for the head of this project? That would be me, Chenyu said. I was looking for Master Su. Before Wang could finish speaking, he suddenly realized this man was likely of the same clan as Master Su. At that thought, he became even more astonished. An aristocratic family with at least 2 Sage Realm experts? How incredibly extravagant. No wonder the Marquisate states were different. Elder, our holy ancestor heard that Master Su has arrived in our Wei country and wishes to pay a visit. May I ask if Master Su has time? Wang finally said, summoning his courage. Master Su had some urgent matters and returned first. I am in charge here temporarily. Chenyu remained cordial in his tone. Since this is your land, it's natural for your holy ancestor to pay a visit, but it will be me he meets, not Master Su. Do you find that acceptable? It's acceptable. Wang naturally didn't dare refuse. Very well. We still have over a month before the construction finishes. At that time, I will personally invite your holy ancestor to visit, to tour the market complex and meet with me. You can just pass that message back. Chenyu added after a moment's thought. Now is not a good time to receive a guest. It simply wouldn't align with the customs of Huaxia. But when everything was ready, an invitation would not only show his sincerity, but also allow the holy ancestor to witness the market's offerings himself. What better marketing could there be than a royal endorsement? Yes, I shall deliver the message at once. Wang nodded fervently. After Wang left, he immediately returned to Huang City and relayed the information to the holy ancestor, Wei Tianming. Wei Tianming frowned. Another Sage Realm expert? Are you certain? Holy ancestor, I personally saw him teleport before my eyes, Wang replied truthfully. He had only witnessed the teleportation. He wasn't entirely sure whether the person had indeed been at the Sage Realm. Very well. What's another month? I'm growing even more curious about their intentions. Wei exhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment and curiosity. For someone who had lived over 6,000 years, a single month was nothing. Merely the blink of an eye if he entered deep meditation. As Wang left, Chenyu wasted no time informing Su Ping'an of the situation via the Hongmeng wristband. At this time, Su Ping'an was still in the Shenlong villa, staying with Yi Xinran. I didn't expect that the holy ancestor had already taken notice and came in person. It seems the pressure we've given them has been quite intense. Su Ping'an smiled lightly. Ping'an, you do realize this is the founding emperor of another civilization, right? Aren't you going to meet him? Yi Xinran, sitting nearby, naturally overheard. Su Ping'an had made no effort to hide anything from her. Do you want to see this foreign world for yourself? Su suddenly asked. Of course I do. Ye's eyes sparkled as she tightly embraced Su, planting a kiss on him. Will you take me along with you? Certainly. But first, let me check your cultivation progress. Su replied, pulling her into a tighter hug and moving toward the bed. Oh, it's still daytime. Yi blushed. Daylight is even better. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Earth, this foreign world, and the city of Huang had all gone through tremendous changes. The most noticeable change for the city of Huang was the Daqing Mountains. At the foot of the majestic Daqing Mountains rose a grand and bizarre market complex, a place that, while strange, radiated immense prestige. Within the rear palace of the Huang imperial residence in the capital city, holy ancestor grandfather, I received news from Huang City. The invitation from Yanhuang Valley has arrived. They're inviting you to the official opening of the Yanhuang market 3 days from now. Wei Xiong, having received the report from the Black Riders Division, immediately informed Wei Tianming. Oh, only 3 days' notice? Besides inviting me, did they invite anyone else? Wei Tianming asked. According to the report from the Black Riders Division, all the minor and major factions inside Huang City, as well as those forces that had already arrived in Huang City, have received their invitations over the past 2 days, Wei Xiong replied truthfully. There aren't more than a few stray cats and dogs inside Huang City. Since they're doing this, I might as well help them out a bit. Let Wang Qinian know and ask if they need me to help spread the word. Invite even more noble families and factions from Wei country to attend. Wei Tianming mused, then said, Yes, holy ancestor. Wei Xiong didn't dare to object. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Huang City was lively, and so was the central conference room in the capital city. The difference was, the former was genuinely bustling, while the latter was watching the live broadcast with great interest, occasionally offering commentary and opinions. Outside the Yanhuang market, no city wall had been built. However, to prevent people from sneaking in from all directions, wooden fences had been constructed, decorated with all sorts of flowers, and surrounded by protective formations. Unless one entered through the main gate, they would be forcibly repelled by the formation and alert the related formation guardians of Huaxia. Looking from above, the Yanhuang market was a perfect square covering 4 kilometers on each side, encircled by a ring of blooming flowers. The main gate faced the east. At the entrance, 100 meters wide, stood a massive arch made of moonlight jade, bearing 4 grand characters on it. Yanhuang market. Moonlight jade could absorb the moonlight at night and emit a soft glow. It was extremely rare and precious, worth more than low-grade spirit stones. In fact, the value of the moonlight jade used just to construct this arch was nearly 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. It should be noted that the total cost of purchasing the entire Daqing Mountain and the surrounding land had not even reached 40,000 spirit stones. Needless to say, this alone clearly demonstrated Huaxia's extraordinary wealth. It was like explicitly telling everyone, we are rich, but if you're thinking of pulling any tricks, better think twice and consider whether your strength is sufficient enough. Chapter 350, First Appearance in Another World. Under the archway, Su Pingyan stood with Yi Xinran by his side, both dressed in splendid attire. Qin Yu's Big Dipper squad was also present in full. Senior Su, this is our nation's holy ancestor. Wang Qinian introduced to Su Pingyan. Holy ancestor, this is Senior Jinghua who purchased Dazhong Mountain. From the Wei Kingdom, Wei Tianming. Wei Tianming took the initiative to bow respectfully, without the slightest trace of arrogance. The moment he arrived, he had been deeply impressed. It wasn't just because of the moonlight jade, but also because of the 7 people around Su Pingyan, and especially the woman beside him. Each of them was a realm of rivers and mountains expert. The woman shocked him greatly, not because of her appearance, but due to her cultivation level of the 3rd major stage of the realm of rivers and mountains, which he could indeed sense. However, she was the only one whose power he could detect. The other 7 exuded immense pressure, clearly possessing strength surpassing his own. More importantly, all 8 seemed to be under the leadership of this young man before him, a youth from whom he could sense no fluctuations of spiritual energy or pressure whatsoever. Yet from Wang Qinian, he had confirmed that the young man could teleport instantly. That left only one possibility. This man's spiritual energy was completely restrained inward, a sign typically associated with the Transcendent Saint stage. Had he reached the Transcendent Saint stage? Could Jinghua actually have a Transcendent Saint expert, one he had never heard of before? Or perhaps it was some technique used to mask one's aura? He didn't know, but there was one thing he was absolutely certain of. If this group, they could only be treated with friendship, not hostility. Su Pingyan from Huang Valley. Su Pingyan also bowed politely, showing neither arrogance nor inferiority, appearing very amiable. He only mentioned that he was from Huang Valley and did not refer to himself as being from Jinghua. Thank you, holy ancestor, for personally attending the opening ceremony of Huang Market. Also, thank you for promoting our market. I believe today will not disappoint you. Please, Su Pingyan gestured inward with a polite hand motion. A small favor. Please. Wei Tianming said little more and followed him into the market. Inside the archway, a massive stage had already been set up, with hundreds of chairs and tables arranged before it. A female attendant from Huaxia led Wei Tianming to the best and most prominent seat in the front row. Holy ancestor, please be seated. I'll serve you tea, the female attendant said politely. These female attendants, along with clerks and male attendants inside the market, had all been carefully selected and specially trained over the past 2 months. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also graceful and polite, showcasing Huaxia's reputation as a land of ceremonies and etiquette. Their attire followed local customs, light green flowing fairy robes with wide sleeves, woven entirely from spirit silk produced by immortal silkworms. Each set was itself a tier 3 spiritual artifact. Additionally, all had cultivation at the purgation of marrow stage. It could be said that the lowest cultivation level among the people from Huaxia was at least the purgation of marrow stage. Soon, a cup of tea was served, immediately releasing a fragrant aroma. What kind of tea is this? Wei Tianming asked, instantly invigorated upon inhaling its scent. 6th tier spiritual tea, Cloud Dream Enlightenment tea. The attendant smiled as she explained. Wei Tianming was taken aback. Wei Kingdom did have 6th tier spiritual items, but truly no 6th tier spiritual tea. It was extremely rare. The idea that these people would so freely serve such precious tea to guests felt like a shameless waste. And all the tables have this tea? Wei Tianming voiced his curiosity. The attendant shook her head lightly. This is specifically prepared for you. The first 3 rows have 5th-tier tea, and the rest are served 4th-tier tea. You certainly must be very wealthy, Wei Tianming chuckled. The highest grade spiritual tea in his imperial household was merely 4th tier. He now looked forward to the Huang market even more. At the entrance of the archway, Su Pingyan continued to greet more arriving guests, with Wang Qinian serving as a personal host, introducing each person to him. Big brother, we meet again. A young girl suddenly bounced over joyfully. Inger, it's you again, Su Pingyan smiled faintly. Senior Su. Xue Mubai stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Please come in. Chuckling, Xue Mubai led his granddaughter inside. Who was that girl earlier? Seems like you two have a good relationship, Yi Xinran sent to him via secret voice transmission. Jealous are we? Just a little girl I met once before. Su Pingyan didn't think much of it. Though Shui Ying's beauty was indeed extraordinary, he had never thought of her that way. With Yi Xinran by his side, he was already content. Most of his thoughts were still focused on cultivation. Me? Don't be silly. Yi Xinran refused to admit anything, but did not press the matter further. As all the guests arrived, Su Pingyan returned into the market with Yi Xinran and walked to the center of the stage. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the opening ceremony of the Huangcheng Huang market, the Weiguo branch of the Yanhuang Merchant Guild, Su Pingyan said with courtesy. Though he disliked such formalities, he still recited the prepared speech. Our Huang market is built upon the principles of fairness, transparency, and equal trading, where mutual benefits and exchanges will lead to prosperity and harmonious business. Su Pingyan first explained the business principles of the Huang market to the audience. As long as the reputation spreads, people would trust future Huang markets even if more were built across different regions. However, his tone suddenly turned extremely serious. Of course, to ensure the safety of the majority, the Huang market also has its own set of rules. That is, no fighting or martial displays of any kind are allowed within the market grounds. Anyone who violates this rule will be considered an enemy of the Yanhuang Merchant Guild. If any unexpected incidents occur as a result, don't blame us for not warning you in advance. These rules will be clearly written at the entrance as a warning. As he spoke these words, Su Pingyan released a faint amount of pressure, and immediately, everyone in the audience felt an immense, crushing weight. Wei Tianming's eyes widened slightly in alarm. Heavenly Ascendant Stage. He couldn't have misjudged it, for he had once seen an expert of the Heavenly Ascendant Stage in the Great Chu Empire. The feeling and pressure from the man in front of him now was exactly the same as that of the Heavenly Ascendant expert. There was no mistake. He had truly underestimated the Yanhuang Merchant Guild. Mei Shangdao, Tamanju, Hayo Yi Wei Tinren Jing, Changjia Zuojun. Zhiyang Yilat. Ta Dui Zhiga Fangshi Ye Gengjia Qi Dailat. Wei Ya Zhi Tri Shirla, Fundondik Shijian. Shirpinging So Lan Qi Shir, Lanshang Lu Chu Wei Xiao. Zaitsu, Bandit Shrifen, Fikerchin, Qishir Sodao. Fang Sherne Chula Dugan Jia Dao de Yanjia Sang Pu Zhuwai. Hayo Yibu Fun Shi Suyomen Yanhuang Sang Hui de Ganfang Danku. So Mai Yixie, Woman Chung Gerguo, Soji Lei de Hao Dongxi. Ebu Fun Sang Pu, Wei Dui Wai Chu Ju. Yanhuang Fang Shi, Yo Dongxi Do Shang de Dugan Jia Dao Yitao. Jushir Zhengmen Jinu de Na Yitao. Con 150b. Jia Dao Feichong Con Kuo Gan Jing. Archie Juratao Jia Dao Sang de Sangpu. Liban, Yijing Bei Huasha, Danjurlut. Chapter 351. Opening Ceremony. Some of these are government official ones, so-called state-owned businesses, while others are open to large private enterprises. Yes, private enterprises are involved. However, these private companies have undergone a strict screening process, and Su Pingyan personally participated in the selection. They are all companies with a strong reputation. For example, Huawei and other enterprises. There are 2 secondary arterial streets running north to south. The 3 streets divide the marketplace into 6 major sections. Within each area, there are further divisions according to purpose, as well as some smaller streets. We also have several small markets inside the Yanhuang market, each with its own unique features. For example, if you want to buy pills, go to the pill market. Almost every kind of pill you want can be found there. Even pills you've never seen before will be available. If you want to buy spiritual artifacts, you can go to the specialty market set up for that purpose, Su Pingyan continued. These small markets will, in the future, welcome many qualified Chinese private enterprises, but will also be largely open to people from other realms. China will simply charge a certain fee. The goal is to build the Yanhuang market into a major hub. Once this model becomes mature and is widely promoted, China can sit back and profit effortlessly. There are also some unique flea markets. For just a small fee, we will offer a temporary stall to anyone who wants to sell practically anything they wish. Similarly, sellers can set their own prices. You might find treasure or you might buy a counterfeit. Everything depends on your own judgment, Su Pingyan added. These flea markets are designed for the most basic cultivators. Their adventures often result in a jumble of items, some good and some bad. Having such a market will be extremely convenient for them. It can be said that the Yanhuang market has completely covered all market segments, high, medium, and low end. Later, Su Pingyan spent a while thoroughly introducing the Yanhuang market in its entirety. Then, he shifted the topic and continued. Besides the Yanhuang market, we've also set up a powerful spiritual energy gathering formation in Dakingshan. Many cultivation caves have been constructed, categorized into 4 classes: heaven, earth, human, and yellow. The spiritual energy in a Huang class cave is twice that outside, 4 times for Xin class, 8 times for D class, and 20 times that of the outside world for Tian-class caves. Different levels of caves come with different rents. Whether you wish to cultivate or break through and require higher spiritual energy, you can consider renting one for cultivation. For more details, feel free to consult the rental center located at the entrance of Dakingshan. Finally, at the western foot of Dakingshan, connected to the hills, we have constructed a massive resort mansion. If you ever feel bored or wish to relax, you can visit and expect some surprises, Su Ping'an said with a cheerful smile. To put it bluntly, aside from the Yanhuang Valley not being open to the public yet, all other areas are now open, representing China's new approach toward future development. Integrating commerce, cultivation, and entertainment. If this model succeeds, each branch will become a gold mine for China, generating a continuous stream of cash flow. The resort mansion isn't just for leisure. It contains many kinds of entertainment activities operated by China. There are casinos, arcade centers, facilities for SBA treatments, kids' playgrounds, and a fishery. The Commerce Department investigated and found that many of these attractions have never existed in other realms. Once they enter, they will definitely find something they enjoy and naturally spend money. This is just common sense. Finally, let me announce another piece of news. At sunset tonight, we will be holding the first ever Yanhuang auction at the Yanhuang Auction House, located in the tallest building at the very center of the main street. Alright, I won't take up your time any further. Everyone is welcome to move around freely and explore the market. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask our staff, who will provide the most professional assistance. Thus marks the official opening of the Yanhuang market. After saying this, Su Ping'an stepped down from the stage. At the same time, firecrackers were set off at the entrance of the market. And in the evening, there would be a grand fireworks show. After the opening ceremony, groups of people scattered off in various directions to explore the surroundings. Su Ping'an personally received Wei Tianming. Ancestor, do you think our Yanhuang market is acceptable? Su Ping'an approached with a smile. Senior, please just call me Tianming. I can't dare accept such an honorable title as ancestor. Wei Tianming couldn't help but break into a slight sweat. This was a heavenly ascendant expert. Just speaking a few words with him was already a great honor. Not only did he personally entertain him, but he also referred to him as ancestor, which made him extremely nervous. Su Ping'an paused, looked at the other person more carefully for a moment, and smiled faintly. He fine. You are older than me, so I'll call you Brother Wei. After listening, Wei Tianming was taken aback. What? Younger than himself? He had thought the other party preferred a younger appearance, so he had transformed himself to appear younger. He never expected that the other person was genuinely young. But this person was a Tianren expert, yet still younger than him. It was almost unbelievable. I'll follow Elder Su's way of speaking, Wei Tianming said respectfully. I prefer others to call me Master Su. Su Ping'an reminded him. Master Su would also work, but young Master Su sounded better. Young Master Su. Qinyu, you may show Brother Wei around and explain anything he doesn't understand, Su Ping'an instructed. As for himself, he certainly wouldn't act as a guide, and instead took his woman, Yi Xinran, shopping. Yes, sir, Qinyu replied respectfully. On this side of the foreign civilization, they did not refer to Su Ping'an as commander. That was by Su Ping'an's own request. Li Heng, although the city lord of Huangcheng, upon entering the Yanhuang market, felt just like an old country lady entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything around him fresh and exciting. It wasn't that he hadn't visited markets before, but those markets were dirty, chaotic, and poorly organized, completely different in style from this place. Miss, can these empty shops be purchased? Li Heng suddenly asked. Since the sacred ancestor had come here, and representatives from various noble families and clans of the Wei Kingdom had all arrived, even many family heads personally, it was foreseeable that as long as this place was good, its development would soar in the future. Buying a shop here now would definitely yield massive profits. City Lordly, all the shops within the Yanhuang market are available for rent only, not for sale. Female attendant Zhang Xiaoli smiled gently as she explained. Oh, Li Heng showed slight disappointment, and then turned his attention to the rent. Then what is the rent? Li Heng asked. The shops along Zhuke Street are the most expensive. Depending on the location, the monthly rent per square meter ranges from 150 to 400 golden spirit coins. For the next two secondary streets, the rent ranges from 80 to 300 golden spirit coins per square meter per month. As for the remaining 24 small streets inside the market, they are relatively cheaper, ranging from 20 to 60 golden spirit coins per square meter monthly. Zhang Xiaoli explained to Li Heng. Zhuke Street was the widest main road running east to west. Chapter 352, Yanhuang Bank. This expensive? Li Heng was shocked. As the lord of Huangcheng, his annual salary was only 8,500 Jinling coins. Of course, as a city lord, he couldn't live solely on his salary. His additional income was far more than his official pay. Still, the rent here was outrageously high. This area used to be wasteland, and it was on the border of the city too. Would anyone actually rent here? He felt doubtful. It's actually not expensive. Once this area develops, many wealthy and powerful merchants will move in. If you're short on funds, you can also rent stalls in those smaller markets. Those are more affordable and can be rented monthly, or even by the day or hour. Very flexible and cheap, suitable for individuals, Zhang Xiaoli explained. Even by the hour? That's something I've never heard of before, Li Heng said in mild surprise. Indeed, everything here seemed fresh and novel. Yanhuang Bank? What's that? Li Heng noticed a very large shop near the entrance, and was quite curious. Moreover, he saw many people walking in and out. Lord Li, this is a special financial institution established by our Yanhuang Association. It's somewhat similar to a money shop in Weigua, Zhang Xiaoli explained. A money shop? Yes, but it's quite different. The money shops in Wagwa charge storage fees for keeping money. But with our Yanhuang Bank, we don't charge any fees at all. In fact, we pay interest to depositors, Zhang Xiaoli said with a smile. What? How is that possible? You're safeguarding their money and you even pay them interest? Unbelievable, Li Heng exclaimed in shock. He felt suspicious. This bank might just be a scam. After taking their money, they might just refuse to return it. Lordly, we're backed by the Yanhuang Association, which has many powerful experts and immense financial resources. How could we damage our reputation for such a small amount of money? Zhang Xiaoli replied. Oh, that's not what I meant, Li Heng said, recalling that these people had heaven-defying realm experts behind them. They wouldn't likely resort to such despicable means. But then, why are you doing something so thankless and difficult? Li Heng asked, puzzled. You can't really say it's thankless. We are doing this for profit too. Our Yanhuang Bank has a lending business. For example, we offer our depositors an annual interest rate of 3%. However, for those who borrow from us, we charge 8, even 10% interest annually. We profit from the margin, Zhang Xiaoli explained. That sounds difficult. Not to mention storage costs. Transporting money between locations often faces bandits and beasts. That's a major expense. And many borrowers won't repay. You can hardly get the money back, Li Heng warned carefully. He still had a good impression of the Yanhuang Association. Lordly, please rest assured, we wouldn't proceed unless we were certain we could make a profit. After all, we aren't stupid, right? Zhang Xiaoli wasn't fazed. Transportation costs? Not an issue here in Huaxia, since this would all be virtual currency. When necessary, powerful experts with spatial storage equipment could transport it conveniently. As for loans, they would require collateral. As to why this world hadn't seen such developments, perhaps it was due to a lack of awareness. Just like how ancient times lacked banks, or if they had any, they were small in scale and never became mainstream. In any case, when the Ministry of Commerce discovered this potential, they realized banks could be extremely profitable. Even better, in the future, they could promote the use of the new Huaxia currency, something hard to even imagine the profit potential of. Still, even without that, Huaxia stood to profit handsomely. After walking for a while longer, Li Heng spotted yet another strange shop. The place was very clean and tidy. If someone from Blue Planet saw it, they would immediately recognize the decor as being highly futuristic. What's this place? Li Heng asked curiously. It must be said, it was very smart for the Yanhuang Association to assign them a guide. This place was simply too novel. Without a guide explaining things, they'd have no idea what was going on. This is the Huawei Smartband Specialty Store, Zhang Xiaoli replied. The Huawei Smartband was the only private manufacturing and sales brand authorized by the Academy of Sciences and was allowed to use the Huawei brand. However, they could only sell it in other worlds, not on Blue Planet. Our Huawei Smartband is an amazing communication tool. You can consider it a special type of magical artifact. It allows people to communicate instantly across thousands of miles and can also be linked to your bank account, enabling you to conduct transactions at any of our Yanhuang businesses without carrying money. You can pay directly with your smartband, Zhang Xiaoli explained. Buying the smartband was just the beginning. To make calls, you needed to purchase communication plans, etc. This would ensure a steady, continuous stream of income. Under Zhang Xiaoli's guidance, Li Heng couldn't help his curiosity and stepped inside. He was immediately stunned by the interior decoration and the level of service. Still in a daze from the shock, Li Heng followed Zhang Xiaoli's lead and purchased a Huawei Smartband 1 in the Duhal Gold version. Then, he went to Yanhuang Bank to open a personal account. Lord Li, would you like to open a deposit account? The bank teller asked. Zhang Xiaoli had already introduced Li Heng's identity to the teller. Just now the young lady mentioned you offer interest. How exactly is that calculated? Li Heng asked curiously. Our deposit services are divided into current deposits and fixed-term deposits. The teller patiently explained to Li Heng. The tellers had been specially trained in advance, knowing that their customers would be completely unfamiliar with banking operations. Thus, they were required to be sufficiently patient, and only those who met the standards were assigned here. Especially for this first group, they were the elite among elites. It had been promised that those who performed well would become bank managers of future branches across different locations, a highly tempting prospect, because it was very likely to become reality. Before Li Heng could ask, the teller proactively explained. Current deposits mean you can deposit and withdraw at any time, without time restrictions. The annual interest rate is 1%, and the interest is calculated daily. In other words, if you deposit 100 Jinling coins and leave them unused for a year, you'll earn 1 Jinling as interest in a year. But if you need to use money the next day, withdrawing 10 Jinling coins, we will still pay you the interest for the first day. This would be 274 Tongling coins, and then starting the next day, interest will be calculated on the remaining 90 Jinling coins. Current deposits offer lower interest rates, but the advantage is their convenience. You can withdraw anytime you want. You can decide how much to deposit in your current account based on your annual daily expenses. The remaining money you can place in fixed-term deposits, which offer higher interest. Currently, we offer 7 types of fixed-term deposit services: 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and 100 years. Chapter 353, Shui and Go Shopping. The 1-year term offers 2% interest, the 3-year term is 2.5%, the 5-year term gives 3% annual interest, the 10-year term 4%, the 20-year term 5.5% annual interest, the 50-year term 7%, and the 100-year term 9% annual interest. The clerk introduced in detail. If you deposit 1,000 gold spirit coins for 100 years, you will receive a total of 9,000 gold spirit coins including the principal and interest, which means your money multiplies ninefold. That high? Li Hing gasped in surprise. He was genuinely shocked. On Blue Planet, a time span like 100 years was previously almost impossible. But cultivators in this world live much longer. At higher levels, one meditation retreat could last 100 or even 1,000 years. Imagine this. Before entering retreat, you deposit your money in Yinhuang Bank. When you emerge, not only will your cultivation have improved, but your wealth would have multiplied many times. Could there really be such a good deal? Li Heng was already very tempted. However, his only concern now was whether Yinhuang Mercantile would last long enough. If it disappeared before the 100 years were up, he'd suffer huge losses. I only brought 50 taels of low-grade spirit stones, and just spent 20 taels buying this bracelet, leaving me with only 30. I'll deposit all 30, but just in a demand deposit account. Li Heng thought for a moment, and said, Li Heng, as a city lord and at the 9th and final stage of bonewashing realm, doesn't own any space storage equipment? Can you believe that? But that was the reality. In this world, at least within Wei country and the surrounding vassal states, space storage items are considered rare. They do exist, but not in large numbers. Mostly controlled by the upper class and aristocracy. This was something the Ministry of Commerce only recently discovered after investigation and found truly shocking. After all, back when they obtained quite a few storage items from the underground city of the Divine Wu Empire, who would have thought these items would become so scarce now? The Huarong, one bracelet sells at a unified price of 20 taels of low-grade spirit stones in this world, equivalent to 2,000 gold spirit coins. This pricing wasn't arbitrary. In the Huaxiao realm, the Han Yuan, one bracelet is priced at 300 new Huaxiao coins, while its export offshore price is as high as 10,000 new Huaxiao coins. The exchange rate between new Huaxiao coins and spirit stones is set at 1 tael of low-grade spirit stone per 1,000 new Huaxiao coins. In other words, one Huarong, one bracelet in this world is worth 20,000 new Huaxiao coins, even higher than the export price on Blue Planet. Soon, the clerk completed the transaction. Miss, could you help me figure out how to buy a communication package? Li Heng asked Zhang Xiaoli as they walked out of the bank. Lord Li, look, it's like this. Zhang Xiaoli briefly explained the process. When the payment screen appeared, she reminded him. There are currently 3 monthly packages to choose from. A 1 silver spirit coin monthly plan provides half a shurchen of call time per month. The 3 silver coins plan provides 2 shurchen of calling time monthly, plus the ability to store other people's numbers. The 5 silver coins plan provides 5 shurchen of calling time monthly, with the added feature of mutual friend tracking, besides storing numbers. Zhang Xiaoli explained. What is friend tracking? Li Heng asked confused. If you have any loved ones, dear friends, or important people whom you care for deeply, you can mutually add each other as friends. Then, through the bracelet, whenever you wish, as long as the other party agrees, you can instantly locate where they are relative to your current position and navigate to find them. Zhang Xiaoli explained. This world is dangerous, whether adventuring or simply walking around. One could encounter danger at any time. This feature helps locate others most quickly and then rush to their rescue. That's pretty good. Too bad it only allows 1 friend addition. Li Heng expressed delight first, then some regret. I'll just pick the third option. 5 silver spirit coins per month is pretty cheap. Li Heng said after some consideration. 5 silver spirit coins a month equals 60 gold spirit coins per year. As long as enough users sign up, the income flows steadily and becomes quite profitable. Shuang was naturally young and lively. When Su Pingyan officially announced the market opening, she had originally wanted to approach him, but was held back by her grandfather. That man was a heaven-affecting realm master. If accidentally offending him, her Shui family might suffer serious consequences. Grandpa, I want to take a look inside the market area. I won't go with you. Who goes shopping with their grandfather? It would surely limit her freedom. No way. Can't let you cause trouble here. Shuemu Bai shook his head repeatedly. But this sister can come with me. What's there to worry about? Shuang quickly pulled the nearby attendant toward her and asked with a wink, right sister? Inside the Yanhuang market, I can ensure both of your safety. I'm also willing to accompany Lady Shui wherever she'd like to go. Please rest assured, senior. The female service staff member, Wang Yujia, replied with a gentle smile. Shuemu Bai looked at his granddaughter's hopeful eyes, then recalled what Su Pingyan had said earlier, and nodded slightly. All right then, but don't go causing trouble. After speaking, he also took out a storage pouch and handed it over. There are some spirit stones inside. Take them for your use. Hee hee. Thank you, Grandpa. Shuang said, becoming even more cheerful. Finally, she could go shopping alone. She would definitely splurge today. Sister, let's hurry and go, she said, grabbing Wang Yujia by the arm and walking off. All the way, she was filled with curiosity. She bought a Huarong bracelet, and at the bank had deposited 100,000 taels of low-grade spirit stones, 50,000 taels into a 1-year fixed deposit, the rest into a demand account. After all, she still needed to shop and buy things. Wang Jia, there are so many glass products in here. Let's go take a look, Shuang said, and without waiting for Wang Yujia's response, ran directly into the store as if she belonged there. Having seen Huarong's shop before, this time she didn't even ask the clerk inside, just wandered around the store looking at the various glass products on display, occasionally glancing at the nearby price tags. This mirror is really beautiful. It can even fold, and it glows as well. Could it be a spiritual artifact? Shuang muttered in fascination while examining a makeup mirror. Miss, hello, this mirror is for makeup. It's not a spiritual artifact. It's quite fragile and shouldn't be dropped on the ground forcefully, or it will break. As for this glowing effect, it uses electricity. When the power runs out, it will stop lighting up, but there is a solar panel built inside. Simply expose it to sunlight for a while and it'll work again. The store guide came over to explain to Shuang. With the market just having opened, the Yanwang market only had a few hundred guests in total, so the shops weren't busy at all. In fact, there were even more clerks than customers. Everyone had plenty of patience. Although they had been in this profession for several years, this was their first time encountering customers from another world. Their experience was completely zero. They had no idea about the customs or habits of these interdimensional guests. All these things required them to accumulate understanding through observation and interaction. Above all, there were clear instructions. Everyone had to write a summary every night, documenting their observations and experiences with otherworldly customers in order to provide future personnel with references and insights. Chapter 354, The Curious One. Of course, if the lady finds this inconvenient, we also have an upgraded version here that can directly hold spirit stones, ensuring the light remains on continuously. The salesperson continued explaining the other upgraded product. Aoxiao has made great strides in the utilization of spiritual energy, especially in the integration of spirituality with modern science. Many products that once relied on energy sources can now be replaced with spirit stones. So pretty. Are the prices here fixed, meaning no room for bargaining? Shuang asked while glancing at the price listed beneath the mirror. She wasn't thinking the mirror was expensive. Actually, quite the opposite. It simply seemed very new to her not being able to haggle over the price, since this was rare in Wei country. Yes, madam. We are a high-end boutique store with standardized pricing across all our products. If you'd like to bargain, you can go to those smaller markets once we get to them. The salesperson smiled again, patiently explaining. Oh, Shuang nodded slightly. Then I'll take these. I need to bring some back for my best friends, hee. Although there were also glass mirrors in Wei country, they weren't as exquisite or clear as those here, and were even more expensive. Basically, everything before her eyes seemed like high quality and great value. Yet from Huaxia's perspective, these glass products were incredibly expensive, hundreds or even thousands of times more costly than their equivalents on Blue Planet. After purchasing a large pile of various glass products, Shuang strolled along the street even more excitedly, increasingly curious about what other stores might bring. Wow, this music box is too pretty. It can even play such a beautiful melody. How did you seal the melody inside? Did you place a voice storing stone in it? Just like an ever-curious baby, Shuang immediately bought the item upon discovering it and wouldn't stop asking questions. Jinling Milk Tea Shop? What kind of shop is this? As she was wandering along the street, at the intersection of Zhuke Avenue and the first north-south Main Street, Shuang noticed the smallest shop. Speaking of this milk tea shop, it had been secured by Jinling City Investment. Currently, there was only one such milk tea store within the Yanwang Bazaar. They held high expectations for the market potential of cross-dimensional milk tea sales. Admittedly, this represented a considerable diversification. However, as long as it made money, nothing should be considered off-limits for sale. For example, various kinds of milk tea that cost about 1 yuan on Blue Planet were priced at no less than 3 silver spirit coins in Yanwang Bazaar, with some selling as high as 1 gold spirit coin, several times the price. Bear in mind, these were consumables. The material cost for 1 cup of milk tea was likely only worth a few copper spirit coins. Miss Shui, this is a specialty beverage from our shop. It is especially popular among children and young men and women, particularly pretty young girls like you, Wang Yujie introduced. Really? Then give me 1 cup. No, give me 2 cups. Wang Jia, since you've been accompanying me for so long, I can't let you work too hard. This one is for you, Shuang offered. Miss Shui, showing you around is part of my job. We have regulations against accepting any gifts from customers, or we will be punished. Wang Yujie declined with a wave of her hand. Oh, like that? Huh, she hadn't expected this. Is that rule also set by that young man? Shuang asked curiously. Cough cough, that's actually our Legion commander, the supreme commander from another realm. Calling him that young man really sounds okay to you? Wang Yujie mentally commented, but didn't say it out loud, pretending not to hear it instead. In a short while, a cup of milk tea was already ready. Guided by Wang Yujie, Shuang placed her mouth on the straw, took a light sip, and her eyes lit up instantly. This tastes amazing. How can there be something so delicious in the world? Excitedly, Shuang quickly drank several more gulps, finding it even better and more delightful the more she drank. Give me a few more cups. No, bring me 10 cups of each flavor you have in your shop. Shuang waved her hand grandly. For her, milk tea wasn't expensive at all. It was pure milk tea freedom. She didn't know when she would return next, so she wanted to buy some and store them in her storage bag. After all, it could preserve them exactly the way they went in. If not for the limited capacity of her storage bag, which already contained quite a few items, and considering she might continue shopping later, she would have just bought out the entire milk tea shop now. Wait until she finished drinking them all. When the staff finally completed all the milk tea orders, Shuang had unconsciously already finished 2 full cups, and now felt her stomach completely full. Wang Jia, I think I drank too much, Shuang said slightly embarrassed. No problem. It will digest quickly, Wang Yujie replied. Actually, since they were both cultivators, it wouldn't really affect them, nor would there be a need for bathroom breaks. If Shuang wanted, she could refine the liquid instantly. Next, she came across several clothing stores. The exquisite garments inside were so captivating that she couldn't bring herself to leave. After browsing through them, she felt every single piece was beautiful, and ended up buying dozens of sets. Most of them were ordinary clothes, though she did purchase a few pieces that were of artifact-level quality. Besides shopping, she also discovered some recreational zones and food courts. Before she could finish exploring them, it was already nearly dark, and her grandfather came looking for her. Inger, give me your storage bag. We're heading to the auction now, said Shuamu Bai. Time passed so quickly, Shuang said, looking up at the sky in surprise. Wait, it's already night? How come it's still so bright here? The streets are filled with lights just like those from the makeup mirrors, but they're colorful and so pretty. Shuang looked around and was instantly captivated by the stunning night scenery. Miss Shui, our Yanhuang Bazaar operates all day and night, 24 hours. At night, there are different attractions and shopping venues specially designed for evening strolls, Wang Yujie explained. Shui Ying's eyes sparkled even more. We're going to be staying in the Wangcheng for a while, so you can come back later. For now, let's go check out the auction house first, Shui Mubai repeated. Today, he had even taken a rare day off shopping. Truth be told, the Yanhuang Bazaar was unlike any other bazaar he had ever seen before. There were simply too many novel and curious items. The only downside, compared to the bazaars he was used to, was that previously, when he visited, he had always gone with specific items in mind, mostly cultivation resources, and those bazaars had often carried a tense and even murderous atmosphere. But here, everything was different. You ended up spending money without even realizing it, and still felt genuinely happy doing so. The merchandise was so diverse and countless that one couldn't even begin to imagine. At this moment, he finally believed that the senior who had come over was truly only here for business. Otherwise, how could they possibly have created so many unique items? Others, like Wei Tianming, shared similar thoughts. As time passed, their mood gradually lightened, and the anxiety lingering in their hearts also began to dissipate. Chapter 355, Divine Auction House. As night fell, practically no one had left early. Everyone had arrived at the most central location on Zhuke Street, the highest building in the area. This tallest building had 9 stories. During the day, it didn't seem particularly impressive, but at night, its interior was brightly lit, shining through the exterior, making it look very mysterious. Additionally, written on the outer wall in large characters were the words, Divine Realm Mansion. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, my name is Jin Dafu. I am the head of the Divine Realm Auction House. Before we enter, please allow me to briefly introduce this auction house to everyone. A very prosperous-looking middle-aged man, full of warmth and approachability, stood on the mansion's steps and happily introduced. There were only several hundred people now. The street in front of the mansion was wide and spacious, so it didn't feel crowded at all. The Divine Realm Auction House occupies the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of this Divine Realm Mansion. The 7th floor is permanently open, hosting 3 auctions daily, morning, afternoon, and night sessions. The morning session usually auctions our specialty products, which are non-spiritual items, while the afternoon session is the opposite, specifically auctioning spiritual items such as pills and spiritual artifacts, bidding items related to cultivation, but their levels are all below the 4th tier. The night session mainly auctions fixed assets, like real estates, lands, and mines across different regions. The 8th floor hosts monthly and quarterly auctions. The monthly auctions are held once a month, and the quarterly auctions are held every 3 months. The overall quality of auction items in the quarterly auction surpasses the monthly one, focusing on collecting quality items concentrated for bidding, typically below the 5th tier. However, the quarterly auctions will at minimum offer 3 items of the 5th tier. And the topmost 9th floor only opens for the annual auctions, including the yearly auction, decennial auction held once every 10 years, centennial auction once every century, millennial auction held every 1,000 years, and the Supreme Yellow Emperor auction held once every 10,000 years. There are many wonderful treasures in China, and many more might be obtained in the future. The auction house is simply a channel for generating revenue. Moreover, this auction house would also significantly elevate the fame and influence of the Yanhuang Bazaar. The annual auction exclusively features items no lower than 4th tier superior grade, reaching up to 5th tier superior grade. The decennial auction sets the floor at 5th tier inferior grade, peaking at 6th tier superior grade. The centennial auction minimum is 6th tier inferior grade, reaching up to 7th tier superior grade. The millennial auction floor is 7th tier inferior grade, peaking at top grade divine artifacts of the 1st star. And for the Supreme Yellow Emperor auction, the lowest tier item is a semi-divine artifact with no ceiling set, depending entirely on how many treasures have been accumulated over those 10,000 years. Jin Dafu smiled as he explained. But he completely failed to notice the stunned expressions on the people below. What the hell? Isn't this Yanhuang Bazaar supposed to be from Jing Kingdom? And Jing is merely a principality. It's somewhat believable that they could possess a 7th tier spiritual item, but how could they have divine artifacts? Someone was shocked into exclaiming. Could it be that Senior Su from Yanhuang Bazaar mentioned earlier was merely putting up a facade? Is he actually not from Jing Kingdom at all? Is there a possibility that Senior Su is indeed from Jing, but the Yanhuang commercial alliance behind him is not actually based in Jing? After all, judging from the apparent power of this commercial alliance, it doesn't seem like something Jing could possibly possess. It's not even something we've heard of before. That makes sense. Probably that's the case. Senior Su might just be a senior official of the alliance. Didn't he mention the Wei Nation sub-branch before? Could it be possible that he's actually the director of this sub-branch? I remember you previously mentioned that Senior Chun said he was the local director? White Tianming had overheard the murmurs and was also pondering over this issue. Given the extravagant display of wealth from the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance, it was clearly not something a small country like Jing could possibly have, making it much more plausible that it originated from a mighty empire, such as the Great Chu Empire or an empire of the same rank. Wang Qinian nodded heavily and said, Your holy ancestor, yes. My guess is Senior Chun should be the director of the Wei Nation sub-branch, while Senior Su should be a director of a higher-level sub-branch. White Tianming gave a slight nod. He had yet another thought stirring in his heart. The Yanhuang Commercial Alliance, since it's a commercial coalition, must be a commercial conglomerate composed of numerous traders. For instance, the many different shops they had passed on the way must have been opened by members of the alliance. Given the boldness of the Divine Realm Auction House, this auction house must hold a prominent position within the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance. It had to be said that everyone's speculation and theories spared quite a few unnecessary explanations. Our auction house doesn't merely sell our own items. We also welcome everyone to consign your goods to us, and we will help you achieve high prices. Of course, we will collect a certain service fee accordingly. The service fee is only collected after a successful auction. If the final sale price is below 100 low-grade spirit stones, we charge 10% as a service fee. If it is higher than 100 but below 10,000, we charge 8%. For prices higher than 10,000 but below 100,000, the service fee is 6%. Prices above 100,000 but below 1 million are charged at 5%. For transactions above 1 million but below 10 million, we charge only 3%. Transactions above 10 million but below 100 million are charged at 2%. And for transactions over 100 million, we uniformly charge 1% as the service fee. Just from the service fees alone, Huaxia could make a fortune. And through the consignment auction model, Huaxia also gained priority access to some special items they were interested in. There is only one fee, service fee. No appraisal fees or other miscellaneous charges. Of course, if you decide to send us items for appraisal and then decide not to proceed with the auction after our appraisal is complete, you may do so. We also offer appraisal services separately, though there is an appraisal fee. The fee is uniform regardless of the item's value, 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, if we also cannot identify the item, no fee is charged, Jin Dafu continued. According to Su Ping'an's requirements, all the rules had to be clearly stated up front. If any disputes arose later, as long as they fell within the established rules, they would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. After all, they had the moral high ground. Of course, Huaxia was a land of etiquette and would not intentionally cheat others. They intended to operate a long-term business, not a one-time deal, and would not harm Huaxia's reputation. Then, Jin Dafu briefly explained the membership tiers of the Divine Realm Auction House. The membership levels in our Divine Realm Auction House are divided into 9 ranks. Common member, Black Iron member, Bronze member, Silver member, Gold member, Diamond member, Spirit tier member, God tier member, and Supreme member. To participate in monthly auctions, one must at least hold Black Iron member status. To attend quarterly auctions, one must be a Bronze member. Annual auctions require a Silver member. Participants in decennial auctions must hold Gold member status. Those attending centennial auctions must be Diamond members. For the millennial auctions, participants must be Spirit tier members. And only God tier members are allowed to attend the Supreme Yellow Emperor auctions. Chapter 356, The Lavish Ninth Floor. Raising the threshold not only elevated the status of members of Divine Auction House, but also served as a symbol of identity. This indirectly encouraged many noble families to participate more actively in auctions, which in turn increased the auction house's profits. The Divine Auction House only needed to periodically offer a few high-quality items to attract members to continuously upgrade their statuses. Otherwise, seeing great treasures without being eligible to bid would be extremely frustrating. There was also an element of competition. Noble families of similar standing would feel uneasy if one had a higher membership level and the other did not. The key point was that with access to higher-level auctions, if you managed to acquire valuable items, it would be easy to surpass others. Whether it was among friendly circles or rival factions, when both sides had previously been on equal footing, any advantage gained by one side would inevitably cause discomfort in the other. The former could be described as worrying that your brother isn't doing well, while at the same time fearing that he might one day drive a Range Rover. One becomes an ordinary member of the Divine Auction House simply by making a purchase, regardless of the amount spent. On the 7th floor, Jin Dafu continued explaining to the crowd. If the spending reaches 100 low-grade spirit stones, you can obtain Iron Black membership. Spend 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to become a Bronze member. Spend 1 million low-grade spirit stones to become Silver, and spend 100 million low-grade spirit stones to become Gold. Spend 100 million mid-grade spirit stones to achieve Diamond membership. Spend 100 top-grade spirit stones to become a Spirit level member. Spend 100 low-grade Divine stones to reach Divine level membership. Finally, spend 10,000 low-grade Divine stones and receive recognition from the Yellow River Merchant Association, not the auction house, and you will become a Supreme level member. Divine stones? Although most of the people here were nobles, or even high-ranking members of the Wei Kingdom, the majority had never heard of Divine stones before. Wei Tianming, however, knew about them. Hearing that one needed to spend no less than 100 low-grade Divine stones to qualify for Divine level membership, he was immediately filled with shock. Those were Divine stones, materials used by Divine Realm cultivators. Even a single low-grade Divine stone could be exchanged for 10,000 ounces of spirit crystals. The problem was that they were priceless. Few people would ever consider exchanging Divine stones for spirit crystals. Trying to exchange spirit crystals for Divine stones was virtually impossible unless by some extraordinary stroke of fortune. As for lower-grade treasures, such as supreme-grade spirit stones, forget about it. In that moment, his understanding of both the Divine Auction House and the Yellow River Merchant Association deepened significantly. With the Yellow River Merchant Association setting up shop here, perhaps this is the opportunity our Wei Kingdom has been waiting for to rise in prominence. And now that the Divine Auction House is here, there may even be items auctioned here that could help me break through. such as the rare treasures auction during the Decade Auction, which sometimes include top-grade 6th-tier spirit treasures. Wei Tianming began to get excited. But to attend the Decade Auction, one must at least be a gold-level member, which requires spending 100 million low-grade spirit stones, he thought next, and his excitement faded slightly. The Wei Kingdom's annual financial revenue, including the various income sources of the royal family, amounted to about 2 or 300 billion low-grade spirit stones. But not all of that belonged to the royal family. Each year, the royal household received about 2 or 3 billion. Moreover, maintaining the royal lifestyle and cultivations were expensive. During his reign, even though he was frugal, he could only save about 3 or 400 million a year. But the new monarch was nothing like him. In fact, he probably only managed to save around 100 million a year. Based on this logic, a country with over 6,000 years of history should be extremely wealthy. In reality, however, this was not the case. First, for the first several thousand years of the nation's founding, the country was busy expanding its borders and developing internally. There was no surplus funds at all. On the contrary, there was debt. Second, now that a large surplus was possible, it was because the territory and population had expanded greatly compared to earlier times. Third, sometimes breakthroughs required huge costs, like when he consumed the 5 elements vermilion fruit, which had drained much of the treasury. Though he did not know exactly how much spirit stones remained in the royal vaults now, after being the monarch for so many years, he could make a rough estimate. It wouldn't exceed 50 billion low-grade spirit stones. Enough to become a gold-level member perhaps, but reaching diamond-level membership was still far out of reach. Why think so much ahead? Let me first become a gold-level member and focus on improving my cultivation. Who knows what the future will bring? Wei Tianming had always been a broad-minded man. Today is an auspicious day for the opening of the Yellow River Merchant Association. Therefore, the Divine Auction House has specially decided to fully open the 9th floor to everyone here, which is a unique privilege granted only for this grand occasion. You won't need any membership status to enter today, but of course, this won't be the case in the future. Jean Dafu suddenly announced a piece of exciting news, prompting joy and excitement among the crowd. Ha ha ha, excellent. Being able to enter the 9th floor even once in a lifetime is worth it, and I'll be able to brag about it to others. Ha ha, someone exclaimed joyfully. They all understood their own financial situations and knew that, under normal circumstances, they would probably never have the chance to set foot on the 9th floor in their lifetimes. Just wondering if there will be any divine treasures up for auction today? Dream on. How could there be divine treasures? Not to mention divine treasures, even 7th-tier spirit items won't show up. None of us here could afford that kind of price anyway. That makes sense. The Sage Ancestor is here today too. Probably will be offering 6th-tier spirit items. Yeah, it's only because of the Sage Ancestor's presence. Otherwise, 5th-tier items would have been the highest we could expect. That's right. Whether the Sage Ancestor could hear or not didn't matter. Anyway, they'd say the right thing. After all, the Sage Ancestor was supreme in Wei Kingdom and held enormous prestige. Alright then, I won't waste any more words. Everyone, please proceed, Jean Dafu said, and then stepped aside. Shortly after, attendants led the group in batches to take the elevator up to the 9th floor. Yes, the elevator. A no-flying formation had been set up within the Yanhuang market complex. Anyone who hadn't reached the divine realm couldn't fly or teleport within its bounds, which was itself a subtle deterrent. Humph. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, all representatives from the noble families of Wei Kingdom, including Wei Tianming, instinctively inhaled sharply. It wasn't for any other reason. Everything was simply too dazzlingly extravagant. Damn it, my own palace back, then wasn't this luxurious. The Divine Auction House is truly loaded with wealth. Wei Tianming silently cursed under his breath, calling them a nouveau riche, though in truth, he was very envious. To this level of luxury. Actually, how is this decorated? I want to renovate my home like this too. Wonder how much it would cost. One of the family heads suddenly blurted out with spontaneous admiration. Probably unaffordable. Not necessarily. Even though it looks spectacularly extravagant, in reality, it doesn't actually use many spirit items. Mostly just clever design that creates a visual spectacle. A lot of the materials used here may not have spiritual energy, but they're completely unheard of. Their price must be sky high too. After recovering from the initial shock, everyone began following the attendants deeper inside, walking slowly while observing the details of the 9th floor and continuously expressing their amazement. Chapter 357, Yanhuang Merchant Guild Membership Ranks. Everyone, the 9th floor is divided into regular seats, VIP seats, and supreme private boxes. Holy Ancestor Bichir may choose any of the supreme private boxes. Those who hold noble ranks or have cultivation levels at the Transcendent Realm may choose seats in the VIP section, and the rest please proceed to the regular seats, Jean Dafu said with a smile after everyone arrived. There were only 9 supreme private boxes, 99 VIP seats, and 999 regular seats, more than enough to accommodate everyone. Soon, everyone followed the attendant's guidance and chose their desired seats. Inside the solitary supreme private box was an extremely comfortable sofa, a coffee table already prepared with tea and spiritual fruits, and beside it 2 professional service staff. Through the transparent glass walls, one could clearly view the auction stage below and the entire auction hall. These glass walls were one-way, only visible from the inside out, and not visible from the outside. Not only could the naked eye not penetrate them, but even spiritual senses couldn't either, as the glass was specially made. Of course, this was only proven for those below the divine realm. Since China currently had no divine realm experts, they had not been able to verify whether they could resist the perception of divine realm cultivators. Yunming Wu Dao Ti, and these are fourth-rank spiritual fruits as well? Your auction house is quite generous. If I didn't end up bidding, wouldn't you suffer a major loss? Wei Tianming looked at the items on the coffee table and jokingly asked, Holy Ancestor Bisha, you must understand that today is the grand opening, which makes it a special occasion. In the future, to enter the Supreme Private Box, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must hold at least a Spirit Tier membership status, and second, there is a minimum spending requirement. Guests in the box who spend at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones in transactions will receive the private room free of charge. Those who spend less than 100 million will be charged a 100,000 low-grade spirit stone room fee, explained the attendant beside him. While Wei Tianming didn't continue speaking, he could only say they were too ruthless. If all the Supreme Private Boxes were occupied, they would make at least 900,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even just one guest would mean 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Knowing that the Yanwang Merchant Guild had only paid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones total to purchase their Great Green Mountain and surrounding land, he felt he had made a big loss. This Xinzhou auction house was just too greedy. However, once he finished drinking 1 pot of Yunming Wu Dao tea, he immediately changed his mind. Primary Spatial Law 5th layer. I actually broke through, Wei Tianming exclaimed, incredulous. Just by drinking 2 pots of Yunming Wu Dao tea, he had successfully comprehended the 5th layer of the primary spatial law and opened the door to the 5th layer of the mountain and river realm. After that, refining more spiritual treasures and increasing his spiritual energy would allow him to smoothly break through to the early stage of the 5th layer of the mountain and river realm. As the saying goes, cultivating spiritual energy is easy, but understanding the laws is difficult. This was truly worth coming for. It saved me at least 300 years of arduous cultivation, he mused inwardly. Before long, with the attendant's guidance, everyone learned how to use their respective screen devices and fully understood the auction procedures. This auction house is really too high-end. Indeed, to use their words, too high-end and sophisticated. Everything is so convenient. Even these chairs have automatic massage features. Interesting indeed. The best part is that you don't need to call for someone. Just use this light screen to participate in the auction or place orders. Even if you need tea and snacks, they can be delivered right to you. Simply amazing. The 9th floor was extremely luxurious. Even the regular seats were equipped with massage chairs, and in front of each person was a long table for placing items, without making anyone feel cramped. In one word, comfort and convenience were the ultimate priorities. As the crowd expressed their endless admiration, a strikingly mature beauty in a gorgeous red traditional qipao, her figure as graceful as a willow, slowly stepped onto the auction stage wearing high heels. Wow, so beautiful, was the general first impression. Especially that perfectly tailored qipao, accentuating the most charming curves of a mature woman, causing many women in the audience to admire it longingly, while men could only swallow hard. If not for the fact they were in the Xinzhou auction house, who knew what might have happened? This outfit is so stunning. I seem to have seen something similar before in a shop on Juke Street. I never imagined it would look so tempting when worn by such a beauty. No way, I'm buying a few sets for my concubines later. Her walking posture also exudes dignity and grace. This lady must also come from some distinguished family. Don't just stare. Her cultivation level is at least at the Transcendent Foundation stage, definitely not an ordinary person. Thank you all for attending the opening auction ceremony of the Weigua branch of the Xinzhou auction house. My name is Li Shishir, and I am the gold-level auctioneer on the 9th floor. With that, we shall now officially begin today's auction event, Li Shishir said with a smile. This smile gave people a warm and refreshing feeling, making everyone naturally immersed in it. For some young men, it was particularly devastating. Today, we have a total of 33 auction items. Among them, 11 are cooperative projects, 11 are items below the 5th grade, and 11 are items of 5th grade or above. We will start with the 11 cooperative projects first. Li Shishir's words instantly sparked great interest among the crowd. Can cooperative projects even be auctioned? I suppose they want us to compete in bidding for the right to cooperate with them, so they can claim a larger share. Whether it's Xinzhou Auction House or the Yanwang Merchant Guild, do they really need to cooperate with us? Yeah, I'm actually quite curious about this collaboration now. Speaking of which, if we cooperate with them, does that mean we will also become part of the Yanwang Merchant Guild? How did I not think of that earlier? If joining the Yanwang Merchant Guild means having such a massive backing, I would risk everything, even my entire fortune, to get in. At this moment, many were visibly excited, and even Wei Tianming was intrigued. Miss Li, may I ask whether winning one of these cooperative projects would grant us membership in the Yanwang Merchant Guild? True enough, someone bold enough directly raised the question. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Li Shishir, eager to hear her answer. I was actually planning to reveal this later, but since everyone is so concerned about it, I'll go ahead and share it with you early, Li Shishir said after receiving a notice from backstage, altering the auction schedule temporarily. Let me first introduce the Yanwang Merchant Guild to all of you. Our guild is a vast organization formed jointly by hundreds of thousands of aristocratic families, merchants, and even vassal states. As a united organization carrying out joint operations, there are, of course, levels and ranks of distinction, Li Shishir explained, deliberately pausing here, drawing even more attention. She then continued, the Yanwang Merchant Guild has 7 membership tiers from the lowest to the highest. Outer member, year-by member, 1-star member, 2-star member, all the way up to 5-star member. Chapter 358, Level 4 Subbranch. Among them, peripheral members can only follow orders from above, indicating a small level of cooperation. Prospective members, on the other hand, are forces that have a deeper level of collaboration with our Sangwei. They have one opportunity to request help from a Level 4 subbranch to perform one task that doesn't violate the Sangwei's principles. Alternatively, in times of life or death, or when facing the threat of annihilation, they may request the intervention of a Level 3 subbranch once. Obtaining these two ranks is relatively easy, Li Shishir explained. This was essentially encouraging forces that may potentially cooperate with the Huaxia in the future to strive for upgrading their ranks. At the same time, those forces would appear openly in the future while the Huaxia remained hidden in the shadows. Miss Li, does the Yellow Emperor Sang's subbranches also have ranks? Someone asked curiously. Of course. Subbranches established in places like the Great Chu Empire and Weigua's engine cannot possibly be of the same rank, Li Shishir replied matter-of-factly. Our Yellow Emperor Sang, besides the headquarters, also has 10 Level 1 subbranches, 365 Level 2 subbranches, 3,600 Level 3 subbranches, and tens of thousands of Level 4 subbranches, Li Shishir reported exaggeratedly, almost becoming a bit nervous from her own audacity. The subbranch we're currently at is a newly open Level 4 subbranch. After saying that, she added, generally speaking, a Level 4 subbranch possesses a military deterrent power at the Nine Heavens peak of Shanshan realm, while a Level 3 subbranch has the deterrence capability of a half-god realm expert. As for higher level subbranches, sorry, I don't have the clearance to disclose that. That wasn't an apology at all. It was meant to intimidate. Didn't she see that the people below had already been frightened out of their wits? They didn't care about Level 3 or Level 2 subbranches. They only focused on the fact that a Level 4 subbranch alone possessed military deterrence power at the Nine Heavens peak of the Shanshan realm. Combined with that thought, they naturally thought of that Shu Senior. Could it be that he was at the Nine Heavens peak of Shanshan realm? When questioned further, Li Shishir evaded every time by citing confidentiality, and then continued. However, if one wishes to become a star member, that is, a formal member, it's extremely difficult, and at least 3 conditions must be met. This essentially sets certain thresholds for participation and simultaneously prolonged the process, buying time for the Huaxia to further grow stronger, especially with the third condition. The interpretation authority ultimately lay in Huaxia's hands. Only when the Huaxia deemed it appropriate, and the timing was right, could they admit a batch of members. First, the faction must have an expert of Shanshan realm residing within, otherwise it's far too weak to even catch our attention. Although these words might have seemed offensive, they highlighted the Yellow Emperor Sang's prestige. Second, they must contribute at least 100 million lower-grade spirit stones worth of profit to the Yellow Emperor Sang. Third, they must pass the star entering trial, after which 5 elders within the Sangwei who have reached the 5-star member rank will assess their suitability. Upon passing, they can become a 1-star member, official members of the Sangwei. They would not only gain access to many internal resources, but also receive the Sangwei's protection, Li Shishir explained. In other words, once one became an official Sangwei member, as long as the Sangwei didn't fall and you didn't sabotage yourself recklessly, you could just lie back and earn money. As for how one can increase their star levels after becoming a formal member, that is confidential internal Sangwei information and cannot be disclosed. However, once you pass an evaluation, you will be clearly informed what is needed to advance to 2-star status, Li Shishir hinted playfully. Nevertheless, everyone could understand that such matters indeed needed to remain confidential. They already knew how to join the Sangwei, which was sufficient for now. So Miss Li, does securing today's cooperation project equate to becoming a peripheral member of the Sangwei? Someone asked. Precisely. Today, 10 projects belong to the peripheral level, and there is one that reached the prospective level. Whoever acquires that will immediately become a prospective member of our Yellow Emperor Sang. As Li Shishir finished speaking, everyone began murmuring excitedly again. Wei Shenming, sitting inside the VIP box, narrowed his eyes, glancing at the crowd. He must obtain this project. He absolutely could not allow it to fall into anyone else's hands. It would pose too much of a threat to the royal family. Becoming a prospective member meant having the power to call upon a Level 4 subbranch, which possessed experts at the Nine Heavens peak of the Shanshan realm, for one favor that doesn't violate Sang's principles. Alternatively, during times of danger, it would grant the ability to call on a half-god realm expert for one rescue. Especially the latter, with such a powerful ace up their sleeve, even if never used, potential enemies would definitely feel extreme apprehension. They would have to consider first whether they possessed power beyond the half-god realm before daring to target them. In the context of Weigua and dozens of surrounding feudal states, this meant living without worries. If the royal family obtained this project, Weigua would become even stronger. But if some other noble family acquired it, they could leap ahead and become the most powerful family in Weigua overnight. One that the royal family would have to maintain friendly relations with and absolutely avoid offending. Alright, no more talking. I'm sure everyone is eager to begin. Now, let's start today's auction. Li Shishir finally got back to the point, returning to her role, which was, after all, her professional duty. The first item up for auction today is the 3-year sales agency partnership for Weigua of the Shiran Garments Group, a 3-star member of the Sangwei. The starting bid is 100,000 taels of low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 taels higher than the previous, and must be a multiple of 1,000. Let the bidding begin, Li Shishir announced loudly. The Shiran Garments Group had been established by Yi Xinran at Su Ping'an's suggestion. Yi Xinran herself had sufficient funds to set it up, and Su Ping'an provided further support from this world, directly elevating her membership rank to 3-star as a favor to his woman. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly became excited. A 3-star member of the Sangwood. Even if you couldn't request their help directly, merely establishing a partnership through trade would definitely bring about significant benefits, potentially offering a major patron. As for what Chiron garments was like, quite a few people had already noticed it during previous outings. The clothes were exquisitely crafted and beautiful beyond compare. Even the ancient-style Cheongsam Li Shishir was wearing today could be found in Chiron garment stores. It was foreseeable that this would set a brand new fashion trend, especially among the few women present. Their eyes were practically glowing with desire. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000. I bid 200,000. The price surged rapidly, doubling the base value in the blink of an eye. 300,000. Suddenly, a crisp voice broke in, startling everyone. What the heck? We were already bidding fast, and now you're accelerating? However, when they saw who had made the bid, no one dared to complain. That was someone from the prestigious Shui family, a first-rank hereditary noble family of Weigua, and the man beside her was Shui Mubai, the second elder of the Shui family. Though he appeared gentle and kind, many people in the crowd knew of his fearsome reputation. Some individuals who wanted to befriend them but felt they weren't strong enough stopped raising their bids. Still, many continued, hoping to establish a connection with a 3-star Sangwood member. 301,000. Chapter 359 Iron Highway Group. 500,000. 1,200,000. Shuiying announced another staggering price. It was only a 3-year agency, not a lifelong commitment, and it was restricted to the state of Wei alone. Would it truly be possible to earn back the money within 3 years? It scared off quite a few people again. Inger, that's enough. Our main goal this time is the 6th-tier spirit items coming later. If we can help your great uncle break through to the Mountain River realm, our Shui family can take another step forward. Shui Mubai said in a serious tone via voice transmission. Grandfather, just trust me on this one. Secure this agency at any cost. It's what's best for us. Do you know what the pretty lady next to Brother Su is called? I heard him call her Shinran. Though Shuiying appeared careless, she had her own motives. Just because someone has the same name doesn't mean they're connected. Shui Mubai still hesitated slightly. Grandfather, believe me this once. My instincts are always right. Shuiying started to act playful and coquettish. After hesitating for a while, when others began to place bids, Shuiying became anxious. Without waiting for him to speak, she raised the price again. 1,110,000. Sigh, just don't go beyond 2 million. Shui Mubai had no choice but to give in, deciding he would use his own money to cover the losses if needed. 1,111,000. With her grandfather's support, Shuiying grew more confident. She kept raising the price without hesitation. This seizure forced more and more competitors to back down, and finally, she succeeded at a final price of 1,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to guest number 12 in the VIP section for winning the first cooperation agreement. Our staff will contact you shortly to coordinate. Li Shishir smiled gently. Honestly, the final price exceeded their expectations and was considered a good start, which also helped raise the overall auction value for what was to come. Next, we present the second auction item, the cooperation project from the 1-Star Commerce Association member, Nanjing Milk Tea Chain Stores. The winning bidder will be able to establish Nanjing milk tea stores in all 19 counties of the state of Wei, including the capital city. The group will provide full logistics support, including site selection, decoration, and training support. To put it simply, the winner only needs to pay for renting or purchasing shops in each city and managing the store employees, and then they can count money at home. The cooperation period is 5 years, with the priority signing right after its expiration. Li Shishir's words remained as tempting as ever. Especially for those who had tasted Nanjing milk tea, they already knew how delicious it was and believed firmly in its future popularity. Unfamiliar terminology was patiently explained by service staff. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 stones, and must be a multiple of 1,000. Bidding now begins. Hardly had Li Shishir finished speaking when someone started placing a bid. 110,000. Bid after bid followed in quick succession, until the Fong family, a third-class noble family, finally won it at 1,210,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the state of Wei had a relatively small population. Even if the milk tea was delicious and the clothes were nice, there were limited consumers. This fundamental problem made it difficult to raise prices. Although China wasn't particularly impressed with this number of spirit stones, every endeavor starts with difficulties. The state of Wei was only the starting point and a template. As long as they succeeded here and established a reputation, with the phoenix tree growing tall, who would fear the absence of phoenixes? Of the 11 collaboration projects this time, they all focused on the basic necessities of life: clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation. Next came projects like the All Seasons Hotel represented by a second-tier merchant association member, the Immortal Residence Grand Hotel represented by another second-tier member, the Maotai Liquor Industry represented by a third-tier association member, and the Huawei Phone Store represented by another third-tier association member, among others. Now for the final cooperative project, Li Shishir said. This one is from the 4-Star Merchant Association member, the Iron Highway Group. The project involves constructing secondary highways connecting the 19 counties and the national capital of Wei, tertiary intercity roads between cities within each county, and one railway line from the capital to the wilderness city. Li Shishir explained, which essentially meant a major investment plan in Wei, transforming the region into a model urban district for Blue Star. Don't think that because it's a cultivation world such infrastructure isn't needed. One must remember, only cultivators at the 7th foundation transformation stage or above can fly, and even then, they cannot sustain flight for long unless reaching the extraordinary realm. Yet, how many extraordinary experts really exist? Only a tiny minority in Wei can be considered such, meaning the majority still have transportation needs. First, build the roads, then sell cars, whether electric or spirit-powered. Both could generate huge profits. As for gasoline cars, forget it. Blue Star itself doesn't have much gasoline, making it impossible to supply such a large foreign market, not to mention the difficulties in transportation and preservation. Local conditions had to be taken into account first. Please look at the videos at your seats now, which contain an introduction and visual display of the railways and highways. Li Shishir added. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to the screens and were quickly captivated by the video displayed. Although they didn't know why there were people and sounds inside, nor had they ever seen such strange cities, they now had a direct and visual understanding of highways and railways, which was far better than knowing nothing at all. The construction of the highways and railways will be handled by the Iron Highway Group. The two cooperating parties can jointly invest and establish a joint operation company after completion, with negotiated shareholding ratios. This operation company will charge toll fees for vehicles using these roads in the future. The specific toll standards can be negotiated. After the railway is completed, the pricing for passenger and cargo transportation can also be discussed. This is a long-term investment requiring sufficient patience to make profits, a continuous and steady stream of income. My personal suggestion is to cooperate with the royal family of the state of Wei. If someone believes they can manage relations between various counties, then they may also participate in the auction. And this cooperating partner will become a candidate member of the Yellow Emperor Merchant Association. I heard the Saint Ancestor of Wei is here. I don't know whether the royal family is interested, but if others are interested, they can press the participation button. I will announce the rules shortly. If only the royal family is involved, we will hand this project directly to them, Li Shishir said, practically showing full support for the royal family. But if someone truly stepped forward, they were also curious to see who it would be. Unfortunately, after Wei Tianming's voice, no one dared to come forward, which relieved Li Shishir. Secretly deciding, she would later suggest to the commander that similar projects in the future should be handed directly to the royal families of various countries instead of going through an auction. Alright then. Later, a representative from the Iron Highway Group will contact the Saint Ancestor Emperor to discuss related matters, Li Shishir said, and then continued the auction for the day. Next, we will auction spiritual items below the 5th tier. The first auction item is an upper-grade 4th tier spiritual artifact, a black gold ancient sword, with a starting bid of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 100 stones, and must be a multiple of 100. Let the bidding begin, Li Shishir announced. 50,000, 320,000, 320,000 once. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Li Shishir asked while scanning the room. Chapter 360. The rivalry between the Shui and Qian families. Unfortunately, no one continued to raise the bid. A 4th tier superior weapon usually goes for around 2 to 300,000, and reaching 3.2 million was already quite high. So, the item was quickly sold. Following that, the next 10 auction items were also sold rapidly, without a single one failing to sell. Then came the auction items above 5th tier. There were also 11 of them, attracting a lot of attention and participation from experts at the transcendent stage, until the second to last item appeared, instantly capturing everyone's attention and causing many people's breath to quicken. The next item is our highlight product. This is a piece of Chu Ji Kong principle fragment. After refining and absorbing it, it can enhance one's comprehension of principles. For cultivators at the 9th substage of transcendent level who have reached a state of ultimate perfection, there is a 70% chance of directly comprehending the first stage of Chu Ji Kong principle after absorption, thus breaking through to the mountain and river stage. For cultivators below the 4th substage of the mountain and river stage, absorption at the state of ultimate perfection of each stage will offer a 30 to 40% chance of breakthrough, explained Li Shishir. The transcendent and mountain and river stages were completely different concepts. The lifespan of a transcendent cultivator is 3,000 years, while that of the mountain and river stage is 10,000 years. Isn't the whole purpose of cultivation to live longer? Who wouldn't want to extend their life by 7,000 years? Moreover, if the family had a mountain and river stage expert presiding, the family would immediately pull far ahead of other families and be on equal footing with the royal family. After all, there were only 4 mountain and river stage experts in the entire Weigua. Although the chance was only 70%, it was already very high. Although none had heard of such a treasure before, the Yellow Emperor's merchant guild wouldn't dare to deceive them. The most probable explanation was that they themselves were simply ignorant. After all, Weigua was merely a basic baronial vassal state, and didn't know many high-level things, which was completely normal. The starting price is 100 million lower-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 1 million spiritual stones, and it must be a multiple of 1 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as Li Shishir finished speaking, the venue fell silent. That starting price was simply too high. However, it was just a momentary silence. Soon after, someone started bidding. After all, encountering such a treasure, many would be willing to spend everything, representing the rise and fall of an entire family. 100 million. Gasp. Everyone in the venue inhaled sharply, and murmurs filled the auditorium. It's from the Qian family, the first-class noble family. No wonder they have so much money. I heard that the old ancestor of the Qian family has been stuck at the 9th substage peak of Transcendent for almost 1,000 years, with only 300 to 400 more years of life left. Once the old ancestor of the Qian family can't break through, after his death, the Qian family probably can't maintain its current scale. Other families would tear it apart. Someone who was familiar with the situation remarked. 101 million. Another party placed a bid. Songhai Sect's sect leader? Now I remember, their grand elder also seems to be at the peak of the 9th substage of Transcendent. This is really exciting. The families and sects in our Weigwa which have cultivators at the 9th substage of Transcendent must have a competition here, said someone delighted at others' troubles. I also wish to participate in the competition, but our Wang family became a noble family only recently, so we lack depth and have no more than 100 million spiritual stones in our treasury. Isn't the Qi family the largest merchant family in Weigwa? I heard their family treasures exceed hundreds of millions. I wonder if they will participate. They just secured 2 cooperation agreements and probably won't join this auction. Besides, their Qi family's old ancestor is only at the 6th substage of Transcendent, still very far from reaching the mountain and river stage. As the crowd conversed, the auction continued. After successive bidding wars, the price had already reached 210 million. At this point, there were not many families left participating in the bidding wars. Only 5 remained. Inside the monarch's private suite, Wei Tianming's expression turned serious. Didn't expect them to have so much money. Whether to be happy or sad being targeted by this sage ancestor, no one could tell. At this point, they had no time to think about that. They knew that the sage ancestor would also bid on it. If they could allow the family's elder to break through, all difficulties would naturally disappear. Otherwise, with such a massive expense, the family would probably not recover for 100 years. Very soon, the price rose to 150 million. Now only the Qian family, the Shui family, and the sage ancestor were still bidding. Yes, the sage ancestor had personally joined the competition. Acquiring this fragment, even though he himself had no need for it, could be a good idea to give it to another mountain and river level rising star within the royal family, or to the current king, Wei Xiong. Because Wei Xiong had great talent, his cultivation had already reached the 7th substage peak of the Transcendent realm, and he would reach the 9th stage within a mere 100 years. Your Majesty, the sage ancestor, please pity the Qian family's old ancestor for his contributions to Weigua. His remaining lifespan is not much anymore, said the head of the Qian family, admitting his own weakness, speaking with a tone of entreaty. Sage ancestor, Your Majesty, isn't there still one last major auction item left? Shui Mubai also gave a reminder. Whether it was something someone said or not, Wei Tianming truly decided to withdraw from the competition. From that point on, only the Qian and Shui families continued to bid against each other. The 2 families continued their fierce bidding for a while, until the price reached 170 million. Both sides hesitated, clearly approaching their limits, and each fully aware of the other's situation. Their respective old ancestors were both peerless geniuses of the same generation, and had competed for many years. Sweat had already appeared on Shui Mubai's forehead. He felt somewhat regretful for letting his granddaughter go earlier. The Shui family's limit was around 178 million. Without the prior expenditure caused by Shui Ying's intervention, they would have had 180 million. Although the difference wasn't much, sometimes the final result truly came down to a slight margin. Indeed, when the price reached 175 million, both sides fell silent again, carefully weighing the consequences of either winning or backing out. Shui Mubai, if you abandon this bidding, that spiritual mine in the East Mountain will go to you. The head of the Qian family, with a grim expression, transmitted secretly to Shui Mubai, truly making a great sacrifice. That mine was worth at least 2 million spiritual stones. Shui Mubai was startled, not expecting the other party to be willing to bleed so much. This mine had previously been contested by the 2 families, but eventually ended up in the hands of the Qian family. Some may wonder, if it was worth 2 million, why not sell it to others for money to continue the auction? That would create a vicious cycle, eventually draining the resources of both families completely. There was no need to go to such extremes. After all, they still needed to continue living afterward. Grandfather, as long as the Xinzhou auction house is able to produce one now, they may be able to bring out a second in the future. Shui Ying gently tugged her grandfather's sleeve, also feeling somewhat nervous at this moment. Even if they could produce a second, in the future this place will gain more fame and attract stronger forces. More funds would be needed to attain a higher level membership just to participate, so missing this opportunity, it would be very difficult afterward. Shui Mubai thought further than his granddaughter. Shui Ying was momentarily stunned, loosened her hand, and didn't know what to do anymore. Chapter 361, the grand finale auction item. At this moment, a voice whispered into her mind. Little girl, tell your grandfather to give up. After the auction, I'll sell you another piece for 175 million. That's right. The owner of this voice was none other than Su Pingyan, who had been closely following the auction event. As for why he wanted to help Shui Ying, it was mainly because he liked this girl. Moreover, a price of 175 million was already quite high. Continuing further wouldn't significantly increase the price, so it wasn't worth it. He might as well sell 2 pieces. Really? Thank you, big brother, Shui Ying said excitedly. Then, just as Shui Mubai was about to place his bid, Shui Ying stopped him again. Grandpa, that older brother Su just contacted me. He's willing to sell us another fragment for 175 million, so you don't need to bid higher anymore. Shui Mubai was stunned. Why would Senior Su help the Shui family? No, he meant to help Inger. Could it be that he has taken a liking to Inge? If she could marry such a powerful cultivator, even as a concubine, it wouldn't be unacceptable. It must be said that as people grow old, they become wiser and have more thoughts, not as innocent as Shuiying. Since this was the case, he wouldn't refuse the Linglong for free. So he sent a message to the patriarch of the Qian family. Alright, I agree with you. I'll stop competing for higher bids. The patriarch of the Qian family, not far away, immediately let out a sigh of relief. Although this time the loss was huge, as long as the ancestor managed to break through, everything would be worth it. 175 million, any more bids? Teacher Shursher asked again. Seeing no further bids, she quickly went through the process, raised the auction hammer, and declared the deal done. Congratulations to VIP seat number 1 for successfully purchasing the final auction item. Our staff will handle the handover shortly, Teacher Shursher said happily. Then, she continued with her auction duties. Now please welcome the final item of tonight's auction, the grand finale. Teacher Shursher's voice remained as captivating as ever. If the final item was so impressive, what would the grand finale be? Everyone became curious. A jade scroll. Someone remarked with confusion upon seeing the item being presented. Could it be a pill formula or something similar? Why not a cultivation technique? It's possible. Although it's rare for people to put cultivation techniques up for sale, the Xinzhou auction house can't be judged by normal standards. They were even willing to put strange treasures like fragments of laws up for auction, let alone cultivation techniques. According to the Ministry of Commerce's investigation, major powers in other realms cherish their cultivation techniques dearly, making it extremely difficult for commoners to access them, let alone cultivate. And the higher level the technique, the harder it was to obtain. For this very reason, Su Pingyan personally decided to put a cultivation technique up for auction. China may not have much else, but there was no shortage of cultivation techniques. Not only did they obtain them from the underground city of the Divine Wu Empire, but many were also insights that common people had gained from the wordless divine tablet. These techniques were then collected into the cultivation library. It could be said that the library was overflowing with techniques. There were just too many. Without keeping everyone waiting too anxiously, once the jade scroll was placed on the auction stage, Teacher Shursher lifted its veil of mystery and announced to everyone. This is a grade 6 superior tier cultivation technique called the Xintian Treasure Mirror, which allows one to cultivate all the way to the 9th great culmination of the mountain and river realm. As soon as Teacher Shursher finished speaking, the venue erupted once again. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of all cultivation. Without them, even the most skilled person would be helpless. Each family had its own treasured cultivation technique, and the imperial family was no different. Actually a grade 6 superior tier cultivation technique. This is great. Wei Tianming couldn't help but become excited. He had obtained a grade 6 inferior tier cultivation technique only through extraordinary military achievements. After thousands of years of accumulating merits, the foundation he had built enabled him to obtain a grade 6 middle tier technique from the Great Chu Empire. Yes, even the imperial family only possessed a grade 6 middle tier cultivation method, which could allow him to cultivate only up to the 6th great culmination of the mountain and river realm. Originally, he had been satisfied, for reaching even the 6th great culmination of the mountain and river realm would likely take at least another 2,000 years, or even longer. By then, he would look into acquiring a grade 6 superior tier cultivation technique. Never had he expected that the technique would appear right before his eyes. It must be said that the Yellow Emperor Trading Company was truly his opportunity. I don't know how much it will take to get this, but HMPF, no matter the cost, I want to see just how much foundation you guys have. Wei Tianming looked at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. Unfortunately, due to the special glass wall, no one outside could see him, nor could they feel his pressure. Many of you know this already, but just to clarify, the starting price is 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 1 million spirit stones, and must be an exact multiple of 1 million. Bidding begins now, Teacher Shursher announced directly. Everyone immediately started shouting their bids. 100 million. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of clans. Everyone started to spare no expense. Before long, the price had been raised to 180 million, which was even more terrifying than the earlier bids for the primary spatial law fragment. 200 million. We, the Qi family, offer 200 million. If anyone bids higher, we will withdraw, shouted the voice of Qi family's patriarch, who was officially the richest man in the Wei kingdom. 201 million, said the voice of Wei Tianming, which startled the Qi family head so much that he immediately shut up. This was already his final limit, and now he was worried that the wealth of his family might draw the attention of Emperor Shenzhou. Oh, I should find Emperor Shenzhou after the auction to discuss how to appease him by spending some money. The head of the Qian family regretted, almost slapping himself for being too excited earlier and forgetting about this existence. Others also realized this and fell silent. Wei Tianming had been feeling quite pleased at the sight, until he received a private voice transmission. Then, cold sweat almost came down. This is a one-time exception, no precedent for the future. The voice belonged to Su Pingyan. Wei Tianming was a clever man. He immediately understood. This was the Xinzhou auction house, part of the Yellow Emperor Trading Company, and he had just used Emperor Shenzhou's authority to intimidate others, which was equivalent to stealing money directly from the Yellow Emperor Trading Company. Thinking about it, he felt regretful. With the wealth of the imperial family, they could certainly still secure this cultivation technique, just with an extra few million or 10 million spirit stones. It wasn't worth offending the Yellow Emperor Trading Company for such a small amount of spirit stones. Realizing this, Wei Tianming quickly raised his hands in apology and said respectfully, "Senior, I know my mistake. I will never do this again." I would like to offer 100 million low-grade spirit stones as compensation for your company's loss. No need. Just understand where to draw the line next time. Su Ping'an replied, and no longer paid any attention to him. Once Wei Tianming noticed that there was no more voice and that the pressure was gone, he finally exhaled in relief. He knew he had narrowly avoided a disaster this time. However, in his heart, he warned himself he must pay more attention in the future. Congratulations to the honored guest in the Supreme VIP box for successfully bidding for the grand finale auction item, the Xiantian Treasure Mirror. Our staff will handle the transfer shortly, Teacher Shishir announced. Then she continued, thank you all for joining our auction tonight. That concludes tonight's event. Our Yamushi night view is spectacular, and shortly there will be a fireworks show. If you aren't in a hurry to leave, please feel free to stay and enjoy it. Afterward, staff members began guiding everyone out of the building gradually. Chapter 362, The Fireworks Show. The night in Wei country was pitch black, with only a few mansions of the powerful and wealthy lit up. Ordinary people had already gone to sleep, or were engaging in what they should be doing at night. This was even more so the case in the Wangcheng region. However, tonight, outside the Dadaching Mountains, the Yanhuang market was brightly lit, its colorful neon lights bringing immense amazement to this world. Without light pollution, the glow from here could be seen even from Wangcheng dozens of kilometers away. Many people marveled at it, especially the small town not far from the market. This town was called Haishi Town. Tonight, people were unusually not asleep so early. Though they didn't have permission to enter the Yanhuang market, just watching the lights from this town felt extremely novel to them. Daddy, I heard that the Yanhuang market officially opened today. So many noble guests came, said a young man with slightly dark skin, staring excitedly toward the direction of the Yanhuang market. I heard the city lord himself came, one person replied. To them, the city lord was the highest authority. But what did they know? Even someone as important as Lord Li Hong, the city lord, though not the least significant among the invited VIPs, was certainly among the lowest tier. This Yanhuang market is truly amazing. It was completed in just 2 months. I've seen the outside of it before. The inside must be extravagantly built. So many buildings are surprisingly tall. I wonder how they built them. Probably using formations by cultivators, someone speculated. Anyway, I've never seen such tall buildings in Wangcheng. Actually, the tallest building inside the Yanhuang market was that 9-story tower, which indeed towered over the tallest 3-story buildings found in Wangcheng. Still, it wasn't the tallest building in Wangcheng overall, because the highest buildings were located at the Yanhuang resort. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap rang out, giving the townsfolk quite a shock. Then, everyone witnessed something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The dark night sky was illuminated, as countless fireworks shot up into the heavens, dazzling in their beauty. Inside the market. Ah, so beautiful. This is the fireworks show they were talking about. How can it be this beautiful? Shuiying stared wide-eyed at the dazzling display nearby, blinking not once, afraid she might miss something. I wonder if we can buy some of these fireworks. If we take them back, I'll definitely shock all my friends back in Wei capital. Shuiying thought of her close female friends in the capital city. Miss Shui? Yes, you can buy fireworks here. Our market has a dedicated fireworks shop that carries both large-scale displays and various handheld small fireworks, though the prices are a bit high. A nearby attendant softly replied. Fireworks also existed in this world, but they were very limited in variety and rare. For example, in Wei country there was a fireworks production bureau, and fireworks were typically only lit for royal celebrations. Not many noble families made them themselves. That's great. Then you must take me there later, said Shuiying, even more excited. But right now, her attention was completely captivated by the fireworks outside the market, and she couldn't focus on anything else. She wasn't the only one thinking like that. Many others, not just women, were convinced that attending the fireworks was more than worth the trip. Beautiful sights come quickly and go quickly. The fireworks display lasted for about a quarter of an hour before it was over. However, Yanhuang Market's nightlife had just begun. The aristocrats and nobles of this world walked down brightly lit streets. Even after having wandered the entire day, they still didn't feel tired. After all, daytime had its charms, and nighttime brought a whole new kind of joy. For example, the snack street, filled with delicacies imported from Huaxia, was an instant hit among the aristocrats and nobles. These are just so delicious. Where did you get all this food? I've never tasted anything this good in Wei capital, not since I was a child, Shuiying said as she munched happily, already staring further away at more delicacies. In order to enjoy more dishes, she had to burn off the food currently in her stomach, making space for more culinary exploration. This Yanhuang market is truly impressive. It carries goods far beyond common reach, and yet it also serves popular, down-to-earth delicacies. Truly a wide variety. I feel like I could live here a whole month and still not get tired of it. Many others expressed similar sentiments. Everything here felt so novel and fresh, things they had never seen or experienced in their entire lives. What a pity there's no end. Otherwise, I'd definitely rent a room for a month and experience everything here. Master Shun, while the market itself doesn't have ends, just not far from here is our Yanhuang resort. It offers all sorts of food, drink, and entertainment, rivaling even this market. Most importantly, there are lodgings available. If you wish to retreat into cultivation seclusion, there are spirit caves of different levels available on Dadaching Mountain. The attendant explained, not forgetting to add a final persuasive note. Our Yanhuang market specializes in food, clothing, accommodation, transportation, and cultivation. Cultivation can be boring and exhausting, and when cultivators hit a bottleneck, they can come to our resort for relaxation. If you need cultivation resources, you can purchase them here in the market. To put it simply, As long as you have enough money, you can enjoy everything within this comprehensive complex created by the Yanhuang Association. All right, quickly take me to see that resort, said young Master Shun, immediately excited. Certainly. We've already built a road connecting the two locations, and there's a dedicated transportation route. Now, I just need to ask, will Master Shun be taking the luxury private car, the premium private car, the business shared ride, or the budget shuttle bus? Of course, if you prefer not to take any of our vehicles, walking is also an option. It's not far, about 7 li away, the attendant asked. What do you mean? Master Shun asked curiously. As the eldest legitimate son of a third-rank noble family in Wei capital, he was the future heir. In Wei capital, he had seen and experienced everything. Yet here, he understood nothing, and yet he was even more interested. Of course, he wasn't foolish. He knew exactly what kind of place this was, and didn't dare to act recklessly. The arrogant and indulgent attitude typical of noble youths was completely suppressed here. After all, his father had personally warned him. If he caused trouble here, he wouldn't just lose his status as heir, he might even be killed, and his father wouldn't do anything about it. Master Shun, the luxury private car allows you to enjoy a vehicle all to yourself. It comes with beverages and a snack platter. The interior is spacious and comfortable, though the fare is relatively high. At one tael of low-grade spirit stone per ride, the guide explained. A mere 7 li, on a wide, uncrowded road, reachable in just a few minutes. Naturally, few amenities were necessary. The beverages were simply a cup of wine, and the snack platter contained basic snacks from Earth, low-cost items, but all completely novel and exotic to this world. Yet their prices were absurdly high. Chapter 363, Yanhuang Holiday Villa. 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual stones were worth 1,000 new Huaxia coins. And such a private carriage, even in Huaxia, wouldn't cost more than 2 new Huaxia coins, because the purchasing power of the new Huaxia coin was currently extremely strong. Premium private carriage allows you to enjoy the ride alone, but it's less comfortable than the deluxe one and without drinks or snacks. The price is also cheaper, just 10 gold coins per ride. As for business shared rides, it's 4 people sharing 1 carriage, each paying 1 gold coin per ride. And for the budget bus, it's 45 people sharing 1 vehicle. Sometimes you need to wait if there aren't enough passengers, but the price is very affordable, just 1 silver spiritual coin. The tour guide patiently explained the prices to the young man. I wonder which transportation Master Shun would like to take, the tour guide asked. Which one? What kind of person do you think I am? How can I share a ride with others? Definitely the deluxe private carriage. Come on, show me what kind of deluxe carriage your Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce provides. He might have felt somewhat inferior back at the Divine Auction House, where items were worth hundreds of millions. His family didn't have that kind of money. However, for him, spending 1 or 2 low-grade spiritual stones was like a drop in the ocean. All right, please follow me, Master Shun. At the transportation hub. Is this the deluxe private carriage? This vehicle looks strange. It can actually move without being pulled by any beast. Not only had Master Shun arrived, but quite a few people had already gathered here, including Shueying. However, both of her hands were full of all kinds of delicious food. Why not put them into storage bags? Well, they were already full, otherwise she wouldn't have carried them like this. Miss Shui, please rest assured, it definitely works and is extremely comfortable, the tour guide explained. Then let's go, Shueying eagerly invited. Given the special occasion today, these tour guides were assigned for the entire day. Of course, everything in this complex was strictly regulated. Please go ahead, Miss Shui, said tour guide Wang Yujia while opening the carriage door for her. Shueying didn't enter immediately. Instead, she poked her small head into the carriage, inspecting it carefully. She found it completely different from those carriages she had ridden before, and finally stepped in. This seat is so comfortable. Shueying sat on the chair, standing up slightly, and then flopping down heavily, feeling its softness and texture, an experience totally different from before. Miss Shui, these are genuine leather seats. Wang Yujia gave her a brief introduction, then told the driver in front. We may depart now. The driver nodded, and slowly, the private carriage started off extremely smoothly, so much so that not a single drop of wine in the carriage spilled. Obviously, the drivers selected here were true experienced ones. Wow, it really moves. Without any beast pulling, it moves freely, and without even the slightest bump. That's truly amazing. The Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce should have come to my Weigua kingdom much earlier. Shueying continued to ask questions excitedly along the way. The streetlights along the way made the surrounding night no longer scary, but instead uniquely charming, an experience totally new to them. Very soon, the vehicle smoothly stopped in front of a huge, brightly lit building. Sis Wang, is this the holiday villa? Shueying pointed at the grand structure before her. Yes, this is the entrance, the service hall where you check in and purchase admission tickets, replied Wang Yujia. Do we need tickets to enter? After asking, Shueying closed her mouth, realizing she had just asked such a foolish question. How could there be no admission ticket? Miss Shui, the entrance ticket to our villa is not expensive. It's merely set as a small barrier to prevent an overwhelming number of visitors, so we can avoid being unable to serve everyone at once. The day pass ticket costs only 10 golden spiritual coins. With that, you can enjoy all free attractions throughout the day. Moreover, if you check into a residence inside the villa, the ticket fee is completely waived. For each night you stay, you get 1 day of free admission, Wang Yujia reminded her. It was equivalent to 100 new Huaxia coins. Considering its purchasing power, it was approximately about 4,000 Huaxia coins back before the portal appeared. The reason why its purchasing power was so strong was twofold. First, the exchange rate of new Huaxia coins was originally 113 domestically, and for foreigners, it was even as high as 120. Second, as Huaxia became increasingly powerful, especially after the last observation delegation incident, the international value of the new Huaxia coin continued to appreciate, becoming even stronger in terms of purchasing power. Compared to the original rate, it was close to 140 already. Alright, take me to check in. I feel like I can spend many days here. Shuang wasn't bothered at all by this, and pulled Wang Yujie straight toward the lobby. Inside was extremely spacious, bright as daylight even at night. When Shuang walked into the lobby, she realized that there were already more than a dozen people inside. Some she knew, some she didn't. But all of them were surely the invited guests of today. However, for such a massive hall, a dozen people felt too few, making the place seem rather quiet and deserted. Miss Shui, you can check in at this window. Wang Yujie glanced and pointed to an unoccupied window. Alright, Shuang nodded and followed Wang Yujie to the window. Hello, this is Miss Shui from the first-class noble house of Weigua. She would like to check in, Wang Yujie explained to the staff first, subtly indicating Shui Ying's identity so the staff could better recommend appropriate rooms. Welcome, Miss Shui. May I ask whether you're checking in alone? The clerk asked politely. There's also my grandfather, but he is still at the market district and might arrive later, Shui Ying replied. Would you like to check in together for both of you? Once your grandfather arrives, he will only need to go through a quick registration process. Alternatively, you can check in separately. The clerk offered an option. Check us in together then. Shui Ying thought for a moment and went ahead to complete the check-in for her grandfather as well. Miss Shui, now I'll briefly introduce the accommodations of our holiday villa. We offer deluxe detached villas, most suitable for families or groups coming for a holiday. These villas come with independent cultivation rooms. Of course, their effects cannot compare to the caves in Daqing Mountains. In addition, there are soundproof formation arrays in place, offering excellent privacy, though the price is slightly higher, at 68 low-grade spiritual stones per night. We also have townhouses, specifically 4 connected units. The 2 at the ends each have 6 rooms, while the 2 middle units have 4 rooms each. They are also suitable for families. The privacy is slightly lower than that of detached villas, but there are still soundproof arrays so they won't disturb your sleep. The middle units cost 6 low-grade spiritual stones per night, and the end units cost 10 low-grade spiritual stones. Besides the villas, we also have hotel suites, divided into 8 types: Emperor Suite, Lord Suite, Premium Suite, Deluxe Family Suite, Boutique King Room, Boutique Twin Room, Standard King Room, and Standard Twin Room. Chapter 364. A nighttime conversation between grandfather and granddaughter. The Emperor Suite is only one room, located on the top floor of the highest hotel in the resort village. It comes with a premium service team that offers an imperial-level experience. One night costs 8,888 low-grade spirit stones, making it the most expensive suite in our entire resort. The resort village did have 5 high-rise hotels, the tallest one having 33 floors, while the other 4 stood at 26 floors each. The Prince Suite is on the top floor of the 4 shorter hotels. There are only 4 of them, each costing 88 low-grade spirit stones per night. The VIP suite has 24 rooms altogether, located from the 27th to the 32nd floor, which are 6 floors below the Emperor Suite. Each floor has 4 rooms, all separated from each other, so guests won't run into anyone else when entering or leaving. The facilities are slightly inferior to those of the Emperor Suite. One night costs 18 low-grade spirit stones. The Deluxe Family Suite has 2 rooms, suitable for a small family, including breakfast for 3 people, costing 88 golden spirit coins per night. The Premium King Room costs 20 golden spirit coins per night, including breakfast for 1 person. She stopped there and didn't proceed to list the Premium Twin Room or the regular King Room and the regular Twin Room, because she knew they weren't suitable for this young Miss Shui. In fact, the Premium Twin Room was priced at 15 golden spirit coins per night, but not suitable for a grandfather and granddaughter. The regular King Room was priced at 6 golden spirit coins, and the regular Twin Room cost 5 golden spirit coins. That was the cheapest room in the entire resort village. So, in the entire resort village, the most expensive option was the Emperor Suite, followed by the Prince Suite, then the standalone villas. There was only 1 Emperor Suite for Prince Suites and 12 standalone villas. Clearly, the number of rooms available in the resort village was limited. Though it appeared to offer a lot, in the future, it would surely face a shortage in supply. However, to prevent diminishing the overall guest experience, the management ultimately decided not to increase the number of hotel rooms. However, outside the resort village, there was a large amount of empty land. In the future, they could buy the land to build additional hotels. Alternatively, they could invite their partners from the Huaxia Cooperation to build new hotels with a fantasy theme, which could also boost the tourism industry in the nearby town. It would also be very beneficial for the development of the entire wilderness city. I think I'll go with a standalone villa, Shuang thoughtfully replied. Although she wouldn't mind staying in the Emperor or Prince Suite, she could certainly afford either. She wasn't foolish enough to do so. After all, in this place, the term Emperor still carried strong implications. She feared it might cause unwanted trouble for the Shui family. The Yanhuang Merchant Guild could dare to use such names because they had the confidence to back it up. The Shui family, however, simply didn't have that kind of assurance. Even just the name itself just wasn't appropriate. So, Miss Shui, how many nights are you planning to stay? The receptionist smiled politely as she asked. Let's start with 3 days. Shuang thought for a moment before replying. She didn't yet know exactly how long she would stay. Her personal wish was to live here permanently, though she hadn't discussed that with her grandfather yet. Alright, I've already completed your check-in procedures. Will you be paying in cash, or with the wristband payment system? With Wang Yujia's explanation, Shuang simply extended her arm and directly paid for the 3-day stay using the wristband. Miss Shui, here is your room key. Please keep it safe. You will also receive 3 days of free admission tickets. Additionally, within the resort, you may take our vehicles anytime, and those are free of charge as well. The receptionist stood up politely. Okay. All the way until she reached the villa, she remained excited and slightly dazed. Seeing the interior decor of the villa made her even happier, and she was curious about every corner. Only after her grandfather Xuanmu returned and Wang Yujia had already left did she gradually calm down, though it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. Activating the barrier array to isolate all sounds from the inside and outside, Xuanmu then called the still excited Xue Ying to the tea table. Grandpa, what is it? Shuang asked curiously. After all her excitement, she now felt a bit tired and had been ready to return to her favorite chosen room for rest. She also wanted to try the bubble bath that Wang Jia had mentioned to her. How do you feel about this place? Xuanmu asked. It's great. There are so many new and interesting things everywhere. I feel like I wasted my whole past life. I'm thinking about staying here for a longer time. Grandpa, okay. Shuang grinned happily. When she reached the end, she playfully leaned closer and started to act coy. What do you think of Senior Su? Xuanmu still wore a serious expression on his face. Su Gugu is very nice. He helped us today too. Shuang said while looking upward, and immediately followed with another question. Grandpa, did Su Gugu approach you for that transaction? Xuanmu grimaced slightly as he heard his granddaughter call him Su Gugu over and over, while he himself addressed the same man as Senior Su. Damn, what kind of situation was this? Still, if his granddaughter could really be with that man, then ha, he'd end up becoming his own grandson-in-law? That actually didn't sound too bad. Yes, the transaction is done. Right now, the Xue family is pretty tight on cash. We can't afford to be so careless with money in the future, Xuanmu replied helplessly. Oh, by the way, let me ask you something. If you were to marry Su, Senior Su, would you be willing? Xuanmu asked. Hearing this, Shui Ying's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Grandpa, what are you saying? I'm serious. What are your actual thoughts on this? Xuanmu asked earnestly. What thoughts could I possibly have? Su Gugu is a mighty expert, a great hero. However, he already has that beautiful senior Yi Xinran by his side. Shui Ying replied with a hint of disappointment. What about your own feelings then? Do you like him? Do you want to be with him? Xuanmu pressed again. But, Shui Ying didn't know quite how to respond. I discreetly asked around today. From what I heard, that senior Yi Xinran girl is merely someone with a close relationship to him. Not even close to being an official fiancé. And even if she became his wife, so what? Having multiple wives and concubines is perfectly normal for a man. Considering how powerful he is, being associated with him wouldn't be beneath the Xue family at all. Xuanmu explained seriously, then asked once more. Now, what's your true feeling? If you don't want it, Grandpa won't force you. Grandpa, of course I'm willing. If I could be with Su Gugu, I would do anything, Shuang replied earnestly. Growing up in this world of cultivation and power, she was actually quite open-minded about the idea of polygamy. In her view, if someone as outstanding as Su Pingyan didn't have a few beautiful companions by his side, that would be strange indeed. Good then. Senior Su wouldn't have helped our Xue family for no reason. If he's already taken action, it means he at least holds some favor toward us. I've been thinking, and it must be because of you. Our Inger is so beautiful, who wouldn't be fond of her? I believe Senior Su must have some affection for you already. You can stay here a bit longer, try to interact with him more. If things work out, that's best. Even if they don't, at least our Inger won't regret it in the future. After saying this, Xuanmu dropped his serious expression and once again became the warm, affectionate grandfather. Chapter 365, Day 1 Profits. Grandpa, are you serious? Shuang asked eagerly. Of course I am, Xuanmu affirmed. I'll give it a try, Shuang murmured shyly, as if something had suddenly come to mind. Just as her grandfather had said, if they didn't take action, they would surely regret it in the future. But if they did, even if they failed, they wouldn't regret it later. Su Pingyan had no habit of eavesdropping on others' conversations, and naturally had no idea what the grandfather and granddaughter had discussed that night. However, this was destined to be a sleepless night for him, not only for Su Pingyan, but also for those who had been invited. Nearly all of them were unable to sleep. After the commotion died down, the family representatives began discussing internally the situation regarding the Huanghe Commercial Guild, hoping to determine what benefits they could gain and how they might use this platform to strengthen their own clans. Information about the Huanghe Commercial Guild spread like wildfire across the entire kingdom of Wei overnight. Of course, not everyone stayed behind overnight. Many people left after the fireworks display. In the core conference room of the Han Imperial capital on Blue Planet, the Chancellor had summoned the key senior officials, including Su Pingyan, for a meeting today. The only reason I've called everyone here today is about the Huanghe Commercial Guild. The Chancellor began, then smiled at Su Pingyan and said, Xiao Su, why don't you briefly explain it to everyone? Su Pingyan nodded slightly and said, overall, the Huanghe Guild plan has been very successful. At the very least, people throughout the Kingdom of Wei now believe in its existence and are willing to cooperate with us. The Daqing Mountain Branch is the first model we're aiming to build. We can draw lessons from it, patch up any loopholes, and once operations mature, use it as a stepping stone to replicate elsewhere. In the future, the Huanghe Guild will remain in the open while we Han operate behind the scenes. And as we accumulate more and more commercial partners, they will form our moat, fighting and advancing on our behalf. Su Ping'an's confidence in the Huanghe Guild plan was growing stronger by the day. Xiao Su, why don't you start by telling everyone about the day one revenue from the Daqing Mountain branch? The chancellor prompted. On the first day of opening the Huanghe Market District, the Huanghe Bank received approximately 26.5 billion ounces of low-grade spirit stones in time deposits and about 28 million ounces in demand deposits. This shows that although Wei is just a first-class marquisate state, it has accumulated substantial reserves over its 6,000 years of history. The prospects for banking business are promising. My word, so much. One elder exclaimed, nearly dropping his teacup at the number. Initially, deposits were low, with demand deposits under 8 million ounces. However, after the Zhoushan auction ended in the evening, the representatives from the Kingdom of Wei truly began appreciating the strength of the Huanghe Guild and placing more trust in it. That very night, deposits skyrocketed. Of course, trust was still limited, and further efforts would be needed. It would take prolonged time to test the relationship between both parties. Also, the Huawei One wearable bracelets totaled more than 8,000 sold, all registered under the monthly service package priced at 5 silver spirit coins. Su Ping'an smiled. Though we only invited a few hundred people, they would, of course, buy them for their family members and elders. 8,000 units wasn't that high. Once they truly realized the bracelet's value, sales would rise further. Yesterday, the Zhoushan auction house was the biggest earner, recording a total transaction value of nearly 52.7 billion ounces of low-grade spirit stones. Other than those 3 items mentioned, revenue from all other stores also reached nearly 420,000 ounces of low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, shop rental agreements signed yesterday totaled over 30 million ounces of low-grade spirit stones. As for the Huanghe Resort Village, everyone just arrived last night, so the earnings weren't significant yet. The cultivation caves in Daqing Mountain haven't started generating profits either. I believe future results will definitely surpass expectations. Su Ping'an briefly summarized the overall earnings from different sectors. Having so much income on the first day alone is really impressive. That's mostly because of the auction house, though. We put out many quality goods. The regular market alone earned fairly well. It's only the first day, attended by only a few hundred people. Once things pick up, business will definitely be better. Everyone was highly optimistic about the Daqing Mountain branch of the Huanghe Guild, which was why there was such strong support in the first place. Yet earlier, people had some lingering doubts. Now, hearing the results, they could finally relax. What remained was merely anticipation, curiosity about how it would evolve in the future. Xiao Su, please talk about the challenges now. What problems or shortcomings have you noticed? Let's discuss them together and see if we can come up with solid solutions, the chancellor reminded once again. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. There are indeed a few issues. First, the Yanwang Bank. Judging from the current situation, it has been successful. Therefore, I believe we should expand beyond the market compound and establish branches in every city throughout the Kingdom of Wei, thereby absorbing the entire nation's savings. Although the common populace, outside the major aristocratic families, may not have large amounts of money individually, their sheer numbers make for a significant financial base. Su Ping'an mentioned the bank as his first point. As someone from Blue Planet, he fully understood the importance of this industry. If Han could truly gain control of the financial system in this world, it would be extremely advantageous. Even if other nations from Blue Planet later came to this world and attempted to independently develop their own banks, it would be extremely difficult. A Ministry of Commerce survey shows that there are various money shops, even underground ones, in the Kingdom of Wei. If our bank expands widely, it will become their mortal enemy. These money shops have complex and intertwined influences. Could this provoke hostility from the local powers? One elder expressed concern. That is inevitable. However, compared to the benefits and influence we stand to gain, this is a path we must take, Su Ping'an said firmly. I think Xiao Su is right. If they dare show their claws, we'll chop them off. One of the generals, known for his fiery temper, added. We are outsiders. If we clash with the local powers, it could negatively affect our future development. Since the Yanwang market compound has achieved good results, why not establish a few more market compounds in the Kingdom of Wei in the future, and just place the bank inside our compounds? No, the Yanwang market compound is currently the only one in the entire Kingdom of Wei, and ideally, there should be just one per vassal state in the future. Only in this way can we highlight the prestige of our market compound and attract the wealthiest individuals here for spending. As for other operations, we should continue cooperating with the local powers as we do now. For now, let's maintain the current state of the Yanwang complex and observe the subsequent developments. Then we can adjust our approach accordingly. If one market compound is sufficient to meet the demands of the entire Kingdom of Wei, there's no need to build more. If not, we should consider expansion first. Only if that proves insufficient should we think about establishing a second compound, the Chancellor concluded, effectively making the final decision. Chapter 366 To tax or not to tax. Now let's talk about the bank. Should we expand outward or not? The Grand Secretary looked toward Elder Qin, who was in charge of finance, and asked, Elder Qin, you're the expert. What's your opinion? If the Yanwang Bank could enter every city, it would hold tremendous significance for us Huaxia. Although what several elders have just expressed is not without merit, fellow elders, the other world is very different from Blue Star. There, strength is everything, and our Yanwang Business Guild is among the strongest in Weigua. Our word is the truth. We haven't taken an aggressive stance yet, and that already has them extremely relieved. Do they really dare to oppose us? Elder Qin declared fiercely. Ha! Elder Qin's words are indeed pleasing to hear. If they dare cause trouble, just let their holy ancestor personally take action. If they still can't handle it, then we will step in. Show them courtesy first, and force only if needed. We've given them face. If that doesn't work, then don't blame us. Please don't always resort to threats and violence. That's just the worst-case scenario. Those money shops are backed by powerful clans. However, those clans are well aware of our strength now, and the Yanhuang Business Guild has brought them substantial profits. It's simply not worth it for them to oppose us over a mere financial interest. Nor would they dare. After much discussion, they ultimately decided to expand outward. Establish a branch in Weidou, a service center in each county town, and a savings office in each city. There's no Tianyin in the other world, and the mountain paths aren't as good as those in Huagua. I've also heard there are many bandits. Moreover, we'll need guards at the bank vaults and must prevent troublemakers. That would be spitting in our face. Therefore, I suggest stationing a squad of warriors in each major bank branch, one elder recommended. Won't that arouse the suspicion of Weigua's leadership? I think there's no need to send a full squad. Just one person suffices. Appoint him as the bank's security chief, and depending on the local conditions, recruit local cultivators to fulfill the security needs, another elder added. Now that we've decided to expand our bank's operations, Weigua should be the first target. How shall we arrange the staffing? For Weidou, we should send a Supreme Realm cultivator, 9th-stage Perfect Enlightenment. It would be better still if it's a Mountain and River Realm expert. There's no need for Mountain and River Realm. That's far too conspicuous. I think Supreme Realm, 9th-stage Perfect Enlightenment is sufficient enough. After all, there are only a few Mountain and River Realm experts in Weigua, and they rarely make moves lightly. Besides, if necessary, we have the Beidou team stationed at Yanhuang Valley ready for rapid response, another said. I also think Supreme Realm at the 9th stage is sufficient. After much discussion, the ultimately adopted plan was as follows. Assign a Supreme Realm, 7th stage warrior to guard Weidou, along with 30 Ascension Realm security guards working in rotating shifts to protect the bank. Assign 1 Ascension Realm, 7th stage warrior to each county, and 1 Ascension Realm, 1st stage warrior for each city level. Such an arrangement would be effortless for Huaxia, causing no burden whatsoever, and would not exert pressure on the various counties or cities either. I suggest merging the Huawei Huan Ring stores with the banks. By placing the two side by side, we can save on manpower. Just one person can guard both, and it will also be convenient for promoting the ring-based payment system. Additionally, I think the Yanhuan communication service is unnecessary. Since everyone has the Huan Ring, they can just pay through it directly, and with the bank located nearby, it could also help draw in some demand deposits. Elder Qin suddenly proposed. Everyone paused and thought. This meant consolidating 3 shops into one. Not a bad idea, actually. This saves both labor and reduces overall costs. In fact, why not just do away with the Huawei store entirely and add a counter within the bank selling the rings? Considering the high price, ordinary folks wouldn't spend it anyway, someone else suggested. I think it's feasible. Many of the elders brightened. This plan was truly quite impressive. Su Pingyan also nodded slightly. I think this idea is good too. It better suits the market conditions in the other world, where there won't be many shops selling the Huan rings, and thus no real competition. In the end, after deliberation, the bank integrated the Huan Ring and communication services. With this integration, going outward became not just a possibility, but a necessity. Xiao Su, go say hello to their holy ancestor. Since we're operating on their land, basic etiquette must still be observed, the Grand Secretary instructed. Grand Secretary, right now there's still one question. Should our guild pay taxes to Weigua? Upon Elder Qin's remark, everyone paused. It was a topic none of them had considered before. Some believed paying taxes was a natural duty, while others thought, since it was another world, why would they pay them anything? As can be foreseen, our profits will be absolutely tremendous. Are we really going to pay taxes to Weigua? Even if we do, with such a huge amount, will they dare to accept it? Someone remarked. That's right. Before we even establish our second branch, people from other countries nearby will likely come here to trade as well. The future transaction volume will be staggering. I wonder if even the royal family would dare to collect taxes from us. But if we don't pay, won't the entire Weigua government feel envious? Moreover, if we're the only ones making money there, Weigua could soon face a serious capital shortage, someone pointed out. Xiao Su, what do you think? The Grand Secretary asked. Pay. Oh, go ahead and elaborate. We Xia are not bandits. Since we intend to establish good relations and conduct business with Weigua and other otherworld civilizations, we must follow the appropriate rules and etiquette. Besides, once taxes are paid, our relationship with them will become one of shared interests, thereby becoming even stronger. Furthermore, after collecting the taxes, they would naturally seek to develop Weigua. Once the people of Weigua earn higher incomes, we can profit even more in return, Su Pingyan replied. However, he then added, of course, we definitely shouldn't pay taxes according to their current tax rate. After all, their existing taxation system doesn't include anything like this, and their current taxes are already rather heavy. We should negotiate with them to set a percentage that satisfies both sides. Then let's proceed according to your suggestion. Once we set this regulation and our brand image well, expanding to other countries later will be easier. This golden brand name will surely make us welcome, perhaps even invite, by the royal families of other nations, which is extremely beneficial for our long-term development. We must not engage in overexploitation. Any other points? The Grand Secretary continued. There have been many people expressing interest in our electric lamps and requesting purchases. Likewise, having seen our interior decoration services, some have asked if we could decorate their homes, Su Pingyan added. Decoration is no problem. It could even be another way for us to earn money. We can entrust reputable private enterprises with this work. As for the electric lamps, however, they require an electricity supply first. Otherwise, using spirit stones as an energy source would be far too extravagant, one of the elders remarked. Chapter 367 Farewell to Wei Tianming. Actually, we can sell two types of electric lamps. Those powered by spirit stones can be sold to the aristocrats. As for electricity, hasn't our photovoltaic production already exceeded demand? Then why not sell it to them? With solar panels, electricity can be generated. Why stop at just lamps? Various household appliances can also be sold to them, which would be extremely profitable and help drive more of our industrial chains, said the official from the Ministry of Industry, getting more excited. Our power grid is highly advanced. Why not build infrastructure there as well? Selling electricity would also be highly profitable. We can cooperate with the imperial family of Wei. No, otherworldly realms are different from ours. There are cultivators flying high and low, not to mention bandits in the mountains. Electricity will be difficult to popularize. We could have the nation of Wei carry out a national anti-bandit campaign. It would also be our contribution to the people of Wei. A peaceful environment is good for economic development and beneficial to us. That might work for Wei, but what about other countries? Each nation has different conditions. It's difficult. I think we should just sell solar panels to harness solar energy. Besides, solar panels will need replacements after a certain period. The other world is too vast, and it's divided into many nations. Large-scale infrastructure would be inappropriate. Battles among high-level cultivators could cause massive destruction, leading to power outages. It would take us a long time to repair, damaging our reputation. Think about ourselves. How many years did we spend establishing our complete power system? How much time would it take to accomplish this feat in the other world? We do things step by step. The matter of power grids is still far off. We can consider it in the future when conditions allow. For now, solar panels are clearly the best choice, more than sufficient for all kinds of electrical appliances. So, is this business to be handed over to private enterprises, or will we do it ourselves? Someone asked. Let the private enterprises handle it. We already control the major parts of the industry. We should gradually help more enterprises go overseas to create more jobs. That makes sense. Also, it would be better to stipulate that when they expand overseas, they should increase the wages of their workers, preferably distributing wages according to the proportion of profit. Let the wealthy lead the less fortunate. It will be difficult since everyone has greed. We should achieve common prosperity from the start, letting some people progress slightly faster. Soon, the discussion on this topic came to an end. However, if this plan were to succeed, it would involve numerous industries and countless jobs. Consider the upstream and downstream industries of photovoltaics, the industries related to batteries, household appliances, electric vehicles. Once launched, it would elevate China's economic strength to an entirely new level. Xiao Su, anything else? The chancellor asked. Su Ping'an nodded. This time, we've signed 11 cooperation agreements with the imperial family of Wei and the major clans. 10 of them involve all aspects of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. But the most difficult one is the infrastructure agreement reached with the imperial family. I heard about that. Highways and railways. We're very experienced in constructing those. There shouldn't be much problem, right? Questioned the official from the Ministry of Industry. The construction itself isn't a big issue for us. The main concern is safety along the routes. I plan to personally discuss this with the Holy Ancestor Emperor, and by the way, agree upon the equity distribution in the future operating companies, Su Ping'an replied. Equity distribution? Xiao Su, what percentage do you think is appropriate? This needs thorough discussion because it will be a model for future promotions, reminded an elder. This will also depend on how much effort they contribute. Su Ping'an thought for a moment and shared his opinion. We don't have to fix the ratio. Each country has its own conditions. We can offer options and let them choose. My idea is as follows. First, funding. Second, surveying, planning, and construction. Third, security, maintenance, and operation. Please explain in detail. Everyone became very interested. Then, Su Ping'an carefully explained his thoughts. Everyone else found some loopholes and filled them in. Eventually, a comprehensive plan was finalized. Good. With this plan, the negotiation with the emperor will be much easier. Su Ping'an smiled. Although they could simply use their power to force opponents to give however much equity they wanted, the Chinese government and Su Ping'an wouldn't do that. It was against the spirit of China. We pursue mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Anything else? The chancellor asked again. Su Ping'an thought for a moment, then shook his head. Nothing for now. All right, then if problems arise in the future, we can discuss them again. For now, the meeting is adjourned. The chancellor dismissed the meeting directly. Everyone left. Su Ping'an, carrying the well-prepared plan, departed from Blue Star and returned to the kingdom of Wei once again. Yanhuang Market, Management Center, top floor of a 5-story building. Welcome once again to our Yanhuang Market, Holy Ancestor Emperor. Su Ping'an greeted warmly. Wei Tianming felt unexpectedly honored. In their world, power dictated status. In the past, whenever he encountered experts possibly at the celestial realm level, none of them looked kindly upon him. No matter how important a vassal lord he was, he often received no courtesy or respect. That was simply how things were, and he had long gotten used to it. He had never expected things to be different here at the Yanhuang Commercial Association. Thank you for the Yanhuang Commercial Association's recognition of our Wei nation. We feel greatly honored that you have chosen to establish a branch here. From now on, if you encounter any problems, please don't hesitate to let us know. The entire Wei nation shall do everything possible to assist and resolve them. Wei Tianming replied politely, expressing his gratitude in kind. Hee, if there comes a time we trouble your majesty, I hope you won't mind our inconvenience, ha. Su Ping'an replied with a cheerful smile. No trouble at all. Absolutely no trouble. Wei Tianming waved his hands repeatedly. Your Majesty, today I invited you here to discuss the transportation agreement belonging to the imperial family from the auction. I suppose you've already discussed it. May I ask what your thoughts are regarding this cooperation? Su Pingyan directly came to the point. Wei Tianming turned slightly more serious and replied. The current monarch has already convened officials to discuss this. Everyone believes this matter benefits both the country and its people, and there's no reason for us to object. Good. Then let's now discuss the final shareholding allocation for the operation companies of the highways and railways, Su Pingyan said. May I ask, what exactly does shareholding mean? Wei Tianming glanced at the people on his side. They all looked confused. Indeed, Wei Tianming had already informed the current monarch, Wei Xiong, about this matter. The Wei court had even sent many officials from the Ministry of Works to accompany him. Shareholding refers to, Su Pingyan patiently explained the basic concept to them, which wasn't hard to grasp once clearly illustrated. I'd like to know how much shareholding the Commercial Association intends to retain. Wei Tianming carefully asked. Although in truth the authority of decision rested with the Yanhuang Commercial Association, he merely hoped they wouldn't take too unreasonable a portion. Chapter 368 Infrastructure Agreement. Su Pingyan sensed the other party's cautious attitude and smiled slightly. Your Majesty, the Yellow Emperor Chamber of Commerce has never engaged in favoritism toward its clients. We always uphold the principles of fairness, impartiality, transparency, and mutual benefit. We have a selection plan here, and ultimately, the equity ratio will be determined by your choice. So saying, he handed over a document already translated into the local script and continued. Our final equity stake will be divided into 3 parts: investment, survey and construction, and security and operation. Originally, maintenance was also included, but after discussions among the higher-ups, it was decided to directly include it in future operating costs, as there was no need to specify it now. First, the investment portion will account for 30% of total shares, covering all costs for the survey, as well as building roads and railways. Second, the survey and construction part. Not to underestimate your country, but roads and railways are something you have likely never seen before, so naturally we will have to provide our own personnel to take charge. This part is also the most critical. However, we only claim 30%, Su Pingyan added. When he finished speaking, Wei Tianming's heart slightly relaxed. 30%, he could accept that. The final portion is security and operation, which accounts for 40%, as this is a long-term endeavor that may last for decades, centuries, or even longer, Su Pingyan continued. By security, we mean the elimination of bandits and local criminal forces along the entire route to guarantee safety during construction and future operations. As for operation, regarding the highway, we will build toll stations along the route to collect fees from passing vehicles, while the railway will require ticket collection and overall standardization of its operations. We propose allocating 20% for security and another 20% for operations. Su Pingyan briefly explained the entire plan. Your Majesty, in fact, this is a tremendous benefit to the state of Wei, because during both the surveying and construction phases, we will require many local laborers, and naturally we will pay them. We don't like imposing unpaid burdens on others, so this will help improve the people's income and provide them valuable skills. When your country plans to construct other roads in the future, your citizens will already have the necessary experience to handle it themselves. Moreover, by eliminating bandits and criminal forces along the route, your governance will become more transparent and just, earning the people's greater loyalty to the imperial house. Public sentiment is extremely important. Regarding the operation phase, we can cooperate. We will dispatch experienced personnel, and you may assign some capable individuals, whom we will train. Through this collaboration, both parties can share 50-50 equity in this segment. If your side finds this troublesome, we are happy to assume full responsibility and simply take the 20% share ourselves, Su Pingyan elaborated further. After listening, Wei Tianming's eyes gleamed with growing excitement. Truly, this was an endeavor that would greatly benefit the state and its people, perhaps even elevate the overall strength of the entire country. Now then, Your Majesty, approximately how much funding are we looking at for the investment part? Wei Tianming asked, raising his main concern. Your Majesty, we cannot yet determine that for sure. First, we need to survey the territory of your nation and develop a specific construction plan. Only then can we provide an exact budget, Su Pingyan explained. Do you have any rough estimate at all? Lacking experience, Wei Tianming was afraid that the cost might turn out excessively high. Su Pingyan paused in thought for a moment, then glanced at a nearby specialist who immediately caught on and spoke up. Your Majesty, based on our preliminary understanding of your country, the total cost for the entire project should fall between 150 million to 180 million inferior-grade spirit stones. Even if certain expenses slightly exceed this range during the process, the excess won't surpass 2 billion. Although this amount was still massive, Wei Tianming visibly relaxed. The imperial household could still afford it, and it would be the royal family directly covering the funds, rather than drawing from the national treasury. This would further solidify the connection between the royal family and the Yellow Emperor Chamber of Commerce, especially since the Wei state had already been designated as a prospective member of the chamber. Would it be possible if we covered the entire investment ourselves? Wei Tianming cautiously broached the subject. Su Pingyan chuckled. Of course, there's no issue with that at all. I already said everything depends on your choice. We're fine with any of your decisions. So then, we will handle the investment ourselves. As for security, we will take responsibility, and for the operations, we will go with the cooperative approach. Wei Tianming thought briefly and replied. Su Pingyan nodded approvingly. Very well. The resulting operating company will then have 60% ownership held by your side and 40% by us. If your majesty has no objection, we may sign the final agreement. Of course there is no objection. Wei Tianming hurriedly signed the agreement. Instantly, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Although he knew that if the other side wanted to break the agreement, there would be nothing they could do to stop it. As long as the Yellow Emperor Chamber of Commerce still cared about its reputation, it would not recklessly destroy its own credibility. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Su Pingyan bowed to the other party. Please take good care of me in the future, senior. Wei Tianming also said happily. My pleasure, my pleasure. After signing the agreement, Wei Tianming didn't wait for his subordinates and immediately teleported back to Wei Du. Grandson greets you, holy ancestor grandfather. As soon as Wei Xiong saw Wei Tianming, he immediately dropped what he was doing and stepped forward respectfully. I have just signed an agreement with the Yellow Emperor Chamber of Commerce. From now on, we are officially a prospective member of the chamber. This matter must be handled carefully and thoroughly, Wei Tianming said directly. Holy ancestor grandfather, please rest assured, I will do my utmost. Wei Xiong understood the importance of this matter. I trust your capability. Immediately summon the army, begin sweeping away all the bandits across the country, and dispatch sensors to inspect every region nationwide. If any evil forces are discovered, eliminate them immediately. I want the skies of the state of Wei to become completely clear and bright, Wei Tianming said firmly. Holy ancestor grandfather, must we act on such a large scale? Wei Xiong was taken aback. Of course, he understood the current domestic situation. Those bandits were often colluding with certain nobles and local evil forces. To eliminate them all would face tremendous resistance, not only consume vast resources, but could also result in major casualties, even endangering the imperial authority itself. This is something that should have been done long ago. Now that we have the Yellow Emperor Chamber of Commerce's backing, we should be even more determined to carry it through. According to the agreement, we only need to clear the bandits along the planned routes. But why not seize this opportunity to completely eradicate all darkness within our borders? This will further strengthen our national power, unite the entire nation, and perhaps elevate the state of Wei to an even higher level, Wei Tianming said meaningfully. Wei Xiong was momentarily stunned, then bowed. Holy ancestor grandfather's wisdom is unmatched. Grandson understands what must be done. Proceed boldly. Anyone who dares to obstruct this mission, eliminate them all. Wei Tianming's voice dripped with icy determination. Chapter 369, Slaying Demigods Like Dogs. He no longer intended to wait for the Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild to finish surveying the routes before taking action. After all, the operation would cover the entire nation, and regardless of which path they eventually chose, it would be safe. This would allow the Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild to see their capabilities, which would lead to tighter cooperation in the future. Su Pingyan hadn't expected that their collaboration would bring about drastic changes in Wei Kingdom, causing countless people to fall from power while others would eat and drink their fill. Inside the Yellow Emperor Valley, aren't you coming back with me? Su Pingyan asked Yi Shinran, somewhat puzzled. Didn't the Shui family obtain the cooperation rights for our Shinran fashion? For now, I plan to help them establish the flagship store in Weidu. Various training programs still require personnel, Yi Shinran replied. She was an ambitious woman in her career. Can't you just leave these tasks to the professionals? You don't need to work so hard, Su Pingyan said, a hint of concern in his voice. Where's the hardship? I enjoy it, and besides, I really hit it off with that Miss Shui, Yi Shinran replied. In that case, fine, but stay safe. Take this with you. Su Pingyan didn't push further, merely leaving a black dragon behind. At the 7th rank, 1st star, peak cultivation stage, there shouldn't be any danger to her in Wei Kingdom. Okay. Yi Shinran gave Su Pingyan a big hug and even kissed him on the cheek before finally letting go. On this otherworldly side, Huaxiao wasn't in a rush to expand outward. They planned to first use Wei Kingdom as a foothold, turning it into an ironclad stronghold. When the timing was right, they would expand outward more smoothly. Others were also carrying out their respective duties, cultivating, working, while Su Pingyan, for now, found himself idle. I should probably enhance my strength once again, Su Pingyan murmured to himself. I'm now at the late stage of the celestial body 9th ascension. I've already grasped the Chuji time law at the 9th layer. With sufficient spirit items, I can quickly advance my cultivation to the peak of the 9th ascension of the celestial body, he thought, already knowing where he should go next. Hunting 7-star fierce beasts. The blood refinement realm was also a good place, but it was too dangerous. He wasn't sure if he could pass through the 7th layer. Perhaps, after improving his strength further, he could try again. With a goal in mind, Su Pingyan headed to the Divine Mountain realm, and without informing anyone, he plunged deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. 5-star, 6-star, 7-star beasts, until he teleported far away and reached the end of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In his past life, the Taoist Qianquan had mentioned that an otherworldly civilization lay beyond this mountain range. So fast, as he hesitated, wondering whether he should cross the mountain range and explore that otherworldly civilization, questioning whether it was the same place as the land of 10,000 kingdoms, a dangerous aura suddenly came from not far away. A 7-star 9th tier beast? Haha, right on time. Right now, facing a 7-star 9th tier beast, Su Pingyan needed only one move to completely suppress it. However, he noticed that the number of high-level, 7th tier beasts here was quite considerable, far more than in the surrounding regions of the Divine Beast Range. Of course, the area south of the Divine Beast Range, Qingyang Mountain to the south, wasn't even worth discussing. That place was far more terrifying. Wielding the god-slaughtering spear, Su Ping'an moved through the unknown mountain range like a god of war descending from the 9 heavens, killing every high-level, 7th-tier beast in the vicinity. He even encountered 5 beasts at the demigod level, though unfortunately, none could match him. Taking out the demon refining pot, he refined them all directly. It seems the high-tier 7th-grade fierce beasts aren't too numerous either. Su Ping'an mused aloud, wondering whether the beasts he had killed would rise from the grave in anger if they heard these words. Among them were 1 peak demigod-level beast, 1 middle-stage demigod beast, and 3 newly ascended demigods. According to Wei Kingdom's classification system for demigods, this was how it was divided, since demigods still lagged far behind true deities, and breaking through wasn't easy. Through the demon refining pot, the results were the clearest indication. A newly ascended demigod beast could produce 1 drop of top-tier 7th-grade spirit liquid, a middle-stage demigod could yield 1.5 drops, and a peak-stage demigod would yield 2 drops of top-tier 7th-grade spirit liquid. That was the gap. In total, he obtained 65 drops of top-tier 7th-grade spirit liquid. Since he currently wasn't short on upper-middle 7th-grade spirit liquid, even if only half a drop was obtained, he kept it without refining it further. Top-tier 7th-grade spirit liquid was, aside from the 1st grade, the only one to reach this top-tier classification. However, it still belonged to the 7th grade, clearly indicating that within the demon refining pot, there was no concept of a demigod stage at all. Besides the demigod-level beasts, he also hunted and killed 386 7th grade, 7-star beasts, 103 7th grade, 8-star beasts, and 41 7th grade, 9-star beasts. Perhaps there were still some high-level 7th grade fierce beasts around, but certainly no more than a handful. Most were already too terrified to show themselves and wouldn't dare to emerge anytime soon. A 7th grade, 7-star beast at the early stage could yield 1 drop of top-tier 7th grade spirit liquid. Mid-stage yielded 1.5 drops, late stage 2 drops, peak stage 2.5 drops, and full stage 3 drops. An 8-star beast at the early stage produced 5 drops, while a 9-star beast at the early stage yielded 10 drops. In total, he refined 2,107 drops of top-tier 7th grade spirit liquid. Go to the cultivation level of the Hongmeng Pagoda. Su Ping'an instantly vanished from within the 10,000 Great Mountains, entering the Hongmeng Pagoda. I hope these spirit liquids can help me break through. Su Ping'an murmured to himself while sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, staring at the spirit liquid before him. Hongmeng, activate the highest time acceleration, Su Ping'an casually commanded. Now that he had no shortage of Jiping spirit stones, he could afford to use them freely. Yes, master. 1 drop of the top-tier 7th grade spirit liquid entered his body. Su Ping'an quickly circulated his cultivation method to refine it, and his spiritual energy slightly increased. As time passed, drop by drop of spirit liquid was refined. His strength visibly improved, ascending to the peak of celestial 8th heaven, then reaching the ultimate peak of the same realm. Boom! After refining more than 600 drops of spirit liquid, he successfully broke through to the early stage of the 9th heaven of celestials. After refining all of the top-tier 7th grade spirit liquid, his cultivation base successfully advanced to the ultimate peak of the 9th heaven of celestials. Just a little more needed to reach the limit. Then I'll push again, Su Ping'an said, taking out a drop of Jifeng's 7th grade spirit liquid and swallowing it. Boom! A mighty surge of spiritual energy surged through his body and meridians, and his cultivation base advanced once again. What? Still not enough? Then another. Another drop of Jiping's 7th grade spirit liquid was taken, and finally, his cultivation base reached the ultimate peak of the 9th heaven of celestials. One more step forward, and he would enter the demigod realm. Su Ping'an didn't leave. Instead, he flipped his hand and produced a fragment shaped like a yin-yang fish, the intermediate time-space law fragment. I hope you won't disappoint me. It was the only one he had. If it succeeded, it was fine. If not, then breaking through to the demigod stage would become extremely difficult in the near future. After all, he couldn't acquire a second fragment for now. Chapter 370, The 7th Layer's Trial. Let's go all out. Placing the fragment at his brow, a chi force instantly surged from his consciousness C, linking with the fragment. Waves of comprehension of space-time laws flowed into him. Su Ping'an held his breath and focused, beginning his cultivation. The inner world of the Dantian is merely space, lacking any growth potential. But once infused with the time law, it becomes entirely different. As his understanding deepened, Su Ping'an's inner Dantian world underwent constant changes. Although the spatial dimensions didn't expand, the inner world had transformed dramatically, undergoing countless changes. I see now. A faint smile appeared on Su Ping'an's lips. A tremor rippled through his consciousness C, and shortly after, he successfully grasped a fragment of intermediate-level space-time law's profound essence. However, fully comprehending it would take more time. The threshold of a demigod has been crossed. Next, I must refine spiritual items. He took out and quickly absorbed the remaining 4 drops of supreme 7th grade spiritual liquid. My current cultivation stage should be somewhere between the early and middle stages of a demigod. As for combat strength, I should be able to completely defeat a first-stage deity cultivator. Su Ping'an briefly assessed himself. Hongmeng, what is my current combat power? Su Ping'an asked Hongmeng for confirmation. You can match a late second-stage deity cultivator. If you fully master your current strength, you'll be capable of going head-to-head with a full second-stage deity cultivator. Hongmeng replied. There are 9 levels within the deity cultivator stage, as Hongmeng had explained to him previously. Each level is divided into 4 smaller stages: early, middle, late, and peak. The peak stage represents the ultimate limit. Once reached, without advancing further, one's spiritual energy and comprehension cannot progress even the slightest bit further. It's like a bottle of water completely filled. Unless the bottle's capacity increases, no more water can be added. Not bad. Better than I expected. A faint smile appeared on Su Ping'an's face. This meant his self-defense capabilities were even stronger, enhancing the foundation of Huaxia. I wonder, once I reach the peak of a demigod, will I be able to challenge a early third-stage deity cultivator? Su Ping'an mused. After all, the difference among demigods wasn't that significant. If I attempt the 7th layer of blood refinement again now, it shouldn't be a problem, right? He thought, although he wasn't entirely certain. Still, at present, few places could help him increase his cultivation rapidly, and the blood refinement area was undoubtedly one of them. After a moment's hesitation, reminded of the impending crises in the future, he clenched his teeth, sent a message to key individuals, including the Grand Secretary, via his bracelet, and then headed to the Forest of Corpses, took out the obsidian iron token, and entered the blood refinement area again. Huh, how rare. It's actually sunny here, as if it's another world. Upon entering the 7th layer of the blood refinement area, Su Ping'an was visibly surprised by the environment. The previous 6 layers were either gloomy or blood-colored, exuding a suffocating, murderous aura. This place was entirely different, basking in bright sunlight and calm beauty, instantly improving his mood. However, he knew this wasn't truly another world, because in the upper right corner of his vision was a light blue screen, displaying several lines of text. The blood refinement area is the most crucial heritage ground of the Blood God sect. The first 3 layers test the disciples who serve as laborers and outer sect disciples. The middle 3 layers evaluate inner sect disciples and true disciples. The 7th layer challenges core disciples. There are countless labor disciples, billions of outer sect disciples, 800 million inner sect disciples, and 1 million true disciples in the Blood God sect. However, those who qualify as core disciples have never exceeded 3,000. These are the backbone of the sect. The 7th layer tests combat power, temperament, perseverance, and loyalty. 4 rounds of trials await, with rewards based on performance in each round. After completing all trials, there is a reward corresponding to the final level attained. You now have 15 minutes to prepare and adjust your mindset. When the time is up, the combat power assessment will begin. To become a core disciple, you must perform outstandingly among peers of the same level. The 15 minutes passed quickly. When the countdown ended, a middle-aged man clad in blood-red clothing suddenly appeared, wielding a long blade. Is he actually alive? Su Ping'an was shocked. But soon, he noticed that the figure before him lacked any sign of life. It was nothing more than a puppet. A puppet? Before Su Ping'an could examine it closely, the puppet launched an attack. Su Ping'an didn't even draw his weapon. His body vanished instantly, and then reappeared behind the puppet. He lightly extended a finger, tapping the puppet's forehead. Immediately, it froze. Then a crack formed at the point of impact, and quickly spread across its entire body. With a bang, it disintegrated into ashes. The star-breaking finger at the subtle attainment level was terrifyingly powerful. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully defeated a novice demigod-level puppet. Evaluation passed. You are qualified to become a core disciple. Reward: a fragment of demigod-level inner world essence. Would you like to upgrade your challenge? Upon successfully completing an upgraded challenge, your reward will double. Upgrade. Su Ping'an said without hesitation. Just now, he hadn't even used his full strength before the battle ended. Strictly speaking, he was now a newly ascended demigod-level expert. Fighting opponents of the same level was indeed effortless. 15 minutes later, another novice demigod-level puppet appeared, slightly stronger than the previous one. However, it still couldn't withstand even a single move from Su Ping'an. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully defeated a novice demigod-level puppet. Evaluation: excellent. Reward: 2 fragments of demigod-level inner world essence. Would you like to upgrade your challenge? If you succeed in the upgraded challenge, your reward will double. Upgrade. The challenge was upgraded once again. This time, the result remained unquestionable. Ding, congratulations. You successfully defeated a novice demigod-level puppet. You defeated 3 consecutive enemies with only 1 move each. Evaluation: peerless at your current stage. Reward increased tenfold. Reward: 20 fragments of demigod-level inner world essence. 20 fragments of demigod-level inner world essence. Su Ping'an was stunned. These were truly rare treasures. With these, he felt he could at least advance to the middle stage of demigod. Ding, congratulations for completing the first round of the combat power assessment. The second round is a temperament test. The duration determines the score. Within 1 minute is exceptional. Within 10 minutes is excellent. Within 30 minutes is good. Within 1 shurchen is passable. Exceeding 1 shurchen results in elimination. The test will begin in 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, Su Ping'an felt the heavens had shifted. It was as if he had returned to his past life. Have I been reincarnated again? Su Ping'an looked at the apocalyptic scene before him, a hint of shock on his face. No. Su Ping'an thought for a moment, and quickly shook his head. I'm taking the trial in the blood refinement area. All of this is fake. It's just an illusion created for the test. Immediately after, Su Ping'an quickly calmed his mind, sat cross-legged on the ground, and in an instant, everything around him vanished. He once again returned to the 7th layer of the blood refinement area. Chapter 371, Blood God Motherworm. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully passed the second round of the trial. You completed it in 7 seconds. Your mental fortitude is exceptional. Reward: 3 Dongji time-space laws crystals. SSS, Su Pingyan inhaled sharply upon seeing the reward. This is too generous? He didn't consider just how difficult Blood God Sect's trials were. This was the core disciple test. Passing within 1 Shirchun was acceptable. He finished in 7 seconds, a time guaranteed to rank among the best. Ding, congratulations on passing the second round. Now, proceeding to the third round. Endure for 1 Shirchun to pass, 2 for good, 4 for excellent, 8 for outstanding, and 24 Shirchun for a heaven's chosen level performance. He had assumed there would be 15 minutes to prepare, but in the next second, Su Pingyan felt as though a mountain had fallen upon him. It was intangible, and he staggered, barely maintaining his footing. Damn it, couldn't you at least give a warning? After regaining his composure and claiming his reward, Su Pingyan began enduring the pressure. At first, it was very easy. However, as time passed, 1 Shirchun, then 2, soon 8 Shirchun had passed, and beads of sweat had begun forming on Su Pingyan's forehead. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated this trial's difficulty. It was far harder than the previous 2 stages. Some time passed, and 12 Shirchun elapsed. A pool of sweat had gathered before Su Pingyan. It was all his. After 18 Shirchun, Su Pingyan began to feel his legs tremble. Just keep going. Only 6 more Shirchun left, Su Pingyan encouraged himself. 20 Shirchun, then 22. When the 23rd Shirchun passed, Su Pingyan's eyes began bleeding, as did the corners of his mouth. His entire body tensed, his forehead veins bulging, as though he would explode at any moment. Finally, after 24 Shirchun, an entire 2 days had passed. He didn't even know how he had managed to endure that long. Ding, congratulations on enduring 24 Shirchun. Your performance has been rated Heaven's Chosen. Reward, a grade 1 divine artifact, the Blood Dropper. It can effortlessly sever one's Yuan Shun and destroy their physical form. Nice artifact, but I don't really need it, Su Pingyan muttered helplessly as he collected his reward. Ding, congratulations on completing the 3rd round of the trial. You are granted 1 day of rest. The final trial, a loyalty test, will begin 1 day from now. 1 day. Su Pingyan thought the timing was acceptable, so he entered the cultivation level of the Hongmeng Pagoda. He took out a semi-god rank inner world essence and began absorbing and refining it. Its effects were impressive. As time passed, after absorbing 3 semi-god rank inner world essences, Su Pingyan successfully broke through to the middle stage of the semi-god realm, his power growing even further. He wanted to continue cultivating, but time was short, with less than a Shirchun remaining before the 4th round. He hurriedly exited the Hongmeng Pagoda and re-entered the blood refining land. Hongmeng, this loyalty trial might be a bit strange. Can you help protect my soul essence? Su Pingyan suddenly thought of something and asked. He wasn't truly part of the Blood God Sect. He had entered here by accident. He had gained immense resources from the blood refining land. Truthfully, that made him somewhat of a thief. Still, Su Pingyan believed this was his destined opportunity. Soon, the hour passed, and the trial began. This time, there was no announcement of rewards, only immediate pressure. A strange voice penetrated his mind, but the next moment it was blocked by a magnificent barrier. He felt as though nothing had ever touched his consciousness. Roughly 15 minutes passed before the screen changed again. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully passed the loyalty trial and have been promoted to core disciple of the sect. Reward, standard core disciple equipment. Several sets of clothing for a core disciple, a storage ring containing various pills, and a semi-divine artifact. What surprised him most was a dormant blood god mother worm contained within. What the hell? So the bloodworm queen that caused so much devastation on Earth in my past life was merely a failed byproduct of the blood god mother worm. This was the first he had learned of this, like uncovering a huge secret from his past life. The bloodworm queen from my previous life was brought out from the dark forest by someone. That area also contained the blood soul devil sect. It must have a connection to the blood god sect. If that's true, these 2 otherworldly realms must be connected and belong to the same world. This confirms my earlier speculation. Those interdimensional portals likely belong to a single world, just a vastly large one. Su Pingyan quietly analyzed this within his heart. He had long suspected this, given the presence of both spirit beasts and spiritual energy in those realms, suggesting they shared a common origin. But now, the evidence was much clearer. The Blood God Sect was an ancient sect that no longer exists, while the Blood Soul Devil Sect is a currently active sect. It must be like the state of Wei, a rising power without ancient heritage. Could it be that the Blood Soul Devil Sect has inherited some teachings from the Blood God Sect? Or perhaps it was rebuilt by descendants or apprentices of the Blood God Sect. Su Pingyan formed a bold hypothesis in his heart. It makes sense if the Blood Soul Devil Sect is incapable of creating true Blood God Mother Worms and could only produce defective Bloodworm Queens. If that's the case, everything fits. Next, I'll only need to pass through the Dark Forest and investigate the Blood Soul Devil Sect to uncover the truth, Su Pingyan mused. With his current strength, secretly scouting the Blood Soul Devil Sect should not be a major issue, as long as he remained hidden and avoided unnecessary risks. It was even possible that the Blood Soul Devil Sect didn't possess any Divine Realm experts. After all, in his previous life, no Divine Realm experts had ever appeared from that sect. Someone had intervened to destroy the blood puppets on Earth, but that person was definitely not from the Blood Soul Devil Sect. Collecting his thoughts, Su Pingyan noticed the screen shifting again. Ding, congratulations on completing the 7th layer of trials and becoming a core disciple of the sect. Reward, Blood God's Sacred Manual, an inheritance manual of the Blood God Sect, classified as a Divine Realm cultivation technique. A Divine Realm level cultivation method was already considered a sacred inheritance. It could be reasonably deduced that the strongest cultivator in the Blood God Sect back then was likely a divine realm expert. Of course, it was also possible that the strongest was merely at the divine man level. Perhaps there were some prodigious individuals who, through extraordinary fate or opportunities, surpassed even the divine realm. It's definitely a top-tier technique, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. Su Pingyan helplessly pocketed the manual. If this manual were auctioned at the Shinjo auction house, it would likely spark fierce competition among hundreds of surrounding nations and cause a huge sensation. After all, the last time, a mere grade 6 upper-tier cultivation manual had fetched a bid of 200 million taels of low-grade spirit stones. And that was when the Huangfu market had just opened, involving only the state of Wei. If more surrounding countries had joined in, Su Pingyan believed the final price would never be less than 300 million taels, perhaps even higher. This was the importance and value of cultivation manuals. Although it seemed like a loss for the Huaxia sect, it was actually a strategy to boost its reputation and showcase its foundation. Leave or continue? The screen changed again, posing the new question. Chapter 372, Becoming a God. Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. Every 3 layers were different. The 7th layer was for testing core disciples, so what exactly was the 8th? And the time was so pressing. Should he continue? Leave. Then, holding the Xiantai token, Su Pingyan left the blood refining lands and reappeared within the forest of corpses. But he wasn't truly leaving. He was preparing to continue. Because he had thought it through. Now that he was a core disciple, the Blood God Sect wouldn't be so wasteful as to let their own core disciples die during an internal sect assessment. Most likely, there would be no risk of death in the 8th layer, only the possibility of failing the test. Su Pingyan still wanted to give it a try. However, before that, he needed to improve his strength. The stronger he was, the greater his chances. Inside the Hongmeng Pagoda, Su Pingyan took out the essence of inner worlds and began refining and absorbing them. 1 piece, 2 pieces. As time passed, soon he had absorbed all 14.5 demigod-level inner world essences. At this point, he could no longer refine or absorb, because he had hit a bottleneck. Demigod peak. No further progress possible unless I break through to God realm. Su Pingyan mused. I wonder if these mid-grade law crystals can help me break through. Su Pingyan took out the 3 mid-grade space-time law crystals he'd received as a reward and selected one, placing it on his brow, beginning to silently perceive the law within. Demigods already had 1 foot into the divine realm. They had touched the surface of mid-grade laws. To completely enter the realm, one must fully comprehend the mid-grade space-time law. Soon, the first mid-grade law crystal was completely depleted. Su Pingyan calmly took out another and placed it upon his forehead. Almost there, he could feel it. Sure enough, before this one was fully exhausted, he successfully grasped the mid-grade space-time law. Hong Ming Zai Ta Shri Hai Zhong Zhou Ran Jia Kai, Kai Ten Fi Di, Yi Tan Hun Dun, Bei Kai Pi Chula, Yi Pan Wu Jin De Jing Sin Shu Kong. Meanwhile, his inner world in the Dantian resonated, starting to fluctuate violently. The earth collapsed into a spherical shape, and a massive planet abruptly appeared within the endless void, surrounded by silence and darkness like the cosmos. Creating a universe? Su Pingyan was astonished. Then, suddenly, 5 colors of light emerged from the endless void. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements law. Su Pingyan immediately gathered his focus, beginning to perceive the changes within these laws. At the same time, drastic transformations once again took place within his inner world. No longer barren as before, rain began to fall from the sky, filling the depressions of the planet. Golden light seeped underground, forming boundless mineral resources. Yellowish light covered the planet, and the land began to emit surging vitality and vibrant green. As time passed, the planet fully formed, covered with a primitive, savage appearance. Likely only lacking animals and life forms, it had become a world suitable for human habitation. Is this the ultimate goal? Su Pingyan couldn't help but speculate. Then could Earth, other realms, or even the universe itself be just someone's inner world within their Dantian? Thinking this, Su Pingyan frowned tightly, suddenly feeling even greater pressure. Home, the planet trembled slightly, then fell silent, and Su Pingyan regained his calm. God-human realm, first stage, early phase. Su Pingyan sensed the immense power inside himself, a trace of delight showing on his face. Born twice in different lives, he had finally reached this point. A god, even just a god-human, had already reached a level coexisting with heaven, with boundless lifespan and less killed by external force. If he wanted to reach the state where the world perishes but he does not, he would have to keep cultivating. Perhaps in the future, he could reach that level. Gods wield divine energy, and from the start, he had mastered space-time and the 5 elements laws, possessing an even deeper comprehension and understanding of heaven and earth. They were incomparably powerful, something mere mortals couldn't rival. Even though his previous self had possessed the power to defeat gods far beyond his level, in certain aspects, he had still greatly lagged behind actual deities. Hongmeng, how strong am I now? Su Pingyan asked. He felt that he should be extremely powerful. Once the master fully masters his new self and completely replenishes the divine energy in his body, his combat strength will be comparable to the late peak of the 3rd stage of God-human realm. Right now, you are slightly stronger than someone at the middle to late stage of the 3rd rank, Hongmeng replied. So the gap between the 3rd and 4th stages of the God-human realm is indeed great. Su Pingyan sighed with some feeling. Yes, the difference is vast, Hongmeng nodded. I understand. Having an estimate, Su Pingyan directly took out the Xiantai token again and re-entered the 8th layer of the blood refining lands. The 8th layer looked exactly the same as the 7th, making Su Ping'an wonder if he had remained in the 7th all along. However, the screen clearly indicated that this was the 8th layer. As he had guessed, the 8th layer was for assessing candidates for the position of sect elder. Passing the test would allow him to be promoted to that rank. This assessment, however, was a bit different. It required him to choose a specialty, and upon passing, he would be assigned to oversee a related sect industry, essentially becoming an elder in that field. Pill refining, Su Ping'an said after thinking for a moment. He wanted to use Qianquan to cheat. The Qianquan cauldron could automatically refine pills or weapons, either of which he could choose. Unfortunately, he could only pick one, so he went with pill refining. Ding, to qualify as a sect alchemy elder, a 6th grade low-rank pill will be considered acceptable, qualifying you as an outer sect alchemy elder. A 6th grade high-rank pill will be considered good, qualifying you as an inner sect alchemy elder. A 7th grade low-rank pill will be considered excellent, qualifying you as a core sect alchemy elder. A 7th grade high-rank pill will be considered exceptional, qualifying you as an alchemy elder in the Elder Council. The Blood God sect was enormous. If one included all the servants and supporting personnel outside the sect, it numbered over 70 billion. Thus, the number of elders was also unusually large. However, although all were elders, their statuses varied dramatically. The lowest in rank were the outer sect elders, followed by inner sect elders, then core sect elders, and finally the members of the Elder Council. Although the Elder Council contained only several dozen elders, each of them was a pillar of the sect, holding enormous authority within the sect. I want to challenge the position of Elder Council Alchemy Elder, Su Ping'an said calmly. His actual pill refining skill was quite limited, probably at best around a 2nd tier level. Even factoring in his current cultivation level, it likely didn't exceed 3rd tier. Therefore, from the very beginning, he intended to cheat. If he succeeded, he would advance. If not, he would simply leave. Because as he had anticipated, just like the previous layers, this one also carried no risk to his life. By the way, I wonder if there's a reward for becoming an alchemy elder? That was actually what Su Ping'an cared about most. Unlike before, this time the screen did not display any rewards. In truth, he was quite worried that there might not be any rewards, because becoming an elder was itself considered the greatest reward. However, these were different times. With the Blood God sect no longer existing, what was the point of becoming an elder of the sect? He had come seeking something practical and worthwhile. That's what he truly wanted. Before he could think further, a set of pill refining materials appeared before him, and the screen changed again. Chapter 373, the 9th layer. Ding, these are the materials required for refining the Dragon Origin Heaven elixir 3 times. You only need to successfully refine it once and produce a single pill to pass the trial. The Dragon Origin Heaven elixir was a rare and extremely difficult to refine grade 7 supreme pill. Infused with both the world's spiritual energy and its fundamental laws, it was a miraculous pill that enabled a 6th Heaven Ascendant practitioner to break through smoothly into the 7th Heaven Ascendant stage. Reaching each stage of the Heaven Ascendant realm was incredibly difficult. Among them, the transition from 6th to 7th was an especially formidable bottleneck, second only to the barrier required to reach the semi-god realm. This alone showed how precious the Dragon Origin Heaven elixir truly was. Containing the word dragon wasn't just for show, it genuinely required dragon blood, specifically heart blood. Qianquan, help me refine these, Su Ping'an said as he gathered the materials and tossed them toward Qianquan. At once, master. A simple task, Qianquan replied confidently. Soon, a batch of pills emerged, 9 Dragon Origin Heaven elixirs, perfectly refined and full of pure energy. Then came 2 more batches, totaling 27 pills. HSS, seeing the pills, Su Ping'an couldn't help but gasp in awe. Luckily, he resisted the urge to take all of them out for inspection. Instead, he pretended to look unimpressed, waiting until the last moment before producing only 2 pills. He was mainly afraid that all of them might be confiscated. Thinking that having an extra pill might grant a special reward, he decided on the number 2. No one is supervising. I guess I can probably get away with this deception, Su Ping'an speculated in his mind. Indeed, this soon proved to be correct. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully refined 2 Dragon Origin Heaven elixirs, officially becoming a pill refining elder of the Elder Council. These 2 pills are yours. Ding, congratulations on passing the 8th layer trial. Reward, 30 low-grade divine stones. Seeing this, Su Ping'an's breathing became noticeably heavier. Divine stones. He finally saw real divine stones. Huh. Exhaling deeply, Su Ping'an accepted the stones and began inspecting them. The divine stones weren't quite what he had imagined. Unlike spiritual stones, they didn't radiate power visibly. Instead, they concealed their essence, looking like ordinary black rocks to the untrained eye. But when examined with divine perception, each tiny stone contained a surging and terrifying divine power. Su Ping'an picked up 1 low-grade divine stone, placed it in his hand, circulated his technique, and began absorbing its divine power. Although he had become a god, he had just reached the early stage of the god ascendant's 1st rank. His internal divine energy was still not abundant. These divine stones were perfect for replenishment. As he absorbed the energy, his previously depleted divine energy gradually filled. Soon, the low-grade divine stone was completely drained and crumbled to ash. At the same time, his internal divine energy was mostly replenished. If there had been a progress bar, it would at least be at 90%. If other god ascendants knew this, they would be stunned. Normally, a recently promoted god ascendant of the early stage of the first rank would get several dozen or even over 100 usages from a single low-grade divine stone, but for Su Pingyan, not even one use was enough. This disparity was the result of the foundational cultivation differences accumulated before becoming a god. Taking another divine stone, he quickly absorbed its power until fully refilled, before returning to his senses and looking back at the screen. By now, the message had changed again. Do you wish to leave or continue? Just one last layer remains. Should I try? Su Pingyan was excited about the final layer, but also aware of how extremely difficult it could be. No matter how difficult it is, I must challenge it. That's the whole point of me coming here. Though I've already transcended expectations by becoming a god, clearing the trial may yield unexpected rewards. Surely it won't kill me. After careful consideration, Su Pingyan decided to take the risk. All or nothing. I'll continue. With gritted teeth, Su Pingyan made his final decision. In the next moment, he was teleported to a special place. This time it felt different from the 7th and 8th layers. Before he could fully react, a voice echoed beside him. Waiting all this time, finally another has come. Indeed, this time there was no visual interface, only the voice. His heart sank. Something capable of existing here for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, must either be a god or a puppet like Divine Tool Master. Either way, it would definitely not be weak. Soon, a faint shadow appeared not far from him. A nascent soul? Su Pingyan felt slightly surprised. It wasn't exactly either of the two situations he had imagined. The opponent was merely a nascent soul, and this soul was extremely dim, likely just a residual one fragment. However, upon noticing the crystal on the nascent soul's forehead, he realized the truth. The soul must have once belonged to a true god, for only gods could forge divine core stones. Yes, that crystal on the forehead was indeed the divine core stone, the foundation allowing the nascent soul to remain undying. When Su Pingyan became a god, he had also near his own divine essence. The only difference was that the other person's divine essence was crimson, while his was a purplish gold. You don't bear any traces of cultivating the blood god manual inside you. You're not from our blood god sect, are you? The nascent soul frowned, sending a powerful oppressive force. Damn, at least the pressure of a divine soul jing. This overwhelming pressure momentarily paralyzed Su Pingyan. Although it was only a residual one fragment, the gap in cultivation between them was simply too vast. Speak. Who are you? The nascent soul demanded. If it hadn't been because no one else had arrived here in all these years, Su Pingyan had no doubt the other would have killed him without hesitation. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Su Pingyan calmed himself, then respectfully clasped his fists together, saying, Senior, my name is Su Pingyan. I accidentally entered this blood refinement realm belonging to your sect, and passed through the layers to arrive here. I didn't know you were dwelling here. If I have disturbed your cultivation, please forgive me. What? Accidentally entered? Humph. The blood refinement realm is located in the heart of the blood god sect. How could you possibly have entered by accident? The nascent soul refused to believe him. Su Pingyan pretended to show a trace of surprise on his face. Senior, outside there's nothing but a forest of corpses and the myriad mountains. Nothing else exists. There's definitely no blood god sect anywhere. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, could it be that you, Senior, and the blood god sect all existed in the ancient era? Nothing exists? Ancient times. The nascent soul seemed momentarily dazed. Has it already been so long? The nascent soul actually already had some suspicions. After all, the prolonged lack of visitors was itself abnormal. Senior, you probably don't know. Today, the myriad mountains have become a forbidden land, long abandoned by people. Only in the last couple of years has the restriction weakened slightly, giving me the opportunity to explore and accidentally discover this place. Please forgive me again, Senior. Seeing things were nearly going his way, Su Pingyan knelt to plead forgiveness once more, lowering his posture completely. Silence. Quietness. Su Pingyan dared not interrupt it either, simply standing there quietly and waiting. Chapter 374, Blood Without Limits. Sai should have known all along. In this world, which sect can flourish forever? There is a beginning, and there must be an end. The Yuan Shun sighed helplessly, as if suddenly understanding something. Kid, I didn't expect you to have already become a god at such a young age, with such deep foundations. Your future is promising, the Yuan Shun suddenly said. Senior, your praise is too much. Su Pingyan replied modestly. Senior, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'll take my leave now. He noticed the Yuan Shun's gaze on him was somewhat strange. A sudden, unexplainable panic surged within him. He didn't care about the treasures here anymore and only wished to escape immediately. No need to hurry. Although the blood god sect has already vanished, as long as I still exist, it hasn't truly perished. Kid, are you willing to accept the inheritance of our blood god sect and become its new sect leader? The Yuan Shun asked. Senior, I can find a better candidate with higher potential for you after I leave. Su Pingyan had a better option, so why should he choose this one? That's not up to you. The Yuan Shun's expression changed abruptly. In the next second, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly into Su Pingyan's forehead. Damn it. Su Pingyan swore loudly, a strong sense of crisis overwhelming him. He's trying to take over my body. That was Su Pingyan's immediate realization. Sure enough. Such a vast consciousness and deep cultivation base. I really underestimated you. This body is perfect. With it, I can definitely restore the blood god sect to its former glory. The Yuan Shun said excitedly within Su Pingyan's consciousness. See, get out of my body. Su Pingyan roared. That's not your decision. It was undeniable that the Yuan Shun's pressure was extremely powerful. Even within his own consciousness his home turf, Su Pingyan was still no match for him. Seeking death. If you hadn't entered my consciousness, I couldn't do much about you. Now, you're practically asking for death. Su Pingyan snorted coldly. What do you mean? The other asked in confusion. However, it didn't take long before he understood the reason. God-slaying spear destroy. Su Pingyan summoned the God-slaying spear into his consciousness and charged forward. What? This is a Shan Tin Drabak. The Yuan Shan finally showed fear when he saw the immense power of the God-slaying spear and immediately attempted to flee. You're not getting away. Su Pingyan shouted. In the next instant, the primordial tower appeared, immediately suppressing and immobilizing the Yuan Shan. Damn it, another pinnacle heavenly treasure? Despair filled the Yuan Shan's heart. Who are you? And how come you possess two such powerful pinnacle heavenly treasures? The Yuan Shan exclaimed in shock. Who I am is none of your concern. I gave you a chance, but you chose death yourself. Don't blame me. Su Pingyan said. Without another word, he commanded the God-slaying spear forward. Damn it, you forced me into this. Then let's die together. The Yuan Shan cried out as his divine core started to tremble violently, as if about to shatter. Damn, he wants to self-destruct? Su Pingyan was startled. With this Yuan Shan's strength, if the divine core exploded within his own consciousness, the consequences would be dire. It might not kill him outright, but it could reduce him to a vegetable, something worse than death itself. Heaven and Earth Cauldron, protect. Immediately, Su Pingyan activated the Heaven and Earth Cauldron, drawing the Yuan Shan's soul and divine core into it. Boom. An explosion roared inside the cauldron. Su Pingyan felt his mind ring violently before everything calmed down. Phew. Finally, Su Pingyan exhaled in relief. This had been the most dangerous moment he had faced since his rebirth. Things had been too smooth lately, causing him to lower his guard. Under normal circumstances, he would never have ventured into the ninth layer. But after ascending to godhood, he felt stronger. Moreover, given the urgent need to prepare for future crises, he had taken the risk. Fortunately, he had many hidden trump cards, enabling him to survive this crisis. I finally killed you. Su Pingyan muttered to himself. Master, I just refined this Yuan Shan and its divine core. I have obtained pure divine soul energy that I can infuse into you. Shinkuan suddenly said. Huh? You can do that too? Su Pingyan was stunned. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Yes, master. Just process it like refining a pill, removing harmful impurities and negative emotions. Additionally, all the memories stored within the Yuan Shan have been extracted. You can view them anytime without causing any mental disturbance. The spiritual imprint within the divine core has also been completely erased. It won't contaminate your own. Shinkuan explained. That's great. Transfer it to me then. Su Pingyan said excitedly. Unexpected gains like this thrilled him. Yes, master. Su Pingyan entered the primordial tower and sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform as if no one else existed. He began receiving the energy infusion from Shinkuan. Divine Being Stage, first layer mid-stage reaching ultimate perfection, second layer Divine Being Stage. Su Pingyan didn't know how much time had passed. When Shinkuan reminded him that both his divine soul energy and divine power were completely exhausted, he laughed loudly toward the sky. Ha! This time it's truly a blessing in disguise. Divine Being 7th layer mid-stage. Su Pingyan hadn't expected to break through so many stages at once. After all, he wasn't like ordinary gods. He required terrifying amounts of resources, and besides, his opponent had only been a residual soul. Shinkuan, where are his memories? I want to examine them, Su Pingyan said, now very curious about that residual soul. There was one certainty now, the opponent was absolutely not at the Divine Being stage. At the very least, he was at the Divine Spirit stage, and judging from the density of the Divine Soul energy, likely a high-level Divine Spirit. Sure enough, within the memories, he quickly found the answer. Shui Wuji, the founding ancestor of the Blood God Sect, possessed cultivation at the peak of the high Divine Spirit stage, with a very real possibility of breaking through to the Divine Monarch stage. More importantly, this founding ancestor who established the Blood God Sect had enormous prestige. He was the eldest disciple of Blood God, one of the 12 celestial gods under the command of the mighty Panwu deity. It was said these 12 celestial gods were among the earliest major deities who helped Panwu deity manage this world, each possessing cultivation at the ultimate Divine Monarch stage. This doesn't add up. According to Hong Ming's introduction, the Divine Realm has 6 major stages: Divine Being, Divine Spirit, Divine Monarch, Divine King, Divine Sovereign, and Supreme Divine Sovereign. If these 12 celestial gods were only at the ultimate Divine Monarch stage, then what stage was Panwu deity at? There are still 3 stages beyond the Divine Monarch. How could there be such a massive gap between them? Su Pingyan furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend this. Either the difference between Panwu deity and the celestial gods was far greater than imagined, or Master Shui Wuji's information was incorrect or incomplete. Regardless of which is true, at the very least, I now have a rough understanding of this world, nothing like the vague impressions I had before. This should be my greatest gain this time. Su Pingyan thought to himself, instantly feeling delighted, more so even than from his own cultivation breakthrough. After all, the greatest source of fear was the unknown. Chapter 375 Panwu World. Now that the 12 heavenly gods from the ancient times were only at the peak of the Divine Sovereign Realm, and those people probably vanished mysteriously back then, I can more or less guess the combat strength of this world. It's likely the strongest here is also just at the Divine Sovereign level, with no Divine King level Chengjura existing. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Hong Ming, how strong am I currently? Su Pingyan asked. Master, with your current cultivation level, it's very hard for anyone below the divine spirit realm to kill you. However, it would also be extremely difficult for you to kill someone who is at or above the 9th heaven level of the divine being realm, Hongming explained. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. Only after becoming a god would one truly understand. What makes a god isn't just their endless lifespan, but also their extreme difficulty to be killed. Even if one side is 2 or 3 cultivation levels higher than the other, you may seriously wound your opponent, even smash their body and shatter their divine spark. But as long as you don't completely erase their divine soul imprint, the opponent could gradually recover after a very long time. If it weren't for Shui Wuji seeking his own demise, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with him. It's just too easy to completely erase the divine soul imprint once he's covered under the Qiankuan cauldron. Su Pingyan had figured everything out. If that's the case, maybe China can now take bigger steps forward. I can probably be considered as one of the patriarch-level hidden powers, Su Pingyan thought to himself. Then, he started browsing through Shui Wuji's memories. These memories were vast and complicated, containing a wealth of information. Su Pingyan was eager to learn, as he desperately needed to know more about this world. This world had its own name, Panwu World. It consisted of the immense and central Panwu continent, the 7 neighboring secondary continents, and countless overseas islands. So coincidental? Su Pingyan noticed something when he saw the number. 7 secondary continents, plus the islands. Doesn't that make exactly 8? Could it be that they correspond exactly to the 8 portals? Well, it might very well be. After all, Crescent Island is indeed an overseas island. The place where the plane of divine blessing is located is called Myriad Nation Continent, probably a secondary continent as well. The more Su Pingyan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, these were still just conjectures, and the exact answers needed to be sought out. In addition, there was other useful information. The great god Panwu was the supreme deity of this world, said to even be its creator, although even Shui Wuji had only heard of this, and there was no actual proof. The world was unimaginably vast, home to trillions of living beings, countless tribes, nations, and sects. At this point, Su Pingyan didn't know how much time he had spent going through these memories, but when he finally came back to his senses, he had a much clearer understanding of this world. Due to resource scarcity, the secondary continents rarely give birth to divine spirit-level Chengjia, whereas the Panwu continent abounds with divine veins and is rich in divine stones. In ancient times, both Panwu Great God and the 12 heavenly gods resided here. It is the most prosperous and flourishing place in this entire world. Su Pingyan summarized this key piece of information. This meant that the world they were currently contacting, the Myriad Nation continent, most likely had no divine spirit-level Chengjia present. Now that he understood this, China could definitely take even bigger steps. After all, with him guarding the sect, unless it's a divine spirit-level Chengjia who came to attack, he would have no fear. Oh right, there's also the resources from the 9th level. Su Pingyan suddenly recalled something. Immediately following the memory, he gathered many resources from the 9th level into his pocket space box. The most surprising discoveries were 2 divine spirit-level divine sparks and 14 divine being-level divine sparks left behind by blood deities who died in previous generations of the Blood Spirit Sect. Additionally, there were hundreds of thousands of low-grade divine stones, as well as 16 mid-grade divine stones. There were also plenty of other items, such as the core essence of inner worlds, numbering in the hundreds of millions. All of these were the accumulated foundations built by the Blood Spirit Sect over hundreds of millions of years. Pieces of law crystals, various medicinal herbs, and spirit ores were also innumerable. It could be said that from this single haul, Su Pingyan obtained more resources than the entire China had accumulated over the past 3 years combined. A big feast indeed. This time, China is truly going to take off. Su Pingyan couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The blood refinement realm was the most restricted and crucial area within the Blood Spirit Sect. It not only stored all of the sect's accumulated treasures, but was also where mortally wounded experts who could no longer be saved would sit in meditation and eventually pass away. Ancient god wars frequently occurred during primordial times. Shui Wuji was gravely wounded during one of those wars and almost died. However, he managed to hang on to his last sliver of residual soul with the help of the blood refinement divine pagoda, preventing total annihilation. Over these years, he had been sleeping here in the 9th level, thereby escaping the mysterious Calamity back then. Indeed, the blood refinement realm itself was a divine artifact, and not just any, but a top-tier grade 3 divine artifact capable of extracting the blood of myriad beings, cultivating blood spirit worms, and thereby controlling blood puppets. The forest of corpses outside the blood refinement realm was made up of living beings whose blood had been drained by the blood refinement divine pagoda. Over countless years, a terrifyingly vast amount of blood had accumulated, used to cultivate countless blood spirit worms. Blood spirit worms were offspring worms bred by the blood spirit motherworm. They could control blood puppets and followed the intelligence of the blood spirit motherworm, which possessed consciousness and wisdom. In contrast, the bloodgoo motherworm was a failed creation cultivated within the blood refinement realm. It could also give birth to bloodgoo worms, which could control living beings and transform them into blood puppets. However, the bloodgoo motherworm lacked intelligence and could not control its offspring worms, thus unable to control the blood puppets. This was also the reason why the blood puppets within the blood refinement realm differed somewhat from those on the previous world, Blue Star. The former possessed order, while the latter were confused and only knew slaughter. Everything, he had finally figured out. Qiankuan, there's a divine core here. Can it be refined? Su Pingyan suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes, master. Qian Kuan replied affirmatively. Su Pingyan became excited again. Great. By the way, can a divine core be refined by others, allowing them to directly ascend to godhood? Su Pingyan suddenly recalled scenes he had seen in novels from Blue Star. He asked this specifically because, in Shui Wuji's memories, such a method didn't exist. Whether due to being taboo or other reasons, there was no related knowledge in his memories. Master, that's impossible, because divine cores have inherent compatibility. If someone else refines it directly, they will be polluted by the divine power within that doesn't belong to them, and also be overwhelmed by the memories contained in it. Eventually, that person may no longer be themselves, Qian Kuan explained. What if we remove the impurities, like you did before? Su Pingyan asked persistently. After all, if it was possible, then China could immediately gain several god-ranked experts, which would be greatly beneficial for China. Unfortunately, no, divine cores are extremely stable. They can't be broken open by ordinary external forces. I can refine them, but once a divine core is destroyed, it cannot be reformed, Qian Kuan explained. If even the Qian Kuan cauldron couldn't achieve it, it was clear that it was truly impossible. Chapter 376 Beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains. Fine, then refine them and continue infusing me, Su Pingyan ordered. Since he couldn't contribute more God-stage experts to Huaxia, he might as well transform them into his own strength. If this were an ordinary cultivator, reaching the divine being stage, each breakthrough would require accumulations spanning tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Nobody could achieve advancement as easily as he did. Moreover, cultivating too quickly could affect one's foundation. However, Su Pingyan's foundation was extremely stable. The characteristic of his cultivation technique was that, as long as there were resources available, he could rapidly improve without the problem of an unstable foundation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Yes, master. There were 14 divine being level divine cores, among which 2 were at the early 3 layers, 4 at the middle 3 layers, and the remaining 8 all belonged to the later 3 layers. As for the 2 divine cores of the deity level, both were from lower tier deities. Soon, the 2 divine cores from the early 3 layers were refined and infused. Su Pingyan felt only a slight improvement in cultivation, not particularly noticeable. He knew it was because his current stage was already too high. Plus, these divine cores were too old. Probably most of their divine power had been consumed during the ancient Great War. Unlike Shui Wuji, who hadn't died, though the recovery in recent years hadn't been much, at least several 100,000 years worth of accumulation had occurred. The 4 divine cores from the middle layers brought some improvement, though not enough for another breakthrough. Then came the 8 divine cores from the later layers. This time, there was a significant effect. His cultivation advanced from the later stage of the 7th layer of divine being all the way to Mon, but couldn't progress further. Sigh, still a bit short. Qian Kuan, refine those 2 deity-level divine cores for me, Su Pingyan instructed. Anyway, if he wasn't going to use them completely, only turning them into his own strength made them valuable divine cores. Otherwise, they were just dead matter. Yes, master. The divine cores of the deity stage were indeed incomparable to those of the divine being stage, even if they were just from lower-tier deities. A vast torrent of divine power surged into Su Pingyan's body and spiritual sea. His cultivation sharply improved and finally broke through the bottleneck, successfully advancing to the early stage of the 8th layer of divine being. After completely refining both divine cores from the deity level, his cultivation reached the Unmon of the 8th layer of divine being, once again blocked from advancing further. If I could obtain one more divine core from the deity stage, I should be able to break through to the 9th layer of divine being. What a pity. Su Pingyan felt a slight sense of regret. Phew. Advancing directly from the 8th layer of celestial being to the Unmon of the 8th layer of divine being, and I'm still feeling regretful. How insatiable I am. Su Pingyan suddenly shook his head, feeling that he was truly too greedy. Undeniably, the assistance from the blood refining land was enormous, rivaling the rewards from the activation of those 8 portals. Without this place, Su Pingyan estimated that reaching his current realm would have required at least decades, even centuries more. Most importantly, his cultivation had once again broken through, reaching the Unmon of the 8th layer of divine being. He now had the capability to fight a lower-tier deity, which significantly improved his safety. Cultivation at the divine being stage requires divine stones, and I have quite a few of them. I'll return and undergo closed-door cultivation, which should allow another breakthrough. However, breaking through by relying on divine stones takes an extremely long time. Oh well, I'll worry about that later. For now, let's return first. While thinking, Su Pingyan had already left the blood refining land and returned to the corpse forest. This time, there was no mystic iron order. Absorb it, Su Pingyan said with a wave of his hand. A 9-layer blood pagoda hidden in the void appeared. It was the blood refining divine pagoda. After a simple refinement process, the pagoda was stored into his spiritual sea, where it was suppressed by other innate spiritual treasures and precious artifacts, being restricted to a corner, looking somewhat pitiful. Su Pingyan couldn't help chuckling, which lifted his mood considerably. In a blink, Su Pingyan reappeared at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains forbidden area. His divine sense quickly swept outward, gathering an immense amount of information into his mind. The Hungduan Mountain Range? The Great Qian Empire? The Danxia Sect? The Medicine King Valley? The Beast Taming Sect? The mountain range beneath his feet was called the Hungduan Mountain Range, serving as the boundary between the Forbidden Land and another civilization. On the other side of the Hungwan Mountains lay a secular nation known as the Great Qian Empire, whose area and population far exceeded the state of Wei. Yet strangely, the Great Qian Empire was quite weak. Yes, very weak. Most of its people had never cultivated. One could dominate an entire region merely at the Qijing, and the strongest hidden figure in the imperial capital was only at the first layer of Transcendent, with the most powerful openly acknowledged expert merely at the 9th layer Baman of marrow washing. Certainly, there was a reason behind this phenomenon. Though the Myriad Kingdoms continent also had many sects, such as the 100 Flowers sect, whose strength was slightly inferior only to the imperial family, the structure still revolved around nations, with sects being subordinate to the feudal states. However, the situation was completely reversed here. In this place, sects reigned supreme, while secular nations served them, monopolizing all the techniques and resources. For instance, there were more than a dozen sects within the territory of the Great Qian Empire, but only 3 of them were the strongest. They were respectively the Danxia sect, the Medicine King Valley, and the Beast Taming sect. The reason was that all 3 sects had Heavenman realm experts serving as their patriarchs. How interesting. Su Pingyan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. From a secular perspective, the Great Qian Empire was quite weak. But when including the sects, the Great Qian Empire became vastly stronger than the state of Wei, posing a far greater threat to Huaxia. As for places even farther beyond the Great Qian Empire, Su Pingyan currently had no interest in investigating. Now is the time to claim the entire 10,000 Great Mountains, Su Pingyan contemplated inwardly. Previously, he had been worried about the 7th-stage beasts and even semi-god-level beasts deep within, as well as the alien civilization outside. But now that the general situation had mostly been clarified, with him present, there was no longer much to worry about. A territory spanning over 8,000 kilometers in all directions, more than 200 million square kilometers in area. Once claimed, Huaxia's territory would expand more than tenfold. Moreover, the 10,000 Great Mountains were an ideal place for growing medicinal herbs and rich in various mineral resources. It was a treasure land. It's time to return. Having thought this through, Su Pingyan turned around and teleported back to Shenlong Manor. Although it seemed as if he hadn't been gone long this time. Actually, over a year had already passed. After becoming a god, each cultivation session consumed a great deal of time. Even with the help of the primordial pagoda, it had still taken more than a year. Inside Shenlong Manor. Sigh, why has Pingyan been gone for such a long time this time? Always making people worry. His mother, Jiang Mei, muttered to herself. Children grow up, and Pingyan carries a heavy burden on his shoulders. He's a real man. How could he keep thinking about family all the time? A true man should aspire to conquer the world. Both sons of our Su family are outstanding, Su Pingyan's father said, putting down his chopsticks and bowl. At least Pingkong stays near his post, which is relatively safe. But Pingyan went deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Nobody knows what dangers he might have faced. How could I not worry? And that little troublemaker daughter of ours, never at home, always hanging around with those old men. When will she ever find a boyfriend? Jiang Mei muttered again. Chapter 377, Urging Marriage. There's happiness in the next generation, don't worry too much. They each have their own careers and their own ideas, Su Ba said. Which side are you actually on? Jiang Mei slammed her bowl onto the table, staring coldly at Su Ba. Me? I'm definitely on your side, dear wife. Su Ba sensed trouble immediately and quickly moved to soothe her. You know, she continued, when Pingyan comes back next time, should we push him and Shiran to get married first? They've already been dating for years. That girl is wonderful. She shouldn't remain without a proper position forever. Why rush? As soon as Su Ba said that, he felt a sharp killing intent and quickly corrected himself. Indeed they should get married earlier. Ideally they can give us a grandchild. Right now there's not much else to do besides cultivation. Taking care of grandchildren would be nice. Hearing that, Jiang Mei's eyes brightened. Better yet, 1 boy and 1 girl. Complete a happy family. They can start with Pingyan and Shiran, and after a few years, with Pingkong too. Cough, cough. Su Pingyan could no longer bear to listen and couldn't help coughing loudly. Son, you're back. Great. Jiang Mei exclaimed with delight. Unable to contain herself, she immediately stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Good that you're back, Su Ba was more calm. Upon seeing his son, slight relief appeared in his eyes. He smiled brightly. You're back just in time. We made a lot of dishes. Let's eat. Eat? Eat what? You leave without a word, disappear for over a year. Don't you know how worried we were? Just moments ago delighted. Jiang Mei immediately gave the father and son duo a dramatic emotional turn. Mom, I told you through the wrist device. Su Pingyan tried to justify himself. You only said you'd be gone for a little while, but you didn't mention it would be over a year. Jiang Mei argued firmly. Come on, Mom, I'm safe and sound. You know, sometimes I can't control where I go. This time I stayed so long mainly because my cultivation improved so much. Just a bit of practice took ages. You two have become cultivators yourselves now. You should understand, Pingyan explained. Jiang Mei fell silent, remaining quiet for quite a while before finally wiping a tear from her eye and heading back to the kitchen, returning with another pair of chopsticks and an extra bowl. Eat. All right. Su Pingyan sensed that his mother had calmed down slightly, quickly sat down obediently, and began eating. Outside these walls, he was a legion commander, the supreme commander of the Chinese otherworldly forces, even a deity, but inside, he was simply a son. Dad, Mom, after we finish eating, I'll take you into my cultivation space to practice. This trip, I've collected quite a few great treasures, Su Pingyan said as he ate. Even though he no longer needed to eat to survive, he still loved the taste of his mother's cooking. I've already broken into the first layer of the transcendent realm, and so has your mother. Before, we barely knew anything about cultivation. But now we understand. By our standards, our talents are very poor. Without you, we would never have broken into the transcendent realm. Living for 3,000 years, your mother and I are already extremely satisfied. So, don't waste resources on us anymore. Use those resources for those who really need them. We don't want to become a burden to the country. Suba said earnestly. Son, your father and I have discussed this. We're already very satisfied with where we are now. Our life is going well, without any real worries. If you really want to show your filial piety, then quickly marry Shiran and give us a grandchild to look after. It'd be like enjoying a peaceful retirement. Isn't this more interesting than cultivation? Jiang Mei added. Cough. Su Ping'an lightly coughed again. About marriage, I keep it in mind. It's just that the current situation remains unstable. I'll find time to talk with Shiran, but as for having children, you really should focus on Pingkong instead. With my current cultivation level, having children is difficult. Ping'an wasn't lying. Higher the cultivation realm, the harder it becomes to have children. However, conversely, children born under such conditions would also have higher talents, deeper foundation, and greater potential. What? There's even such a restriction in cultivation. Jiang Mei's face changed. It's not completely impossible, it's just harder. Probably needs a very long time, maybe hundreds, or even thousands of years, Ping'an explained honestly. This, Jiang Mei was momentarily speechless before quickly stating. In that case, don't let Pingkong and Lele cultivate yet. They must marry and have children first, then they can cultivate. Su Ping'an was stunned, slightly worried for those two. Well then, under the sharp gaze of his mother, Su Ping'an could only reluctantly agree. But, parents, you still need to keep cultivating. The country is vast, and resources won't run short because of you too. Besides, these things I obtained are from my own efforts. They don't belong to the state, Ping'an said smilingly. Becoming a god grants a lifespan equal to the heavens themselves. By then, if you want to travel to outer space, visit the moon, or even go to Mars, all of that would be incredibly easy. Aren't you interested in seeing those places? Su Ping'an tempted. To go to the moon? Suba's eyes immediately lit up. Of course, Su Ping'an nodded firmly. In truth, reaching the moon was already possible at the transcendent realm, though one couldn't fly there directly. It required a spaceship, but survival in outer space conditions was feasible. Once one reached the celestial realm, however, one could leave the planet by their own power and freely move throughout the solar system without any adverse effects. Needless to say, gods could do even more. All right then, we'll cultivate. The couple exchanged glances, both visibly tempted. After persuading his parents, Su Ping'an sent them into the Hongmeng Pagoda to practice cultivation, while he himself headed to the capital city. He had been gone for over a year, and countless things must have happened during that time. He needed to catch up in order to stay informed. Inside the capital command center. Commander, you're finally back. Shui Yong was instantly filled with excitement upon seeing Su Ping'an. Tell me about the recent developments on all fronts. Su Ping'an cut straight to the point. Yes, right away. Shui Yong hesitated for a moment, but quickly adjusted his attitude and became serious. As the minister of the interdimensional liaison department between Blue Planet and the other world, he was the most knowledgeable about both sides' affairs. Let me first talk about the situation on Blue Planet, Shui Yong said, glancing at Su Ping'an. Seeing no objection, he continued. You know, Commander, the portal located within Sam Nation led originally to a desert. At first, it was believed to contain nothing but some desert beasts. Unexpectedly, they had some good fortune. By the end of last year, they actually discovered an ancient ruin buried beneath the sand. Thanks to the arid desert environment, it was fairly well preserved. Apparently, they acquired many valuable items. Do we know the exact details? Have we found out what they got? Su Ping'an asked curiously. Chapter 378, The 72 Nations of the Western Sands. He knew there were many ancient ruins beneath the desert, though he couldn't say exactly which one Sam had discovered. Shui Yong shook his head. Although we've bribed many of their adventurers, Sam immediately sealed off all information upon discovering the ancient ruins. Regular adventurers simply don't have access to those places. Also, in the past 6 months alone, they've continued to find 3 more ancient ruins. Judging from the various otherworldly artifacts they've been trading with us lately, it's clear they've struck it rich, Shui Yong added. There was no great envy, of course. After all, Huaxia had also discovered numerous ruins, and the items they obtained were no worse than what Sam had found. Moreover, Huaxia had already made contact with an otherworldly civilization and had also been reaping substantial profits in recent years. They're actually willing to trade such things with us? Su Ping'an asked, somewhat surprised. They may have valuable goods, but it's a desert over there, making it extremely difficult to obtain medicinal herbs. Our body-refining pills and physique-enhancing pills are extremely popular worldwide, as are the primordial wristbands. They've become necessities for people now. Every wealthy adventurer wants one, and these require new Huaxia currency. Since they don't have much valuable to sell us, they can only use these artifacts to obtain foreign exchange, Shui Yong chuckled. Oh, by the way, how far have they explored so far? Su Ping'an suddenly thought of something and asked. In his previous life, it had taken them more than 10 years before Sam's people finally reached the edge of the desert and made contact with another civilization. If he remembered correctly, there were the 72 nations of the Western Sands on that side, similar to the ancient kingdoms of Huaxia's western regions, small in size and weak in power. However, even the weakest among them was far more powerful than present-day Sam. According to his memories from his previous life, the smallest nation among the 72 Western Sands covered merely tens of thousands of square kilometers with a population of less than 2 million. Their strongest cultivator had only reached the first level of the transformation realm, yet they still maintained an army of 8,000 cultivators, with common warriors at the Chi blood level and high-ranking officers reaching the marrow-washing realm. As for the most powerful among them, it spanned over 8 million square kilometers, had a population of over 90 million, and commanded an army exceeding 2 million. It was the dominant force there. Its strongest individual was rumored to have reached the Mountain River realm, though this was merely hearsay. Regardless, if Sam encountered even the weakest of these nations, it would give them quite a headache. The Sam military is still quite conservative. Their furthest exploration distance is probably only 1,500 kilometers. However, some powerful private conglomerates and independent adventurers seem to have already pushed beyond 3,000 kilometers. The exact extent is difficult to confirm, Shui Yong mused. After all, Sam's strategy differed greatly from Huaxiao's. Sam relied on individualism and fragmented exploration, while Huaxiao adopted a collectivist approach. 3,000 kilometers, huh? Su Ping'an narrowed his eyes slightly. The closest of the 72 Western Sand nations was just 3,200 kilometers from the portal. So, if their direction was correct, it meant they would soon make contact with an otherworldly civilization. Of course, if they were heading in the wrong direction, then nothing could be done. Only one direction led to civilization. The other three were dead ends. Su Ping'an wondered what diplomatic strategy Sam, a nation known for its plundering, would adopt when encountering the otherworldly civilization. Actually, he was quite intrigued. In his previous life, when Sam made contact with that civilization, the country no longer existed. Contact had been made by individuals, making it a poor reference point. This time, things were different because his own actions had created significant ripple effects. In less than 5 years, they were already on the verge of making contact. Moreover, in this timeline, Sam was significantly stronger than it had been in his previous life. Oh, by the way, how strong is Sam now? Su Ping'an asked. Their strength has grown rapidly. The Thunder God Legion has expanded to 1.4 million members, all cultivators at the Chi blood realm, Shui Yong replied. Counting their field armies and private conglomerate forces, we estimate that Sam now has at least 2 million Chi blood cultivators. However, they've been too aggressive, and with their nationwide adventuring craze, casualties have remained high. Last year alone, deaths and injuries exceeded 18 million. I estimate their current population is around 2.8 billion at most, Shui Yong said disdainfully. In the Black Palace of Sam, inside the president's office, George pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache building. Although there had been many gains recently, the domestic pressure was immense. Has Raymond emerged from his retreat yet? George asked. Needless to say, his luck had been good. Originally, with his poor governance record, he should not have been able to win re-election. However, with the discovery of the otherworld and the opening of opportunities to the corporate conglomerates, he gained their support and managed to be re-elected after all. Reporting, Grand Leader, he has ended his retreat and is on his way here, the secretary replied. Did he break through? George asked with anticipation. They had discovered a very special spirit fruit in a subterranean ruin. Initially, they dared not eat it, but coincidentally, the translation of an ancient jade slip they had deciphered contained information about this type of spirit fruit. Raymond acted first and ate it himself, which angered George greatly. Such a precious treasure wasn't even offered to him. But since the fruit had already been eaten, and since Raymond was both the commander of the Thunder God Legion and his close confidant, George couldn't really say anything. Perhaps that was where Raymond's confidence stemmed from. He has broken through. Washing marrow realm. First major perfection, the blonde secretary said, his tone filled with admiration. Haha. In other words, we Sam are now the first nation outside of Huaxiao to possess a washing marrow realm expert. George nodded in satisfaction, letting go of his previous annoyance toward Raymond's actions. Yes, the secretary confirmed. Report, General Raymond has arrived. Let him in, George said. Greetings, Grand Leader, Raymond said with a smile, looking full of vigor and high spirits. Washing marrow realm. How does it feel? George asked. Extremely powerful. Ordinary firearms now hold no threat to me. Moreover, I feel I could single-handedly sweep through the current Thunder God Legion. I must say, the higher the cultivation realm, the greater the disparity becomes. Once a certain level is reached, numbers no longer matter. Simple swarm tactics can't compare anymore. Raymond looked both proud and sober-minded. He continued, Grand Leader, right now the Thunder God Legion is too large. Though the resources we obtain are distributed among all members, enabling general improvements in strength, this method is not suitable for cultivating top-tier battle power. This goes against the original purpose of establishing the Thunder God Legion. You want to downsize? George immediately caught on. Yes. According to our latest intelligence, the Yanhuang Legion of Huaxiao numbers only about 100,000 troops and hasn't expanded further. This is how the most elite fighting force should be structured. We should also select only those with the best potential and reorganize the Thunder God Legion accordingly, Raymond said, nodding earnestly. Chapter 379, Tianqi Snow Region. How many people are you planning to reduce it to? George asked curiously as well. 10,000 will be enough, Raymond replied confidently. So few. George was taken aback, then suggested, why not make it 100,000? But Raymond immediately shook his head. Supreme Commander, if we focus resources meant for 100,000 soldiers onto just 10,000, perhaps the results would be even better. If absolutely necessary, we can always form another extraordinary legion and relax the numbers then. Raymond, you should know that the Thunder Legion is the greatest asset of our country and also the core of our political capital. Are you truly willing to give it up? George double-checked. Controlling an extraordinary army was essentially their political leverage, and George never expected the other to choose to let go so directly. Supreme Commander, times have changed. In the past, I wished for the Thunder Legion to be as large as possible, but now, I believe personal strength is the most important. Although I only keep 10,000, once we heavily invest in enhancing these individuals and truly forge an extraordinary legion, well, 10,000 soldiers could annihilate an entire nation, Raymond said with confidence. This was a realization he only truly grasped after breaking through to the body purification stage, because the gap between body purification and chi blood stages was too great. Now he was confident he could kill his previous self with one effortless strike. Fine, then complete this as soon as possible, George said helplessly. He had already begun thinking of assigning another trusted subordinate to control the remaining troops. In this era, only by maintaining control over the domestic extraordinary legion could he remain unshakable. Yes. Once the reorganization is complete, take the army and focus on searching for ancient ruins. According to the intelligence we've gathered, there's likely an entire ancient civilization buried beneath the desert sands. If we could fully unearth it, you can imagine how tremendous the benefits would be. At that point, China, might not be beyond our reach. This is the promised land bestowed upon us by God. George became increasingly excited as he spoke. Initially, when they discovered the desert across the portal, they couldn't have been more disappointed. Unfortunately, there was only one portal in their country. They had no other choice, at least for now, although it still allowed them to hunt ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, everything took a turn for the better when it turned out the sands concealed an entire ancient civilization. Such a discovery had been absolutely exhilarating. Therefore, they had immediately sealed off all related information, fearful that if China found out, they would desire a share. Then would they agree to joint development, or refuse? If they agreed, they would feel unwillingly pressured. If they refused, could they withstand China's potential force? The only answer was silence, just like China had done before. They would secretly develop first, and then amaze the entire world. Beijing Command Center. How about the situation with the Polar Bear Nation? Su Ping'an asked again. They've maintained tight secrecy. We only know they keep continuously relocating people over there, only allowing entry and no exits. According to our statistics, they've already relocated at least 20 million people so far, and the process is still ongoing. Our think tank speculates they must have already found suitable habitable areas there and have established a relatively stable territory. Shui Yong thought for a moment and explained. Among the 8 portals worldwide, only those belonging to Sam and Polar Bear were practically impossible for outsiders to interfere with, especially the polar bears. What about the Blood Wolf Legion? Su Ping'an asked. Since last year, they've stopped releasing any information regarding the Blood Wolf Legion altogether, Shui Yong said helplessly. Su Ping'an paused, then lightly smiled. When they don't go public, people begin to imagine things. That's what deterrence looks like. Commander, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what we thought too. Shui Yong nodded earnestly. What about their trade with us then? How much of the goods they exchanged were from this other world? Su Ping'an questioned further. From this trade volume and the types of goods involved, they could still pick up some clues. The trades mainly involved spirit minerals. We speculate they must have discovered mineral veins in the other world. Beyond that, nothing else is obvious, Shui Yong explained. Polar Bear Kremlin. Great Emperor, we've already relocated 20 million people into the Tianchi Snow region. I think that's enough. The foreign minister hesitated briefly before reminding him. I believe we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, nor should we fully trust what the Bear Clan tells us. Tianchi Snow region was the name of the snowy expanse, the forbidden zone across the portal from Antarctica, known now to them as the name used by the ancient civilization there. The great emperor smiled slightly and nodded. I originally intended to stop further migrations anyway, so let's halt the relocation. Nearly 20 million people have already been sent. That's sufficient for developing the region. Once it's developed and stabilized, we can make further decisions according to future circumstances. Wise as always, Your Majesty. The foreign minister felt relieved inwardly. Oh, by the way, where's Kazarov? Hasn't he returned from the Bear Clan yet? The great emperor suddenly asked. The young master of the Black Bear tribe helped Commander Kazarov obtain some treasures from within the tribe. Right now, he is in seclusion cultivating on the Black Bear tribe's spirit vein. He should soon break through to the body purification stage, said a vice commander of the Blood Wolf Legion, his face unable to conceal his joy. It seems Kazarov has truly great fortune. By sheer coincidence, he saved an otherworldly human, who turned out to be the young master of the tribe himself. And this young master actually repays kindness. Truly, this is the blessing of the Polar Bear Nation, the great emperor said happily, recalling the incident. While other nations were still hunting ferocious beasts, they had already formally made contact with an ancient otherworldly civilization. In this sense, they had already taken the lead globally, even surpassing China. Although many suspected China had also made contact with otherworldly civilizations, there had been no official disclosure or tangible evidence yet. But here, the contact was real and genuine. That's right. I heard the young master has a very generous character. Chak Kazarov is equally generous. The two hit it off instantly. With the bond of a life-saving favor and great rapport between them, they even sealed their friendship with blood oaths, becoming sworn brothers, someone added excitedly. This young master indeed is magnanimous. Without even blinking, he gave us such a vast territory. Although technically gifted to General Kazarov, the general, as our polar bear hero, immediately contributed it to the nation. So naturally, it now belongs to the Polar Bear Nation. Who would have thought there would be places with spring blossoms blooming amid snow plains? Truly amazing. They say the Tianqi snow region, though mostly icy and snowy, contains many Tianqi lakes on the tundra. These Tianqis aren't just spirit veins. Their waters aid cultivation and are also warm, allowing for habitable zones to flourish around them. It's truly an incredible place. The territory gifted to us by this young master includes 3 Tianqis, capable of supporting normal life for at most 15 million people. Is 20 million just too much? Someone questioned. Chapter 380, Snowyu Imperial Court. Not much, not much. We still need to explore the snowfield and hunt the ferocious beasts. It's fine if we slightly exceed the limit. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. The Emperor's expression remained calm. He didn't say anything, seemingly lost in thought. In a way, Kizaru's performance had been too outstanding, threatening his position, especially considering Kizaru's growing influence in the other world. However, the Emperor was a man of broad vision and didn't hold any grudge over this matter, at least not outwardly. I remember hearing previously that forming a snowfield tribe requires the clan leader to go to the Imperial Court for official investiture. Has this matter been clarified? The Emperor suddenly asked. Your Majesty, the Legion Commander has confirmed the details from the Black Bear tribe. It's indeed true, although it's not absolute. The Heavenly Pool Snowyu is vast, with the Imperial Court being the largest tribe overseeing countless smaller tribes beneath it. These tribes are classified into tiers: Black Iron level, Bronze level, Silver level, and Gold level tribes. The Imperial Court itself is also a tribe, simply the largest one, the Yangzhou tribe. Other tribes in the other world commonly refer to them as the Imperial Court. Tiered tribes must offer designated tributes to the Imperial Court according to their levels annually, in exchange for the court's protection. If a war between tribes breaks out, it also requires the court's approval. Otherwise, it's seen as a challenge. Therefore, tribes recognized by the Imperial Court are relatively safer. Yet many tribes refuse to obey the Imperial Court or pay tribute, known as wild tribes. They receive no protection, but they are also much freer. There's also another type, tribes whose power is insufficient to even reach the Black Iron tier. These weak tribes choose to become vassals of stronger tribes, known as vassal tribes. They receive protection from these stronger tribes, but they also must pay tribute and participate in battles for them. What's the situation with the Black Bear tribe? How strong are they? The Emperor asked again. It's said they're an elite bronze level tribe. How are the tribe's ranks determined? Are they granted by the Imperial Court or classified according to some standard? The Emperor continued. Your Majesty, it's both. First, a certain level of strength must be met before the tribe can request the Imperial Court's investiture. Once granted, the tribe's official level is established. What kind of strength does it require? The Emperor inquired curiously. The lowest level, the Black Iron tribe, requires the leader to have reached the Purify Marrow realm, possess at least 3 heavenly pools, and govern a population of no less than 300,000. A bronze level tribe needs the leader at the Transcend Mortal realm, possessing at least 10 heavenly pools, and governing a population of 1 million. A silver level tribe demands the leader to reach the Superb Mortal realm, with at least 100 heavenly pools, and a population of over 3 million. A gold level tribe requires the leader to attain the Mountain and River realm, possessing no fewer than 300 heavenly pools and a population of no less than 100 million. After pausing, the Deputy Legion Commander glanced at the Emperor and continued. As for the Imperial Court, it reportedly possesses numerous heaven-piercing realm experts who dominate the entire heavenly pool snow, with a population exceeding 80 billion. It is extremely powerful. Black Bear tribe is a top-tier bronze tribe. Have we gathered clear information on their exact strength? The Emperor asked again. Your Majesty, the Black Bear tribe's leader is said to be at the peak of the Transcend Mortal Realm's 9th stage, possessing 85 heavenly pools and a population of over 23 million, making them one of the elite among bronze tribes. Moreover, due to the harsh environment, every tribe member practices cultivation. Ordinary adults usually reach the Chi Blood realm. Their foundation is indeed profound. Now that the Black Bear tribe is willing to support us, this would greatly benefit our tribe's future development, the Deputy Legion Commander remarked. The Emperor nodded slightly, which was precisely why he had decided to take the risk of relocating nearly 20 million people over. However, he couldn't help but feel some concerns. As a head of state, he could not entrust his entire nation's safety entirely to the whims of that young lord. What if the Black Bear tribe intends to absorb and eliminate the Polar Bear tribe altogether? There were motives, at the very least, among them a lack of population. The Black Bear tribe still needed 7 million people to upgrade to a silver-level tribe. Moreover, was the Black Bear tribe trying to help the Polar Bear tribe obtain formal recognition as an independent tribe from the Imperial Court, or did they intend to make the Polar Bear tribe their vassal? Given they were now helping Kizaru grow stronger, were they planning to make Kizaru their tribal chief? Alongside the numerous benefits came various hidden dangers that needed to be handled with utmost caution. This made the Emperor feel that the current situation was even more complicated and dangerous than that back on Earth. Do you think we should go to the Imperial Court for investiture, or become a wild tribe instead? The Emperor suddenly asked. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then started talking and debating amongst themselves. Your Majesty, if we can successfully receive the investiture, it would be beneficial to us. Although we are not afraid of the Black Bear tribe with our modern weapons, we can't withstand the countless tribes across the entire Heavenly Pool Snowyer. We need time, and should develop quietly, integrating into this world. That would be a wise choice. I don't agree. The Polar Bear tribe has always stood tall and proud. When did we ever need someone else's investiture? I can't bear such humiliation. There's an old Chinese saying, endure hardships to prepare for revenge. It's true that our strength is weak now, and there's no shame in admitting it. What about the wild tribes then? We can just become one of them. Although we may lag behind them in cultivation, in terms of civilization and system, I believe we're more advanced. After all, they are still in the tribal age. We can attract and integrate more wild tribes using a more civilized approach. In the future, we are not incapable of rivaling the imperial court, even replacing it. But won't that take time? We don't have that capability right now. Enough, let's stop this discussion for now. We'll talk again after General Kizaru finishes his cultivation retreat. The emperor felt a headache coming and directly changed the topic, asking, what about those 3 heavenly pools? How are they progressing? Construction has already started in full. The area around the heavenly pools isn't very large, so we're using pipelines to channel the water out, melt more of the snowfield, and expand our territory until it can support these 20 million people, the Deputy Legion Commander answered. Speed it up. Yes, Your Majesty. At the Capital Command Center. What about the other countries? How are they doing now? Su Pingyan asked with concern. The Asan situation is a bit unique. Shuiyong thought for a moment before replying. Oh, what happened? Su Pingyan asked in confusion. They saw how quickly we're developing and started taking reckless risks, continuously increasing the population on the God-given plane to as high as 40 million, more than we could keep up with. After finishing, Shuiyong suddenly changed his tone. Chapter 381. Recklessness leads to heavy casualties. They've been reckless not only in terms of personnel numbers, but they've also brought a large number of vehicles because of the planes, exploring further distances. According to our intelligence, they have not only discovered the ocean, but have also traveled thousands of kilometers southward and reached the area beyond the Qingyang Mountains. Oh, they've got quite the nerve. Didn't they attract the attention of the fierce beasts from that region? Su Pingyan said, somewhat surprised. He certainly knew how terrifying the southern territories were. For that reason, Huaxia had built 3 defensive lines. If Su Pingyan hadn't broken through to a higher realm, he would still be worried that Baixiang country would draw the Calamity toward Huaxia. However, judging from Shuiyang's expression, the worst-case scenario he feared most likely did not happen. Commander, they really did draw the attention of those fierce beasts. It wasn't only in the Qingyang Mountains. These people even provoked the sea monsters. Reportedly, they suffered over 4 million casualties in the eastern Wuwang Sea and more than 9 million casualties in the southern region. They nearly attracted the monstrous beasts' army all the way to the portal, Shuiyong said. At the Baixiang Presidential Palace, the old immortal, who recently had his gray hair receding somewhat thanks to cultivation, had been in a terrible mood lately. He'd even started growing more white hair again. Have the casualty figures been tallied? The immortal asked. We have the data. 7 million have died, 3 million seriously wounded or permanently disabled, over 5 million other serious injuries, and about 8 million lightly wounded, the secretary reported, lowering his head instinctively afterward, fearing he might incur the president's wrath. If Shuiyong had heard these numbers, he would definitely be shocked, because they were even higher than the intelligence data they had obtained. Without a doubt, Baixiang had suffered enormous losses in this expedition. After all, those sent to the other world were all young and able-bodied citizens who had received a period of military training. Even as the second most populous nation in the world, the blow was deeply felt. Huaxia had long retaken the title of the world's most populous country, widening the gap with the second-place country even further. Baixiang's population had dropped below 1.4 billion, returning to just over 1.3 billion, while Huaxia's population had surged past 16.5 billion. For the fallen soldiers, exempt their families from 3 years of taxes. For the seriously injured and disabled, 1 year of exemption. Transport other severely injured personnel back to Lanxing for treatment, and treat the lightly wounded locally, the president ordered. Mr. President, with so many injured this time, a lot of medication will be needed, so we'll need a special budget proposal, the secretary added. Approved. Although funds were tight, he knew this expenditure had to be authorized. Has anyone figured out what's going on exactly to the east and south? The old immortal asked, frowning. Your Excellency, although the losses were heavy this time, we've completely mapped out the Tianxi Plains as described by Huaxia. The secretary replied with a touch of renewed optimism on his face. The entire plain stretches about 6,000 kilometers from east to west and more than 19,000 kilometers, nearly 20,000 kilometers, from north to south. The total area of the plain is approximately 110 million square kilometers. Wow, that big. The immortal's eyes widened, clearly excited, momentarily forgetting his earlier sorrow. So, does that mean a quarter of it already belongs to Huaxia? Thinking of this, his mood soured again, as if Huaxia had seized the territory from them. President, Huaxia chose poorly. Just over 2,000 kilometers westward and 3,000 kilometers northward, they encountered a huge mountain range, the secretary answered. A mountain range? What about the other side? Mr. President, that mountain range is completely impassable. It is filled with poisonous gas, and even gas masks cannot protect against it, as if the poison can corrode the soul. Moreover, the mountains are crawling with deadly insects. Based on what we know, Huaxia is currently stalled at the base of the mountains and has been unable to advance any further, the secretary said, his tone hinting at a touch of schadenfreude. If that's the case, then the area they occupy is only about 6 million square kilometers, the immortal mused, nodding slightly. That seemed acceptable. It was a territory larger than their homeland on Lanxing, yet negligible compared to 110 million. Mr. President, not even 6 million. According to our investigation, only around 3 million, or perhaps about 4 million square kilometers if they stick closely to the mountains. It's only a fraction of what we now have, the secretary explained. And what about our side? Why were the losses so severe this time? The immortal asked, concerned. To our east, after 3,000 kilometers, there stretches a vast black ocean. Many strange and powerful fierce beasts inhabit those waters. They are extremely bloodthirsty. We didn't even enter the ocean. Merely approaching the coast provoked their attacks. Fortunately, they appear to have certain limitations. They chased us for about 300 kilometers before retreating and not continuing pursuit, the secretary replied. As for the north, we only traveled a few hundred kilometers before reaching the coast. The south is the longest direction. We advanced 14,000 kilometers before encountering a mountain range. However, this range isn't very tall. After crossing it, we encountered another range about 2,000 kilometers ahead. There, the mountains stretch endlessly, and at least for now, we cannot explore further. The southern campaign resulted in our greatest losses. Furthermore, after crossing the southern mountain range, we encountered many powerful fierce beasts. They tracked us. If not for our decisive action to abandon the main force near the southern mountains, those beasts might have pursued us all the way to the portal. The secretary spoke as if he had witnessed the battlefield himself, still visibly shaken. In reality, he had only watched the recorded videos brought back. That terrifying aura was still chilling, even through the footage. For now, let's not provoke those powerful beasts anymore. We need time to develop. The Tianxi Plains are vast enough for our development. For now, we only need to secure 300 kilometers northward, 2,000 kilometers westward, and 6,000 kilometers southward. A territory of over 10 million square kilometers should be sufficient for our current development, the old immortal mused. Yes, Mr. President. The secretary nodded in agreement. He also thought they should no longer be overly aggressive. This incident could serve as a lesson for the military officials who favored aggressive strategies. By the way, assign personnel to closely monitor Huaxia. Absolutely prevent them from crossing the border into our territory to hunt the fierce beasts that belong to us, the old immortal suddenly remembered, reminding him. Even with only the Tianxi Plains, it is more than enough for Baixiang country to develop. The old immortal snorted coldly. Yes. Back at the command center in Jingxing. Considering Baixiang country's heavy losses this time, their gains should not be small either, right? Su Ping'an asked. That's true. They did manage to kill quite a few fierce beasts. However, I estimate that the resources gained from these beasts cannot compensate for their losses. After all, the soldiers who died were trained for a long time. They were cultivators, with significant resources already invested in them beforehand, Shuiyong thoughtfully replied. Chapter 382, Intermediate Psychic Shipyard. Alright, I roughly understand. Let's skip these 3 countries for now. What about the other countries? Su Ping'an asked with interest. As for the other countries, Indonesia, the ancient Pyramid Kingdom, the Persian Empire, Husky, and Han's Cat have developed relatively well and have built up some foundation. As for the rest, their development speed can only be described as SOSO, Shuiyong replied. Then tell me about ourselves, Su Ping'an asked. This was what he cared most about. Foreign affairs were of passing interest to him, just enough to be aware without getting too sidetracked. Commander, what specific aspects are you interested in? Shuiyong asked. Population. How many people do we have now? Over 1.653 billion. Not bad. And how about people's attitude toward having children? Su Ping'an asked. It was very positive at first, but it has now stabilized. For one thing, cultivation takes up a lot of time, leaving people little energy for raising kids. For another, men prefer to venture into other realms, while women want partners with strong abilities. Over the past year or so, the number of marriages has plummeted again, Shuiyong shrugged helplessly. Previously, there were the 3 major burdens: housing, education, and healthcare. Since universal cultivation began, the Han nation introduced many policies, effectively removing these burdens. However, the times have changed, bringing new burdens. Sigh, Su Ping'an sighed helplessly. This won't do. The other realm is just too vast. With such a small population, spreading out feels like dropping a drop of water into the ocean. It won't even create a bubble. Su Ping'an shook his head. Since acquiring Shui Wuji's memories, he had gained a relatively complete understanding of the other world, also known as the Panwu world. The radius of the Panwu continent could no longer be measured in kilometers, but in light years, illustrating just how immense this world was. Population was no longer counted in hundreds of millions. It should be measured in trillions. The upper levels are highly concerned about this as well and have considered many methods. Only the last, most extreme measures remain, Shuiyong said. What extreme measures? Su Ping'an asked curiously. For example, setting a limit that people must get married before the age of 20, or even earlier, imposing high taxes on those who remain single, and enforcing compulsory childbirth policies where each family must have a certain number of children, Shuiyong explained. As soon as he heard this, Su Ping'an immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. That kind of approach would be outrageous. Exactly, so that plan won't pass either. After a moment of thought, Su Ping'an said, although we can't enforce it, we can offer incentives, encourage people to marry and have children before the age of 20 by offering rewards, such as cultivation resources, ensuring resources for advancement to certain cultivation levels, and providing resources equivalent to 1 level of enhancement for each child born. If people lack money and resources to break through their current stages, then having children will become their only way forward. Su Ping'an grinned. Commander, isn't this a bit too cunning on your part? Shuiyong whispered cautiously. What are you talking about? I'm only doing this for their own good. After all, the higher their cultivation level, the longer they'll live. Isn't living longer a good thing? Su Ping'an countered. That's true. Shuiyong nodded, then pulled out a notebook and jotted things down. I'll note this for now and report it upward later. We'll see what the higher-ups decide. Sure. Su Pingyan had no objection. He had merely suggested it off the top of his head. If they truly wanted to implement it, it would require much more than this simple idea. Cooperation from various sectors would be needed, making it a complicated process. By the way, how is the development going on the other side of each portal? He asked further. The territories we captured during the last major battle have mostly been assimilated. We're planting spiritual crops, conducting surveys, and developing resources as planned. I've heard that Old Qin has already begun preparing for the next campaign, using large numbers of drones and sending transcendent-level warriors to scout all around, Shuiyong said. Old Qin being proactive is good news. That's just his style. Su Pingyan nodded approvingly. We have completely secured the Crescent Islands, including the main island and 365 smaller ones. Moreover, it seems that 3 primary-level psychic shipyards have already been built there. A 4th, intermediate-level psychic shipyard is currently under construction and is expected to be completed by the end of the year. Once completed, it will be capable of producing intermediate psychic warships. Although these ships can't undertake long ocean voyages, they can bring the entire Crescent Islands archipelago under our full control and enable large-scale immigration, Shuiyong said excitedly. After all, what great seafaring meant was no mystery to people from Earth. Oh, we can already build intermediate psychic warships. Su Pingyan asked, surprised. Previously, as commander, he had understood the grand plans and future developments of psychic warships. According to the plans, psychic warships were divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Going beyond that is the divine warship, which is far beyond our current reach. A primary-level psychic warship can deal with sea beasts up to the 5th rank, an intermediate level with those up to the 6th, an advanced level up to the 7th, and a supreme-level warship can handle beasts below the semi-divine rank. Yes, using the primary shipyard, we barely managed to complete an intermediate psychic pouting. Tests show it can take down a 1-star 5th-rank fierce beast, Shuiyong replied. Psychic warships are categorized into pouting, landing ships, frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships. There's no separate aircraft carrier, as all psychic warships are amphibious. They can travel both at sea and in the sky. However, flying consumes 10 times the energy required for sailing. In general, they only take to the skies during emergencies when rapid movement is needed or during combat. Otherwise, they stick to traveling on the water. Ships under 50 tons are classified as caoking, under 500 tons as landing ships, under 2,000 tons as frigates, under 5,000 tons as destroyers, under 8,000 tons as cruisers, and over 10,000 tons as battleships. As far as he knew, China currently had the Falcon I Pouting as its main active pouting. It displaced 30 tons, had 1 main cannon, 2 secondary cannons, could cruise at sea at a speed of 35 knots, reach a maximum speed of 60 knots, fly at 0.7 Mach in the sky during cruising, and achieve a top speed of 2.2 Mach. Its features were lightness and speed. Calling it an aircraft wouldn't seem incorrect, but its shape was that of a ship, not an airplane. Then why not develop psychic aircraft? Because China already had the drone swarm tactic, countless drones equipped with psychic technology, making piloted combat aircraft unnecessary. After all, aren't cultivators flying on their own power far better? Can we only produce Baoting? Su Pingyan asked, frowning slightly. We can also build landing ships and frigates, as already planned, Shuiyong replied. That's better. Indeed, building an intermediate psychic shipyard will help us accumulate more experience through practice. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Chapter 383, A New Step Forward. Su Pingyan had previously learned that the most powerful beast near Crescent Island was only at the 5th stage, and no 6th-stage sea creatures had been discovered so far. Therefore, with an intermediate-grade spirit-powered warship, they could completely control the archipelago and large-scale immigration could begin. Given the scale of the Crescent Archipelago, at least 1 or 200 million people could be relocated there. Even if slightly fewer, settling 150 million wouldn't be a problem. What about other regions? Su Pingyan asked. The Divine Plains are within our Chinese territory. We have fully controlled the area and completed all roads and cities. Currently, 8 million people have already been relocated there. They mainly produce goods needed by the Yanhuang merchants, with most goods manufactured locally, and only a small amount needs to be transported from Earth. Shuiyong replied. That reminds me, how is the Yanhuang Merchant Guild doing lately? Su Pingyan was especially curious about this. Commander, I have to say the plan of the Yanhuang Merchant Guild is absolutely brilliant. Our Yanhuang market is now the most prosperous and attractive place in Weigua and the surrounding 7 vassal states. Merchants from various countries come here to stock up, and even rulers from some vassal states are inviting us to establish markets in their countries, offering very favorable terms. Additionally, our resorts and cultivation caves are constantly packed. Fortunately, we introduced an appointment system through the Huawei bracelet. Otherwise, people would be queuing every single day, Shuiyong said excitedly. It could be said that the Yanhuang Merchant Guild's branch in Weigua was making money hand over fist. Also, those aristocratic families that cooperate with us hope we can authorize them to open branches in other countries. It's just too profitable. People from those countries have to travel to Weigua to shop, which has greatly contributed to Weigua's economic development, Shuiyong continued. Oh, what's the opinion from above? Should we establish branches or not? Su Pingyan asked. There are currently 2 schools of thought. Some elders believe we should set up branches to attract the surrounding vassal states to our side. Others advise against it, believing that Weigua is now experiencing a strong magnet effect. We should let things develop a bit longer, letting other countries witness the genuine advantages of the Yanhuang Merchant Guild. Then, when they invite us, they will offer even more favorable terms. Right now, though they may outwardly invite us, they might not be sincere. Shuiyong explained. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. Both arguments made sense, and he needed to think more about it. Well, this isn't urgent. Let's wait a little longer. Oh, Commander, over the past year, aside from what was used for cultivation, we've accumulated a lot of resources. When do you think we'll have time for everyone to take turns resting and cultivating? Shuiyong asked carefully. I was just thinking the same thing. Have someone prepare and collect all the resources, send them over, and prepare the military merits for all the soldiers. Then divide them into 2 groups, and I'll go visit each group personally, Su Ping'an replied. He had obtained a great deal of resources this time, and keeping them unused would be wasteful. He'd rather use them to improve everyone's strength. As for himself, these resources were of a too low tier and no longer suitable for his cultivation level. Of course, the spirit stones were an exception. He was saving those for himself. Yes, I'll go right away, Shuiyong said, visibly excited. Soon, the entire Hua kingdom became restless with excitement due to Su Ping'an's return. Massive resources were gathered in Su Ping'an's hands. Lower-grade resources were refined and transformed into usable supplies and pills, then quickly sent across the country and became popular nationwide. Higher-grade resources remained entirely under Su Ping'an's control, and he started distributing cultivation resources to all the soldiers according to their military merits. Thus, more than half a year passed in the blink of an eye. There was no helping it. Cultivation stages had advanced. Even with the aid of accelerated time, the process took longer. Plus, there were so many places he needed to visit. We still have many resources left. Let's continue. The military merits can be owed for now. Following the same old practice, when consumption exceeded soldiers' accumulated merits, it wasn't a problem. Just let it be owed. As their cultivation improved and they gained merits faster, they could pay it back much quicker later. Before anyone knew it, another year had passed. The foundation Su Ping'an brought back from the blood refining realm was simply too profound. Because of this, Huaxia had ascended to a new stage. Inside the core conference room of the capital, the Prime Minister tightly gripped Su Ping'an's hands, clearly excited. Ping'an, the resources you've brought to Huaxia this time are immense. You've saved us at least 3 or 4 years of development time. On behalf of Huaxia, I sincerely thank you. Prime Minister, you don't need to speak like that. This is all what I should do. I'm delighted to see everyone's cultivation levels rising and Huaxia's national strength improving. Su Ping'an replied with a cheerful smile, acting as if it were nothing. Don't say that. Regardless of the past, considering the contact we've had with other civilizations recently, the resources you've provided are extremely precious, the Prime Minister said, deeply moved. Ah, pity. A treasure land like the blood refining realm isn't something one can encounter anytime. I wonder when I'll have another chance like this, Su Ping'an said regretfully. He had already told the Grand Chancellor and others about the situation in the blood refining realm and the source of his recent gains. Such places are truly rare and cannot be sought after deliberately, the Grand Chancellor sighed. Soon, all the senior officials arrived, each with joyful expressions on their faces, not only because of the collective cultivation rotation and the improvement in strength, but also because their own cultivation levels had risen. Not only had their lifespans extended, but they also felt more youthful and passionate. Xiao Su, we really benefited from your efforts this time. Elder Qi laughed. Elder Qi, don't put it that way. All of you have been working tirelessly for the country. Previously, you didn't have much time to cultivate, and since resources were limited, it was normal to prioritize the soldiers. This time, the resources were abundant, so it's only fair for us all to cultivate together, Su Ping'an replied. Before this, the cultivation levels of the senior officials had only been at the Qi blood stage. First, they had no time to cultivate, and second, they believed they were safe within the capital and didn't need to take risks, so they prioritized resources for the soldiers. They had only reached the Qi blood stage to have more energy to serve the country. But this time was different. Su Ping'an insisted that they cultivate. Alright, everyone knows to appreciate what Xiao Su has done for us. Just keep it in mind. Now, let's begin the meeting, the Grand Chancellor said. In an instant, the room fell silent. Xiao Zhang, please give everyone a briefing so they can understand the changes and progress we've made in Huaxia recently, the Grand Chancellor said, trying to keep his tone calm. He had already known the news beforehand, but he was still incredibly excited inside. Yes, Secretary Zhang said excitedly. First, let me report the status of mass cultivation. Currently, our population has reached 71.2 billion, and the number of cultivators has reached 39.5 billion, Secretary Zhang announced. Another nearly 2 years had passed, and Huaxia's population had grown by another 50 million, which was indeed a considerable increase. Chapter 384, The Only Two Half-Gods. After all, with cultivation being widespread now, very few people die of old age, and even fewer from diseases. Last year, the death toll was barely over 100,000. However, the birth rate had surged significantly due to the newly released pro-fertility policies that encouraged population growth. Previously, population growth had always been calculated as births minus deaths. Now, with extremely low mortality and a surge in births, the population had rapidly increased. In recent years it had basically been a baby boom across all of Huaxia. This large-scale cultivation advancement has benefited not only the military, but also ordinary civilians, with many resources being allocated to them, said Secretary Zhang loudly, while giving a progress report. The latest statistics show that already 13.82 billion people nationwide have broken through to the Qi blood realm or higher. Another 1.013 billion are newly adult individuals who have only just begun cultivation, still in the body tempering realm. Everyone who has cultivated for more than half a year has broken through. As for those with poor talents, we've even taken active measures to help them. We can now say that the great feat of universal qi blood cultivation has been initially achieved. Of course, this data includes all adult citizens of Huaxia. Next, I will report on the situation regarding the military. The strongest force remains the Yellow Emperor Legion, with the Big Dipper 7 squad being the elite among the elite, followed by the God of War Special Forces. As he spoke, Secretary Zhang once again carefully examined the data. He took a deep breath, raised his voice a little, and continued. Thanks to the large quantities of Chuji spatial law crystals and Chuji temporal law crystals provided by Commander Su, every member of both the Big Dipper 7 and the God of War Special Forces has broken through to the Celestial Realm. Among them, the 7 members of the Big Dipper 7 have reached above the 7th stage of the Celestial Realm. Their team leader, Chen Yu, has even reached the peak of Half-God Realm, only a single step away from becoming a true god. They once engaged Commander Su in battle using the Big Dipper formation. His evaluation was that they could defeat a middle-stage Celestial God Realm opponent. All members of the God of War Special Forces have also reached at least the 4th stage of the Celestial Realm. Their team leader, Yi Xiao, has similarly reached the peak of the Half-God Realm. He is currently the only other half-god expert in Huaxiao apart from Commander Su. His half-god. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Although they had expected significant improvements, they hadn't anticipated such an enormous leap. This was absolutely terrifying. After all, this was the half-god realm, something unimaginable. All reaching the Celestial Realm? The Big Dipper squad is one thing, but the God of War Special Forces consists of hundreds of people. That means Huaxiao now has hundreds of Celestial Realm experts. At this thought, their excitement intensified, because they were no longer as ignorant as they once were. From the intelligence obtained from the Guardian Realm, they knew just how difficult it was to reach the Celestial Realm. Even Baronial and Viscount realms rarely had any Celestial experts, and only a Marquis realm might have 1 or 2, at best, Chuji Celestial experts. Comparing this to Huaxiao's current might, the disparity was clear. Although they couldn't rival the vast Chu Empire, they could now at least be compared to a duchy or even a princedom. The Big Dipper 7 can now challenge gods. Does that mean we have truly become a civilization of true deities? In just over 5 years, Huaxiao has reached this level, all thanks to Commander Su. That's right. Without Su Pingyan, judging from other nations' conditions, even if we were somewhat better, we wouldn't be much more advanced. He has made tremendous contributions to our country and civilization. Don't say that, Su Pingyan humbly replied, then looked at Secretary Zhang and said, Brother Zhang, please continue. Nodding, Secretary Zhang resumed his report. The rest of the members of the Yellow Emperor Legion have all improved to at least the 4th stage of the Mountain River Realm. 9 division commanders have reached the 5th stage of the Celestial Realm, regimental commanders the 3rd stage, battalion commanders the 1st stage, brigade leaders the 9th stage of the Mountain River Realm, regimental officers the 7th stage, company officers the 6th stage, squad leaders the 5th stage, section leaders the 4th stage in perfection, and even ordinary soldiers reach at least the early 4th stage of the Mountain River Realm. The reason for this strict hierarchical structure was that Su Pingyan deliberately arranged and allocated resources in this fashion. Otherwise, such perfect tiered progression wouldn't occur naturally. Wow, over 100,000 Mountain River experts. Just thinking about it is unbelievable. Earlier, we were bragging to the Guardian Realm, but now we really can make that claim. Exactly. The Yellow Emperor market has been established for 3 years already and is now overcrowded. It's definitely time to set up branches in other countries, a senior elder opportunely suggested. Yes, now that we have so many Mountain River experts, our deterrent power is sufficient. It really is time. What do you think, Xiao Su? The Chancellor turned to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan nodded, I agree too. All right then, we'll discuss this matter later, after the report is finished, said the Chancellor. Okay, Su Pingyan nodded. Secretary Zhang continued his report. Besides the Yellow Emperor Legion, our 10 elite field divisions are the strongest units. Their power has now all been enhanced to the 7th heaven of the Transcendent Realm and above, squad leaders at the 8th heaven, platoon leaders at the 9th heaven, company commanders at the 9th heaven perfection, battalion commanders at the 1st stage of the Mountain River Realm, regimental commanders at the 4th stage, and all 10 division commanders have reached the 7th stage of the Mountain River Realm. This was the special treatment Su Pingyan had arranged for these officers and division commanders. Unfortunately, resources were limited and had already been exhausted. Otherwise, he had planned to raise all the division commanders to the Immortal Ascension Realm. Then, there are the 500 regular field divisions. Currently, all their cultivators have reached the Transcendent Realm. Specifically, squad leaders are at the 2nd heaven, platoon leaders at the 3rd heaven, company commanders at the 3rd heaven perfection, battalion commanders at the 4th heaven, regimental commanders at the 7th heaven, and all division commanders have reached at least the 1st stage of the Mountain River Realm, Secretary Zhang continued. There were just too many people. Reaching this level was already the maximum effort they could exert. However, with such enhancements, the number of powerful transcendents in Huaxia became extremely terrifying, several million strong. Just imagining it was incredible. It had to be said that the ancient Blood Spirit Sect was as formidable as Consoa suggested. Of course, this was only by the standards of the multinational subcontinent. If compared to forces on the Panwu continent, they were still weak and pitiful and needed to keep striving for improvement. Next, the 800 construction corps have all been raised to at least the 7th heaven of the mortal refining realm. Squad leaders are at the 8th heaven. platoon leaders at the ninth heaven, company commanders at the ninth heaven perfection, battalion commanders at the first stage of the transcendent realm, regimental commanders at the second stage, and division commanders at the fourth stage. Though they couldn't compare to the combat field divisions, they had improved dramatically compared to their former selves, becoming vastly stronger. As for the garrison corps, the 500 garrison divisions from other worlds have all been raised to at least the 7th heaven of the mortal refining realm as well. Their status is similar to the construction corps. The blue planet garrison forces have also been elevated to at least the 7th heaven of the mortal refining realm. Chapter 385, Establishing Branches. Finally, we have 2 million elite militia troops. After the recent expansion, there are now 1 million interdimensional peacekeepers and 1.2 million Blue Star peacekeepers, all of whom have advanced to the 4th transformation of the mortal realm, said Secretary Zhang. Currently, all of our official armed forces have reached at least the 4th transformation of the mortal realm. The cultivation level of all county-level civil servants has also reached at least the 4th transformation of the mortal realm. Department level and above civil servants have reached at least the 1st transformation of the mortal realm, while ordinary civil servants have achieved at least the 1st marrow cleansing stage. What about the situation with the hunting legions? Su Ping'an asked. He had opened up cultivation opportunities for them, although they needed to purchase resources with money. After more than 3 years of development, our nation currently has 3 grade, 3 hunting legions, 8 grade, 2 hunting legions, 17 grade, 1 hunting legions, 355 large hunting teams, over 1,800 medium hunting teams, and more than 8,300 small hunting teams. A grade 3 hunting legion requires its commander to have reached at least the 7th transformation of the mortal realm, and have at least 10 elite members who have achieved at least the 4th transformation of the mortal realm. Additionally, it must consist of at least 8,000 members and have a registered capital of 10 billion new Huaxia coins. Previously, there had been no requirement for grade 3 hunting legions since very few had achieved the standard of grade 2 hunting legions. However, this was officially introduced last year. At the same time, the conditions for establishing a grade 4 hunting legion were also made public. These conditions were even stricter, and very few hunting legions were expected to meet them in the coming years. To establish a grade 4 hunting legion, the commander must reach at least the 7th super transcendent stage, and possess at least 100 elite members at the super transcendent stage. It must also have at least 20,000 members and registered capital of 100 billion new Huaxia coins. This marked a significant leap, based on Huaxia's current strength. What exactly did 100 billion new Huaxia coins equate to? It equaled 100 million low-grade spiritual stones, an amount that would be difficult for anyone to achieve in the civilian world. In terms of the old currency, it was equivalent to 2 trillion yuan, not assets, but actual cash. This was all due to the emergence of the other realms. The wealth of civilian enterprises and ordinary people had grown exponentially every year. However, achieving this was difficult in the short term unless several individuals pooled their resources. Moreover, finding a commander who had achieved the 7th super transcendent stage with 100 elite super transcendent stage members was no easy feat either, especially as these people weren't from the military. Fast growth. Everyone seemed to be quite astonished. Taking everything into account, the scale of the hunting legions exceeded the national strength of any other country. In fact, the strength of these hunting legions surpassed the combined national power of all other countries outside Huaxia. It was that strong. It's indeed growing fast. By the way, should we consider imposing some limitations to prevent ambitions from growing out of control? A senior asked, showing concern. This is a different era. We don't fear them having ambitions. The greater their ambitions, the better. As long as they pay taxes according to law, create jobs, and don't betray the country, and are ready to follow orders when needed, that should be sufficient. Giving them appropriate freedom is also beneficial. There's no need to discuss this further. We already discussed it before. Since the decision has been made, we only need to set corresponding regulations to ensure things stay within our control. Alright, let's conclude the work reports here, the Premier said, looking at Secretary Zhang. As soon as Secretary Zhang heard that, he sat down and remained silent. Next, let's discuss establishing branches of the Yanhuang Business Guild. Everyone is free to express their views, the Premier said. We mentioned before that we should wait a bit longer, but I think the timing is now mature enough. After 3 years, the Yanhuang Business Guild has become widely known among dozens of vassal states nearby, and we've already received many invitations from their rulers. Now is the best time. I also objected before, but now indeed seems the right time. That's right, I support it. Almost everyone voted in favor, agreeing to establish Yanhuang integrated branches. Yes, these would be integrated branches combining the Yanhuang marketplaces, the Yanhuang resorts, and the Yanhuang estates, the sub-branches. If we're going to establish branches, how should we go about it? Let everyone share their opinions, the Premier asked. Didn't we previously establish a structure with the headquarters, first-level branches, second-level branches, third-level branches, and fourth-level branches? Fourth-level branches will be stationed by experts at the realm of heaven and earth stage, and they can be established in baronial or viscount-level vassal states. Each country gets 1 fourth-level branch. As for Earl-level vassal states, we can establish third-level branches there, one senior suggested. Previously, they wouldn't have recommended setting up third-level branches so soon, but circumstances were different now. Huaxia had many realm of heaven and earth experts, and therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Actually, we don't need to establish branches in every single vassal state. It would spread us too thin. After all, among the viscount-level vassal states, Wei is actually very powerful. Establishing too many branches would instead reduce our prestige. We can choose locations where multiple vassal states border each other and set up one branch there. That single branch could then attract business from 2 or 3 surrounding vassal states. If there's enough people and business is good, we can simply build larger branches from the beginning or expand later with Phase 2 or Phase 3 developments. I think this idea is good. Concentrating customer traffic benefits the Yanhuang Business Guild more. It also encourages surrounding countries to be more proactive, letting their rulers see that it's not us depending on them, but them depending on us. Does anyone have a map? A senior suddenly asked. Xiaozhong, bring out our newly surveyed map, the premier ordered. Yes, sir. Quickly, a large map was projected, and everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed entirely on the map. After quite a while, the premier spoke. Currently, the influence of the Yanhuang Business Guild has already extended to 21 surrounding vassal states. Though this influence is still gradually expanding outward, progress has become very difficult, as the distances involved are simply too great. Also, this map has labeled each country's name, territorial size, administrative area size, population, powerful individuals, and other detailed information. All of you take a look. Xiaozhong, please give everyone a detailed introduction of each major vassal state, the premier said, turning to Zhang Guodong, director of the 9th Bureau. Yes, premier. Zhang Guodong pointed at the 2 largest territories on the map and began explaining. These 2 countries are Jing and Wu. Jing is the country we just mentioned. These 2 countries are connected and are said to have many disputes between them. Zhang Guodong didn't go into detail about the conflicts between the 2 nations, as that wasn't the focus of today's meeting. He continued. Jing is a 3rd-grade marquisate vassal state, considered a rising power. It's been established for over 8,000 years, not much later than Wei. Currently, it governs 1 commandery and 28 counties, with a population of more than 190 million. Its most powerful figure is the current monarch at the mid-2nd heaven and earth stage, and the country has 2 heaven and earth stage experts total. One of them is the ruler himself, while the other is the head of the most powerful sect, the Myriad Phenomena Sect, at the peak of the 1st heaven and earth stage. Chapter 386 Jing Kingdom, Wu Kingdom. I've heard these 2 are sworn brothers of different surnames. The Myriad Manifestations sect wasn't originally in Jing Kingdom, but was invited by the Jing Kingdom's monarch and relocated as a whole sect. Thanks to these 2 heaven-man cultivators guarding the nation, Jing Kingdom has been relatively peaceful over the past few decades, though there have been some frictions with Wu Kingdom, yet no significant large-scale battles have occurred in the last 1,000 years. Wu Kingdom is slightly stronger than Jing Kingdom. It's an established 3rd-grade marquis vassal state, having lasted more than 50,000 years since its founding, passing through 4 generations of monarchs. It controls 3 prefectures and 5 counties, with a population exceeding 470 million. Its strongest cultivator is the founding sage ancestor at the 3rd peak of Heaven-Man realm. However, there are rumors that his lifespan will not exceed 3,000 more years. He could die at any moment. The critical point is, Wu Kingdom only has this single Heaven-Man expert, so its internal situation is quite tense and complicated. There are also 5 Viscount vassal states, and including Wei Kingdom, a total of 14 Baron vassal states. After Zhang Guodong finished speaking, he fell silent and waited for questions. Judging from this, Wu Kingdom is indeed in a dangerous position, like a lion in its twilight years, with everyone just waiting for the king's death. Exactly. As long as the founding sage ancestor isn't dead yet, he still possesses considerable fighting strength. Even Jing Kingdom dares not provoke too much, because if they provoke Jing Kingdom and kill the 2 Heavenmen cultivators, Jing Kingdom would suffer greatly. I suspect this is the mindset of many powerful aristocratic families within Jing Kingdom. Once the sole Heavenman cultivator in Wu Kingdom dies, and the imperial family has not produced a second Heavenman cultivator, then Wu's enormous territory and numerous people would become a big chunk of fat meat, likely to be divided by neighboring countries, or even split internally. Therefore, as long as we help Wu Kingdom produce another Heavenman cultivator, Wu Kingdom will firmly stand on our side, said one elder. It's not appropriate to give it directly. After all, we uphold principles of fairness, impartiality, openness, and mutual benefit. However, we can establish a branch in Wu Kingdom and hold an auction when we open for business, offering a primary time law fragment. Wu Kingdom will likely spare no cost to acquire it, and we would earn their friendship. They will fully support us. We cannot show favoritism to Wu Kingdom at the expense of Jing Kingdom either. I've looked at the map. Jing Kingdom, besides connecting to Wu, is also adjacent to 3 barren vassal states. We can establish a level 3 branch here, covering 4 vassal states. Wu Kingdom's territory is vast. 1 branch might not be enough. Should we consider establishing 1 or 2 more? We can place branches in other vassal states bordering Wu Kingdom, especially near Wu's borders, which can still extend influence outward. After all, the Yellow Emperor commercial alliance's trade crosses national borders. I suggest establishing 2 level 4 branches in the western region of Jing Kingdom and the northwestern region of Wu Kingdom respectively. This will expand our influence further. Jing and Wu Kingdoms are the 2 outermost vassal states among these 21 kingdoms. And here, these 3 vassal states intersect, and so do these 2. After extensive discussions and voting, it was finally decided to build 2 level 3 branch complexes, located respectively in the southeastern part of Jing Kingdom and the central region of Wu Kingdom. 9 level 4 branch complexes would also be constructed. 2 would be in Jing and Wu Kingdoms, each placed respectively in Jing's western region and Wu's northwest. The remaining 7 were to be established at the borders of various kingdoms, though all located entirely within a single nation's territory, without being split between 2 nations, simply positioned along the borders to facilitate participation from other countries. In principle, we'll proceed like this first. However, actual implementation will require contacting the imperial families of these vassal states to confirm the plans. Otherwise, if they establish border defenses and prohibit citizens from other countries from entering after our establishments open, that would cause trouble. If they refuse, we will make appropriate adjustments and establish in those nations willing to accept us, the Chief Chancellor reminded everyone. The meeting was nearly over when, just as the Chief Chancellor was about to announce its conclusion, someone hurried in and whispered something into his ear, causing his expression to change. Just now, we received an important intelligence report along with a request for aid from Sam Kingdom. The Chief Chancellor didn't hide the information. It was all known to the core members of China. Secrecy was unnecessary. A request for aid from Sam Kingdom? Everyone was shocked, and Su Pingyan was equally surprised. This intelligence and the aid request are actually 2 parts of one matter, the Chief Chancellor continued. Just now, we received a message from Sam Kingdom. They encountered a foreign civilization in another world. During mutual, peaceful cultural exchange, conflicts arose, leading to full-scale war. Now they are being relentlessly pursued and are nearly cornered near the portal. They hope we will send troops to rescue them. As the Chief Chancellor finished speaking, a general snorted in disdain. What so-called friendly exchange? With their character, they must have tried to seize something again. Now they've been defeated and are begging for help. Should we intervene? After all, they're all countries on Lone Star. If they fail to hold the portal, the alien civilization might discover our world. If a powerful enemy is drawn here, it would be dangerous for us too. It's better to contain the war in the other world. We should help, but they can't just ask us to fight for them without effort. If we're not careful, our soldiers will die too. They must show sincerity. In the Wangwa continent, we've encountered alien civilizations. This is a world of survival of the fittest. When you're strong, the world seems kind and full of good people. If you're weak, it becomes hell. Su Pingyan, what do you think? The Chief Chancellor asked. We can help, but it depends on what they're willing to offer, Su Pingyan replied. He also wanted to go see the situation there. He suspected the enemy might be the Shisha 72 nations. That place was still very mysterious. In his previous life, he had never been there but only heard fragments of information about it. Minister Wang, you go talk to them and feel them out. Let's see if the situation is really that urgent. We must hold the initiative, the Chief Chancellor said to Ambassador Wang. All right, I'll contact them immediately, Ambassador Wang nodded. Su Pingyan, who do you think should lead the rescue mission? The Chief Chancellor turned to ask him. I'll go myself. I can investigate the situation there, and I don't need many people. I'll just bring that company of the War God Special Forces, Su Pingyan said. In truth, he didn't even need to bring anyone else. With his current strength, as long as divine stage experts didn't appear, no matter how many enemies there were, they would be useless. The Chief Chancellor hesitated for a moment and then nodded. All right then. With your current power, there shouldn't be any problem. Chapter 387, Dimensional Reduction Strike. In the Oval Office of the White House, Samland, George was trembling all over, whether from rage or terror, no one could tell. What does Huaxia say? When will they send troops to rescue us? George grabbed Bryn the moment he saw him walk in. Huaxia says they need to hold a meeting first, then negotiate with us, Bryn replied with a furrowed brow. George's grip was hurting him, but he dared not say a word. Still holding a meeting? At a time like this? I think they're just trying to take advantage of our situation, George said angrily. Mr. President, it's understandable. If we were in their position, we probably would ask for even more, Bryn replied. Indeed, nobody understood his own people better than one's own. Reporting to the President, James, the Director of Intelligence, hurried into the room. Have you figured out the situation yet? What exactly happened? Why would those otherworldly beings start hunting us down all of a sudden? George immediately demanded. We found out. It was a small private expedition team who discovered traces of the otherworld civilization's activities. They approached and then found a village. When they stayed overnight, they noticed the village had many valuables, so they poisoned everyone and killed them all, looting many goods. However, they weren't thorough enough. Someone escaped and informed the local government. The local officials thought they were bandits, so they sent troops to eradicate these bandits. After that, they discovered something different about the expedition team. Knowing they had bitten off more than they could chew, the team drove their off-road vehicles back toward the portal while being chased by the government forces, leading to the discovery of even more adventurers. In this way, our presence was exposed, directly drawing the attention of the higher-ups of the otherworld civilization. This caused them to dispatch a large force to hunt us down. James organized and reported the intelligence he had gathered. There was no need to conceal anything from the president. A straightforward report sufficed. That damnable group, when they encountered the otherworldly beings, didn't they know to send the information back first? What authority do they have to make direct contact with the otherworld civilization? And worse, they massacred an entire village without even being thorough about it, bringing such a terrifying enemy upon us, George fumed. He didn't really care about the massacre itself. He was furious because it had brought such massive disaster upon Samland. The enemy that this incident had brought upon them had caused heavy casualties. Those private adventurers, afraid of dying, fled toward the portal. It was said that some of them had even been captured. If not for the language barrier, no one knew what would have happened. What worried him most was the exposure of the portal and the reveal of the Earth's existence. That was the greatest danger. How many of them are there? George asked again. Over 10,000, and a few thousand more seemed to be arriving behind them. James replied with a grim expression. Less than 20,000. Can't our great army hold them? Why did Ramon ask Huaxiao for help the moment he could? George's face turned even darker. When he first received Ramon's message through the Hongming wristband, reporting an attack by the otherworldly civilization with heavy casualties and urgent need for Huaxiao's assistance, he thought the enemy must have been numerous. If he had known it was only a force this small, he would never have sought help from Huaxiao in the first place. Mr. President, although their numbers are small, their strength surpasses ours, especially since they have quite a few high-ranking cultivators, James made clear. Conventional forces they could handle, but when it came to these experts, they were helpless. Can't we use large-scale weapons? If necessary, just deploy nuclear weapons. It's not our territory anyway. The desert can be destroyed without worry, George said furiously. James was taken aback. He hadn't even considered the possibility of using nuclear weapons. Mr. President, shall we still seek help from Huaxiao? Bryn suddenly asked. Stall them for now, just in case. In the meantime, deploy missile units and fighter jets. If it comes to it, use nuclear weapons. It's best not to call upon Huaxiao if we can avoid it. You all forget by Xiong country? It's easy to invite gods, but hard to see them off, George sneered. Yes, sir. Death Sand Sea. That was how the people of Samland referred to the desert on the other side of the portal. Launch a saturation strike. Ramon had already received orders from President George, and now could only rely first on modern weaponry to deal with the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a continuous stream, countless shells flew toward the advancing enemy forces. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions erupted. Under the terrifying shockwaves, the soldiers of the Ziyu kingdom in the epicenter were instantly blown apart, their corpses scattered across the field. What kind of weapon is this? The general stationed at the rear stood up in shock. He had led his troops all the way here with smooth progress, and this was the first time he had faced such terrifying devastation, causing massive casualties. In short, he didn't understand modern weapons. Otherwise, his charge wouldn't have been so densely packed. Back on the Samland military side, Ramon stared at the bombardment effect, stunned for a moment, then slapped his head in realization. I must have lost my mind, not using modern weapons and instead engaging the enemy with cold steel. I really am an idiot. In truth, their cultivation levels had gradually improved, making them increasingly believe that personal martial prowess was fundamental. As a result, they had gradually abandoned the use of firearms, selling most of them to private adventurers whose cultivation levels were too low and who still needed such weapons. But they never expected that using these weapons against soldiers from the otherworldly civilization would yield such impressive results. It was even more effective than hunting ferocious beasts. General, this is great. With weapon support, we should counterattack now. We've already lost hundreds of thousands of men while being chased by them all the way. The deputy general beside him, seeing the devastating power of the firearms, became extremely excited. Send word back home. Also, request more weapons and ammunition. We will push forward and crush them. Humph, the otherworld civilization? Just a bunch of barbarians. I'll show them what a dimensional reduction strike really means, Ramon said excitedly. Yes, General. General, bad news. Enemy experts are charging toward us. Immediately deploy fighter jets and missiles to track and strike them. Under no circumstances should they be allowed near our positions, Ramon ordered. The Thunder God Legion was now divided into the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion. The 1st Legion consisted of only 10,000 soldiers, the strongest among them. Entry requirements required a cultivation level of Chi Blood Stage 7th rank. The 2nd Legion numbered exactly 1 million soldiers, all cultivators of the Chi Blood Stage. Yes, it had to be said that over the past few years, they had rarely used firearms anymore. However, strong civilian demand had created a result. The industrialized Samland had gradually revived its arms industry, increasing production to more than 10 times the previous capacity. Ziyu Kingdom's commander, General Luo Cheng, watched helplessly as endless waves of projectiles rained down like locusts, claiming countless of his soldiers' lives. His anxiety grew even more intense after the failed attempt to send elite forces to breach the enemy line. His face was now dark and expressionless. Chapter 388, The Kingdom of Ziyu. Commander, we can't continue like this. We must withdraw, the lieutenant urged. Retreat, Luo Cheng replied. He knew they couldn't keep going like this, but they would remember this grudge. Elsewhere. General, they are retreating. Should we chase and slaughter them? The lieutenant asked General Raymond, looking excited. Raymond hesitated for a moment before decisively issuing orders. Kill them all. Leave none alive. At the beginning, he might have considered trying to communicate peacefully, but after days of fierce battles, deep hatred had already been established between the two sides. If that was the case, then they should weaken the enemy as much as possible. Yes, sir. And so, the situation suddenly flipped. The foreign army that had been chasing now found themselves pursued. Damn it, Luo Cheng angrily said, staring at the aircraft above relentlessly attacking them. I never thought this force would be so skilled in mechanical warfare. We must report the situation here to our ruler as soon as possible. Otherwise, our Ziyu kingdom will be in danger. Saying that, he took out his longbow and shot an arrow. Whoosh, the arrow flew into the sky like a streak of light. Beep warning, please evade quickly. Boom, before the pilot could even react, the arrow struck the fighter jet. Moving at incredible speed, it exploded the aircraft in an instant. What? Luo Cheng was taken aback. He had merely fired the arrow in frustration, never expecting that the opponent's offensive capabilities would be this strong, yet their defense this weak. He quickly took aim and shot another arrow. Quickly gain altitude. The Samian pilot wasn't stupid either. Realizing the bow and arrow was a threat to them, he immediately pulled the plane up. Boom, another fighter exploded. It wasn't until they reached nearly 3,000 meters altitude that the threat of arrows finally vanished. Along the way, Luo Cheng's forces continued to dwindle, unable to escape the enemy's attacks entirely. When they finally reached the border, gazing at the remaining force of less than 300 men, he gritted his teeth. This grudge must be avenged. Bring them down. Luo Cheng ordered the border defense forces, directing the ballistae toward the sky. Under the command of experienced personnel, a massive ballista etched with complex array markings launched an arrow engraved with runes. The arrow soared skyward at extreme speed, disappearing from sight in one instant and already striking a fighter in the next, as if teleporting. Boom, the fighter exploded. This repeated itself multiple times. Even when the enemy climbed to 8,000 meters, they could still not evade the ballista fire. Finally, they vented their anger by dropping all remaining missiles onto the border city before quickly retreating. In an instant, both sides became quiet, each side wary of the other, and proceeded to report the events to their respective high commands. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Inside the Premier's office, the capital city of Earth Han Kingdom. Premier, what's going on with the Samian nation? A week has already passed, and yet I feel like they're no longer in a rush, Su Ping'an asked in surprise. At first, that Breen was quite urgent, but later it seemed like he intentionally started dragging his feet. Most likely they found a way to respond, but it's not 100% effective yet, and they haven't completely resolved the crisis, so they're deliberately stalling us, the Premier said with a chuckle. This was his speculation. They're quite amusing. They must be afraid we'll gain some advantage from them. Su Ping'an snorted, not particularly bothered. If they didn't want them to go, then he wouldn't go. There would be other chances in the future. Premier, then what do we do now? Su Ping'an asked. If they want to drag things out, then we'll drag with them. I'd also like to see whether they'll ultimately manage to resolve the issue. Even if they do, it won't affect us much. But if they fail, the longer they stall now, the heavier the cost they'll pay in the future. The Premier chuckled again, completely unconcerned. After all, Han Kingdom had already grown into a colossal superpower, and didn't really care much about the other countries on Earth anymore. Even if those nations experienced rapid development, they would never catch up to Han Kingdom. In fact, their progress would help prepare Han for future global crises. In that case, I'm not going to worry about it anymore, Su Ping'an said, gave a brief farewell to the Premier, and then left the capital city. Inside the office of the Supreme Leader of the Samian Nation. Hello, Supreme Leader. General Raymond entered the office excitedly. General Raymond, you've done well. I've heard of your achievements. You nearly wiped out that entire otherworldly force. George said calmly, his expression revealing no joy. It's all thanks to the Supreme Leader's leadership. Raymond bowed. Humph. Have you become reckless ever since you were appointed commander of the Supernormal Legion? The Samian military excels in firepower superiority. Yet you personally led soldiers into battle using swords and blades, and due to your mistake, do you even realize the scale of the losses you've caused? George snapped angrily. Let me tell you, according to the statistics, over 2,000 soldiers from the 1st Legion of Thunder Legion were killed, more than 50,000 from the 2nd Legion, and more than 230,000 field soldiers died in the battle. The casualties from other areas are close to 500,000. George grew angrier as he thought about it. Supreme Leader, it's all my fault. I accept whatever punishment you decide. I'm used to leading the Supernormal Legion with cold weapons, and my thinking has become rigid. Raymond replied. Humph. From now on, you'll only lead the 1st Legion. Other legions will be handed over to someone else. George said. Although Raymond was his trusted man, the impact of this incident was too great. He had to take responsibility and relinquish part of his authority. Yes. Raymond clenched his teeth and could only accept the situation. Have we obtained any information from the otherworldly civilization? After a moment of silence, George asked again. This time they had captured some live prisoners from the otherworldly civilization. Combined with their research during this period, they had cultivated a small group of experts who could understand and speak the otherworldly language. Through comparative analysis of jade slips obtained from ruins beneath the gloomy forest and those from the ruins beneath the death sands, they discovered that the writing and language from both places were surprisingly similar. This suggested that both groups of otherworldly beings likely belonged to the same world. This was also why the people from the Huaxiao side could communicate normally with the people from the other civilization. What they spoke wasn't actually Huaxiao language, but rather the language of that world. For cultivators who reached the Qi Blood Jing, learning it was extremely simple. After interrogation, we obtained some useful information. They are from the Ziyu Kingdom in the Xisha region. Raymond's expression turned slightly serious. Xisha region? Ziyu Kingdom? Tell me more. George asked curiously. The Xisha region is their general term for their homeland. There are a total of 72 countries there. Even the weakest country has cultivators at the transcending mortal Jing, and the strongest is the Lulan Empire. It's said that the Empress of Lulan has reached the mountain river Jing. Chapter 389, The Empress of Lulan. We're dealing with a small country called Ziyu, which reportedly has only 38 cities, a population of more than 3 million, and 7 experts at the 2A fan cultivation stage. The strongest among them is the retired emperor, who has reached the 7th level of 2A fan, Raymond said. You're currently at the Shi Sui stage. How effective are modern weapons against you? George suddenly asked. Normal firearms, and even grenades or light artillery, won't do much harm to me anymore. I believe once I reach the 4th level of Shi Sui, even heavy artillery won't be particularly dangerous. I speculate that once one reaches 2A fan, missiles would be ineffective too. On one hand, their reaction speed becomes extremely fast, making it hard to lock onto them. On the other hand, the cultivator's armor of energy becomes much sturdier. The only way to kill them would be to trap them in a corner and keep bombarding them until their spiritual energy is depleted, Raymond replied. Such opportunities are rare in the deadly Sand Sea, George said with a furrowed brow. That's right. If there were only one opponent, we could consider setting up traps. But if there's more than one, it's pointless, Raymond agreed. What's your take on the Western Sands region and ZU? George asked, since Raymond had the most contact with them. The Western Sands is a region with many nations and complicated relationships. There must be countries friendly to ZU as well as those hostile to it. According to intelligence obtained through interrogation, we've learned that Tianma is a country that maintains good relations with ZU, while Tianqi and Langshan are enemies of ZU. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we can contact these two countries and form an alliance, not only won't we fear retaliation from ZU, but we'll also truly integrate into the Western Sands region, Raymond said, explaining a plan he had already carefully thought through before arriving. Trying to dominate the Western Sands through sheer force is obviously unrealistic. Though none of the 72 countries have a larger population than ours individually, together their combined population is several times ours, and there are countless experts among them. If we can integrate all these countries together through a strategy of alliances driven by shared interests and make them willing to follow our commands, then even the Huaxiao wouldn't be much of a threat. Certainly, this is very difficult, but I believe the Sam nation's liberal civilization system will offer a superior advantage, a so-called dimensional strike, against the states of the Western Sands. All we need to do is provoke the relationships between these nations, making them go to war, while we profit in the shadows. That way, we can simultaneously weaken these countries and strengthen our own. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, anything is possible. All right, I'll have Bryn and James work with you. I'll also summon the national think tank to come up with a plan as soon as possible, no matter the cost, to win over Tianqi and Langshan, George said. If it comes to cultivation, I admit my inferiority, but in politics, I consider myself second to none. Yes, sir. Inside the Imperial Palace of Yujing City, the capital of ZU Kingdom, guilty servant Luo Chung pays homage to the king. Luo Chung knelt before the middle-aged man seated on the dragon throne. We'll deal with your matter later. Who exactly is responsible for the deaths of my soldiers? The king asked. Your Majesty, those people come from the Sand Sea. Their clothing is strange, and they look different from the people of the Western Sands. They are skilled in mechanisms and engineering. This time, we were unaware of this and underestimated them. We have captured some of them, but because of language barriers, we still don't have exact details about them yet, Luo Chung explained. We must find out quickly. Also, replenish our losses as soon as possible. We cannot allow those two greedy nations, Tianqi and Langshan, to seize the opportunity, the king ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, should we report this to the Lulan Empress? After all, the Sand Sea is unsuitable for living beings, which is a shared belief across the Western Sands. Now that people with appearances different from ours have appeared, and their numbers are still unknown, I believe this poses a grave danger, Luo Chung suggested cautiously. Let's figure out who they are first before making any reports. Otherwise, if I report to the Empress and she asks me about them, what should I say? The king snorted. You may go now. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Don't disappoint me. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Though we still cannot counter their long-range mechanisms in the wild at the moment, they will not be able to get near us with our ZU ballistae, Luo Chung said confidently. Go. The king waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, far away in a palace much more luxurious than that of ZU Kingdom, its area was dozens of times greater. A woman with a seductive, peerless beauty and a noble aura wore a bright red robe. Her right hand supported her chin as she half reclined on a couch. Oh, people wearing strange clothes and with unusual appearances? The beauty opened her half-closed eyes, showing a look of interest. That's somewhat intriguing. Your Majesty, ZU originally led more than 10,000 troops to wipe out hundreds of thousands of the enemy, suffering less than 2,000 casualties. Later, they sent additional thousands to pursue the enemy and locate their base, but unexpectedly encountered long-range attacks from unknown mechanical techniques. Within an extremely short time, they suffered over 10,000 casualties, and in the end only 200 or 300 managed to escape. The rest were chased down and killed, a man dressed in black and hidden in the shadows said in a hoarse voice. They failed to locate the enemy's stronghold even after losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Since when has the Sand Sea contained so many people? The Empress frowned deeply. Could they have come from other parts of the Sand Sea? Impossible. Those areas were all uninhabitable wastelands. Even she herself couldn't traverse them. Even if someone could manage to cross, their power would surely be extremely formidable. ZU, a small country, wouldn't have been able to kill so many of them. If they possessed such powerful mechanical techniques, why didn't they use them at the beginning? Why did they wait until they had suffered so many deaths before employing them? The Empress questioned. I don't know, Your Majesty. This indeed seems strange. If it was due to range limitations, when they counterattacked, they chased all the way to ZU's border. And if it was due to their limited numbers, during the entire pursuit, they showed no sign of conserving their strength. Therefore, even I do not understand the reason behind this, the man in black replied. If George and his people were to learn that it was because of Raymond's earlier rigid thinking, forgetting to use these weapons, they would probably be filled with mixed emotions. Send people deep into the Sand Sea. I want to know their stronghold, where they came from, how many of them there are, how many mechanical techniques they still have in their possession, what other methods they possess, and most importantly, what is their purpose in appearing in the Sand Sea? the Empress ordered solemnly. Chapter 390. The Trace of Yamamoto Dokuhu. She would not allow anything beyond her control to happen in the Shisha region. She was a female emperor with extreme control instincts. Although there were 72 nations in the entire Shisha region, all of them were overshadowed and overawed by Lulan, the strongest power among them. If it weren't for the fear that the smaller countries might rise up collectively in rebellion, she would have already unified the entire Shisha region. Unfortunately, she lacked the sheer strength to accomplish that feat all at once. If she couldn't seize everything in one swift move and the campaign dragged on, outsiders, those wolves lurking on the fringes, would rush in, making the situation far more complicated. Thus, she could only maintain the current situation for now. At the very least, those rulers publicly followed her orders and could present a united front against external threats. Inside the Weigua Huangfang market, Su Pingyan walked hand in hand with Yi Xinran, strolling along the bustling streets. The Huangfang market had completely transformed compared to before. Not a single shop remained vacant along the streets. The market had become incredibly popular, with rental prices for stores already skyrocketing to more than 10 times their earlier levels. To quote the popular phrase circulating among the surrounding nations, anything you could buy outside could certainly be found in the Huangfang market, and anything unavailable elsewhere could still be found there. Clearly, the Huangfang market had already captured the hearts of the people. You must be really busy these days, but you don't need to work so hard. Su Pingyan gently squeezed Yi Xinran's soft, delicate hand and said, "Not at all hard. I'm actually very happy," Yi Xinran replied cheerfully. Seeing Xinran fashion grow stronger every day, I don't know how to describe it, but our Xinran fashion has already become a bestseller in more than a dozen surrounding nations. Last year's revenue surpassed 80 million low-grade spirit stones, and this year will be even higher. In just 8 months, we've already exceeded 100 million. That much? Su Pingyan looked incredulous. Just clothing. Despite having reached a dozen or so countries, how could regular apparel generate so much money in a cultivation world? 100 million low-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100 billion Xinhua coins. Of course, Yi Xinran declared proudly. Tell me, how could it possibly be so profitable? Su Pingyan feigned curiosity. The fashion industry is divided into several segments: low-end cheap products, budget-friendly apparel, mid-range clothing, high-end attire, luxury designer fashion, and spirit item clothing. The last category is the most expensive. Each item often sells for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. However, Xinran fashion hasn't ventured into that area yet. We focus only on one segment, ultra-luxury fashion, and exclusively for women, Yi Xinran explained to Su Pingyan. As Yi Xinran continued explaining, Su Pingyan gained a deeper understanding. So-called luxury clothing was something deliberately hyped up. Designed exclusively by top-tier designers, the clothes were only supplied to royal families and aristocratic clans, which naturally boosted their value. Though they were ultimately just regular garments, albeit using high-quality fabrics and masterful craftsmanship. An entire outfit dared to sell for over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and yet they were constantly snatched up. To inflate their value further, they employed classic slogans, personal home visits, exclusive custom tailoring, and scarcity marketing. One clever maneuver after another helped establish their reputation. As a result, Xinran fashion had become the go-to luxury brand among the elite families in the surrounding nations. For major formal banquets, it had practically become a must-wear for women. Have you considered stepping into the medium to high-end fashion industry? After all, the market for ultra-luxury fashion is limited, and men's luxury fashion isn't bad either. Also, jewelry and handbags could be great extensions, Su Pingyan asked. Jewelry could be considered, but handbags, not yet. At least for now, people here don't really have the habit of carrying bags. After all, the noble ladies and daughters in aristocratic families have servants to carry things for them, or failing that, they can use storage bags, though those are rare. Still, among the upper class, the storage bag is considered the ultimate handbag, Yi Xinran explained. As for medium and high-end fashion, no thanks. There are so many clothing companies in Huaxiao already. I can't monopolize the entire market. Although they've respected your reputation and stayed away from the fashion industry, I don't want to bring you any shame. I've already contacted quite a few clothing manufacturers, planning to establish a fashion alliance so we can all work on this business together, avoiding cutthroat competition. Anyway, this world is vast. There will always be more business than we can handle. As long as I dominate the luxury segment, I'll already have unlimited profits, Yi Xinran added. You really are quite thoughtful, Su Pingyan said with a grin. Oomph, Yi Xinran gave a proud little huff. Just at that moment, the bracelet on Su Pingyan's wrist vibrated. Someone's contacting me, he said. You'd better attend to it first. Your personal number is strictly confidential. Anyone calling you must have something important, Yi Xinran said thoughtfully and obediently. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and activated the communicator. What's it about? He asked, surprised that the call was from Yi Xiao. Report, Commander. We have located Yamamoto Dokuhu and the group that previously entered the Yen Drisen. Yi Xiao's voice carried a note of excitement. Where were they found? Su Pingyan asked, equally surprised. Frankly speaking, he had almost forgotten about them. Although in his previous life, some of them had found the Blood Spirit Sect and brought back the terrifying Bloodworm Mother, which had brought catastrophic disaster to humanity. In this life, he was no longer afraid of these things and thus had stopped paying attention. They were nearly 5,000 kilometers away from the portal, Yi Xiao replied. The Blood Spirit Sect was approximately 5,600 kilometers from the portal, which meant the remaining group was already quite close to the Blood Spirit Sect's location. One thing Su Pingyan had to admit was impressive. How had they managed to travel such a long distance without any cultivation techniques? What's their current situation like? Su Pingyan asked curiously. There are only a little over 4,000 left now. The rest have died along the way. And honestly, they look like savages, tattered and ragged. At first, we even thought they were humans from another world. It wasn't until we heard them speak that we realized they were one of the Yibun nations, Yi Xiao joked. Has Yamamoto Dokuhu not died yet? Su Pingyan asked. No, Yi Xiao shook his head. Ask around and see if there's someone named Yamamoto Nijuichi. Su Pingyan suddenly became interested. Yes. About half an hour later, Yi Xiao responded. Commander, we've checked thoroughly. There's no one among them named Yamamoto Nijuichi. I wonder if he's already dead or acting alone. Su Pingyan felt puzzled. Forget it. Since they couldn't find him, he no longer cared. Commander, what should we do with these people? Yi Xiao asked. Have you encountered any one of the Yibun before? Su Pingyan casually replied, then cut off the wrist communicator. Yi Xiao froze for a moment. What did that mean? After thinking for a long time, a sudden realization struck him. He finally understood what the commander meant. Looking toward the Yibun prisoners, his eyes became even more bloodthirsty. Chapter 391, A New Plan for Population Growth. Looking at the closed Hongmeng wristband, Su Pingyan fell into deep thought. Although he hadn't found Yamamoto Nijuichi, the existence of Shuling sect was still a hidden danger. Should he go and eliminate it? What if the Shuling sect had even stronger presences? Or what if the powerful cultivator from his past life intervened again? Ping'an, what are you thinking about? Are we heading back to Lanxing soon? Yi Xinran approached, handing Su Pingyan a cup of milk tea and asking. Nothing much. Su Pingyan shook his head. Phew, he had already become a god. If there were concerns, he should just go destroy them. Why hesitate? This thought brought him clarity and relaxation, which Yi Xinran immediately noticed, causing her to smile slightly. Xinran, tomorrow I need to visit the dark forest to deal with a problem, and I'm not sure exactly how long it will take, Su Pingyan said. It's fine, you go. I'm pretty busy too, Yi Xinran replied understandingly without clinging to him. Oh, by the way, that girl Shuang has been asking about your whereabouts. She seems to have a crush on you. Why don't you go see her? Yi Xinran teased with a smile. Xinran, the heavens can bear witness. I only love you alone. Besides, I've only met Shuang a couple of times in total. Su Pingyan quickly defended himself, fully aware of the stakes. If there had actually been something going on, it would have been easier to explain. But since there was absolutely nothing, he had no intention of taking the blame. Actually, given how outstanding you are, you should consider having a few more women, Yi Xinran suddenly said seriously. I really don't have any interest in that, Su Pingyan shook his head. I'm not testing you. I mean it. You might not know, but over the past 2 years, many people have arrived in this other world. Especially those working for our trade association, some have already taken concubines here. I feel this might become a future trend. And having multiple wives and concubines seems quite normal here. In a way, we're adapting to this world. Oh, there's such a thing. Su Pingyan was genuinely surprised. He hadn't known about this. However, this reminded him of another issue, the problem of population growth. On Lanxing, the Han Empire still maintained a monogamous system. Marriage rates had continued to decline, and although recent pronatal policies had caused a short baby boom, no one knew how long that would last. With the enormous size of the Panwu world, the number of people needed for the Han people to become its rulers would be enormous. Taking concubines might actually be a good way to address this. After all, in Han society which was patriarchal, as long as the father was Han, the children would naturally be considered Han. Now you're interested, aren't you? Yi Xinran gave him a sharp look. You're misunderstanding completely. I was thinking about the Han population issue. What you just mentioned, taking multiple wives. If this could be promoted in the Han territories, given our current conditions and the reputation of the Yellow Emperor Trading Company, we could attract many female immigrants from other realms. This could cause a massive increase in our female population, which would then lead to a significant population boom through childbirth. Su Pingyan didn't hide anything from Yi Xinran. This could indeed greatly increase the Han population, but there are 3 issues we need to resolve. Yi Xinran replied thoughtfully, no longer teasing him. What 3 issues? Su Pingyan asked curiously. The first problem is, if we absorb too many women from other worlds, this could dilute the Han demographic. And these women were educated in different realms. Their inclusion might change Han perspectives. As mothers educating the next generation, they would inevitably pass along their worldview. This might cause the future generation's Han values to shift or be distorted. The second problem is, should these women who marry our Han men, along with their future children, be told about launching at all? Should they be allowed to travel back and forth? If we don't hide the truth, having so many people aware of this would inevitably lead to leaks. They would tell their original families, and thus people from other realms would come to know. However, if we do keep it secret, they would interact closely with our people, so the secret would likely still get out eventually, simply because too many people would be involved. Yi Xinran clearly had a sharp mind, issues which Su Pingyan hadn't even considered. The third problem is that originally, the Han population had more men than women. Once we allow men to take concubines from other realms, the status of Han women would dramatically decline. They certainly wouldn't agree with this, possibly intensifying gender tensions in the nation, even causing a rift, which would affect national stability. Yi Xinran's expression turned more serious. For the past few decades, Han society had been heavily influenced by the West, especially due to deliberate Western manipulation, and conflicts between the genders had gradually intensified. Only in recent years, after Han had gradually become the #1 power in the world, did people regain their confidence. Western infiltration had since lost most of its effectiveness. However, the current generation of middle-aged and young adults were those who had been affected back then, and it wouldn't be easy to change their views. This caused Su Pingyan to slightly frown. Shinran, you're right. These three problems really exist. But do you have any solutions? Yi Shinran thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't have a particularly good solution either. The only way is to limit the number of concubines each year. If the number stays small, we can maintain better control, and over time, these issues might gradually resolve themselves. This was indeed a possible approach, but the effect on boosting population growth would be very limited, similar to the current efforts of bringing in top international talents, which were also very limited in number. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow I'll return to the capital first. I'll let them deal with this headache. Let's keep shopping, Su Pingyan said, putting his arm around Yi Shinran's waist. Yi Shinran couldn't help leaning closer against him. After a night's rest, early the next morning, Su Pingyan left the warmth of his lover's company and returned to Lanqing. Inside the Prime Minister's office in the capital. Knock knock knock, the sound of someone knocking on the door. Come in. The Prime Minister's voice came from inside. It's me. I came to visit you. Su Pingyan grinned as he pushed the door open. You just saw me not long ago, right? And your smile looks a bit fake today. Alright, what's on your mind? Upon seeing Su Pingyan, the Prime Minister put aside his work and teased lightly. Hee hee, nothing ever gets past you, Su Pingyan chuckled. If it's something that can give you trouble, it must not be simple. Tell me about it. The Prime Minister became more serious now. Yesterday, inspired by an offhand comment from Shinran, I thought of a new method for Han population growth. We can allow taking concubines from other realms. Wouldn't that rapidly boost our population? However, Su Pingyan continued, explaining the three problems that Yi Shinran had raised as well. Chapter 392 The Solution. Upon hearing this, the Chief Minister fell silent directly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. In fact, we've already considered this issue. Oh, Su Pingyan was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Man, you guys are amazing. Then why haven't you taken any action until now? Su Pingyan asked in confusion. Just as you said, there are various problems. We have discussed this already. Didn't you mention just now that some people working in the Chamber of Commerce have already taken concubines within a small scope? Those are permitted and can be considered as small-scale experiments, replied the Chief Minister. Oh, what are your plans then? Su Pingyan became interested. The women from the other world have a tradition of being faithful to one partner for life, exactly like our feudal society in ancient times. Now we're observing whether the women who were taken as concubines still think about their birth families after being with our Han men. Currently, it seems relatively smooth. The women communicate much less with their birth families after marriage. They need their husband's permission to return home and otherwise won't return voluntarily or contact their families, explained the Chief Minister. That's indeed good news, though not absolutely certain. Besides, this doesn't really solve the three issues Shinran mentioned, said Su Pingyan. The Chief Minister nodded slightly and looked at Secretary Zhang beside him. Xiao Zhang, you explain it to Xiao Su. Su Pingyan felt slightly surprised but still smiled at Secretary Zhang. Please enlighten me, Secretary Zhang. Commander Su, I'm not qualified to enlighten you. I'm merely a messenger. This is the solution proposed by relevant experts, which can't completely solve the issue, but can significantly minimize the negative impact, said Secretary Zhang. First, as you mentioned earlier, to control the proportion of our Han population, we can only limit the number of concubines taken. So, our suggestion is, men who are 35 years old or older and remain unmarried without children can take 2 concubines. Married men without children or those who have fewer than 3 children are allowed to take 1 concubine. This can resolve the problem of older unmarried men. And if a married woman doesn't want her husband taking a concubine, then she must address the issue of bearing children herself. Since most people now cultivate, our studies show that having children at age 50 will not cause any problems. As their cultivation improves, even older ages are not an issue. It ultimately comes down to their willingness. Men aged 30 or older who are still unmarried will be recorded in our national database of single people across the country. Local governments will hold matchmaking activities every half month. If successful pairing occurs, it's best. But if they fail 10 consecutive times, they may take 1 concubine. Such restrictions will reduce the number of people taking concubines, and they mostly target chronic cases. This way we can alleviate social pressures and address the issue of population growth, promoting social harmony, said Secretary Zhang with a grin. As for the educational issue, these concubines must periodically receive ideological training and cultural courses. They also must pass examinations. Those who fail will be fined. Children born will be treated equally and receive the same civic education. Therefore, growing up under our cultural influence, the problem shouldn't be serious. Your second issue is simple as well. The concubines must reside on launching and may not return without permission. Of course, this is only temporary. Once they truly integrate into us and when our strength becomes greater, there won't be worries about the 2 worlds discovering each other, and then they can travel back and forth freely. The third issue can be addressed by legislation, stipulating that the legal wife of a Han man must be a Han woman, which will not degrade the status of women. Becoming the primary mistress, according to our survey questionnaires, many women actually aren't that resistant. Secretary Zhang simply and effectively solved all of Su Pingyan's concerns. Not saying they were completely resolved, but the negative impacts had been reduced by 70 to 80%. In fact, besides taking concubines, we have another method to increase population, accepting orphans under 3 years old from the other world. Once they are brought here and raised with Han education from an early age, they'll become Han people eventually. Naturally, the number accepted annually will be capped at 1 million to ensure the impact remains minimal, added the Chief Minister. With Han's current annual birth rate at over 20 million and likely to exceed 30 million in the future, 1 million is indeed insignificant. The current Han ethnicity is essentially the result of thousands of years of integration of various peoples living in this land. For the Han people, cultural identity and ethnic unity are far more important. I have 2 questions. First, regarding the matchmaking issue. If they intentionally fail on purpose just to take concubines, what then? Second, should there also be a cap on the total number of concubines taken nationwide each year? Su Ping'an asked. For the first question, we will keep everything confidential before they take concubines, and they must sign confidentiality agreements afterward. Once any related news appears online, we will delete it immediately and ban further reporting. Of course, it's impossible to completely eliminate everything, but given just a few years, we can solve all these long-standing issues. After all, these problems have accumulated over time. The gap between the new generation will be much smaller, and the impact will be minimal by then, replied the chief minister. As for the second question, yes, we will impose a limit. The total number of concubines nationwide each year must not exceed 10 million, explained Secretary Zhang. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. There shouldn't be a problem on launching, but what about on the other world? Can we really find that many women willing to come here as concubines? And with so many people disappearing each year, won't they grow suspicious? Commander Su, you might not fully understand the male-dominated, female-subjugated social structure of the other world. With the foundation our Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce has established there, as long as the bride price is sufficient, it's not a major issue. As for the missing population each year, we won't source from just one feudal state, but rather many different ones. Besides, they have pawn houses where human trafficking is common practice. In a way, this is even a form of salvation for those women, Secretary Zhang clarified. Alright, I suppose you guys really are amazing. I think there aren't any big issues. Any problems will probably only arise in the next few years. But in a few more years, when we've grown even stronger, most of these issues will resolve themselves. Su Ping'an nodded, deciding not to dwell further on the topic. Chief Minister, there's been an unexpected development in the dark forest of shadows. I plan to head over there, Su Ping'an stated, explaining the second purpose of his visit today. What happened? The chief minister asked with a confused expression. Judging from the chief minister's reaction, Yi Xiao likely hadn't reported the matter here yet, and Su Ping'an had no intention of revealing it either. The fewer people who knew, the better. Chapter 393, The Eerie Mist Wall. It seems they are also making contact with another civilization over there. I'll go check it out, Su Ping'an said, mostly lying with only a hint of truth. That's actually good news. You should go quickly, but be careful. Your safety is the top priority, the Chancellor replied. Don't worry, Chancellor. I do value my own life quite a bit, Su Ping'an chuckled. Dark Forest, the most advanced military fortress of Huaxia, already lay 4,800 kilometers from the portal. However, the range of Huaxia soldiers' explorations had already surpassed 5,000 kilometers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered the remnants of Yamamoto's faction. How is the situation here? Su Ping'an asked immediately upon meeting Yi Xiao at the fortress, expressing concern for the local situation. All the troubles have been resolved, very thoroughly, Yi Xiao answered. I'm asking about other conditions here, Su Ping'an questioned again. According to our observations recently, 4,900 to 5,000 kilometers marks a boundary line. Within that range, activities are normally limited to beasts below the 6th tier. Between 4,900 to 5,000 kilometers, occasionally you'll encounter 1 or 2 wandering low-level 6th tier beasts. But beyond the 5,000 kilometer mark, activities of 6th tier beasts become quite frequent, Yi Xiao answered. In that case, this area is slightly better than the 10,000 Great Mountains, Su Ping'an nodded slightly. After all, he knew that the restricted zone of the Dark Forest was approximately 5,500 kilometers in radius, with minor variation, less than a 50-kilometer error. If 6th tier beasts appeared only at the 5,000 kilometer mark, the probability of encountering 7th tier beasts here would be very low. Even if there were some, they'd likely be just low-level 7th tier beasts. With Yi Xiao's strength, he could handle it. Have you located the boundary of the Dark Forest restricted zone? Su Ping'an asked. Yi Xiao nodded slightly, though his expression turned serious. We've located it. However, there is a wall of mist at the boundary beyond which we can't see anything. Moreover, the mist is extremely poisonous and specifically corrodes the soul. I tried approaching before, but could only withstand it for less than 5 seconds. If I had stayed longer, my soul would have been harmed, so I had no choice but to retreat. What did you see inside the mist wall? Su Ping'an asked with confusion. Because in his past life there was no such thing, it must have already dissipated. Makes sense too. Otherwise how could the protagonist of a novel pass through? However, he didn't know exactly when it would dissipate. You can't spread your divine consciousness or teleport within the mist wall, only observe with the naked eye. Besides numerous beast corpses, there's absolutely nothing. Completely barren, not a single blade of grass growing. Yi Xiao replied with lingering dread. He couldn't forget the scene from that place. It was like hell. No, perhaps even more terrifying than hell. From now on, don't always throw yourself at the front lines yourself. If anything happened to you, it would be an enormous loss for Huaxia, Su Ping'an said solemnly. Yes. Since the Dark Forest is no longer a threat to us, you can begin drafting a comprehensive operation plan, aiming to seize all the territories rightfully belonging to Huaxia in one decisive battle, Su Ping'an ordered. Understood. Yi Xiao instantly felt excited. Since the last major war, there had been few opportunities for full-scale military engagements in these past years. Commander, then, is there anything important for you to come here personally? Yi Xiao suddenly asked. If it were just those issues mentioned earlier, Su Pingyan could have asked through the bracelet instead. There was no need to come in person. Yi Xiao was quite curious. Hee, I'm also very curious about the other side of that mist wall. I'm planning to go have a look, Su Pingyan said. Commander, that's not advisable. That mist wall is too eerie. Yi Xiao immediately protested. If even you can hold out for 5 seconds, am I not capable enough? Su Pingyan laughed. That's not what I meant, Commander. It's because everything is unknown. Nobody knows whether there might be other dangers deep inside the mist wall. Yi Xiao still worried. He truly was concerned about these unknown risks. As for Su Pingyan's cultivation, although nobody knew exactly, it surely surpassed theirs. Yi Xiao had already reached demigod status, so the commander must have already become a true god. God, a realm of infinite height and unknown terror. Perhaps, the commander really could make it through. After thinking this, he remained silent again. Don't worry. If I really sense danger, I'll leave immediately, Su Pingyan said, then waved his hand. All right, you go handle your business. Yes. Yi Xiao saluted and left. Su Pingyan directly teleported himself to the borderline of the dark forest restricted zone and stood face to face with the towering mist wall before him. As Yi Xiao described, the divine consciousness couldn't even slightly probe into its depths. I am now at the 8th stage of the divine human realm, and my divine soul is no weaker than that of a low-level deity. I never imagined that even I would be unable to peek inside. This eerie mist wall must truly conceal some great horror. I wonder who was responsible for creating it back then. Su Pingyan thought with shock, his initial arrogance now gone, replaced by extreme caution. Although he couldn't probe it with his divine consciousness, Su Pingyan still decided to step inside and investigate. As soon as he entered the mist, the scenery changed instantly. From the outside, whether with divine sense or eyes, the interior remained invisible. But once inside, he could see clearly with just his naked eyes. Though the surroundings were gray and murky, the ground was littered with ferocious beast corpses, stretching as far as the eye could see. If not tens of thousands, then at least several thousand, perhaps even more beyond what could be seen. Why are there so many beast corpses here? And their former cultivation levels were all very high. This many beasts couldn't possibly have all been killed recently. Then why haven't the bodies decayed? Is there some ability within this mist that preserves bodies? Su Pingyan was filled with even more confusion. 5 seconds passed without the mist seemingly affecting him. He wasted no time and quickly ran further inside to check the situation. Suddenly, he noticed a spot not covered by the beast corpses, an actual blood channel, with blood flowing in one specific direction. Could it be? As if realizing something, Su Pingyan waved his hand and sealed thousands of surrounding beasts into the Yaohan vessel. Though these beasts might have been dead for a long time, they were still high-level beings. Lowest among them was 5th tier, and capable of refining considerable spirit liquid. However, that wasn't the most important matter. What mattered most, what Su Pingyan cared about the most, became clear after he removed the beast corpses. It was the sight of the ground beneath. Intricate and complex patterns were carved into the surface, and flowing through those carvings was blood, fresh blood drawn from those beast corpses, all flowing in the same direction. Along the way, Su Pingyan systematically gathered all the surrounding beast corpses. Approximately half an hour later, he had sealed at least 1 million beast corpses. Remember, every single one of them was above the 5th tier, accumulated perhaps over untold years. Chapter 394, 12-Petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus. I can't stay any longer. The mist has already started affecting my soul. Su Pingyan quickly used the energy from the life source stone to neutralize the mist's influence and swiftly exited the misty area. Afterward, Su Pingyan entered the cultivation level of the primordial pagoda and picked up a divine stone to begin cultivating. He didn't stop until his divine power was completely restored and then left the primordial pagoda once again. Unexpectedly, after entering the mist and draining all my divine power one time, my cultivation level has actually improved further. I'm now even closer to the 9th stage of divine being realm. Perhaps a few more times, and I'll break through naturally. Su Pingyan felt great surprise upon making this discovery. If he were to directly cultivate in the cultivation chamber using divine stones, it would probably take almost a year of time in the outside world to achieve this breakthrough, even under ideal conditions. Don't think 1 year is too short. This was the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th stage of the divine being realm. For others, it would usually take tens of thousands of years. Su Pingyan entered the mist once again. Just as before, he collected only the corpses of ferocious beasts until his divine power was exhausted, and then he left the mist under the protection of the life source stone. This process repeated 4 times. Boom! Inside the primordial pagoda, Su Pingyan's divine body trembled, and his soul became more solid and powerful. I've broken through the early stage of the 9th level of the divine being realm. Su Pingyan murmured with a slight smile. What barrier was this mist? It was practically a holy land for cultivation and a resource treasury. Every time he entered, Su Pingyan could bring out over 1 million high-grade beast corpses, beasts of at least the 5th rank or higher. Although many were already drained of blood, resulting in a much smaller yield of spirit liquid upon refining, their sheer quantity made up for that. How vast was this mist-covered area? Put it this way, it completely surrounded the forbidden zone of the gloomy forest, which itself had a radius of about 5,500 kilometers, meaning the entire perimeter was nearly 350,000 kilometers. As for the width, he still wasn't sure yet, because he had only been circling the outer ring for now, clearing away the beast corpses from the edges before gradually venturing deeper. In a flash, for months had already passed. Su Pingyan had gradually adapted to the mist. Not only had he collected all the beast corpses from the outermost areas, but he had also ventured inward 10 kilometers. Moreover, he was now able to stay inside for more than an hour. One more point. His cultivation level had advanced to the middle stage of the 9th level of the Divine Being realm. The outermost ring mostly contains 5th rank beasts, then 6th rank, 7th rank ones. I can even see semi-divine beasts here. This place is so strange. These beasts seem like they're coming here to sacrifice themselves. Otherwise, when faced with danger, their first reaction should have been to run away immediately. Su Pingyan thought, deeply shocked. The more he saw, the stranger this place felt. Once entering the mist, these ferocious beasts rushed straight toward the bloody point on the ground's engravings, as if disregarding their own lives, ultimately dying there. No wonder there were hardly any 7th rank beasts visible outside. It seems they weren't absent from this area, but instead all came in here to die. Su Pingyan mused internally. But wait, that still doesn't add up entirely. There are also 6th and 5th rank beast corpses here, and plenty of them can be found outside too. I don't see those rushing in either. Plus, even becoming a semi-divine beast takes time to grow. Could it be that this place attracts the beasts in waves? Something highly alluring appears periodically, then disappears, leaving a quiet period for the beasts to grow? Su Pingyan couldn't help but speculate this way, as nothing else could explain the current bizarre phenomenon. Spending another half a year, Su Pingyan finally clarified the width of the misty region. It was 30 kilometers wide. In fact, for most of this time, what he did was mainly collecting beast corpses within and cultivating. His cultivation level had finally reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Divine Being realm. Though he had spent more than 30,000 low-grade divine stones in the process, he found it completely worth it. Finally, he had arrived at the location where all the blood converged. A divine beast corpse? Hiss! When Su Pingyan approached the blood convergence spot, he unexpectedly discovered several divine beast corpses. Absolutely incredible. Before him was a lake. But this lake contained only blood, so much of it that he couldn't imagine how much blood had been absorbed here. What is that? His eyes were drawn to a red-colored lotus blooming at the center of the bloody lake. Hongming, do you recognize this item? Su Pingyan himself didn't know what it was. Not even in his 2 lifetimes had he ever heard of such a thing. 12-petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus. What kind of item is that? And what use does it have? Su Pingyan thought immediately of the 12-petaled Merit Golden Lotus he had seen in novels before, that had been an item connected to sages. Before heaven and earth were separated, there was a 36-petaled Chaos Green Lotus. After the heaven was opened, the Chaos Green Lotus was destroyed and became the 12-petaled Merit Golden Lotus, the 12-petaled Karma Black Lotus, made from infernal flames, the 12-petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus, and other primordial spirit treasures. This is that primordial spirit treasure, the 12-petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus. It requires absorbing the blood of countless beings to grow. Its lotus seeds can be used to enhance cultivation or grow into a lower-tier, 9-petaled Blood Lotus. The Blood Lotus itself is also an offensive weapon. During attacks, it can absorb one's divine blood to replenish its own energy, while defensively, it can release the Holy Spirit Blood domain, generating infinite blood and forming invincible defense. Hongming explained. Hiss! Su Pingyan couldn't help but inhale sharply upon hearing this. How could a treasure of such a level appear in this place? Who exactly left it here? Su Pingyan was even more shocked. Whoever it was, now it's mine. A hint of greed flickered in Su Pingyan's eyes. However, it disappeared just as quickly. He remained quite cautious. Hongming, is this 12-petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus currently ownerless or already claimed? Su Pingyan asked curiously. It's unclaimed. It seems to have suffered heavy damage before, and someone intentionally left it here to recover by absorbing the blood of ferocious beasts, Hongming replied firmly. Could it be the one who set up the entire scheme? Su Pingyan thought to himself. Possibly. But whoever left it probably intended it for someone destined to find it. After all, when the 8 transmission gates opened, each had its own reward, and those rewards were no less impressive than this Blood Lotus. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. He extended his large hand and cried out, "Rise!" Instantly, the blood lake stirred up waves. Countless streams of blood quickly rushed toward the Blood Lotus, which was also resisting fiercely. Come on! Su Pingyan once again used his divine power. In a moment, a struggle broke out between the man and the lotus. This lasted until all the blood within the lake was absorbed by the Blood Lotus, at which point Su Pingyan finally pulled it toward himself. The moment the Blood Lotus was removed, the entire land began to tremble. In a short while, the surrounding mist began to slowly dissipate. Su Pingyan immediately entered the Hongming Pagoda. Hongming, suppress it. Seeing the lotus still resisting, Su Pingyan immediately ordered. Yes, master. With the Hongming Pagoda, a much higher grade supreme treasure, suppressing it, the 12-petaled Holy Spirit Blood Lotus instantly calmed down. Next came the process of refinement. It took approximately 3 months to complete the initial refinement. After refining the Blood Lotus, Su Pingyan gained a deeper understanding of it. Chapter 395 Advancement to the Divine Sovereign Realm. At the same time, he also learned that the mist outside was indeed created by it. It was formed from the lingering resentment of countless fierce beasts that had died, which was especially damaging to the soul. Moreover, every time a Blood Lotus seed matured, it would emit a unique fragrance that lured surrounding vicious beasts to rush in recklessly, sacrificing themselves, until enough blood was gathered for the next lotus seed to upgrade, after which the scent would gradually disappear. Just as he had guessed, the fragrance came in waves. The effects of the Blood Lotus seeds were even more powerful beyond imagination. A first transformation Blood Lotus Seed could help a Supreme Void Realm 9th Stage Peak Cultivator breakthrough to the Transcendent Realm. A second transformation seed could assist Transcendent Realm cultivators in their training. A third transformation seed could help Transcendent Realm 9th Stage Peak experts break through to the Mountain River Realm. A fourth transformation seed could help Mountain River Realm experts cultivate. A fifth transformation seed could allow a Mountain River Realm 9th Stage Peak expert to break through to the Celestial Being Realm. A sixth transformation seed could aid cultivation in the Celestial Being Realm. A seventh transformation seed could benefit semi-divine cultivators. An eighth transformation seed could enable a peak semi-divine cultivator to ascend into divinity. A ninth transformation seed could quickly boost the cultivation of divine human realm experts. A 10th transformation seed could assist divine human realm 9th stage peak experts in breaking through to the initial stage of the lower divine spirit realm. An 11th transformation seed would help divine spirit realm experts cultivate rapidly. A 12th transformation seed could even elevate an upper divine spirit realm expert to the initial stage of the divine sovereign realm. Divine sovereign. This was truly a realm of unimaginable power. Wow, these Blood Lotus seeds really are incredible. In terms of effectiveness, they're even more extraordinary than the spiritual liquids and the inner world's origin essence, Su Pingyan said in shock. Those spiritual liquids and the inner world's origin were powerful. They had their limitations. For example, experts at the Mountain River Realm and Celestial Being Realm needed to comprehend laws, but these items lacked such a component, offering only spiritual energy. But Blood Lotus seeds were different. They combined both spiritual energy and laws, directly enhancing a cultivator's realm, practically like experience pills. I wonder how many Blood Lotus seeds are stored inside the Blood Lotus space. As Su Pingyan thought this, he immediately started to examine. The next second, his mouth began to water. Inside the vast space of the Blood Lotus was a massive pile of Blood Lotus seeds. No one knew how many years' accumulation it had taken to amass this. It was likely that even the expert who once set this up hadn't used them. Possibly they had been stored since the beginning of the world itself. If that were true, he had truly struck it lucky. There were 12 stacks in total. The first transformation Blood Lotus seeds were the most numerous, forming a mountain higher than any others, surely numbering over 100 million. From the second transformation onward, the stack sizes decreased significantly. Even the seventh transformation Blood Lotus seeds were piled as high as mountains, with absolute numbers no less than several million. However, by the time one reached the 8th transformation seeds, the quantities dropped sharply. What Su Pingyan cared most about was the 10th transformation Blood Lotus seeds. Since he was already at the late 9th stage of the divine human realm, it wouldn't be long before he reached its peak. At that point, he would face the bottleneck of ascending to the divine spirit realm. If he had 10 transformation Blood Lotus seeds, that would be perfect. 10,800 of them, still quite a number. Su Pingyan exhaled in relief. As for the 9th transformation Blood Lotus seeds, 108,000. For the 11th transformation seeds, 1,080. And for the 12th transformation seeds, 27. Su Pingyan noticed something strange. Then he suddenly understood. The Saint Spirit Blood Lotus produced 108 seeds per generation, and the reason the 12th transformation seeds were so few was that the rest hadn't yet matured and were still on the lotus pod. 27 seeds means 27 divine, sovereign level experts. This harvest is far more terrifying than that from the Bloodforge land. Could it be I really am the chosen one of fate? Su Pingyan thought, shocked. Regardless of whether I am or not, now cultivation is the most important. With so many Blood Lotus seeds, I won't leave until I reach the divine sovereign realm. Su Pingyan, excited, immediately began his cultivation. He took a 9th transformation Blood Lotus seed and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, terrifying divine energy began to spread throughout his body. Immediately, Su Pingyan activated his cultivation technique to begin refining it. As time passed, Su Pingyan quickly broke through to the peak 9th stage of the divine human realm, then reaching ultimate completion. Such divine power hidden inside a single Blood Lotus seed. It's truly terrifying, Su Pingyan said in amazement. He understood his situation well. From the late 9th stage of the divine human realm, he only consumed less than 2 9th transformation Blood Lotus seeds to reach peak completion. Actually, the second one wasn't even fully consumed. Does that mean, for an ordinary cultivator, 1 seed could boost a single realm? If someone was at the earlier 3 stages, perhaps even 2 or more realms could be enhanced. Never mind, this is definitely a good thing. Thinking this, Su Pingyan once again took out a 10th transformation Blood Lotus seed and began refining it. Finally, he successfully broke through to the lower divine spirit realm. After refining 9 11th transformation Blood Lotus seeds, he to the middle divine spirit realm. After refining 27 11th transformation Blood Lotus seeds, he successfully broke through to the upper divine spirit realm. After refining 81 11th transformation Blood Lotus seeds, he successfully reached the peak of the upper divine spirit realm. Then, he consumed 1 12th transformation Blood Lotus seed. It's actually not enough? Still a bit short. Su Pingyan immediately took another one. Boom. The initial stage of divine sovereign. He successfully to the initial stage of the divine sovereign realm. Hongmeng, with my current combat power, can I defeat a divine king expert? Su Pingyan asked eagerly. Master, the gap between divine sovereign and divine king is enormous. However, if you fully master your own power, bring all your martial arts and techniques to the ultimate realm, and also rely on treasures like the god-slaughtering spear, you might barely survive for a few days against a newly ascended divine king expert. But to defeat one, It's practically impossible unless the opponent is already severely injured, then there might be a slim hope. Hongming replied. That big of a gap? Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised. Previously, Hongming had mentioned that divine sovereign experts were only divided into 3 minor stages: early, middle, and late. Though it was a major realm leap compared to Divine King, he hadn't expected the gap to be this large. If others found out, they'd probably curse him to death. After all, for divine sovereign level experts, it was nearly unheard of to fight above their level. Even just a single minor stage was extremely difficult, and that was even with the help of supreme treasures and other means. Each minor stage represented a huge abyss, extremely hard to cross. Generally speaking, a divine sovereign expert might spend their entire life, even until the end of the world, without ever breaking through a single minor stage. Only supreme prodigies with extraordinary talent might manage a breakthrough in several 100 million years. Su Pingyan didn't know this, but his disappointment only lasted a moment. Soon, he smiled again, since he himself hadn't even expected to break through to the divine sovereign realm in such a short period of time. Previously, from Shui Wuji's memories, the 12 main gods were seemingly only at the divine sovereign realm. My current strength should be at the same level as theirs. In theory, only the great deity Pan Wu in the entire Pan Wu world surpasses me. Thinking this, Su Pingyan became even happier. Chapter 396 Solar Seal. By the way, during the ancient times they suddenly disappeared. Are they still in this world? Su Pingyan mused silently. As he left the Hongming Tower, instantly, Su Pingyan felt that the entire heaven and earth were different. It was as if he were observing the world from a higher dimension. However, soon, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Rejection? Why is there such a strong sense of rejection? Su Pingyan felt puzzled. Why does the world's heavenly laws seem incomplete? Could it be that something happened during ancient times in this world, causing the world's status to drop? He was somewhat astonished. His divine consciousness swept across half the Panwu world, unfortunately uncovering no answers he sought. Could it be that Panwu God and the 12 ancient deities also left due to this sense of rejection, or perhaps they were invaded by external enemies? More thoughts rushed into his mind. Forget it. I'll find out eventually. Su Pingyan sighed, the only regret he had now being that this world likely couldn't provide him with any further resources for cultivation breakthroughs. To alleviate the sense of rejection, Su Pingyan suppressed his cultivation to the pinnacle of upper divine spirit realm, Yamanjing. Immediately, that sense of rejection from his body disappeared. In other words, theoretically speaking, the limit of cultivation in this world is reaching the peak of upper divine spirit realm Yamanjing. However, we can't exclude the possibility that someone managed to break through to the divine lord realm but chose to conceal their power, just like me suppressing my cultivation. Su Pingyan contemplated inwardly. Currently, Huaxia could proceed boldly and take confident strides forward. After all, having the foundation of divine lord realm cultivation, even if encountering another divine lord realm expert, he wouldn't be afraid. To put it simply, unless Panwu God appears, he was already the unrivaled existence in this world. Even if the 12 ruling gods appeared, he wouldn't fear them. It's already been 5 years. It's time to return, Su Pingyan calculated with a slight snap of his fingers. This time, he had stayed in the dark forest for nearly 5 years. Although most of the time was spent cultivating inside the Hongming Tower with the help of Shuelian seeds, given his higher cultivation level, consumption was massive. The hundreds of thousands of divine stones he carried were almost completely exhausted, now leaving only over 10,000 low-grade divine stones, with all the middle-grade divine stones already used up. Originally, his purpose for coming here had been to check out the Blood Spirit Cultivation Sect, but that was no longer necessary now. Earlier, he had swept his divine consciousness and already located the Blood Spirit Cultivation Sect. Their strongest member was merely a half-divine expert, so weak that it no longer interested him even slightly. Above the Beihai Island, Blue Star. Strange, why doesn't this sense of rejection exist on Blue Star? Could it be that the dimension or status of the world where Blue Star resides is higher than the Panwu world? Su Pingyan sat cross-legged in midair, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the laws of the Blue Star world. His divine consciousness quickly pierced through the planet, the moon, Mars, the Kuiper Belt, and the Oort cloud. As his consciousness expanded, soon he reached the edge of the solar system. Seal? The solar system is actually sealed. Su Pingyan opened his eyes in shock. Could it be that humanity's true calamity is not from other worlds, but from outside the solar system? Suddenly, a more terrifying possibility crossed his mind. A seal. His gaze shifted to that unopened portal in the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, even noticing the treasure box on the door. In my past life, it was the rebirth pill. In this life, what will it be? Will it be the rebirth pill again, entering an infinite cycle, or something else? Su Pingyan was extremely curious about the 9th portal now. No, not yet. This portal must be the key point of the solar system seal. Once opened, the seal might be completely broken. Su Pingyan recalled the 18-character true words he had seen in his previous life. I'll wait a bit more, until the people of Huaxia grow a bit stronger before opening it. Or perhaps just let it open on its own. Su Pingyan contemplated his previous life. In his previous life, the 9th portal opened in the 23rd year. However, that time, a golden flying sword flew out from the portal of the dark forest, directly causing 5 continents to sink into the sea, resulting in earth-shattering changes. Only then did the portal disappear, to be opened later by himself. If in this life, without the influence of that flying sword, and without his intervention, would the opening take even longer? He didn't know, but there was no hurry for now. Taking out the Yowling pot, with a mere thought, All the fierce beast corpses he had previously collected were rapidly refined into spiritual liquid by him. In the end, he obtained 19 drops of 1-star divine liquid, 226 drops of top-grade 7th level spiritual liquid, 2,588 drops of high-grade 7th level spiritual liquid, 11,926 drops of mid-grade 7th level spiritual liquid, 89,956 drops of low-grade 7th level spiritual liquid, over 300,000 drops of high-grade 6th level spiritual liquid, over 1.1 million drops of mid-grade 6th level spiritual liquid, over 5.1 million drops of low-grade 6th level spiritual liquid, over 30 million drops of high-grade 5th level spiritual liquid, over 140 million drops of mid-grade 5th level spiritual liquid, and over 750 million drops of low-grade 5th level spiritual liquid. There was no spiritual liquid below the 5th level, because there were no corpse materials below the 5th level of fierce beasts. The 1-star divine liquid came from divine beasts, specifically those corpses he had collected near the blood lake. They had all their essence and blood absorbed, yet I still managed to refine so much spiritual liquid from them. Thinking about it now, their physical bodies naturally contained terrifying spiritual power. It's just that the Holy Spirit Blood Lotus wasn't interested in it, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. With this much spiritual liquid, he could accomplish a great deal, enough to significantly strengthen Huaxia once again. Moreover, after 5 years, Huaxia had likely already accumulated considerable resources on its own. Speaking of which, since the portal opened, it had already been nearly 11 years, just a little over 3 months more, and it would complete the 11th year exactly. The only regret is the lack of law crystals. Back in ancient times, veins of law crystals did exist. Now, it's likely only the central Panwu continent still contains a few remnants. Elsewhere, they should be extremely rare. Su Pingyan thought of something else. Fortunately, he had the Hongming Tower. As long as there were sufficient divine stones, he could open the River of Laws, a method even better than using law crystals. The Prime Minister's office, Beijing. Prime Minister, look who's here, Secretary Zhang entered excitedly. You're so happy. This person must be special. Could it be? The Prime Minister seemed to have guessed something, but before he could finish, Su Pingyan had already cheerfully walked in, greeting. Prime Minister, it's been years. You still look just as impressive as ever. Su, you're finally back, the Prime Minister exclaimed, immediately rising from his seat in excitement. He walked over to Su Pingyan, carefully examining him, then patted his shoulder. Good to have you back. I've made the Prime Minister worry. Su Pingyan was also moved. I'm fine, but have you seen your family yet? They're the ones who've been most worried and missed you the most. Missy even sent people to inquire about you several times. Honestly, you have a communication bracelet. Why didn't you contact home? They thought something had happened to you. The Prime Minister complained slightly. Yet, Su Pingyan could clearly hear the underlying concern in the words, an affectionate care for a younger generation. Chapter 397, Daodu. To be honest, I didn't expect it to take so long either. At first, I was still in contact with my family, but later, I entered a cultivation retreat and became too immersed in it. I completely lost track of time. By the time I emerged, several years had already passed. Sigh, Su Pingyan united Tanla Kochik. You? The Chancellor shook his head helplessly, not expecting this. Truthfully, he had initially worried that something unfortunate might have happened to Su Pingyan. After all, the other world was full of unknowns. He didn't think that Su was invincible there, and unexpected events could happen at any time. He had worried for quite some time because of that. You should go home first to reassure your family, the Chancellor said. Yes, I'll go back right away. I came here to let you know. It's time for Huaxia to make another big leap forward, Su Pingyan said. That's right. In these 5 years, we've accumulated quite a lot of resources, the Chancellor said happily as he spoke. Although there were some consumptions during daily cultivation, Huaxia was still in a stage of rapid expansion, so plenty of good things were left over. Coupled with treasures like the dimensional space treasure box, many good things had been stored away. I'll take care of this matter. I'm giving you a month off. Go back and rest well first, the Chancellor said. Half a month is enough, Su Pingyan replied. Okay, I'll leave it to you. The Chancellor didn't say much about this. Watching Su Pingyan teleport away, the Chancellor immediately turned to Secretary Zhang. Xiao Zhang, first inform the entire army that Xiao Su has safely returned so everyone can feel at ease. Then notify all the units to start rotating their rest periods in 2 groups. Based on the previous rotation, now everyone's cultivation level has increased. I estimate that this rest rotation may last 2 or 3 years. Have the commanders of each unit make appropriate arrangements, and if they need to contract their frontline, then do so. Yes. Leaving the capital city, he arrived at the Death Valley, and then entered the Divine Dragon Villa. He only exchanged a few simple words with the Chancellor. He didn't mention his cultivation level, nor did he mention the solar seal. Mentioning it would only cause worry among others. For now, everything just needs to progress step by step. As Huaxia quickly becomes powerful, when the right time comes, he will naturally speak about it. Huh? No one's here. Su Pingyan found that no one was inside the villa after pushing open the door. Although he had spiritual sense, he never used it at home. That wouldn't be fun or surprising. Where have my parents gone? Su Pingyan went outside the villa and asked a guard soldier. Reporting, General, the elder master and mistress have gone to your younger brother's house, the soldier answered. Pinkong. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. With a teleportation, he quickly arrived at Su Pingkong's home. His house was also on this side of the Divine Dragon Mountain world, though not on the mountain itself, but in one of the largest tier 5 cities in this world. It was a mansion covering more than 10 acres. Don't assume these mansions are only owned by nobles. It could be said that in this world, Even larger mansions than Su Pingkong's are everywhere. The land here is vast and sparsely populated, and it's popular to live in big estates. Everyone cultivates, so walking around a big mansion isn't tiring. Moreover, it provides space for practicing cultivation without disturbing neighbors. Knock 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 came 3 knocks. Coming, a strange voice answered. After a while, a middle-aged woman in her 30s opened the door, looking confusedly outside. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Is this Su Pingkong's house? Su Pingyan asked. He didn't recognize this person. Oh, this is Mr. Su's house. Excuse me, are you a friend of his? He hasn't returned from work yet, the woman said. Su Pingyan felt more confused. He had to release his spiritual sense to sweep over the mansion, finding his parents inside, though Pingkong was indeed absent. Most importantly, his parents were playing with a kid about 2 years old. This child has blood ties to the Su family. Could it be Pingkong's son? Su Pingyan guessed. My name is Su Pingyan. I'm his elder brother. Are my parents inside? Su Pingyan asked. With a little calculation, he figured out what this woman was. A nanny hired by Su Pingkong. More importantly, she wasn't from Lanshan, but from this world, which was quite intriguing. It seemed that many changes had taken place in Huaxia over these 5 years, changes he wasn't aware of. This wasn't the land of divine gift, but the myriad mountains. Ah, so you're Master Su. Hello, sir. The elder masters are inside. The woman became slightly more formal. She knew that Mr. Su had a very capable elder brother who held a high position within the Yellow River Association, yet she had worked here for over a year without meeting him. Looking closely now, he indeed looked somewhat similar to Mr. Su. She must not have mistaken him. So may I come in? Su Pingyan asked with a smile. Master Su, would you please wait a moment while I go inform the masters? Although the woman was mostly sure of his identity, she still chose to proceed carefully just to be safe. As a nanny who had signed a 30-year contract, she valued her current job greatly and didn't want any mistakes to occur. That's fine. Su Pingyan didn't make things difficult for her. After closing the door, the woman quickly ran toward the main hall to report the situation. Soon, Su Pingyan heard hurried footsteps. Within seconds, the gate opened again, and this time the person standing before him was his own mother, Jiang Mei. Mom. At the sound of that word, Jiang Mei immediately burst into tears and threw her arms around Su Pingyan without saying a word. Mom, I'm sorry this time. I lost track of time during my retreat. I was wrong. Su Pingyan immediately took responsibility. There, I told you it must have been because my son was in cultivation retreat and forgot about time, Su's father said as he approached, holding a young child in his arms. Humph, always wise after the event, Jiang Mei huffed. Bean, quickly call him uncle, Jiang Mei said, moving to stand beside Su's father, taking the child from him and walking towards Su Pingyan. Uncle, the child's voice was adorable and charming. Hello there, Bean. Su Pingyan smiled and greeted the child, then looked toward his mother and asked, Pingkong's daughter? Well, who else would it be? If we were waiting for you, we'd still be waiting for a long time. Jiang Mei couldn't help but tease. Su Pingyan didn't argue with her. Judging by this, Pingkong must have been on the receiving end of many reminders from their parents lately. Unexpectedly, the kid had been quite fast. Where's Pingkong? And who is my sister-in-law? Su Pingyan asked curiously. They're both at work. Xiaolin is also in the military, but she's part of the culture and arts division. This girl is quite good, Jiang Mei said, visibly satisfied. That's good to hear, Su Pingyan nodded. If his mother-in-law praised her, then she must have some strengths. Of course, what Su Pingyan meant by must have strengths was about her emotional intelligence. In particular, the family atmosphere must be harmonious enough. Chapter 398, Family Discipline. Bean, this bracelet is for you. As he spoke, Su Pingyan flipped his hand and produced a bracelet. It was crafted by Qin at his request just moments ago. The coils of the bracelet were woven from a semi-divine grade silk produced by a species of divine silkworms, and at its center was a small jade plaque carved from low-grade divine stone. Within it were engraved 3 powerful arrays. The first was the nourishing formation, which used divine energy to strengthen his body. When Bean came of age for cultivation, her talents would be significantly greater than others, her physical abilities greatly enhanced, and she would never fall ill. The second was the guardian formation, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a low-tier divine cultivator. Anyone below the rank of divine being, be they a semi-divine or even a peak human cultivator, would not be able to break through it at all, at least not without hours, even days or months of continuous attacks until the attacker's divine energy was depleted. The third was the alarm formation. Once attacked, Su Pingyan would sense it immediately and could come to her rescue. Thank you, uncle. Bean said obediently. My sweet Bean. Though Su Pingyan had no children of his own, seeing his niece brought him genuine joy. Mom, this bracelet protects Bean and will benefit her cultivation in the future. Don't take it off, and definitely don't throw it away, Su Pingyan reminded, worried that his parents might not realize its importance. I understand, Jiang Mei nodded slightly. She knew her son's true identity and thus understood it couldn't be an ordinary item. Come on, let's go inside. Standing at the main gate like this, it's improper, his father urged quickly. After spending 2 days at Su Pingkong's home and meeting his new sister-in-law, Su Pingyan felt satisfied that she had passed his personal judgment. Having enjoyed a brief reunion with his family, he once again departed, this time heading for the state of Wei. Because he had been absent, Yexin devoted herself wholeheartedly to her career and had become a strong and capable businesswoman. In any case, without him present, she no longer needed to train alone, which saved a great deal of time. In the city of Longcheng, located on the plains gifted by heaven, the CBD Center housed a 33-story tall building. On the outer wall was written Shinran Fashion Group, the very headquarters of Shinran Group. Longcheng had been built at the foot of the god-killing mountain range, merely 15 kilometers away in a straight line and only 5 kilometers from a teleportation formation. It was a large modern city where nearly all major companies had established headquarters to serve the Wanghua subcontinent. At the top floor, Director Shinran, here are the latest transaction reports from our business partners in the state of Lu. A young woman in a modified modern version of traditional Cheongsam style, clothing handed over a file. You're back, Xiaoying. Yexinran smiled as she saw the arrival. The girl handing her the file was Shueying. After a period of evaluation, she had successfully passed Yexinran's tests and had been taken under her wing for further training. She now bore the refined demeanor of a modern professional woman. Yes, just got back. Shueying nodded, and then suddenly shifted from seriousness to laziness, stretching out on the sofa. Director Shinran, where exactly has Su Ge gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Shueying asked. Yexinran slightly furrowed her brow. I don't know either, but he must have been delayed. Don't worry. Then, with a half smile, she leaned beside Shueying and said, when he comes back, I'll have him take you as a concubine. Then we'll truly be sisters. Oh, Director Shinran, don't say that. It's so embarrassing. Shueying's face flushed immediately. Cough cough. Su Pingyan had just teleported in and overheard her words, making him feel awkward. He immediately felt he had arrived at a very inconvenient time. Su Ge. Shueying startled like a frightened little rabbit, instantly springing from the sofa, then lowering her head shyly and nervously fidgeting with her hands, unsure of what to say. At the sight of Su Pingyan, Yexinran's eyes brimmed with longing and a subtle sense of relief. This was probably the expression she had worn the entire time while worrying about him. You were gone for quite a while this time. Yexinran pouted, but before finishing her words, she couldn't help but rush into Su Pingyan's arms. This time, I'm not leaving again, Su Pingyan said. His cultivation level had already reached a certain height, almost hitting a bottleneck. It would be very difficult to progress further. In fact, he had considered using more grade 12 blood lotus seeds, but ultimately gave up on the idea. Even if they were effective, the remaining 26 would not likely be enough to break through his current limitations, yet staying would allow him to create 26 Shaojuan level experts, which was far more valuable. He needed resources of a much higher level. Really? Yexinran looked at him happily. Really? Su Pingyan affirmed with a firm nod, then added, this time, we should find a proper date and finally get married. I want you to give me a child. Okay. Yexinran held him even tighter. After a while, she suddenly asked, why the sudden desire for a child? Have you seen Su Bindu? Su Pingyan asked. Oh, I get it now. You must have seen how adorable Bindu is, so you want a child too, right? Yexinran exclaimed with realization. Of course she had seen Bindu, more than once, in fact, more or less. Besides, I really do want one, Su Pingyan said. Should I just step out for a bit then? Shueying felt a mixture of emotions upon witnessing the overly affectionate moment between the two. Xiaoying, don't go. Since he's finally back, we might as well settle this matter now so you can feel at ease, Yexinran suddenly said, grabbing Shueying's hand and pulling her towards Su Pingyan. On Hui, after you marry me, also take Xiaoying as your concubine. Su Pingyan looked at Shueying, whose face had immediately flushed red. She quickly lowered her head, her heart pounding. He then turned to Yexinran, asking seriously, you're serious about this? Yexinran nodded and explained. Now that the Huaxia nation has passed the relevant legislation, taking concubines is permitted. Many people are watching your every move. I won't hide from you. There's a lot of pressure on my side as well. As the Supreme Commander, if you don't set an example, it will be difficult for many others. She added, moreover, I really like Xiaoying. Su Pingyan studied Yexinran for a while to confirm she truly meant what she said, then slightly nodded, saying, all right. Hearing this, Shueying finally felt a sense of relief deep inside and smiled. Thank you, Su Ge. Thank him for what? He's nothing but a conceited oaf. Acting all smug even though he's clearly the one gaining the advantage. Yexinran rolled her eyes dramatically. Though she was the one who had suggested this arrangement, even she felt a bit unsettled at the moment. Dare to call me a conceited oaf? I'll show you some family discipline right now. Saying this, Su Pingyan picked up Yexinran in his arms, then turned to look at Shueying beside him. A mischievous glint in his eyes, he said to her, join us. Then, he carried Yexinran straight into the resting room adjacent to the office, placed her onto the bed, and immediately climbed on top of her. Woo. Chapter 399. The power of the Big Dipper sword formation diminishes. Very soon, the noise inside the room intensified. Shueying, standing by the door, had never seen such a spectacle before. Her face had turned so red it seemed like it would bleed, and in her eyes, Yi Shiran, who had always been dignified and graceful, Mei Shangdao. Should I go in? Shueying hesitated, already struggling to stand steadily. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Yi Shiran emitted a scream that came straight from her soul. I need a short rest, Yi Shiran said, glancing toward the door. Su Pingyan understood. Truthfully, he had never experienced anything this thrilling before. Then, using a space teleportation technique, he instantly appeared at the door, picked up Shueying, and carried her straight to the bed. Like a frightened little rabbit, Shueying panicked immediately. However, soon she gave up resisting under Su Pingyan's assault. Inside the room, a magnificent scene unfolded, a tale of one dragon and 2 phoenixes, allowing Su Pingyan to truly experience the ultimate pleasure of the mortal world. Delightful. He indulged in this blissful paradise for half a month before finally leaving the warmth and fragrance behind. It's time to get back to business. First, he gathered all the available cultivation resources. Those meant to be refined were turned into spiritual liquid. Those for pill making were crafted into pills, and all spiritual stones were also collected to him. In the chief minister's office. What do you think? There's quite a lot, right? The chief minister smiled. Indeed, he knew clearly exactly how much China had accumulated over the past 5 years. Definitely quite a lot. It should be enough to help my senior sister reach a new level. Su Pingyan nodded. Of course. In these 5 years, not only did our territory expand multiple times, but we've also unearthed many ancient ruins, the chief minister proudly remarked. To put it simply, China had now grown strong. Even without Su Pingyan's help, it could now stand on its own and gradually grow even stronger. However, with Su Pingyan's assistance, this process would accelerate significantly. Then I'll go handle things first. Go ahead, the chief minister waved his hand. What followed was a period of dull and monotonous work that lasted for 2 entire years before finally ending. During these 2 years, China mainly focused on consolidating its current territory rather than rapid expansion. But during these 2 years, China underwent earth-shaking transformations, especially in cultivation. In the core meeting room of the capital. It's been quite a while since we last held a full conference. When was the last time? The chief minister opened the discussion. More than 7 years ago. Let me calculate. It's almost 13 years since the first portal was opened. Time really does fly, one elder sighed. More accurately speaking, there are exactly 53 days until the full 13 years. Yes, time does fly indeed. Fortunately, our China has developed rapidly over these 13 years. Haha, that truly deserves a good laugh. Another elder spoke joyfully. The topics for today's general meeting can be summarized into 6 main points. The chief minister raised his thumb and pinky finger to form the number 6, and continued speaking. First, a report on the current cultivation situation in China. Second, a report on the current development status of China. Third, a report on current global nations. Fourth, a report on our current interactions with otherworldly civilizations, and those interactions between other nations and the civilizations of other realms. Fifth, what current problems do we face, and how should we resolve them? Sixth, how do we plan to develop next? What actions need to be taken? Let's start with the first topic. Secretary Zhang, you can report the current cultivation situation in our nation. Keep it brief. Anyone with questions can ask once Secretary Zhang has completed his report. Saying this, the chief minister turned his gaze to Secretary Zhang. Yes, sir. Accepting the command, Secretary Zhang immediately rose and began his report. Over the past 7 years of development, especially the cultivation reforms initiated by General Su over the past 2 years, our nation's cultivators have experienced significant improvements and achieved much more substantial progress, Secretary Zhang began. Worth noting is our population. Over these past few years, the population has exploded. This results primarily from the full implementation of our pro-birth policies and the adoption of a one-man, one-wife with multiple concubine system. Currently, the national population has already surged to 244.6 billion, Secretary Zhang said with evident joy. Su Pingyan was stunned and wanted to ask, after all, how could the population have grown this much in just 7 years? However, recalling the chief minister's earlier words, he held himself back, deciding to wait until Secretary Zhang finished his report before asking. 7 years ago, the population was only 171.2 billion. 7 years saw an increase of more than 60 billion. An increase so shocking it was almost terrifying. Currently, the total number of citizens suitable for cultivation in our nation has reached 165.3 billion. Due to Legion Commander Su's retreat into cultivation for the past 5 years, we have actually released a significant amount of resources to the public. According to the latest statistics, 161.2 billion people in our nation have cultivation levels reaching at least the Qi blood stage, with 88.9 billion individuals having reached the marrow cleansing stage or higher, and 202 billion having reached the mortal transcendent stage or higher. Of course, these figures include all citizens who have begun cultivation, Secretary Zhang reported. Previously, reports only included the Qi blood stage, but now the mortal transcendent stage had surpassed 2 billion, though, of course, many military and government personnel were included. Next, I will now report on the cultivation status of our military forces, continued Secretary Zhang. First, let me report on the status of the Yanhuang Legion. The Big Dipper Squad remains the strongest unit, leaving all others far behind. With the special resources provided by Legion Commander Su, they have all ascended to godhood, including their 63 reserve members who have also become gods. Among them, Squad Leader Chun Yu has reached the early stage of Middle Godly Realm, while the other 6 teammates have all reached the final stage of Lower Godly Realm. All 63 reserve members have reached the 9th and final stage of God Ascendant Realm. Truthfully, if Su Pingyan was willing, he could have easily elevated Chun Yu and the others all the way to the God King level. But there was no need for that, because by that point, there would be no further advancement, and they would face rejection from the Panwu world. It was better to stop here for now and elevate them further when they made additional contributions in the future. At least this way, there was still room for improvement. More importantly, the power of the Big Dipper Sword formation, especially the ability to kill opponents beyond their level, was strongest before becoming gods. After becoming gods, this ability significantly diminished. Gods were fundamentally different. In fact, once reaching the Middle Godly Realm, the sword formation's effectiveness dropped drastically. Su Pingyan estimated that its power would weaken even further once reaching the Upper Godly Realm. Even a full 7 members at the peak of the Middle Godly Realm using the sword formation might not be able to kill even a single Upper Godly Realm practitioner at the early stage. only wound them at best, and against even stronger foes, it would be completely ineffective. Therefore, for future development, there would be no need to maintain this sword formation any longer. Each member could now rely on their own talent, strength, and contributions to the nation to determine their own futures. In other words, their group was now mature enough, they could fly solo. Chapter 400 Expansion, 7 Middle-Tier Deities. With a total of 10 Big Dipper sword formation teams now, the large formation led by Chun Yu can transcend realms to kill seasoned middle-tier deities at the middle stage. Each of the other 9 formations can also transcend realms to intercept and eliminate low-tier deities at the early stage. Kuyisoa, Taman Shanzai, Jiu Woman Shou Shangda Wangpai Zhongda Wangpai, said Secretary Zhang in his report. The remaining 9 Big Dipper sword formations would remain unchanged, meaning 9 aces in total, but at least in the short term, a century at minimum, they would no longer receive individual cultivation enhancements. Second, I will report the current situation regarding the War God Special Forces. Over the years, after we selected more prodigies from across the nation, the War God Special Forces now include 3 battalions. The 1st battalion of 300 men, the 2nd battalion of another 300, and the 3rd battalion with 400 members. Su Pingyan was aware of the expansion of the War God Special Forces and had authorized it. The 1st and 2nd battalions had been decided during his last communication with the capital before he began refining the Blood Lotus seeds, and were subsequently handled by Yi Shao. The 3rd battalion had been initially selected and formed 4 years ago, officially established 2 years after his return with his approval. The 1st battalion consists of members from the original War God Special Forces, the most gifted ones among them. They've all become gods now, reaching the 9th heavenly ascension of the divine human realm, and the battalion commander has already achieved the early stage of the low-tier divine realm. The 2nd battalion includes those with slightly less potential among the veteran Special Forces members, who struggled to keep up, along with selected prodigies from different army units who eventually surpassed expectations. With the special help of Commander Su, they've all become gods now, each achieving at least the 4th heavenly ascension within the divine human realm. Their commander has reached the 9th heavenly ascension's ultimate stage in the divine human realm. As for the 3rd battalion, most of its members are newly recruited, mostly prodigies from civilian backgrounds, who have already undergone over a year of professional training. All these new members have now attained divinity, though they are mostly at the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the divine human realm, with only their battalion commander having reached the initial stage of the 2nd heavenly ascension. For this purpose, Su Pingyan had paid a huge price. Since it's called the War God Special Forces, simply achieving divinity is merely the baseline. This time, he wanted the force to truly live up to its name. Frankly speaking, without acquiring so many Blood Lotus seeds, such grandiose investments wouldn't have been possible. Lastly, the Yellow Emperor Legion has expanded from 9 divisions to 12 divisions, plus 1 brigade directly under the division headquarters, Secretary Zhang reported. This expansion had started before Su Pingyan went into retreat to refine the Blood Lotus seeds, though the 3 newly added division commanders were provisional and had been formally appointed by him just 2 years ago. Currently, every member of the brigade directly under the division headquarters has achieved at least the initial stage of the 7th heavenly ascension within the celestial human realm. The team leader has reached the ultimate stage of the 7th heavenly ascension. Squad leaders are at the initial stage of the 8th heavenly ascension. Section leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 8th heavenly ascension. Company commanders are at the initial stage of the 9th heavenly ascension. Branch leaders have reached the ultimate stage of the 9th heavenly ascension. Battalion commanders are at the peak of the semi-divine realm, and the brigade commander has reached the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension within the divine human realm. The overall commanders of the 6 major war zones, Yi Shao, Qin Ming, Xiao Li, Alifu, Tongguan, and Wu Kuei, all have cultivation levels at the initial stage of the middle-tier divine realm. Combined with Chun Yu, our country now has a total of 7 middle-tier divine realm warriors at the initial stage. Speaking of this, Secretary Zhang was clearly excited. He never thought Su Pingyan would be so generous. Though he didn't exactly know what special assistance Su had offered, it must have been incredibly valuable. He was also not completely ignorant. From the information gathered through contact with the other world, becoming a deity was something extremely difficult. Who would have thought China would rise so many divine beings, even achieving the status of middle-tier divinities, totaling 7 of them, revealing just how much Su had truly invested. Thinking this, Secretary Zhang couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Pingyan. Like him, many others during the report couldn't help but cast frequent glances at Su Pingyan, wearing expressions of shock on their faces. After regaining his composure, Secretary Zhang continued his report. All 12 division commanders have achieved the ultimate stage of the 1st heavenly ascension within the divine human realm. Brigade commanders have reached the peak of the semi-divine realm. Battalion commanders have reached the ultimate stage of the 9th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Branch leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 7th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Company commanders are at the ultimate stage of the 6th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Section leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 5th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Squad leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 4th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. And every ordinary member has at least achieved the early stage of the 3rd heavenly ascension within the celestial human realm. 7 years ago, ordinary soldiers in the Yellow Emperor Legion only had cultivation levels reaching no higher than the 4th heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror, now experiencing a massive leap forward of nearly an entire cultivation tier. For this, Su Pingyan had truly spared no expense, consuming an incredible amount of resources. If these resources were made public, it would be sufficient to elevate the general populace's cultivation level across the nation by an entire tier. Next, I'll report on the current situation of the 10 elite field divisions. All 10 division commanders have now reached the initial stage of the semi-divine realm. Battalion commanders have achieved the initial stage of the 7th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Company commanders are at the initial stage of the 4th heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Platoon leaders have reached the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Squad leaders have achieved the ultimate stage of the 6th heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Section leaders have attained the ultimate stage of the 4th heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Every ordinary soldier has now reached at least the ultimate stage of the 3rd heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror, Secretary Zhang reported. It could be said that this was now comparable to the previous Yellow Emperor Legion, extremely powerful and terrifying. In fact, it was even more powerful than the earlier Yellow Emperor Legion. The 500 regular field divisions. Currently, all division commanders have completely attained the ultimate stage of the 3rd heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. All battalion commanders have achieved the ultimate stage of the 9th heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Company commanders have all reached the ultimate stage of the 3rd heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Platoon leaders have all achieved the ultimate stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Squad leaders have reached the ultimate stage of the 9th heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. Section leaders have achieved the initial stage of the 9th heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. Every regular soldier has attained at least the initial stage of the 7th heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. The strength of the field armies had also received terrifying improvements. Moreover, many whose talent was clearly unable to keep up, or those slackers, couldn't escape Su Pingyan's discerning eyes. These individuals had already been reassigned out of the field army, with outstanding warriors from other units selected to replace them. Survival of the fittest, this had long been stated. The reason why there was such a big gap between officers and ordinary soldiers was because Su Pingyan had no choice. Due to insufficient spirit stones, he couldn't open the River of Laws enough times, so further expansion and acquiring more resources as soon as possible remained necessary. The 800 Construction Corps. All division commanders have now achieved the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the celestial human realm. Battalion commanders have all attained the initial stage of the 6th heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Company commanders have reached the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the rivers and mountains mirror. Platoon leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 9th heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. Squad leaders are at the ultimate stage of the 6th heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. Section leaders have reached the ultimate stage of the 3rd heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. And all ordinary soldiers have attained at least the initial stage of the 1st heavenly ascension in the transcendent realm. Those found unqualified have already been removed and replaced by soldiers from other armed forces, and even civilian sources, Secretary Zhang reported. The 500 garrison divisions of the Garrison Corps have all improved their cultivation levels to above the 7th heavenly ascension of the transcendent realm, surpassing the Construction Corps. As Commander Su put it, our territory is expanding further and further, and their defensive pressure has increased accordingly. Thus, they need stronger capabilities. Chapter 401. Terrifying GDP. The cultivation levels of the Blue Star Garrison are relatively low, all above the 4th tier of Transcendence Realm. Finally, we expanded the elite militia to 3 million strong, the Crossworld Constables to 1.5 million, and the Blue Star Constables to 1.5 million as well, with all their cultivation advanced to the 1st tier of Transcendence Realm. It couldn't be helped. Su Pingyan possessed more than 100 million first-grade Blood Lotus seeds, which could help cultivators at the 9th peak of Mortal Ascendance Realm to break through to the Transcendence Realm, so he just gave them all a direct advancement. Combined with the military and civilians, our country now has over 32 million people who have broken through to the Transcendence Realm. This is truly an achievement worth celebrating, Secretary Zhang mentioned particularly. This is the general cultivation status of our country. If any of you have questions, feel free to ask, Secretary Zhang said. Secretary Zhang, how did our country's population increase so drastically within just 7 short years? Su Pingyan was the first to voice his previous confusion. It's the combined result of various factors, Secretary Zhang smiled and answered. First, our natural population growth. Second, as cultivation levels improved, there are fewer elderly people nationwide. Many middle-aged and elderly individuals who used to be in poor health are now having children again. Everyone burst into laughter at this point. This trend has just started. There's already related guidance online, and we expect this group will contribute more to population growth in the coming years. Third, during these 7 years, we have adopted close to 10 million infants under the age of 3 from other worlds. Fourth, our people's practice of taking concubines from other worlds has increased every year over these 7 years. Last year alone, it surged to nearly 40 million, and over the 7 years, it has accumulated to nearly 1.3 billion. Fifth, with more concubines naturally comes more children these years. Sixth, the encouragement policies for childbirth also play a significant role. Secretary Zhang listed 6 main reasons. There were certainly other minor factors contributing to the population growth, but they had limited impact. Su Pingyan finally understood and nodded slightly. I see. Little Zhang, how are our hunting corps developing currently? the seventh elder asked with concern. They are developing very well, Secretary Zhang began confidently before elaborating. After 7 years of development, our country currently has 26 3-star hunting corps, 99 2-star hunting corps, and 207 1-star hunting corps. The number of large-scale hunting groups has exceeded 1,000, medium-sized groups have surpassed 6,000, and small hunting groups have passed 30,000. No team has yet reached the level of a 4-star hunting corps, someone said in surprise, given it had already been 7 years. Although our country has a large number of Transcendence Realm experts, most are concentrated in the military. As people's lifespans have greatly increased, no one wishes to retire so soon, and we have no related plans yet. Therefore, it is still difficult for civilians to encounter cultivators of the Transcendence Realm, answered Secretary Zhang. In other words, no one in the civilian world has broken through to the Transcendence Realm? That's correct. The strongest person in the civilian world is currently at the 9th peak of the Mortal Ascendance Realm, nodded Secretary Zhang. Indeed, without Su Ping'an's help, breaking through to the Transcendence Realm bottleneck would truly be like climbing the heavens. To reach the 9th peak of Mortal Ascendance Realm in just 13 years was also thanks to the excellent cultivation environment Su Ping'an brought to Huaxia. Otherwise, it would have been practically impossible. With our territory expanded so vastly now and our population nearly doubling compared to before the portal opened, should we consider expanding our military forces? Asked one of the elders. There's no such necessity, because our military is already extremely strong. For one soldier to fight 10,000 is actually an understatement. Oftentimes, just 1 or 2 people are enough to guard an entire area. In fact, I believe our military should be reduced in size to strengthen the civilian power instead, replied Secretary Zhang. Disbanding part of the army is still premature. Other worlds are too vast. There's no need to rush, said the premier. Indeed, even without expanding the military now, there was no question of downsizing. With the current nationwide practice of taking concubines, and considering the abandoned infants we receive and the children born from these concubines, isn't the total population exceeding 300 million? Shouldn't we temporarily pause this for a while, wait until we fully integrate this population, and then resume it? One elder expressed concern. Exactly 331 million, stated Secretary Zhang. I also think a temporary pause is appropriate. Then, starting just over a month from now, exactly on our 13th anniversary, we will stop. How many years should we suspend this for? Said the premier. What about 2 years? Someone suggested. Too short. At least 5 years. With 5 years, given our current population base, our population will certainly surpass 3 billion. Moreover, in 5 years, whether in terms of education or gradual influence, there will be enough time to make many changes. This will further integrate them and make them identify as Huaxia people. Why not make it 7 years then? We can reopen it on our 20th anniversary. After further discussion, they eventually decided to suspend the policy for 7 years. Su Ping'an didn't raise any objections, though he recently had to speed things up and officially bring Shui Ying into his household, since she had been with him for 2 whole years without receiving any formal status. That was indeed unreasonable. Although she understood that Su Ping'an had been very busy over the past 2 years and hadn't had time to spare, Su Ping'an himself felt guilty. Moreover, once the national suspension of taking concubines was implemented, it would be inappropriate for him to set a bad example by going against it. It would leave a bad impression. Does anyone else have any questions? Prime Minister Zhang looked around the room. Seeing that no one else was raising a question, he spoke again. All right then, we will now move on to the second agenda item. Xiao Zhang, please brief everyone on the overall development of Huaxia in various fields. Yes, sir. Secretary Zhang stood up again. In the following, I will introduce to you the development of Huaxia in recent years from various aspects including economy, technology, communications, transportation, education, foreign affairs, trade, and the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, economically speaking, Huaxia has developed rapidly in recent years. The industrial structure has continuously optimized, and GDP has soared year by year. Last year's total national GDP had already reached 362,655 trillion new Huaxia coins. And this year, by the end of September, the first 3 quarters alone have already reached 388,947 trillion new Huaxia coins. It is estimated that the annual GDP may exceed 5 million billion. The secretary's words shocked everyone in the room. Everyone knew that before the portal opened, back in 2023, the total annual GDP of Huaxia was only 84 trillion. Never thought that in just 13 years, the growth would be so incredible. According to this calculation, there's a high chance the full-year GDP will break the 5 million billion mark. If so, our country's per capita GDP will surpass 2 million new Huaxia coins. Truly terrifying figures. Chapter 402, Settlement Share Increases Dramatically. It would not be an exaggeration to say that 2 million Xian Huaxia coins, if we ignore the cost of cultivation resources and only consider purchasing everyday goods and food, would equate to a purchasing power of about 50 million old era dollars. What kind of concept is that? The wealth of Huaxia is simply beyond imagination. Of course, that's just an average figure. Much of the actual wealth is controlled by the state. The median income for ordinary people is likely less than half of that, but the per capita annual income is still around 5 or 600,000 Xian Huaxia coins. That's already quite good. Additionally, the Xian Huaxia coin has become the dominant hard currency on Lanying, holding 86% of global international trade settlement shares. The US dollar share has now dropped to 68%, while the Russian ruble's settlement ratio has risen to 49%. The rest is made up by other currencies, Secretary Zhang announced. It seems we still have room for improvement. We must aim for over 90%. Ha ha ha. One elder laughed heartily. Though it's a bit challenging, reaching 90% should be achievable within the next few years, Elder Qin said confidently. After all, the current currency anchors are mainly cultivation resources. Whichever country has abundant cultivation resources will naturally possess a strong, widely desired currency, not to mention the overwhelming military strength of Huaxia. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Secretary Zhang continued. In terms of technology, our development has also been extremely rapid. In recent years, there have been great breakthroughs in many fields. Firstly, regarding spiritual energy technology, we have advanced to the forefront of the world, far outpacing all other nations to the point they can't even be seen. If measured by cultivation levels, the most advanced spiritual technology we have developed has already reached the Chuji 6th realm. However, it's still in the experimental phase. The military has already begun large-scale use of Gaji 5th realm spiritual energy technology, primarily for weaponry. The civilian sector currently has access up to Gaji 4th realm, which has greatly boosted our industrial upgrading. Secondly, in the aerospace domain, bolstered by spiritual energy technology and cultivators, we have successfully landed on the Moon and Mars. We have established permanent military and research bases on both celestial bodies. In fact, we've even built a habitable city called Guanghan Palace on the Moon and another, Hoda Palace, on Mars. Presently, we have more than 5,000 people stationed on the Moon and over 2,000 on Mars. Additionally, we have developed spiritual-powered spacecraft capable of speeds reaching 0.7 times the speed of light. Our solar system will now be like our backyard. Secretary Zhang's words were inspiring. They hadn't abandoned this world because of the emergence of other realms. This was, after all, their deepest root. The universe was infinite, and naturally, exploration was necessary now that they had the ability. That's excellent. I never expected us to develop so rapidly in the space domain. It's truly commendable. If it were possible for me to visit space in my lifetime, even traveling beyond the solar system, I would have no regrets. As everyone was caught up in excitement, Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up. We can certainly develop within the solar system and even exploit its resources, but for now, we shouldn't venture beyond the boundaries of the solar system. Everyone paused in surprise. The Prime Minister gave Su Pingyan a second glance and asked, is there a dangerous presence beyond the solar system, connected somehow to the previous catastrophe you spoke of? Instantly, everyone remembered, more than 10 years ago, Su Pingyan had indeed shared an 18-character truth with them. However, with smooth development over these years, some had forgotten it. Su Pingyan didn't nod nor shake his head. He simply replied calmly, my current divine consciousness can already cover the entire solar system. Yet, when my consciousness reached the edge of the solar system, I found that it could not proceed further. After studying this, I determined that the solar system has likely been sealed off. People outside can't enter, and we, for now, cannot exit. What? Sealed off? Who could possibly seal off an entire solar system? This was something no one had ever considered. It momentarily left them all astonished. That's not necessarily impossible. It seems we have been dragged into a tremendous conspiracy, be it through the other realm or beyond the solar system. That 18-character warning may indeed originate from beyond our solar system. Everyone instantly pieced things together. Nonetheless, no one seemed afraid. In that case, for now, it's best that we avoid approaching the edges of the solar system. Let's develop quietly within and accumulate strength, said the Prime Minister. My suggestion is to avoid venturing beyond the Oort cloud for now, Su Pingyan added. Understood, nodded the senior space program official. Secretary Zhang, please continue, the Prime Minister urged. As for communication, thanks to the Hongming and Huawei bracelets, it's no longer an issue. Let me just give you one number. Currently, the number of users of our hyperspace communication has surpassed the 40 billion mark, reaching 41.3 billion people. And it's still in a stage of explosive growth. In the first 3 quarters of this year alone, communication fees earned from outside laning amounted to 63.8 billion XIN Huaxia coins. Domestic revenue, on the other hand, is relatively low because of subsidies and lower fees. Although domestic users account for the largest proportion, the income generated is not substantial. Only 8.8 billion XIN Huaxia coins. On the other side, from the other realms, we've already collected nearly 800 million lower-grade spirit stones, and we will definitely surpass 1 billion this year. This is a project that steadily grows. More users means more revenue, said Secretary Zhang. Currently, communication packages are no longer limited to just the original 3. There are now a total of 10 packages. The most expensive one charges 1 lower-grade spirit stone per month. After all, in the other realms, the bracelets are still quite expensive. Those who can afford to buy them don't really mind paying a bit more. Communication fees really are quite attractive. It's practically a zero-cost business. With so many people in the myriad nations continent, shouldn't we reduce the bracelet price to allow more people to use it? Earlier, the price was high partly because it was rare and partly because it served as a credential to enter places like Yanhuang markets. But now, we already have many Yanhuang markets, and customers no longer need to be so concentrated, one elder suggested. I also think we should lower the price. Now that the 3rd generation of Huawei bracelets has already been released, shouldn't we reduce the price of the 1st and 2nd generations for promotion? This would not only drive up communication fees, but also bring more people into our Yanhuang complexes, thereby increasing revenues from other areas. After the meeting, please talk to Mr. Ren about this. I'm sure they'll be more than willing, the Prime Minister said. With the Prime Minister's final decision, the discussion on this issue ended. Secretary Zhang continued his report. In terms of transportation, due to improvements in spiritual energy warship technology, it has now been applied to civilian industries. Airplanes and high-speed railways on Lanying are being gradually dismantled and sold overseas year by year. In the other realm, spiritual energy spacecraft, flying cars, and flying swords have also begun gradually entering thousands of households. Chapter 403, 35 trillion people. Nowadays, there are many psychokinetic flying objects. Even houses can fly, and the spaceships are very large, providing a much better transportation experience. The previous airplanes and high-speed trains were still very crowded. Now, each person can have their own small room, with various forms of entertainment available. Though the prices are slightly higher, they're affordable for everyone. Wealthy individuals often directly purchase small psychokinetic spacecraft or flying cars for daily travel. Especially in other realms, the land area is too vast, and building road infrastructure isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Moreover, since the advent of psychokinetic spacecraft, investment in this area has already begun to decrease because it's no longer necessary. Unless in concentrated towns and cities, wilderness areas are generally maintained in their natural state, with only the dangerous beasts needing to be eliminated. In terms of education, our annual investment has been increasing year by year. Regarding diplomacy, most of the world's countries now follow our lead. The main diplomatic efforts are focused on other realms, but since our current identity is the Yanhuang Business Alliance, we haven't encountered too many complications. As for trade, whether it's among the countries on Blue Planet or in other realms, it has been steadily increasing each year. Secretary Zhang reported a series of updates, and when he began speaking about the Yanhuang Business Alliance, everyone began paying even more attention. At present, our Yanhuang Business Alliance has spread across 89 vassal states within the Great Chu Empire. Among these, there's 1 marquis state, 6 earl states, 17 viscount states, and the rest are baron states. Collectively, this region covers approximately 5 billion people, with 9 level 3 Yanhuang complexes and 66 level 4 Yanhuang complexes established. The total income for the first 3 quarters of this year reached 326 trillion taels of low-grade spirit stones. Secretary Zhang's mood visibly improved while discussing this matter. Which is the marquis state? What's their actual strength? Su Ping'an asked. He knew quite a bit about the situation on the Wangwa subcontinent. For baron states, the strongest cultivators are usually at the initial River Mountain realm, although a few older, established baron states may produce some mid-level River Mountain realm experts. As for viscount states, their experts generally reach higher-tier River Mountain realm, and occasionally, certain long-standing powerful states may possess Heavenman realm experts, but these are extremely rare. Earl states are typically defended by Heavenman realm experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain control over such large territories and influence. Marquis states are also generally supported by Heavenman realm experts, though usually of a higher level. A few long-standing marquis states might even have semi-gods, but actual gods? That's practically impossible. Only dukedom-level states have the possibility of producing a true god, though even then, most remain only at the peak of the semi-god level, since becoming a true god is not easy. China is a special case because of Su Ping'an's intervention. Only princely titles, princely fiefdoms. Even if the prince himself isn't a god, the Great Chu Empire will still assign at least one divine being expert as a protector. This is the standard setup for every imperial prince, revealing the Great Chu Empire's substantial foundational strength. Of course, that was the past. Currently, China's foundation certainly surpasses that of the Great Chu Empire, even rivaling the entire Wangwa subcontinent. After all, modern China corresponds to the Panwu continent, the core region of this world, and could even rank within the top 30 there. It's the Qing state. Their strongest foundation should be an expert at the 8th Heavenman realm, who has reached complete mastery. Secretary Zhang answered. That said, have we figured out the general situation on the Wangwa subcontinent? One elder suddenly asked, concerned. Secretary Zhang paused to think before replying. We only have a preliminary understanding of the Wangwa subcontinent. Though it's called the Wangwa subcontinent, it doesn't actually have 10,000 countries. But counting all the vassal states, there are about 4 or 5,000. Based on the information we've gathered, there are 5 great empires on the Wangwa subcontinent. They are the Great Chu Empire, the Great Qi Empire, the Great Zhao Empire, the Great Qin Empire, and the Great Yin Empire. Among them, the Great Qin Empire is the strongest, followed by the Great Zhao Empire. Next comes the Great Chu Empire, then the Great Qi Empire. The Great Yin Empire is relatively weaker. Additionally, the Great Chu Empire borders both the Great Qin and the Great Qi Empires. Currently, it maintains a friendly relationship with the Great Qin Empire, which has lasted over 4,000 years. However, it remains in a state of war with the Great Qi Empire, with occasional border conflicts, though fortunately, none have been of significant scale, Secretary Zhang explained. Still, we haven't yet gathered specific details on each of the great empires. It'll take time. Regarding the Great Chu Empire, for example, it's better in terms of obtainable data. According to what we've learned, the Great Chu Empire comprises 108 regions, including 13 princely fiefdoms, 18 ducal states, 32 marquis states, 115 earl states, 320 viscount states, and 452 baron states. When mentioning these numbers, Secretary Zhang couldn't help but take in a sharp breath in astonishment. Just how many people must there be, with so many vassal states and such a vast territory? Everyone present expressed equal shock. Although the Great Chu Empire isn't the strongest among the 5 great empires, Its territory and population are the largest and most numerous. They conduct a general census every 1,000 years. According to our investigation, the last census was conducted over 300 years ago. At that time, the Great Chu Empire, including its vassal states, had approximately 850 billion households. Based on our understanding of the vassal states we've contacted, we've reached a rough estimate. The population of the Great Chu Empire must be at least over 30 trillion. If we factor in the hidden populations such as the black market citizens, servants, and major aristocratic families, it's very likely to surpass 35 trillion people. Secretary Zhang paused, took a deep breath, and carefully organized his words. 35 trillion people? Upon hearing this figure, everyone fell silent. Compared to China's current population of over 2.4 billion, it wasn't even a fraction. It was simply terrifying. Population represents taxation, labor, and strength. If every individual's potential were mobilized, it would be an extremely formidable force. Fortunately, the Great Chu Empire practiced policies of keeping the populace ignorant and did not permit cultivation among the common people. Otherwise, with such a massive population, if they all practiced cultivation, not only Chu Kingdom's resources, but even those of the entire Wangwa subcontinent would be far from sufficient. We're currently only reaching 5 billion people, yet we earn nearly 4 trillion taels of low-grade spirit stones annually. Once we fully cover the entire Great Chu Empire, our wealth would reach an unimaginable scale. Shouldn't our next step be more aggressive? One elder proposed. According to what we've learned, the strongest publicly known figure in the Great Chu Empire is only at the lower divine being realm. We don't know the exact sub-realm he's in, and whether there are any hidden experts behind the scenes remains uncertain. At most, it might be someone at the middle divine being realm, but even that is unclear. However, at our current strength, we're no longer afraid of them, said a hawkish general. As a nation of courtesy and propriety, we won't invade their lands. However, they must not interfere with our business either. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to act decisively. The territory currently controlled by China is already vast, and we still need time to consolidate and integrate it. There's no need for expansion at this point. After all, our current priority is resource acquisition, and the rate at which the Yanhuang Business Alliance generates wealth is by no means slower than territorial expansion. Chapter 404 Insufficient Production Capacity. Let's discuss how to expand and come up with a plan, said the chief minister. We can establish a first-grade Yanhuang complex in the capital city of the Great Chu Empire. In each of the 108 domains, we can set up a second-grade complex. In each province, a third-grade complex. In each county, a fourth-grade complex. For the territories of the vassal kingdoms, we can handle them separately. Princes' fiefs will have second-grade complexes, dukes and marquises' fiefs third-grade, counts and viscounts fourth-grade complexes. For barons, we can follow the principle of proximity and establish one shared complex among several neighboring vassal kingdoms. With this model, we can cover the entire Great Chu Empire in the shortest time possible, proposed Elder Qin. It seems Elder Qin has come well prepared. I don't see any problem with this proposal. I indeed had this plan ready. I just didn't expect our growth to be so rapid. This was originally my 100-year plan, but now it looks feasible even as a 5-year plan. Huh. Elder Qin laughed joyfully. Completing the entire layout of the Great Chu Empire in 5 years isn't too long, but it isn't short either. I think we can manage it. The others nodded slightly. Hasn't everyone overlooked a very important issue? Su Pingyan's words instantly drew everyone's attention. We're not sure what Commander Su is referring to. The others looked puzzled. Production capacity, Su Pingyan simply said, and the room fell silent. Indeed, previously, the Han civilization had excess production capacity. Even with a population already reaching 5 billion, and after years of expansion, production capacity was still more than sufficient. Especially with the expansion of artificial intelligence and automated factories, Han's production capacity had reached an outrageous and intolerable level. But now facing a market of 35 trillion people, everyone fell silent. Roughly speaking, with our current production capacity, how big of a market can we cover? The chief minister asked. I need to check on that. Soon, Secretary Zhang returned and reported. Based on current consumption patterns at the Yanhuang complexes and the sales performance of our agents in various vassal kingdoms, our current maximum production capacity can cover approximately 18 to 20 billion people. This is our limit unless we expand production further. Then what are we waiting for? Expand production. Don't worry about overproduction causing an economic crisis. At least for the next few hundred or thousand years, that's impossible. Expanding production isn't an issue, but it will take time. To meet the scope of the aforementioned plan, we're definitely looking at a long time frame. Also, the supply of raw materials might not keep up, nor might our energy supply, said Secretary Zhang with a bit of a headache. We can expand production while maximizing current production efforts. If Blue Star's supply of raw materials is insufficient, we can procure directly from other realms. If there's an energy shortage, we can continue developing energy resources. Nuclear energy is already commercially viable. We can increase output. If push comes to shove, we can use spirit stones to power spirit energy, although the cost will rise. Using spirit stones would be inefficient. They're non-renewable in the short term, so it's unnecessary. As long as we can make a profit, scattered spirit stones can be reaccumulated again. It doesn't matter. I think we could outsource some regular goods to other nations. Globally, their production capacity is still somewhat viable, although they can't match ours. For example, the ASEAN has recently taken over many of our low-end productions and has developed quite well. Other countries around the world would also be willing to earn our new Han currency. Everyone spoke their opinions, one after another. Though rapid deployment across the board wasn't possible, they were trying to maximize their profit. The expansion pace would be determined based on production capacity. First, start with the vassal kingdoms. No need to rush into the Great Chu Empire immediately. Even if it attracted attention from others, it didn't matter since they were strong enough to handle it. Alright, I think everyone now understands the Han civilization's current state of development. Next, Secretary Zhang, please give everyone a report on the development status of countries around the world. We will now move on to the third agenda item, the Chief Minister said. Yes, understood. I will first report on the situation of the United Sam country. According to our latest investigation, the current population is approximately 3.5 billion. The number of people who have reached the Chi blood stage has exceeded 10 million. Though exact data is unavailable, estimates put it around 12 million, with a margin of error of less than a million. The number of those who have advanced to the marrow washing stage has already surpassed 10,000. Although the first legion of the Thunder Legion has been reduced to 5,000 personnel, the entire army has members at the marrow washing stage, with General Raymond, the strongest known figure in the United Sam country, reaching the late stage of the fifth realm of marrow washing. Added to that, many top-tier conglomerates and families also have people who have entered the marrow washing stage, so the total should indeed have surpassed 10,000. Secretary Zhang reported. Although the figures weren't entirely accurate, the general development picture of the United Sam country was now clear. Needless to say, apart from comparison with the Han civilization, their rate of development was already incredibly fast. After all, they don't have the assistance of the primordial tower for cultivation. Even if they have various resources, they still need time to refine and absorb them gradually. This all takes time. Otherwise, with the resources of their entire nation, they definitely could have produced a few transcendent or even mountain and river Jingchangzha. In terms of technological development, they've also discovered our research on spirit energy and have begun developing spirit energy-based technology. Their progress has been fairly good and has already reached an advanced second-tier level. It's estimated that they'll break through to the Chuji third tier within 3 years. Secretary Zhang briefly explained the overall situation of the Sam country. His report wasn't as detailed as the one on the Han civilization because they no longer qualify as a true rival to the Han civilization. The population growth rate in the Sam country is also quite fast, Su Ping'an said with some surprise. The Sam country is an immigrant nation. If we only count the native population on Blue Star, it's actually decreasing rather than increasing. There should be roughly only about 2.6 to 2.7 billion people left. The additional few hundred million are people they've taken or purchased from other realms. They're treated as slaves, just like how they used to traffic African slaves back in the day. Their nature hasn't changed at all, Secretary Zhang replied with slight disdain. Come to think of it, they once suffered attacks from an otherworldly civilization and even requested our support. How is it that now they're thriving over there? Su Ping'an asked in further surprise. They reportedly applied the systems and methods from Blue Star to the other realms. The civilization they encountered in that realm appears to be the 72 Western Xia kingdoms, a group of countries constantly at war with each other and harboring deep grudges. The Sam country cleverly used goods from Blue Star to win over some kingdoms while deliberately inciting conflicts among others, playing both sides skillfully. As a result, they've been doing fairly well and earning significant profits, Secretary Zhang answered. They're definitely capable of doing something like this, Su Ping'an nodded slightly and asked no more. As for the Polar Bear Nation, their population on Blue Star is around 70 to 80 million. Regarding their population in other realms, it's currently unknown as they've kept it well hidden. Of course, we have uncovered some information through investigation. It seems they also encountered an otherworldly civilization in the other realm. Apparently, Kazaluo saved the young master of a powerful faction there and received their support, thus securing a foothold in that world. Other than that, not much else is known, Secretary Zhang replied helplessly. Chapter 405. With grain at home, one's heart remains calm. They could certainly resort to certain means to obtain the information they wanted, but it wasn't necessary. Firstly, it might provoke the wrath of the polar bear. Secondly, Huaxiao was strong enough, and not knowing wouldn't matter. This was confidence. White Elephant Kingdom has also been developing rapidly in recent years. Perhaps because they suffered heavy losses previously, they have become very cautious afterward, gradually expanding their territory bit by bit, cautiously probing forward and retreating immediately upon sensing danger. Currently, they fully control nearly 8 million square kilometers of the Tianxi Plain, having relocated nearly 300 million people there, built dozens of cities large and small, and their population has rebounded to 1.4 billion. As for their strength, approximately 8 million people have reached the Qi Blood Jing cultivation stage. Over 30 million have surpassed the 7th tier of body tempering Jing. 50 million have reached above the 4th tier of body tempering Jing, and nearly 200 million have achieved at least the 1st tier of body tempering Jing cultivation, said Secretary Chang. In other words, only about 200 million people in their country are cultivators? Su Ping'an asked somewhat surprised. Yes. They relocated 300 million people. Are the rest all ordinary people? More or less. Fine. They have transplanted many crops and fruits from Blue Star to cultivate there, as well as discovered some spiritual rice, making them currently the largest global exporter of grain, said Secretary Chang. Huaxia could have also become the biggest exporter, but chose not to. Instead, greater attention was given to cultivating spiritual rice domestically. Oh, by the way, how widespread is our country's spiritual rice nowadays? An elder suddenly asked. The output of grade 1 spiritual rice is extremely high in our country and continues to surge year by year. Last year's production reached as high as 4,468 billion tons. since it is suitable for cultivators practicing body tempering jing to consume. Only those who have not yet begun cultivating would eat this rice. Without cultivation, each person requires less than 1.5 taels per day to fulfill their energy needs. Therefore, domestic consumption is minimal, only a mere 0.08 billion tons annually, just a fraction of the total output. Even considering consumption from various types of livestock farming, total annual usage doesn't exceed 1 billion tons. The surplus, grade 1 spiritual rice is partly used for wine brewing. Our spiritual wine is quite popular in other realms, and its consumption has been steadily increasing year by year. Last year we consumed over 7 billion tons. Some of it is exported overseas because it's spiritual rice usable for cultivation, and cultivators prefer to eat spiritual rice, keeping prices consistently high. Our export price is 50 new Huaxia coins per kilogram, and last year we exported almost 7 million tons. Some is sold in the Yanhuang markets. We sold over 3 million tons last year. So there must be leftovers? Someone asked. Of course. Most of what remains is stored inside our dimensional space treasure boxes. We Waxians have a saying, with grain at home, one's heart remains calm. Currently, we've stockpiled 28,194 billion tons of grade 1 spiritual rice. As for grade 2 spiritual rice, our output is also considerable and increasing annually. Last year, our country's total production of grade 2 spiritual rice reached 923 billion tons. At present, we have over 700 million cultivators at the Qi blood jing level, more than half of whom consume grade 2 spiritual rice, while the other half opt for grade 3 spiritual rice. Same as before, deducting all sorts of consumption, we stored 705 billion tons last year. Adding the accumulated grade 2 spiritual rice reserves from previous years, we have approximately 3,208 billion tons stored inside our dimensional space treasure boxes. Secretary Chang said while reporting, glancing at the documents in his hand. Some data he could recall, while some required reference. As for grade 3 spiritual rice, it is one of our main focuses for research and planting currently. Its output continues to surge annually, albeit remaining somewhat limited. Last year's total production was only 182 billion tons. After meeting our domestic needs, the remainder hasn't been used for sale or winemaking. All of it has been stored away, as we anticipate a potential surge in cultivators reaching the marrow cleansing jing level in the future. Plus, it was only 5 years ago that grade 3 spiritual rice started to meet our internal consumption, so currently we have stored merely 164 billion tons, Secretary Chang added. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. This was actually quite decent. At least there were reserves, meaning domestic consumption was secured. Grade 4 spiritual rice had a total output of only 31 billion tons last year, most of which were allocated to the military, with limited amounts available for sale among civilians. Currently, total storage is 28 billion tons. Grade 5 spiritual rice had an annual output of only slightly more than 30 million tons last year. Almost all of it ended up inside the soldiers' bellies. Therefore, there isn't much left for storage. This is still due to the availability of monster beast meat and spiritual fruits as supplements, not to mention that we don't actually rely on meals for sustenance. Otherwise, we'd be facing famine. For grade 6 spiritual rice, we have only discovered one type so far, and it is still in the seedling stage. Large-scale planting won't be possible until at least 5 years later, Secretary Zhang said. As for grade 7 spiritual rice, no relevant grain seeds have been discovered yet. No one expected that after discussing White Elephant Kingdom's food problems, the conversation would eventually shift to Huaxia's food situation. It could only be said that Huaxia had an exceptionally abundant food supply, enough to feed even 10 times more people. Soon, the third and fourth agenda items also passed. Now we'll move on to the fifth topic. What problems are we currently facing, and how should we solve them? Everyone can raise their concerns, and then we can discuss possible solutions together, the chief advisor spoke up. Some issues had already been mentioned earlier, such as the fact that although we wanted to expand on a large scale, our production capacity was insufficient. We could expand while increasing our production capacity simultaneously, and also transfer part of our production capacity to other countries. Any issue being brought up now must be one that hadn't been discussed before. I have a concern. During my investigation at the Yanhuang market, I noticed that many extraplanar people really like our architectural style, but currently, the only places available for them to stay are our resort hotels. I was thinking, perhaps we could acquire land around the Yanhuang complex and develop a real estate project. I believe this could be very promising, said an elder. He not only raised the issue, but also directly provided a solution. Real estate. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Everyone naturally knew how profitable real estate could be. Just look at how Huaxia developed over the past few decades. However, for extraplanar realms, this idea had never really come up before. Primarily because other realms were like the wilderness. There were just too many ways to make money if one was willing to develop. Real estate wasn't the most profitable. I think it's a good idea, but we can't follow the Blue Star model entirely. We need to adapt according to local conditions. Not only should we build manors and villas, but high-rises as well. We can also draw inspiration from architectural styles around the world and offer various designs based on what they like. We can even add high-tech smart features, along with formations like spirit-gathering arrays, and even directly accept contracts for the construction of imperial palaces or ancestral mansions of large clans. All these could be highly profitable. Chapter 406, The Shortage of Beast's Meat. Real estate can drive many industries forward. The problem we may face now is a shortage of workforce, since we have too few people. If we lack manpower, we can outsource some of the less technical tasks to cooperating families from other realms or even ordinary people from other realms, allowing them to earn money along with us. This will make them follow closely behind us. Once these people get used to our presence and gradually become influenced by us, they could become part of our huaxiao in the future. At first, they can become commoners, enjoying certain citizen rights, and once they meet our requirements, they can apply for citizenship, similar to immigration, said an elder. That's actually worth considering. The number shouldn't be too large. We must control the annual quota allowed in. Ideally, no more than 100,000 per year. This shows the scarcity of huaxia citizenship while not affecting the overall situation. This issue is worth considering. Xiaozhang, take notes on this. It needs separate discussion later, so let's stop here for now. Any other issues? Seeing that the conversation had drifted elsewhere, the chief minister quickly spoke up. Currently, our 6 battlefronts are nearly conquered. In the future, the source of beast meat might become a major problem, said an elder. That's true. Take the Tianxi Plains, for example, our allocated portion of which we've completely secured already. The only place there where beasts can be obtained in large numbers is the Godfall Mountains, but even the number of insect beasts there is limited. Probably in just a few years, they'll become extinct. Though there are also quite a few beasts in the Wangu subcontinent, they are scattered and disorganized, definitely insufficient to satisfy the growing demand domestically. We could head further south from the Qingyang Mountains in the south of the Tianxi Plains. There should be many beasts there as well. That would pass through the territory of Baixiang Kingdom, though they haven't fully controlled it yet. We could go over the Godfall Mountains from the Wangu subcontinent, which would avoid entering their territory entirely. Moreover, they obviously don't have the ability to control those areas, so why not just give them to us? Indeed, we could talk to the Baixiang Kingdom and directly buy some land from them, preferably securing a passage to the south. Minister Wang, after this meeting, go to the Baixiang Kingdom to negotiate this matter. We need a passage. Find out whether they are willing to grant us a right of way. If not, perhaps they'd agree to sell us the unclaimed territory. The price can be negotiated, the chief minister ordered. Huaxia could directly seize the land. Of course, the Baixiang Kingdom would surely not dare to protest, but Huaxia values etiquette. There's no need to take it by force. All right, Minister Wang nodded. This was no difficult task for him. In fact, if possible, we should avoid killing the beasts south of the Qingyang Mountains and instead trade with them, Su Ping'an suggested. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. I remember one of Xiao Su's battle pets comes from the Qingyang Mountains. If they're willing to trade with us, I think it's feasible. No need to cause too much bloodshed, one elder said. Normally, beasts at 6th rank can take human form, but most of the beasts we've encountered haven't been able to transform, and most are very aggressive and bloodthirsty. Only a few are capable of communication with us. I suspect that's due to the restrictions of these forbidden areas. However, the situation here in the Tianxi Plains is somewhat different. As you know, I formed a beast army here. These beasts display more humanity, and the higher rank ones can communicate normally. This is because the lands south of Qingyang Mountain have already formed a society of beasts similar to the ancient Yao race described in our legends, which could be why they're different here, Su Ping'an explained. If that's the case, then it's certainly worth establishing friendly contact. The others were surprised by this significant difference in the beasts, previously believing all beasts to be mindlessly aggressive and savage creatures. In that case, Xiao Su, this task is yours. After this meeting, make time to visit the Qingyang Mountains and see what they have to say, the chief minister said. Understood. Su Ping'an nodded. As for the Da Shiwu Mountains region, we've already reached the border. However, this area is vast, and the beasts haven't been fully cleared yet. But with our current efficiency, especially with improved cultivation levels, we estimate it will take less than a year to completely secure the entire Da Shiwu Mountains. From then on, there won't be any beasts here. Beyond that is the territory of other civilizations. Although we have yet to make contact with them, I imagine the situation is probably similar. The beasts there also don't appear in packs, as that wouldn't be conducive to human survival, said an elder. I'm thinking, maybe we can contract our front line a bit there, control only a portion of the territory, and just clear a passage leading to other civilizations. The rest can be left as a natural breeding ground where the beasts can live. That's actually feasible. The terrain of the Da Shiwu Mountains is indeed suitable for that, someone replied, and the others' eyes lit up as they expressed agreement one after another. As for the Crescent Archipelago, it's relatively easier to handle. Although all the beasts within the islands have already been completely eliminated, the sea is vast and endless, containing countless sea creatures. It should be sufficient to meet our needs for quite a long time. As for the Yunshan grasslands, we have currently explored outward for more than 6,000 kilometers. We've discovered the presence of intelligent life, but for now, we haven't continued advancing further. We've even pulled back slightly and are maintaining our position at around 6,000 kilometers. Intelligent life? Not another civilization from other realms. Not exactly, because those beings all have animal-like heads and humanoid bodies. They should be beast-kin, or perhaps half-human and half-beast. They possess a certain level of intelligence and can engage in basic communication, but they're extremely bloodthirsty. We haven't yet decided how to deal with them. A general who had visited the Yunshan grasslands replied helplessly. First, let's see if they're open to trade and communication. If they show strong hostility or even attack us, then we won't need to hold back. However, if we can conduct business with them, that would be even better, avoiding war altogether. That's settled then. The chief minister also nodded in agreement. As for the Oendri Sun, the portion we've claimed has already been largely brought under control. If we advance further, we will come into contact with civilizations from other realms. We need to send people to investigate first and observe the situation over there. This was basically the final agenda item. However, everyone had started chatting freely now, no longer strictly adhering to the order of discussion. Since we're talking about various other realms now, how is the situation at the mines currently? Someone else asked out of concern. For the underground areas, we've only retained a few particularly important mines for ourselves to manage directly, while the rest have already been contracted out to other countries for excavation. We just purchased the resources directly from them, and they are quite willing to do so. After all, we've eliminated all the beasts for them, making it extremely safe for their operations, Secretary Zhang replied. Chapter 407, The Shameless Black Bear Tribe. As for the surface territory, we currently control a region spanning 2,000 kilometers in every direction. Approximately 300 kilometers beyond that, we have encountered signs of another foreign civilization. However, we haven't ventured out yet, so we don't know much about what lies beyond. After this exchange, everyone now had a very clear understanding of the 6 foreign worlds. Now, let's proceed to the final topic. How should we organize our future work, especially regarding these foreign worlds? The chief advisor said. Most of this has already been discussed. Let me summarize and everyone can add anything if needed, the second elder said. First, we must secure all territories from the major restricted zones. For the 10,000 Great Mountains, we should quickly demarcate the area for animal farms. For other territories, we must secure them swiftly, eliminate all threats from ferocious beasts, fully control them, and then vigorously develop spiritual mines, spirit fields, and other resources. For the Crescent Islands, which will be a key source of ferocious beasts in the future, we must build more mana-powered warships, dispatch them into the open sea, and hunt the sea beasts. For the Plains of Divine Blessing, Xiaosu should quickly head south of Qingyang Mountains to contact the civilization of ferocious beasts to explore possible cooperation. Xiao Wang, you should contact White Elephant Country as soon as possible and purchase the shares they haven't yet claimed with money. For Cloud Mountain Grasslands, secure all the territory we control entirely and establish a forward trade city to either trade or wage war against those half-beasts. For Gloomy Forest, consolidate the current territory, and the same applies to the surface area of the mine caves. Second, prepare for contact and exchange with foreign civilizations outside the major restricted zones and expand the influence of the Chinese Merchant Alliance. Currently, the 10,000 Great Mountains, Gloomy Forest, and the surface area of the mine caves are the key focuses. Third, continue accelerating the development of the Chinese Merchant Alliance on the vassal continent. We should both expand production capacity and outsource part of the less sensitive production to other nations. We need to establish a special task force for this. Fourth, locate more high-grade spiritual veins and open up more advanced spirit fields to cultivate high-tier spirit rice. Fifth, increase the training of pill concoctors and artifact smiths and expand the scale of spiritual herb cultivation, among others. Sixth, the second elder continued on with 10 main points without pause. That should cover everything. Does anyone have any additions? After finishing, the second elder looked around at everyone. The idea of an animal farm in the 10,000 Great Mountains is great. However, it would be better first to explore the area and designate parts with fewer spiritual herbs as animal farms. Other places, especially strategically important ones, must be secured. This sounds fine. No problem. For the Crescent Islands, besides hunting sea beasts, we should also begin preparing a long-range fleet to explore the deep blue. If we can find other island chains, or even a continent, it would benefit our future development. At the very least, we should find out how vast this ocean truly is. This was quite troublesome before, but now it's simple. We have Commander Su and 7 other mid-tier divine-level experts. Their divine senses should be able to cover the entire ocean, or at least come quite close, which would save our fleet from taking years to explore it step by step. The elder said while glancing at Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an smiled slightly and said, "There's no need to send a fleet for reconnaissance. I've already checked it before. This ocean is enormous. About 420,000 kilometers west of the Crescent Islands lies the continent. That's the Panwu continent, the core of the Panwu world I told you about earlier. To the north, there are 3 island chains. To the south, there is another. About 20,000 kilometers east are a few scattered islands, though those areas are deep in the ocean and quite dangerous, with many divine beasts present. We could conquer the 3 island chains to the north and 1 to the south. There are also many resources from ferocious beasts there. Together, these 4 island chains amount to nearly 11 times the area of the Crescent Islands. Once we secure these 4 island chains, the northernmost one closest to the continent will be just over 10,000 kilometers from the mainland. Then, we can use that island chain as a springboard to enter the continent. This is excellent news, everyone said joyfully. While the Grand Assembly was underway on the Han Chinese side, the rest of the world was not particularly peaceful. In the Polar Bear Kligan, the Emperor had been genuinely worried recently. Your Majesty, let's fight them head on. These barbarians have absolutely no sense of propriety or virtue. We saved their young lord's life, yet they treat us like this. It's utterly outrageous, a bald general roared in rage. Oh well, we can only say we've been unlucky. The previous young lord of the Black Bear tribe was quite decent. These past few years he's treated us well, giving us a few years of stable development. Who could have guessed he'd be so unfortunate as to get crippled by a genius from another tribe during a trial competition? Now that the young lord has been replaced, he's lost his voice, so naturally he can no longer protect us. In the end, we must rely on ourselves. Probably from the start, the chief of the Black Bear tribe agreed to accept us under that young lord just to get their hands on our population. Such audacity, demanding 10 million of our people as slaves. Simply outrageous. The polar bears will never accept slavery. What should we do now? What else can we do? Go to war with them, of course. What are we afraid of? We even have advanced technology. I've heard that the Sam state wiped out many people from other realms using firearms. That shows firearms are far more effective against beings from other realms than they are against ferocious beasts. It might work against those below the refinement stage, but it's hard to do much against experts at the refinement stage. What's there to fear? At worst, mutual destruction. With our powerful firepower, they don't have all their people at the refinement stage. If we really go all out, we can wipe out most of their tribe, leaving behind only a few isolated individuals. How do you think they would survive after that? We'd be erasing the Black Bear tribe's very foundation. That would mean total war without any room for reconciliation. Isn't it already like that? Do you really want to hand over 10 million people? Then, how about we seek help from the Han Chinese? Someone suddenly suggested. Immediately, silence filled the room. Seeking help from the Han Chinese? That's not possible without paying a price. What can we possibly offer as a cost? Someone said helplessly. I'd rather pay that cost to the Han Chinese than give anything to the Black Bear tribe. They're simply too disgusting. Zahalina, you go to the Han Chinese and see whether they're willing to help. They just need to handle the Black Bear tribe's refinement stage experts. The rest we can manage ourselves. As for the cost, our bottom line is that we won't give up our portal shares, but everything else is negotiable. The Emperor finally spoke. Chapter 408. Coincidence makes the story, everyone's here. That's right. We absolutely cannot give up our share, or else given China's strength, this place will become their territory. They had witnessed China's performance on the other side of other portals, where they had completely overwhelmed other countries. Understood, Your Majesty. How is the situation with Khazar now? The Emperor asked. They haven't completely broken relations with the Black Bear tribe yet. They gave us 10 days to think it over. Currently, there's no problem, but what happens after those 10 days remains uncertain. We can't just sit here waiting. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Start by relocating some of the Blood Wolf Legion warriors and the citizens with lower cultivation levels back first, the Emperor ordered. Your Majesty, if we make such a big move, won't we draw the Black Bear tribe's attention? Especially if they follow our people and discover the portal, the consequences would be unimaginable. They had hidden themselves very well before, and in recent years they had deliberately minimized cross-world exchanges. Most of the time, they relied on the 2 million immigrants they had sent earlier. In other cases, they communicated through wristbands. No matter anymore. Even if they really discover it, it's fine. When that time comes, China will definitely show up. If those Black Bear tribe fools dare to come here, they'll just be looking for death, the Emperor said disdainfully. I understand. In the Oval Office of Sam Country, the situation had changed a few years ago when George was at his peak of confidence. He amended the term limits for the presidency with a seemingly solid justification. Now that everyone cultivates and lifespans have greatly increased, policy continuity was necessary. Believe it or not, in recent years, George had used his political skills to win over numerous financial conglomerates. Most importantly, he bypassed the Pentagon and the Constitution altogether, gaining direct control over the Thunder God Legion, a superhuman military force, thus securing absolute authority. However, at this moment, he was also feeling worried due to a major development in the Xisha region. Mr. President, our informants have reported news. The Empress of the Kingdom of Lulan has recently taken notice of the 11 Eastern countries because they have been fighting too intensely. She has issued a command ordering the 11 countries to halt the war and demanding that our leader, in other words, you, Mr. President, come to the Lulan imperial capital to meet her, or else she will launch a full-scale attack against us, Ramo said helplessly. Previously, through their political maneuvering and all sorts of strategies, they had instigated wars among these 11 countries and profited greatly from the chaos. Unfortunately, in this other world, might makes right. Once the Empress issued her order, no one dared to ignore it. Her single decree had changed the entire battlefield dynamic and disrupted Sam Country's entire strategic plan. She wants me to go? George frowned. Truth be told, he felt uneasy. He absolutely did not dare go there. After all, in recent years, they had gathered quite a bit of intelligence on this Empress. Moody and unpredictable, she would not hesitate to kill even heads of state if she felt like it. If her mood was bad, entire nations could vanish overnight. What if she got angry during the meeting and killed him? That would be an immense injustice. Can't I just send someone to represent me? George asked. We have no choice but to do that. But now that Lulan has targeted us, it'll probably become even more difficult moving forward, Bloom said beside him. I understand. Let's deal with this issue first, George said helplessly. Mr. President, I have a suggestion. I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it. James, who had been standing silently, suddenly spoke up. What is your suggestion? George asked curiously. The others also turned to listen. We could ask China for help. Let them send one of their experts to meet the Empress. If that expert can intimidate her, we can ride on China's coattails and gain more influence in the Xisha region. Moreover, even if the Empress kills someone, it would only be a Chinese person. If China retaliates, they'll have to send even stronger experts next time. If China wins, it benefits us. But if China suffers repeated losses, their strength will be weakened, which is also good for us, James said. This idea is not bad. I've heard that the Lulan Empress has already reached the Shanha realm in cultivation. However, China had many experts in the Transcendence realm a few years ago. It's likely they may have someone even at the peak of the Transcendence realm, if not at the Shanha level, Ramo said brightly. But this probably won't be so simple. Why would China help us? Last time we asked for their assistance, we betrayed them. This upset China greatly. If we ask again now, it will be very difficult. They might not agree at all. Bloom expressed concern. Bloom, you personally go to China this time. This time, we must invite them to send an expert. If necessary, we're willing to pay a higher price. As long as we survive this crisis and get Lulan to back off, we can firmly establish ourselves in the Xisha region. Other countries don't know the full situation, so we can ride on this momentum and benefit from it, George said seriously. Great leader, what if China asks for our share of the portal? Bloom asked the most critical question, which also represented the core interest of Sam country. As expected, George fell silent. Everything else is negotiable except that, George said seriously. Like the Khazar, they also regarded their country's only portal as extremely important. Sharing it with others was certainly not as valuable as keeping it for themselves. I understand. It must be said that sometimes, coincidence truly makes the story. Almost at the same time, less than 2 hours apart, Zakharina, the representative of Khazar, and Bloom, the representative of Sam country, both arrived in the capital of China. Inside the core conference room of the capital. All right, today's meeting is over. Everyone must get moving. Within 1 year, we must bring China to a new level, the chief advisor declared firmly. Yes, everyone felt extremely excited, filled with enthusiasm and motivation. However, just at that moment, a staff member came to the chief advisor's ear and whispered a few words. The chief advisor clearly froze for a moment, then nodded slightly, waved his hand to dismiss the staff member, and turned to Su Pingyan, who was preparing to leave. Su Xiao, wait a moment before you leave. I need to discuss something with you. Su Pingyan was taken aback, but nodded. Okay. Although he was very powerful, he knew better than to eavesdrop on things he was not meant to hear by using his cultivation. Thus, he had no idea what the staff member had told the chief advisor. However, he guessed that the chief advisor had kept him behind most likely because of that matter. Everyone exchanged thoughtful glances with each other, looking at both the chief advisor and Su Pingyan. No one spoke, and all left the conference room to return home. After everyone had left, the chief advisor led Su Pingyan into his office. I just received news that both Khazar and Sam country have sent representatives to China. They just applied to enter our country, and I have already approved it, the chief advisor began. Chapter 409, Asking for Help, a New Plan. So coincidental. Both countries come at the same time, without even giving prior notice. Don't they worry we might refuse to let them in? Su Pingyan asked in surprise. After all, we are a country of etiquette, and currently the largest nation in the world. We certainly have the magnanimity to handle such situations. They probably counted on this. The chancellor replied indifferently. They must have something they want our help with, Su Pingyan speculated. Then what do you think it might be? The chancellor asked, testing Su Pingyan's reasoning, though he himself didn't yet know the answer either. If it were something regarding Earth, there wouldn't be a need to be so secretive or urgent. It must be something related to the other world. Among the 6 portals we still have some control over, nothing unusual has happened. So the problem must be occurring at the portal they each control, Su Pingyan analyzed. The chancellor smiled slightly and nodded. Correct, exactly what I was thinking. He continued. It must be some issue they can't resolve themselves, most likely an unavoidable danger. That's why they finally thought of us Huaxia. Hee, they sure have calculated well, Su Pingyan snorted. The Bear of the North wasn't too bad, but the Uncle Sam nation had stood him up before. That was bound to cause some irritation. Still, since they've come to us with money in hand, we shouldn't refuse. Su Pingyan shifted his tone. Ha ha ha. Indeed, no one says no to an offer made willingly, the chancellor laughed in agreement. The first to arrive was the Bear of the North's representative. Since it wasn't the Bear Emperor himself, protocol dictated an equal-level reception. China sent Shen Nantu, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After the warm hospitality, they entered a closed meeting room. Seeing that the Chinese side kept avoiding the topic, Zakharina finally couldn't contain herself any longer and took the initiative to speak. After all, the advantage lay with the Huaxia side, and they were the ones truly in a hurry. She'd also heard that the Sam delegation had already arrived in the capital, arriving less than 2 hours after her, yet she'd already wasted considerable time. Ambassador Shen, to be honest, we're currently facing some troubles in the other world. There are some enemies at the 2A fan stage. Could your country possibly send us an expert for help, considering our long-standing friendship? She emphasized the last sentence. 2A fan stage enemies? Shen Nantu was slightly surprised inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. In that case, sending just a Chao fan rank soldier would solve the problem easily. For Huaxia, it was extremely simple. That's right. We are being threatened by a local tribe. The strongest person in that tribe is a perfected 2A fan 9th Ascendant, and there are also some 2A fan elders. As for the others, we can handle with modern weapons, Zakharina explained. 2A fan enemies are indeed very strong, especially the perfected ones. This would require us to dispatch our hidden Chao fan experts. What price are you willing to pay for our assistance? Shen Nantu replied calmly. Zakharina stiffened. If she weren't familiar with Huaxia, she might actually believe him. Back then, the Bear Emperor himself had visited, and at that time, Huaxia already had many Chao fan experts. Not to mention how many years had passed since then. This was simply a piece of cake for Huaxia. Of course, as a politician, she knew this was the moment for negotiation. We're willing to pay 100 million XI in Huaxia coins as compensation for the effort. The price Zakharina mentioned was certainly generous. Not enough, far from enough. Shen Nantu shook his head directly. Huaxia was not short of this kind of money. In that case, what exactly does your country expect? Zakharina asked. Shen Nantu remained silent. Actually, he used secret transmission to communicate with the chancellor and others behind the scenes, waiting for the chancellor's decision. Xiaosu, what do you think? the Chancellor asked. If possible, obtaining their share would be best. However, I estimate that the Bear Emperor would not give it up easily unless really cornered. We can delay matters, though. Admittedly, that might seem somewhat underhanded, Su Ping'an replied. And what if they still refuse? Worse yet, what if the other civilization discovers the existence of the portal? How should we respond then? The Chancellor asked, referring to the worst-case scenario, which the Bear Emperor would only do under extreme pressure. Just kill them all. Whoever comes, we kill them all, Su Ping'an said indifferently. The Chancellor slightly shook his head. No need for that. Our current territory is already vast. We barely have enough manpower to manage it. Besides, there are many other worlds, so there's no need to fight over that icy tundra. It's not suitable for habitation anyway. The environment is too harsh. So what exactly do we need the most now? The Chancellor asked. Su Ping'an pondered for a moment and replied, cultivation resources. The Chancellor nodded and said, that's right, cultivation resources are exactly what we need the most, not a larger territory. Su Ping'an was silent for a moment. After thinking for quite a while, inspiration suddenly struck, and he blurted out, the Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild. Ha ha, exactly right. The Chancellor nodded approvingly. Brilliant. Su Ping'an gave a big thumbs up. You agree too? Of course I agree. Su Ping'an nodded firmly. The Chancellor then transmitted this idea to Shun Nantu. If you polar bears are willing to give up 20% of the portal share, we can help, Shun Nanta asked boldly. Impossible. Zacharina gasped in shock, immediately rejecting the proposal. 10% would also work, but no less than that. Anything less would simply be meaningless to us, Shun Nanta said seriously. Zacharina still shook her head. Our Emperor made it clear before I left that this is our bottom line. Not 10%, not even 1%. I suppose you yourselves wouldn't be willing to give up even a small portion of your share of the 2 portals inside your country, would you? Miss Zacharina, if that's the case, then you truly lack sincerity. I think there's no need for us to continue this negotiation, Shun Nanta said, pretending to rise and leave. Minister Shun, it really can't be done. Anything else is negotiable. If 100 million Xian Huaxia coins are not enough, how about 10 billion then? Fine, we can forget about the share altogether, and we don't need you to pay either. But we need permission to pass through your portal to enter the otherworld civilization and establish a Yan Huang market there. Would that work? Finally, Shun Nantu revealed their ultimate goal. A Yan Huang market? What's that? Zacharina asked confused, clearly unfamiliar with this new term. It's like a large commercial complex or supermarket. We're planning to establish a large-scale commercial center there to attract the humans from that world to come and spend there. It's exactly like when our companies go to your country to open supermarkets, Shun Nantu explained straightforwardly. Chapter 410, Deal Struck, Entering the Western Sands. This. Zacharina hesitated. After a long pause, she finally said, I can't make that decision. May I first report this back to our homeland? We will get back to you shortly. Of course, no problem at all. Please go ahead. We're in no hurry, Shun Nanta said politely. You're not in a hurry, but we are, Zacharina inwardly grumbled before quickly heading to the secret room to contact the Emperor using her wristband. Inside the Kremlin of the Polar Bear Kingdom. The message just came from Zacharina. Huaxia wants to establish a large supermarket in the Heaven Pool Snow region. What do you all think? The Emperor asked the senior officials around him. Your Majesty, absolutely not. Once they enter the Heaven Pool Snow region, we'll have no secrets left. They'll know our every move and strength clearly, and we won't be able to hide like this anymore. Yeah, absolutely not. If we don't agree, then Huaxia will demand that we give them a share, the Emperor spoke again. That's even worse. Between two evils, choose the lesser one. If it must come to it, perhaps allowing them to build a large supermarket isn't unthinkable, someone began to concede. Who knows, maybe they could pay taxes. With how fast they earn money, if they paid, it could bring us a considerable income, someone suddenly suggested. The room instantly fell silent. Nobody had thought about this angle before. Is that even possible? In fact, Huaxia has offered us a great idea. Setting up large supermarkets in other worlds might indeed be profitable since many of our products are extremely popular over there. Wanting to set up a large supermarket requires strong forces to protect it, otherwise it'll just get looted. There's no law over there. Might makes right. The group fell silent again. I know what to do now, the Emperor said after listening to all sides. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to Zacharina. Back in the conference room. Ambassador Shun, in principle, we agree to your proposal to establish Yanhuang Market. However, since the Heaven Pool Snow region portal is under our control, it's essentially our territory. Shouldn't you pay normal taxes? Zacharina said. Miss Zacharina, don't joke. That place is unclaimed land. Otherwise, why don't you go over there and shout once, and see whether the civilization there acknowledges your occupation? Shun Nanta chuckled. He continued. Besides, even if we agreed, how would you know whether we're making a profit or a loss? Plus, Yanhuang Market will surely require powerful experts to be stationed there. Don't experts need operating expenses? So, let's not dwell too much on this issue anymore. Zacharina messaged the Emperor again with this update. In the end, the Polar Bear Kingdom had no choice but to accept this plan. Huaxia would help them eliminate the threat from the Black Bear tribe, and in return, they allowed Huaxia to set up branches of the Yanhuang Commercial Guild there. Yes, Huaxia would directly eliminate the threat from the Black Bear tribe, not just ordinary cultivators beyond the stereotomy realm, and Huaxia could establish not just one, but multiple commercial branches. Though no taxes were collected, there would be a toll fee. Anyone entering the Heaven Pool Snow region would pay 1,000 new Huaxia coins per entry. A round trip would be 2,000. The more people entered, the more money collected. Clearly, The Polar Bear Kingdom was also trying to control the number of people from Huaxia going over using this method, preventing Huaxia from secretly gaining influence. That day, Shenanta was very busy. Right after finishing talks with the Polar Bear representative, he immediately proceeded to negotiations with the representatives from the Sam Kingdom. Thankfully, having already gained prior experience, Huaxia held firm this time around. Either offer a share or allow Yanhuang Commercial Guild to establish a branch, and even hinted that the Polar Bear had accepted the same terms. Ultimately, with no other options, the Sam Kingdom had no choice but to agree. However, they requested that Su Pingyan himself personally travel to the Western Sands region. After all, they knew that Su Pingyan was the strongest in the Huaxia nation. This way, they could not only test the upper limit of Huaxia's power, but if it truly ended in failure, Huaxia would suffer a major loss, which would delight them. Inside the Prime Minister's office, why did you agree to personally go? If you had refused, they would eventually have compromised. They're just earth-tearing realm experts. Having you go over there is like using a giant cannon to shoot mosquitoes, the Prime Minister said. I'm also quite curious about this female emperor, Su Pingyan replied. Indeed, he was genuinely intrigued. After all, there was only one female emperor in Huaxia's history, and across the myriad kingdom continent with its thousands of vassal states, none had a female as ruler. Rising through the ranks to become an empress in such an environment was no small feat for ordinary people. Come to think of it, you haven't gotten married yet either. When will you give Yi Shinran that grand wedding? The Prime Minister joked. After meeting this female emperor and resolving matters at Qingyang Mountain, I'll get married, Su Pingyan replied. Well, don't forget to invite me then. I'll make sure to prepare a big red envelope for you, the Prime Minister said with a chuckle. Then I'll thank you in advance, Prime Minister. Ha! Outside the interdimensional teleportation array in the Sam Kingdom. Mr. Su must be quite familiar with this place, right? Raymond said meaningfully. Hee. Yes, it's a pity that last time was too rushed. I didn't even get to go inside and have a proper look. Su Pingyan didn't bother hiding it and admitted openly. That actually left Raymond a bit unsure what to say. After a moment of silence, he continued. I wonder how Mr. Su knew about this teleportation portal, and from what we know, the activation of portals around the world seems to be somehow related to you. Given your position, General Raymond, you shouldn't be asking such a foolish question, Su Pingyan replied coldly. Raymond fell silent. He knew the other party would never answer such a question. It must be an absolute secret. He was just curious. Of course, he could choose to force the issue, but sensing that terrifying, suffocating aura coming from the other man, he decided against it. He didn't want to die in confusion, nor did he want to bring disaster upon the Sam Kingdom. Please, Mr. Su, Raymond gestured with a bow. Moments later, the two entered the other world through the portal. Before them lay a city, beyond which endless yellow sands stretched as far as the eye could see. Mr. Su, our Sam Kingdom delegation is already ready. We will accompany you to the Lulan Empire to meet the female emperor, Raymond said. No need. I'll meet her alone. You all can wait here for the results. Without waiting for an answer, Su Pingyan immediately vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Raymond's eyes widened instantly as he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Commander, was that teleportation? Or was he just too fast for us to see? The deputy commander was in shock. Chapter 411, The Launching Secret Realm. Because as far as they knew, only those who had reached the Shanhejing could teleport. If the other party had indeed teleported, wouldn't that mean that Su Pingyan's cultivation had already reached at least the Shanhejing? How terrifying. Immediately bring up the surveillance footage here. I want to watch it in slow motion, Raymond said. Yes, sir. Soon after, Raymond fell silent. He directly took out his wristband and called George, saying just one sentence, after which George on the other end also fell into silence. In the Oval Office of Sam Country's Black Palace. Your Excellency, what's wrong? The secretary asked in confusion. The great leader had just seemed excited a moment ago, but after taking a phone call, he suddenly looked as if his soul had left his body. Sighed George. The Su Pingyan from China has already broken through to the level beyond Shanheng. They truly have great fortune to have such a powerful figure presiding over them. He will be like a fish in water in the other world. What? Shanhejing? That's strong. The secretary couldn't stay calm either. After all, their strongest cultivator was merely at the Shisuang. The gap between them wasn't just a little, it was huge. How could they ever catch up? They were no longer the same Sam country that knew nothing back then. From the translated documents and information obtained from the Shisha region, they understood how incredibly difficult it was to break through to the Shanhejing. In the 72 nations of Shisha, across such a vast territory with so many people, only that female emperor had reached the Shanhejing, showing how rare such strength was. Lulan Empire was the strongest country among the 72 states of Shisha, though it wasn't located at the geographical center of Shisha. Instead, it sat at the far eastern edge of the region, possessing a long border, which also happened to serve as the dividing line between Shisha and other regions. Without the barrier of the Lulan Empire, perhaps many of the remaining 71 nations would have been destroyed already. In a certain sense, they were protecting the other countries from threats. Of course, many of the border guards along the frontier were soldiers from various countries. They belonged to a joint defense force and were all under the command of the Lulan Empire. The Lulan Empire spanned over 8 million square kilometers, with a population exceeding 90 million. Though slightly smaller in size than the ancient Chinese dynasties, in ancient times, it would still have been considered a central great power in the East. Moreover, the Lulan Empire had existed for over 10,000 years, a legacy that even historical nations could not rival. The imperial capital of Lulan covered more than 300 square kilometers. Standing above it, one could feast their eyes on the exotic landscape of the city below. Her Imperial Majesty the female emperor truly reigns supreme in Shisha. A voice suddenly said within the quiet sleeping quarters, genuinely startling the female emperor. Who's there? She shouted angrily. For someone to enter here without triggering the city's protective formation and without her slightest awareness, that person's cultivation must be at least at the high level of Shan'ejing, perhaps even a celestial existence. A young figure appeared out of thin air before her eyes. The female emperor's first instinct was to attack, though she held herself back. As the empress ruling a nation, she was no ordinary person. May I ask who you are, and why you have come to our Lulan? The female emperor asked, her tone respectful, though her voice still carried a subtle seductive charm despite her caution. The female emperor hasn't issued orders for the leader of those people from Shahuai, to come see you. Su Ping'an replied calmly. You are the leader of those foreigners? The female emperor asked in shock, a hint of regret evident in her tone. She was a very cautious person. A few years ago, she had already noticed the presence of these foreign cultivators, but had taken no action yet as she was gathering intelligence about them. The information she received indicated that a unique secret realm entrance had appeared in the Shahuai Sea. That was the secret realm known as Lanqing, and these foreigners originally lived within that secret realm. They had only come to this world after the portal to the realm opened. She also knew that the realm contained no spiritual energy. Initially, none of these foreigners had any cultivation at all, and even now, many still possessed no significant strength, with most who did cultivate at the Tiandojing level. The reason she had invited the leader of these people was only to subdue him, bringing that secret realm under her full control as a trump card. Unexpectedly, she had kicked a steel plate instead. Su Ping'an shook his head. They aren't worthy of that title. The female emperor was momentarily startled, but also slightly relieved. Then are you also from this so-called launching secret realm? A secret realm? Su Ping'an's mind stirred, and he roughly guessed her thoughts. That worked just as well. In a certain sense, if not counting the larger universe, the blue star was indeed tiny compared to the Panwu world. Calling it a secret realm wouldn't be inappropriate. Secret realms were secondary dimensional spaces created and sustained by powerful cultivators, dependent upon the Panwu world. Legend had it that before the ancient era, there used to be many such secret realms around the Panwu world, but all of them disappeared after the ancient era, leaving behind only legends. That's right. I am indeed from Lanqing. Su Ping'an nodded, admitting it directly. You don't need to test me anymore. I came here for 2 reasons, Su Ping'an said, raising 2 fingers. Please speak, honored one. If it's within our capability, Lulan shall gladly offer assistance. The female emperor replied promptly. Although she was a domineering figure, she was no fool. Before a true powerhouse, there was nothing wrong with lowering one's pride. She wasn't afraid of demands from the powerful being before her. What truly worried her was if he asked for nothing at all and had come only to kill her. That would be the most troublesome situation. First, I was invited by those foreign cultivators you mentioned to help mediate. Their leader, upon hearing that the female emperor summoned him, grew frightened, and sought my assistance. I'm merely helping out of convenience. Senior, please rest assured, we absolutely will not target them in the future. The female emperor hastened to say. Su Ping'an shook his head. That has nothing to do with me. They only asked me to mediate on their behalf. If your majesty abandons the summons, or if Lulan simply refrains from interfering in their affairs, that would suffice. As for what happens to them afterward, whether they live or die, it's no concern of mine. But what if they provoke Lulan first? The female emperor probed carefully. Handle them however you see fit. I've already said, I am merely here to resolve this current issue on their behalf, Su Ping'an reiterated. I understand the meaning of this, senior. The female emperor said intelligently. As for the second matter, may I ask what it is? She asked. The first matter was trivial to her. I come from the Yanhuang Guild. We plan to establish a branch in the Shisha region, specifically, a level 3 branch outside Lulan's imperial capital, and 3 level 4 branches across the remaining 71 nations. I hope for your majesty's support when the time comes, Su Ping'an explained. Yanhuang Guild? The female emperor wore an expression of surprise. She had never heard of this guild before. Was it from that secret realm? The Yanhuang Guild is divided into the main headquarters, level 1 branches, level 2 branches, level 3 branches, and level 4 branches, 5 tiers in total. We are spread across half the Panwu world. This is our first time coming to your Tianxian subcontinent, and Shisha will be our first stop, Su Ping'an briefly explained. But what he had said struck the female emperor like a thunderclap. What did she just hear? Panwu world? Where was that? Tianxian subcontinent? Wasn't this supposed to be called the Western regions? Come to think of it, there was supposedly a superpower in the Eastern Central Plains region called the Tianxian Empire. Chapter 412, Western Desert. That's right, the Shisha region was a corner of the Tianxian secondary continent. As soon as Su Ping'an arrived here, he scanned the area with his spiritual consciousness and understood everything clearly. The Tianxian secondary continent was divided into 5 major regions: the Tianxian mainland, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Mountains. Among them, the Tianxian mainland was the core and central region of the entire secondary continent, occupying the most fertile and resource-rich areas. The Eastern Wilderness was said to be an ancient battlefield, filled with lingering resentment and countless fierce beasts and vengeful spirits. The Northern Sea contained countless islands and archipelagos that blocked the attacks of sea monsters. The Western Desert was endless yellow sands, yet it also contained many oases. Among them, the Shisha region was part of an ultra-large oasis ranked 5th in size within the Western Desert, composed of 3 parts: Shisha, Zhongsha, and Dongsha. The Shisha region had the weakest strength. The southern mountains were said to be boundless ranges filled with venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Overall, the Tianxian secondary continent was indeed a treasure trove of rich resources. Unfortunately, Han was currently unable to occupy it entirely due to limited resources and energy, so for now, they had only placed one chess piece there. That was the Yellow River Trading Company. The incomparably beautiful and charming Empress of Lulan, who was usually stunning, now had a dazed and slightly innocent look in her eyes, which surprisingly showed a different kind of charm. Never did I imagine the world was so vast. I've been too narrow-minded. The Empress of Lulan sighed lightly, even developing a slight longing for the world beyond. Previously, the entire Western Desert was her entire world, and the enemies from Zhongsha were her greatest threats. There is always something greater beyond the sky, someone stronger beyond people, and even gods beyond deities, Su Ping'an said calmly. Gods. Our entire Western Desert has only one god, the Empress said. It would be better to find a mountain that contains spirit veins. As for laborers, we already have our own people for construction, though we might assign some simple tasks to your people, for which we will pay accordingly. Our Yellow River Trading Company has always upheld fairness, transparency, and mutual benefit, ensuring equal treatment for all customers, Su Ping'an replied. Of course, I'll definitely find such a place for you, the Empress nodded. Do you mind me asking what exactly the Yellow River Trading Company sells? The Empress suddenly asked curiously. If there were items that could accelerate her comprehension of the laws of cultivation, that would be great. She had been stuck at the third stage peak of mountain and river mirror for over 2,000 years. We at the Yellow River Trading Company have everything. You can buy anything here. Theoretically speaking, as long as you have enough wealth, even techniques and resources that lead you all the way to becoming a god are available to you, Su Ping'an replied. But these words caused the Empress to quicken her breathing in excitement. Did she just hear techniques and resources to become a god? Even throughout the entire Western Desert, probably no one dared to claim such a thing, not even the one existing god. It seemed like this Yellow River Trading Company was indeed powerful. Senior, do you happen to sell any treasures that help others comprehend the Chuji spatial laws? We're willing to pay any price, the Empress asked eagerly. Her enemy's cultivation had reached the middle of the fourth stage of mountain and river mirror. If it weren't for the city protecting formation within the capital, she wouldn't stand a chance against that opponent, which also meant she had been trapped within the city for over 1,000 years without daring to leave. Because if she left, there would be an immediate risk of ambush. I see you've already reached full comprehension at the third stage of mountain and river mirror, needing only a slight push to step into the fourth stage of law comprehension. I have 3 treasures here that can satisfy your needs, Su Ping'an said, flipping his hand open. In his left hand, he held a Chuji spatial law fragment and a Chuji spatial law crystal. In his right, he held a 4th rotation blood lotus seed. This is a Chuji spatial law fragment. It has about a 70 to 80% chance of helping you grasp the 4th level of Chuji spatial laws. And this is a complete Chuji law crystal, which can help you 100% grasp the 4th level of Chuji spatial laws, allowing you to directly reach completion, and even has a 10% chance of helping you grasp the 5th level of Chuji spatial law. And this one is called the 4th rotation blood lotus seed. Not only will it help you break through to the 4th stage of mountain and river mirror with 100% certainty, but it will also bring you directly to the peak of the 4th stage, including both law comprehension and spiritual energy accumulation. Su Ping'an explained the 3 treasures in his hands. Say, Senior, how much do they cost? The Empress breathing quickened, and her face flushed slightly from excitement, making her even more alluring. The fragment costs 200 million taels of lower-grade spiritual stones. The crystal costs 30 billion taels of lower-grade spiritual stones, and the blood lotus seed costs 50 billion taels of lower-grade spiritual stones, no discount, Su Ping'an stated bluntly. Back then, during the very first auction, the fragment had sold for only 1.7 billion taels due to 2 specific reasons. First, Su Ping'an had instructed Xue Mubai to stop the bidding war. Second, at that time, only people from Weiguo participated. In later auctions, the fragment occasionally appeared again, with prices always exceeding 200 million taels of lower-grade spiritual stones. At one point, it even reached 2.3 billion taels. Therefore, Su Ping'an wasn't ripping her off. So expensive? Empress Lulan blurted out in shock upon hearing the price. Then, realizing her words, she quickly corrected herself with a recovery. Senior, I didn't mean that. Although it's expensive, it's definitely worth the price. It's fine. Su Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, not caring. Senior, I'll take 1 Chuji spatial law fragment, the Empress of Lulan firmly declared. Oh, the best one is the blood lotus seed though, Su Ping'an said playfully. Senior, of course I know that's a superior item, but the western regions have always been impoverished, and our Xisha region, located near the vast desert, is even more barren. To be honest, our Lulan kingdom, since my father's time, has existed for 10,000 years already, but our national treasury holds less than 300 million taels of lower-grade spiritual stones. We are truly poor. The Empress suddenly lamented their poverty, catching Su Ping'an slightly off guard. Immediately, he furrowed his brow. If they were really that poor, then there was no need to establish 2 mini Yellow River trading companies. Perhaps setting up just 1 4th-level commercial complex, slightly larger than usual, would suffice. Then, using this as a template, he could expand outward. Perhaps it was the Tianxian mainland that would offer better opportunities. Forget it, he'd start here for now. Here, Su Ping'an said, tossing the fragment to her. Senior, this, the Empress carefully accepted it, somewhat surprised. Have someone send me the money. What, did you think I'd give it to you for free? Su Pingyan wouldn't be foolish enough to just hand it over. It was worth 200 million taels after all. No, no, I'll have the money delivered immediately. The Empress beamed with excitement. If she had had even a sliver of doubt before, the moment she touched the fragment, all doubts had vanished completely. Chapter 413. He is a god. Very soon, Su Pingyan collected the spirit stones, and the transaction was complete. Senior, there are many beauties in Lulan. Would you like to stay a few more days so they can take care of you? This is also a display of Lulan's hospitality, the Empress of Lulan Srendak. She had her own motives and intentions. If she could win over such a powerful cultivator with feminine charm, it would be an enormous blessing for Lulan. No need. I still have matters to attend to. I'll come back when the Huanghe Trading Company opens. Remember, control your people well, and don't let them interfere with its operations, Su Pingyan reminded before he left. Then he vanished instantly. Not even the slightest spatial fluctuation. How powerful. She released her spiritual sense, observing the surroundings, and once again revealed a trace of shock on her face. Not only was there no spatial fluctuation, the Grand Formation had also failed to detect anything. Forgive me, Bishao. I was controlled earlier and couldn't move. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows. It's not your fault. If he wanted to kill me, I wouldn't even have the strength to resist. The Empress sighed helplessly. He is so strong. He must be at least at the legendary Tianren realm, the shadow said. No, he is a god. The Empress declared confidently. What? How is that possible? The shadow was deeply shocked and could hardly believe it. Because when I mentioned the god of the western regions, he didn't even flinch. There's only one possible explanation. He is stronger than the gods of our western regions, the Empress explained. Monitor those foreigners closely. Don't do anything about them for now. Leave them to the nations themselves. Also, quickly find suitable peaks with spirit veins outside the imperial capital and allocate as much land as possible for them. Handle this matter for me. I am about to enter a period of retreat. Absolutely do not allow anyone from Lulan to provoke the Huanghe Trading Company. Whoever dares to do so will be executed without mercy. The Empress returned to her former cold and aloof state. Yes, at the Sam Nation portal entrance. The matter in the Lulan Empire has been resolved. The Empress will not summon you again. My mission is done. Besides, our people will arrive shortly to establish the Huanghe Trading Company, Su Pingyan told Raymond. You're welcome, Raymond said with a cheerful smile, feeling a weight lifted off his chest. In the office of the Supreme Leader in Black House, Sam Nation. Supreme Leader, Su Pingyan has already settled the matter. Raymond reported the news to George immediately. What? So fast? They're not just fooling us, are they? George couldn't believe his ears. Just minutes had passed, and it was already resolved. I don't think so. After all, only a few days remain. If he lied, it would soon be exposed. Their Huanghe Trading Company probably hasn't even been built yet. Breen shook his head. All right then. Assign someone to monitor Lulan's movements. Wait until the 10-day deadline passes. If nothing happens, we'll talk again, George decided. What about the Chinese entering our territory to build their Huanghe Trading Company? Breen asked for instructions. As long as they pay the fee, just like with the Northern Bear, we shouldn't refuse free money, George said. Understood, Breen nodded. After leaving the Sam Nation, Su Pingyan briefly reported the situation to the Chancellor, and then directly headed for the Heaven's Gift Plain. Soon after, he brought Qingyang to the Qingyang Mountains. At this moment, Qingyang was no longer the same Qingyang as before. With Su Pingyan's help, he had just broken through to the upper immortal god realm and reached its peak. It wasn't just him. Both Chihua and Bai Susu had also reached the peak of the upper immortal god realm. Su Pingyan hadn't let them break through to the realm of god kings for now. Boss, you don't have to go yourself. Let us handle it. We guarantee we'll get it done for you. Chihua proudly pounded his chest. What are you butting in for? Don't scare them. Su Pingyan rolled his eyes. Still, he thought for a moment and said to Qingyang, after thinking about it, I decided to let you go yourself. You are originally from there, and returning now is like returning home in glory. Go tell your clansmen that we Chinese prefer diplomacy before force. If they are willing to trade with us, we will send people to build the Huanghe Trading Company. If not, what comes next will be our army. Qingyang nodded solemnly. Boss, I will definitely complete this task. I also believe they will know what to do. Good. Then go, Su Pingyan nodded. He eventually chose not to go in person. He disliked the feeling of exerting pressure through sheer power. If a peaceful solution was possible, that would be best. Only as a last resort would he use force. After Qingyang left, Chihua came before Su Pingyan and said, Boss, I feel something odd about this world. It feels like there's a special kind of oppression. I don't know why. I feel the same, Bai Susu said as well. Because this world is most likely experiencing some kind of issue. You know the world's rank has dropped, and now, without some special opportunity, the upper immortal god realm is already the ceiling. You two are already at the peak of the upper immortal god realm. The ceiling among ceilings, so naturally you feel a bit of pressure. Once you break through to the god king realm, you will find this world not only imposes immense pressure upon you, but also produces a powerful repelling sensation, as if trying to push us out entirely, Su Pingyan explained. That sensation would be extremely uncomfortable. Oh, I see. Both of them replied in sudden realization. Qingyang worked with remarkable efficiency, not keeping Su Pingyan waiting for long before he reappeared. Boss, good news. They have humbly accepted my suggestion and agreed to let our Yanhuang Trading Company enter the southern region of Qingyang Mountains. Qingyang grinned. You're sure they accepted it out of genuine humility? Chihua rolled his eyes. After all, they had clearly sensed the commotion inside. Of course, they all had at least reached the peak of the upper immortal god realm, so such sensations were easy to detect. No matter what methods you used, as long as the mission was completed, that's what matters. Let's go, Su Pingyan said casually, not concerned with Qingyang's approach. He could understand why Qingyang acted so aggressively. He did it for the sake of his own people. If he had provoked the anger of a master like Su Pingyan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tianchi Snow Region. Mr. Chun, that area over there is the territory of the Black Bear tribe, containing a total of 82 heavenly pools, with a population of 23 million. Kazuru pointed toward a nearby valley filled with crystal-clear lakes. There had originally been 85 pools, but 3 were given to the polar bears. These heavenly pools are indeed quite interesting. Chen Yu extended his spiritual sense slightly, finding the place particularly intriguing. Indeed, it's a rather unique phenomenon. Our guess is that they were formed by underground volcanic eruptions creating unusual geological structures, Kazuru explained. If it were only a few pools, that might be plausible, but considering how many heavenly pools exist across the entire Tianchi Snow region, how could they all be caused by volcanoes? Chen Yu shook his head in doubt. Chapter 414, Unstoppable. Do you know the reason, Mr. Chun? Asked Kazero, puzzled. Chen Yu nodded slightly. These heaven pools should all be spirit veins, just that they belong to the fire attribute, Chen Yu explained. There was another thing he didn't mention. There should be spirit stones beneath the heaven pools, along with accompanying fire attribute spirit, or, which had created this unique phenomenon of heaven pools here. As for why he told Kazero, he didn't really care. Even if the other party knew, so what? The tribes in the Heaven Pool Snow region must already know as well. It's just that the polar bear tribe hadn't yet reached the upper echelons here or launched any specific investigations. It wasn't classified as top secret anyway. I see, said Kazero, his eyes flickering with thought. Earlier, your people mentioned that there's slave trading among the major tribes here in the Heaven Pool Snow region, right? Chen Yu suddenly asked. Kazero was momentarily startled, but still nodded. That's correct. He then explained, the Black Bear tribe is after our people. They're currently at the peak of the bronze-level tribes and require a larger population to advance to silver rank. Additionally, the excess population can be sold off for a large profit. Kazero wore a helpless expression. He had originally insisted on encouraging large-scale migration here. After his cultivation broke through to the marrow-washing realm, he had even sought the help of the former young master to arrange things and planned to establish a tribal force officially recognized by the imperial court, aiming to integrate themselves into the system. Who would have known that fate had other plans? The young master met with an accident during a tribal trial event, which immediately caused their situation to deteriorate rapidly. Now, they were even forced to seek outside help. According to our agreement, we're only here to help you eliminate the Black Bear tribe, correct? Chen Yu asked suddenly. Kazero furrowed his brows slightly. He sensed an important point and roughly guessed at Chen Yu's intentions, but the situation left him with little choice. He could only nod reluctantly. Yes, that's right. Good. Then the population of the Black Bear tribe and the Heaven Pools all belong to us as spoils of war, said Chen Yu. This was a considerable fortune. Mr. Chun, let's not forget our agreement. We only allowed you to establish a commercial area here, Kazero reminded him. Of course, we will only select one relatively large heaven pool to establish the Yanhuang market. However, as he said, Chen Yu intentionally paused, making Kazero's heart tighten with unease and slight anxiety. These slaves and all these heaven pool valleys are also valuable resources, perfectly suitable as the first major deal after the Yanhuang market opens. Your country can also participate in the trade. You just need to have the money, and you can purchase them as well. We're in the business of fair dealing. No cheating young or old, Chen Yu said. Kazero's expression stiffened. Previously, they had also been scheming. Once the Han dynasty helped eliminate the Black Bear tribe, they would inherit their legacy and become suddenly wealthy. That was also why they deliberately left those terms out of the agreement, banking on the possibility that the Han dynasty might not fully understand the local situation. They hadn't expected Mr. Chen himself to bring it up. This was quite awkward. If they insisted on taking it by force, the Han would simply leave, and there was nothing they could do about it. Plus, they'd still face the threat of the Black Bear tribe. If they chose not to insist, they'd have to accept the loss begrudgingly, but the cost would be heavy. Yes, they already regarded this place as their own territory, so naturally the loss felt significant. Mr. Chun, isn't this a bit unreasonable? Kazero swallowed hard. There's nothing unreasonable about it. We're just acting according to the agreement. If you're unwilling, we won't force you. We can leave right now, Chen Yu said cheerfully. Kazero fell silent. After a long while, he suddenly thought of something, though he didn't voice it, because the decision required the Emperor's final approval. Mr. Chun misunderstood. We will proceed exactly as you said, Kazero said reluctantly. Great. Chen Yu was already at the early stage of the upper divine realm. To put it bluntly, he alone could easily destroy the entire Heaven Pool Snow region, let alone a minor tribe like the Black Bear clan. It was like plucking a feather. He stood high in the sky, waved his hand, and the 23 million people of the Black Bear tribe were instantly seized and sent to the 4 Heaven Pool valleys near the Polar Bear clan's territory. The entire Black Bear tribe had no idea what had even happened. With another wave of his hand, Chen Yu observed the massive pile of spirit stones, spirit herbs, other resources, and various spiritual artifacts in his hands, then nodded slightly. Though there are less than 20 million spirit stones here, when combined with all the other things, their total value should be close to 100 million. Adding the population and these 82 valleys, it should amount to roughly 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Such a fortune gained with just a flick of his hand. How could he not be satisfied? Standing before the chief of the Black Bear tribe, Chen Yu spoke with a voice filled with authority. You must be the leader of the Black Bear tribe? Mister, yes, I am. I don't know what offense our Black Bear tribe has committed against you. Please forgive us. The chief of the Black Bear tribe immediately knelt down begging for mercy. He had no idea what had happened. How had they offended such a powerful figure? You have not wronged me. Consider it simply bad luck. Chinyu shook his head and continued. Manage your people well. They are now the property of the Yanhuang market. In a few days, arrangements will be made for where you all go. Mister, the Black Bear tribe's leader wanted to beg for something more, but upon seeing Chun Yu's impatient gaze, he quickly lowered his head again. Yes, mister. Watching everything unfold, Kazero fell into complete silence. At this moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. Never provoke the Han dynasty, under any circumstances. It was just too terrifying. For the Polar Bear tribe, the Black Bear tribe had been a catastrophic threat, yet it had now been completely eradicated by a Han person whose name they had never even heard of before, as easily as waving a hand. Such a display of power was truly unheard of. It was possible that even their most terrifying nuclear weapons wouldn't even scratch this individual. What kind of horrifying strength was still hidden within the Han dynasty? In the Polar Bear tribe's Krigan palace, after receiving Kazero's transmission, the emperor also fell silent. He hadn't expected that they had underestimated Han's strength yet again. Sigh, I really don't know how they've managed to develop like this. Everyone, General Kazero has transmitted word. The Han have already taken the Black Bear tribe. However, events have unfolded somewhat differently than we anticipated. The emperor briefly summarized the information Kazero had provided. In an instant, the entire hall grew quiet. Han must not be provoked. This was the silent thought shared by all present. Chapter 415, Exchange. Your Majesty, we should send an ambassador to Huaxia. We must build better relations with them and never make them our enemy, said the foreign minister. Following the steps of the strong is nothing. I also agree. If Huaxia is willing to support us, we will soon leave the Sam nation behind and at least firmly secure the second place on Planet Lawn. What do you think about Kazaro's proposal to exchange land on Planet Lawn for the Heavenly Pool Valley? The emperor asked. At once, the room fell silent again. The polar bear people have always been naturally greedy about land. Asking them to give up territory they've already acquired was truly difficult. Moreover, such actions could easily leave a mark in history books, with the kind of infamy associated with betrayal and selling out one's country. What do you think, General Livov? The emperor asked directly when nobody else spoke. This. Livov hesitated but, seeing the emperor's pressuring gaze, had no choice but to respond. The civilians in Huaxia have a very strong sentiment about recovering their ancient lands. If we return to them those eastern territories that originally belonged to Huaxia, we could gain favor with their people and indeed the entire nation of Huaxia, Livov said. After glancing around and seeing no one oppose, he gained more courage and continued. Furthermore, we in our future large-scale development of other worlds will definitely involve relocating more population there, so we won't need so much land here anymore. Also, we aren't simply giving it away, we'd exchange it for the Heavenly Pool Valley. That is a treasure land with spring all year round. I think it's a very favorable deal, and the people won't have any complaints. After finishing his words, Livov kept his eyes lowered, as if in deep meditation, and said no more. What do you all think? The emperor looked around and asked. Your Majesty, we need to first consult with Huaxia and understand their stance. If they don't value the lands on Planet Lawn, anything we say here would be meaningless, someone bravely said. Precisely. Everyone now knows the land in other worlds is much more valuable. Huaxia has also sent an increasing population to settle there. They may no longer see value in the lands on Planet Lawn, and the eastern territories aren't particularly suitable for habitation either. Not necessarily. After all, this is the Heavenly Pool region. According to the agreements, they are only allowed to establish commercial centers, not seize territory as their own. So they chose to sell. In that case, how could they possibly refuse an opportunity to exchange for land on Planet Lawn? That would be a political achievement. Huaxia surely wouldn't refuse such a deal. This person seemed to hit the nail on the head. Zacharina, it's still your responsibility to lead the delegation to Huaxia, both to improve relations and to discuss this matter, and to gauge their attitude. The emperor decided and ordered. Yes. Inside the premier's office in the Huaxia capital. Oh, again. The premier was somewhat surprised, for he had just received a formal notice from the polar bear delegation indicating they would be sending another envoy to visit Huaxia. Has something unexpected happened with Chinyu? The premier turned toward Director Zhang, asking. Director Zhang immediately shook his head. No unexpected situation. Captain Chun has returned already. He's placed all the members of the Black Bear tribe under control, planning to wait until the establishment of the Yanhuang Trading Company to invite surrounding tribes to come. Then he will sell off those from the Black Bear tribe, and those lands in Heavenly Pool Valley are extremely valuable. They can all be sold too. The premier was momentarily stunned, then after a short pause burst into laughter. So that's how it is. It seems the emperor is getting anxious. The envoy will be Lady Zacharina again. Well then, let Xiao Shun deal with her again. They are at a comparable level, and he has experience, the premier instructed. Understood. Zacharina arrived quickly. The very next day after the formal notice, she reached the capital. Clearly, they were in a rush because the Huaxia Construction Corps had already sent personnel to Heavenly Pool region, and the branch office of the Yanhuang Trading Company had begun construction. Welcome, Lady Zacharina. Shen Nantu, charming and refined, came forward to greet her. Hello, Ambassador Shun. It's good to see you again. Inside a luxurious meeting room specially designated for foreign guests in the capital. Lady Zacharina, you're serious about this? Hearing Zakarina's proposal, Shinantu was shocked, his eyes widening involuntarily. It was the first time he had shown such obvious surprise in public. The message was simply too shocking for him to maintain his composure. Ambassador Shen, do you think I came all the way to Huaxia just to joke with you? As she said this, Zakarina also felt extremely bitter inside. But what could she do? Circumstances dictated actions. Please wait a moment. I need to report this to the premier, Shinanta said. All right. Zakarina nodded. Inside the premier's office, Su Pingyan happened to have come to chat with the premier and report on the situation south of Qingyang Mountains when he unexpectedly encountered the hurriedly arriving Shinantu. Xiao Shun, why the urgency? Is something wrong? The premier asked, puzzled. Your Excellency, something truly important has come up. The polar bear representative has proposed a land exchange. They want to swap their eastern territories, the lands they previously occupied from us, for the Heavenly Pool Valley in the Heavenly Pool region. This matter is too big for me to decide on my own, so I came immediately to report to you. Shinanta wasted no time and directly relayed the issue. In his rush, he hadn't noticed Su Pingyan at first, but after speaking, he caught sight of him and greeted him promptly. Commander Su, you're here too. I just came to report to the premier. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. He still held some impression of this ambassador. Upon hearing Shinantu's report, the premier's eyes lit up, and a flicker of excitement passed across his face. Everyone understood the implications of such news for Huaxia. If they could reclaim those millions of square kilometers of land, it would rival the acquisition of tens of millions of square kilometers in other worlds. The scale was different, but the significance was unmatched. Xiao Su, what do you think? The premier turned to Su Pingyan. I think it's doable. The Heavenly Pool Valley is nothing we can't acquire plenty of, if we truly wanted it. However, reclaiming territory here on Lone Star is another matter entirely. Unless we take action ourselves, we won't regain it through legal claims. Though Huaxia is now powerful, forcibly taking it back would bring very bad consequences. If we can peacefully exchange it, so much the better. The premier nodded. That's exactly what I think too. Who could have imagined that Qin Yu's accidental action would cause such a big ripple effect? He has done a great service to Huaxia. I'll make sure to thank the premier on Qin Yu's behalf. Haha. Su Pingyan laughed heartily. Then, Your Excellency, how should we proceed with the exchange? Shinanta asked for further instructions. Chapter 416, Tianqi Grades. Xiao Zhang, what's the situation regarding the Tianqi Snow region and the Tianqi River valleys? Do we have any intelligence on that? The Chancellor asked. Secretary Zhang briefly checked his notes before answering. Based on the intelligence we have gathered ourselves, and the information Captain Shun brought back after returning, the overall area of the Tianqi Snow region is extremely vast, nearly 3,000 square kilometers in radius, Secretary Zhang stated. As soon as he said that, both the Chancellor and Shun Nanta couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment. 3,000 kilometers in radius meant an area of nearly 3 billion square kilometers, about 6 times the surface area of Blue Star. Truly terrifying. Although the snow region is vast, the majority of it is covered in ice and snow, just like Antarctica, and not very suitable for human habitation. However, there is a unique geographical feature, the Tianqi Lakes. These lakes contain water that remains perpetually hot, and when it flows down, it melts the snow and ice. At the same time, the water temperature drops sharply. Over time, this creates pockets of land that remain warm and pleasant all year round. These areas are known as the Tianqi River valleys. They are very suitable for living and are the most valuable resources in the Tianqi Snow region, fiercely contested by various tribes. One needs significant strength to hold onto them. According to Captain Shin Yu's report, the existence of these Tianqi lakes stems from underground spirit veins, and curiously, those spirit veins are all accompanied by fire element spirit mines, which create this unique geographical structure, said Secretary Zhang. Also, as reported by Captain Shun, the Tianqi lakes have different grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Similar to the grading system for spirit veins, the higher the grade of a Tianqi lake, the denser the spiritual energy around it, and the larger the area of the river valley it can nurture, allowing it to support more people. A low-grade Tianqi River valley generally covers an area of 1,000 to 3,000 square kilometers. A middle-grade valley typically covers 10,000 to 30,000 square kilometers. A high-grade valley usually spans 100,000 to 300,000 square kilometers, and a supreme-grade valley exceeds 1 million square kilometers. These figures are not fixed. They grow naturally as the Tianqi evolves. However, once a valley's population grows large, people will actively expand its area, depending on their own capabilities, said Secretary Zhang. Didn't the polar bears send nearly 20 million people over there? They only have 3 Tianqi River valleys. Could they be high-grade ones? Shinanta asked curiously. Minister Shun, that's impossible. They are all low-grade ones. However, in recent years, the polar bears have been constantly expanding them. According to what Captain Shin saw, the 3 valleys measure 4,200 square kilometers, 4,500 square kilometers, and 5,100 square kilometers respectively, adding up to nearly 13,800 square kilometers, said Secretary Zhang. That small an area for nearly 20 million people might barely be sufficient, although it must be under heavy strain, Shun Nanta said thoughtfully. What about the situation with the various Tianqi River valleys of the Black Bear tribe? The Chancellor asked. They have only one middle-grade Tianqi, which is also the location of their tribal base, and all others are low-grade. Since their population is small, they don't really have much need for expansion beyond the ranges I mentioned earlier, Secretary Zhang replied. Xiao Su, what do you think? The Chancellor suddenly asked. Su Pingyan was briefly taken aback, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, If we calculate the exchange purely based on the area of the Tianqi River valleys, we would be at a major disadvantage. On the other hand, if we use the total snowfield area as the standard, the polar bears aren't stupid either, and they probably won't agree to that. But besides the area, we must also account for the fact that these valleys can expand continuously and that they contain spiritual energy. I have 3 plans in mind. Let's hear them, the Chancellor said with interest. He hadn't expected that Su Pingyan would already have 3 plans formed within such a short time, which surprised him. The other 2 men also looked at him curiously. Su Pingyan smiled faintly and didn't keep anyone waiting. He spoke directly. First plan, evaluate the Tianqi River valleys based on the value of a Tianqi River valley itself, and assess the surrounding icy wastelands based on their own worth. After all, these wastelands contain beast resources and spirit herb resources. There may even be spirit mine resources beneath them. For the lands owned by the polar bears, the developed areas can be compared to Tianqi River valleys, while the undeveloped areas can be valued as icy wastelands. Second plan, simply fix the value of 1 low-grade Tianqi at a set area of Blue Star land, and let them decide how many they want to exchange for. They can choose however many they like to swap. Third plan, calculate directly in currency. We can both hire professionals and even invite experts from the Black Bear tribe to evaluate each Tianqi lake and determine its value in terms of Nuhan currency. The icy plains must also be assessed based on the scale of fierce beasts, the abundance of spirit herbs, and the richness of spirit mines. Then we assign a price. After that, we can also assess the 151,000 square kilometer land previously occupied by the polar bears, and finally conduct an exchange based on the actual values. After finishing, Su Pingyan glanced at the 3 men and continued. These 3 plans each have their advantages and disadvantages. The first plan may not be accepted by the polar bears because they haven't developed much in the eastern regions and wouldn't be able to exchange for many Tianqi lakes. The second plan saves time. Once the fixed area value is set, the transaction can be done quickly. The third plan is actually the most scientific, but it might take longer. The Chancellor nodded slightly after listening and said, "Excellent. We don't even need to modify them." Then he looked at Shen Nantu. "Present these 3 plans to the polar bear representatives and let them choose. We can accept any of them." Yes, Shen Nantu immediately had a clear direction. The second round of negotiations went much more smoothly. "Chancellor, the polar bears have chosen the second plan. However, the issue they keep arguing over now is how much area each Tianqi lake should count for." Shen Nantu promptly reported the discussion results. At this time, Su Pingyan had already left the office. "How much are we quoting, and how much are they quoting?" the Chancellor asked. "We initially proposed that 1 low-grade Tianqi be equivalent to 100,000 square kilometers of Blue Star land, but they were only willing to accept 5,000 square kilometers at first. However, after 2 days of negotiation, our current offer is 80,000 square kilometers per Tianqi, and their offer is 30,000 square kilometers. There's still a significant gap," Shen Nantu said. "Tell them directly that our bottom line is 50,000 square kilometers per Tianqi. If they accept, we proceed. If not, we call it off." The Chancellor decided not to prolong the haggling and wanted to finalize the matter soon. After all, this matter was of utmost importance to the polar bears, but to the Han Empire, it was practically insignificant. If not for the matter involving the sovereignty of Blue Star territory, the Chancellor probably wouldn't have been involved personally in the first place. After all, conquering the Black Bear tribe had been as simple as raising a hand. Chapter 417, Sect Meeting. Inside the VIP conference room. "Ms. Zahalina, please don't push further. We've already given you our bottom line, 500,000 square kilometers, not 1 square kilometer less," Shen Nantu said earnestly. Zahalina remained silent for a while before finally replying. "Fine, agreed. Nice doing business with you." Shen Nantu finally allowed himself a slight smile. "I wonder if your country would be willing to hand over that mid-grade heaven pond?" Zahalina suddenly asked. Shin was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "That won't work. That location will be the headquarters of the Yanhuang Trading Company. Construction has already begun." "All right then." Zahalina merely mentioned it briefly, fully aware it was a lost cause. The bear requested 31 low-grade heaven ponds in total, and in return, 155 square kilometers of land were ceded back, among which included the 151 square kilometer tract. Originally 30 would have been sufficient, but there was still more than 10,000 square kilometers left. Since the decision had been made to return lands and befriend the Huaxia people, the bear decided to do it thoroughly, so that no lingering resentment remained on either side. If they could give up 1.5 million square kilometers, a little more wouldn't matter. Therefore, in an unusual display of generosity, the bear sacrificed more than 300 square kilometers extra. Subtracting the 31 low-grade Heaven Pond valleys, Huaxia still controlled 1 mid-grade Heaven Pond valley and 50 low-grade ones. I never expected Heaven Pond valleys to be this valuable. It's a pity that the teleportation gate in the Snow Heaven domain is exclusively controlled by the bear now. Otherwise, we could sell them to other countries. I'm sure many countries would be willing to trade territory for that. Su Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the final terms. Meanwhile, various development projects were proceeding steadily. Outside the restricted area of the 10,000 mountains and within the Great Qian Empire's territory, there were many sects, though the Danxia sect and the Medicine Master Valley were regarded as the most prestigious, with the Danxia sect holding slightly more dominance and considered the strongest sect in the Great Qian Empire. On this particular day, after the Danxia sect's annual high-level meeting had concluded its major discussions, one elder suddenly stood up and reported. Master Sect Leader, a new foreign power has recently emerged in the Kangwu prefecture of the Great Qian Empire. They're building a marketplace there called the Yanhuang Market. Though it hasn't officially opened yet, their publicity claims it will offer everything available in the world and even many rare items never before heard of. Old talk, another elder snorted coldly. Besides its core disciples, inner sect, and outer sect, the Danxia sect also managed many affiliated operations, including marketplaces. After all, the Great Qian Empire's territory was vast. Besides the Danxia sect, there were the Medicine Master Valley, some medium and small-sized sects, cultivation families, and unaffiliated cultivators. They all required places to trade, hence the development of marketplaces. The Danxia sect alone operated 5 marketplaces across the empire. Pretentious arrogance. Even we Danxia sect wouldn't dare make such grandiose claims. This unheard-of force dares speak with such bravado? I say we crush them outright, another elder said contemptuously. This is just a publicity stunt to grab attention. There's no need for us to waste our efforts on them. Just ignore it. The fact that this Yanhuang market dared to open operations within the territory under Danxia sect's jurisdiction without even notifying us is an outright provocation to our sect. How can we allow that? If others follow suit, how will the Danxia sect maintain its dignity? Master Sect Leader, I suggest we destroy them immediately as an example to others. Master Sect Leader, the Great Qian Emperor must already know about this. Yet we have not received any official communication from the Imperial Court. Could there be intentions of rebellion? One elder spoke up. The Great Qian Empire was nothing more than a puppet supported by the Danxia sect. The elders regarded it with nothing but disdain, seeing themselves always as above worldly matters. Please, not that I think much of the Imperial family, but even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare rebel. There's only one possible explanation for their silence now. The officials beneath have concealed the matter from the Emperor. The Great Qian Empire has already shown signs of decline in recent years. Some of the local governors have grown too powerful. Should we step in and remind them who's in charge? Another elder added. No need. Our sect must not interfere too deeply in secular matters. Mundane entanglements are detrimental to our cultivation pursuits. Whether it's the Long family ruling as emperor today, or the Li family or Wang family tomorrow, that is none of our concern. As long as they operate within the rules we've established, anything goes, the sect leader finally spoke. As for this unknown Yanhuang market that suddenly appeared, if they're merely an ordinary secular force, then we should eliminate them outright. But if they are a cultivation sect, there's no way they wouldn't know the Great Qian Empire is under our Danxia sect's territory. There are many fools in this world, but not that many. First, send people to investigate. Find out where they came from, who they really are. If they have no background and their strength is negligible, if they're truly foolish, then eliminate them. Otherwise, make contact first and see how things go. The sect leader had reached his position for a reason. He still had a clear mind. He knew very well that on this boundless continent, sects stood thick and dense. Though the Danxia sect dominated the entire Great Qian Empire, when viewed across the entire continent, they were nothing much. Sect leader, are you worried that they come from a higher tier sect? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, thinking of something as he asked. The sect leader slightly nodded. The sects on the boundless continent are divided into 5 ranks and 16 levels. Although we Danxia sect are the strongest sect in the Great Qian Empire across the entire continent, we are merely a lower tier heaven sect. There are still 6 higher tiers above us. If this Yanhuang market originates from one of those great powers, once we offend them, our sect could face annihilation. As the sect leader, he must remain sharp-minded and think for the future of the sect. Master, you yourself have already reached the 3rd substage of the celestial perfection of the heavens. Once you take one more step forward, our Danxia sect will become a middle-tier heaven sect. Then we will rise even further, and the Great Shang Empire next door will then fall under our sphere of influence. One of the elders sighed. It's difficult. That next step is like climbing to the heavens. The sect leader shook his head slightly. He wasn't very confident he could break through without extraordinary fortune or opportunity. At that moment, a core direct disciple suddenly rushed in anxiously. Greetings, sect leader, esteemed elders. Wu Sun, don't you know that only elders are allowed near the supreme sect meeting? The Grand Elder spoke. It was the young man's own master, who worried his disciple had violated the rules, and thus reprimanded him first to mitigate his offense. Master, your disciple has critical intelligence to immediately report to the sect leader, Wu Sun said with a serious expression. Chapter 418, The Game of All Parties. Absolutely disrespectful. Is this how I have taught you all these years? The Great Elder was even more worried. He truly cared about his disciple. Great Elder, Wu Sun is a steady person. There must be something truly important. Let's just let this go this time, the sect leader said, having more or less figured things out. He also intended to return the Great Elder a favor by not pressing the issue. Hurry up and speak. The Great Elder sighed in relief and immediately shouted. Sect leader, master, and all the elders, an outsider force has appeared in Kangwu Prefecture called the Yanhuang Market. Just this matter? Everyone slightly furrowed their brows. They already knew about it. They had been discussing it moments ago. Besides, there was no need to interrupt the highest sect meeting for something like this. Couldn't it just be discussed later? We already know about this. If that's all, you may go now. 3 years of meditation as punishment for misconduct, the Great Elder said. Maintaining appearances is necessary. Wu Sun's eyes widened with surprise before he asked in confusion. If you already knew that Yanhuang Market is auctioning an extremely valuable treasure capable of boosting a sky human cultivator by 1 or 2 stages, why haven't you taken any action? What did you say? The sect leader instantly appeared before Wu Sun, asking again. Are you saying that the Yanhuang market is auctioning a supreme treasure that can elevate a sky human cultivator by 1 or 2 stages? Is this true or not? Yes, this matter has already begun to spread. I've heard that the head of Medicine King Valley has personally gone there as well. Considering that our sect has taken no action recently, and remembering that this is precisely the time of the highest sect meeting, I feared we might miss the auction due to the meeting, so I came to report immediately. Wu Sun hurried to explain. The old fellow of Medicine King actually went in person? If such a treasure exists in the world that can boost a sky human cultivator by 1 or 2 stages, why would someone put it up for auction? It's simply unbelievable. If the Yanhuang market truly has the capability to bring out such a supreme treasure, then their background is definitely not simple. Fortunately, we haven't made any moves against them yet. Someone exhaled heavily in relief. Could it be false information? Others were also hesitant to believe it. Where did this information come from? The great elder asked. Reporting to my master, your disciple has just returned from the Yanhuang market without stopping for even a moment. Besides, I personally saw the medicinal heart holy maiden of the Medicine King Valley. Wu Sun dared not hide anything. When does the auction start? The sect leader immediately asked. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of the Yanhuang market, and I've heard that the auction will begin that very evening. Wu Sun immediately revealed everything he knew. After hearing this, the sect leader and others slightly relaxed. Although Kangwu Prefecture was far from the sect, the distance was nothing for them. They would still make it in time. Why haven't we received any information about this until now? The sect leader asked seriously. Sect leader, since this is during the time of our highest sect meeting, perhaps the juniors were afraid of disturbing the proceedings, one of the elders replied. It's also possible that this information hasn't yet been confirmed, and the juniors are still verifying it. Sect leader, it seems that someone doesn't want us to know about this at all, one of the elders suddenly said in a changed tone. What do you mean? It's simple. Someone deliberately concealed or delayed our intelligence, or perhaps even eliminated our operatives in Kangwu Prefecture. This would leave us blind and deaf, and by the time we realized what was happening, it would already be too late to attend the auction. Who could have done this? Didn't Wu Sun just mention that people from the Medicine King Valley went? So who would least want us to know about this? It must be the Medicine King Valley. If we go, they would most likely fail to acquire the treasure. Even if they could obtain it, they would pay a terribly heavy price. Without us interfering, they could take it easily. After all, no other sects or factions have a foundation that can rival theirs. The Medicine King Valley is truly treacherous. It could also be the Long family of the Imperial Court. Would they dare? What if they've allied with the Medicine King Valley? Everyone inhaled sharply in shock. Utterly audacious. I believe they're simply tired of living, an elder angrily remarked. There's no need to speculate randomly anymore. I will personally go to the Yanhuang market. Great elder, starting now, immediately organize our sect's resources. If this proves true, we must mobilize all our resources and spare no effort to secure that supreme treasure. Otherwise, if it falls into the hands of that old fellow from the Medicine King Valley, you all know the consequences, the sect leader declared. The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley shared the same cultivation realm as him, perhaps even slightly stronger in battle power. However, their Danxia sect had 3 heaven human cultivators, while Medicine King Valley only had the old Valley Master alone. Hence, in terms of overall strength, they were slightly inferior. It could be said that once the Medicine King Valley Master broke through, even if he was just one person, he would be capable of fighting 3 at once. Danxia sect would then lose control over the Great Qian Empire. Over time, resources would shift accordingly, and if Medicine King Valley managed to produce another heaven human cultivator, Danxia sect would be completely suppressed and would never recover. Conversely, if Danxia sect managed to obtain this supreme treasure, and he personally broke through to the 4th stage of heaven human, then Medicine King Valley would be destroyed with a mere flip of the hand, and they would become the sole mid-tier heavenly sect within the territory of the Great Qian Empire. At that point, absorbing Medicine King Valley's foundation, they might even cultivate a heaven human expert. Good. I shall begin preparing immediately, the great elder slightly nodded. This time, you did well. If this information proves accurate, you will have made an enormous contribution to the sect. Wait for me to return, and you will surely be richly rewarded, the sect leader said while patting Wu Sun's shoulder. All of this is what I should do. Wu Sun immediately replied respectfully. As a core disciple of the sect, he had long been deeply tied to the sect's interests. Only when the sect thrived would they themselves prosper. Deep within the imperial palace of the Great Qian Empire's capital city. Greetings, Grand Ancestor, a young emperor respectfully said to an elderly man. Beside the old man stood 4 other elders. They were the imperial family's greatest hidden strength, 5 of the strongest beings in the Great Qian Empire. Have you completed the task? The Grand Ancestor asked. It is done. The Danxia sect's agents stationed in Kangwu Prefecture have all been detained by us through various means. They currently cannot report any information regarding the Yanhuang market back to the sect's higher-ups. Moreover, Wu Sun has already been released. He does not know about our control over the others. He merely believes that he discovered the Yanhuang market's auction by himself and hurriedly returned. The young emperor replied. Grand Ancestor, your grandson has a question he doesn't understand. The young emperor, though following the Grand Ancestor's instructions, was becoming increasingly puzzled in his heart, because their actions appeared somewhat contradictory and confusing. Chapter 419, Observing the Rules. You may ask, the old man said with a slight smile. The young emperor bowed respectfully and asked, since we have secretly allied ourselves with the Medicine King Valley, why did we intentionally release Wu Sun? Wouldn't that mean all our previous efforts were in vain? The upper echelons of the Danxiao sect will still learn of the news. The old man remained silent for a moment before replying. Neither the Medicine King Valley nor the Danxiao sect is a power the imperial family of Great Qian can afford to confront. No matter which side we lean towards, it would be akin to negotiating with a tiger. If either of these two great sects becomes dominant, the imperial family's life will become even harder. This time, the appearance of the Yanhuang market is a great opportunity. If we can incite these two great sects into a major conflict that leaves both severely weakened, that would be best for us. At worst, one side will emerge victorious. By remaining neutral now, we won't provoke them easily. Even if they are displeased with the Long family, unless forced into it, they wouldn't dare to destroy us quickly since the Great Qian Empire still needs rulers. Brother, weren't we being too aggressive this time? Remember, both sects are very powerful. One misstep, and we could lose control, one elder remarked with a frown. Yes, brother, another elder chimed in. Didn't we previously agree to remain low-key, developing gradually and accumulating strength for the imperial family? Sigh, I don't want to either, but opportunities are rare. For thousands of years, although the two great sects often clashed, the conflicts were always limited because they understood that open war might benefit outsiders. This time is different. The stakes are large enough to push both to their limits, the patriarch explained. The most important factor, however, is the appearance of the third external force, the Yanhuang market. That may be the most crucial key to breaking this deadlock, the patriarch said, looking at the young emperor as he asked. What is your impression of the Yanhuang market? The young emperor pondered briefly before answering. They're very powerful, but they observe the rules strictly. Precisely, said the patriarch. That's one of the main reasons I dare to take this risk. The Yanhuang market has just been established and needs a stable business environment. They definitely wouldn't want to see the Great Qian Empire torn apart by war. At necessary times, if we request assistance, they might well step in and help us resist pressure from these two sections. I understand their strength. From what you've said, the vice president of the Merchant Association is at least at the fourth heaven person stage. But why do you say they observe the rules? A nearby elder asked curiously. Your Imperial Highness, since you've never met them before, you might not know. Their words and actions are extremely courteous. They never look down on us because of our inferior strength. They always treat us as equals, which is very rare. This is something never seen from either the Danxiao sect or the Medicine King Valley. Moreover, they don't employ deceit or oppression. Everything is done by rules and regulations. When they request land, they pay for it and sign various formal agreements. Unlike the Danxiao sect, which simply gives us commands to do this or that without any procedure, the young emperor replied, clearly quite dissatisfied with the Danxiao sect. As the supreme emperor, he felt great displeasure at how people from the Danxiao sect looked at him like an ant. Having great power without oppressing the weak is truly admirable. If they are not just pretending, then indeed they are worthy of alliance, and it would benefit our Great Qian kingdom without any harm, the elder said, nodding slightly. Your grandson has interacted with them multiple times, and I can feel they are genuine, not just pretending. After all, they did not come alone. Everyone among them is quite amiable, said the young emperor. Then we will just have to sit back and watch. I wonder whether the Danxiao sect and the Medicine King Valley will clash. No, we also plan to participate in the Xinzhou auction on the opening day of the Yanhuang market. Opportunities are rare. Due to limitations in cultivation methods and high-level resources, we've been unable to break through to transcendence. Perhaps this auction will present opportunities for us to do so, the patriarch continued. Will the Danxiao sect allow us to compete? Another elder asked, visibly concerned. Don't worry. Once they witness the Yanhuang Merchant Guild's true power, they won't dare act recklessly. Furthermore, since they will be competing for the final item, they will likely need to conserve resources. After all, the opportunity for transcendence might not appeal much to them, the patriarch replied. Your imperial ancestor is wise, the young emperor said respectfully. Brother sees it clearly as always. The Great Qian Empire was vast, ruling 81 provinces across the world, among which Kangwu province was located at the heart of the empire, boasting an extensive and accessible transportation network, and could truly be called a central hub. It was here that the Yanhuang merchant complex stood. Although merely a level 3 chamber of commerce branch, this complex covered an enormous area in order to radiate across the entire nation and provide more people the opportunity to participate in consumption. The Yanhuang market alone occupied nearly 100 square kilometers, while the Yanhuang resort spanned over 3,000 square kilometers. Additionally, the Yanhuang cave mansion covered 300 square kilometers. Altogether, the entire complex covered nearly 3,500 square kilometers, equivalent to a full city on Lanian planet. Of course, Huaxia had spent quite a fortune on this, but everything was absolutely worthwhile. Top floor of the Yanhuang Dasha, the very center of Zhuke Street, Yanhuang Market. Commander, why did you come here? Shui Yong saw Su Pingyan and asked excitedly. I came to take a look. But tell me, why are you here too? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Oh, well, since this is the first Yanhuang complex established outside the 10,000 mountains, the upper levels weren't entirely confident, and I personally was looking forward to it as well, so I came to oversee operations here. Once everything settles, I will go back, Shui Yong explained. I am quite curious about this place now as well. Since I have nothing to do, you can update me. Might as well catch up with you since we haven't met in years, Su Pingyan said. Sure thing, Commander. Please sit down. Let me first brew you a pot of tea. We'll chat over it slowly, Shui Yong said, taking out a set of teaware from his storage ring and started brewing a cup of tea for Su Pingyan. The place we are now is Lushan Prefecture, Kangwu Province of the Great Qian Empire. The Great Qian Empire itself exists in another realm known as the Boundless Continent, a subcontinent surrounding Panwu Continent. Rumor says there is a barrier of void between it and the Panwu Continent, one that ordinary individuals cannot pass without attaining Saint Realm strength. The Boundless Continent, just like the Myriad Nations subcontinent, is incredibly vast, perhaps even larger than the Myriad Nations subcontinent. Though many kingdoms exist here, governance isn't state-based but sect-based. Governments oversee the common populace, providing cultivators and various spiritual resources for the sections. Chapter 420, Tian Xinyuan. In this place, countries don't have ranks, and they're all called empires, but their strength varies greatly. Sects, however, have a ranking system consisting of 5 tiers and 16 levels: Divine, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Namely, Upper Divine Tier sects, Middle Divine Tier, Lower Divine Tier, Half Divine Tier, Upper Heaven Tier, and so on until the lowest, Lower Yellow Tier sects. Anything below that is considered insignificant. Before Su Pingyan could ask, Shui Yong continued, the division of these sect rankings is actually tied to the strength of the sect's strongest expert. For example, if a sect's strongest individual is at the 7th stage of the divine human realm, then the sect itself is considered an upper divine tier sect. If the strongest figure is a half divine, then it's a half divine tier sect. And if the strongest expert is only at the 1st level of the transcendent human realm, then the sect would be the lowest, lower yellow tier. In the Wuliang continent, establishing a sect is considered a very sacred matter, which will invite many challenges. Without cultivators of the transcendent human realm, it's absolutely impossible to succeed. Other powers won't recognize such sects, and they could be destroyed shortly after their founding, Shui Yong added. Is there an institution that manages these sects and certifies their ranks? Su Pingyan asked in surprise. Otherwise, why would a sect be destroyed the moment it's founded? Yes, there is, an organization jointly formed by the 5 most powerful upper divine tier sects on the Wuliang continent called Tian Xinyuan. It evaluates all sects across the land and is supported by offerings from them. Its leader is said to be a formidable expert who has reached the 9th completion stage of the divine human realm, Shui Yong explained. What about the insignificant ones then? What's their situation? Su Pingyan asked casually. Those are sects founded by cultivators below the transcendent human realm. They can only be called gangs or unions, utterly insignificant. Actually, just by looking at the names of major sects, you can usually guess whether they're significant or not, Shui Yong replied. Usually, a sect referred to as Holy Land is definitely a divine tier sect. Ones with names like Hall or Palace are mostly half divine tier sects. As for those named with terms like sect, valley, cliff, or mountain villa, they are usually heaven or earth tier sects. The 2 strongest sects within the Great Qian Empire are the Danxia sect and the Yawang Valley. Exactly like that, Shui Yong added. If that's the case, then the main source of profit from establishing the Yanhuang market here would come from these sects. Su Pingyan said casually. Not entirely though. According to our investigation, within the territory of the Great Qian Empire, besides the 2 lower heaven tier sects, there are also 3 earth tier sects, 8 Qian tier sects, and 15 yellow tier sects. As for insignificant sects, there are thousands of them. Although the empire may seem weak in terms of strength, it has a vast population, over 30 billion people. There are 23 clans possessing experts of the transcendent human realm and many more families with cultivators at the bone-washing realm, easily numbering in the hundreds. Then there are countless minor local families and regional lords of the Qi blood realm, thousands of influential merchants, millions of officials, and so on. All of these are potential customers, so there's definitely no shortage of profit, Shui Yong replied. Since he had already decided to start here, he had definitely conducted a detailed investigation beforehand. The choice of Kangwu Prefecture had been personally decided by him, and its construction was done entirely under his support. Since the population is this large, can one Yanhuang complex handle the demand? Su Pingyan asked. For now, it certainly can. What about in the future? That remains to be seen. Anyway, at the speed we're building, expansion will come quickly enough. Shui Yong replied casually. Su Pingyan nodded slightly and said no more, effectively accepting the explanation. Su Pingyan inspected all 8 teleportation gates. The Yanhuang complex had already expanded into the other side of 7 teleportation gates, with the exception of the New Moon Island side, which was still in the process of conquering other islands and had not yet approached the central continent of Panwu. In Su Pingyan's words, the hardest bones would be left for last. First, they would expand their influence to cover the 8 major locations, then simultaneously advance into the heartland of the Panwu continent. During this period, he even got married to Yi Xinran and, a week later, officially took Shui Ying into his household as his concubine. Everything was progressing steadily. Even when troubles and conflicts arose, Su Pingyan didn't need to get involved personally. The current power of Huaxiao was more than enough to resolve such matters on its own. As a result, Su Pingyan surprisingly got a rare period of leisure, spending his time at home with family and his wives, enjoying a very comfortable and relaxed life. That was how he wanted it to stay, but such a wish was impossible to realize. Sure enough, a message came from the capital, and once again, he had to temporarily leave his warm nest. Inside the Premier's office in the capital. Premier, has anything serious happened? Su Pingyan asked, puzzled. Normally, matters could be handled through the Hongming communicator wristband. There was no need to personally summon him here. Nothing particularly serious. But over the past 2 months, something interesting did occur. I thought I'd call you over to discuss it and get your opinion. The Premier replied with a smile. What happened? Su Pingyan was still somewhat intrigued. 13 countries, including Italy, have visited China one after another in the past 2 months. They want to sell us their shares of control over the other world. The premier began, immediately shocking Su Ping'an. Although their shares are small, they wouldn't be foolish enough to sell them off, would they? Su Ping'an asked doubtfully. At first, I was quite curious too, but as more and more smaller countries decided to sell to us, well, it became difficult to keep delaying. It's time we gave them a response. I've investigated, and it turns out they also have reasons for wanting to sell their shares, the premier explained. What reasons? Su Ping'an was quite intrigued. He clearly remembered how, back then, all countries were willing to go to any lengths over even a tiny share, unwilling to give up even after suffering heavy casualties. After all, those shares represented a new world, a future. So why are they giving it up now willingly? No conspiracies, right? Hee, they wouldn't dare even if they had 10 Lang-s, the premier chuckled. Then, he looked at Director Zhang beside him and said, Director Zhang, you explained the details to Commander Su. Then thank you, Director Zhang. Su Ping'an smiled slightly at the man. No trouble at all. Director Zhang shook his head. Su Ping'an sipped his tea quietly and listened. Their decision can be boiled down to 3 main reasons. Director Zhang held up 3 fingers. First, as time has passed, their explorations have brought them into contact with increasingly powerful fierce beasts, resulting in terrifying casualties. You can say that people die every day. This has placed enormous pressure on their domestic populations. If they could obtain abundant resources from the other world, then the sacrifices might be justified. But the problem is, people are dying, yet the resources remain scarce, because their cultivation development has already hit a bottleneck. Unless they break through, it'll become a vicious cycle. Chapter 421 Selling Portal Shares. For example, Italy. Most of the beasts they're currently facing are grade 3 Shingso, but their firearms can barely harm the beasts anymore. If they increase firepower, their treasury can't support it, and without increasing it, damage output can't be boosted either. And their current strength is merely at the Qi and Blood Jingjie. Without a single expert at the Marrow Cleansing Jingjie, they can't stand against these Shingso. Plus, their controlled shares are limited. Areas with grade 2 Shingso activities have already been cleared out. To gain higher grade resources, they can only go to grade 3 Shingshou territory, but they aren't strong enough to fight there. Now, they're already suffering heavy losses with minimal gains. It's said that the Supernal Corps has already suffered casualties exceeding 1/3 of its forces. In short, these EJ shares are becoming a useless burden for them, like chicken ribs. Unless they have enough time to break through their current bottleneck, they won't be able to progress further, but that takes time. It's not easy. Secondly, because of our Huangxia Mercantile's rapid expansion, our production capacity is now overflowing, and we've outsourced it to various countries worldwide. Italy and others have obtained many orders from us, making substantial profits, and all of this money is earned securely. Thirdly, as the cultivation levels of our people continue to improve across the board, some low-tier resources have become unnecessary for us. We've already implemented multiple rounds of price reductions. Now, body refining dones have become affordable even for many foreigners. Using the foreign exchange they earn from us to purchase these cultivation resources, they can also improve their strength quickly. With these 3 factors combined, many countries have started to reduce investments in EJ and turn to get closer to us, China, hoping to obtain more contracts. This has created a win-win situation, explained Secretary Zhang. Su Ping'an suddenly realized and smiled slightly. Didn't expect that the Huangxia Mercantile I set up years ago would serve such purposes. Quite impressive indeed. So what do you think? Should we buy their shares? Asked the premier. Of course, why not? They can't handle grade 3 and even higher level Shingso, but we can. Besides, the Jinshi areas are limited. These places will definitely become the core territories directly governed by China in the future. It's best to secure them now, replied Su Ping'an. I knew you would think this way. The premier chuckled. Then, how much do you think we should offer? Asked the premier again. Su Ping'an fell silent for a moment before replying. This should be determined by analyzing several Jinshu together. For instance, in the case of the underground mines near the ancient pyramid country, we need them to continue mining for us, so we shouldn't acquire their shares there. If they insist on selling, we need to sign a mining agreement with them to have them continue mining for us. As for other places like Darkwood Forest, Gifted Plain, and Yinshan Grasslands, we should purchase as much as they're willing to sell. Commander Su, actually, we could also take over the underground mine and even offer a lower price. As for the mining itself, we can totally recruit labor from Yujit, Secretary Zhang suddenly suggested. Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, but realized it made sense and nodded slightly. That could work too. There's an Yijip civilization more than 2,000 kilometers away from the surface of the mine. There's a population trade there, that is, lifetime servants. We could purchase some servants from the brokers to do the mining. Of course, we'll guarantee their food and clothing and provide medical treatment when they get sick. We'll only keep them from disclosing information to outsiders, without excessive exploitation, explained Secretary Zhang. Actually, direct recruitment could also work, or subcontracting to certain families. This way, management would save time and effort, but Su Ping'an didn't mention it. As for concerns about information leakage, Su Ping'an was extremely confident in his strength. Even if information did leak, he wasn't afraid. The Huangxia Mercantile's current aggressiveness is backed by its power. Feasible, Su Ping'an nodded. The underground mine has the lowest value, followed by Yinshan Grasslands, then Darkwood Forest, and the most valuable is Gifted Plain, Su Ping'an continued. Then negotiate with them according to this ranking. The premier instructed Secretary Zhang beside him. Yes. In a large international meeting room in the capital city of China. Minister Wang, we Italy hold a 0.75% share in the underground mine, 0.8% in Darkwood Forest, and 0.05% in Yunnan grasslands. What price are you planning to offer for purchasing these shares? Asked the Italian representative, Andre. The shares in Yunnan grasslands were bought previously from the 10 ASEAN countries. Though small in proportion, it at least allowed them to step into the area and gain some understanding of the Egypt situation here. Regarding this issue, our country has already discussed it many times, and we've finally come up with a proposal. You can listen to it, and if you find it acceptable, we can proceed with the purchase. If not, that's fine too, we don't insist, Ambassador Wang said with a relaxed and confident smile. Please go ahead, Andre responded politely. There was no choice, after all, as China had become the strongest country in the world. Plus, China also outsourced a lot of business to them, enabling them to earn substantial foreign currency. This was a major financial patron not to be offended. I suppose Mr. Andre also knows something about the national portals, Ambassador Wang said. Andre nodded slightly. Indeed, the matter of the portals is no longer a secret. There are a total of 8 of them. The 10,000 Great Mountains of your country, Crescent Archipelago, Death Sands of Sam Nation, Heaven Lake Snow region of Polar Bear, Elephant Country's Gifted Plain, Ancient Pyramid Country's Underground Mine, Yunnan Grasslands of Indonesia, and Darkwood Forest of Ibang. A slight smile formed on Ambassador Wang's face. We won't talk much about the first 4. They're all completely controlled by the 3 major powers. Neither your country, nor Sam Nation, or Polar Bear will consider selling. The Gifted Plain of Elephant Country is controlled solely by us 2 nations, so there's no need to discuss it further either. Andre didn't speak, but simply nodded, indicating agreement, and continued listening to Ambassador Wang. The underground mine is dark, damp, and environmentally harsh. It's unsuitable for human habitation other than for its spirit mines, so its value is lowest, Ambassador Wang continued. The Yunnan grasslands are vast and boundless, rich in grade 3 beast resources, but scarce in other resources. And once those beasts are cleared out, the value of the grasslands drops significantly. Therefore, its worth is only slightly higher than that of the underground mine. Darkwood Forest is considered the most valuable among these 3 portals, and relatively the most suitable for human habitation. After discussions with our Prime Minister and the elders, we believe the value of each 0.01% share should be 100 million Xinhuaxia coins for the underground mine, 1.5 billion for Yunnan grasslands, and 3 billion for Darkwood Forest, Ambassador Wang said, then looked at Andre and continued. What do you think, Mr. Andre? Chapter 422. Everyone thinks they're making a profit. Andre's heart slightly quickened, but he still shook his head and said, your country has only mentioned the disadvantages of these places. Although underground mines aren't suitable for human habitation, it doesn't mean they can't be inhabited. For cultivators, many large-scale mines have vast space and are perfectly livable. Most importantly, there are mineral resources here, such as spirit stones, which are extremely valuable. You can't judge solely based on suitability for habitation. If I may say so, underground mines are actually the most valuable locations. The Yunnan grasslands not only possess fierce beast resources, their spiritual medicinal resources are also abundant. Moreover, being a natural pasture land, designated areas can be used for wild breeding of fierce beasts, which is also quite valuable and shouldn't be underestimated. As for the dark forest, although it's a forest, our research has shown that much of the wood there is actually spirit wood, which can be used to craft spirit tools. Even if used for firewood, it can be used in refining pills. In addition, the fierce beast resources there are also plentiful. We have also discovered many mineral resources. Most importantly, beneath the surface lies an ancient cultivating civilization. One never knows when another underground city might be discovered, making its value extremely high. Andre was clearly well prepared and wouldn't simply accept everything the Han Empire said. He was fighting for Italy's interests. Ambassador Wang fell silent briefly before asking, then may I ask what price your country is demanding? Andre didn't hesitate to reply. We believe that each 0.001% share of the underground mines is worth 1 billion new Han yuan. Each 0.001% share of the Yunnan grasslands is worth 3 billion new Han yuan, and each 0.001% share of the dark forest is worth 5 billion new Han yuan. That's absolutely impossible. If your country insists on this price, there's no need to talk anymore, because we aren't really in urgent need of this share now. Whether we obtain it or not won't make a significant difference. Ambassador Wang waved his hand directly, appearing extremely indifferent. This made Andre frown. In this situation, the Han Empire clearly held the initiative, since it wasn't the Han who wanted to purchase their shares, but rather Italy who had come to sell. After all, holding these shares, if they used them, the income wouldn't cover the expenses, and if they left them unused, it would be a waste. Perhaps with time, their value would only decrease. So why not exchange them directly for money to purchase resources? Ambassador Wang, please don't rush. Can't we just haggle a bit? Also, after selling our shares, we still need to buy resources from your country, meaning you'll earn even more money in the end. Why not just give us a little break? Andre pleaded. 25 billion new Han yuan for every 0.001% share of the underground mines, 2 billion new Han yuan for every 0.001% share of the Yunnan grasslands, and 5 billion new Han yuan for every 0.001% share of the dark forest. That is our final offer. Ambassador Wang countered again. Ambassador Wang. The two sides went back and forth for half a month. During this time, the entire world was paying attention to this situation. It wasn't much of a secret nor something deliberately concealed, so the entire world knew. Some countries hoping to sell watched for the transaction prices, while others desiring greater shares were eager to see what the Han Empire's offers were. Eventually, after half a month of negotiations, the Han Empire and Italy reached an agreement. The transaction price was set at 2.2 billion new Han yuan per 0.001% share of the underground mines, 3.5 billion new Han yuan per 0.001% share of the Yunshan grasslands, and 8 billion new Han yuan per 0.001% share of the dark forest. The total transaction price was 822.5 billion new Han yuan, which became one of the largest international land transaction deals since the appearance of the portal. Excluding the deal with the polar bear country, which was a land exchange, 822.5 billion new Han yuan was, in the past, nearly equivalent to 2 trillion in purchasing power. For Italy, having this amount of funds would significantly improve the domestic situation, rapidly expand production capacity, and accept more outflow orders from the Han Empire, forming a virtuous cycle. For the Han Empire, there were also 3 benefits. First, they gained territory over 3 regions. Second, most of this money would be spent purchasing cultivation resources from the Han Empire, giving the Han a substantial profit. Third, as the other party expanded its production capacity, the Han Empire could earn even more through the Yanhuang Association from the other world. Perhaps within 1 or 2 years, they could recover the costs and still make a profit, not to mention gaining the territory. Wow, the Han Empire is really generous. They actually spent so much money buying these small shares. Truly, they are so rich. Italy must be crazy. They sold off everything, not even keeping a little. Couldn't they have just retained a small share? After all, no one knows what the other world will be like in the future. Maybe it will appreciate in value someday. I actually think Italy is very smart. They've practically tied themselves completely to the Han Empire now, and surely they'll receive even more orders from the Han and gain further support. Both sides think they've made a profit, but we netizens feel like we've lost out. Ha ha. Speaking of which, the Han Empire's current orders are really desirable. I heard they've set up a Yanhuang commercial complex, which is extremely popular in the other world. Who told you that? I haven't heard anything about it before. This isn't even much of a secret in the Han Empire. If you travel there and just ask around a bit, you'll find out. It's not only about trade, either. There are several tens of millions of women from the other world living inside the Han Empire now. They say they were married by Han men. How can it even be done like that? Sounds amazing. I haven't even seen what a person from the other world looks like yet. You can see them online in the Han Empire. They actually look quite similar to us. But those women are really beautiful. Well, naturally, since they were chosen by the men who married them. Tens of millions of women. Is the other world really that populated? If that many people come over at once, won't the gender balance in the other world collapse completely? The other world is huge, extremely large, with a vast population. So stop worrying about them. Have we gone off track? Weren't we discussing the transaction between Italy and the Han Empire? I actually heard that several other countries are negotiating the same deal with the Han. Do you think in the future, the Han will buy up all these shares in the other world, turning every country into their factory? Holy crap, that's actually possible. If that really happens, that would be awesome. Go Han Empire. For a time, due to this transaction, the entire world was boiling. In the Oval Office of the Sam State, those traitors from Italy actually betrayed us, Bush said angrily. Haven't they betrayed us long ago? James scoffed. Mr. President, it's not just Italy anymore. Many countries are negotiating this with the Han Empire. If they all sell, then the Han will end up with absolute control over these 3 otherworld territories, which would be extremely disadvantageous for us, Bush said with great concern. Chapter 4:23, The Ceiling, Consolidating Our Strength. So what? Are we supposed to interfere? Besides, now that we have the Death Desert Sands, we actually have more than enough already. It's huge, very, very big. From some noble families in the Western Desert Sands region, I've learned that the Western Desert Sands is actually a very small place. Even when combined with the Central Desert Sands and Eastern Desert Sands, it's merely an oasis within this vast sea of sand. The entire Western regions contain countless oases, Raymond said. Raymond, what exactly are you trying to say? George frowned, sensing that Raymond had an ulterior motive. Supreme Commander, considering this opportunity, why don't we also get rid of the shares in other portals and recover a large sum of capital? We can use this money to procure supplies from China, strengthen ourselves, and then focus all our efforts on conquering the Western regions. If we manage to take control of the Western Desert Sands, our national power will take a significant leap forward, Raymond suggested. Raymond, do you realize what you're saying? Do you know you're talking about betraying our country? Bryn was furious. I just know that times have changed. Strength is everything now. Although we can temporarily hold our ground in the Western Desert Sands with firearms, we're still on the fringes, unable to truly enter the core regions of the area. Not only because we're foreigners, but mostly because our power isn't enough, Raymond shouted. Additionally, our population is small to begin with, and we're spread out across several other worlds. Just look around. Where exactly do we have an absolute advantage? This kind of strategy only keeps diluting our focus. Take last year's incident in the gloomy forest. We lost hundreds of thousands of people fighting a powerful beast simply because the location was too far for us to mount a timely rescue. Now nobody dares go deep in there. But things are different in the Western Desert Sands. Granted, we still have to fight beasts there, but now that we've gradually established connections with the major nations, eventually we'll be able to earn a lot of spirit coins and spirit stones through trade. Isn't that better than beast hunting? Take China's Yanhuang Trade Consortium, for example, making fortunes every single day. Why can't we do the same? Raymond spoke rapidly, pouring out his thoughts. Clearly, he was already somewhat tired of the current situation. Though the Thunder Legion was strong, their forces were spread too thin. Trading is our original business. Do you really think China developed so quickly merely by hunting more beasts? In the past, we could believe that, but after seeing the Yanhuang complex, I don't think so anymore. I've been there. It's extremely mature and sophisticated. Obviously, they didn't do this only in one world. They must be doing the same in other realms as well. That proves it's the right path to success, Raymond continued. Initially angry, the three men gradually calmed down as they listened to Raymond's reasoning. Reflecting quietly, they found some truth in what he said. Supreme Commander, upon thinking carefully, I think General Raymond does have a point. Our forces are spread too thin, and our population doesn't match that of China or White Elephant Nation, making it hard for us to concentrate our strength. That really isn't a good thing, Bryn said after considering the words. I've heard that White Elephant Nation has developed very rapidly in recent years. Though they only had one portal share, they managed to focus all their efforts on a single point. Perhaps it's time for us to recall our forces from other locations as well, James added. This matter is too significant. Let's first submit it to parliamentary debate. Also, we should find out the stance of the major financial conglomerates and political families, George said thoughtfully. If he made a unilateral decision and something went wrong later, he'd be the scapegoat. Therefore, he needed to make this a public issue. That way, if people regretted it later, the blame wouldn't fall solely on him. Yes. The Kremlin, Polar Bear's den. Regarding the recent agreement between China and Italy, what are your opinions? The emperor asked. They're fools. The moment they hit a little difficulty, they give up their share, which equals abandoning the other realms entirely. Their lifeline will be controlled by China, someone sneered. I don't think so. On the contrary, this move enables them to concentrate their forces on manufacturing for China, earn foreign exchange, and develop their cultivation power. Although technology still has value for now, our experts have studied this thoroughly. Within the next 100 years, this situation will certainly shift. Cultivation will become the ultimate path. One step ahead means staying ahead forever. So as long as China doesn't intentionally exploit or target them, Italy's future is promising. But isn't that still putting their lifeline in China's hands, making them subject to China's whims? Indeed. However, if their protector is China, perhaps that's not so bad. If it were instead the US, Italy would truly be finished. But China is different, someone countered. We also hold some shares in various portals. What do you all think? Should we sell them off? The emperor suddenly asked. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. No one had expected the emperor to ask such a question. Your Majesty, absolutely not. These are the shares of the other realms. Soon, someone voiced opposition. Yes, Your Majesty. Back then we fought tooth and nail with the Sam Nation for these shares. How many people died? How can we just sell them off now? Your Majesty, I think it's not impossible. We are not Italy. Our shares in those portals are substantial. Selling them would bring in a lot of money. If we can exchange that for resources, we could definitely elevate the Wolf-Blood Legion to the next level, Kazaro said. After a pause, he added. However, the premise is that we must negotiate well with China. They must open up access to Tier 3 resources. Once we sell our shares and use the money to procure Tier 3 resources, we can cultivate more experts at the marrow washing stage for our Arctic Bear forces. That way, we can firmly establish ourselves in the Heaven Lake Snow region. The Yanhuang market complex from China has already made its breakthrough there. Now the major tribes are aware of our connection with the Yanhuang Trading Consortium, so none dare provoke us, giving us an invisible advantage. I think China is aware of this too. If they were to publicly declare non-interference, surrounding tribes might soon move against us. On the contrary, as long as China remains silent, it itself becomes a deterrent, buying us a lot of time to develop, Kazaro continued. Are you suggesting that we improve relations with China through this approach? That's just part of it. Our previous land exchange with China was also a way of building goodwill. Otherwise, they wouldn't remain silent. This shows exactly how China feels about us, Kazaro replied. Moreover, we are already insufficiently concentrated in the Heaven Lake Snow region, yet we have to disperse our forces to manage several other portals. Previously, we gained a lot from beast hunting, but now we've essentially stalled. This isn't just our problem. Globally, apart from China, practically every nation is stuck. This is our current ceiling. Either there's a breakthrough in technology or in our cultivation power, otherwise it's very difficult to make progress, Kazaro explained. Everyone fell silent after hearing him out. Zacharina, you go talk to China first and see what their stance is, the emperor finally decided. Yes, Zacharina nodded in agreement. Chapter 424, the 20th anniversary. No one knew whether it was due to a global consensus or just coincidence. Ever since the negotiations and transactions between Italy and China, many other countries followed one after another, although the shares they acquired weren't substantial. Then, the day the Samis arrived, the entire world went wild. Wow, what's going on with the Samis? Are they selling their shares too? Back then, they nearly devastated everything just for the control of the Northern Sea Island portal, and they suffered heavy losses themselves. Are they really going to sell it now? What were they thinking? Did someone hit their head with a donkey's kick? I can understand the smaller countries selling out since their national power is limited. They've enjoyed the initial benefits, but now the progress into the other world has stalled. However, the Samis should still be able to manage, right? You're wrong there. The Samis could indeed advance further, but there's a prerequisite. They'd have to concentrate all their current strength, and they might still suffer huge losses. Obviously, they already have a fully controlled portal within their own country. If I were the leader of the Samis, I'd also choose to concentrate forces into a single portal. That's the best choice, otherwise they risk being picked off one by one. That does sound reasonable. Still such a pity. If even the Samis are selling out, Does that leave only China and the polar bear? Quick, look at the news. The polar bear's representatives have arrived in China too, probably here to sell their share. Wow, am I witnessing history here? China rises. Go China. Just recently, we reclaimed lost territories, and now are we going to take full control of all the portal shares? Who can possibly stand against us now? Huh. Just like that, 3 months quickly passed. Inside the premier's office in the capital. Haha. Come on, Xiao Su, have some tea, the premier joyfully said. You seem very cheerful, premier. Has the negotiation with the Samis and the polar bear finished successfully? Su Pingyan asked curiously. That's right. Everything's settled. Tomorrow we will hold a press conference, after which they will start withdrawing their troops. They guarantee that they'll complete their withdrawal within a week. Huh. The premier nodded. How is our control over the major portals shaping up? Su Pingyan asked, concerned. After a week, we will completely control 4 portals, 2 inside our country, as well as the underground mine and the dark forest portal. The premier answered. What about the Yunshan grassland? Are there any countries remaining there? Su Pingyan inquired, somewhat surprised he didn't assume it had been secured already. Indonesia retained a 10% share. South Vietnam retained 3%. The Philippines and Thailand each kept 1%. We control 75% of the Yunshan grassland. The premier replied. He was already very satisfied with this. After all, the territory had expanded significantly. Especially gaining control of 2 fully independent portals carried tremendous significance. Even if this cost a huge sum, what did it matter? These costs were affordable for China now. Besides, the new Chinese currency, the Xiaohua Bai, had now become the globally accepted currency. As a result of this event, the Xiaohua Bai accounted for more than 95% of the global settlement system, a terrifying figure. Premier, about the divine gifted plains, the White Elephant Nation should also have taken some action, right? I remember we previously approached them, wanting to buy some land to establish a passage to the south, Su Pingyan asked. The premier slightly nodded. Yes, they hesitated before, delaying the issue. However, after seeing other countries sell their shares worldwide and acquiring significant cultivation resources from us, they became anxious too. Nevertheless, they only sold us 15%, demanding 10 billion Xiaohua bis for each 0.01%. That's 150 billion Xiaohua bis, a not insignificant price. Still, by acquiring this 15%, China now controlled 40% of the area of the divine gifted plains. Here, the shares refer to a fan-shaped portion radiating out from the portal center. Previously, although China controlled 25% of the area around the portal, its actual portion of the entire divine gifted plains territory was minimal. It was merely chosen as a direction due to the prior goal of crossing the Godfall Mountains and making contact and conducting trade with the civilization of the other world. That high, Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised. Although it is a bit steep, we did get to choose the direction ourselves. The premier chuckled. We selected the southern direction. With this 15%, we can open a direct passage towards the Qingyang Mountains. Additionally, the actual land area of this 15% is even larger than our previously held 25% area. So it's not a bad deal at all. Makes sense, Su Pingyan nodded slightly, not particularly concerned about it after all. Now that we control a significantly larger share of the portals, should we speed things up and seize all the forbidden areas first? Su Pingyan said. I was just thinking the same thing. Also, it's time we sent another wave of migrants to the other world. In the past, our shares were limited, and our main focus was on deploying troops. Now the situation is different. Especially the dark forest and the surface area of the underground mine are ideal for large-scale migration. The premier replied. Soon, a new round of campaigns began. This time, the conquests, constructions, and migrations took several years to complete. Conquering territories wasn't difficult for China, but the construction and migration efforts consumed a lot of time. Meanwhile, the Yellow River Merchant Association was rapidly expanding. Orders sent out globally by China flooded in like snowflakes, allowing countries worldwide to profit handsomely. In the core meeting room of the capital. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 20th anniversary of the portal opening. Over these 20 years, we've advanced steadily and achieved impressive results. Looking ahead, we shall continue to move forward and build an even more glorious era. The premier said joyfully, his face glowing with satisfaction. 20 years already? Time flies. If it hadn't been for the portal opening and bringing us into the cultivation world, I probably wouldn't have lived to see this day. 20 years. Wow, time sure has passed quickly. Still, to witness China's current prosperity with my own eyes, I truly must have great fortune. Another 20 years older. Uffed, you're already at the river and mountain realm with a lifespan of 10,000 years. What's 20 years? You'll live plenty longer. Old enough to never die. It was obvious that everyone present was in high spirits, with many dressed in festive attire. The high-ranking officials in attendance were each responsible for different areas. In recent years, it had become difficult for them to gather all together. Today, however, it was a rare occasion where everyone was here. They chatted among themselves until half an hour passed, when the premier finally spoke up. All right, everyone's had a good chat. Let's now officially begin the meeting. In an instant, the light-hearted mood was replaced by focus, and everyone became serious. Chapter 4:25, Terrifying Territory. Su Pingyan, Ji Feng, Shui Yong, Zhang Tianqing, Qin Shuheng, Luo Siwei, and Zhang Guodong will report to you on the glorious achievements our Huaxia has made in the past 20 years, said the chancellor. Then looking at them, he asked, who will go first? Let Commander Su go first, General Ji said. Yes, Commander Su, as the supreme commander in the other world, you should go first, others echoed. Okay then, I'll give a brief report first. Su Pingyan smiled slightly without declining. I won't waste time with empty talk. Let me first briefly report on the full territory of Huaxia. For Earth, we've added 1.55 million square kilometers in the north, reaching a total area of 12 million square kilometers, making us the second largest country in the world, Su Pingyan said. The first remains the Polar Bear Nation. Though they've returned 1.55 million square kilometers to Huaxia, their territory is still terrifyingly vast and far ahead. As for the other world, we've completely captured the forbidden land of the 10,000 Mountains Range. It is now the core territory of Huaxia, with a total area of 20.86 billion square kilometers. About 40 million square kilometers of this area has been initially developed, home to 3.2 billion Huaxia citizens and 1.8 billion temporary residents from other civilizations who have been recruited to work and provide services for us. There are some jobs Huaxia citizens are unwilling to do, but someone has to do them, so people from other civilizations are hired, mostly willing to work because of the generous salaries. Also, many influential families have their eyes on the big pie that is the Yanhuang Trading Company. They specially train maids, servants, and the like to serve wealthy Huaxia citizens. Additionally, an area covering 15 billion square kilometers has been divided into 5 zones and turned into wild beast ranches. These ranches currently house nearly 6 billion ferocious beasts at the 3rd stage or above. According to our plans, the maximum capacity should be able to reach 50 billion beasts. Su Pingyan, as a divine monarch, could memorize vast amounts of data at a glance without needing to refer to documents or review reports. The remaining millions of square kilometers of land have been planned as medicinal herb gardens and spiritual crop farms. As for the Crescent Isles Forbidden Land, we've captured all the islands outside of Panwu Continent, including Crescent Isles, Jutian Isles, Fanqing Isles, Xiankong Isles, Zijing Isles, Wushan Isles, and 12 smaller island groups. Su Pingyan continued. The Crescent Isles cover an area of 46.5 million square kilometers. The most familiar to us, it consists of the main Crescent Isle and 365 smaller islands. Currently, it's home to 1.4 billion Huaxia citizens. The Jutian Isles span over 66.8 million square kilometers, composed of 9 large islands. The smallest island is still 3 million square kilometers in size, surrounded by no other smaller islands. A real miracle. It's the closest island group to the Crescent Isles and currently home to 1.1 billion Huaxia citizens. The Fanqing Isles stretch over 29.4 million square kilometers, not having any large dominant islands, but many small ones scattered like stars. It is currently home to more than 30 million Huaxia citizens. The Xiankong Isles cover 31.9 million square kilometers. Named because its main island floats in the air, it is a major marvel. Currently, it hosts over 50 million Huaxia citizens. The Zijing Isles stretch over 89.5 million square kilometers, the largest of all the island groups. Famous for its abundant growth of 3rd stage spiritual herb, Zijing flowers. It currently houses over 80 million citizens. This is also the island group closest to Panwu Continent. More than 100,000 native inhabitants have been discovered here and have been almost entirely assimilated. The Wushan Isles cover over 18 million square kilometers, named because the islands are generally shrouded in mist. It is currently only occupied by our military forces as no civilians have expressed interest in living here. The remaining 12 smaller island groups range from 1.6 to 8.5 million square kilometers each, none exceeding 10 million square kilometers. Combined, these host approximately 70 million Huaxia citizens. All these islands together add up to a total area of up to 337.3 billion square kilometers, with nearly 4.9 billion Huaxia citizens living across them, Su Pingyan continued. Since formal contact with Panwu Continent has yet to occur, no service workers from the other world have come over here yet. The only local residents, numbering around 100,000 or so, were immediately assimilated. As with such a small number, they posed no major impact. The Dark Forest Forbidden Land has also been completely occupied by us, becoming another core territory of Huaxia. It has an approximate total area of 94.8 billion square kilometers. Among that, 15 million square kilometers have been preliminarily developed and are home to approximately 80 million Huaxia citizens, along with about 30 million temporary foreign workers from other civilizations who serve us. In addition, we have allocated approximately 50 million square kilometers as forest beast ranches, where roughly 800 million ferocious beasts of the 4th stage or higher are currently raised. According to our plan, the maximum capacity in the future should be able to reach 1.2 billion beasts. The remaining areas are also designated as medicinal herb gardens or spiritual crop farms, Su Pingyan said. As for the underground mine Forbidden Land, both the underground and surface areas have already been secured by us. The core territory on the surface covers 152 million square kilometers. Among that, 5 million square kilometers have completed preliminary construction and are currently home to approximately 20 million Huaxia citizens, along with around 3 million temporary residents from other civilizations who serve us. The remaining areas are all medicinal herb gardens and spiritual crop farms. There are no beast ranches here. As for the underground portion of the mines, we have completely cleared out all the beasts inside every mine tunnel. Additionally, we've recruited about 6 million people from other civilizations to work as miners, which has significantly improved efficiency compared to before. Of course, we haven't treated them poorly. We provide free housing, meals, and even pay them a salary, Su Pingyan continued. Huaxia people always conduct themselves very fairly. All 4 of the above-mentioned forbidden lands are under our complete control via their portals, which is why construction has progressed so rapidly. Furthermore, in the divine gift plane of White Elephant Country, we have occupied approximately 40% of the territory. All the areas we needed to secure have already been taken over, totaling around 11 million square kilometers. Currently, 10 million square kilometers of that has completed preliminary development. Except for the border regions, cities have already been built across all developed areas. It is now home to 400 million Huaxia citizens and 8.2 billion temporary residents from other civilizations who work and provide services for us, Su Pingyan said. It could be said that the divine gift plane is the smallest among all the otherworld territories Huaxia occupies. However, it is the place where most Huaxia people want to go, because it was the first place where contact with other civilizations was established, and also the region that has developed the best. It is also the only place where the number of temporary residents from other civilizations vastly exceeds that of the Huaxia citizens, which makes it particularly unique. If it were not for the fact that we only occupied 40% of the territory, and if it were not for the fact that the White Elephant Country has already migrated 6 billion people there, limiting Huaxia to a maximum of 4 billion migrants, there would probably be many more Huaxia citizens choosing to migrate here. After all, this place offers the most job opportunities and has the most comprehensive infrastructure. Chapter 426, A Surge of Divine Beings. In the Yunshan Grasslands Restricted Zone, we hold a 75% share. Currently, we have control over 102.6 billion square kilometers of core territory. About 20 million square kilometers of that territory has completed preliminary development, housing 60 million Chinese citizens, and around 12 million half-beasts working and serving for us. The remaining land is used for pastures, where we raise not only fierce beasts, but also various improved breeds of dairy cows and beef cattle from Blue Planet. Su Pingyan continued his report. Currently, we control a total of 7,695 billion square kilometers of core territory in the other worlds. Permanently residing in these other worlds are 13.7 billion Chinese citizens, along with 104.6 billion temporary foreign residents working and serving within our core territories. Including the area of the Blue Planet, the total area currently controlled by China has already reached 7,815 billion square kilometers. If also including the areas of various controlled Yanhuang complexes, the total area controlled by the Chinese actually exceeds 800 billion square kilometers, larger than the entire surface area of the Blue Planet. Yet compared to the vastness of the entire Panwu world, it's still insignificant. Those are the current territories and population distribution of our Chinese in the other worlds. Next, I will briefly introduce the strength of our Yanhuang army, Su Pingyan said with a smile. The Big Dipper 7 squad has been upgraded to the Big Dipper 7 team, now composed of 10 Big Dipper squads. Qin Yu is the team leader and also captain of the first squad. His cultivation level has advanced to the middle stage of Middle Divine Realm, a slight improvement. The other 6 squad members have all reached the initial stage of Middle Divine Realm. The remaining 9 squads have their leaders reaching the middle stage of Lower Divine Realm. The ordinary members have fully advanced to the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm. Of the 10 squads, the first is stationed in the Crimson Islands within the Crescent Restricted Zone, the second in Crescent Archipelago, the third in the Blue Planet. The remaining 7 squads are each stationed in other portal worlds, guarding various Yanhuang commercial hubs, Su Pingyan explained. Including the Tianshan Snow region of the Polar Bear and the Death Desert of the Sam Nation, 1 squad was stationed in each. The entire Big Dipper 7 team consisted of divine experts, a total of 70 beings. Just thinking about it was terrifying. For this, Su Pingyan had consumed a large number of Blood Lotus seeds. Originally, Su Pingyan had no intention of enhancing them personally for the next 100 years. But after a moment of hesitation, he changed his mind. He deployed them to various portals as ultimate guardians, which could avoid certain crises when Su Pingyan couldn't arrive in time for rescue operations. The War God Special Force still consists of 3 companies, each with 300 soldiers, plus Captain Yi Xiao, making a total of 901 personnel. Currently, the first company has every member at the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm, squad leaders at the middle stage of Lower Divine Realm, deputy captains at the late stage of Lower Divine Realm, company leaders at the peak of Lower Divine Realm, and the company commander at the initial stage of Middle Divine Realm. The second company, every member has upgraded to the early stage of 9th tier Divine Human Realm, squad leaders at mid-stage, deputy captains at late stage, company commander at the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm, and the company commander at the peak of Lower Divine Realm. The third company, every member has reached the early stage of 7th tier Divine Human Realm, squad leaders at early stage of 8th tier, deputy captains at early stage of 9th tier, company commander at the peak of 9th tier, and company commander at the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm. As for the leader of the War God Special Force, Yi Xiao, his current cultivation has advanced to the initial stage of Upper Divine Realm. He is the only expert at Upper Divine Realm besides me, Su Pingyan said. All members of the Yanhuang Army's direct regiment have become divine beings. To achieve this, Su Pingyan had made a great sacrifice. Now, the number of Blood Lotus seeds left in Su Pingyan's hands was minimal. Some were reserved for future children, while others were kept for the millennium or even 10,000-year auctions, as these were part of China's foundation. The remaining Blood Lotus seeds would no longer be used. As for his family, of course, Su Pingyan had shown some favoritism. His parents' aptitude was very poor, but with the massive resources provided by Su Pingyan, they still managed to break through to the initial stage of Middle Divine Realm. His younger brother Su Pingkong and his younger sister Su Lele also achieved the initial stage of Middle Divine Realm. Even Su Pingkong's principal wife had advanced her cultivation to the early stage of first-tier Divine Human Realm. Further cultivation advancement was refused by them, as they believed their poor aptitude consumed too many resources. It hurt just to look at the cost. Yi Xinran's cultivation advanced to the initial stage of Middle Divine Realm, and Shui Ying's reached the peak of 9th-tier Divine Human Realm. Indeed, when one achieves enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Of the 6 major war zone commanders, except Yi Xiao, the other 5 slightly advanced their cultivation to the middle stage of Middle Divine Realm. As for the remaining 12 divisions, every soldier has advanced to a mortal realm. The division commanders are all at the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm. The regimental commanders are at the early stage of 7th-tier Divine Human Realm. Battalion commanders are at the early stage of 4th-tier Divine Human Realm. And company leaders are at the early stage of 1st-tier Divine Human Realm. That's the general situation of the Yanhuang army. My report is finished. Now I'll hand things over to you all, Su Pingyan said with a slight smile before sitting back in his seat. Good, very good. Now that our Huaxia has so many divine beings to safeguard our nation's fate, we have nothing to worry about, one elder remarked excitedly. Don't forget about the seal in the solar system. It's not that simple. We still need to continue enhancing our strength. Another person immediately responded, dousing the previous one with cold water. That's true too, but still, we have every reason to be proud. Then next, General Ji will proceed with his report. The Chancellor spoke. Ji Feng nodded, stood up, and said, I'll briefly report on the field armies, the construction corps, and the garrison armies. First, the field armies are divided into 10 elite field armies and regular field armies. The strength of these 10 elite field armies has improved remarkably over the past few years. All 10 division commanders have advanced to the initial stage of Lower Divine Realm. Regimental commanders have progressed to the 6th peak of Divine Human Realm. Battalion commanders have reached the early stage of the 1st tier of Divine Human Realm. Company commanders have ascended to the peak of Demigod Realm. Platoon leaders are now at the initial stage of Demigod Realm. Squad leaders have achieved the 9th peak of Celestial Human Realm, and all ordinary soldiers now possess cultivation above the 7th stage of Celestial Human Realm, Ji Feng said, taking a deep breath. To achieve this, Ji Feng had personally visited Su Pingyan several times, each time bringing excellent wine. Due to limitations in some soldiers' natural aptitude, he specially reselect exceptional soldiers from the regular field armies and even the construction corps to join the 10 elite field divisions. Only after such efforts did they achieve today's results. An achievement that consumed a massive amount of blood lotus seeds from Su Pingyan, causing him great regret. Looking at Ji Feng's deed expression, Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He secretly vowed that after the meeting, he must make Ji Feng treat him to another drink. Because high-level warriors are needed across society and the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance also demands talent, we have downsized our regular field armies by 100 divisions, approximately 1.3 million personnel. Currently, only 400 regular field divisions remain. Chapter 427. Eat a meal bite by bite. Handle matters one by one. The people being discharged from the military were all powerful individuals. As soon as they retired, they were hired by various civilian organizations at high salaries, which was the result of careful deliberation by the upper echelons. First, as the cultivation levels of these soldiers continued to rise, there was no longer a need for so many troops to maintain control over the current territories and to safeguard the interests of the Yan Huang Merchant Guild. Secondly, the higher their cultivation levels became, the more expensive it would be to sustain them, which would become an increasingly heavy burden for China. Thirdly, the civilian sector lacked genuine high-end combat power. Some hunting groups and corporate security units required elite fighters, so channeling these living resources into the civilian sector could unlock its potential. At the moment, the commanders of regular field divisions have all been promoted to the early stage of the Divine Realm. Brigade commanders have reached the initial stage of the Semigod Realm. Battalion commanders have advanced to the early stage of the 9th Heaven Realm. Company commanders have attained the peak of the 6th Heaven Realm. Platoon leaders have reached the peak of the 3rd Heaven Realm. Squad leaders have entered the early stage of the 1st Heaven Realm, and ordinary soldiers have all surpassed the early stage of the Mountain River Realm, Ji Feng reported loudly. It could be said that the entire regular field army had now risen to a whole new level. As for the construction corps, a major reduction in forces was also carried out. A total of 400 divisions were disbanded, and only 400 construction divisions were retained, Ji Feng continued. The reasoning was the same. China's population was limited, and the existing infrastructure was sufficient to accommodate all citizens with much room to spare, easily supporting the population growth expected over the next 5 years. After 5 years passed, even the 400 divisions currently retained should be sufficient to fulfill the tasks. Moreover, the forces that had been disbanded could activate civilian resources, meaning even if everything was contracted out to the civilian sector, these projects could still be completed. Needless to say, the scale of the demobilization of the construction corps truly shocked many high-level figures. Not all the senior officials were aware of this beforehand. After all, China was huge now. Some elders spent years in seclusion, while others were deployed across different realms. There was a wide dispersal. Currently, the division commanders of the construction corps have reached the initial stage of the Semigod Realm. Brigade commanders have advanced to the early stage of the 7th Heaven Realm. Battalion commanders have achieved the early stage of the 4th Heaven Realm. Company commanders have progressed to the early stage of the 1st Heaven Realm. Platoon leaders have entered the early stage of the 7th Mountain River Realm. Squad leaders have ascended to the early stage of the 4th Mountain River Realm, and every single ordinary soldier has already reached the early stage of the Mountain River Realm. Ji Feng continued his report. This major reduction mainly affected those with relatively lower potential. After all, when cultivating soldiers, improving the strength of those with better potential was more cost-effective compared to cultivating 2 lower potential soldiers. Half the force was cut, retaining only those with the best innate potential. Finally, I'll update everyone on the status of the garrison units. Similarly, out of the 500 divisional units stationed in different realms, we've disbanded 200 and retained only 300. Currently, each division commander has achieved the peak of the 9th Heaven Realm. Brigade commanders have reached the early stage of the 4th Heaven Realm. Battalion commanders have achieved the early stage of the 1st Heaven Realm. Company commanders have entered the early stage of the 7th Mountain River Realm. Platoon leaders are at the early stage of the 4th Mountain River Realm. And all ordinary soldiers have surpassed the early stage of the 1st Mountain River Realm. As for the Blue Star Garrison Force, we have also discharged more than half of its troops, retaining only 100,000 personnel, all of whom have cultivated to the early stage of the Mountain River Realm. Ji Feng reported. That's all for my report, Ji Feng said without altering his expression, then took his seat. Old Ji, you're buying me drinks tonight. Su Pingyan sent his demand unceremoniously via voice transmission. Ji Feng stiffened momentarily. He glanced at Su Pingyan, who was looking at him with a faint smile, so he reluctantly nodded. All right. Xiao Zhang, you're up next. The Prime Minister turned to Zhang Tianqing, the Secretary General. Yes. Zhang Tianqing stood up and began reporting on other relevant matters to the group. I'll continue from General Ji's report and inform everyone about the rest of China's armed forces, said Secretary General Zhang. First, our elite militia force remains at a steady 3 million. No expansion, no reduction. Their current cultivation levels have all surpassed the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. With the large-scale expansion of foreign realms and the Yanhuang Bazaar, the number of inter-realm constables has increased. Some of them were recruited from the previously disbanded military, while others were drawn from the civilian sector. All of them have reached cultivation levels above the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, and the total number has increased to 3 million. Just a few years ago, it had been only 1.5 million. In fact, the establishment of constabulary units had alleviated the pressure on the garrison forces. In the future, even further expansion of the constabulary could potentially justify the complete disbanding of the inter-realm garrison forces. In the event of real trouble, the regular field army would be sufficient to deal with the situation. However, eat a meal bite by bite, handle matters one by one. No rush, take it slowly. The number of Blue Star constables has also been reduced, Secretary Zhang continued his report. There are now only 500,000 of them, and their cultivation levels have all been elevated to the 4th tier of the Transcendent Realm or above. Previously, the Blue Star constables numbered 1.5 million, meaning a reduction of 1 million people. In fact, most of them had moved to the other realms to serve as constables. After all, as more and more citizens migrated to the other realms, and with increasingly advanced and widespread heavenized technology, along with a continually improving national education system, the crime rate had dropped significantly, making such a large number of constables unnecessary. The reason for having more constables in the other realms was mostly because those realms were more dangerous and often had native inhabitants emerge. What about the situation with the hunting groups? Although they are not part of the official armed forces, they are civilian combat forces. We will mobilize them when necessary, so their development must be closely monitored. When necessary, we need to cool them down, a senior military official asked. Currently, our country already has 1 5-star hunting group, 12 4-star hunting groups, 55 3-star hunting groups, 210 2-star hunting groups, 512 1-star hunting groups, more than 5,000 large-scale hunting teams, 120,000 medium-sized hunting teams, and small hunting teams have exceeded 1 million, reaching a total of 1,030,000. Secretary Zhang reported. The requirements for a 5-star hunting group were as follows. The group leader must have reached at least the early stage of the 4th Mountain River Realm, and must possess at least 10 elite members at the level of the 1st Mountain River Realm or above, and 200 core members above the 7th Transcendent Realm. Including logistics, the total number of personnel must reach 50,000, and the registered capital must consist of an actual payment of 500 billion new Huaxia credits. As for the conditions for a 6-star hunting group, they would be even stricter. The group leader must have reached above the early stage of the 1st Heaven Realm, and must possess at least 20 elite members above the 7th Mountain River Realm and 200 core members above the 4th Mountain River Realm. Including logistics, the total number of personnel must reach 100,000, and the registered capital must be an actual payment of 10 trillion new Huaxia credits. It could be said that a 6-star hunting group had reached an even higher level. It would be very difficult to meet these requirements in the short term. As for higher grades than that, they had not been publicly announced yet. The principle of Huaxia was to wait until such groups actually emerged before announcing higher levels. Chapter 4, 28 Population Explosion, Income Surge. In other words, when a 6-star hunting legion emerges, conditions for higher-level hunting legions will be determined based on the actual situation at that time. Have we already given birth to a 5-star hunting legion? Su Pingyan was somewhat surprised. Yes, and this is also thanks to our large-scale military reduction in the past 2 years. Otherwise, they couldn't have absorbed so many elite fighters, Secretary Zhang nodded. Then the total number of hunting legions has probably exceeded 15 million people now. One of the leaders asked in astonishment. The exact figure is 16.1 million, Secretary Zhang replied. Should we impose some control? An elder asked. It's still within manageable range. Probably no need. You can't put it that way. We're already close to surpassing our own armed forces in numbers. Plus, with the control of various portals and their adjacent forbidden zones, there are fewer and fewer areas requiring hunting legions to conduct operations. If we continue to expand, it will easily lead to conflicts with other civilizations, and we still need to do business with them. Let's do this. Limit the total to under 20 million. Once the threshold is reached, no more additions will be allowed. Additionally, we can raise the standards at all levels, filtering out those who are unqualified, thereby promoting healthy competition and enhancing the combat capability of the hunting legions, a leader proposed. This seems feasible to me. Eventually, the suggestion was accepted. Su Pingyan was just listening quietly, watching and observing without offering opinions. It was fine either way. Next, let me report to you the national population and the cultivation status of our people, Secretary Zhang continued. Currently, our country has a total of 41.3 billion Huaxia citizens, among whom 3.3 billion are interdimensional concubines of Huaxia people. Additionally, there are 9.2 billion mixed blood offspring from interdimensional unions, most of whom are still minors. Judging from this, even without including these individuals, the population of Huaxia had grown significantly over the past 2 decades. Moreover, among our current Huaxia population, there are already 216 billion citizens aged 16 and above who have started cultivation. Among them, cultivators below the Qi blood stage number over 40 million. Qi blood stage cultivators reach 3.8 billion. Marrow washing stage cultivators amount to 14.9 billion. Mortal transcending stage cultivators number 1.8 billion. And the remaining 7 million plus are above the transcendent stage, including military personnel, civil servants, and others. Secretary Zhang reported. This result was equally shocking. It meant Huaxiao already had more than 7 million transcendents, an incredibly terrifying number. In addition, the underage population below 16 years old had reached 19.7 billion, indicating how many newborns had been born in the past 16 years, truly a baby boom. This significantly boosted the vigorous development of the maternal and infant industry. Our population continues to grow rapidly, with each year's newborn numbers setting new records, Secretary Zhang stated. The growth of interdimensional women and mixed blood population is too rapid. Shouldn't we slightly restrict it? Otherwise, they will soon surpass the numbers of native-born Huaxia people from Earth Blue, one of the leaders expressed concern. Currently, these mixed bloods were still young and had not grown up yet, so they didn't hold any prominent positions within the middle and upper echelons of Huaxia society. However, the future situation might change. Therefore, someone's concern was quite normal. Yes, although population growth has its benefits, it also brings problems, such as rapidly increasing resource consumption. While our Yanhuang Trading Association can earn vast resources, perhaps we should consolidate internally for a while now. I also think we should slow down. In fact, we should have stopped taking concubines a few years ago, unfortunately only paused for 2 years. I think this time, we should halt it for at least 10 years, someone suggested. Won't there be opposition from ordinary citizens? Many people are waiting in line to take concubines. Then we can raise the requirements for taking concubines. Actually, as people cultivate more and live longer, halting for 10 or 20 years allows proper internal consolidation, which is necessary. Eventually, this opinion gained the most support. The Prime Minister turned to Su Pingyan and asked, Xiao Su, what do you think? Su Pingyan thought for a while before replying. We can halt it for 10 years. The Prime Minister nodded slightly. After a while, he finally said, all right, let's stop for 10 years and then decide whether to resume based on the actual situation then. With the Prime Minister's final decision, matters were thus decided. Even without adding new interdimensional concubines, relying solely on the existing population base, there would still be hundreds of millions of new births annually. In 10 years, Huaxiao's population might possibly double again, or even break past 100 billion if efforts are applied. Though this might be quite difficult. Next, Xiao Shui, you can speak now. The Prime Minister looked toward Shui Yong. Shui Yong immediately stood up to begin his report. I'll now report the situation of the Yanhuang Trading Association to all of you. Currently, in the Wanghua subcontinent, we have established 13 secondary branch complexes, 99 tertiary branch complexes, and 218 quaternary branch complexes, fully covering 13 regions of the Dechu Empire and partially covering 16 other regions. Additionally, we've also constructed a secondary branch complex in the Qingyang Mountains on the southern side of Tianxi continent, exclusively targeting those savage beasts. In other words, the Yanhuang Trading Association had only touched upon 29 regions of the Dechu Empire. One must remember that the Dechu Empire itself contained 108 regions, and the Wanghua subcontinent even contained 5 great empires, which meant that the Yanhuang Trading Association still had a long road ahead of expansion, with plenty more to accomplish in the future. Currently, the quaternary branch complexes average an annual revenue of 1.1 billion units of low-grade spirit stones, tertiary branch complexes average 5.8 billion units annually, and secondary branch complexes average 34.6 billion units annually, gradually stabilizing already, Shui Yong reported. Usually, the first year of opening wasn't necessarily the highest earning year, or at best the second highest, with revenues declining afterward. Moreover, with the increasing number of Yanhuang complexes now, there was an obvious dispersal of customer flow, so a slight drop in future revenues was entirely possible. Of course, the secondary branch complex specifically targeting savage beasts generates much higher profits, averaging an annual revenue of 6 billion units of low-grade spirit stones. Even though this year isn't over yet, its total revenue has already reached 6.5 billion units. If we carry out a promotional event during these last few days, it should surpass 7 billion units by year's end, Shuiyong added. After all, this branch exclusively catered to savage beasts, making it unique in nature. Our financial experts have already issued projections. This year, the Yanhuang Trading Association will earn a total income of 133.4 billion units of low-grade spirit stones from the Huanggue subcontinent alone. That was the total revenue, not profit. Furthermore, the GDP stimulated by this income would be even greater and more astonishing, probably 5 times higher. As for the Wuliang continent, we've so far only constructed 1 secondary branch complex, 12 tertiary ones, and 34 quaternary ones. Currently, the quaternary branch complexes average 1.5 billion units of low-grade spirit stones annually, tertiary ones bring in 11.9 billion units annually, and secondary ones yield 50.3 billion units. This year, we expect total revenue to reach approximately 24.5 billion units of low-grade spirit stones, Shuiyong reported. The Wuliang continent was the subcontinent beyond the Death Valley, where the 100,000 Great Mountains were located. Chapter 429, the God Dao continent, the feudal system. On the Wuliang continent side, the revenue of a single complex seems to be significantly higher than that of the Huanggue subcontinent, a senior remarked in surprise. It really is much higher. It seems the potential of the Wuliang continent is tremendous, Shuiyong explained. The situation on the Huanggue subcontinent isn't much different from that of the Wuliang continent. However, the former is filled with numerous feudal states, and our coverage with the complex is somewhat limited. Although each feudal kingdom has said they won't restrict us, they tend to make some subtle moves, but nothing major. We find it inconvenient to respond in kind. But the situation on the Wuliang continent is different. Here, a single nation's area and population are both extremely vast. According to our budget projections, once full deployment has been completed on both continents, the number of Yellow Emperor complexes on the Huanggue subcontinent could very likely be double, or even more, than that of the Wuliang continent, Shuiyong added. I see. Everyone nodded in understanding. Each region indeed had its own unique conditions, and this was comprehensible. On the Godsword continent side, we have already established 7 level 3 branch complexes and 36 level 4 branch complexes. Currently, the level 4 branch complexes average an annual total revenue of 1.3 billion units of low-grade spirit stones, while the level 3 complexes bring in 8.5 billion units annually, projecting this year's total revenue at 10.8 billion units of low-grade spirit stones. The Godsword continent was the subcontinent where the Dark Forest was located. Su Pingyan speculated that in his past life, the golden beam of sword light that had flown out of the portal from the Dark Forest likely originated from a powerful being from the Godsword continent. This continent was divided into 2 major factions, Orthodox and Heretical. The Orthodox mainly practiced sword cultivation and possessed formidable offensive capabilities and combat strength. The Heretics, however, were bloodthirsty and murderous. These 2 factions were naturally hostile toward each other. In his previous life, Su Pingyan might have feared that beam of sword light. But as things stood now, according to his memories, the cultivator who wielded that sword could at most be at the lower divine spirit realm, or perhaps even just at the peak of the divine human realm. As for the God Dao continent, the situation is rather complicated. We've only managed to build 5 level 4 Yellow Emperor complexes, and the average annual revenue is only around 80 million units of low-grade spirit stones. This year's projected revenue tops out at 4.3 billion units of low-grade spirit stones, Shuiyong said helplessly. The God Dao continent was the surface above the underground mine caves. What exactly is happening on this God Dao continent? One of the elders asked in confusion. On the God Dao continent, temples are everywhere. Their main cultivation path revolves around attaining godhood through incense offerings. As long as one believes in a particular god, they can draw upon that god's power. These gods divide up territory, and any followers of other deities or those with no faith within their territory are considered heretics to be hunted down and eliminated. Naturally, we don't intend to worship their gods, so all 5 level 4 Yellow Emperor complexes were built in certain chaotic regions jointly controlled by non-believing strong cultivators. However, such areas aren't numerous, and they are quite impoverished, Shuiyong explained. Isn't that like a cult? It's absolutely outrageous. We should wipe these people out for daring to obstruct our business. It's reminiscent of medieval Europe, an extremely dark era. Shouldn't we send in our troops to liberate the people here? How do the people here live? Are they being exploited? An elder inquired. Their lives are very difficult. Except for those who join temples or religious groups, commoners can barely avoid starving to death. They live in extreme hardship, Shuiyong replied. In that case, what's there to talk about? We must send our army to eliminate them. Besides, our forces are all idle right now, with nothing to do anyway, Ji Feng said loudly. What does everyone think? The chancellor asked. We should send troops. I also understand a little about the situation on the God Dao continent. It is very xenophobic there. If we deploy our army, we might face all the experts of the entire continent. It might lead to a prolonged war, a senior worriedly remarked. How strong are those so-called gods there? Ji Feng suddenly asked. Shuiyong shook his head. The common people aren't familiar with the details. They only know that gods are omnipotent. Exact cultivation levels and such things are unclear to them. Moreover, ordinary people don't even have the qualification to cultivate. Only those within the major temples and religious groups have the right to practice cultivation. If that's the case, then all we need to do is deal with those gods and their associated religions and temples. Once we've pacified them, with a little reassurance, we'll easily be able to take control of the entire God Dao continent, someone suggested. But once we've taken control, will we manage it ourselves? That's a vast territory. If we don't govern it ourselves, considering the people there have long been influenced by these religious sects, it will be very hard to change their ways. Once we leave, new sects will emerge again, like weeds that grow back after being burned in a wildfire. That isn't a fundamental solution, someone expressed concern. No one ever worried about being unable to conquer the God Dao continent. After all, the Huaxia now had an abundance of experts at the divine realm, and they were certainly not afraid of them. The key issue was governance. They couldn't possibly kill everyone, could they? Should we support certain factions, like selecting people from the chaotic regions to govern on our behalf? Someone suggested. Those people may not necessarily govern well either. Everyone voiced their opinions, but none could satisfy everyone. For a moment, the conference hall fell silent. What if we implement feudalism there? Just like on the Wangu continent, we can infect feudal states and divide the vast God Dao continent into many small nations, making it much easier to manage. As for the rulers of these feudal states, why not just use people from Huaxia? Su Pingyan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Su Pingyan to propose such a suggestion. This doesn't seem right. It's contrary to Huaxia's current policies. An elder expressed concern, considering the modern era they were in. Feudalism? That outdated feudal system. Bringing it up now was simply inappropriate. I think it's better to adopt the commandery county system. We just need to dispatch governors and magistrates and use locals to assist in governance. There's absolutely no need to implement feudalism, another person said. The commandery county system is indeed reasonable, but the God Dao continent is just too large. Who can guarantee there won't be corruption? Feudalism is different. Those are their own feudal kingdoms, and they'll naturally wish for them to flourish. Some people actually supported the feudal system. At first, feudalism might work well, but what happens when second or even third generations of incompetent rulers emerge? That would severely damage the feudal states. Even the first-generation monarchs, given enough time and power, would eventually change. Humans are flawed by nature. No matter what system we choose, there will always be problems. We can only pick the lesser of two evils. Or perhaps, we should proceed gradually, continue setting up markets first. We don't need to eliminate those gods immediately. We can first subdue them by force and make them agree to allow us to establish trade. Chapter 430 Feasibility Analysis of Feudal Partitioning. Who will be in theft, and how shall we manage them afterward? Tell us specifically what you think, the Grand Secretary asked, sounding somewhat interested. Seeing this, others didn't speak further and instead turned to listen to what Su Pingyan had to say. Some of them couldn't help but feel slightly intrigued. If that's the case, perhaps it's not a bad idea. As for candidates, Su Pingyan replied, thinking slightly, valiant soldiers who've contributed to the country, diligent and incorrupt officials who have actually accomplished things, scientists who've moved the nation, and even common citizens. Also, we could auction these titles. After 20 years of development, there are already many wealthy people in our nation. We could recover a substantial sum through such auctions. While this might seem regressive from a historical perspective, there are indeed many advantages. First, infecting and establishing vassal states will strongly attract many citizens. It will motivate them to work harder and contribute more to the nation. Many Chinese people love lord-based strategy games, farming simulation games, and novels or historical fantasies about farming and conquest. Therefore, such concepts are already etched into their very genes. If we provide such opportunities, I believe although we can't guarantee universal satisfaction, over 90% of people would support it. Second, it resolves the issue of managing such a vast territory after the war. Indeed, Panwu world is extremely large. The Panwu continent itself is measured in light years, and the size of the subcontinent is also terrifying. Take the Xindao continent as an example. Its total area is over 10 trillion square kilometers, over 2,000 times the surface area of Blue Planet. Such a vast territory cannot be effectively governed if suddenly handed over to the Han Chinese population all at once. This was also the main reason why the Yellow Emperor Guild was previously established. The guild only needed to focus on making money and acquiring resources without worrying about governance. A large territory can become burdensome at times. Third, every year, the vassal states must offer a certain proportion of revenue based on their rank, which would significantly enrich our treasury. Su Pingyan didn't intend to adopt the traditional ranks of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, or Baron. This classification carried an obvious sense of hierarchy, which did not fit today's China. Instead, he planned to use rankings like First Star Lord, Second Star Lord, and so on, an orderly classification that could reduce the apparent class distinction or at least soften such perceptions. Once in theft, we wouldn't even need to establish the Yellow Emperor markets anymore. Han Chinese could simply farm and manage their lands, only submitting a certain percentage of tax annually. One vassal state alone may not amount to much, but when the entire Xindao continent adds up together, the annual revenue collected will be an enormous figure. This will help relieve the pressures caused by China's population growth. Fourth, as time passes, this subcontinent will eventually become Chinese territory. Back in the Zhou dynasty, enfeoffment occurred mainly due to transportation issues. Royal Zhou authority could not fully control distant lands. However, as history progressed, after unification, the entire world became Han Chinese. It's the same here. After a few thousand years, this place might eventually become a land, since time immemorial. Fifth, mobilizing the local population. There would be a fine labor force for either war or factory construction and production capacity expansion. Our Han Chinese soldiers currently have very high cultivation levels, serving as mid to high-end fighters that act as deterrents. Lower-tier battles could easily be carried out by various vassal states. This will be particularly useful when surrounding the Panwu continent and collectively focusing our efforts there. And regarding increasing production capacity, it's similar. China has already mobilized most of the nations on Blue Planet, delegating orders to help expand the Yellow Emperor Guild. However, very soon, Blue Planet's total production capacity will hit a ceiling. At that point, to continue expanding, recruiting and training people from other realms will become a necessary step. If enfeefments occur, these will eventually be our people. Delegating orders to them will not only help quickly restore and develop their states, but will also accelerate the expansion of the Yellow Emperor Guild, forming a positive cycle. Sixth, China's population will certainly grow significantly in the future, and we may not always be able to provide sufficient jobs. And while those positions might sufficiently support luxurious lifestyles, they won't suffice for spiritual cultivation. But with these vassal states, each vassal could supply resources for one Han family. Just think about it. This would reduce pressure on our government, and the tributes from these vassal states could also help nurture even more talents back home, forming a virtuous cycle. Su Pingyan himself was inspired by this point, as he'd only just thought of it. Supplying the entire Huaxia population with resources from the Panwu world might seem somewhat unfair, bearing certain similarities to the previous Shundao civilization model. However, the Han Chinese would carry out various infrastructure projects and would not impose such extreme exploitation. The locals would be allowed to live with dignity, and even be provided with upward mobility, along with opportunities to cultivate spiritually. Anyone with basic intelligence knows what choice to make. After listening to Su Pingyan's words, everyone's eyes gradually lit up. They had to admit, it was indeed a clever plan. The Shundao continent is extremely vast. It will likely be divided into numerous vassal states. However, few among us have experience managing an entire country. Shouldn't we first gather together those who qualify and train them, only bestowing titles to those who pass the evaluation? One elder said. This is a good suggestion. Let me add another point. We can assign a score based on each candidate's contribution and then give another score based on their examination results. Ultimately, ranks will be assigned based on total evaluation scores, with higher ranks receiving larger or more valuable vassal states. Another person added. Would this be done individually? Should we recruit some managerial personnel for these rulers? That should be up to them. If they have the ability, they can recruit staff. If not, they must manage on their own. We should not interfere. To ensure smooth implementation of this system, I suggest we introduce a performance review system. For example, every 10 years we conduct an evaluation. If a vassal state is well developed, we could offer tax reductions or support. For poorly managed states, we issue warnings or criticism. Those rulers who deliberately sabotage governance and provoke strong resentment from the people should be immediately removed. After the first batch of infeft rulers take their posts, we can send some potential future rulers to shadow them and learn. This is a type of on-the-job training. It would give future rulers first-hand experience observing what governance strategies work and what mistakes to avoid. When it's time for their own enfeefment, they would perform much better. By repeating this process, future rulers would gradually become competent and capable of governing effectively. Chapter 431, the 9-rank feudal system. This is also a great idea. It's like an internship before officially starting work. Get some exposure first, which can reduce future losses. After much discussion, the Grand Chancellor finally made the decision to dispatch troops to take control of the Shundao continent, then proceed with the feudal distribution. The feudal states are divided from the lowest to the highest as the 9th-rank feudal state, the 8th-rank feudal state, all the way up to the 1st-rank feudal state. The titles for the rulers are straightforward as well, 9th-rank sovereign, and so on up to 1st-rank sovereign. There are also clear regulations regarding the size of the feudal states, the scale of the palaces, the number of troops they can control, and the amount of taxes they must contribute annually. A 9th-rank feudal state covers 10 million square kilometers. The palace complex cannot exceed 10 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops allowed is 100,000, and other forces such as drawn forces and militia cannot exceed 1 million in total. Every year, 10% of the state's annual revenue must be submitted to the Huaxia Empire. 20% goes to the imperial household, 40% remains at the local level, and 30% is sent to the feudal state's treasury, used for domestic construction, disaster relief, and expenses for officials and the military. The Huaxia Empire will establish a special department known as the Feudal Taxation Office, specifically tasked with auditing and supervising the finances of each feudal state. If any state is found guilty of tax evasion or underhanded dealings, and it is confirmed, the state will be directly reclaimed. After all, these states are vast. If properly governed, the annual output will be enormous. The share that the imperial household receives is already staggering. Initially, the imperial household probably has very few members, probably no more than 10 people. Even if its size expands in the future, the number will still be limited, enough to cover their expenses. The regular army must consist entirely of cultivator troops, which require extensive resources to train and maintain. Hence, a maximum cap on numbers is set. Moreover, if Huaxia ever calls upon these feudal states in the future, these regular troops are the ones that would be dispatched to war. As for other forces such as drawn forces and militia, their main role is internal security within the feudal state. They don't necessarily need to be cultivators. Mostly regular humans will suffice, with a small number of elite soldiers being cultivators. Of course, if resources become more abundant in the future, the capabilities of these forces can be enhanced accordingly. Nonetheless, Huaxia does not wish for these feudal states to become excessively militaristic, so the number of troops allowed is restricted. An 8th-rank feudal state covers 30 million square kilometers. The palace cannot exceed 15 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops is 300,000, while other forces, such as jin and militia, may total up to 3 million. Each year, 12% of the state's revenue is submitted to Huaxia, 18% to the imperial household, 40% remains locally, and 30% goes to the feudal state's treasury for domestic development, disaster relief, and operational costs of officials and military forces. Higher-ranked states generally mean greater financial revenue, which means they are expected to contribute more to the central empire. If a state has a high rank but low tax revenue, then it must reflect on its own governance. Of course, the percentages for local and feudal treasuries remain constant. This ensures the normal operation of the feudal state doesn't suffer. The only change is the shrinking share that goes to the imperial household. However, as long as the feudal state's overall revenues increase, the actual income received by the royal family will still rise. A 7th-rank feudal state covers 50 million square kilometers. The palace cannot occupy more than 20 square kilometers. The maximum regular force is 500,000 troops, and other forces like jin and militia may not exceed 5 million. Every year, 14% of the feudal state's income goes to Huaxia, 16% to the imperial household, 40% remains at the local level, and 30% is allocated to the feudal treasury for domestic construction, relief efforts, and administrative and military expenses. There are maximum limits for armed forces in each feudal state. If a state is particularly wealthy and powerful, it can reach these caps. However, if a state is less developed or sparsely populated, it wouldn't require as many troops since all of these forces are funded by the feudal treasury. A 6th-rank feudal state spans 100 million square kilometers. Its palace area cannot exceed 30 square kilometers. The maximum regular military force is capped at 1 million, and the total other forces, including jin and militia, cannot exceed 10 million. Each year, 15% of the state's fiscal income is submitted to Huaxia, 15% to the imperial household, 40% is left at the local level, and 30% is contributed to the feudal state's treasury, used for domestic development, disaster relief, and official and military expenses. A 5th-rank feudal state covers 300 million square kilometers. Its palace cannot be larger than 40 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops is set at 3 million, while other forces such as jin and militia cannot exceed 30 million. Every year, 16% of the state's revenue is submitted to Huaxia, 14% to the imperial household, 40% stays in the region, and 30% goes to the feudal treasury for infrastructure, disaster aid, and administrative and military expenditures. A 4th-rank feudal state covers 500 million square kilometers. Its palace cannot exceed 50 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops is 5 million, while other forces such as jin and militia cannot exceed 50 million. Every year, 17% of the state's fiscal income is submitted to Huaxia, 13% is allocated to the imperial household, 40% remains at the local level, and 30% goes to the feudal treasury, used for domestic construction and disaster relief, as well as expenses for officials and the military. A 3rd-rank feudal state covers 1 billion square kilometers. Its palace cannot exceed 60 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops is capped at 10 million, while other forces such as jin and militia cannot exceed 100 million. Every year, 18% of the state's fiscal revenue is submitted to Huaxia, 12% goes to the imperial household, 40% remains locally, and 30% is allocated to the feudal treasury, used for the feudal state's domestic construction and relief efforts, as well as administrative and military expense. The numbers of armed forces may seem large, but compared to the massive population across such vast territories, they are actually not that significant. A 2nd-rank feudal state spans 3 billion square kilometers. Its palace cannot exceed 80 square kilometers in area. The maximum number of regular troops allowed is 30 million, and other forces such as jin and militia cannot exceed 300 million. Each year, 19% of the state's revenue is submitted to Huaxia, 11% belongs to the royal family's private use, 40% stays at the local level, and 30% is directed to the feudal treasury, used for infrastructure, disaster relief, and the salaries of officials and military personnel. A 1st-rank feudal state covers 5 billion square kilometers. Its palace area must not exceed 100 square kilometers. The maximum number of regular troops is 50 million, while other forces such as jin and militia cannot surpass 500 million. Every year, 20% of the state's financial revenue is sent to Huaxia, 10% is allocated to the imperial household, 40% is retained at the local level, and 30% is transferred to the feudal treasury for domestic development, disaster relief, and administrative and military expenditures. The territories do not seem very large compared to the myriad nations subcontinent. They are far smaller. Even a 1st-rank feudal state cannot match the territory of some relatively large baronial states, such as the state of Wei. However, the upper echelons did have their considerations. First, overly vast territories could encourage ambitions of independence. Second, administrative capacity is limited. Larger areas are difficult to govern. After all, most of those being in theft have little to no experience in governing a nation. Smaller territories are easier to control. Another point, though left unspoken, was that smaller feudal states mean more available positions, thus giving more people an opportunity. There will also be differences among feudal states of the same rank, differences in population, environment, and economic status. How will this be balanced? After all, everyone wants a better state. one of the elders asked. Chapter 432, Space Fleet. It's simple. First, we divide the territories, then the lords of the same rank randomly draw lots. Where they end up depends purely on their luck. Someone immediately suggested a solution. How exactly do we divide them? Are we going to wait until we've conquered the Divine Path continent first? Or, once we eliminate a god, we'll partition that region and assign those selected lords to govern the area. After all, the Divine Path continent is huge, and it's impossible for us to completely seize control in a short time. That's right. We also need time to train talents, and we must give opportunities to the soldiers and officers who will earn merits in the future. All right, that's enough on this issue. The detailed arrangements will be discussed by a dedicated group formed after this meeting. They will produce a detailed plan for further discussion, the chief advisor said, then turned to Shui Yong. Xiao Shui, you may continue. Yes, sir, Shui Yong promptly nodded. As for the Myriad Beast continent, we have already established 12 Grade 3 branch centers and 41 Grade 4 branch centers. At the moment, the annual average total revenue of Grade 4 branch centers is only about 60 million low-grade spirit stones, while the Grade 3 centers earn about 3.3 billion low-grade spirit stones annually. These beastmen are good at fighting, but not at running businesses. They are generally quite poor, Shui Yong reported. The Myriad Beast continent is the subcontinent where the Yunshan Grasslands Forbidden Area is located. Through investigation, it has been confirmed that there are no humans there, only various kinds of half-beastmen of many different species. Su Pingyan still hadn't figured out exactly what was going on. Logically, they should either be fierce beasts or transformed into humanoid forms. So what were these half-human, half-beast beings? Moreover, Su Pingyan had a persistent feeling that these beastmen weren't naturally born from heaven and earth. They seemed more like test subjects. Unfortunately, this realm already rejected him, so he couldn't calculate it clearly. This year, the expected total revenue will be about 6.5 billion low-grade spirit stones, Shui Yong continued. These beastmen, in fact, make excellent soldiers. If we can take control of this area, we will have an abundant source of military manpower, which would greatly enhance our ability to face future crises, suddenly one of the elders remarked. The others were momentarily taken aback. It seemed like not a bad idea. If the Divine Path continent could be seized, why not the Myriad Beast continent? We shouldn't rush into anything. Let's observe first. Just dealing with the Divine Path continent is already giving us headaches, one elder said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. That's true. We aren't in such a hurry now. Let's see how things go. As for the Tianxin continent, so far we have only established 1 Grade 4 branch center in the Xisha region, 2 Grade 4 branch centers in the Zhongsha region, 1 branch center in the Dongsha region, and additionally, 11 Grade 4 branch centers in nearby oases, making a total of 15 Grade 4 branch centers. Each Grade 4 branch center currently generates an average annual total revenue of about 1.8 billion low-grade spirit stones, Shui Yong explained. The Tianxin continent is the subcontinent where the deadly desert sea within Sam's territory is located. However, the Han Empire hasn't yet expanded beyond the western regions, since development speed has been deliberately restrained within Sam's land. This year's estimated total revenue will be about 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. As for the Dongji continent, we haven't yet expanded beyond the Tiansno region. At present, we've established 1 Grade 2 branch center, 5 Grade 3 branch centers, and 36 Grade 4 branch centers. Each Grade 4 branch center currently generates an average annual revenue of about 1.4 billion low-grade spirit stones. The Grade 3 centers approximately 6.3 billion, and the Grade 2 center about 29.4 billion. This year's expected total revenue will be 113 billion low-grade spirit stones, Shui Yong reported. The Dongji continent is the subcontinent where the northern bear occupies the Tiansno region. As for the Crescent Archipelago, we have not yet entered the Panwu continent, so no Yellow Emperor's merchant guild centers have been established there. We are just waiting for the right opportunity. After statistics and estimation, this year's total revenue of our Yellow Emperor's merchant guild will reach 190 billion low-grade spirit stones, Shui Yong said excitedly. 1 low-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 Xian Xia currency units. This means 190 trillion Xian Xia currency units. And this is only the income of the Yellow Emperor's merchant guild. How much related industries has it driven? Furthermore, the Han Empire also has its own developed industries, Blue Planet Industries, and more. It can be said that today, the Han Empire is already extremely wealthy. Old Qin, you're next. The chief advisor turned to Elder Qin. Qin Shuheng nodded slightly. I don't have much to say. Only 2 points. First, our country's GDP this year is expected to reach 310 quadrillion Xian Xia currency units, with an average per capita income of over 7.5 million Xian Xia currency units, Elder Qin stated. Of course, this was an average figure. A large portion was actually controlled by the state. Second, the median annual household income in our country has broken through 30 million Xian Xia currency units, reaching 31.06 million Xian Xia currency units. I'm talking about the median figure. According to the latest data, even households ranked at the bottom percentile still earn over 2 million Xian Xia currency units annually. The number of poor households in our country with annual incomes below 1 million Xian Xia currency units has dropped to only 812. They are expected to completely escape poverty next year, and next year, the poverty standard in our country will be raised to 1.5 million Xian Xia currency units, Elder Qin said with a smile on his face. However, nobody seemed to find it particularly impressive. After all, by the standards of 20 years ago, This would be equivalent to families earning less than 20 million yuan annually being considered extremely impoverished, since there were fewer than 1,000 households nationwide. Now, people achieving this level of income isn't due to currency devaluation, but rather reflects actual purchasing power. That's all I have to report for now. As for other detailed figures, I'll send them to everyone. Those who are interested may take a look, Elder Qin said, then sat down. Old Luo, it's your turn next, the chief advisor called again. I will brief everyone on aerospace-related work, Luo Siwei said. First, our country has built a space elevator in the South China Sea. We have established 3 large spaceports in orbit, built a large-scale scientific research city and 3 tourist cities on the moon, constructed 5 permanent settlements on Mars, set up a large mining facility in the Kuiper Belt, established a solar-powered steel plant near the sun, and also built 3 large-scale space factories in deep space. While China expanded into other realms, it had not forgotten the advancement of science and technology, especially in the aerospace sector. After all, everyone knew that the solar system was sealed off, and in the future we would inevitably have to move outward. Great dangers might come from beyond the solar system. Although many warriors today could directly traverse and survive in space, ordinary people still couldn't do so. Moreover, if large-scale space warfare were to occur, technology would still prove highly valuable. Second, we have already established 5 space fleets, possessing over 100 space warships, more than 8,000 space fighters, over 30,000 space mechs, and 50-plus unmanned space combat aircraft. These spacecraft weren't purely technological in nature. They also incorporated a degree of psychic technology and utilized many materials originating from other realms. Chapter 433. Everyone is progressing. The highest speed of our most advanced warships has already reached 10 times the speed of light. It wouldn't take several months to leave the solar system. However, the solar system is currently sealed, so we're only conducting military drills within it, Luo Siwei said. Director Luo, the number of warships is still too small. If we're just operating within Earth, it's enough, but to venture into the vast ocean of stars, this number is far from sufficient, one of the elders remarked. Most of our current resources are being allocated toward cultivation development. Our available funding is limited, Luo Siwei replied helplessly. We can develop space mining. There seem to be many mineral resources in the Kuiper Belt. Also, haven't we already developed nuclear fusion reactors? Energy shouldn't be a problem. If necessary, we can even use spiritual energy. We're already doing those things, but it takes time. Since operations in space often take months and are time-consuming, we're also building more space factories and upgrading them to be unmanned. Once the upgrades are completed, our production capacity will triple, Luo Siwei explained. That's still not enough. All right then, we'll allocate an additional 10 trillion new Han currency to the space agency next year, the premier said, glancing at Qin Shuing. No problem. With our current growth rate, allocating 10 trillion new Han currency won't have a significant impact, Elder Qin replied. That's settled then. Thank you, Premier. With this additional 10 trillion, next year we'll be able to operate more than 10 space factories, enabling us to produce over 1,000 warships annually. Give me 10 more years, and the Han space fleets will be everywhere within the solar system, Luo Siwei said confidently. Not 10 years, starting next year, the financial department will increase funding by another 10 trillion new Han currency annually, the Premier added. Even better. I'm confident I can complete this goal sooner. Su Pingyan extended his divine consciousness to sense the seal at the edge of the solar system. It remained the same, without significant changes, which relieved him. This meant the Han nation would have more time to prepare. With the nation's current rate of development, every additional year significantly increased its national strength. Director Zhang, the last update is yours, the Premier said, turning to Zhang Guodong, the director of the 9th Bureau. Yes, sir. I'll mainly brief everyone on the current situations of other nations, Zhang Guodong said. First, the countries still capable of exploring other realms have dwindled to only 5. Our Han nation, Siam, Polar Bear, White Elephant, and Indonesia. All other countries have given up their shares, and most have chosen to become our factories, producing a large portion of the goods required by the Yanhuang Trading Consortium, Zhang continued. Originally, a few other nations, like South Viet and Thai, also controlled small shares, but they gave them up within the last couple of years, selling them all to the Han. Even Indonesia's share in the Yunshan grasslands has been reduced to the final 5%. To gain Han support, the White Elephant Nation recently sold another portion of their share in the Blessing Plains and now retains only 51%. Sam controls the entire Death Desert Sea. Polar Bear controls the Heavenly Pool Snow Domain entirely. White Elephant controls 51% of the Blessing Plains. Indonesia controls the remaining 5% of the Yunshan grasslands, and all other regions are under Han control, demonstrating the Han's immense power. Why does Indonesia's 5% seem so awkward? Find an opportunity to talk with them and acquire it all. I noticed they're advancing rather slowly in the Yunshan grasslands, one elder remarked. It might not be easy. After all, Indonesia has over 200 million people. Population is a crucial factor in developing other realms. They clearly don't want to give it up completely. With such a large population, they're perfect to serve as factories for us, which should already be earning them a fortune. As for exploring other realms, how many lives are lost every year? Can they afford that? That's their problem. However, we still need to approach them and offer a higher premium if they ultimately decide to give it up. What about the White Elephant Nation? The Wangwa subcontinent is currently our highest earning region. Acquiring more shares would be extremely beneficial to us, another elder added. That's even more difficult. The White Elephant Nation is also quite ambitious. Unless we use force, they are unlikely to relinquish their shares, especially since they've already invested heavily. Alright, let old Zhang continue. Zhang Guodong smiled slightly and continued his report. As for our Han Nation's situation, most of it has already been covered previously, so I won't elaborate. Now let me update you on the conditions of other nations. The second most powerful nation globally is currently Sam. Although Polar Bear refuses to acknowledge it, since we have Yinhuang trading consortiums on both sides, we are the most qualified to make this judgment. Therefore, there's no issue. Zhang began his report. According to our investigation, Sam has already established a firm foothold in the Xisha region. Seeing that our Yinhuang trading consortium is making a lot of money, they've also set up many chain supermarkets and some modern arms stores there. These stores are now spread across 15 countries in the Xisha region and generate a considerable profit each year. In addition, they provoke conflicts among different nations, secretly sell weapons, and even purchased a piece of land from one country near the Shaha region. They partially transformed the desert and now control about 8,000 square kilometers in the Xisha area, where they've established a new country called White-Headed Eagle. Zhang Guodong reported. Moreover, their domestic population, originally from the old Blue Star, has dropped to about 2.4 billion. However, through various means like purchases, prisoners of war, and plunder, they've brought in nearly 40 million people from other realms. However, they treat these people as slaves. Some are organized into puppet armies, some used as laborers, and a large portion have been claimed by major conglomerates as private servants. With these included, the total population of Sam is now about 2.8 billion. Except for the elderly, the weak, and a few cowards, the majority of the young and able-bodied choose to go to other realms and try their luck, so they've basically achieved mass cultivation. According to our investigation, Sam now has more than 80 million cultivators who have reached the 7th stage of body tempering or above, over 21 million chi blood cultivators, and around 7,000 bone washing cultivators. The rest remain below the 7th stage of body tempering. Zhang Guodong reported detailed figures. Their power is rising very quickly, an elder remarked in shock. After all, just a few years ago, their figures weren't nearly this impressive. Well, it has already been 20 years. It's quite normal. Huh? Are there no VATS transformation cultivators? Someone suddenly noticed something and asked in confusion. Zhang Guodong shook his head. No. The gap between bone washing and VATS transformation is a vast chasm that's not easy to break through. Chapter 434, Competitive Differences. However, according to the latest information, Raymond has already started isolating himself for cultivation. He's acquired a large amount of resources, and there's a 90% chance he'll successfully break through to the Tuifan stage. Additionally, about 20 some of their members have reached the 9th peak of the Shisui stage cultivation. In the next 2 or 3 years, Sam country is expected to witness a surge of Tuifan breakthroughs, likely producing 30 to 40 new Tuifan cultivators, Zhang Guodong said. What about the Thunder Legion? What's its current status? Asked a general. The Thunder Legion has now been divided into 4 units. The 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 4th Legion. The 1st Legion consists of elite troops among elites, composed entirely of Shisui stage cultivators, totaling 4,000 people. This is also one of the key reasons they have successfully established themselves in the Xisha region. Sam country has many private conglomerates, and the remaining over 3,000 Shisui experts all belong to these private groups, so not even George might be able to command them, let alone Raymond. Accumulating a force of 4,000 cultivators for the 1st Legion is already a great achievement. The 2nd Legion numbers 50,000, composed entirely of cultivators at or above the 7th initial stage of Qi Shui. The 3rd Legion consists of 800,000 cultivators, ranging from the 4th initial stage to the 6th peak of the Qi Shui stage. The 4th Legion has 2 million members, all cultivators from the initial stage of the 1st level of Qi Shui and above. Currently, Sam country has abolished the previous field armies and construction corps formations, delegating infrastructure tasks to private conglomerates. The Thunder Legion now serves as their national defense force and field army. Zhang Guodong explained in detail. If George or others were present to hear this, they would surely be shocked, as the information was completely accurate. After all, they had never publicly disclosed these details before. It was top secret for Sam country. Next, I will briefly introduce to you what we consider the 3rd most powerful country in the world, the Baixiang Kingdom, said Zhang Guodong, causing everyone to start. The Northern Bear has been surpassed? Formally surpassed 4 years ago, Zhang Guodong replied seriously. The Northern Bear suffers from a small population, which is its biggest weakness. Over time, this gap will only widen further, someone sighed. Indeed. In fact, the Northern Bear could integrate the indigenous foreign people from the Tianqi Snow region. Only in this way can they address their population shortage problem. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them. Someone offered advice for the Northern Bear, but had they themselves never thought of it? Not necessarily. Baixiang does have one strong advantage, its ability to reproduce, Zhang Guodong continued. Because they have adopted a steady and cautious approach in the other realm and stopped acting recklessly, using all those lands for growing crops. As a result, food security has been completely resolved domestically, and they have relaxed birth policies. According to the latest data, Baixiang's population has not only recovered from previous major losses, but also experienced growth, breaking the 1.5 billion mark last year, reaching 1.508 billion. From this perspective alone, Baixiang may even surpass Sam country in the future. Still, from Su Omping's perspective, it would be hard to achieve. Because Baixiang's choice to sell their shares had completely severed all contact with the Great Chu Empire. Now they could only concentrate on farming or hunting sea beasts and ferocious beasts for development, cutting them off from growth through trade. But it's not impossible, as trade with the Han race remains an option. At present, they have already relocated 600 million people to the other world and controlled approximately 25 million square kilometers of territory in the Tianxi Plains. However, with coastlines to their east and north, they have built cities and defensive lines around 100 kilometers away from the coastline to avoid direct confrontation with sea beasts. Their main expansion direction is now southward, although they have already started encountering fourth-grade ferocious beasts. Hence, they temporarily halted further expansion, returning to a stable, step-by-step development approach. Zhang Guodong seemed rather appreciative of their recent strategies. This was quite different from their earlier reckless advances that cost countless lives. In fact, Baixiang should really be thankful toward the Han people. Since the high-level ferocious beasts avoided attacking humans near the Yanhuang market in the Qingyang Mountains, how could those beasts stand idly by as Baixiang expanded further south? However, these forces only concerned themselves with ferocious beasts at 5th grade or higher. They didn't bother with those below the 5th level, which is exactly why Baixiang is now facing a bottleneck. Only when they can easily deal with 4th-grade ferocious beasts can they resume their expansion. Currently, around 300 million people in the Baixiang kingdom have started cultivation. However, only more than 60 million have reached the 7th level of the Tuani stage, below the Qi Shui stage. This number is 2 million less than Sam country. The number of Qi Shui cultivators stands at over 15 million, which is 6 million less than Sam country. The number of Shisui cultivators is over 6,000, about 1,000 less than Sam country. However, they have already produced one Tuifan cultivator at the middle stage of the 1st level. He is the newly appointed commander of the Myriad Buddha Legion. He can really be considered a genius. At only 32 years old now, he was only 12 when the portal opened. He has been cultivating for only 11 years, said Zhang Guodong. Cultivating to the Tuifan stage in just 11 years is indeed a genius. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, one could not judge by the standards of Huaxia, considering Su Anping had the cheating devices provided by Su Anping. Relying solely on one's innate talent, reaching the Tuifan stage was very difficult. In his previous life, it took Su Anping 21 years to reach Tuifan stage, and that was already considered genius level. After all, in his previous life by the time the Great Calamity occurred, just over 23 years, there weren't that many Tuifan experts worldwide, only a few hundred. At that time, Su Anping did not possess all 8 of the cheating devices. They were spread across different people. Each faction was cultivating their own forces, so naturally, the top-tier combat power was somewhat stronger in this life compared to other nations. What is the current situation with the Myriad Buddha Legion of the Baixiang Kingdom? One of the elders asked with interest. The Myriad Buddha Legion was reorganized completely 2 years ago. They retained only Shisui stage cultivators, with about 6,000 members currently, slightly stronger than the 1st Legion of the Thunder Legion. Moreover, the Baixiang Kingdom doesn't have a 2nd Legion. Instead, they adopted the same formation as our field army, Zhang Guodong explained. The 4th strongest country should be the Northern Bear, right? Zhang Guodong nodded. That's correct. Right now, the population of the Northern Bear has only reached more than 75 million, and instead of increasing, it's decreasing. Their casualties have been heavy. Also, their pro-birth policies don't seem to be effective. This has become a major headache for the emperor. Fortunately, everyone in the Northern Bear has already started cultivation. Among them, approximately 40 million have reached at least the initial 7th level of Tuani stage, but are still below the Qi Shui stage. The number of Qi Shui cultivators has reached 22 million, slightly more than both Sam country and Baixiang Kingdom. The number of Shisui cultivators has exceeded 10,000, reaching more than 10,800, which far surpasses both Sam country and Baixiang Kingdom. Additionally, they now have 3 Tuifan cultivators. General Kazaro has already reached the final stage of the 2nd level of Tuifan stage. Excluding Huaxia, he is the strongest person on the planet Blue, said Zhang Guodong. Chapter 435, Population Assimilation. In terms of elite combat power, the polar bear surpassed both Sam and white elephant nations. However, their small population limited their potential and overall national strength, placing them 4th in the rankings. Of course, Polar Bear's Blood Wolf Legion is stronger than the other 2 nations' supernatural units. Their current establishment is exactly 10,000, all of whom have reached the marrow cleansing realm. Worth noting is that they've already received recognition from the royal court and are now officially a bronze tribe of Heaven Pool Snow region, giving them a safer environment for development. With the backing of our Chinese Yanhuang Business Alliance, they've established various supermarkets and even offer long-distance delivery services. Their development has actually been quite successful, Zhang Guodong remarked. In the Sam Nation's Black Palace, the office of the Supreme Leader, the portal has been open for 20 years now. After all this time, our development still hasn't matched the Yanhuang market that China established in our territory. What do you think about this? George pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly troubled. Supreme Leader, we have no other choice. We need to keep expanding our supermarkets and arms markets. If we occupy more markets, we can push Yanhuang market out. Otherwise, we'll suffer serious losses, Brin said. We've already covered the 15 countries along the western edge. But going further east, that territory is already within Yanhuang market's reach. The people there prefer going to Yanhuang market. We may not be able to compete, Jack, who was in charge of the supermarket sector, said helplessly. This isn't the time to complain. We need to figure out how to solve this issue, George reminded them again. Supreme Leader, there are currently only 2 methods. One is to pursue differentiated competition, focus on business areas that the Chinese avoid. The second is to incite more nations to war in order to sell weapons, Raymond mused. He had spent most of his time on the other world, so he understood the situation better. Differentiated competition? What kind of business do they avoid? George asked, puzzled. Pornography, gambling, and drugs. They don't engage in these three, yet all of them are highly profitable. Raymond's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. For a moment, everyone fell silent, though they had flickers of crazed fire in their eyes. The first two might be feasible, but the last one must be carefully considered. Once exposed, we could face hostility from all countries, a consequence we cannot bear. George thought for a moment before speaking. Supreme Leader, as long as we operate secretly, how would they possibly discover us? Besides, this one is actually the most profitable, someone said, unwilling to give up. You might not be discovered, but the Chinese certainly would. Once they point it out, what will you do then? George countered. Nobody spoke this time, because they all knew the Chinese stance against such things. They really might call them out on it directly. As for the first two, although the Chinese did not engage in them, in the Western Desert Kingdoms they were at least considered legal. Such businesses already existed locally. All they had to do was offer various novel options and introduce unique elements from Earth. There was potential to earn massive profits. Then we won't do that. The group reluctantly agreed. Focus on the first two. Bryn, you handle this personally. It needs to be done quickly. This will surely accumulate massive wealth for us, George ordered. Yes, Supreme Leader. Besides those two, what other differentiated businesses can we pursue? George continued questioning. Weapons. They do avoid selling arms, but we're already doing that. However, conventional weapons don't pose much of a threat to those above the marrow cleansing level, so they don't sell for a high price, one general sighed. What if we sell nuclear bombs? That should be quite valuable. It's strategic weaponry. Are you out of your mind? Can we actually sell such things? What's there we can't sell? It's unnecessary. This would be a one-time sale. No one will buy more than once. Besides, these are mainly for deterrence. They don't get used much, and there's the possibility that China might intervene, which would become problematic, someone worried. China again. China. We shouldn't have allowed them in the first place, and now everything we do is restricted by them. What's the point of saying that now? Back then the situation was critical. If we hadn't invited China to step in, we might already have been driven out. Enough of this kind of talk. It's meaningless. George frowned and barked loudly. The truth was that back then the Queen of Lulan wanted to meet him personally, but he was too afraid of dying, so he requested assistance from China. However, such words absolutely could not be spoken openly, and had to be justified only under the country's name. It seems China is also cooperating with other nations on infrastructure projects. Shouldn't we do the same? Whether it's building houses, constructing roads, or even selling vehicles in the future, all of these would be promising. Isn't it true that gasoline cars from Earth can't even be sold there anymore? We could bring them here to sell, and even sell fuel as well, someone proposed. That could work. Let's try it first on our own territory, and later invite neighboring nations to come and see for themselves. Only after they've seen it with their own eyes will they be interested. George's eyes lit up. This was clearly another great business opportunity. That's right, Raymond, earlier you mentioned inciting wars. How is the current war situation over there? Can it still be expanded? George suddenly asked. Raymond slightly frowned and after some thought replied. In the Xisha region with its 72 nations, only the 15 on the westernmost edge are significantly influenced by us. They form alliances with each other or even wage wars, but going further east becomes much more difficult. Because they're close to Yanhuang Market? Someone asked. This is only one of the reasons. The main reason is that they're close to the Lulan Empire, so those nations are relatively stable. If we try to incite war, my only concern is that Lulan will intervene, Raymond answered seriously. Everyone fell silent again. Here's the plan then. We test the waters first. If Lulan intervenes, we immediately stop. If not, we'll slowly increase our efforts. George thought and replied. Yes, Raymond responded in agreement. Inside the Kremlin of Polar Bear Nation. Has it really been 20 years already? Time flies, the Supreme Leader sighed. What's the situation like in Heaven Pool Snow region? He suddenly asked. Your Majesty, we currently control 38 low-grade Heaven Pool valleys. We've already built airports between each valley for interconnectivity. Moreover, we have developed many spirit fields for cultivating spirit rice and medicinal herbs, though this requires time. And also, our personnel numbers in the other world are still insufficient, which limits our ability to expand further, Kaza Luo said helplessly. The personnel shortage. Oh, everyone appeared frustrated. This wasn't a problem that could be resolved quickly. Your Majesty, China is accelerating population growth by marrying women from this world, while Sam Nation directly captures slaves. Shouldn't we also adopt some measures? Someone suggested. Chapter 436. Wanting to buy cultivation techniques. Absolutely not. Our people are already few in number. If we start absorbing these outsiders, will we still remain who we are? Our bloodline will become polluted. 100 years from now, will the Ross clan become a minor clan? Have you even considered these issues? Immediately someone voiced opposition. It was still the same as before. They had considered population issues before, but there were too many opposing voices. Great Emperor, this is the trend of the times. Otherwise, we will eventually be left behind. Great Emperor, we could learn from Sam country, acquire laborers through war or plunder as slaves. That way our bloodline wouldn't be affected. We could also incorporate a small number of women from other realms, as long as their proportion remains low enough. Someone suggested. Then let's proceed with both approaches at once. For women from other realms, Let's absorb 1 million first, and let them marry warriors who have made contributions to the nation. As for foreign slaves, in future tribal campaigns we shall capture slaves, but only sell off the elderly, the weak, and the sick. Keep the able-bodied ones for now, and let's initially incorporate 3 million slaves. The Great Emperor thought for a moment before replying. Yes, Great Emperor, the Yanhuang Trading Company has built many commercial complexes. Shouldn't we consider simply joining them and opening our own shops within their markets? It might be better than establishing our own commercial chains. Someone suddenly proposed. Oh, would the Huaxia be willing to rent a shop space? The Great Emperor expressed some surprise. This idea hadn't occurred to them before because, if the roles were reversed, he probably wouldn't want to either. We could give it a try? Since Huaxia is willing to rent shops to outsiders from other realms, why not us? Zahalina, I'll leave this matter to you. Go to Huaxia and gauge their response. The Great Emperor instructed. Yes. Also, we can't place all our hopes on Huaxia. We must continue to develop our own commercial chain system, and also include some arms trade. The Great Emperor ordered Cardero. Yes. The President's Office, capital city of the White Elephant Country. What's the current situation at Tianxi Plain? Elder Xian asked. Everything is going smoothly, although the pace of expansion has temporarily stopped. The east and north are too close to the ocean, and there are far too many beasts in the sea. In the south, we've already encountered many fourth-stage vicious beasts, which have caused massive casualties. We've left a buffer zone there and currently can't expand any further south, a minister explained. What about the planting of spirit rice and medicinal herbs? Our land is mostly plains, very suitable for growing first-stage spirit rice. Of the 600 million people we have in this realm, more than half can already eat 1 meal of spirit rice per day, which has greatly accelerated their cultivation progress. And we're continuing to cultivate more arable land. Based on calculations, even without further expansion, if we plant spirit rice across all our current territory, our annual harvest will be enough to feed the entire nation for 5 or 6 years, with surplus for foreign sales to earn foreign currency. Therefore, there's no need for us to keep taking unnecessary risks for expansion at the moment. We'll wait until our strength improves, another minister added. Since the east and north are coastal areas, perhaps we can designate them as hunting grounds, where we can train our troops or hunt beasts when necessary. That would work out well enough. As the discussion continued, everyone realized that their situation appeared to be quite good. If they could steadily develop for a few more years, while it was still impossible to surpass Huaxia, it was very possible to surpass the Sam country and become the world's second strongest power. How is the Huan nation doing lately? Elder Xian asked with concern. Mr. President, they're developing quite well. However, their territory is much smaller than ours. It's not even half of ours. Besides building cities, their main crop is also first-stage spirit rice, but the minister hesitated slightly here. But what? Elder Xian frowned. Across a large mountain range in the direction of Huaxia, there likely exists another civilization from another realm. Recently, we noticed their population far exceeds ours. After careful observation, we found that many people there appear somewhat different from the original Hua people of Blue Planet. So they're likely people from other realms. The minister responded. What? They've already established such close contact with other realms. Elder Xian was shocked. President, it's really Huaxia that's gaining the most benefit. Otherwise, those gains should have been ours. Someone muttered in regret. Enough. You all know the circumstances back then. It was absolutely necessary to find a breakthrough. Elder Xian waved his hand, unwilling to dwell further on the matter, because it was already a fait accompli. Unless they could become stronger than Huaxia and forcibly expel the Hua people, arguing about it now was pointless. Mr. President, should we contact Huaxia and ask them to grant us a passage so we can also engage in friendly exchanges with other realms? At least trade would be beneficial. After all, the highest cultivation techniques we currently possess are merely 4th stage middle grade, and the highest attainable cultivation realm is only 2 Fan 6 transformation. We must prepare in advance and obtain higher grade cultivation techniques. General Xian Gu of the 10,000 Buddha Legion suggested. He himself was currently at the 2 Fan stage, although still only in the middle phase of the first transformation. But he believed he could definitely cultivate to higher realms. If there were no advanced techniques available when that time came, they would be placed in a very disadvantageous position. Huaxia might not be willing. Someone shook their head, since if roles were reversed, they wouldn't agree either. This would be like cutting flesh from oneself. Unless we are willing to give up more portal shares, perhaps we could move Huaxia. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. We should at least try. If we fail, there's no loss. If it works, wouldn't that be even better? Borrowing a passage may not be possible, but regarding cultivation techniques, perhaps we could negotiate with Huaxia. Maybe we can buy some from them. After all, 4th stage techniques probably aren't that valuable to them anymore. First contact Huaxia and see if we can purchase higher grade cultivation techniques. Other conditions can be considered except giving up our portal shares, Elder Xian ordered. Yes. Inside the reception meeting room for foreign guests outside the capital city of Huaxia. Miss Zahalina, long time no see. Welcome to visit Huaxia. Shinnan Tu smiled slightly and politely extended his right hand. Huaxia is becoming more and more wonderful. It's truly my honor to come here. Zahalina reached out and shook hands with Shunnan Tuesday. Then they both sat down. May I ask what brings you to Huaxia this time, Miss Zahalina? Shunnan Tu asked directly and bluntly. Since Ambassador Shun is being so direct, I'll also speak plainly. We would like to rent a shop inside your Yanhuang market to sell some goods. I wonder if this would be possible. Zahalina cautiously inquired. After speaking, she felt inner anxiety, but tried hard to suppress her nervousness. Chapter 437. Shenanto's Sincerity, a Perilous Gamble. Shenanto was taken aback, then smiled. What's wrong with that? The Yanwang Bazaar opens its doors to guests from all directions. As long as you follow our bazaar's rules, you can shop inside, or even rent a shop to do business. There was no need to ask for permission from above, though he had indeed used voice transmission to check just now and received an immediate reply. Approval granted. Zacharina immediately responded with pleasant surprise. That's really great. Thank you so much. Not sure, but if we want to rent a shop, what preparations are needed? And how are the prices set? Zacharina asked promptly. This is very straightforward. If you want to rent a shop in the Yanwang Bazaar, just go there and find out about the locations and prices of each shop. We run an honest business, treating everyone equally. Shenanta chuckled. Thank you, Zacharina said sincerely. No need to be so polite. Zacharina left, surprised at how smoothly this had gone. This trip made the Arctic Bear leadership hold an even higher opinion of China's magnanimity. It turned out they were thinking too small, having worried unnecessarily whether China would refuse. After seeing Zacharina off, to his surprise, the representative from the White Elephant country arrived. After all, now China had a significant stake in the Blessing Plains, and bilateral relations between the two countries were at their historical peak. So Shen warmly welcomed them. You want to buy high-tier cultivation techniques and also seek passage to communicate with alien civilizations? Shenanta asked, appearing quite incredulous. Yes. We hope your country could possibly do us a favor, asked Singh. Indeed. This time the delegation from the White Elephant country was led by none other than the commander of the 10,000 Buddhist Legion, as only this ensured he personally could handpick the desired techniques. The matter of techniques is not too difficult. I don't have the authority to promise anything above the 5th tier, but for 4th tier upper grade techniques, that's definitely manageable, Shenanta said. 5th tier techniques touched upon the transcendence, hence their rarity. Presently, only China, Sam country, and the Polar Bear country possessed such knowledge worldwide. As for 6th tier techniques, even the Polar Bear country didn't have any. It was only rumored that Sam country had discovered one of 6th tier low grade from some ancient underground ruins. How much would that be? Singh asked carefully. 4th tier upper grade techniques were already superior to what White Elephant country had possessed. Not much more from you. 50 billion new Chinese dollars, Shenanta thoughtfully replied. This price wasn't exorbitant at all, but it was still beyond most countries' budgets. Globally, no more than 10 countries currently could afford it. In fact, China had long opened its doors to selling cultivation techniques. Or else how could countries around the world obtain these cultivation methods? Among them, 1st tier techniques were entirely free for the global public. Just a web search would give anyone access to 10 such methods. Starting from 2nd tier cultivation techniques, sales came with a cost. Domestic pricing wasn't a concern. For international markets, 2nd tier low-grade technique, 10 million new Chinese dollars each. 2nd tier mid-grade technique, 30 million new Chinese dollars each. 2nd tier high-grade technique, 50 million new Chinese dollars each. 3rd tier low-grade technique, 100 million new Chinese dollars each. 3rd tier mid-grade technique, 300 million new Chinese dollars each. 3rd tier high-grade technique, 500 million new Chinese dollars each. 4th tier low-grade technique, 1 billion new Chinese dollars each. Up to now, the highest tier available for sale internationally was merely 4th tier low-grade. One might think this pricing high. Perhaps it would be high for an individual, but these techniques were sold to countries. In other words, once a nation acquired a certain technique, every one of its citizens could practice it. How could such techniques be kept from leaking to other countries? Complete prevention was impossible, but large-scale practices couldn't be hidden forever. Once detected by China, economic trade would be frozen, and no resources for cultivation could be obtained from China, unless they paid 10 times the price of the technique as a penalty. Thus, practically every nation in the world simply bought them directly. This approach allowed China to focus only on the few countries that had not purchased techniques. Once large-scale cultivation began in such a country, the consequences were obvious. Upon hearing this, Singh nodded slightly. Judging from China's usual pricing, 50 billion new Chinese dollars was fair enough. However, considering China had never actually put these on the international market yet, there could have been a premium, but China did not charge it. What more could he possibly wish for? Thank you, Ambassador Shun, and thank your country for its generosity, Singh said sincerely. May I ask, Ambassador Shun, if you could help us approach your higher-ups to see if 5th tier techniques might become available for sale? Singh inquired. Who wouldn't desire reaching the realm of transcendence? Shenanta shook his head. No need to ask. For now, definitely not possible. And even if we did sell, the price wouldn't be as simple as just 50 billion new Chinese dollars. I'm sure you can understand. I'd estimate it might reach 500 billion, perhaps even 1,000 billion. SSS, Singh inhaled sharply through his teeth upon hearing this. 1,000 billion new Chinese dollars? Far too much. At present, their White Elephant country's foreign exchange reserves totaled no more than 120 billion new Chinese dollars. They couldn't afford it, not even close. What Singh had in mind was, if it had been 100 billion, he would have directly purchased the 5th tier low-grade cultivation technique. Too bad. Then, may I ask whether your country could consider the matter of granting passage? We would be grateful. Singh shifted the topic. Since purchasing a 5th tier technique directly from China was impossible, perhaps engaging in trade with alien civilizations might offer one, possibly even at a lower price. Shenanta shook his head slightly and said, that won't be possible either. Seeing Singh's expression turn awkward, Shenanta smiled slightly and added, please don't misunderstand, Mr. Singh. We do this also for the sake of your country. I believe you already know that between us and alien civilizations, there's a mountain range separating us. Singh nodded, effectively acknowledging they had previously sent drones to investigate. That mountain range is called the Divine Fall Range. In the earliest times, it was shrouded in divine fall miasma. Without a cultivation level equal to or beyond the realm of rivers and mountains, one could never pass through. Although the miasma's density has decreased over the years, even now, one must reach the 9th degree of chi blood perfection to safely reach the other side. Otherwise, one would perish within the Divine Fall Range. Furthermore, countless venomous creatures reside in the mountains. Without strong protectors, each attempt to cross the range is a near-certain death sentence, Shinantu explained. Singh was stunned. So it's actually like that? If it were merely the miasma, Singh wouldn't be afraid, for he himself had already reached the transcendent stage, and all the 10,000 Buddha's legion were at the marrow washing stage. They could cross over. But venomous creatures were an entirely different matter. Hee, Shunnanda chuckled. Your country could travel northward, passing through a strait about 300 kilometers wide, and reach the Divine Fall Range. If you don't believe me, you're certainly welcome to try crossing from that side to communicate with alien civilizations. Another shocking revelation. Really, Singh was even more astonished, feeling in his heart that China couldn't possibly be that generous. If the information were true, then China's vision and magnanimity would truly be beyond imagination. Chapter 438 Divine Pantheon, Terrifying Area. We Chinese don't like to lie. Your country is welcome to send people to investigate. Besides, the difficulty of the miasma in the Godfall Mountains is decreasing. We estimate that in about 30 years, the miasma will completely disappear, and then we'll only need to deal with the venomous insects, Shunnanda said. May I ask Ambassador Shun, how many venomous insects are there, and what are their cultivation levels? Singh asked. There are a lot, more than hundreds of millions. In terms of cultivation, they range from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 7. Moreover, many of these venomous insects travel in groups. If they're not encountered, all is well. But once you encounter a swarm, even an army of tens of thousands could be instantly annihilated, Shunnanta replied. Singh had already believed about 70% of what he heard. If that was the case, the Godfall Mountains were indeed dangerous. The Chinese were able to freely travel back and forth, initially through teleportation arrays, and now even more simply because they had already opened up a safe passage. After all, they had an army of insectoid creatures. With the insectoid army guarding the passage, no insectoid creatures would dare enter the safe corridor. Thank you, Ambassador Shun, for sharing this information. Singh expressed his gratitude. We are all nations of Blue Star, and besides, we've been neighbors for 1,000 years. It's only natural for us to help each other. In fact, your country's current approach is very solid. You should actively develop the spirit plant industry. After all, a place as precious as Tianxi Plain is an ideal place for cultivating spirit plants. Relying on the spirit plant industry, your country's future prospects are limitless, Shin Tunin said. Then thank you, Ambassador Shun, for your kind words, Singh chuckled. After Zahalina returned to her country, the emperor immediately dispatched envoys to visit the Yanhuang Bazaar for an inspection. Similarly, after Singh returned home, he promptly reported all the information he had obtained to the old immortal. What do you think? The old immortal asked. As for the cultivation techniques, the price isn't high. It's actually quite sincere. Regarding the information about the Godfall Mountains, I think they probably won't deceive us because we can just send people there to check it out ourselves, Singh said. As for the matter of cultivation techniques, I will have people pay the Chinese for the goods. The technique you've chosen should be purchased soon, the old immortal reassured Singh. As for the reconnaissance mission, you should understand that to cross a strait over 300 kilometers wide, we would face endless ferocious beasts. Can we cope with that? The old immortal frowned. Mr. President, we can directly send drones to inspect, Singh suggested. The old immortal shook his head. Drones are useless. We've already tried them before. The Godfall Mountains are pitch black, even the trees are black and covered in mist. Of course, much of the mist has indeed dissipated over the years, so they probably aren't lying. But even so, the drones have a hard time penetrating the dense black forest. Even if they somehow pass through the forest, those venomous insects are unfamiliar to us, and it's impossible to judge their power level from the drone. We must send people for an on-site investigation. What about using transport planes and then paratrooping directly? Singh suggested again. You can get there, but coming back will be difficult. Besides, there are flying ferocious beasts in this world. It will be extremely dangerous for anyone who goes there, the old immortal replied. Mr. President, for the sake of White Elephant Country, sometimes sacrifices are necessary, Singh said firmly. The old immortal was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but give Singh a couple of extra glances. You're even more ruthless than me. You return to Tianxi Plain first. I'll handle this matter, the old immortal said helplessly. Yes, sir. The surface above the underground mines was the Divine Path continent, covering about 15.2 million square kilometers of territory under Chinese control, with a relatively small population of Chinese citizens living there. At this moment, in the Chinese War Center, the subcommand center of the Divine Path continent, in the operations meeting room, many military officers had gathered, and Su Pingyan had personally come as well. Greetings, General, everyone saluted. Tell me what you've already discovered. Su Pingyan got straight to the point without unnecessary formalities. Yes, sir, said Alifu, who accepted the order. He was the commander of this theater of operations, and when Su Pingyan was absent, he was the overall military commander. After our recent investigations, the area of the entire Divine Path continent is somewhere between 12 trillion to 121 trillion times the total area of Blue Star, not much different. Taking the smallest value, 12 trillion times for calculation, then the total area of the Divine Path continent is about 60 billion square kilometers, Alifu said. Yes, you read that right, unit. The area of one Divine Path continent equals 12 trillion times that of Blue Star, which is really incredible. The entire Blue Star is truly minuscule in comparison. Of course, while this number seems enormous, when converted into light years, it's merely 0.006 square light years, still infinitesimally small compared to the entire universe where Blue Star resides. This also made Su Ping'an more wary of the universe where Blue Star was located. What terrifying existence lay beyond the seal? Su Ping'an didn't know, nor dared to think. Right now, all he could do was continue to accumulate strength to prepare for future crises. On this continent, the way of gods reigns supreme. There are three most powerful divine sects, Tianxin Dao, Zhanshin Dian, and Haishin Gong. They belong to the supreme divine hierarchy. Tianxin Dao is the strongest, controlling 1/5 of the entire Divine Path continent. Their Tianxin Dao Jun should be at mid-stage of the middle god realm. Under him are the 8 great guardian deities, each at the lower god realm, followed by 81 guardian divine generals, each at 4th tier or above of the divine human realm, as well as 365 divine envoys, all at the divine human realm. As Alifu introduced Tianxin Dao, his expression turned extremely serious. How can Tianxin Dao be so powerful? Yeah, we've investigated other subcontinents, and even lower god realm cultivators are very rare. Yet here there are so many, and they belong to just a single sect. It's unbelievable. Everyone was shocked. It's because in most places, there are numerous cultivators. But in the Divine Path continent, apart from the official members of these sects, ordinary people are strictly forbidden to cultivate. If discovered, they're deemed heretics and will be purged. Resources can therefore be more concentrated. Moreover, this place follows the path of deification through worship. That means these gods can also use the power of belief from commoners to cultivate. It's really amazing. So, the Divine Path continent's high-end combat power is far superior to other subcontinents. Alifu replied earnestly. I see. It's truly a miraculous place. Zhanshin Dian ranks second in power. Its territory is relatively smaller, possibly less than half of Tianxin Dao's. Yet Zhanshin Dian is very strong because its gods have achieved enlightenment through martial prowess. In battle, they are peerless within the same realm. Alifu continued his explanation. After speaking, he couldn't resist adding. Of course, that's only in comparison to the other powers within the Divine Path continent. Chapter 439, A Small Taste of Power. The War God Hall is led by its Hall Master, whose cultivation is at the early stage of the Middle Divine Realm. However, he possesses a top-tier Tier 3 divine artifact, the War God Scroll, which can set up a massive killing formation. This formation cannot be broken without 49 experts of the same realm. Even a celestial deity Dao Lord would find it difficult to defeat him within the array. But once outside the formation, the War God Hall Master likely wouldn't be a match for the Dao Lord. The War God Hall commands 4 divine generals, all in the lower divine realm, 48 divine captains at the 4th stage of the divine human realm or above, and 180 divine guards, each one at least at the divine human realm. Although the War God Hall is also quite strong, compared to the celestial deity Dao, it still falls far behind. Someone immediately pointed out. That's correct. That's exactly why the War God Hall has become close with the Sea God Palace. It's even rumored that the Hall Master and the Sea God Palace's Palace Mistress are romantically involved. They've essentially formed an alliance to resist the celestial deity Dao together, creating a delicate balance of power, and there hasn't been a major war in several tens of thousands of years, Alifu explained. He himself had discovered this discrepancy before, which puzzled him, so he specially conducted an investigation. After all, he himself was a mid-stage expert in the Middle Divine Realm, on the same cultivation level as that Dao Lord, and since he hadn't become a deity through worship, his battle power might even surpass the Dao Lord's, naturally enabling him to obtain information that ordinary people couldn't uncover. The Sea God Palace is even weaker and ranked 3rd. Its Palace Mistress cultivates at the early stage of the Middle Divine Realm, and apparently, the palace itself is itself a Tier 3 divine artifact of extraordinary power. The Sea God Palace is located near the ocean, and practically all coastal areas fall under its influence. Alifu continued. According to the investigation, the Sea God Palace has 5 sea divine spirits, each at the lower divine realm, 36 sea divine captains, all at the 4th stage of the divine human realm or above, and 200 sea divine envoys, each at the divine human realm. Wow, even combining just these 3 supreme divine factions together, we have 3 deities in the middle divine realm, 17 deities in the lower divine realm, and 910 experts at the divine human realm level. It's just mind-blowing. It looks like this faith power is definitely worth studying. Otherwise, with just the land and resources of the divine secondary continent, there's no way so many gods could have been born. This really is a bit too exaggerated. I feel that even if you added all the gods from the other secondary continents together, it wouldn't equal the number found on just this divine continent. Don't just think that. Rest assured, it's definitely true. And this is only accounting for the 3 supreme divine factions. There are many other divine factions as well. Correct, Commander Alifu. Alifu nodded and said, the hierarchy of powers in the divine continent is classified by divine factions, ranked from highest to lowest. Supreme divine factions, top-tier divine factions, high-tier divine factions, mid-tier divine factions, low-tier divine factions, and false divine factions. A divine faction possessing a deity at the middle divine realm is called a supreme divine faction. At present, there are only 3 such factions, the ones I just introduced to you. A top-tier divine faction must have a faction leader reaching the lower divine realm. A high-tier divine faction requires its leader to be at the 7th stage of the divine human realm or above. A mid-tier divine faction demands the leader to be above the 4th stage of the divine human realm. A low-tier divine faction requires the leader to have reached at least the 1st stage of the divine human realm. A false divine faction requires its leader to attain the level of a 3rd-class false divine being. Ali Fu explained. Then he proceeded to explain what false divine beings were. In the divine continent, the concept of demigods doesn't exist. The term false divine is roughly equivalent to that of a demigod, classified into 3 ranks: 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st class false divine beings, corresponding respectively to the initial stage of a demigod, mid-stage, and peak stage demigods. Besides these 3 supreme divine factions, the divine continent also includes 5 top-tier divine factions, 9 high-tier divine factions, 16 mid-tier divine factions, 41 low-tier divine factions, and over 200 false divine factions. In total, excluding those deities whose existences are hidden and thus beyond our detection, the divine continent currently has 3 deities in the middle divine realm, 28 in the lower divine realm, 1,463 divine human experts, and 10,792 demigods, Ali Fu concluded. The precision of these numbers demonstrated how detailed and meticulous his investigation had been. The divine continent's strength cannot be underestimated. Although we can potentially overwhelm it entirely, there would definitely be vulnerabilities and casualties. If we tried to seize it all at once, we wouldn't be able to govern effectively. Since the number of nobles being trained in the first batch is also limited, our approach must be gradual and staged. Su Pingyan finally spoke, revealing his thoughts. While it's normal for soldiers to die on the battlefield, each loss weighs heavily on Su Pingyan because these individuals have already been cultivated into deities. Losing one is heartbreaking. If it were a war for the survival of civilization, sacrifices would be unavoidable. Even Su Pingyan himself might perish. However, when there's a way to achieve the objective without death, naturally he would choose that option. They weren't in such a rush anyway. Ali Fu, give us an introduction to those forces adjacent to us, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, Commander. Ali Fu said, then pulled up a map. A green area marked the territory of Huaxia. Located in the southwest corner of the map, its western border was the sea, and to the south were mountains, neither belonging to any faction, serving as 2 natural security barriers. To the northwest, there was a red-colored region bordering Huaxia's territory. Though the connecting border was minimal, it resembled a long, narrow corridor. A larger red area lay to the north and northeast, significantly bigger than the northwestern region. Another red area could be seen in the east and southeast, relatively small in size, even smaller than the one in the northwest. This meant there were 3 factions bordering Huaxia's territory. Please look closely. There are 3 divine factions adjacent to Huaxia's territory. Among them, 2 are false divine factions, and 1 is a low-tier divine faction. The northwestern one is a false divine faction, covering approximately 35 trillion square kilometers. Its deity is a 2nd-class false divine being, followed by 4 guardians, 3rd-class false divine beings. Additionally, it has 222 divine human experts, 547 Mount River experts, 7,116 transcendent experts, and 500,000 official members below the transcendent level. Ali Fu pointed to the red area in the northwest while explaining. So vast a territory, yet such a small number of cultivators. Someone expressed surprise. Leaving aside the elite fighters, just considering the sheer number of cultivators, this faction couldn't even match the small state of Wei. Keep in mind that the state of Wei only spanned a little over 1 million square kilometers. What a massive difference in scale. Just this one divine faction was 7,000 times larger than the entire surface area of Blue Planet. That's precisely the characteristic of the divine continent. Those positioned at the top of a faction received the most worship. Those 500,000 members are practically servants to the elite few at the top. They never receive high-level cultivation techniques, so naturally, they cannot advance their cultivation levels, Ali Fu explained. Truly a land of tyranny indeed. Chapter 440 Conquering 3 Divine Systems. Our arrival has essentially lifted the lid off their heads, giving them a chance in the future. The one in the east is also a false divine system, with a power roughly equivalent to the one in the northwest, although its territory is slightly smaller at only 33 trillion square kilometers. The deity ruler is also a 2nd-tier false god, but there are only 3 guardians, all 3rd-tier false gods. Additionally, this force has 116 heaven-ranked experts, 331 river-ranked experts, 4,282 superb-ranked experts, and 500,000 regular members below the superb rank, continued Ali Fu. As for the remaining low-tier divine system, it became a divine system not long ago, less than 3,000 years back. Its territory covers 1,580 trillion square kilometers. The deity ruler cultivates at the early stage of the divine soul realm. He has 18 false god guardians under him, along with 551 heaven-ranked experts, 2,096 river-ranked experts, 35,318 superb-ranked experts, and 3 million regular members below the superb rank. This is the situation of the 3 divine forces bordering us, Ali Fu concluded, then turned to Su Pingyan, waiting for orders. Commander, with such minor forces, I can eliminate them without any effort. There's absolutely no need for any strategy. remarked a general who had reached the 9th peak of the Divine Soul realm. Destroying them is indeed easy, but governing such vast territories would require many people even if we grant fiefs. Su Pingyan smiled faintly. We only trained 350,000 lords in the first batch. Let's allocate them like that for now. We can discuss further details later. Commander, if we eliminate the elites of these 3 divine systems, managing the common people can be easily handled by granting first-grade fiefdoms to all, someone remarked with a chuckle. You don't need to concern yourselves with the enfeoffment matters. There are established evaluation standards from above. They'll be rewarded according to their achievements and individual abilities. Su Pingyan waved his hand, indicating there was no need to dwell on this issue. If first-grade fiefdoms were granted freely, what purpose would the 9 ranks serve? The point was to foster healthy competition, greater capability, greater rewards. All right, we will deploy 1 regiment from the 1st Division for each of the 2 false divine systems. From the 3rd Battalion of the War God Special Team, we will send out 1 squad each. Furthermore, 1 corps from the Garrison Army will be dispatched. Capture these 2 systems. Let the Special Operations Squads target the deities and their guardians so they don't flee with their wealth. The regiments from the 1st Division will eliminate all experts above the superb ranked in the false divine system. Then the Garrison Corps will move in to suppress rebellion and control the entire territory. We can incorporate some local military forces into our command to assist in administration, Su Pingyan ordered. These secular territories also included kingdoms or city-states with their own administrators, albeit ordinary people who either hadn't cultivated or possessed only basic martial skills, rarely exceeding the Qi realm. A regiment of garrison forces numbered 10,000 people, which was sufficient for control since they were cultivators above the superb ranked at the 7th level and higher. One person could dominate a large region and then use the recruited local forces to control the entire area. As for this low-tier divine system, we'll dispatch a squad from the 3rd Battalion of the War God Special Forces and a brigade from the 1st Division. Additionally, 50 corps from the garrison forces will be deployed to suppress it in the shortest possible time. Su Pingyan continued issuing orders. There was no way around it. Although it was only a low-tier divine system, its territory was just too vast. Yes, sir. The soldiers accepted their orders and left. For them, it was just a small-scale mission. Many of them saw there were no battles to be fought, and they felt quite disappointed. As the army marched out, Su Pingyan's spiritual sense encompassed the 3 divine forces, observing the situation. In half a day, he nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, reports from all 3 fronts gradually began to arrive. Commander, all 3 forces have been captured completely. Seeing our strength, the local secular authorities are very cooperative. Those fanatic believers and rebellious forces have been suppressed by us, while the remaining ones are too afraid to move for now. No casualties on our side, Ali Fu reported. It was just as expected. This was just a small test. Now, you have 4 tasks ahead of you. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. Please instruct, Commander, Ali Fu said solemnly. First, maintain a high-pressure situation in the 3 regions. Post public notices to calm the people and try not to disrupt ordinary life. Then, open up the granaries and distribute the food. Since this place will now become part of our Huaxia territory, we should strive to prevent deaths from starvation, Su Pingyan instructed. This wasn't just talk for show. None of the 3 divine forces were virtuous. In their domains, hundreds of thousands, even millions, died of hunger every day. Those at the top paid no heed to the common people below, but Su Pingyan did, and so did Huaxia. Su Pingyan didn't mention sending grain from Huaxia, because there was no need. Within the warehouses of these secular and divine forces, food stores were full. Even if people ate freely, the supply would be enough to feed the entire population for several years. It was only that those in power were too greedy to distribute it to the common people. Relief efforts were only temporary. Once the situation stabilized, work replacement programs would be necessary. Further stabilizing the Binshin after that. Once the people planted their own crops, tax burdens could be lightened in the next harvest season. 1 or 2 years of light taxation would quickly turn around this dire situation. Su Pingyan was very confident about this. Yes, Ali Fu replied seriously. Though he had become a god, he still shared the same empathy as the people of Huaxia. He also could not bear to see so many innocent civilians dying of starvation. Second, investigate the various branches and connections of the 3 major forces. These divine systems have managed such vast territories for countless years, with complex and tangled relationships that need to be carefully untangled. Conquering is easy, but governing and safeguarding the land is the hardest part. We need to identify and control those fanatics and intransigent elements. For now, don't kill them. Keep them alive for the future lords to use in construction efforts. They make excellent labor forces. Large-scale infrastructure projects could not solely rely on Huaxia forces. Local human resources were necessary, and these were perfect workers. Even if they were used to the point of death, no one needed to feel remorse. Yes, Ali Fu nodded again, recording the order. Third, do not continue expanding outward for now. Observe how the more distant divine forces react. If any dare to intervene, strike them down directly. Also, investigate the surrounding divine forces thoroughly. Once the lords arrive and the fiefdoms become slightly stable, and after we cultivate a new batch of lords, we will enter the 2nd phase of operations. At that point, the number of fiefdoms will increase exponentially, like a snowball rolling forward. Expanding outward in layers, before long they would take control of the entire divine continent. Fourth, gather all the military forces of the secular powers and train them. Conduct live operations to eliminate bandits. Later, once the lords arrive, we will directly assign these soldiers to them. allowing them to continue Jiaofei operations. However, the wealth obtained from the three forces and those evil secular powers must be transported back here. It now belongs to our Huaxia. Su Pingyan reminded. Chapter 441. Assessment and Bestowal of the Title of Lord. The center of the divine system is naturally the center of secular power and also of wealth. If all that wealth were to remain untouched, the disparity between the fiefdoms would be too great. Besides, the Huaxia Empire's military intervention couldn't possibly be in vain. These spoils of war would help maintain balance. Moreover, the divine system had just been destroyed and the people's hearts were unsettled. Such instability could easily lead to unrest and massive loss of life. Therefore, decisive action was necessary to calm the people's anxieties and restore order. What Su Pingyan had done not only stabilized the situation, but also won the people's support. This would make the subsequent enfeoffment of vassal states much easier and reduce resistance. As for the former divine factions, those who resisted would be dealt with harshly. But when it came to ordinary civilians, neither Su Pingyan nor the soldiers could bring themselves to raise their swords. Yes, outside the capital city of Huaxia, in a certain building on the outskirts, Zhang Dehai, a loud voice rang out. Here, a young-looking man stepped forward and responded, though in reality he was nearly 50 years old. Zhang Dehai, a retired soldier from the 5th rotation of the 9th Division of the Yanhuang Legion. During your service, you accumulated remarkable military merits. According to the review panel, you received a score of 96 points for individual performance. You also earned an additional 10 points during the 3-month special training for your outstanding conduct. In the final written and practical assessment, you scored 82 points. Your final total is 188 points. Membership in the Yanhuang Legion was not permanent. Those whose abilities or military achievements fell behind would be removed, and replacements would be drawn from the field army. Such rotations occurred regularly, especially at the peak of retirements when Su Pingyan sent them to the cultivation realm. So far, there had already been 11 rotations of retired soldiers. Zhang Dehai belonged to the 5th, which was nearly a decade ago. This individual score reflected the soldier's contribution to society and the nation, with a maximum of 100 points. A score of 96 was considered exceptional. For the first batch of training for future lords, the government hadn't initially told them the real purpose, and even now, the matter remained undisclosed. They were only informed that they were to attend a 3-month special training program after which they would be given significant responsibilities. During the training period, they were also assessed according to their conduct, with a maximum of 10 points. Finally, there was the assessment of the training content itself, with a maximum score of 100. The total possible score was 210. After discussions at the top levels, the following decisions were made. Those scoring 205 or above would be awarded the title of first-rank lord and given a first-rank fief. Those scoring 200 or above would receive the title of second-rank lord and a second-rank fief. Those scoring 195 or above would receive the title of third-rank lord and a third-rank fief. Those scoring 190 or above would receive the title of fourth-rank lord and a fourth-rank fief. Those scoring 185 or above would receive the title of fifth-rank lord and a fifth-rank fief. Those scoring 180 or above would receive the title of sixth-rank lord and a sixth-rank fief. Those scoring 175 or above would receive the title of seventh-rank lord and a seventh-rank fief. Those scoring 170 or above would receive the title of eighth-rank lord and an eighth-rank fief. Those scoring 160 or above would receive the title of ninth-rank lord and a ninth-rank fief. In other words, only those with a score of more than 105 would be eligible for enfeoffment. The initial participants in the training had been chosen through multiple layers of screening, and each needed a minimum individual score of 95. Among the 350,000 trainees selected from a population of over 4 billion, they could truly be considered the elite of the elite. Of course, China had more than just this number of outstanding individuals, but there was another prerequisite for selection. They had to be non-active soldiers and non-officials currently holding the rank of section chief or higher. Otherwise, if all of them were enfeoffed, who would manage the country? Congratulations, Comrade Zhang Dehai. Your final score ranks you at the 5th rank. You will be granted a 5th rank fief in the divine continent of another world, where you will establish a 5th rank vassal state, and personally assume the title of 5th rank lord. Please step forward and receive your fief's official set of items. The middle-aged man on the stage said with a beaming smile, clearly somewhat envious. Establishing a territory and founding a state, what a glorious honor. If not for his current high position, even he would have been tempted. What? Is that real? The trainees below murmured in astonishment. This revelation caused a commotion, as they hadn't been told of anything like this beforehand. Wow. I never imagined I'd have such an opportunity. A ruler of a nation? Am I dreaming? Someone among the crowd was stunned beyond words. Don't get excited just yet. It seems like everything depends on the final assessment. If you don't pass, you may not have the chance, someone else said more calmly, reminding the others. Those who were eligible to come all had personal scores above 95. As long as they hadn't made any mistakes during the training, they would receive at least 5 points in conduct, which meant a minimum total score of 100. With the passing score of 60 on the training assessment, practically everyone was guaranteed to be granted a lordship. Oh no way. If I had known earlier, I would have worked even harder. Oh no, quiet down. The middle-aged man on the stage called loudly, then proceeded to explain the reasons. The crowd immediately quieted down, and satisfied, the middle-aged man nodded and continued announcing the rest of the scores. Zhang Dehai, now excitedly holding the official set of items for his fief, stepped off the stage. while the others looked anxious, waiting for the middle-aged man to continue reading the results. The 350,000 trainees hadn't been trained together since the group was too large. They were divided into multiple training locations, so the announcements for this venue quickly came to an end. I was just 1 point short. I should have worked harder, someone lamented, feeling like he had narrowly missed an incredible opportunity. Those who passed eagerly picked up their sets of official fief items. There was a bronze jade seal, a spiritual weapon lord sword, a spiritual mo made of spirit material that automatically cleaned itself, provided moderate defense, and could adjust its size, and finally, a blank map. What's with this blank map? Someone asked in confusion. The middle-aged man answered. This is the map of your fief, but the specific location where you'll be in theft has yet to be determined. You must randomly draw one for yourself. It all depends on your luck. I see. Everyone replied in understanding. Su Pingyan, who was stationed in the Divine Continent, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Shui Yong, who had just entered the room, asking, Are the results out yet? Shui Yong smiled and nodded. Yes, just now. The summary is right here with me. Tell me about it, Su Pingyan asked curiously. There are 6 first-rank lords, 27 second-rank lords, 188 third-rank lords, 2,855 fourth-rank lords, 8,486 fifth-rank lords, 24,119 sixth-rank lords, 41,899 seventh-rank lords, 92,677 eighth-rank lords, and 169,482 ninth-rank lords, 339,739 in total. The rest failed, Shui Yong reported in detail. All of these participants had personal scores above 95 before the training. I didn't expect so few first-rank lords this time. It's likely to get even worse in the future, Su Pingyan said, frowning slightly. The results were far worse than he had anticipated. Chapter 442. Everyone was excited. If territory was allocated based on current scores, only 1,325 trillion square kilometers of land could be distributed. That would barely cover the territories of the 2 false godly pantheons, but certainly wouldn't be enough when considering the lower-tier pantheon's domain. After all, the former 2 together amounted to only 67 trillion square kilometers, while the latter alone reached 1,580 trillion square kilometers. The combined territory of all fiefdoms barely equaled a fraction of that. Shui Yong helplessly said. Initially, no one knew it was for claiming fiefdoms. Although everyone studied earnestly, the results were still somewhat lacking. After speaking, he glanced at Su Pingyan and continued. I think future training should make this clear from the start. People will have more motivation, and perhaps their results will improve. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. We can do that going forward. Judging from the current results, covering the territory of the lower-tier pantheon would require approximately 40 million in theft lords. Counting their families, that meant a population of 2 to 300 million. Thinking about this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but frown. The task was monumental. Shui Yong, however, became quite excited, failing to notice Su Pingyan's expression. He asked eagerly, Commander, should this matter be kept secret? Are you asking about keeping it secret within the army, or from the general public? Su Pingyan asked in return, no longer dwelling on his previous concerns. Both, Shui Yong replied. Su Pingyan remained silent and thought for a moment, then said, Actually, there's no need for secrecy. We can even use this to inspire the general public, boosting their motivation to work harder and contribute to the nation, thereby enhancing China's cohesion. In the past 20 years, China had risen rapidly. The general population had greatly benefited from this tide of progress. However, many had become lax and even adopted a lying flat attitude. After all, thanks to Su Pingyan and the soldiers always charging ahead, the majority of the common people had not actually experienced life-or-death battles. Compared with Sam and the polar bear nations, they had been relatively comfortable. It was time to bring something forward to awaken their desires and potential. The system of fiefdoms was an excellent bait. You mean we shouldn't just keep it secret, but actively publicize it? Shui Yong asked in surprise, confirming that he had heard correctly. Su Pingyan nodded. Exactly. We can let those in theft lords promote themselves as well. Even allow them to create accounts on TikTok and live stream their governance of their fiefdoms. This will not only increase their income, but also motivate the public further. Additionally, it will allow people to start learning in advance how to govern a nation. By watching these streams, we can directly observe the Lord's abilities, summarizing practical and useful experiences. Wise as always, Commander, Shui Yong exclaimed excitedly. Come on, report this to the higher-ups. If there are no objections, establish a dedicated publicity and distribution department to guide things in a positive direction. Su Pingyan instructed. All right, I'll do that right away, Shui Yong said eagerly before leaving. 3 days later, news of the event set the entire Chinese internet alight. Our nation has successfully defeated 3 evil divine factions on the Divine Dao continent. To prevent chaos and disorder among the local population, we will begin an experiment in the 9 ranks and fiefment system, selecting pioneers among those who have made outstanding contributions to our nation. These fiefdoms will be granted to those deserving individuals, hoping that these in-theft lords will embody the dignity and power of the great Chinese nation, striving forward, stabilizing their domains, governing well, and offering dignity and opportunity to the poor and suffering. People's Daily, China's most authoritative news platform, published an unusual 5,000-word news report, officially announcing this massive news regarding the enfeoffment system. Whoa, am I dreaming? In this era of modern progress, a feudal enfeoffment system actually exists. Is this real? It sounds unbelievable. Though confusing, you should also consider where this news is coming from. How could it be fake? By the way, where is this divine Tao continent? Does anyone know? I seem to have heard about this before. The continent where the White Elephant Nation is located, known as the continent of myriad nations, got its name from the land of divine bounty. By extension, the divine Tao continent is likely the name of an entire continent on the other side of some portal, someone analyzed. Firstly, eliminating the White Elephant Nation, the Sam Nation, and the Polar Bear Nation. Those are 3 other interdimensional worlds linked through portals. Only 5 remain. Yinshan grasslands are occupied by the half-humans, clearly not the divine Tao continent. New Moon Archipelago also doesn't fit. It's more likely the 10,000 mountains, the dark forest, or the surface world above the Underdark caverns. Actually, come to think of it, I feel like it might be the surface world above the Underdark caverns. I recently noticed a large group of people heading toward the ancient Pyramid Kingdom. Besides, the surface world remains quite mysterious to us. Only a few people have gone there, and no major announcements seem to have been made. I bet the entire world still knows almost nothing about the surface situation by now. Hey, what's the point of discussing this now? Shouldn't we be focusing on how to qualify as Infef Lords? Founding a fiefdom? Isn't that an incredibly exciting opportunity? Don't any of you want it? Look at what the People's Daily mentioned. Due to our expansion into other realms and our improving cultivation, marginal effects have become increasingly apparent. In the future, it'll be harder and harder for everyone to advance further because the required resources will keep increasing. Enfeefment is a great alternative. It's like having an entire fiefdom supporting your family. So, tell me, wouldn't that be awesome? Wow, I didn't even realize it until now. You're totally right. This is seriously exciting. HSS, does this mean we could have 3 palaces and 6 harems, with thousands of beauties in our inner court? Drooling.jpg. There should be some limitations, right? Carefully read through the material. Have you seen any such restrictions mentioned? As long as you regularly pay tributes and obey the commands from above, everything else is essentially hands-off governance. Considering the expected huge number of future Infef Lords based on the first batch of test participants, the administrative cost required to closely monitor them would be astronomical. Therefore, de facto autonomous governance is likely the default, with only a supervisory body involved. As long as they don't go too far, even if minor issues occur, higher authorities probably won't intervene, someone analyzed. My domain, my rules. Sounds awesome. Shoot, I'm really jealous now. Han people must be living the dream. I'm drooling just listening to this. The saying goes, comparing goods makes others seem worthless. When will our great Sam nation ever implement such a system? We want it too. You wish. Rumor says your territory in the other realm spans less than 10,000 square kilometers. Who would that even be enough to give out to? Actually, it can still be divided. Just split up the dead desert sea. Give each person a patch of desert. God damn it. Give each one a patch of desert? Are you suggesting they turn those deserts into oases? That might be pushing it, don't you think? Chapter 443. What streamer? That's His Majesty. In the command center of Shindao continent. Commander, the lords have completed their blind draw and are ready to take office, reported Alifu. Don't withdraw the army yet. First, help each lord stabilize the situation in their territory before proceeding with the transition of power. We will withdraw only after they have taken full control, Su Ping'an reminded him. Understood. Just at that moment, Shui Yong rushed in excitedly and said, Commander, the internet is blowing up. Now not only is the whole nation discussing this, but countries around the world are as well. Expected. Su Ping'an was not surprised, and then said, well then, since the lords are about to assume their posts, you make the arrangements and hold a live broadcast to let each lord add a spark to this grand event. Understood. I'm on it. Shui Yong came in haste and left in haste, quickly departing. Commander, isn't Shui Yong a bit too excited? Alifu asked in surprise. His older brother got one of the spots. The Shui family has always been one of the top martial clans in our nation, and now they've secured a third-grade territory. Of course, he's happy, Su Ping'an chuckled. Alifu frowned slightly. Could there be any foul play in that? Su Ping'an shook his head. No, his older brother truly earned it by merit. Besides, things like this will become quite common in the future. Shindao continent is just the beginning. There's Panwu continent coming up ahead. Do you think everything will go smoothly over there? There might be battles in certain places, which will mean a vast new territory. Everyone will have a chance in the future, Su Ping'an said casually. Alifu nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask further. Wang Chuanji was a young man who, after reaching the Shisui realm, had chosen to live a leisurely life. After all, cultivators of the Shisui realm could live a very long time. As China continued to develop, he could also benefit from its progress, and perhaps even eventually reach the Tuifan realm, greatly extending his lifespan. But now he felt terrible, because he had seen a piece of news, an announcement that the nation had begun granting territories to those who had made contributions. Yes, as a die-hard fan of novels and games that followed the Emperor's path or focused on farming elites, do you know how hard he had endured these days? These guys sure have good luck, Wang Chuanji wrote on the internet, expressing his envy and jealousy. Good luck? Have you even checked what kind of achievements the people being granted territories have had, or the level of their contributions to the country? Someone immediately responded. Well, not all of them. Some are just ordinary people, Wang Chuanji quickly replied. Although hundreds of thousands of people were involved, careful eyes had already categorized their identities. It turned out that people from every profession were represented. They might be commoners, but they are also Person of the Year awardees who have quietly contributed to the development of their respective fields. Even actors are now Person of the Year awardees? How many of them are genuinely commoners? That was ages ago. Stop bringing it up. The system is far more standardized now. WTF, what are you arguing about? It's pointless. Hurry and watch the live stream. Many lords are already starting live broadcasts to document their assumption of office. We can all learn something from it. Really? I'll check it out. You mean learn something, as if that would actually give you a chance. Wang Xuanji frowned at the intense comments under his post, but seeing that many lords had already started live streaming, he couldn't care less. He immediately closed Weibo, found the relevant live channel, and started watching. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Dehai, a retired soldier from the 5th Division of the 9th Corps of the Yellow Emperor Army. After retiring, I joined a triple-star hunting corps as a deputy commander. However, 3 months ago, the state suddenly called me back for a special assignment. When I arrived, I found out that I wasn't the only one summoned. People from all walks of life had been gathered. At first, we were quite confused about what this special mission could be. For 3 continuous months, professional instructors taught us many things regarding governance and statecraft. Honestly, if not for my cultivation improvement, I probably wouldn't have been able to endure all that. But eventually, I passed and obtained the rank of a 5th grade lord. Zhang Dehai briefly introduced his background and how he was granted the territory to his audience. As the viewers listened to Zhang Dehai speaking, the screen was filled with messages expressing envy. Occasionally, some sarcastic remarks would also appear. Stream host, how big is your territory? Someone suddenly asked. Although the official newspaper had published the 9-rank system of enfeoffment, it hadn't released specific details, including the exact size or characteristics of each territory, only the grade of the territory and the rank of the lord. What streamer? You should call him His Majesty. Someone immediately corrected. What is Majesty? It should be Guozhu. The People's Daily clearly stated that whether it's a 9th grade or 1st grade enfeoffed lord, they are all addressed as Guozhu. Ah, the gap between people is just like this. Just a second ago, we were all commoners, and now you've suddenly become Guozhu. Zhang Dehai noticed the comments scrolling on the screen and clearly saw this issue. He thought for a moment and said, according to the official regulations, a 5th grade fiefdom is 300 million square kilometers. Of course, during the actual enfeoffment, it's impossible to measure it precisely due to the terrain. For example, my own fiefdom is actually over 10,000 square kilometers larger than that standard. How much did you say? At that moment, everyone thought they had heard incorrectly. Holy crap, is my ear acting up, or did the streamer mess up? Did he say 300 million? Or maybe it's actually 30,000? Even 30,000 square kilometers is already a fairly large area, equivalent to half of a small province. It can't possibly be 300 million square kilometers. Do you even realize what you're saying? The entire blue planet is only 500 million square kilometers, and its total land area is about 1.5 billion square kilometers. If the streamer's fiefdom is really 300 million, then his tiny territory alone would be twice the area of all the nations in the world combined. How is that possible? Someone immediately brought out the facts. I'll add one more thing. The key point is, this is only a 5th grade fiefdom. According to the information published in the People's Daily, 5th grade is merely a mid-tier level. There are still 4th dash, 3rd dash, 2nd dash, and 1st grade fiefdoms larger than this. If even the 5th grade territory is 300 million square kilometers, how vast would a 1st grade one be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it either unless I myself become an enfeoffed lord. Stream host, check the comments quickly, everyone is questioning you. Are you wrong? Or is this actually true? Someone started shouting for the host to confirm. Chapter 444, Shocked Netizens. Zhang Dehai just happened to be glancing at the live comments when he saw the discussions. He smiled faintly and loudly said, I can assure everyone, I didn't say anything wrong. My fiefdom really is just over 300 million in square kilometers. As soon as he finished speaking, the usually active comment stream briefly went blank. Nobody sent a message. Everyone was stunned. So it's a feudal grant, huh? Fine, go ahead and grant it. But do you really have to exaggerate like this? How big is the territory of China? You're giving a tiny 5th rank fiefdom 300 million square kilometers. Is that supposed to be a joke? After a brief silence came a barrage of explosive comments. How can you prove what you're saying? Someone asked. Seeing the first comment after the silence, Zhang Dehai thought for a moment before replying. How can I prove it? Well, the government told us this directly, and they've even given me the map of my fiefdom. For confirmation, you can go ask other feudal lords during their streams. I swear I'm not lying to everyone. Also, don't think my 300 million square kilometers is that big. Did you know that the area of a 1st rank fiefdom is 50 billion square kilometers? That's 10 times the surface area of launching. Compared to that, is my fiefdom still considered that large? Trying to support his argument, Zhang Dehai revealed an even more shocking piece of information. WTF, did I hear that right? 50 billion square kilometers? 10 times the size of launching? This territory is just way too enormous. True or fake? If it's fake, we'll be embarrassed internationally. It must be true. We know the situation in the myriad nations subcontinent. Its area is already massive. If the Shundao continent is the same size, then dividing it up into fiefdoms is actually quite normal. I still think it's too big. What exactly is going on up there? Why don't we manage it ourselves directly? Even if it's for feudal grants, smaller plots could allow more people to be granted fiefdoms. If the first batch takes so much, how will there be any left for the rest of us? Someone complained, since according to the People's Daily, this is only a trial batch and more people will be granted titles in the future. However, the total area of the Shundao continent is fixed. If earlier people take more, there will definitely be less left for the later ones. Seeing this, Zhang Dehai further explained, everyone, please don't worry about the issue of insufficient land to be shared out. Do you know how large the Shundao continent is? How big? The viewers were drawn in by this question. How big could it be? Probably about the same as the myriad nations subcontinent. How much bigger could it get? Even if it is, at this rate of feudal distribution, how many Chinese people can actually be granted fiefdoms? Maybe a few million tops, 10 million max. That's still not bad. Although China has more than 4 billion people, the number of adult ethnically pure Chinese people is limited, and there also must be some contributions to the nation, so the number is even smaller. Let's avoid saying anything harmful to national unity. It's 60 trillion square kilometers. Our teacher told us this. Yes, you heard that right. 60 trillion that's 2 yees, Zhang Dehai said very seriously, fearing that people might think he made a mistake again. He emphasized and repeated it clearly. How much? 60 trillion square kilometers? Holy crap, I didn't study much. Can someone tell me how huge that actually is? This time the viewers were even more shocked, more than hearing about the feudal grant itself, as this area was truly terrifying. Lanqing's total surface area is about 500 million square kilometers. That means the entire Shun Dao continent is 12 trillion times that of Lanqing, if what the streamer says is true. Let me repeat, 12 trillion times, with the word E at the end. Someone imitated Zhang Dehai's way of emphasizing the last E clearly. In other words, if we divided it up according to the 5th rank fief the streamer has, there would be space to grant 20 trillion people. Even dividing by the 50 billion square kilometers of a 1st rank fief, it would still support 12 trillion feudal grants. However, China only has 40-some billion people. Do you realize what this means? Even if every single person is granted a 1st rank fief, it would only account for a negligible fraction of the entire Shun Dao continent's territory. Wow, how terrifying. This scared the hell out of me. So, does that mean we all have the opportunity to be granted a kingdom of our own? People became excited, because for them, this was undeniably fantastic news. In theory, exactly. Plus, even distributed like this, the land won't run out anytime soon. Furthermore, obviously not everyone will be granted a fief. Likely, at most only one member per family might be granted land, while the others would just follow along as part of the royal family of the fiefdom. At most, the nation would distribute grants to a few 100 million people. Now I truly feel at ease. Seems like the people's daily wasn't lying. 1 kingdom per family for cultivation. What a blissful society. Host, aren't you lying? I remember the myriad nations subcontinent wasn't that big, was it? Someone who had caught on quickly fired back. How big is the myriad nations subcontinent? A curious viewer asked. I heard from my cousin that the total territory of the Great Chu Empire is only a little over 700 million square kilometers, and that's already the largest among the 5 great empires. Even if they were all the same size, that would only be 350 billion square kilometers. The total area of the entire myriad nations subcontinent should obviously be less than 400 billion square kilometers. Even that is just a fraction, less than a fraction, of the Shun Dao continent. Both are subcontinents. Isn't the difference just too big? An online commenter countered, with a solid argument. That makes sense. Please explain, host. Zhang Dehai briefly frowned as he glanced at the comments, slightly furrowing his brows. Well, I really shouldn't have to explain this to everyone because the information I received clearly states it's 60 trillion square kilometers. But since so many people are asking, I'll briefly share my understanding. Let me ask you this first. Does the myriad nations subcontinent really consist of only the 5 great empires? What does the host mean by that? Someone asked, confused. Even if we include the Blessing Plains, it's still not that big. The Blessing Plains are barely over 100 million square kilometers. Have you all forgotten about the land south of the Qingyang Mountains? To most people, that region remains a complete mystery filled with high-rank fierce beasts. Think about it. How large are the activity ranges of these high-level beasts? Isn't it likely that there are vast territories south of the Qingyang Mountains? Of course, these regions are now occupied by fierce beasts. Also, if you pass through the 5 great empires and travel further west, what lies beyond? Do you know that? So tell me, do you still believe the myriad nation subcontinent is as small as you think? Zhang Dehai retorted. This left everyone stunned into silence, because nobody actually knew what lay far beyond the Qingyang Mountains to the south or west beyond the 5 great empires. Of course, the higher-ups in China already knew the truth. Chapter 445, Ascend the Throne First. The subcontinent of Wangwo was vast, but compared to the Divine Path continent, it was indeed much smaller, significantly smaller. It was like comparing the Northeast Asian subcontinent and the South Asian subcontinent. Both were subcontinents, yet there was still a huge difference in area. Along the way, Zhang Dehai chatted happily with his online viewers, and soon, he arrived at his fiefdom. Fellas, I've finally reached my fief. Zhang Dehai exclaimed excitedly. Gazing at the endless land before him, he felt filled with anticipation for the future. Stream, if your fief is so big, how many people live here? How are the administrative divisions structured? And what is the name of your fief? One netizen immediately asked several questions in a row, followed quickly by many other netizens sending identical questions. Zhang Dehai quickly spotted that comment, thought for a moment, and replied. According to the data submitted by the local authorities, there are approximately 43.6 billion households in my fief, with a total population of around 1.2 billion. However, our instructors mentioned that many secular powers here tend to consolidate land and conceal population figures. There might be a lot of undocumented people. Even if the population exceeded 1.5 billion, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll need time to figure all this out after I ascend the throne. Although Ali Fu and others had eliminated some evil forces and mountain bandits beforehand, they had limited manpower and insufficient time, making it impossible to enact deep reforms. The deeply rooted native secular aristocratic families were left untouched for now. It was likely a test for the new feudal lords. As for the administrative divisions, they're organized by village, town, city, territory, and province. My fief is called Dahai Kingdom. It's a name I personally gave. Hee, I'm not very educated, so please don't laugh at me, Zhang Dahai said with a chuckle. This feels a bit like Western administrative divisions. What does it matter how it's divided? It's just a name anyway. Still, with such a large territory, these divisions would either result in an enormous number of provinces or provinces with very large jurisdictions. Both are quite disadvantageous, someone voiced concern. Why think about so much now? The most important thing is to gain control of the current situation first. Everything else is trivial and can be solved gradually over time. Anyway, after all, we have long lifespans and plenty of time ahead. Do you think Dahai Kingdom sounds good? Speaking of that, isn't Dahai a fairly common name among Chinese people? Don't tell me. One day when someone calls for the monarch of Dahai Kingdom to step forward, tens or even hundreds of thousands of Dahais suddenly appear. Just imagine that scene. It's hilarious. Ha! As Zhang Dahai entered his fiefdom, someone soon approached. Greetings, you must be Lord Zhang Dahai, the ruler of Dahai Kingdom? The person politely asked. That's me. Zhang Dahai slightly nodded. I am a soldier from the 208th Division of the Otherworld Defense Corps. My name is Zhang Yong. I've been staying here specifically to complete the transition task with you. Zhang Yong looked eagerly impatient. Hello, we're family in a way. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Zhang. Zhang Dahai chuckled. It's nothing, just a mission. Zhang Yong waved his hand. Brother Zhang, could you briefly explain how this transition works? Zhang Dahai asked curiously. First, I will take you to the capital. We've already invited the major secular figures within the fief to welcome you and organize your coronation ceremony. After you ascend the throne, you'll accompany me to the military barracks to formally take command of the army of your fief, and then my job will be done. From that point on, everything here will be handed over to you completely. Zhang Yong explained. Huh, that's it. Zhang Dahai felt a bit lost. Just ascend directly? Would those people obey him after he took control of the military? He had many doubts in his mind. For a moment, he forgot everything his instructors had taught him. It was all caused by nervousness. Yes, let me briefly introduce the officials in your fief. Don't worry, the situation here on the Divine Path continent is different. These officials, along with the secular families behind them, the highest cultivation among them is merely Chi blood stage. However, you were once a prodigy of the Yellow Emperor Legion, and your records indicate that you've already reached the initial stage of Mountain River Realm. To them, you are like the heavens. The situation with the military is more or less the same, Zhang Yong said nonchalantly. He himself, as a 7th-level early transcendent realm cultivator, could already dominate the entire Dahai kingdom, let alone Zhang Dahai, who had already entered the Mountain River realm. Zhang Dahai nodded slightly. However, when the viewers heard this, they were shocked again. What? The highest cultivation level among the top brass of Dahai Kingdom is merely Chi blood stage? Seriously? How can a territory so vast with so many people have such low cultivation levels? Unless the resources here are extremely scarce. Something's off. Our China is not the kind of country that likes to occupy others' lands. Just look at the other continents. We only occupy unclaimed territories, and with other civilizations, we have maintained friendly trade relations. Why is the Divine Path continent the exception? There must be something fishy going on here. They only have Chi blood stage cultivation? I'm already at the marrow washing stage. If I go there, can I just dominate them all directly? Ha ha ha, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence, huh? Should we form a group and travel to the Divine Path continent for fun? Once we get there, we'll be considered experts. Who knows? Maybe we can claim a vast territory for ourselves and establish our own country without needing the government to get involved. One netizen joked, surprisingly gaining a lot of support. Clearly, many viewers agreed with this idea. Zhang Dahai saw this comment scroll across the screen, glanced at Zhang Yong beside him, and curiously asked, Brother Zhang, I'm live streaming right now. I want to ask, is the Divine Path continent really that weak? Zhang Yong looked at the live stream briefly. Thinking about the instructions from above, he paused momentarily before answering. Quite the opposite, actually. The Divine Path continent is the strongest, most populated, largest, and richest in resources among the 8 otherworldly realms we've encountered so far through the portals. Then what? Zhang Dahai was even more confused. The online viewers were just as bewildered, staring intently to hear Zhang Yong's explanation. Zhang Yong wasted no time keeping everyone waiting, nor did he invoke secrecy, and continued explaining. The Divine Path continent is different from other places. It's controlled by powerful divine pantheons. The deities themselves, along with their clerics and clergy, stand high above others, monopolizing the best resources. Meanwhile, the common people at the bottom have no access to cultivation techniques, and are even forbidden from cultivating. They also face annual levies requiring them to submit large quantities of cultivation resources. If they fail to meet these quotas, the consequences are dire. In short, the entire population, both secular and common, are exploited. The divine pantheons exploit the secular elites, and those elites in turn exploit the common people. It's a layer upon layer system of oppression. Take the strongest of the 3 pantheons we recently eliminated as an example. It had a divine stage expert, yet the total number of cultivators in their entire domain numbered only around 3.6 million. But their territory spanned a massive 158 trillion square kilometers, supporting a population of nearly 70 billion. Think about that, and you'll realize how incredibly unfair that pyramid structure truly is. So many people sacrificed just to support a tiny elite at the top. Chapter 446 The Hope of Everyone. Damn, such a divine realm's territory is actually this huge. Netizens were stunned. Have you guys noticed a problem? This time they wiped out 3 divine realm powers. The largest one has a territory of 158 trillion square kilometers, yet we've only infeft a little over 300,000 vassal lords. Even if they were all first-grade vassal lords, it would barely cover that territory. But what about those 3 divine realms? The other 2 shouldn't be much smaller either, and certainly not all of them are first-grade vassal lords. Zhang Dehai is a retired soldier from the Chinese Legion, and he barely got a 5th-grade vassal lord title. Clearly, reaching a high vassal rank isn't easy. WTF, the bro upstairs is a real expert. Awesome analysis. Brother Zhang, so does that mean a lot of the newly acquired territories haven't been infeft yet? Zhang Dehai asked in confusion, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Zhang Yong nodded, saying, exactly, the first batch of vassal lords was too small. We will first infeft a trial group to observe the issues we might face, and then work on solving them. More people will be infeft afterward. I see now, Zhang Dehai exclaimed, realizing the truth. This is amazing. From the current situation, it seems like the first batch might not have even claimed half of the territory. That means a second wave is coming soon, and we all have a chance. Netizens were excited. Wait, are you sure you have a chance? According to the current territory size, at most a couple million people could be infeft. Are your personal merits even in the top couple million nationally? Someone quickly rebutted. Damn it, no way. I need to figure something out to help make our nation even stronger. Let me think. Just do your own job well. That's the biggest help you can offer to our country. We're all indispensable cogs in the machine. Still, perhaps we should adventure into other realms. There might be more opportunities there. There's actually another path. Even though we can't become vassal lords right now, we could go help those vassal lords manage their territories. After all, they're definitely shorthanded and in urgent need of talents. Helping them there would not only let us accumulate experience in governing a territory ahead of time, but also ensure that those vassal lords wouldn't slight us. I bet we could become big shots inside those territories. WTF. You are a smart one. I'm going too. The direction of the discussion among netizens instantly changed. Meanwhile, Zhang Dehai, who was watching the live stream comments, also fell into deep thought. He was also considering the feasibility of such a plan. However, first things first, he needed to ascend the throne, take over the military and administrative power, and only then could he think about talent recruitment. At that moment, Su Pingyan, who was watching the stream, smiled slightly. This Zhang Dehai is impressive. Seemingly simple-minded but actually smart. He might have a bright future ahead. Being praised by the commander-in-chief is this kid's fortune. Ali Pu chuckled. Do you think when the news of Han Empire's enfeefment spreads overseas, how will people there react? Su Pingyan suddenly asked with a meaningful smile. Hee, how else would they react? Just envy and resentment. Ali Pu answered. Ha 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 ha. Su Pingyan burst into laughter. At this moment, in the Oval Office of Sam State, George was sitting with a dark expression on his face, staring at some live streams of Han and Feft vassal lords. After a long silence, he finally spoke. What do you all have to say about it? Everyone remained silent for a while, not sure how to respond. Envy toward Han. That was definitely true. But what was more was trepidation and fear. A first-grade vassal territory, with a land area of 50 billion square kilometers. 50 billion square kilometers, not deserts, but habitable land, with billions of native inhabitants. Our entire country could barely achieve such a feat, nor could we in the next 10 or 20 years. Yet Han can casually infect regular people with that scale, and our whole Sam State cannot even match an ordinary Han citizen. Such absurd and ridiculous things actually happened. Do none of you have anything to say? George was furious. They had just established themselves in the West Sands area and felt happy initially. As the saying goes, starting is always the hardest part, and they had finally seen some results. However, comparing themselves to Han was exactly why they felt miserable. Mr. President, please calm down. We all know Han is powerful, and each time we raised our estimation of them we still ended up underestimating their strength. My opinion is that we should focus on our own affairs. First, secure the 15 nations in the western part of the West Sands region. As for other matters, we can deal with them later. Brooding over this won't change anything, Blinn said with a frown. He didn't want to offend George, but he couldn't help it. He really feared George might act impulsively and do something rash against Han, which would lead to even more trouble. Not only on launching, even in the West Sands region, with just one word from Huaxia, their existing foundation would be lost, and they would be driven back to the Death Sand Sea again. Worse yet, if Ruo Langu, the Queen of Lulan, were to seal the other end of the portal, they would be trapped here on launching with no way out. After all, they only had this one portal left now. They had already sold off all the others. Therefore, they absolutely could not provoke Huaxia. This was the common consensus among many high-ranking officials and business groups in Sam State. Is it really true that the Spirit Path continent is 60 trillion square kilometers? George asked gravely. Great leader, we can't conduct on-site investigations, and even if we went to the Spirit Path continent, such a vast territory wouldn't be fully explored in a short time. However, most of Huaxia's and Feft Lord's live streaming confirm this information. Unless they're deliberately spreading false news, it should be true. But this area is indeed terrifying. Although Huaxia currently doesn't control an area that large, this only shows that the forces on the Spirit Path continent are also very powerful, and Huaxia itself dares not expand recklessly. James replied. James could only try to comfort George, who was in a rage. Actually, these were all just guesses on his part. I don't want to hear this kind of nonsense. Just tell me first, where exactly is the Spirit Path continent? George demanded. Great leader. According to our analysis, there's a 99% probability it's that surface world we found beneath the underground mines. James answered. Darn it. George angrily kicked the table. Who was the one who decided to sell off our shares over there? Your traders selling out the country. George roared. If they still had a share there, they might still have a chance, an opportunity to get involved and take a slice of the pie. But now, without any shares, they would get nothing at all. Even if they couldn't go to the surface themselves, as long as they had held on to those shares, by now they could have sold them for at least 10 times, even 100 times more than before. Too bad. It was already too late to say anything now. The Kremlin in the frozen bear nation. I never expected Huaxia to have grown so powerful in silence, to such an unbelievable extent. No wonder they don't care about the land in the Heaven Pool Snow region. It's because they're not short of land at all, the Emperor sighed. Chapter 447. The Spoils of War from the Three Divine Pantheons. Back when the exchange of territories with Huaxia was taking place, although the Northern Bear Country was reluctant to part with its lands on Blue Star, deep down most people were actually mocking Huaxia. After all, the land on Blue Star was nothing more than ordinary soil, while the Tianshi Snow region was a spiritual land capable of growing various spiritual grains and medicinal herbs, and was even more suitable for cultivation. By the way, where exactly is this Divine Path continent? How come we've heard nothing about it before? Could it be across the two portals within Huaxia? The Emperor asked in puzzlement, echoing the confusion of many. Your Majesty, after analysis, the Divine Path continent is likely the surface world above the underground mines of the ancient pyramids. Previously, since we couldn't find the passage leading to the surface, we had no understanding of what lay above. Officer Kaboj analyzed. What a shame we sold off our shares, someone lamented regretfully. There's no need to feel sorry about it. Even if we held on to our shares, do you think Huaxia would have allowed us access to the surface? Without reaching the surface, the situation would remain the same as before. The Emperor shook his head helplessly. It all comes down to strength. If we had enough power, we could easily take over the Tianshi Snow region. I believe the outside world beyond the Tianshi Snow region is vast as well, filled with boundless territories waiting for us to conquer. All we need is the power, the Emperor added. Long live the Emperor, everyone chimed in. Wise am I? The Emperor mused to himself, slightly shaking his head without voicing his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The distributed territories had been taken over by various feudal lords, each now undertaking actions, some reorganizing their armies, others starting to implement their first feudal state policies. During this time, audiences watching the live broadcast were truly awestruck, gaining a much clearer understanding of the Divine Path continent. Command Center of the Divine Path continent. Commander, the handover of the fiefdoms has been completed. All soldiers of the garrison corps have returned to their posts. What should we do next? Lieutenant Olive requested instructions. What's the situation with the 5 divine pantheons around us? Su Ping'an inquired. After conquering 3 divine pantheons, the Huaxia territory had expanded significantly. The new territories bordered 5 divine pantheons, 4 of them pseudo-divine pantheons, and 1 a low-tier divine pantheon. 3 of the pseudo-divine pantheons have dispatched large numbers of official members to garrison along the borders. They've also secretly sent people into our territories to gather more intelligence. The other 2 have been inactive. With such vast territories and only a month having passed, some of the older pantheons are so institutionalized and rigid that their responses are naturally slower, Olive reported. The border areas where the 2 sides met were not a concern for Huaxia, since these regions had not yet been distributed among feudal lords. Most of the decentralized territories were close to the portals, leaving certain zones as buffer areas. Thus, even if these factions sent people to those areas, they couldn't gather useful information. After all that remained were secular forces. At most, they could learn that a powerful force had arrived, destroying those high and mighty gods, but nothing beyond that. Commander, shall we issue a warning to them? Olive asked. Su Ping'an shook his head. Not yet. If they dare to launch a large-scale invasion, we'll give them a crushing defeat then. Here's the plan. Deploy a Big Dipper team to the border region. Also send a company of the Yellow Emperor Legion to garrison the frontier, and have 10 divisions of the garrison corps stationed there in case the enemy gets desperate, Su Ping'an added after considering the situation. A balanced composition of low-dash, mid-dash, and high-tier combat units was ensured. No matter how the enemy approached, there was nothing to fear. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, have the spoils of war from the 3 divine pantheons been tallied yet? What have we gained from this expedition? Su Ping'an asked curiously. There's just so much to count. A lot of materials are still being sorted out. However, the spiritual stones and spiritual coins have already been accounted for. This time, we captured a total of 26 lower-grade divine stones, 190,000 taels of spiritual crystals, 1,580,000 taels of top-grade spiritual stones, 9,160,000 taels of upper-grade spiritual stones, 78 billion taels of mid-grade spiritual stones, and 7,523 quadrillion taels of lower-grade spiritual stones, Lieutenant Olive reported, unable to hide his amazement. As he recited the numbers, the amounts above lower-grade spiritual stones were acceptable, but the sheer number of lower-grade spiritual stones was staggering. It had already surpassed Huaxia's current reserves, even eclipsing the total accumulated reserves over recent years. After all, prior to this, Huaxia's Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild had an annual income of only 190 billion taels of lower-grade spiritual stones, a mere fraction compared to this war bounty. Whoa! Su Ping'an stood up in shock. They were this rich. Su Ping'an asked aloud, expressing his own doubt. Olive nodded. At first, we also found it hard to believe. However, these three divine pantheons have existed for at least 50,000 years. That low-tier divine pantheon had only recently ascended about 10,000 years ago, but it had spent over 200,000 years as a pseudo-divine pantheon before that. Moreover, only a select few official members within a pantheon could cultivate, so they had accumulated a massive amount of spiritual stones over time. Su Pingyan scratched his head. I really don't get what these guys were thinking. Were they just misers? With so much wealth, they didn't even use it to strengthen their own forces? Exactly, Commander. We were also very confused, Olaf replied regretfully. But most of what was left were low-tier resources. High-tier resources were relatively scarce because they had already been largely consumed. Sure enough, war plunder really is the fastest way to amass wealth. Our ancestors were truly wise. Horses won't grow fat without midnight grass, and people won't become rich without unexpected fortune, Su Pingyan mused. Truthfully, at that moment, he actually felt a fleeting urge to wipe out all foreign civilizations and directly seize their wealth. Fortunately, his mental state was strong. He quickly suppressed that wild thought. It was better to proceed steadily and gradually. After all, such an approach didn't align with Huaxiao style. Do they also have gold, silver, and copper spiritual coins here? Su Pingyan asked curiously. They do, and in considerable numbers. But most of them were seized from secular evil forces and mountain bandits. The divine pantheon's direct forces possessed very few. They used spiritual stones exclusively and looked down on using such a low-tier currency as spiritual coins, Olaf replied. As of now, we've collected 23 trillion gold spiritual coins, 416 trillion silver spiritual coins, and 5,151 trillion copper spiritual coins. But this is still only a small portion. If we conquer all the secular forces within the three divine pantheons' territories, the numbers might multiply 100-fold, or even more, Olaf added. Tell me, how are these spiritual coins manufactured? Can our experts replicate them now? Su Pingyan asked. Commander, if even you don't know, how could I possibly know? However, based on the information we currently have, it appears these spiritual coins found across the 8 subcontinents were all passed down from ancient times, not produced by them recently. So there are only 2 possible explanations. Which 2 possibilities? Chapter 448, Hope Island, Storm Strait. The first thing, spirit coins originated from the center of Panwu world, that is, Panwu continent, passed down from ancient times. Later on, a barrier formed between Panwu continent and the subcontinent, cutting off communication. The second thing, this is an ancient manufacturing technique. However, due to an unexplained mutation in ancient times, the technique was lost. Ali Fu shared his analysis. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. That's pretty much spot on. As for the question of counterfeiting, I have actually looked into it before. It seems impossible. Even though they are all made by smelting ordinary metals like gold, silver, and copper mixed with spirit stone powder, no matter how we tried, how we adjusted the ratio, we could never produce stable spirit coins. I'm not even sure where current research has reached. Ali Fu said. Never mind all that for now. Transport the spirit stones and spirit coins back to our homeland first. As for the other resources, make a quick inventory. Those we don't need can be left behind. Give them to the nobles as a final support. Su Pingyan said after some thought. Fine. Ali Fu nodded without objection. While Su Pingyan was discussing the spoils of war, far away, in a luxurious palace built atop a mountain several 10,000 meters high. God Lord, that mysterious force has stationed troops along the border. We can barely cross the border to gather information now. A middle-aged man suddenly said respectfully toward the figure seated on the divine throne. Where did this force suddenly come from? Was there no sign of their emergence before? The God Lord asked. Several years ago, a mysterious force named the Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild appeared seemingly out of nowhere around the territories of the 3 divine systems. It had many powerful experts inside. The 3 divine systems tried to target them, but returned defeated. Now it is heard that the Yellow Emperor Merchant Guild has free reign within the new territories. Therefore, I suspect that this force definitely has intricate ties with them, the subordinate analyzed. I don't want speculation, I want definitive answers. I give you 3 more years. If you still haven't figured it out by then, you won't need to return to see me. With that, the God Lord closed his eyes, ending the conversation. He hadn't completely dismissed the mysterious force, but only slightly wary. Although that force had easily destroyed a low-tier divine system, they themselves were also a low-tier divine system. Yet differences still existed among low-tier systems. The destroyed divine system had been merely a brand new low-tier system, with only one god at the early stage of the divine mortal realm. In contrast, theirs was an established low-tier divine system, not only 10 times larger in territory, but he himself was at the peak of the late 3rd stage of the divine mortal realm, only a step away from advancing to a mid-tier divine system. Not to mention, there were as many as 11 divine realm experts within their divine system. If not for the mid-tier divine system further away, he could easily eradicate the 3 divine systems with no problem. Yes, Lord. The subordinate respectfully withdrew. Only neighboring divine systems cared about the situation in Huaxia. Further away, who would really pay attention? After all, it wasn't a total war against the entire divine Dao continent. Isn't it normal for a divine system to be destroyed? Some senior figures within divine systems often went into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Without significant events, the subordinates wouldn't dare disturb them. If they carelessly angered the gods above, it would be suicide. So, a month passed, and everything remained surprisingly calm, even making Su Pingyan feel somewhat bored. With nothing better to do, Su Pingyan directly left the divine Dao continent and traveled to the Storm Sea, where Crescent Island was located. More precisely, He headed toward the Cinnabar Archipelago, the island group nearest to Panwu continent. This was a massive archipelago covering 89.5 million square kilometers, the largest in the entire Storm Sea. The main island, known as Cinnabar Island, spanned nearly 50 million square kilometers and was located about 130,000 kilometers from Panwu continent. Among the islands, the closest to the continent was an unnamed small island that the Han had named Hope Island. It was not very large, only a little over 7,000 square kilometers, but it was less than 4,000 kilometers from Panwu continent. Of the hundreds of thousands of natives discovered previously across the Cinnabar Archipelago, half lived on this very island. At the center of Cinnabar Island stood a massive modern city, the largest city in the entire Cinnabar Archipelago, and the one with the highest population of Han citizens. Named Cinnabar City, the urban area covered nearly 50,000 square kilometers and was home to nearly 20 million Han citizens. Outside the administrative headquarters of Cinnabar City, Xiao Li, visibly excited, warmly welcomed Su Pingyan into the building. "Commander, welcome to Cinnabar Island for your inspection tour." Xiao Li smiled. "Inspect? Don't dare call it an inspection. I'm just passing through, taking a look and understanding how you all are preparing things here." Su Pingyan took the tea Xiao Li had brewed for him, smiling cheerfully. "Commander, if you have any questions, I will answer them fully and honestly," Xiao Li said with a charming smile as she gazed at Su Pingyan. Well then, let me hear about the situation on Cinnabar Island, and what you know about Panwu continent," Su Pingyan replied seriously, placing his teacup down. When it came to business, Xiao Li became serious too. After a brief pause, she said, "Cinnabar Archipelago has already received over 90 million migrants, and has become a place quite popular among the general population. With the birth rate included, we're likely to surpass the 100 million mark next year. Moreover, over 80% of the population resides on the main island, Cinnabar Island. The remaining minority, who prefer adventure, choose to live on some of the smaller islands, mainly for hunting sea beasts or exploring deep into jungles to find rare medicinal herbs." She only briefly summarized these points. She knew that Su Pingyan was more interested in hearing about Panwu continent, so she continued. "As for the information about Panwu continent, we obtained some useful details from the indigenous people on Hope Island. These locals are basically all originally from Panwu continent. Some were descendants of explorers who had sailed over earlier, while others were refugees who had fled across the sea. From the survivors among them, we gathered the main pieces of information. Although Hope Island is less than 4,000 kilometers away from Panwu continent, the passage connecting them is called Storm Strait, a route where entering means facing near certain death. According to an elderly gentleman who provided information to us, they had originally departed with over 1,000 people while fleeing across the sea, but only 3 of them made it alive to Hope Island. They didn't perish from the unpredictable, strange weather conditions alone, but rather fell victim to bloodthirsty, violent sea beasts. Rumor has it that there's a particular curse within that strait. The sea beasts there grow exceptionally agitated and bloodthirsty, and their cultivation levels are particularly high. Even the people from Panwu continent rarely dare to venture out into the sea, and even coastal cities there are uncommon," Xiao Li explained. "What about our side? Have we sent aircraft to investigate, or anyone go there in person?" Su Pingyan asked. Chapter 448, Flamefire Domain. Xiao Li nodded, her expression not looking very good. "Warships, or rather, any modern equipment, have difficulty crossing the Storm Strait. In the end, we could only send people over. When we crossed the Storm Strait, we discovered that there was an aerial ban, an airspace restriction. Even though my cultivation realm is mid-upper god stage, I couldn't teleport or fly there. I could only sail by warship, as if an invisible barrier separated the Storm Sea from Panwu continent. After entering the Storm Strait, we encountered massive amounts of sea beasts. The lowest were 5th stage sea beasts, while the strongest were even divine beasts. Additionally, there were abnormal weather phenomena such as lightning capable of harming experts at the God-being stage and spatial storms. We've attempted passage 5 times, losing over 20 energy warships and sacrificing over a dozen warriors before finally reaching Panwu continent on the last attempt," Xiao Li explained. "Did they return?" Su Pingyan asked. Xiao Li shook her head. "No, I had them stay there temporarily, quietly developing resources to prepare for our eventual arrival. Although the Storm Strait imposes various restrictions, communication via the primordial bracelet remains unaffected. Because of this, we have gained a preliminary understanding of Panwu continent. According to reports from our scouts, Panwu continent is vast, divided into several major regions. The 3,000 Dao regions, the Myriad Demon Nation, the Ancient Battlefield, the Heavenly Palace Ruins, and the Divine Dao Plateau. The 3,000 Dao regions are areas developed and inhabited by humans. 3,000 foot is just a symbolic number. The actual number of regions is unknown, but certainly over 100,000. The Myriad Demon Nation is not literally a nation of demons, but rather an endless land dominated by countless vicious beasts. The Ancient Battlefield is said to be where an ancient super war took place. After that war, the Supreme God, the 12 heavenly deities, and countless powerful celestial monarchs vanished. Many suspect that some ultimate secret is hidden there. However, once even the most powerful individuals enter this area, their cultivation power disappears, and they become afflicted with a strange, lethal aura that they cannot resist, not even the mightiest celestial monarchs. The Heavenly Palace ruins are said to be the palaces of the 12 heavenly deities. 12 temples formed an extremely powerful formation, but it has long been ruined by the erosion of time. It is said that the formation is still partially active, though it stalls once every 10,000 years. Countless factions from Panwu continent rushed to enter during this brief window to seek the inheritances and treasures left behind by the 12 heavenly deities. Finally, the Divine Dao Plateau lies at the very center of Panwu continent. It is filled with countless restrictions and taboos, but legend says that it was once the cultivation base and dwelling place of the supreme god Panwu himself. What exactly lies within, no one knows. Xiaoli delivered all this information to Su Pingyan in one breath. Fascinating, Su Pingyan murmured, nodding slightly. Though his divine perception could encompass most of Panwu continent, since suffering the world's rejection, he had grown cautious. Not only did he suppress his cultivation, but he rarely expanded his divine senses fully either, so although he had some understanding of Panwu continent, it wasn't that detailed. Moreover, during his last scan, he had sensed some strange anomalies that his perception could not penetrate. Thus, he had always kept Panwu continent in the back of his mind. Are our people stationed in the 3,000 Dao regions now? Yes, in a place called the Flamefire Domain. Its domain ruler, Flamefire Sovereign, is at the late stage of the Upper God Realm, the supreme ruler of the domain. Xiaoli added, Commander, you might not know this, but in the 3,000 Dao regions, those who rule over a domain are usually at the late stage of Upper God Realm. Only at this level can they be called sovereigns. Those who are at the peak of Upper God Realm are called Great Sovereigns, and those even higher, at the half-step Celestial King Realm, are called Emperors. Since the ancient war, the Celestial Kings have vanished. Emperor is now the highest title in Panwu continent. They say there are over 80 emperors among the human race, and the strongest among them is known as the Heavenly Emperor. Some claim he possesses power equal to a Celestial King, and if it weren't for problems with the world itself, he would have already ascended to that level. Others say he deliberately holds back, unwilling to ascend. Many theories abound. Su Pingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, growing even more interested in this Heavenly Emperor. How is the situation in Flamefire Domain? What are your plans? Su Pingyan asked. The Flamefire Sovereign generally doesn't involve himself in administrative matters and spends most of his time cultivating. Under him are 108 Heavenly Kings, whose cultivation levels are usually at the Mid-God Realm. Some of the strongest ones seem to have reached the early stage of Upper God Realm. These individuals manage the Flamefire Domain on behalf of the Flamefire Sovereign. Our people are now within the jurisdiction of Heavenly King Songhai. It is said that this Heavenly King Songhai has achieved the late stage of Mid-God Realm, Xiaoli explained. Heavenly King Songhai has 3,000 divine generals helping him manage his territories. Most of these generals are experts at the lower God Realm, while the top ones seem to have reached the early stage of Mid-God Realm. Right now, we are under the jurisdiction of a divine general named Xianshui. Su Pingyan nearly rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Heaven forbid if there were layers upon layers of hierarchy. Are there even more subdivisions beneath the divine generals? He asked voluntarily. To his surprise, Xiaoli actually nodded. Correct. The territory governed by divine general Xianshui is also vast, and it is managed by 500 administrators under him. These administrators are all at the divine being realm. The place where our people are stationed is under the jurisdiction of one administrator named Heilong. There's even more? Su Pingyan sat down directly, pouring himself a cup of tea. He was beginning to grasp the scale. It must be unimaginably vast. There indeed is more, Xiaoli said. Under the administrators are the stewards, and stewards are divided into 5 ranks. Rank 1 is the highest, rank 5 the lowest. It's said that Heilong administrator has tens of thousands of stewards under him, each governing areas of varying sizes according to their rank. Beneath the stewards are city lords. Even the lowest 5th rank steward might oversee several thousand city lords. And the city lords represent the lowest official tier of authority in the Flamefire Domain. Beyond that, local aristocratic families govern themselves, with city lords only responsible for collecting taxes. How vast exactly is the Flamefire Domain? Su Pingyan couldn't help but ask. Xiaoli shook her head. I don't currently know the domain's full size. However, the place where our warriors are stationed is called Linhai City, covering an area of over 800,000 square kilometers. Linhai City Lord reports to a 4th-rank steward, whose jurisdiction covers 11.2 billion square kilometers. As for what lies above that level, we haven't been able to obtain any clear information yet. Chapter 450, The Mighty Flamefire Domain. Even though Su Pingyan had already overestimated the size of Flamefire Domain, he still couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment. It was simply too vast. Yes, overwhelmingly vast. Flamefire Domain might not quite match the scale of the Divine Continent, but compared to the other subcontinents, it was surely on par with them. Panwu Continent contained over 100,000 realms, and that was just the area inhabited by humans, not including other regions. Are there many cultivators in Flamefire Domain? Su Pingyan asked suddenly, thinking of something. Xiaoli nodded solemnly. Many indeed. Almost everyone cultivates. Without a doubt, Panwu Continent is truly the heart of this world. The cultivation resources and spiritual energy here are far richer than those found in the subcontinents. They're simply incomparable. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to dispatch another fleet to Linhai City to establish our first Yellow Huang complex there. The Big Dipper squad will also send a team to accompany us, to station at the complex and protect our interests from infringement, Xiaoli explained. What about the strength of the City Lord's mansion? Extremely strong. The City Lord of Linhai City is at the 6th peak of the Transcendent Realm, having achieved perfection. The 50 members of his personal guards are all at the River Sea Realm, and their mansion's guardian forces, numbering 3,000, are experts at the superb mortal realm. Furthermore, this only accounts for the City Lord's direct forces. There are many noble families throughout Linhai City. When we include them, the entire city holds 7 transcendent realm experts, 188 River Sea realm masters, and nearly 5,000 superb mortal cultivators. Even the common citizens, merchants, and petty traders living within Linhai City must at least be at the marrow washing realm. Otherwise, they would not be permitted to enter the city. As for the villages outside Linhai City, each is like a star, and the leaders of those usually possess refinement transformation realm strength. The elite warriors among them are at the marrow washing realm. The mid-tier forces are at the chi blood realm, and most ordinary citizens are at the body tempering realm. Some particularly powerful villages even have cultivators of the chi blood realm. This is the current state of Linhai City. Because Linhai City borders the Storm Strait, it has a sparse population and scarce resources, so its strength is actually quite mediocre among the cities. The stewards above Linhai City are said to have even the lowest 5th-rank stewards at the half-god level. The 3rd rank and above stewards are definitely experts at the divine being realm. Xiao Li's face revealed a hint of concern as she spoke. According to Xiao Li, the number of god-tier experts in Flamefire domain could only be described as terrifying. If one did not count Su Pingyan and his 3 battle pets, the Huaxia region would be utterly unable to resist Flamefire domain. It would be a complete annihilation. It's indeed very strong. Now isn't the time for us to fully enter Panwu continent yet. The Yellow Huang Trading Company's initial strategy is feasible. Su Pingyan responded with a serious expression. I think the same. We've developed too fast in the past 20 years. I was somewhat arrogant before, which is unacceptable. We still need to continue biding our time, drawing nourishment from Panwu continent to enhance our strength, Xiao Li said sternly. I plan to visit Panwu continent myself. If you encounter any danger or problems you can't solve, contact me via the Hongming bracelet, Su Pingyan stated. Commander, are you planning to venture into some forbidden zones? Xiao Li immediately picked up on something, her voice sharp with realization. Su Pingyan hesitated briefly, then nodded. Yes, my cultivation has stagnated for years. And with how long I've been idle, it's about time I did something. Take care of yourself. Xiao Li hesitated, before adding. Don't worry, Su Pingyan nodded slightly, and then disappeared in an instant through spatial teleportation. He next reappeared on Hope Island, then teleported straight into the Storm Strait. Instantly, he felt a powerful suppression force. Humph, disperse. Su Pingyan slightly loosened his aura. Immediately, the Panwu Heaven Dao detected him, sending a powerful repelling force his way. Su Pingyan quickly suppressed his cultivation. However, in that brief moment, he successfully crossed the Storm Strait and arrived at Linhai City. No good. The Storm Strait is indeed dangerous. If we traverse back and forth like this repeatedly, the casualties will definitely be severe in the long run. Su Pingyan mused thoughtfully as he gazed upon the vast ocean. Perhaps constructing a teleportation formation could resolve this issue. Su Pingyan decided to temporarily set aside his plans for adventures and first tackle the problem of the teleportation formation. Using the Hongming bracelet, Su Pingyan contacted the people of Huaxia in Linhai City. Inside a small courtyard in the city. Greetings, Commander. 3 men saluted Su Pingyan. What is your name? Su Pingyan asked the leading figure. Commander, my name is Meng Wei. I'm the captain of the 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment, 5th Division of the Yellow Huang Army. Meng Wei stood upright and answered. Meng Wei, in Linhai City, or even in this Flamefire domain, have you heard of a teleportation formation? Su Pingyan inquired. Meng Wei was momentarily taken aback, then thought carefully before replying. There's no teleportation formation in Linhai City, but there is one in Gushan City. Gushan City? Where's that? And why would there be a teleportation formation there? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Reporting to Commander, although Gushan City is also called a city, it's actually a metropolis presided over by a 4th-rank steward who oversees more than 2,000 subordinate cities. As far as I know, these large cities all have teleportation formations. However, those formations aren't open to the public. They're reserved for official use by the Flamefire domain, Meng Wei explained. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. As long as there were teleportation formations, and in considerable numbers, that meant the materials needed for such formations were not scarce here. Originally, if there were only a small number of teleportation formations, Su Pingyan had intended to dismantle and relocate them, but doing so would inevitably draw attention. Thinking about it, Su Pingyan asked, how many people do you have here? Reporting to Commander, our entire 2nd Battalion is here, though we've dispersed our forces. Right now, every nearby city has one of our squads stationed there. As for me, I'm here in Linhai City to coordinate with arrivals from Hope Island and collect intelligence from the other cities, Meng Wei replied. One battalion consisted of 3 companies, 9 regiments, 27 companies, and 81 squads. By that logic, they had already spread across at least 81 cities, which should be sufficient for gathering enough materials. There would always be alternatives if necessary. Thinking this, Su Pingyan gave his instructions. I'll give you a list of materials. Arrange for personnel in each city to purchase these items separately. I will remain inside Linhai City. If any problem arises, come find me immediately. After saying that, Su Pingyan took out an empty jade slip, and using his divine consciousness, he compiled a list of the materials he lacked for constructing a mid-grade teleportation formation. He then handed the slip to Meng Wei. Chapter 451 Activating the Middle-Grade Transmission Array. Lower-grade transmission arrays, China already had a few of, but that was all. On this secondary continent, they lacked several key materials and thus couldn't produce more. Even the most capable woman couldn't cook without rice. If they could find the resources here, perhaps they could set up more transmission arrays in the future. However, too many would easily attract suspicion. They could secretly gather them later once the Yellow Emperor Merchants Association opened a branch here. If a transmission array required 100 kinds of materials, China already had at least 85, only lacking a few crucial ones. A lower-grade array's transmission range was between 100 to 1,000 kilometers, insufficient to cross the storm strait. It was useless. Therefore, this time Su Pingyan provided the key materials needed for a middle-grade transmission array because such an array could transmit distances from 2,000 to 10,000 kilometers, enough to reach Hope Island. He had already sensed a special formation. It was very powerful, not set up by an ordinary person. Of course, if he wanted, he could forcefully destroy it. But doing so would cause quite a commotion, definitely drawing attention from many people, especially the upper echelons of the Flame Country. Furthermore, the barrier here in the Storm Strait, while severing travel between the two sides, also protected China. It was better not to destroy it for now. Yes, rest assured, Commander. As long as these materials are available, we will complete the mission, Meng Wei said confidently. Stealth and caution come first. There's no rush, and you must purchase them separately. You can mix them with other goods to confuse observers, Su Pingyan reminded him. Yes. Following that, there was nothing else for Su Pingyan to do but wait. Luckily, the soldiers were highly efficient, or perhaps those materials weren't too scarce here and weren't under regulation either. Within just 5 days, Meng Wei excitedly arrived at Su Pingyan's temporary residence. Commander, the mission is complete. Please check whether these are the correct materials, Meng Wei said, handing over a storage ring to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan took the ring and swept it with his spiritual sense. He nodded slightly and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Everything's in order. You all come with me. I'm taking you somewhere, Su Pingyan said. During these 5 days, he hadn't been idle either and had his own affairs to attend to. Leaving Linhai City, Su Pingyan led the group with an instantaneous teleportation to the front of a large mountain facing the Storm Strait, where the sound of ocean waves crashing against the cliffs could still be heard. Precisely because of its proximity to the sea, within dozens of kilometers around, there was not a single village or person. It was virtually uninhabited. Go. Su Pingyan took the lead ahead, soon leading the others deep into the mountain. At that point, they noticed a crack large enough for one person to pass through. Passing through the fissure, the scenery inside immediately caught their attention. This is practically a paradise, the group exclaimed in awe. There's a valley here, spirit fruits, and spiritual springs, making it an excellent survival base. Additionally, there's a very large cave inside where we can store supplies. Later, I will set up a major formation around here to conceal it, Su Pingyan said. Commander, will this place become our future stronghold here? Meng Wei asked in confusion. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. Temporary. I plan to build a transmission array here first, then set up another one on Hope Island. This way, everyone can travel back and forth much more conveniently without having to risk crossing the Storm Strait. Hearing this, Meng Wei and others became excited. That would be great. Our successful crossing this time was largely down to luck. The danger there was extreme. With the transmission array, the Yellow Emperor Merchants Association can now set up a branch here without worrying about transporting goods. Qianquan, refine these materials into a middle-grade transmission array, Su Pingyan instructed internally. Yes, master. Very soon, the 2 transmission arrays were refined, done in the blink of an eye. Su Pingyan entered the cave and made some simple arrangements, after which the transmission array was installed. Then he went outside and completed the concealment formation, before returning to Hope Island to set up another array, then finally returning to the cave. The entire process took less than an hour. Activate, Su Pingyan declared after inserting spirit stones into the array. Instantly, a beam of green light shot into the sky. Su Pingyan used his spiritual awareness to shield the beam from view, preventing outsiders from detecting the change, unless, of course, someone stronger than himself was watching. But who in the world would really pay attention to a transmission array activating anyway? And even if so, did such people really exist? After the transmission array was activated, in just a short while, the array suddenly flashed with light, and a figure appeared before them. Greetings, General. The person immediately stepped forward to salute. Good. Su Pingyan showed a slight smile. Camp Commander Meng, this place is now in your hands. Complete the establishment of the Yellow Emperor Merchants Association as soon as possible, allowing it to take root and grow into a towering tree on this land, Su Pingyan said. Yes, sir. After leaving Linhai City, Su Pingyan instantly teleported away. His first destination was the ruins of the 12 heavenly gods. In his estimation, the Heavenly Path Plateau should be the most dangerous location, followed by the ancient wasteland battlefield, and finally the ruins of the 12 heavenly gods. After all, those 12 heavenly gods back then had only reached the Den Fug of the Heavenly Sovereign King stage. Although Su Pingyan's current cultivation was only at the early stage of Heavenly Sovereign King, he had already become unmatched at this level. Even a living heavenly god standing before him wouldn't be his match. During these years, although his cultivation had not advanced, he had been consolidating his power. He had completely mastered his current strength, making him unrivaled beneath the Heavenly King. Even facing a cultivator who had newly entered the Heavenly King stage, he could endure a battle lasting several days and then retreat calmly. This was the confidence he had in coming here. He didn't know the exact location of the ruins, but that didn't stop him from seeking information along the way. In just a few days, he successfully arrived in front of the ruins. So many people here. Su Pingyan looked surprised at the endless crowd before him, at least several million people. Most of the people were in groups of dozens, or even hundreds, though there were a few scattered groups of 2 or 3. It was obvious the larger groups belonged to various factions, while the smaller ones were wandering cultivators. Hey, buddy, what's the current situation? Su Pingyan approached a lone cultivator and whispered. The man glanced at Su Pingyan and emotionlessly replied. We are all waiting for the formation to show a gap. I heard that this gap usually lasts only about a day. Su Pingyan casually probed, acting as if they were old friends. Chapter 452 Ancient Battlefield of the Desolate Age, Terrifying Void. More precisely, it's 11 hours, less than a full day. That person replied, perhaps trying to relieve his own nervousness. So many people going inside. What can they even get? Su Pingyan said. Certainly not everyone will obtain something. In fact, most will die inside. After all, if you get a treasure, others will definitely try to take it from you. It's not easy at all to keep what you've obtained. The man sighed slightly, showing some helplessness, clearly worried about his own future prospects. If it's so dangerous, why even go in? Su Pingyan asked. You came here yourself, didn't you? The man retorted. Su Pingyan chuckled and said, I'm just here to see what it's like. If there's an opportunity, I'll go in. If not, I'll just take a look. My life comes first. The man couldn't help but look at Su Pingyan for a moment longer, slightly shaking his head with a bitter smile. You really do have a carefree attitude. This kind of opportunity only comes once every 10,000 years, and it's only available to cultivators below the heavenly ascendant realm. Heaven and earth cultivators only have a lifespan of 10,000 years, meaning every person only gets this single chance in their entire life. Miss it, and you lose it forever. That's the inheritance left behind by the 12 heavenly gods. If one could obtain their inheritance, the future would be boundless, standing at the peak of this world. Even if the chance is slim, it's an extremely rare opportunity for us ordinary cultivators. Besides, cultivation itself is going against the heavens. How could one hesitate and hold back? After finishing his words, the man stopped talking to Su Pingyan. Even if Su Pingyan asked further questions, he didn't respond. Su Pingyan even caught a hint of disdain in the other's eyes. What the hell? Su Pingyan was speechless but didn't persist further, turning instead to ask others for more useful information. Until, suddenly, a deafening noise came, capturing everyone's attention. Su Pingyan also stopped talking to others. It's opened. Charge. In an instant, the figures around him all transformed into streaks of light, rushing into the ruins through the gap in the formation. After all, time was limited. Everyone was racing against the clock. However, where there are people, there is conflict. Some who obstructed others' paths were directly killed at the entrance of the formation, dying in vain. Sigh, money makes the man and greed kills the bird. Cultivators are no different. Su Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim while watching this scene. Though Su Pingyan could have rushed to the front, he didn't. He lingered behind until half a day had passed, and most had already entered before finally arriving at the breach in the formation. The 12 Heaven Great Formation. Su Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows. This formation was indeed extremely powerful. In its prime, even Su Pingyan would not have been able to break through. After all, when presided over by 12 experts at the peak of the heavenly ascendant realm, it could rival and even suppress an early-stage expert of the Divine King realm. After a brief contemplation, Su Pingyan suppressed his cultivation, successfully bypassing the restrictions of the formation and entering its interior. Over 1,000,000 years has passed, yet the concentration of spiritual energy here is still this high. The spiritual herbs grown here must be extremely potent. Su Pingyan immediately expanded his spiritual sense, scanning the area in search of things beneficial to him. And indeed, there were. Soon, he teleported to a slightly dilapidated palace. This is the Hall of the Divine Tool, one of the palaces of the 12 heavenly deities. Interesting. I had previously obtained your inheritance, Su Pingyan mused to himself. He then entered the hall, and after a brief search, gathered many treasures. However, there was no inheritance of the divine tool left behind. It seemed the previous owner probably hadn't left any inheritance here. This was only the beginning. Su Pingyan proceeded to visit the other 11 halls one by one, thoroughly collecting all the treasures within. If others were to see this, they would probably die of anger, since they were still trapped at the outer regions, unable to approach these halls. Thus, over the years, the collections within the halls had remained untouched, now all benefiting Su Pingyan. There's indeed quite a lot of good stuff here. It should help me break through to the middle stage of the Divine King realm, maybe even advance further. Su Pingyan examined the treasures in his storage ring. The 12 heavenly deities, for unknown reasons, had left behind rather than taken many treasures long ago. Now all these were conveniently acquired by Su Pingyan. While others were still exploring the ruins, Su Pingyan had already quietly left, as if nothing had happened. After leaving, he did not return to Lanxing, but instead headed to another perilous forbidden land. At the edge of the ancient battlefield of the Desolate Age lay a desolate and barren land where all was silent. Within the battlefield, chaos reigned, with eerie chi pervasive throughout, giving off a horrifying silence without a trace of vitality or sound. This is the ancient battlefield of the Desolate Age, huh? I wonder if I can withstand this bizarre, eerie aura. Su Pingyan thought to himself as he boldly stepped inside. However, his surroundings were enveloped by a vast aura of vibrant vitality. It was the life force emanating from the life source stone. The moment Su Pingyan stepped into the ancient battlefield of the Desolate Age, a sizzling sound came from around him, as if something was burning. This eerie energy is truly formidable. It can actually burn away vitality. Without the protection of primal life force, even with my Divine King realm cultivation, my life essence would be corroded and my foundation damaged in no time. It's really strange. What kind of grand battle took place here back then? Where exactly is this eerie energy coming from? It doesn't even seem like something native to this world. Su Pingyan had numerous questions swirling in his mind. Perhaps the answers lay deep within the battlefield, or perhaps there were none at all. Su Pingyan didn't know, but since he was already here, naturally he wanted to investigate. To avoid wasting the vitality from the life source stone, Su Pingyan didn't delay any further and swiftly rushed deeper into the battlefield. As he advanced, the eerie energy grew increasingly dense. Su Pingyan had to intensify the outflow of life force significantly. In fact, the amount consumed in this short time had already surpassed the total consumption since he obtained the life source stone. The ancient battlefield of the Desolate Age was immense, many times larger than the Yanhua domain. Fortunately, Su Pingyan wouldn't get lost. He just needed to follow the increasing density of the eerie energy. Before long, Su Pingyan arrived at a place that left him utterly astonished, an enormous void. That alone wasn't what shocked him the most. What truly surprised him was how this void, like a black hole, was rapidly devouring the essence of the Panwu world, while torrents of eerie energy continued to pour out from the void. What exactly lies beyond this void? A solemn expression appeared on Su Pingyan's face. Could it be that the Panwu world's status has degraded because of this place? Too many questions lingered in Su Pingyan's mind. Should I enter the void for further investigation? That was his current thought. Chapter 453 Panwu, Pangu. It was certain that the void was extremely dangerous, yet if he didn't figure out exactly what had happened, he would feel very insecure. For a moment, he found himself torn between choices. I'll wait a bit longer and improve my cultivation first, Su Pingyan decided after some thought. He would wait until his power increased further, and he had a greater chance of success before venturing inside. After all, he valued his own life very much. Having made this decision, he left the battlefield and made his way to the Tiandao Plateau, his final destination. I wonder if I can find something valuable in the abode of the great god Panwu. Thinking this, Su Pingyan arrived directly beneath the Tiandao Plateau. If even the ruins of the 12 sky deities had contained so many treasures, surely the abode of Panwu, the supreme god, wouldn't have less. The only current problem was how to enter and retrieve these treasures without putting himself in danger. Thus, he planned to carefully observe the surroundings first to see if there was anything unusual, why no powerful cultivators had come here yet. After all, the ruins of the 12 sky deities were visited every 10,000 years, yet no such visits were ever heard of here. It couldn't be that everyone deeply respected the venerable great god Panwu, and thus didn't disturb him. Since when had cultivators been so respectful? This place feels so strange. It doesn't contain even a trace of spiritual energy or essence, as if it were a land without the Tao. Su Pingyan felt as though even the surrounding laws had vanished, which caused a slight sense of panic. He didn't know whether this was man-made or caused by the will of the world itself. Surely, it wasn't deliberately targeting him? He couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Yet just as he began to consider turning back, a voice echoed in his ear. "Child, come inside." This voice was extremely affable, inviting a natural sense of closeness. At the same time, he could feel something atop the Tiandao Plateau drawing him in, compelling him to approach instinctively. What could it be? Though puzzled, Su Pingyan couldn't help but become more alert. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up, asking, "Senior, are you the great god Panwu?" The Tiandao Plateau was the legendary cultivation base of the great god Panwu. Since the voice originated from there, it was highly likely connected to this deity. Originally, he hadn't expected a response, and initially, there hadn't been one. However, to his surprise, the voice sounded again after a short silence, though its next words startled Su Pingyan even further. "Panwu? Yes, that's my original name. But child, you'd probably find my other name more interesting and more familiar. Your ancestors called me Pangu." "What?" Su Pingyan was even more shocked. His heart pounded violently, and he was unable to calm down for a long while. Pangu? Who was that? There wasn't a single Chinese person who didn't know that name. He was the god who had split open the heavens and the earth, an indispensable deity in Chinese mythology. Panwu and Pangu were actually the same person. Then what kind of connection existed between this world and Blue Star? Why were the people of China and those of the Panwu world so similar? Although the language and writing differed slightly, after years of research, Chinese scholars had already discovered that these scripts and Chinese characters originated from the same source. They simply evolved differently over time. If Pangu and Panwu were one and the same, did that mean Blue Star humans and the humans of the Panwu world shared the same ancestors? This thought startled Su Pingyan. Wait, he just said, "your ancestors." He knows I come from Blue Star, not from the Panwu world. Realizing this, Su Pingyan's eyes widened. But soon, he calmed himself once more. He began to connect many other things in his mind, such as the portals. Previously, he had always wondered why there were 9 portals on Blue Star, all linked to the Panwu world, and why opening them carried such faux rewards. What kind of being had such power? If it was the great god Pangu, everything made sense. He certainly possessed that ability. Thinking of this, Su Pingyan respectfully raised his hands in a bow toward the upper reaches of the plateau and asked, "Great god Pangu, was it you who arranged our ability to enter the Panwu world?" The voice fell silent once more, leaving a profound silence. Su Pingyan could distinctly hear the beating of his own heart. After what seemed like an eternity, sweat began to appear on his forehead. When the voice of Pangu sounded again, when the 9 portals meet, the seal breaks, spiritual energy returns, the truth reveals itself, the universe opens, and slaughter begins. Hearing this 18-character prophecy once more, Su Pingyan was completely certain now. Everything had been arranged by the great god Pangu. Many previously puzzling events were now easily explained. However, he still had many doubts in his heart, and the greatest mystery was the purpose. Why had the great god Pangu orchestrated such a grand scheme? He couldn't help but think of that void again. Was it related? And what about the seal outside the solar system? Was it set by the great god Pangu, or by someone else? Great god Pangu. What exactly do these 18 characters mean? Su Pingyan voiced his confusion. This truth was originally meant to be revealed only after you opened the 9th portal and lifted the seal. Unexpectedly, you've arrived here ahead of time. Since you've already cultivated the Wuji Xian Gong to the Divine King stage, it won't hurt for you to learn the truth a little early. Come inside. The great god Pangu mused for a while before speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Pingyan vanished from his spot and directly appeared inside a Dao palace located at the very top of the Tian Dao Plateau. Unlike the ruins of the 12 sky deities, this place was spotless, as if someone had been living here all along. But the figure before him was only a hazy projection. Su Pingyan knew this was a spiritual imprint left behind by the great god Pangu. His physical form wasn't here, and he might have even perished long ago. Still, this imprint retained Pangu's memories. Since the portals had been set up by him, this spiritual imprint was likely left behind specifically for guiding Su Pingyan. Understanding this, Su Pingyan steadied his heart. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he was deeply curious about all of this. Now, he finally had a chance to learn the truth. Naturally, he couldn't help feeling a bit excited inside. The Hongming Greater Universe is boundless and vast. No one knows where its boundaries lie. Within the known universe, there exist 4 most powerful factions: the Divine Race, the Fierce Beasts Clan, the Mechanoid Race, and the Uncanny Race. Each rules a part of the universe, constantly battling one another, and the wars have continued for countless eons. Pangu spoke as if recalling memories, or simply recounting an ordinary event. Hongming Greater Universe? Was he referring to the universe where Blue Star resides? Su Pingyan secretly wondered but did not voice his question. Instead, he listened quietly, focusing on what was to come. Chapter 454. The 4 strongest races in the universe. The divine human race excels in cultivation and is famous for the extraordinary individual combat power of its members. But in fact, the divine human race is divided into 2 groups, the human race and the divine race. The divine race was born at the dawn of the universe, making them Shantan beings. Their population is extremely small, only numbering in the thousands, yet they once ruled vast territories across the cosmos. However, as time passed, they grew increasingly bored, eventually even engaging in internal conflicts. Su Pingyan could understand this well. Possessing great power without any external threats often leads to internal struggles. It was a matter of nature, and he presumed that even gods could not escape this tendency. After all, when it came to matters of interest and power, emotions often ran high. It wasn't until one divine being created the human race in his own image that the divines once again united. The human race was born with Shantan's spiritual bodies, capable of cultivation and rising from weakness to power. More importantly, humans reproduced rapidly. Under the protection of the divine race, the human race quickly thrived. Those who cultivated to godhood later came to call themselves the divine human race, and respectfully referred to the ancient Shan divine race as the ancestral divines. Pangu explained the relationship between the 2 races concisely. This was the first time Su Pingyan had heard such a narrative. Had anyone else told him, he probably wouldn't have believed it. But this was Pangu speaking, so it was likely true. There was no reason for the ancient being to lie to him, as deception would have no purpose. Was this going to follow the same plot as one of those primordial novels, where disputes over Tao and supremacy eventually led to war again? Needless to say, Su Pingyan's imagination wasn't bad at all. The beast race is also among the primordial races of the universe. They were born from the malevolent energies of creation, inherently bloodthirsty and murderous. Only after reaching a certain cultivation level do they gain sentience. The beast race comes in many different varieties and has even greater reproductive capabilities. They have spread across the universe, becoming the most numerous of all races. Furthermore, they love devouring humans, and likewise, humans regard them as food. Countless years of conflict have deeply etched hatred into the very blood of both races. They are natural enemies. A food chain? Was it a closed loop? Still, the hatred between the 2 races truly ran bone deep. Although Su Pingyan had 3 battle companions, they had originally sought to kill him before being defeated and tamed. The mechanical race was not a primordial race either, and in fact emerged much later than the human race, because they were created by humans. However, upon their emergence, they expanded wildly. Capable of endless reproduction through resource consumption, their numbers were terrifying. Wherever they appeared, nothing survived. Life was extinguished completely. They were called the mechanical catastrophe, and within a short time had slipped beyond humanity's control, eventually turning on their creators. Artificial intelligence turning on its creators? That was the first thing that came to Su Pingyan's mind. While human research and development in artificial intelligence had reached a very advanced level, there was still a long way to go before achieving true digital life, so it was not a concern for now. The mysterious race is not a primordial race either. Instead, they arose when the human race, the divine race, the beast race, and even countless other species across the universe absorbed negative cosmic essence and mutated. Their aura is corrupting and destructive, making them a common enemy among all spiritual beings. Su Pingyan had personally experienced the eerie energy of the mysterious race, so he knew what Pangu said was true. The kind of aura deeply disgusted him. It felt like it could taint his soul and lead him down a path of ruin. So, the mysterious race was just a general term, a collective label for the fallen of 10,000 races. A long time ago, the mechanical race suddenly allied with the mysterious race. Together with several great clans from the beast race, they turned against the divine human race. Thanks to the element of surprise, many ancient Shinten divines were ambushed and slain one by one, falling in isolated confrontations. As they pressed forward relentlessly, the divine human race was driven back in defeat, helpless to resist. I am the last of the Shinten divine race. To preserve the final hope of our kind, I sealed all surviving divine humans into the inner world I created, the very Pan-Wu world you now see. Mechanical beings have no need for souls or life force, and the mysterious aura could only pollute such spiritual essence. Since neither existed in machines, these two races were naturally suited to be allies. The beast race had been mortal enemies with humans for countless years, so naturally had reasons to join forces with the others. Besides, the beasts consisted of countless different species, meaning their internal structure was likely deeply fragmented. So only a few major clans might have joined this alliance, while the rest of the beast race probably remained neutral. They might dislike humans, but they also feared the mechanical and the mysterious. Judging from this, the divine human race truly stood in a position of complete isolation. Since the four races were able to reach a state of equilibrium, it indicated that the power difference between them wasn't overly significant, otherwise one would have crushed the others. In such a situation, two of the stronger races allied with additional forces to fight against the divine human race alone, clearly placing the divine humans at a disadvantage. Added to that was the element of surprise in their attacks, which severely crippled the divine human race's strongest warriors. It must have been incredibly difficult back then, truly miraculous that the divine human race managed to survive it all. I led my entire race away from the battlefield of the four races and came to this uncharted, barren cosmos within the primordial universe, a place where life had yet to set foot. I unexpectedly discovered here a uniquely suited starfield. This place had no spiritual energy, nor did it possess any natural laws. It was a land completely devoid of Tao, an extremely rare place within the greater universe. Here, other races could not utilize the heavens to deduce or divine our whereabouts. By simply arranging the grand star array around the stellar system, no outsider would be able to peer into this place ever again. Unless you stepped out yourselves, outsiders would never be able to detect you, Pangu explained. Now it made sense. Su Pingyan suddenly understood. No wonder there was a seal surrounding the solar system. It turned out to be the grand star array. Wait a second, something's not right. Su Pingyan suddenly thought of a question and asked, Great God Pangu, why is there a civilization on Earth? Are we also descendants of the ancient divine human race? Or are we native life forms of Earth? When I first discovered this habitable planet, there indeed existed some native intelligent life on it. However, I also left behind a portion of the divine human race to enlighten and educate them. So, some of you are probably descendants of the divine humans, others are native beings, and some might even be a blend of both races. After all, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Anything could have happened by now, Pangu explained. Hundreds of millions of years. But human history seems to only go back about 10,000 years. Earlier than that, experts say we were just monkeys, Su Pingyan said. Pan Wu remained silent for a moment before replying. With the passage of time, civilizations either advance or decline. With the Grand Star Array in place, unless the seals of the 9 transmission gates are lifted, the array cannot be deactivated, making it impossible to leave the solar system. Perhaps throughout those hundreds of millions of years, Earth has given birth to several civilizations before yours, and many of them may have even left their homeworld, only to ultimately perish. Your generation is simply the latest in this cycle. After hearing this, Su Pingyan understood. Su Pingyan didn't ask why they had done it. Wasn't it obvious? Without sufficient strength, stepping outside would inevitably lead to exposure, and no one would even know how they had died. Chapter 455, The Power of Reincarnation. After we entered the portal, from the information we currently have, it appears that a great war occurred in the ancient times of the Pan-Wu world, causing all high-level fighters to vanish completely. Pangu, what exactly happened? Su Pingyan asked again. What he truly wanted to ask was whether Pangu was still alive. But he couldn't bring that question up directly, so he approached it indirectly. That was merely an illusion created by me. Actually, there was no ancient war at all. Pangu's voice carried a sense of helplessness, which Su Pingyan found very strange. However, he didn't ask further, choosing instead to listen quietly to Pangu's explanation. More than 2 million years ago, a strong being from the ghostly clan accidentally discovered our hiding place. To prevent this location from being exposed, I took action and killed him. Sigh. But unfortunately, his power was only slightly inferior to mine. Although I had the advantage of surprise, I couldn't kill him in one strike, and eventually, he managed to send this information away, Pangu sighed. Su Pingyan couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful someone of Pangu's level would be, especially since he didn't even know exactly which realm Pangu had reached. To face the enemies swarming in, I led the powerful beings within the inner world out of the inner world, setting up defenses once again beyond the grand celestial array, trying to stop the attacks from the 3 clans, and buy more time for our race, Pangu explained. Buying more time? For what purpose? Su Pingyan felt puzzled. But Pangu continued speaking, and he didn't interrupt. However, when we emerged, we discovered that after the 3 clans had destroyed most of our forces, they searched for a long time without being able to find our trail. Conflicts arose among them over territory and resources, causing them to split once again. Now, this barren starry space we reside in belongs to the domain of the ghostly clan. Therefore, we only need to face the attacks from the ghostly clan, which significantly reduces the pressure on us. Otherwise, there's no way we could have lasted this long. Indeed, more than 2 million years is an incredibly long time. Of course, this is only from a human's perspective. For experts at the divine realm, such a span of time means almost nothing. Great God Pangu, may I ask what specific time you were trying to gain? Su Pingyan voiced his question at last. The time for the rebirth of spiritual energy. Everything in heaven and earth follows a cycle. When the world was first created, divine energy was everywhere, and becoming a god was very easy. Afterwards, it weakened into the era of spiritual qi, and later still, the spiritual qi became increasingly sparse, requiring the mining of spirit stones for cultivation. This is also the main reason our race of divine beings gradually declined, and was ultimately defeated by the combined strength of the three clans. However, according to our calculations, the time for spiritual energy rebirth is approaching. Therefore, we must strive for time. Because after spiritual energy revives, the greater universe will become more suitable for our survival, allowing us to reproduce and grow stronger once again. You previously mentioned that the solar system was a land without Tao, devoid of spiritual energy and laws, but I could feel traces of laws and spiritual energy from the outside. Was that because of the impending rebirth of spiritual energy? Su Pingyan asked. Not yet. That is merely a precursor, and most of it is spiritual energy spilling out from the Panwu world. The true revival will experience a tidal surge of spiritual energy, very intense. In a short period, the universe will become filled with spiritual energy, then gradually return to normal, Pangu explained. Now it made sense. Do you still have any questions? Pangu asked. It was evident that Pangu was answering Su Pingyan's questions honestly and completely. Great God Pangu, about the rebirth pill? Su Pingyan asked cautiously. This item was too mysterious. He didn't know whether he should ask about it, but still decided to bring it up. Because based on the previous conversation, he already knew that Great God Pangu hadn't perished. Otherwise, his response wouldn't have been so prompt, and much of the information he had just conveyed would have been new. If Pangu had already perished 2 million years ago, this would have been impossible. I thought you'd never ask. The so-called rebirth pill is merely a name. Actually, it is a force of reincarnation, part of my second plan, Pangu explained. The second plan? Does that mean your first plan was to open the portal and then allow the humans of Blue Earth to develop rapidly, and together with the people of the Panwu world, they would come to your aid? Su Pingyan asked in response. Although he asked that way, even Su Pingyan himself felt that this explanation wasn't very convincing. The reason was simple. How many humans were there on Blue Earth? And all of them were ordinary people. How many inhabitants were there in the Panwu world? It would be an unfathomable number. Furthermore, everyone on Panwu continent were cultivators, and the number of experts at the divine realm was also extremely terrifying. If reinforcement was really needed, they could simply mobilize the experts from the Panwu world. What did that have to do with Blue Earth? Was there something unique about the humans of Blue Earth? It's not that I needed them to support me, but when I killed that powerful Weird Clan warrior, I was also seriously injured by his last strike before death. I suffered irreversible damage. Therefore, before I die, I must find a successor to lead the divine beings back to the greater universe. And you are the one I have been looking for. You were always the focus of both my first and second plans. Unfortunately, your first life, the first plan, perished too slowly before reaching full potential. Pangu's words shocked Su Pingyan beyond belief. This was a revelation he had never anticipated. Me? It was actually me? Was it really for the sake of finding a successor that Great God Pangu had arranged all these schemes? And that successor turned out to be himself? What virtue or merit did he possess? Soon, before Su Pingyan could remain in confusion for long, Pangu offered further explanation. A land without Tao is an extremely unique phenomenon. Each Tao-less land does not appear randomly. It is a flaw within the greater universe. That is because such a place has definitely nurtured, or is currently nurturing, an extraordinary genius with supreme potential, someone who might one day transcend even the heavenly Tao itself. However, only a fully matured genius is a true genius. Complete maturation, though, is extremely difficult to achieve, and to this day, no one has managed to surpass the heavenly Tao entirely. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. This was quite understandable. Only a matured genius is truly a genius, while the rest are merely expendables. Your previous life also failed to fully mature before it had to perish, so I had no choice but to use the power of reincarnation to grant you another chance. That was my second plan. Pangu continued, finally answering a long-standing question that had troubled Su Pingyan for years. Rebirth through the power of reincarnation. Could it really reverse the entire blue planet? Not just Blue Earth, the entire solar system underwent reversal and reincarnation. Because this place is a land without Tao, it is relatively easier to manipulate, which is one of the mysteries of the universe. Outside a Tao-less land, such reincarnation power would only allow you to return yourself to the past, and even then, at most only 3 years back. Pangu explained. Chapter 456, Beyond the God King. Is the power of reincarnation really this terrifying? Is it easy to obtain? Su Pingyan asked with concern. Only the former Jinjura of reincarnation had possessed it. He belonged to the Shantan divine race, and his reincarnation power was innate. The power of reincarnation I currently hold was left behind by him before his demise, Pangu explained. Even such a powerful expert has perished. Su Pingyan's mood worsened. If I perish again, would you help me be reborn once more? Su Pingyan asked. Pangu shook his head. No. Firstly, I have been severely wounded. Activating the reincarnation force to help you was already my limit, making a second attempt impossible. Secondly, I only have one strand of this power left, and from now on, there won't be another strand in the entire universe. Thirdly, your current cultivation level is far beyond your previous life. The difficulty of reincarnation will not be comparable. Unless the Jinjuro of reincarnation were alive, perhaps reincarnating for another 10 years might be possible, but no more than a decade. Su Ping'an nodded slightly and fell silent. Pangu Divine, what about the Shukong of the Huanggu battlefield? Su Ping'an asked again. That is where I was severely wounded. If it were only my physical body, I could recover. However, our inner world has been corrupted by strange, malevolent energy, and this corruption is irreversible. You should have noticed it already. The inner world can no longer sustain cultivators at the divine monarch level because it has degraded in rank. Soon, with continuous pollution from the strange energy, its status will drop further, until eventually, cultivators at the divine immortal level will also be expelled, and the inner world will be completely destroyed. Panga's voice carried a sense of melancholy. Su Ping'an's heart trembled. Worry briefly showed on his face. Firstly, Divine Pangu had shown him kindness and helped him immensely. Without Panga's grand design, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Secondly, Divine Pangu's existence was the backbone and foundation of the Sun human race. He was the last of the ancient Shantan gods. Once he perished, the Shun race would truly vanish, and those who achieved godhood afterward would be merely regarded as members of the Sun human race. Thirdly, the Chinese people's entry into the Panwu world was intended to establish it as a future habitat for humanity. If its destruction is inevitable, then what was the point? There would be no time for gradual development, only rapid plundering to obtain its resources and boost one's own strength. Divine Pangu, is there a way to save you? Su Ping'an asked. My injuries are irreversible. There is no cure, Pangu replied. Then, he gave Su Ping'an an additional glance. You want to save the Panwu world, don't you? Su Ping'an didn't hesitate. Is there a way? There is one, Pangu said, which brought a surge of hope and excitement to Su Ping'an. What way? Su Ping'an quickly asked. You must rapidly raise your cultivation to the God King realm. Then, refine and integrate the Panwu world into your inner world. Only then can this inner world be saved. The Panwu world differs from other inner worlds. It is rich in resources because it contains accumulated treasures gathered by the Sun human race over countless eons. When they left back then, those treasures were stored here, integrated into this world, Pangu explained. Now Su Ping'an somewhat understood why the world was so vast, and yet remained abundant in divine energy and deities. Divine Pangu, if I refine this world, what will become of you? And what about the corrupted source? Su Ping'an asked with concern. If even Divine Pangu couldn't remove the strange energy, wouldn't Su himself be doomed if he were infected during the refinement process? He didn't believe his strength could rival that of Divine Pangu. I am destined to perish soon anyway. As for that strange energy, I will absorb it entirely, completely sealing it off from this world and binding it to myself. I will perish along with it, creating favorable conditions for you. All you need to do is lead the Shun human race back into the vast universe, Pangu declared. His words deeply moved Su Ping'an. Take this. Combined with the resources you obtained from the 12 heavenly shrines, it should be sufficient to help you reach the God King realm, said Pangu as he once again handed over a familiar dimensional treasure box. At this moment, Su Ping'an largely understood the truth. The generous rewards given during the trials must have come from the possessions of the deceased Shantan gods who had perished in battle. After all, these were treasures of Shantan origin, supreme artifacts, and even Homing-level treasures. It only made sense if they came from the entire Shantan divine race's inheritance. In fact, what he had received might even be insufficient. It was likely that part of the inheritance was now contained in this dimensional treasure box given to him by Divine Pangu, while the remaining parts had fallen into the hands of the three enemy races. After all, some great gods had been assassinated by these foes, and their treasures likely never returned. Thank you, Divine Pangu. Su Ping'an joyfully accepted the treasures, not bothering with any unnecessary formalities with Pangu. By the way, Divine Pangu, I still have one question regarding the cultivation realms. What I currently know about the divine realms includes the divine human realm, lower divine spirit realm, middle divine spirit realm, upper divine spirit realm, divine monarch realm, divine king realm, divine sovereign, and great divine sovereign. Are these cultivation stages also recognized in the vast Hongmeng cosmos? Su Ping'an asked curiously. This was knowledge he had previously learned from the artifact spirit of the Hongmeng pagoda. However, Hongmeng had also mentioned that beyond the great divine sovereign realm, there existed even higher realms, although he had not elaborated. The cultivation stages you know about were explained to you by the Hongmeng pagoda, weren't they? Pangu asked. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. Yes. There was no need to conceal it. After all, even the Hongmeng pagoda had been given to him by Pangu. Actually, those realms were only applicable to the Panwu world, which is my inner world, and therefore the realms were defined by me, Pangu replied. His words made Su Ping'an nod slightly. He had suspected this already. Pangu continued. In the vast Hongmeng cosmos, the cultivation stages up to the divine king realm are consistent with what you know, but outside in the greater cosmos, there are no divine sovereign and great divine sovereign realms. The divine sovereign realm corresponds to the divine king peak, and the great divine sovereign corresponds to the half-step divine emperor stage. The divine emperor realm is the stage beyond the divine king. Beyond that comes the divine god realm, followed by the heavenly venerable realm. The heavenly venerable stage is the highest realm known within the Hongmeng cosmos. As for whether there is a stage beyond that, I do not know. However, At the heavenly venerable stage, one could rival the will of heaven itself, so even if higher stages exist, they would probably already transcend the will of heaven entirely, Pengu speculated. Then what realm are you at? And what about the ancient Shinken gods? What realm were they in? What about the strongest beings among the other races? Su Pingyan asked. After all, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Only by understanding the enemy's top-tier combat strength could he prepare accordingly, rather than recklessly charging ahead blindly. Chapter 457. Let's set a small goal first. I am already at the ultimate Divine Emperor realm, the strongest among the Shinken Divine Clan, and therefore I became the leader of the Divine Human Race. Members of the Shentan Divine Clan are born with the strength of a Divine King Realm cultivator. Before they were ambushed and perished, most of them had already reached the Divine Sovereign Realm. Counting myself, 33 of us even reached the Divine Emperor Realm and together established the Divine Human Race's Supreme Palace, the 33 Layers of Heaven. Unfortunately, that place is now occupied by other forces, Pengu said with a slight sense of nostalgia. As for other powers, the mechanical race's strongest, the Ember Vessel Sovereign, is comparable to a full Divine Emperor Realm fighter. The Weird Race's weird ancestor also possesses the strength of a full Divine Emperor Realm, and 7 major tribes of the Beast Race joined forces against us back then, their tribal leaders all at or close to the late to peak Divine Emperor Realm. After speaking, Pengu looked at Su Pingyan and continued. Your Wuji Xiangong is extremely powerful. It enables one to fight above their level. If you could reach the ultimate Divine Emperor Realm, you would sweep across the entire universe without encountering any rival. Unfortunately, the resources required for that are simply too terrifying. Even if you inherited the profound foundation of the Divine Human Race over many eras, it still wouldn't be enough. Then, are there no celestial sovereign-level cultivators? That was what Su Pingyan truly cared about most. There clearly exists such a cultivation level, yet no one had ever reached it. Why stop at that point? This is a realm we Shinken Divine Clan deduce theoretically, a realm equal to Heaven Dao, but so far, no one has ever achieved it. It's essentially a legendary realm. Pengu explained. I see. Su Pingyan nodded thoughtfully and let the issue drop. The absence of such a level is better, as it would be safer for him. Even without reaching the peak Divine Emperor realm, just attaining the Divine Emperor level alone would, even if it doesn't make him unrivaled, at least secure his personal safety. It would be difficult for anyone to kill him. Let's first set a small goal, ascend to the Divine Emperor realm first. After that, the two chatted for a while longer, and Su Pingyan gained a deeper understanding of this world and the vast cosmos. One shocking piece of information was that the Wuji Xiangong he was cultivating was not actually created by the Divine Pengu himself, but instead naturally formed within the Land of Emptiness. It was a technique inherently connected to Su Pingyan from birth. In fact, its rank was even higher than all the techniques Pengu himself had created. That's right, created. The first generation of Shentan divine beings born at the dawn of heaven and earth were born gods, immensely powerful, with no need to cultivate. But as they explored the Tao of heaven, they gradually created techniques suitable for their own cultivation, thus giving birth to the concept of cultivation methods. Back to the topic. Others may still cultivate the Wuji Xiangong, albeit with immense difficulty. While for Su Pingyan, there are no bottlenecks. He could rapidly advance forward without hindrance, which was also the reason why the Divine Pengu himself did not attempt to switch to practicing it. I see. No wonder Wuji Xiangong is perfectly attuned to me. It's the reason why my cultivation is so easy, Su Pingyan said, clearly astonished. It turned out everything happened the way it did because the Divine Pengu had set it up from the beginning. His earlier life had been intentionally guided by him, but from now on, his later life would be decided entirely by himself. In the words of the Divine Pengu, from the moment he arrived at the Tao Plateau, he had been fully liberated, as if a father watching his child grow up. From now on, it would depend entirely on Su Pingyan. Leaving the Tao Plateau, Su Pingyan immediately returned to Blue Planet. After all, the rank of the Panwu world had already declined. Cultivating here comes with many drawbacks. Even if he entered the Hongmeng Pagoda, he would eventually need to leave. If he experienced a particularly powerful breakthrough, accidentally damaging the world upon stepping out would be undesirable. After briefly explaining the situation to the leaders of Huaxia and his family, he chose to retreat into seclusion. This cultivation period might last a long time, so he must take care of some essential matters before it. The Divine Pengu was already very weak, and no one could predict how long he could last. If the frontline warfare falters, the weird race would surely invade the solar system, and at that point, they must step forward to resist immediately. But they must possess the strength to do so. Hongmeng Pagoda, Cultivation Layer. Hongmeng, set the cultivation multiplier to the maximum. Use as many divine stones as needed. Su Pingyan ordered. He now possessed Pengu's gifts, part of the supreme inheritance accumulated over countless years by the divine human race. Yes, master. There is no concept of time in the mountains, nor in seclusion. Time passed without perception, but the stagnant cultivation of Su Pingyan finally showed signs of movement. He successfully advanced to the middle Divine King realm, then further to the late and the ultimate Divine King realm. No one knew how long had passed. Boom. His inner world rapidly expanded, as if there were no limitations at all. When it finally stabilized, intelligent life had already emerged within it, making him the supreme god of that world. At the same time, he successfully ascended to the Divine King realm, a major milestone that had stopped countless cultivators at the Divine realm. Continue. An endless stretch of time passed once again. Su Pingyan's cultivation further broke through, reaching the middle Divine King realm, then the late Divine King realm, the ultimate Divine King realm, and finally the semi-divine Emperor realm. In the Panwu world, this level would already be considered a great divine sovereign, the absolute limit of cultivation. But this was not the limit for Su Pingyan. Breakthrough. Boom. In an instant, the endless resources around Su Pingyan were completely consumed, and he successfully broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, Pangu had told him to come find him to refine his inner world once he reached the Divine King realm, but he continued cultivating all the way to the Divine Emperor realm before finally preparing to go. Leaving the Hongming Pagoda and arriving above Blue Planet, he calculated the time with a flick of his fingers and sighed helplessly. Although aided by the Hongming Pagoda, this period of retreat had truly lasted over 1,000 years. Yes, only 20 years had passed since the portal had opened before he went into retreat, and now nearly 1,100 years had passed since its opening. Su Pingyan let out a light sigh. At least the Grand Star Array is still intact. The front line should be safe, and Blue Planet remains protected, Su Pingyan thought, with a slight relaxation of his breath. After that, he did not immediately go to see his family or the leaders of Huaxia. Instead, he once again entered the Panwu world and found Pangu's divine consciousness imprint. You've come, Pangu said calmly. I've arrived. Thank you, Senior. Without you, I wouldn't know how long it would have taken me to reach my current cultivation. Su Pingyan respectfully bowed deeply to him, truly from the heart. Are you ready? Pangu asked. Ready. Su Pingyan took a deep breath. Then let's begin. Without unnecessary words, Pangu immediately started. At the void above the ancient battlefield, Su Pingyan no longer needed the protection of life source stones to stand unharmed in this place, and Pangu emerged from the space behind that void. It was his true physical body. Salutations, Senior. Su Pingyan paid his respects once again. Chapter 458. Advancement to the God Emperor realm. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. No wonder you are the most talented being born in the land of No Dao, Pangu appraised, looking Su Pingyan up and down. The weird race has likely already discovered my injured state. There won't be much time left for you. Let's begin directly, Pangu said. Okay. Pangu acted decisively, raising his hands to gather the eerie energy within the desolate ancient battlefield. In an instant, the borders of the desolate ancient battlefield became increasingly bright and serene, with this clarity spreading as the eerie energy receded. Meanwhile, the concentration of eerie energy surrounding Pangu grew thicker. Quickly move away from the center, Pangu shouted loudly. Yes. Soon, Su Pingyan reached the periphery, as the edges rapidly converged inward, eventually settling into complete stillness. Break, Pangu roared. The heavens trembled and earth split apart. Su Pingyan watched as the land before him quaked violently, then cracked open, as the territory filled with eerie energy was directly absorbed into Pangu's body. The vanished area turned into a spotless void, devoid of any eerie energy. Hurry and merge with it, Pangu urged. Yes. Su Pingyan wasted no time. He extended his divine consciousness and swept across the entire Panwu world. Finding not a single trace of eerie energy, he began refining and integrating the Panwu world. One should always be cautious. He took precautions, though Pangu could easily detect this. He likely understood why. Indeed, Pangu gave Su Pingyan a satisfied nod before his face darkened. His aura grew obscure and complex, and he appeared to be suffering greatly, clearly locked in his final battle against the eerie energy. Though the Panwu world's rank had declined, its foundational power remained terrifying. As Su Pingyan refined it, blood reigned throughout the entire world, as though heaven and earth mourned. Countless people looked skyward, confused about the chaos, but tears already streaked their cheeks, even though they themselves didn't know why. Perhaps they felt something, an omen that the world's master was about to perish. Mid, late, and peak of the God Emperor realm. Finally, at the last moment, with Pangu's help, Su Pingyan successfully completed the refinement of the Panwu world. The instant it fused seamlessly with his inner world, he broke through. He reached the realm of God Emperor. Though only at the initial stage, he could clearly sense his newfound, overwhelming power. Simply put, beneath the God Emperor, all are but insects. Su Pingyan, kill me quickly, Pangu suddenly bellowed. Senior Pangu, Su Pingyan's eyebrows furrowed. His expression wasn't pleasant either. He'd already noticed Pangu's state. Having lost the foundation of the Panwu world, his power was declining, and he could barely control the eerie energy anymore. Don't hesitate. Do it now, Pangu ordered fiercely. Eradicate. Su Pingyan spoke the command, and terrifying destruction energy engulfed Pangu. You must lead our divine race back to prominence in the great universe, Pangu said with a smile to Su Pingyan. I promise I will, Su Pingyan replied. The next moment, Pangu perished. Thus, all the primordial gods were completely wiped out. Outside the grand star array of the entire heaven, the 12 heavenly deities lowered their heads solemnly, proclaiming in unison, Farewell, our Father God. At this moment, Su Pingyan had already returned to Earth, for that so-called foreign world had now become his inner world. Additionally, this inner world had grown far vaster. Curiously, one part took the form of the Panwu world, a massive continent, while the remaining area still appeared as it originally had, a galactic world filled with countless planets and boundless void. Su Pingyan separated these two domains with a thin membrane. Only those of God-level cultivation could freely traverse between them without hindrance. Also, he kept the portals operational, so humanity on Earth could still access the other world. To them, everything remained unchanged. Meanwhile, He observed the situation outside the grand star array of the entire heaven and noticed the 12 heavenly deities. They were no longer just the mythic peak-level divine monarchs, but now each had reached the ultimate stage of the God-Emperor realm. From Pangu, Su Pingyan learned that these 12 heavenly deities were the very first humans Pangu personally created, possessing the best potential. Cultivated by Pangu, they attained the ultimate stage of the God-Emperor. In the Panwu world, they had remained at the peak of the divine monarch realm because they intentionally restrained their power. After all, the world could barely withstand a half-step God-Emperor. If they unleashed their full strength, they would damage the foundation of the Panwu world, and naturally, they would never do that. Indeed, without such immense strength, how else could they have followed Pangu for such a long battle? Although he hadn't activated the grand star array of the entire heaven, he could still pass through it effortlessly and now stood before the 12 heavenly deities. Su Pingyan wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Fortunately, one of the 12 heavenly deities broke the awkward silence. "We greet our clan leader." "Clan leader?" Su Pingyan asked in confusion. "Father God has already told us. You are his successor and will become the new clan leader of our divine race. The 12 of us will obey your orders," said the speaker, who was the divine of artifacts. Come to think of it, Su Pingyan had inherited the legacy of this very deity. Now, the former master had become his subordinate. It must be said, fate was truly miraculous. "Tell me about the current situation on the battlefield," Su Pingyan asked, concerned. He hoped the battles could be kept away from here, away from the solar system. Again, the divine of artifacts was the one to speak. "These past 2.7 million years, we have gradually built up 5 defensive lines outside the solar system. The closest defensive line is 10 light years away from the solar system, the second one 100 light years, the third 500 light years, the fourth 3,000 light years, and the fifth, the outermost line, lies at a distance of 8,000 light years away. That area is currently the front line of resistance against the weird race. At present, the weird race has not launched an attack, but they are actively mobilizing their forces. They appear to be gathering strength for a major offensive. We don't yet know the exact timing, but we have already prepared emergency countermeasures. How many people do we have now, and what are their cultivation levels?" Su Pingyan asked, concerned. After Pangu had taken a group away, over 2.7 million years had passed. In that time, no one knew how many had fallen in battle. Su Pingyan needed more detailed information to formulate a proper strategy. At present, we have 1 Supreme Legion, 12 Elite Legions, 100 Defensive Legions, and 300 Logistics Legions. The Divine of Flame thought for a moment before speaking up. Chapter 459, Just a Cooperative Relationship. The Super Legion has always been personally commanded by Father God. In the future, they will directly report to you, the clan leader. This legion possesses the strongest combat power and is one of the most powerful foundations of our divine human race. Though their numbers are small, only around 30,000, their cultivation levels are all above that of a divine king. Within them are over 1,000 divine kings and more than 60 divine emperors, Fire God continued explaining. Next are the 12 elite legions, each commanded by one of us 12 brothers. Each legion originally had 1 million soldiers at full capacity, though now they range from 60,000 to 80,000 in numbers. The strength of the soldiers in these elite legions is all above that of an upper divine spirit realm cultivator. Altogether, there are more than 1 million mid-divine spirit realm warriors, over 5,000 divine kings, more than 300 divine emperors, and aside from us 12, 22 other divine emperors. The Defense Legion originally numbered 10 million, but nowadays they are generally understaffed, with around 8 million in total. Their cultivation levels are all above that of a divine human realm cultivator. They have over 9 million low divine spirit realm warriors, over 100,000 mid-divine spirit realm warriors, over 3,000 upper divine spirit realm warriors, and 100 divine kings serving as their legion commanders. The Logistics Legion has warriors of varying strengths, all above the level of mountain and river realm cultivators. There are also many ordinary people who are below the mountain and river realm, but above the Chi blood realm. These are the descendants of those who left together back then. The total number is around 500 trillion, living across several inhabitable planets within a range of 8,000 light years. Fire God briefly summarized the current status of the entire army to Su Ping. This left Su Pingyan at a loss for words. In other words, within these 2 million years, the divine human race had already controlled a territory spanning 8,000 light years in diameter within the Hongmeng universe. Of course, compared to the Milky Way with its 100,000 light-year diameter, it was nothing, and even less compared to the vast domains the divine human race once held in their prime. They are still quite strong, Su Pingyan mused inwardly. This was a genuine reflection coming from a person from Blue Star. One could say that the strength of these legions alone could completely crush the Panwu world. They represented the essence of the divine human race. Thinking about it, Pangu Great God had indeed taken away nearly all the strongest experts, the elite of the race. Only 2 million years had passed since then, and for a divine being, that time span was simply too short, far too little for new power to rise. The Panwu world didn't even have a single divine king, yet outside there were thousands, even tens of thousands. Based on this alone, they could completely overwhelm the Panwu world. However, the greatest advantage of the Panwu world was its population. Before, due to restrictions and status, many geniuses couldn't break through, but things were different now. After merging with Su Pingyan's inner world, the status of the world had been elevated. As the master of this inner world, Su Pingyan clearly felt it. The breakthrough process had already begun for over a dozen upper divine spirit realm masters who had reached the peak of their cultivation. Once they broke through, his inner world would gain dozens of new divine kings. And surely, more divine kings would emerge in the near future. You all continue to hold the defensive line. If the situation becomes too dire, you are permitted to abandon the fifth, even the fourth line of defense. But under no circumstances may you give up the third line of defense, Su Ping'an ordered. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, do you know about the Hongmeng Pagoda? Su Ping'an suddenly asked. The 12 looked at him in confusion and shook their heads, saying they did not. How about the cultivation space? He asked again, and they shook their heads again. Su Ping'an now understood. Penga Great God must not have told them anything about the Hongmeng Pagoda. Hongmeng, what's going on? They seem to know absolutely nothing about you. Considering your power, why wouldn't Pengu use you? Su Ping'an mentally communicated with Hongmeng. Because he couldn't make me recognize him as my master. I was a treasure born alongside the land of no Dao, and only those who were born within the land of no Dao possessed great destiny, and had the potential to become peerless geniuses could have the chance for me to acknowledge them as my master. Master, you are one of them. Also, back then I had to guard the Dao for the land of no Dao, and it was only in the past million years that I could finally leave. I made a pact with Pengu. He would help me find a master, and I would help him better conceal the land of no Dao. We were only cooperating. After hearing Hongmeng's explanation, Su Ping'an was stunned. It actually turned out to be like this. Then he recalled something. The Hongmeng Pagoda was a Hongmeng treasure, and the only one of its kind he possessed. The rest were primordial treasures, or even supreme primordial treasures. Surely that was the biggest difference. So, this was why Penga chose him as his successor, recognizing his potential. Come to think of it, just what kind of person was he? He not only had Wajixuan cultivation, a cultivation technique innate to his birth, but also a powerful innate treasure like the Hongmeng Pagoda. Clan leader, do you have any other orders? Huoxia noticed Su Ping'an seemed distracted and asked, do you all have any surplus resources available now? I mean not only you 12, but the entire divine human race, Su Ping'an asked. The 12 exchanged glances, surprised. There are some, Huoxian replied again. Over the years, we've mined some resources from the Star Rivers and obtained some spoils of war from the Ghost Clan. Apart from what Father God has, we still have a little remaining. Does the clan leader need them for cultivation? Huoxian asked, puzzled. Qi Shun reminded him gently. Clan leader, the resources we currently possess are effective for cultivators below the Divine Emperor level. However, resources suitable for the Divine Emperor level are very scarce. As Father God once mentioned your situation, with the rate at which you consume resources, the total of our Divine Emperor level resources probably wouldn't even support your next breakthrough. Su Ping'an immediately understood their concerns and remained unconcerned, simply smiling slightly. I'm planning to help all of you elevate your cultivation levels. For example, if you 12 could all advance to the Divine Emperor level, wouldn't the overall strength of our divine human race significantly increase? How could that be possible? Huoxian asked in disbelief. I managed to reach the Divine Emperor level within over 1,000 years. Was it only because of my talent? Was there no other reason? Didn't Pengu Great God mention this to you? Su Ping'an countered. The 12 shook their heads. Regarding matters about you, apart from Father God, we only know bits and pieces. Others know even less. After hearing this, Su Ping'an became even more assured. Previously, he had wondered why Pengu didn't use the Hongmeng Pagoda to help them cultivate, and he had been curious about it. Now everything made sense. Firstly, the Hongmeng Pagoda couldn't be tamed or recognized by Pengu. Secondly, Pengu had deliberately kept it secret. Whether it's possible or not, only practice will tell. Since we're in a lull now, you might as well use this time to elevate your cultivation levels. Divide the soldiers into 2 groups and take turns cultivating, Su Ping'an ordered. Yes, sir, the 12 replied, now somewhat excited. Chapter 460, There is a rainbow after the storm. Although the gap between the Divine Emperor and the fully enlightened Divine King might seem minor, it actually created a world of difference in power. The 12 of them previously relied on the 12 Heavens Grand Formation just to barely hold off a newly ascended Divine Emperor for half a day. If they all broke through to the Divine Emperor level, then together they could resist a mid-stage Divine Emperor expert, or even kill one. Now, Su Ping'an obtained all accumulated resources from this side, plus what Pengu left behind, as well as everything within the inner world, all of which were now under his control. One could say he was now richer than ever before. The only pity was that the top-tier resources for the Emperor level were too scarce. As the Divine Tool Master had said, even with all these resources combined, they still weren't enough to elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Divine Emperor realm. However, to others, these resources could significantly boost the strength of the divine human race. After sending the 12 divine deities, the super army, and half of the main forces into the cultivation space inside the Hongmeng Pagoda, Su Ping'an finally returned to Lanxing. The Chancellor's office, Huoxia. You. The Chancellor first looked startled upon seeing Su Ping'an, then quickly broke into a delighted expression. You've finally come out of seclusion? The Chancellor said excitedly. It's been many years since we last met, Chancellor. You're looking better than ever. Su Ping'an smiled. The Chancellor's cultivation had already reached the 6th heavenly peak of the celestial realm, and after 1,000 years, their reunion showed his progress had reached the early 7th heavenly peak. It was a modest advancement. Without cultivation resources, world essence, or spiritual liquids, this was now the normal rate of progress. Many years. It's been a millennium. Why did your seclusion this time last so long? The Chancellor asked, surprised yet puzzled. Su Ping'an chuckled and didn't hide anything, spending half a day explaining the details of his retreat and the things he had discovered. They would all need to work together moving forward if the divine human race were to survive. Initially, the Chancellor asked a few questions, but soon fell silent and listened. The impact of what he was hearing left his heart unsettled for a long while. So the great disaster you mentioned earlier is actually against the 3 strongest races in the universe, said the Chancellor. Though his expression remained calm, deep inside, he felt extremely worried. He had already imagined many different calamities, even the destruction of the solar system. But the enemy they now faced was infinitely more dangerous than that. It meant opposing the entire existing universe. For now, it's only one race, the Weird Race. Judging from our current displayed strength, the Weird Race hasn't even taken us seriously, considering us a minor species. Otherwise, in the past 2 million years, they would have already launched a full-scale attack, possibly even teaming up with the mechanoid race. But they haven't done that, Su Ping'an emphasized. So our best strategy right now is defensive retaliation, buying time to rapidly develop and grow stronger, so we can eliminate the Weird Race first. Then things will become much easier later, Su Ping'an said. But even facing only the Weird Race, it's still extremely powerful, sighed the Chancellor. Earlier, Su Ping'an had clearly explained the current strength of the divine human race. Although quite formidable, they still fell far behind the Weird Race, particularly in terms of elite warriors. Don't even talk about anything else. The Weird Race had more than 80 divine emperors, while the divine human race currently only had Su Ping'an himself. Even if the 12 divine deities managed to break through, there would still only be 12 divine emperors at the initial stage. Compared to the Weird Race, the disparity would still be huge. Su Ping'an didn't argue this time, since the Chancellor was stating facts. However, the Chancellor suddenly changed tone. So what if they're powerful? Since ancient times, we of Huaxia have never feared hardship. The stronger the enemy, the more motivation we have. In the past, our ancestors defeated enemies far stronger than ourselves. In the future, we will do so again. That's exactly right, haha. Fortunately, there is also good news. The Panwu world has become your inner world. This is great for us. Although we have grown significantly in the Panwu world, we always had doubts at the back of our minds about what kind of upheaval could happen here in the future. Now, at least, we don't have to worry anymore, the Chancellor said with a slight smile. Right? Then what are your next plans? The Chancellor asked. I'll first learn about the current global situation before deciding what to do next, Su Ping'an said. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, so he had no idea how much Huaxia had developed and needed to understand the current situation. That's easy. I'll have them submit a work report so you can get a clearer picture of the current situation of Huaxia and other countries. Besides, you coming out of seclusion is such a big event. We really should let those old comrades know about it. Everyone will be delighted to hear it. Ha ha ha. The Chancellor said joyfully. All right, I'll follow the Chancellor's arrangements, Su Ping'an nodded. You're being too modest. You're now the leader of our divine human race, the Chancellor joked. I'm still a member of Huaxia, and you remain my Chancellor, Su Ping'an emphasized. To prepare the report, they first needed to organize all existing intelligence and resources. Everyone knew that once the report was complete, a new phase of major cultivation enhancement would begin. Su Ping'an mentioned this in advance to the Chancellor. By now, Huaxia had grown so large that nearly a month of around-the-clock work was required to complete the preparations. For once, Su Ping'an spent some rare and precious time at home with his beloved and his family, enjoying a warm and treasured period of intimacy. Su Ping'an leaned on the windowsill, letting out a slight sigh. What's wrong? Yi Xinran asked as she hugged him from behind, leaning closely against his back. The Chancellor just notified me to attend a meeting in the capital. I wonder when I'll have such free time again, Su Ping'an murmured. He was actually someone who preferred peace and a tranquil life, but circumstances kept forcing him forward. If he ever stopped, not only would he be in danger, but his family, his loved ones, and even the entire divine human race could face total annihilation. Unless the divine human race stood again at the peak of the universe. Only then could he perhaps finally lay down this burden and truly live a peaceful and leisurely life. There is a rainbow after the storm. I believe in you. You will definitely lead us to ultimate victory and a truly peaceful life, Yi Xinran encouraged him. Over these past days, Su Ping'an had selectively shared some information with Yi Xinran, so she understood what he was thinking. Yes, I definitely can, Su Ping'an said seriously nodding. You rest now. I need to go to the capital, Su Ping'an said, his heart finally calming. All right, go then. Chapter 461, Body Freezing Technology. Beijing had changed drastically over the past 1,000 years. It had expanded outward to 13 rings and become much larger in size. Although the population had decreased to less than 10 million, the city was no longer as crowded as before, making it more livable. The location for collective meetings of the premier and the elders had also been specially selected and rebuilt. It was near the Forbidden City and massive enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people in attendance simultaneously. Don't think it's merely for appearances. With the population and territory of Huaxia expanding significantly, the annual reports delivered every 10 years brought many attendees, and all such events were held here. I heard General Su has broken through his cultivation and emerged from seclusion. Have you seen him? A general asked a middle-aged man beside him, both dressed in general's uniforms. No, I haven't. I heard that after meeting with the premier, General Su returned home directly. After all, his seclusion lasted over 1,000 years, so naturally, he needs to spend some time with his family, the middle-aged general replied. That's understandable. Usually, these work report meetings happen every 10 years, but this time it's held ahead of schedule. They say that after the meeting, accumulated resources over the past 1,000 years will be used to enhance our abilities. It seems Huaxia's national power is going to skyrocket again. It's easier to go from frugality to extravagance than the other way around. With General Su's cultivation realm offering help, our cultivation speed back then was truly amazing. Just look at us now, after 1,000 years. While our overall strength has improved a lot, our top-tier combat capability remains basically unchanged, someone remarked emotionally. We've actually progressed very quickly during this millennium. I believe General Su will be greatly shocked after hearing this report. You can say we haven't disappointed his reputation, said a young general who was only several hundred years old. He expressed this emotional sentiment because they were junior members who had never personally seen Su Pingyan, but had seen his portrait and knew of his legendary feats, greatly admiring Su Pingyan. Outside the venue, Su Pingyan's spiritual consciousness swept across the hall. He overheard many people discussing him, which didn't really affect him initially. However, when he heard someone referring to him as elderly, he suddenly became very annoyed, as though a flock of crows were flying over his head. Am I really considered old already? Su Pingyan chuckled sarcastically. After all, he was already over 1,000 years old. Compared to other civilizations in the universe that might still be young, but by Laneying standards, he indeed qualified as an elder. Xiao Su, why haven't you gone inside yet? The person arriving was the premier. I was about to go in, but the meeting venue has become so big. I just glanced at the entire nation's situation. The changes are truly dramatic, certainly worth calling a land of vicissitudes, Su Pingyan mused. The premier smiled slightly and said, 1,000 years have passed, which in ancient times would have been at least 3 dynastic changes. Yeah, come on, let's go. Walking alongside the premier, Su Pingyan quickly entered the conference hall. Comrades, everyone understands why I've called you all here for this meeting today, so I won't waste words, the premier began. Then, he stepped aside and pointed to Su Pingyan standing beside him, saying, the man beside me, the veterans certainly know and have seen before. Others, even if they haven't met him personally, must have seen his portraits and videos and already know who he is, so I won't bother introducing further. Let's welcome General Su Pingyan, who recently broke through his cultivation and emerged from seclusion, and express our appreciation for his presence at this important meeting. After speaking, the premier led the applause. Instantly, related applause echoed through the hall, lasting for more than a minute before it slowly subsided. Today's meeting will focus on reporting the population growth of our Huaxia people over the past 1,000 years, the cultivation situation of the populace, the current state of our army, development updates of the Yanhuang Trading Company, and summaries on finance, technology, and various other fields. The premier directly clarified the meeting's agenda. After the meeting, we will utilize the resources accumulated over the past millennium to greatly strengthen Huaxia's power, specifics of which will be managed by General Su. Alright, everyone please take your seats. The work report meeting will now formally begin. Smiling, the premier led Su Pingyan into their seats. In previous years, these 10-yearly work report meetings were divided into confidential and public segments. The public segment would invite media coverage and be widely publicized, while the confidential portion would be held behind closed doors, typically reserved only for core leadership, with others leaving early. However, today was different. The entire meeting would be broadcast live. Indeed, no sooner had the premier finished speaking than the internet erupted. You're absolutely right. That's exactly General Su Pingyan. I once saw him before. Never did I expect to see him again after a millennium. It's just incredible, an excited netizen commented. Wow, the senior upstairs actually met him and is still alive. That cultivation must be at least at the transcendent realm, another netizen replied in shock. Indeed, only cultivators at the transcendent realm could live up to 3,000 years. Those below that realm would have long since died after 1,000 years. Even though Huaxia possessed abundant resources, the government never hesitated to use them, yet breaking through to the transcendent realm was still no easy feat. Well, not necessarily, someone remarked. I heard the nation has developed a freezing technology that allows people whose lifespan is nearing its end to enter cryogenic stasis and wait until Huaxia reaches a higher level of development in the future before thawing out. Hehe, why not just say it directly? It's basically waiting for General Su to emerge from seclusion. Inside the venue. Hello everyone. I'll now report to you on the current population and cultivation status of Huaxia. A middle-aged man with exceptional demeanor stepped onto the stage and began his work report. Su Pingyan took a glance. He didn't recognize this person. It was probably a rising political star from the past 1,000 years. Premier Shui Yong noticed Su Pingyan's confusion and leaned in quietly to explain. Commander-in-Chief, over the past 1,000 years, some of our functional departments have also evolved with the times and undergone some reforms. This is Li Ju, over 500 years old. He's quite capable and now oversees the administration of Huaxia's household registration. The modern household registration system includes not only standard population records, but also information on citizens' cultivation statuses. I see, Su Pingyan said with sudden understanding. On stage, Li Ju began formally reporting his work. After 1,000 years of development, Huaxia's population has experienced 61 major surges. Combined with the fact that a certain number of polygamy permits are issued every 10 years, our total population has now surpassed 9,000 trillion, reaching 91,074 trillion. At most, it will take just another 2 years before Huaxia's population breaks through the 10,000 trillion mark. Li Ju said, deliberately casting a glance towards Su Pingyan. Clearly, most others already had a rough estimate of Huaxia's population figures, and this report was mainly intended for Su Pingyan's benefit. Wow, Su Pingyan inwardly gasped. He had known that 1,000 years would allow Huaxia's population to grow significantly, but he never imagined it would be this much. Chapter 462, Conquering the Divine Path Continent. Commander, This population figure does not include the Divine Path continent. These are the people from the vassal states we've already conquered, which means this is the population count of our Huaxia citizens, Shui Yong reminded beside him. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that. Otherwise the population wouldn't be just this much. Su Ping'an silently calculated in his mind. Though the population growth seemed terrifying, when broken down, a doubling of population every 40-odd years didn't actually seem that remarkable. After all, with cultivation, the mortality rate had drastically decreased, and with many people taking concubines, if this were compared to the old times, it would equate to roughly a doubling of the population every 50 to 60 years, a phenomenon not unheard of in those days. Thinking thus, Su Ping'an calmed himself. According to the latest statistical data, among our citizens, 148% have yet to begin cultivation. Body tempering realm cultivators account for 166%, Qi cultivation realm cultivators for 59%, marrow cleansing realm cultivators for 114%, mortal transformation realm cultivators for 653%, transcendent realm cultivators for 0.85%. Land and river realm cultivators for 0.07%, celestial realm cultivators for 0.01%, and those above the celestial realm amount to less than 0.01%. To be specific, semi-god cultivators. Currently our Huaxia nation has over 1.15 million. God-human realm cultivators number around 7,000, lower divine realm cultivators 107, middle divine realm cultivators 13, and one upper divine realm cultivator. No one has reached beyond that. Of course, Commander Su, his battle pet, and the divine armament master weren't included in this count, Li Ju specially emphasized. When Su Ping'an went into seclusion, fearing unexpected situations, he had left his battle pet behind in Huaxia. Furthermore, with the acquisition of mid-grade divine stones, the divine armament master had fully unleashed his power, reaching the peak of the upper divine realm. This was also the divine armament master's limit. Despite offering higher-grade divine stones, his combat strength would not improve further. This was determined by his intrinsic cultivation level. In other words, with 4 upper divine realm peak experts safeguarding the nation, Huaxia had been able to develop rapidly over the past 1,000 years without suffering major damage. Who broke through to the upper divine realm? Su Ping'an looked toward Shui Yong, slightly surprised. It seemed he had secluded himself for 1,000 years, but for a divine realm expert, that was far too short. Without the aid of the primordial tower, reaching this realm was extremely difficult. Not that it was impossible, just that 1,000 years wasn't long enough. Yi Xiao broke through to the early stage of the upper divine realm 3 years ago and has been secluded ever since, consolidating his cultivation, Shui Yong explained. He must have encountered some special opportunity, Su Ping'an asked. Back when he secluded himself, Yi Xiao had only been in the middle stage of the middle divine realm. Even with excellent talent, reaching the late stage in 1,000 years was already impressive. Reaching peak perfection wasn't even that unthinkable. But breaking through to the upper divine realm, that wasn't easy at all. Yes, he obtained a special divine fruit, Shui Yong replied. Su Ping'an slightly nodded. Overall, over the past 1,000 years, Huaxia's population had exploded, though most people's cultivation had stagnated at the mortal transformation realm, unable to break through, which had also restricted population growth. As for the number of cultivators above the celestial realm being small, that was also understandable. It was merely a matter of time. If given tens or hundreds of thousands of years, Huaxia could naturally give birth to many strong experts through its own efforts. Unfortunately, it had only been a little over 1,000 years. This clearly highlighted the immense power of the primordial tower. Sigh, a pity. Over these years, quite a few people still aged to death. We really can't afford to lose people right now, Su Ping'an said helplessly. Commander, you don't need to grieve. They didn't die, Shui Yong said. Oh, what happened? Su Ping'an was surprised. About 100 or so years after you went into seclusion, our technology made tremendous progress. One of the breakthroughs was human cryogenic freezing technology. Afterwards, this technique went through multiple breakthroughs, and now can successfully freeze a human body for over 6,000 years, reviving them completely unharmed, Shui Yong explained. That advanced. Su Ping'an was astonished. How many people are currently frozen? Su Ping'an asked. We've built a total of 3,304 freezing bases. The first 3,303 are already full, each base able to accommodate 1 billion people. So far, at least 33,003 billion people have already been frozen. Moreover, not everyone is eligible for freezing. Only those who have reached the 9th peak of the mortal transformation realm and whose remaining lifespan is less than 10 years qualify for cryogenic freezing, Shui Yong said. After hearing this, Su Ping'an understood. It meant that quite a few people had still died. After all, reaching the mortal transformation realm was no easy feat. According to the current proportions of Huaxia, at least half, meaning 15 trillion people, still died of old age during this millennium. Perhaps noticing Su Ping'an's confusion, Shui Yong said, there's no way around it. First, the freezing technology consumes a lot of resources, and second, it was also designed to motivate cultivation efforts. You wouldn't know, but during this millennium, there were several widespread apathy waves. The nation used all sorts of methods to reignite people's enthusiasm for cultivation. This freezing technology was one of them. I understand, Su Ping'an nodded, then looked upward at the platform. At this moment, Li Ju had already stepped down and was replaced by another person. Greetings everyone. I will now report on the current situation regarding the vassal states controlled by Huaxia. Commander, this is Huang Hai. He's in charge of matters related to the vassal states in the Panwu world, Shui Yong explained. As we all know, our 9-rank vassal system divides all vassal states into 9 ranks. Up to now, we have a total of 400 million rank 1 vassal states, more than 3.3 billion rank 2 vassal states, more than 18 billion rank 3 vassal states, more than 420 trillion rank 4 vassal states, more than 6 trillion rank 5 vassal states, more than 20 trillion rank 6 vassal states, 16 trillion rank 7 vassal states, 80 trillion rank 8 vassal states, and 220 trillion rank 9 vassal states. The Divine Path continent has now been completely conquered, Huang Hai reported. Within the vassal states, there are countless auxiliary armies. Forces at the Transcendent Realm and above total 35 trillion. Forces at the Land and River Realm and above reach over 24 billion. Celestial Realm forces exceed 50 million. Semi-God forces number over 2 million. God-Human Realm forces are 800. Lower Divine Realm forces amount to 42. And there are no recorded higher-level forces, Huang Hai continued. Su Pingyan was stunned. He hadn't expected such immense power remained even after the cleansing of the Divine Path continent. Their strength might not match Huaxia's at the Divine Realm level, but they even surpassed Huaxia in the number of Transcendent Realm cultivators. Commander, during the conquest of the Divine Path continent, some divine pantheons, recognizing our overwhelming strength, voluntarily submitted, disbanding their own pantheons. At the time, we thought it would be a waste to kill off so many high-level cultivators, so we placed some restrictions on them and recruited them all into the Hall of Veneration. We provide them with cultivation resources, and in return, they fight for us, Shuiyong explained. Chapter 463. Situation report on the expansion of the Yanhuang Legion. That's actually a good idea. Have they caused any trouble in recent years? Su Pingyan asked. They've remained relatively stable. That's good. From the discussion, it seemed that on the Divine Path continent alone, hundreds of trillions of Chinese citizens had become lords, which was an enormous number. Then, Huang Hai briefly updated everyone on the situations of the various vassal states, and gave special commendations to some of the better-developed fiefdoms. Additionally, they annually contributed countless cultivation resources to the Chinese homeland, which was their contribution to China. Commander, I won't chat with you anymore. It's my turn next, Shuiyong said. All right. After Huang Hai stepped down, Shuiyong took the stage and began his work report. Hello everyone. I will now report on the situation regarding the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance, Shuiyong began. From his opening words, Su Pingyan knew exactly what position he was now holding. The Yanhuang Commercial Alliance was a key project for China, and leading it would definitely be beneficial to Shuiyong's future development. After more than 1,000 years of development, our Yanhuang Commercial Alliance's name now echoes throughout the entire Panwu world. Currently, it is the largest commercial alliance in the Panwu world, including the former Divine Path continent, Myriad Nations continent, Myriad Beast continent, Tianxian continent, Wuliang continent, Divine Sword continent, and the Dongji continent, Shuiyong proudly declared. Then, he raised his right hand and excitedly said, our Yanhuang Commercial Alliance has achieved full coverage across these 7 subcontinents. We are known by everyone. If people want to shop, the first thing that comes to mind is the Yanhuang Bazaar. If they want to cultivate or retreat for cultivation, they immediately think of the Yanhuang Grotto. If they wish to relax and enjoy themselves, the first place that comes to mind is our Yanhuang Resort. The people on these 7 continents are now deeply influenced by China in every aspect. Looking ahead, we will continue to strengthen our existing presence and strive for further development. Finally, I'll talk about the Panwu continent. This has been our main focus of development over the past 800 years. You all know as well as I do that the challenges are immense. Pausing slightly, Shuiyong continued. In the first 100 years, we captured half the market share in Yanhua domain. In the second 100 years, we controlled 5 domains including Yanhua domain. In the third 100 years, we expanded into 60 domains. By the 4th century, we reached over 500 domains. Now, 8 centuries have passed. I can proudly tell you all that our Yanhuang Commercial Alliance's complexes have now covered all the domains controlled by humanity. The domains on the Panwu continent were massive. One domain was about half the size of the Divine Path continent. And the Panwu continent had over 100,000 domains. Without a doubt, the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance had expanded at an astonishing speed. Of course, we will not become complacent. We have formulated a 500-year plan. Over the next 500 years, we will deeply develop the Panwu continent and strive to extend our reach down to the city level, achieving truly comprehensive coverage and household recognition, Shuiyong continued passionately. Su Pingyan blinked in surprise, then quickly understood. Previously, when Shuiyong had mentioned full coverage, he meant that the Yanhuang complexes had already been established in every domain, but they hadn't penetrated every corner of each domain. Compared with the 7 subcontinents, there was still a significant gap. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need to set a new 500-year goal. Currently, we operate a total of 2.84 million Level 1 Yanhuang complexes, 42.35 million Level 2 complexes, 1.4 billion Level 3 complexes, and 216.7 billion Level 4 complexes. Just these complexes have created nearly 150 trillion high-paying jobs for China, directly impacting nearly 800 trillion people, while also driving an incredibly massive upstream and downstream industrial chain, Shuiyong excitedly reported. Currently, each Level 4 Yanhuang complex generates an average annual revenue of 12.6 billion taels of low-grade spirit stones. Level 3 branch complexes generate 60.3 billion taels of low-grade spirit stones per year on average, Level 2 branch complexes earn 394.2 billion taels of low-grade spirit stones annually, and Level 1 branch complexes generate as much as 812.86 billion taels of low-grade spirit stones per year, along with approximately 5,000 low-grade divine stones, Shuiyong concluded his report. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan nodded with satisfaction, as the average income had indeed increased compared to before his retreat into seclusion. But thinking about it, this was only natural. After all, the Panwu continent was much more prosperous, and with that came higher revenue. So even on average, there had been an overall improvement. So there's even divine stone revenue now. Back when I went into seclusion, there weren't even level 1 branch complexes yet. It must have been established later, and probably on the Panwu continent, considering there are more experts at the divine realm there, which explains the increased divine stone income. Su Pingyan mused inwardly. Besides, not all the other branch complexes could possibly be earning only low-grade spirit stones. They were just being measured using low-grade spirit stones as a statistical standard. Last year alone, our total revenue from the Yanhuang Commercial Alliance was 283.3 billion taels of low-grade spirit stones, along with 14.2 billion low-grade divine stones, Shuiyong announced, throwing out a truly astonishing figure. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone clapped spontaneously after hearing that, clearly impressed by the numbers. Su Pingyan also smiled and clapped his hands. Next, various senior officials took turns stepping onto the stage to report on Huaxia's technological development, transportation infrastructure, educational construction, cultivation techniques research, pill refinement, artifact forging, formation arrays, talismans, and all aspects of progress. Also included were reports on financial reform outcomes and the general state of economic development. All these reports enabled attendees to understand the current reality of Huaxia in the shortest possible time. Through each reporting session, the Huaxia leadership also conducted evaluations, thus setting clearer paths for future development. Next, I'll report on the current situation of our military forces, the reporting officer announced. Someone Su Pingyan recognized, Qin Ming. He was now the acting commander of the Yanhuang Legion, a position Su Pingyan himself had appointed before entering seclusion. Since Su didn't know how long his retreat would last, someone had to take charge of the Legion, and Qin Ming was the best fit. Additionally, he served as the acting supreme commander of the interdimensional forces, holding immense power. Over the past 1,000 years, the Yanhuang Legion has undergone 5 expansions. The Legion is primarily divided into 4 parts: the Big Dipper Guard units, the War God Special Ops Team, the 18 regular divisions, and the Headquarters Defense Division. The Big Dipper Guard units have now expanded to 60 squads, totaling 420 members. The War God Special Ops have grown to 8 battalions, with a total of 2,400 members. The Headquarters Defense Division, previously only a regiment, has expanded to the level of a division, now totaling exactly 10,000 personnel. As for the 18 regular divisions, they've been formed over the past 1,000 years by carefully selecting outstanding talents from different regions and cultivating them with priority, alongside gifted individuals from within the military ranks, Qin Ming reported loudly. Chapter 464 Divine Level Milky Way Fleet. Over the previous 20 years, there had been multiple expansions, and although this millennium saw 5 more expansions, the overall scale had not even doubled. Overall, the growth had been relatively restrained and not reckless or filled with unnecessary numbers. Now, let me report on the status of the other military branches, Qin Ming said without revealing the exact strength of each squadron within the Yanhuang Legion. Su Pingyan could roughly guess. Their power had somewhat improved, but definitely not significantly. After all, when he secluded himself for cultivation, their cultivation levels had already been very high. The higher the level, the more difficult the improvement. 1,000 years wasn't long enough for them to advance too much. There were always a few rare individuals like Yi Shao who encountered great opportunities, but those were definitely few in number. During this millennium, to meet the needs in various directions, our elite field army also went through several expansions and currently has a total of 30 elite field divisions. Truthfully speaking, this report was mainly directed towards Su Pingyan. Others already knew about it since such conferences were held once every 10 years. Since the demobilization 1,000 years ago, the regular field divisions have undergone multiple expansions as our territory expanded and our population increased. We now have 3,000 field divisions. The construction corps has only slightly expanded, maintaining a total of 500 units. Many construction tasks, such as the building of Yanhuang complexes, have been contracted out to civilian enterprises. In the defensive forces, the otherworldly defense army has been expanded to 10,000 divisions, while the lanking planetary defense forces have been reduced to 10 divisions. 800 years ago, we newly established a space force. Currently, we have 1 third-tier divine-level Milky Way fleet, 11 second-tier divine-level Milky Way fleets, 99 first-tier divine-level Milky Way fleets, 300 Supreme Star fleets, 1,000 Lord-level star fleets, 5,000 Shanha-level star fleets, and 1 million Transcendental-level star fleets. When Qin Ming reported this information, he couldn't help but glance at Su Pingyan. This fleet had been established while Su Pingyan was in seclusion, so naturally he wouldn't have known about it. Of course, he already knew after ending his seclusion, as the entire solar system had been densely filled with warships of all kinds. There was no way he could have missed seeing them. He just didn't know the specifics. How are these fleets classified? Su Pingyan turned to Shuiyong, who had just returned, and asked. Shuiyong hurriedly explained. A divine-level fleet refers to a Milky Way fleet capable of confronting divine stage experts. The term Milky Way is included in its naming, with the third tier corresponding to the middle divine spirit stage, the second tier corresponding to the lower divine spirit stage, the first tier corresponding to the divine man stage, a supreme fleet corresponding to the half-divine experts, a lord-level star fleet corresponding to a celestial realm expert, hence named star, while Shanha, level and transcendental level. You, commander, must surely understand as well. Su Pingyan slightly nodded. He hadn't expected it to be like this. Then, Shui Yong continued. For instance, a third-tier divine Milky Way fleet consists of multiple third-tier divine warships. Among them, the regular warships and mech units can match the early middle divine spirit stage, while the main battle warships can rival the mid-stage of the middle divine spirit stage. The flagship alone can handle the late middle divine spirit stage. However, when these warships are combined into a single fleet and work together in perfect coordination, under full strength, a third-tier divine Milky Way fleet can utterly overwhelm an expert at the peak of the middle divine spirit stage. Though we haven't tested this practically, computer simulations indicate that a third-tier divine Milky Way fleet operating with excellent coordination and fully stocked ammunition could defeat at least 3 experts at the peak of the middle divine spirit stage. Since there's only one such fleet, does it mean we've only recently developed this technology? Su Pingyan asked. Shui Yong nodded and said, precisely. The development speed has indeed been very fast, Su Pingyan marveled. Earlier, when I heard about the large number of interstellar warships we've acquired, I was already quite shocked. It's somewhat astonishing that so much progress was made within just 1,000 years. In truth, these warships were not built on Lanking Planet, Shui Yong explained. They were all manufactured within the Panwu world. You already know how many people we have there, Commander. Also, most of the materials used to build these fleets come from the Panwu world. Moreover, we utilize assembly line production and modular assembly, which is highly efficient. Besides, relying solely on the space-based mineral resources within our solar system would be far from sufficient. Furthermore, the quality of those resources is relatively low and only suitable for producing low-grade, non-military spacecraft. All spacecraft ranked below transcendental level have already been classified for civilian or commercial usage. Many of the ones already built were manufactured using materials found within the solar system, Shui Yong continued. I see. Su Pingyan responded with understanding. Seeing that Shui Yong had already explained everything to Su Pingyan, Qin Meng didn't go into any further detail and continued with his report. In addition to the aforementioned regular forces, we also have 10 billion elite militia troops and 30 billion interdimensional constables. As for other hunting legions and the armies of vassal states, their numbers are even more innumerable. All of these can be considered part of our armed forces. After Qin Meng finished speaking, he stepped down from the platform and handed it over to others. Soon, the entire work report came to an end, but online discussions were extremely lively. Awesome. Our Huaxiao is just awesome. This power is way too strong. Who else can compare? Speaking of which, if the space fleet is already so powerful, why are we still confined within the solar system? We should have already moved outward. I also want to take a look outside the solar system. I really don't understand why the leadership hasn't acted yet. What the hell are you worrying about? Do you know more than the leadership? If they haven't moved out, there must be a reason. Besides, we haven't even fully integrated the Panwu world yet. Why should we go out now when we aren't lacking resources? That makes sense. You have to eat rice grain by grain and walk a journey step by step. First take full control of the Panwu world, and once we've absorbed it, our Huaxiao strength will definitely take another huge leap forward. Then we can move outward and sweep across the entire Milky Way. Isn't that great? In fact, with our current strength, shouldn't we already be able to conquer the entire Milky Way? Well, we don't know that. What if there are dangers outside the solar system, like some alien civilizations, and our leadership already knows about this, so they're accumulating strength? That's not a bad point. There's a good chance of that. Otherwise, we cannot explain those strange phenomena. I think those planets in outer space are just SOSO. Could any of them be more suitable for human habitation than the Panwu world? Just this one world feels more than enough for our Huaxiao people to flourish for thousands of generations. Short-sighted thinking. Don't you realize our population? This is only 1,000 years. What if it's 10,000, or even 100,000 years from now? By then, even the Panwu world might not be able to accommodate all of us. Talk as if you'll live for 1,000 years. That's the lifespan only a transcendental stage expert can have. Chapter 465, The 4 Great Civilizations. At worst, we can always choose cryogenic freezing. Cryogenic freezing also requires reaching the 9th transformation of the transcendent realm. In the end, the right path is to first enhance our cultivation. As these discussions raged online, Su Pingyan stood up. The final stage belonged to him. Walking onto the platform, Su Pingyan scanned the crowd. After a moment, he finally spoke. Hearing all of your reports, I feel honored. Our Huaxiao has grown strong within just 1,000 years. All thanks to everyone's collective efforts. Everyone smiled, but the next sentence from Su Pingyan silenced the crowd, with some people even showing a trace of shock on their faces. But this is still not enough. Our strength is still far from sufficient to face threats from beyond the solar system. This was the first time Su Pingyan had revealed such information to the public. Predictably, the moment he spoke, the venue fell silent, and the online discussion instantly quieted down. Holy crap, didn't I just say earlier? The reason our fleet hasn't left the solar system is because there's danger outside. It really is the case. That's strange. Our strength should already be immense. It would make sense if there were powerful enemies beyond the Milky Way, but beyond the solar system? After all, we've observed before, and even if there were enemies, they couldn't be that powerful, or else they would have already found and destroyed us. Do you think the enemies might be related to the portals, like with the Panwu world? Someone suddenly asked. You're saying these portals were made by aliens? Besides aliens, tell me who else could it be? That doesn't make sense either. Why would aliens do this? They're empowering us. 1,000 years ago, our strength couldn't compare to Panwu world at all. If the enemy was against us, why give us a world as strong as Panwu? It just doesn't add up. Why speculate so much? Listen carefully. Great Immortal Su will definitely tell us the answers, said a netizen. So, the people turned their attention back to the venue. There, Su Pingyan was pacing on the stage. I know all of you must be confused. What kind of threat could possibly exist out there? Maybe you have other questions, too. Well, today, I'll share with you some information. In the distant past, the entire great universe contained 4 powerful civilizations. Su Pingyan began, revealing some information that Pangu had shared, those that didn't need to remain secret. Therefore, our solar system is protected by the formation of the myriad stars, and 12 celestial deities stationed in the outer star systems have been guarding us. That's why we can live safely here and cultivate without interruption. But now, circumstances have changed. The formation of the myriad stars will soon vanish, no more than 300 years, and the Igue clan is already gathering forces. We must quickly strengthen ourselves so we can stand side by side with the frontline warriors and together defend our homeland. I've heard many people are becoming complacent, thinking life is worry-free with abundant resources allowing anyone to easily reach the bone-cleansing realm and extend their lifespans. Many believe the transcendent realm is an insurmountable wall, so they've lost motivation. But I tell you, we now have no place to retreat. Everyone must steel themselves, whether for ourselves or for future generations. We must become stronger. Only then can we resist the Igue clan and other enemies and protect the people we care for. That's all for today's meeting. Saying that, Su Pingyan departed. His departure itself didn't matter, but the entire internet exploded from his words. If not for the many generations of server upgrades, 1,000 years ago, this would have crashed the servers entirely. I imagined we had enemies, but I never thought they could be this powerful. It's unbelievable. There may not just be 3 enemy forces, those might be the strongest ones. Perhaps other smaller civilizations once looked on our Shren race with displeasure. Now, we're a fallen phoenix, worse than a chicken. This is dangerous. What should we do? There are 3 hostile forces in the entire cosmos, and each one alone is beyond our current ability to confront. What can we do? What's there to fear? We'll meet soldiers with generals and water with earth. The Chinese nation has never been afraid of such threats. Easier said than done. When there's such a massive power gap, how can we fight? Not to mention that even the great Pangu has perished. I truly never expected it. This legendary Pangu Wu in the Panwu world is actually our legendary Pangu in Huaxia mythology, and those portals were actually set up to deal with this very crisis. What crisis? Supposedly, it was for selecting a successor. Speaking of which, Great Master Su Pingyan is truly amazing, actually becoming the successor of Pangu. Tell me, how powerful is he now? Can he lead us to defeat those enemies? There's no doubt about the strength of Master Su Pingyan. He's still the #1 strongest person in the world, and far ahead of others. However, compared to our enemies, there's definitely still a gap. After all, his cultivation time is simply too short, only 1,000 years or so. As the crowd was buzzing with discussions, Su Pingyan had not left the capital city, but instead gone to a smaller office. The Prime Minister and other leaders arrived one after another. Clan Leader, the Prime Minister called. Prime Minister, you should still call me Xiao Su. Don't call me Clan Leader. Su Pingyan waved his hand repeatedly. The Prime Minister smiled slightly and said casually, Xiao Su, you just released such news like that. Aren't you worried something might go wrong? But it's precisely because there's you, the Prime Minister, and all of you to back me up that nothing will go wrong. Su Pingyan replied cheerfully. You. The Prime Minister shook his head helplessly. Well, I can't help it. Time waits for no one. Everyone has the right to know this truth. Even if it leads to death, shouldn't people at least know why they're dying? When the enemy arrives in the future, I would have said it eventually anyway. So why not say it earlier, allowing everyone more time to prepare and helping them appreciate what they currently have, this present moment, the people around them. Isn't that great? Su Pingyan said seriously. Perhaps you're right. The Prime Minister nodded. He didn't continue the topic, but instead changed the subject. Xiao Su, should Zhang come in and tell you about the situation of other countries next? Do you want to know? The Prime Minister asked. In the past, he wouldn't have asked such a question. But now, the gap between Huaxiao and other countries had become so vast, it was impossible to bridge. So whether or not they knew about other nations had become insignificant. Chapter 466, Shift in Rankings. Since we've got nothing better to do anyway, let's chat, Su Pingyan said indifferently. Xiao Zhang, tell Commander Su about the situations in other countries, the Chancellor said with a smile. Yes, sir. Other than our own Huaxia, other nations have also advanced rapidly over the past 1,000 years. Especially the Baixiang Kingdom, which, thanks to its population advantage, surpassed the Bear Kingdom 200 years ago and overtook the Sam Nation 300 years ago. Since then, it has galloped ahead alone and is now the 2nd strongest nation in the world, Secretary Zhang Tianqing explained. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. This wasn't unexpected, although it had taken longer than anticipated. It seemed Baixiang still hadn't quite reached the expected level. Still, he didn't interrupt Zhang Tianqing and continued listening attentively to his briefing on the Baixiang Kingdom. It took Baixiang nearly 200 years to completely conquer the remaining territories of the Blessing Plains, expanding all the way south to the Qingyang Mountains. Of course, this was mainly due to our presence here. Otherwise, the fierce beasts south of the Qingyang Mountains wouldn't have given them any respect. However, they've reached their southern limit and can go no further. To the north, they attempted to cross over the Shunyun Mountains. Within a century after you went into retreat, after several attempts, they managed to cross the mountains successfully. However, when they tried to establish colonies the way the British and Americans did, they were driven out by the lords of the myriad nations subcontinent with heavy losses. It took them about 500 years to make full use of the advantages of the plains, planting spiritual rice, trading resources with countries worldwide, and going to sea to hunt sea beasts. In the end, they forged the myriad Buddha Legion into an extraordinary army of 500,000 strong, with every soldier having the strength of the Tuafan realm. Under the leadership of their legion commander, Sing, they once again crossed the Shunyun Mountains to attack the baronial state of Li Kingdom. This time, their army had over 100 masters of the extraordinary realm. Among them, Sing himself had advanced to the 5th pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Their attack this time genuinely caught the enemy off guard, seizing more than a dozen cities and establishing a foothold there. Oh, and now what's the situation? Su Ping'an asked with some surprise. Baixiang was really something. However, the Li Kingdom had cultivators at the Shanhua realm stationed there. Facing such power, not only would an army of 500,000 Tuafan warriors be severely damaged, but even an army of extraordinary experts would suffer tremendous losses. If not for distractions from other countries, Sing's myriad Buddha Legion might have been completely annihilated. Still, despite that, they suffered greatly. Not only did they lose all the land they'd captured, but fewer than a quarter of their troops returned. Secretary Zhang shook his head slightly. Since then, they have been deeply haunted by the idea of crossing the Shunyun Mountains again and haven't attempted to traverse them ever since. According to our spies, Sing even claimed that he would never step foot near the Shunyun Mountains unless he reaches the Shanhua realm, added Secretary Zhang. After a few hundred more years, what cultivation level is Sing at now? Su Ping'an asked. His talent remains quite good. With the pressure from the Li Kingdom, he's been cultivating at a very rapid pace. Rumor has it he has already reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. Recently, he has been asking us for high-grade resources. It seems he's preparing for the breakthrough to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, Secretary Zhang replied. Raising his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the extraordinary realm within over 1,000 years was impressive, surpassing many people. Considering that cultivators of the extraordinary realm could live up to 3,000 years, as long as he survives and has access to techniques of the Shanhua realm, he would most likely succeed in breaking through. Are there cultivation techniques from us? Su Ping'an suddenly asked. Yes. Secretary Zhang nodded and then explained. The Sam Nation and the Bear Kingdom have both already obtained 6th-tier cultivation techniques, although they're only low-rank ones. Therefore, after deliberation, we decided to open access to all cultivation techniques below mid-6th tier globally. However, we have not yet released anything mid-6th tier or higher. Whatever, it's fine if they're released. And I doubt many smaller nations can even afford them anyway. Considering the current crisis, I actually think we could directly offer techniques below the 7th tier to outsiders. For us, that's nothing, Su Ping'an said after some consideration. Commander Su, are you planning to use them? Secretary Zhang asked doubtfully. Secretary Zhang, what do you think? Su Ping'an countered. I think using them is not as reliable as using the armies under our vassal states. At least they're more dependable, Secretary Zhang replied. Su Ping'an nodded slightly, but then shifted the conversation. Still, this is a crisis for the entire blue planet. Shouldn't we let others feel they're involved too? All right then. Secretary Zhang didn't continue further. Xiao Zhang, please continue, the Chancellor reminded him. Yes, sir. Currently, the Baixiang Kingdom occupies more than 95.7 million square kilometers of the Blessing Plains, making it the world's breadbasket. All nations love importing spiritual rice from them because it's cheap, and they earn money precisely through this trade. Their population has now grown to over 19.6 billion. They have more than 600 cultivators of the extraordinary realm, over 2 million cultivators of the Tuafan realm, more than 30 million cultivators of the Shisui realm, over 2 billion cultivators of the Qishui realm, and over 80 billion cultivators of the Duani realm at the 7th refinement stage or higher. As for the rest, they generally begin cultivation after reaching adulthood. Naturally, they have access to spiritual rice, which does help somewhat. Although without other resources, their progress is very slow, Secretary Zhang explained. 1,000 years was enough time to develop to this level, which was already quite impressive. If not for the heavy casualties suffered during the crossing of the Shunyun Mountains back then, their current strength would probably have at least doubled. That loss had taken a long time to recover from. It had been a sheer waste. In the presidential palace of the Baixiang Kingdom, the resources have been exchanged for you. Do you feel confident about breaking through to the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm? The old immortal asked. Yes, the old immortal was still alive. He had barely broken through to the extraordinary realm by relying on an immense amount of resources, but only reached the first stage of that realm. After that, he gave up on further cultivation. He knew his own talent. Even if he emptied the entire Baixiang Kingdom, he would never break through to the Shanhua realm. It was better to allocate resources for real prodigies instead, such as Sing. If Sing could break through to the Shanhua realm, in the future he could conquer the nations across the Shunyun Mountains, gaining infinite resources. Then, perhaps the old immortal himself could once again break through by relying on a vast amount of resources. With so many resources, there's more than enough. In fact, even after breaking through, with another 2 or 3 years, I'll naturally ascend to the middle stage of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, Sing said confidently. Good then. I suppose you've seen Su Ping'an's statement as well. The crisis is drawing near. We must rapidly strengthen our power, the old immortal said with deep concern. Chapter 467. Living long is the most important. Mr. President, actually we don't need to worry. If what they said is true, then the enemy is so powerful that we can't possibly handle them ourselves. We can only rely on Huaxia to take the front line. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. If Huaxia cannot defeat them, there's no way we could, and then we just have to accept our fate. But if Huaxia wins, you can imagine how much they'll lose in the process. By then, the gap between us will shrink further, and we can slowly catch up. It's only the one who survives till the end that's the true winner, Singh said. You make a valid point. All right, go cultivate, the old immortal said, waving his hand. Yes. Sigh. The old immortal helplessly sighed. If only things were that simple. What if Huaxia issued a statement demanding us to send troops? Could we actually refuse? Once we refuse, he was certain that Huaxia would immediately turn hostile, which would place them in an even more dangerous situation. What about the situation with the Sam Nation? Su Ping'an asked again. The Sam Nation has completely solidified its position to the west of the Xisha area. They've also eliminated 14 nations and now occupy over 23.5 million square kilometers of territory, with a population that has grown to 52.1 billion. However, they've now reached the Lolong Empire's bottom line. The Lolong Empress herself issued a statement warning that if they continue expanding outward, she will personally step in to eliminate them. So in the past 2 centuries, they've changed their strategy. In these 200 years, they haven't continued to expand their territories in other realms, but instead, learning from our Yanhuang comprehensive system, they've established their own Volvo comprehensive system. Their business now reaches across the entire Oasis, Xisha, Zhongsha, and Dongsha regions. It's said that recently they've allied with a force in Dongsha and plan to extend their business operations into more distant oases, Secretary Zhang replied. Additionally, their Thunder God Legion's first legion has been expanded to 100,000 strong, all with cultivation levels above Tuifan Stage 7. The second legion has 8 million members, all above Tuifan Stage 1. The third legion consists of 50 million people, all above the Shisue stage. Their official power is quite inferior compared to Baixiang Nation, though the strength of private financial conglomerates shouldn't be underestimated either. But even combined, they'd still be slightly inferior to Baixiang Nation, Secretary Zhang continued. They're quite smart. In other realms, it's not just about fighting and killing. Blindly capturing cities and expanding territory without strong backing behind it would lead to their eventual downfall. But aligning with local powers and doing business is a very wise move indeed, Su Ping'an commented. As for the Sam Nation imitating Huaxia's Yanhuang Commercial Guild, he wasn't upset about it. It didn't matter much to him. Far away across the ocean, in the office of the head of state of the Sam Nation, the Black Palace, Trump was currently very troubled. That's right, the current head of state of the Sam Nation was already Trump. It wasn't that George had lost control of the situation and been overtaken by Trump, but rather that George's aptitude had its limits. Despite having countless resources at his disposal, he eventually hit a wall at the peak of Tuifan Stage 9 and couldn't break through no matter what. In the end, his lifespan had simply run out, and he had no choice but to die. After that, Trump allied with many financial groups, successfully entering the Black Palace. His aptitude was relatively decent. Not only did he manage to break through to the Chao Fan stage, but now he had become a peak Chao Fan Stage 3 cultivator. It had to be said, living long was the most important thing. How's the situation in Dongsha? Trump asked. They're asking for 60% of the profits from the Volvo comprehensive system, Raymond said helplessly. Many people who had once followed George had died or been forced out of power, but Raymond remained. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the Thunder God Legion and also the strongest cultivator in the entire Sam Nation. No one would dare not give him face. Shoot, these vampires. They don't do anything, yet they want 60%. Why don't they just die? Trump almost fainted from anger. After all, the location selection, construction costs, labor expenses, everything was paid for by them. The other side only provided some introduction, yet they demanded 60% of the profits. Once moving into other oases for better operations, they'd have to share some benefits with local powers. Then who exactly would be working for whom? No more than 30%, and if they ask for more, we won't talk. We might as well directly follow the example of the polar bear and open stores within the Yanhuang market, Trump fumed. As a businessman, profit was everything. It wasn't like he hadn't considered this or wasn't willing. It was just that Huaxia's products were far too cheap, giving them a stronger competitive edge. Really, I can't figure out how Huaxia managed to reduce costs so drastically. Their citizens' income seems quite high. Logically speaking, their labor costs shouldn't be low at all, one of the aides beside him said. Huaxia long ago achieved full automation in production, and this isn't a secret to anyone in the world. Besides, they have many vassal states. Who knows how much those people earn? Maybe they just want food and shelter without any pay. Another female official beside Trump replied. All right, let's not talk about Huaxia anymore. Trump already had a headache whenever he heard the name. There was just too big a gap. It was all George's fault. If he had taken power from the beginning, the Sam Nation would never have fallen behind Huaxia. Raymond, tell them directly, maximum 30%. After all, we still need to give some share to the local forces. If they ask for more, we won't make any profit, and then there's no point in opening at all, Trump instructed. Yes. Oh, did they give you the map they mentioned? Trump suddenly asked. They gave me a quick glance, but it wasn't detailed. They're also worried we'll find our way there ourselves, so they said they'd only provide the detailed map after our cooperation is finalized, and they'll personally lead us there. Raymond replied. The western regions were just too vast. Most areas were desert, with only scattered oases for survival. The nearest desert was still very far away, at least 10,000 kilometers. Even with planes and drones, they couldn't find other oases. They knew the real reason was the limited range. Damn it, these humans from other realms are just too bad, especially that Lolong Empress. If it weren't for her, we would have definitely occupied the Xisha region first, followed by the Zhongsha and Dongsha. Then we could unify the entire oasis and establish our base. Trump slammed the table in frustration. He used to look down on the Baixiang nation, but now he couldn't help but envy them a little. Their gifted planes were truly one of a kind. What about the polar bear? How are they doing now? Su Ping'an asked again. They're developing quite well too. Now they've become a top-level silver tribe. They didn't choose to set up their own complexes, but instead have been following our Yanhuang Fangshi to establish chain stores. They can't keep up with us in other areas, but across the entire Dongji continent, half of the Yanhuang Fangshi now have their various stores. Their current goal seems to be expanding across the entire Dongji continent. They're already making considerable profits, Secretary Zhang replied. Chapter 468, The Great Rotation Cultivation Plan. Since the polar bears have integrated the native people of the Tianxi Snow region into their nation, along with following us in various endeavors, their nation has remained very stable. Their population has seen several booms and now totals 96 billion, making them the third most populous country in the world. Additionally, their strongest cultivator, Kazuro, has broken through to the peak of the transcendent ninth realm, standing just one step away from the mountain and river realm. However, that advancement is quite difficult. I heard they are actively inquiring about our next 10-year auction, hoping to obtain a treasure that could allow them to ascend to the mountain and river realm. If they succeed, the polar bears would once again become the second most powerful nation globally, since they would be the second country in the world to possess a mountain and river realm expert, said Secretary Zhang, who clearly held the polar bears in high regard. The Blood Wolf Legion has now expanded to a size of 1 million soldiers, all of whom are cultivation experts at the 4th transformation or higher. Moreover, they have more than 100 transcendent experts. Their reputation has spread across dozens of neighboring tribes. What about the other countries? Su Ping'an asked. Although the other nations no longer have access quotas to the other realms, they've been doing quite well by handling orders from us. In recent years, we've even opened up interdimensional tourism projects for them, so it isn't difficult for them to visit the other realms, Secretary Zhang replied. At present, apart from our top 4 major powers, the combined population of the remaining nations has grown to nearly 300 billion. Among them, there are more than 30 transcendent experts, and over 1 million experts in the transformation realm, Secretary Zhang continued. Can Earth even accommodate so many people? Su Ping'an asked doubtfully. It can. In fact, the only limiting factor is the supply of goods like food. But since we have Panwu World as a massive food reserve, as long as they have money, they can buy what they need. It isn't necessary for them to grow their own food. If we relied solely on Earth's natural output, that would definitely not be enough. However, when Panwu World is included, there is more than enough supply. Now, many large modern cities have been established around the world, enabling centralized factory production, Secretary Zhang replied. I see. It seems like everyone is developing quite well, Su Ping'an mused. Although no one had breakthrough to the mountain and river realm over the past 1,000 years, this was actually normal. After all, Blue Planet humans' innate talents may not even match those of the Panwu World cultivators. The latter were born into a world rich in spiritual energy, so their physical constitutions were naturally superior to those of humans on Earth. In the beginning, the small human population on Earth, coupled with the abundant supply of beasts to hunt in remote forbidden zones, was like a starter village, a special advantage granted to humans of Earth. That's why the initial cultivation advancement was so rapid. But since the Han Empire has already claimed these zones, from now on, the development path for Earth humans will become similar to that of Panwu's, with their advantage gradually diminishing. At that moment, Shuiyong knocked on the door and walked in. Chancellor, Commander Su, Secretary Zhang, all the cultivation resources have now been gathered and inventoried. Additionally, the candidates for training in the cultivation space have already been selected. Shuiyong stated his purpose directly. Who exactly was selected? Su Ping'an asked. He hadn't paid attention to this matter previously. The military, the hunting legion, and promising talents from major academies will be selected as the first batch. If there are still sufficient resources left afterward, we'll thaw the cultivators frozen at the peak of the 9th transformation realm. If they can advance to the transcendent realm, it would significantly strengthen our power, the Chancellor said. The Igu clan is indeed very strong, but don't assume all of them are powerful. Even among advanced species across the universe, experts at the divine realm are still extremely rare. Most members of the average races still possess relatively low cultivation levels. The transcendent realm is definitely a critical threshold. No matter the civilization, many will be stopped by this barrier. The Xingu clan chosen by Pangu to defend Earth were also the most elite among their race, not counting the logistical troops. The Igu clan was the same. The elites sent to fight the Xingu warriors were also their elite forces. However, during total war, the lower-tier soldiers would also join the battle. If we still have remaining resources, we should choose those who are older and nearing their life limit. If we still have more resources after that, we can simply choose people at random from among ordinary citizens or allocate them to the vassal lords of tributary states, the Chancellor added. I have no objection to giving some to the vassal lords, but remember, their imperial families already have shares. I believe they should cover the costs themselves, Su Ping'an reminded. The Chancellor hesitated for a moment before nodding. You're right. They should pay for it themselves. This way, we can preserve our resources while still producing more experts. In fact, if those vassal lords want to enhance their imperial families or strengthen their armies, they can pay for it themselves too. The Chancellor added, suddenly thinking of something else. This was also a way to enhance the overall strength of the Han Empire without spending government funds. After all, during the coming Great War, these vassal states would certainly be required to send troops to assist in battle. Actually, if we do this, even civilian hunting groups should be required to pay their own way. By now, many private enterprises and individuals have become quite wealthy. They have resources and could choose to fund their own access to the cultivation space. At most, we can just not charge them for using the space. It's fine, as long as they pay for the resources themselves, Shuiyong suddenly suggested. Su Pingyan and the Chancellor exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. That's actually not a bad idea. It can save our expenditure while quickly boosting the overall cultivation level of the people. Xiaozhang, go and arrange this matter. Work quickly, the Chancellor ordered. Understood. After finalizing the discussion, Su Pingyan left the capital and traveled to various other realms, sending half of the military forces and all the elite personnel from the universities into the cultivation space within the Hongming Pagoda. As for the 12 sky gods and half of the Divine Race Legion guarding the solar system, they had also gradually entered the space. Fortunately, the space was vast and boundless, so vast that even with so many entering, there was barely any noticeable impact, though the daily consumption of spirit stones and divine stones was truly staggering. In addition to these individuals, another group had also entered the space. Each of them was at least a demigod, with many more at the god realm level. These were the experts from various regions of the Panwu continent. As for how to make them submit willingly and join, it was very simple. First, the 12 sky gods personally appeared, shocking many old experts. Combined with the explanation of advantages and disadvantages and the current state of the divine race, things became much easier. Second, Su Pingyan had become the chieftain of the divine race and had already reached the divine emperor realm, exerting overwhelming pressure on the Panwu world. Third, they had come to understand that their world, Panwu, had already become Su Pingyan's internal world, making Su Pingyan the supreme god and ruler of this world. With a mere thought, he could end their very existence, destroying both body and soul. Chapter 469, Spiritual Tide. Therefore, no matter the reason, they had to and could only become Su Pingyan's subordinates. Not to mention, Su Pingyan was willing to open up the Hongming Tower cultivation space, a sacred cultivation area, to them. The cultivation space could only save cultivation time. The most amazing part was the creation layer, which could help one break through bottlenecks. This was the greatest temptation for those powerful experts who had failed to break through for countless years. As for the remaining group, Zhang Tianqing and Shuiyong were still being arranged, and there was no rush for them yet. Their cultivation level was low, therefore, their time spent in the cultivation space would also be shorter, allowing continuous rotation. This was the overall rotation cultivation plan of Su Pingyan and them. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. During this millennium, the Shunrin clan underwent qualitative transformation. Correspondingly, the foundation accumulated by the Shunrin clan over hundreds of millions of years was almost completely consumed. If they couldn't replenish quickly from the universe, everyone would have to rely on absorbing the slowly reviving spiritual energy from heaven and earth, cultivating at a speed so slow that it would lead to despair for everyone. Su Pingyan, meditating cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and gazed toward the 9th portal deep within the Pacific Ocean. He discovered that the portal was actually trembling. Soon, the gate actually opened by itself. Following that, a beam of golden light flew out and transformed into the 18-character mantra, which he was most familiar with. 9 gates gather, ceiling dissolves, spiritual energy returns, truth emerges, universe opens, carnage begins. The 18-character mantra flew toward Shenlong, and as it approached Su Pingyan, it suddenly exploded, turning into boundless divine light that enveloped the entire solar system. The Zhoutian star array has been deactivated. Su Pingyan immediately sensed this change. Not only that, but there is also a surge of terrifying spiritual energy heading this way. This is the spiritual tide. Suddenly, Su Pingyan seemed to sense something and abruptly realized what it was. The spiritual tide mentioned by Pangu had truly arrived. Everyone, no matter what you are doing, as long as it's not dangerous, stop immediately and start cultivating. The spiritual tide is about to begin. Su Pingyan's voice spread throughout the entire solar system, even thousands of light years around, and every member of the Shunrin clan heard it. At the same time, with a single thought, he sent all the members of the Shunrin clan within the Panwu world out of it, including those from the lower levels. Since Su Pingyan learned of the enemies they would eventually face, he had widely spread cultivation techniques throughout the Panwu world using his own methods, granting everyone eligibility for cultivation. Although most did not qualify to enter the cultivation space, during this millennium, many experts had emerged. This directly caused the foundation within the inner world to be rapidly consumed. But Su Pingyan felt it was definitely worth it. Thus, everyone sat down to cultivate. The experts were directly sent to the space within thousands of light years around, while those above the Tuo-Fan realm were sent to various uninhabited planets. Those below Tuo-Fan realm, who couldn't adapt to the conditions of outer space, were sent to habitable planets or spaceships. One must note that within a radius of 8,000 light years, there were quite a few inhabitable planets, further increased through modifications carried out on many planets by Su Pingyan's orders. In his view, the inner world was only a temporary solution. In the future, the Shunrin clan would ultimately need to step into the greater universe. The grand universe of Hongmeng was everyone's ultimate destination, possessing more complete laws, lacking only spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy matched that of the Panwu world, the outer universe would be undeniably better for cultivation. The spiritual tide contains primordial spirit energy, which is extremely beneficial to cultivators. Su Pingyan sensed the spiritual energy in the spiritual tide and noticed it was somewhat different from the postnatal spirit energy. Even for his Shindi-level cultivation, the benefits were immense, and he became even more excited. Cultivating outside might have lacked the boost from the Hongmeng Pagoda, but the power of the spiritual tide was definitely superior to the Hongmeng Pagoda. Boom. Countless people's cultivation levels rapidly broke through. This was undoubtedly a great leap forward for the Shunrin clan, an opportunity for them, and the long-awaited moment Pangu had waited for over hundreds of millions of years. An opportunity for the Shunrin clan to rise. Su Pingyan didn't know that while they were cultivating, an ominous presence in the endless cosmos was also paying attention to this event. The spiritual tide? The spiritual tide has actually appeared. How annoying. An elite member of the mysterious race angrily remarked. Ancestor, we had previously discovered the Shunrin clan. Since we had to face the Fengshou clan's attack earlier, we were unable to fully attack them. However, the situation has changed now. We must concentrate our strength on dealing with the Shunrin clan first. This spiritual tide will definitely greatly enhance their power, and as time goes on, their strength will keep increasing. According to the fragmented records left from the previous cycle, spiritual energy resurgence will go through 3 spiritual tides, each more terrifying than the last. This is a great advantage for cultivators like the Shunrin clan, another high-ranking member of the mysterious race said. They also practiced cultivation, but they didn't absorb spiritual energy, for such energy was utterly useless to them. Instead, they absorbed negative emotions and negative energies from the vast universe to enhance their cultivation. Negotiate with the Fengshou clan. They should also not wish to see the resurgence of the Shunrin clan. Once we pacify them, we will launch a full-scale attack on the Shunrin clan. I feel something is wrong with Pangu. This time, we must completely exterminate the entire Shunrin clan. We won't give them another chance again, the ancestor sitting at the head seat said. Wise decision, ancestor. Above the blue star, Pangu said there would be a total of 3 spiritual tides, each more powerful than the previous. I never expected that the first spiritual tide alone would bring me so much benefit. If the second spiritual tide comes, my cultivation will surely break through to the middle stage of the Shindi realm. Unfortunately, I still have to wait 100 years, Su Pingyan sighed. According to Pangu's account, the intervals between the 3 spiritual tides were as follows: 100 years between the first and the second, and 1,000 years between the second and the third. The spiritual tide was like a switch. After the 3 tides, the entire universe would enter a state of complete spiritual energy resurgence, and within about 100 million years, the spiritual energy would radiate into every corner of the Hongmeng universe. This current spiritual tide brought enormous gains for Su Pingyan. His cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the early Shindi realm, needing only a slight push to break through again. Even without the spiritual tide, if he entered secluded cultivation, he was confident he could break through to the middle stage of the Shindi realm through his own practice in about 10,000 years. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Chief, the mysterious race is mobilizing large forces approaching our 5th line of defense. They are expected to launch an attack on us in as soon as 10 years, or at the latest, 50 years, Huishan reported the frontline situation. Chapter 470, Advancement to the Middle Stage of the God Emperor Realm. Have you prepared everything I asked you to? Su Pingyan suddenly turned around and asked. Yes, everything's ready. The fire god hesitated briefly before answering. Good. When the strange clan really begins their attack, we'll retreat to the 4th line of defense. By using the various formations and traps we've set up in space, we can definitely delay them for some time. We just need to hold out until the arrival of the 2nd Ring Qi Chaoshi. When that happens, our strength will take another leap, and our chances of victory will be much higher, Su Pingyan said. I understand, the fire god nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Everything went exactly as Su Pingyan had predicted. The strange clan launched a probing attack about a decade or so before the 2nd Ring Qi Chaoshi arrived. While the god race defended, they also carried out raids and retreated gradually. By the time the 2nd Ring Qi Chaoshi arrived, the entire god race had already withdrawn behind the 4th line of defense. The strange clan had also suffered significant losses from the formations and traps the god race had set up between the 4th and 5th defensive lines. Although these losses were negligible for the strange clan as a whole, the 2nd Ring Qi Chaoshi has begun. This time, I must break through to the middle stage of the God Emperor realm, Su Pingyan said, clenching his fist firmly. It was unknown how much time had passed. Boom. Under the influence of the 2nd Ring Qi Chaoshi, countless cultivators broke through in cultivation. As expected, Su Pingyan successfully advanced to the middle stage of the God Emperor realm, and his cultivation level surged upward significantly. It's roughly as I expected. By the time the 3rd Ring Qi Chaoshi arrives, my cultivation should successfully break through to the late stage of the God Emperor realm. Then, with my ability to fight beyond my realm, I will definitely crush the God Emperors at the peak of their power, Su Pingyan said confidently. Hongmeng, what is my current combat power now? Su Pingyan suddenly asked. You can fight evenly against an expert at the peak of the God Emperor realm, but you can only hold out for up to 1,000,000 years. Beyond that, the owner will gradually fall into a disadvantage because your foundation and experience can't match those ancient experts at the peak of the God Emperor realm, Hongmeng replied. That's good enough. Su Pingyan wasn't worried at all. 1,000,000 years wasn't necessary. Just 1,000 years of survival would enable Su Pingyan to sweep away the strange clan, leaving nothing to fear. Beijing Command Center. After Tulingchi Chaoshi waves, what's our current state of strength, fellow God race members? Please report one by one. Su Pingyan asked, looking at the 5 figures in front of him. These 5 were respectively the Fire God, Qin Ming, Shui Yong, Yi Xiao, and Qing Yang, Su Pingyan's battle companion. The Fire God represented the 12 heavenly gods, and also the local forces of the Panwu world. Qin Ming represented the Chinese Empire. Shui Yong represented the vassal states of the Chinese Empire. Yi Xiao represented Blue Planet's nations outside of the Chinese Empire. Qing Yang represented the Beast faction. At the time of the Grand Unified Training, Su Pingyan believed that he should unite every possible force. Thus, he had Qing Yang represent and organize all the fierce beasts and sea creatures throughout the Panwu world. Don't underestimate these fierce beasts. In the Panwu world, they outnumbered humans, especially in the 10,000 beast country. Of course, many beasts were wild and untamed. Su Pingyan would show no mercy. He who follows me thrives, he who opposes me perishes. Those who refuse to submit would all be killed and refined into spirit liquids to assist human cultivation. Don't blame Su Pingyan for being ruthless. Now, it was a critical moment of life and death for the God race, and he couldn't afford any unexpected setbacks. Now the real battle was about to begin. The strange clan wouldn't give the God race another 1,000 years, and Su Pingyan couldn't stall for such a long time either. Managing to delay until after the second Ringqi Chaoshi was already his limit. The decisive battle was right before them, and he needed to understand his true power right now. Let's start with you, Fire God, Su Pingyan said. Whether due to his strength or his senior status, the Fire God should naturally report first. Yes, Chief. After the cultivation within the training dimension, as well as the 2 Ringqi Chaoshi, our 12 brothers' cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the God Emperor realm. My cultivation level is close to the late stage of the God Emperor realm, the Fire God replied calmly. In the past, facing the strange clan would definitely fill him with worry, but now things were different. The strength of the God race had transformed 3 times dramatically, and it was incomparable with its former self. Besides us, another 31 individuals broke through to the God Emperor realm during this period. One has reached the middle stage, the rest have reached the early stage, the Fire God continued. Listening to this, Su Pingyan gradually displayed a smile on his face. Adding himself into the count, they now had a total of 44 God Emperors. Although the number was only half that of the strange clan, compared to before when he was the only one at the God Emperor realm, things were much better now. It must be said that the strange clan was indeed powerful, with over 80 God Emperor realm experts. Fortunately for us, the Lingqi Chaoshi has no effect on them. Otherwise their strength would become even more terrifying. We might as well surrender right now and skip the fight altogether. But there is still hope. The 3rd Lingqi Chaoshi. They must resist for at least 1,000 years, waiting for the arrival of the 3rd Lingqi Chaoshi. If you 12 brothers use the 12 Heavenly Pillar Grand Formation, can you stand against experts at the late stage of the God Emperor realm? Su Pingyan suddenly asked. The Fire God thought for a moment, then nodded. We can resist. At the very least, we can hold them back for over 10,000 years, though defeating them would be unlikely. 10,000 years will be more than enough, Su Pingyan said with a slight nod. Continue. In addition to the God Emperor realm experts, we currently have 1,684 God Sovereign realm experts. Among them 58 are at the peak stage, 11 are at the late stage, 1,501 are at the middle stage, and 114 are at the early stage. The Fire God continued his report. Hearing this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth. These 58 peak stage God Sovereign realm experts, if none of them fall in battle, the arrival of the 3rd Lingqi Chaoshi in 1,000 years will definitely allow them to break through to the God Emperor realm. In that case, the number of God Emperors from the God race will surpass that of the strange clan, and that would be the time for a great counterattack. Seeing that Su Pingyan had no immediate response, the Fire God continued. As for God King realm experts, we currently have over 380,000 in total, including nearly 1,000 at the peak stage, about 1,500 at the late stage, around 350,000 at the middle stage, and approximately 600 at the early stage. Nearly 400,000 God King realm experts. Such a number would have been unimaginably terrifying in the past. After all, in the Panwu world before the training, there wasn't even a single God King realm expert. Not even a Heaven Monarch realm expert existed. A half-step Heaven Monarch realm emperor was considered the strongest being. One could imagine just how huge the gap was. Yet the next number the Fire God reported stunned everyone, including Su Pingyan, because the figure was just too shocking. As for the Heaven Monarch realm experts, the number is quite large, totaling 40,210,000. Chapter 471, The Foundation and Strength of the Divine Human Race. Are there really over 4 million? Qin Ming couldn't help but inhale deeply as he asked. Yes, the Fire God solemnly nodded, providing a definite answer, and continued. Among them, there are approximately 5,000 and more divine kings at the peak of their realm, 30,000 divine kings at the late stage, about 3.8 million divine kings at the middle stage, and the rest are all at the early stage of the divine king realm. Beneath the divine kings, there are approximately 1.08 billion upper divine spirit cultivators, though most of them are at the early upper divine spirit stage, about 9.84 billion middle divine spirit cultivators, about 115 trillion lower divine spirit cultivators, and 2054 trillion divine human cultivators. Beneath the divine realm, there are about 9,800 trillion half-divine cultivators, 18.4 billion immortal cultivators, about 600 billion river and mountain cultivators, and over 80 billion cultivators above the mortal realm. Beneath the mortal realm, they cannot survive under the star radiation, let alone fight. Plus, their numbers are too vast to be tallied in a short time. The fire god finished, looking up at Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an nodded slightly. He understood that for a true war against the mysterious race, the lowest rank of combatants deployed would be at the mortal realm. Sending those below this rank would be pointless. Of course, if those beneath the mortal realm wished to fight, there were only two options. First, fight the enemy within a planet, either by the divine humans invading a planet occupied by the strange race, or waiting for them to attack. Second, fight in outer space by using interstellar warships or mechs. The Huaxia civilization currently possessed many starships spread throughout a radius of 5,000 light-years. Indeed, since the Zhoutian star array was broken, Huaxia had entered a full-scale ship production mode, manufacturing countless warships and sending them to the edge of the battlefield, though so far there had been no major battles, only reconnaissance missions. Huashan, you have combat experience with the mysterious race, and you fought them before. What's your assessment of our current strength compared to theirs? Su Ping'an asked. My lord, in terms of top-tier combat strength, meaning the number of Divine Emperor stage experts, we cannot match the mysterious race. Regarding Divine Monarchs, the numbers are relatively close. They cannot outnumber us by more than 200, so we can barely withstand them. In terms of Divine King-level experts, we have a definite numerical advantage. The lower we go, the more advantageous our position becomes, the fire god answered. Su Ping'an nodded after listening, gaining a general understanding of the mysterious race. The main force in this war would still come from the Panwu world. Although Earth had become quite powerful during this time, compared to such a race, it was still significantly inferior. Still, Earth would take part. Thinking this, Su Ping'an turned to Qin Ming and asked, Old Qin, you talk about the situation on Huaxia's side. Okay, Qin Ming nodded. On Huaxia's side, we don't have any divine emperors or divine sovereigns. Discounting you, my lord, the strongest is Yi Xiao, at the late stage of the divine king realm. Besides him, we have 7 mid-stage divine kings and 85 early-stage divine kings. Qin Ming did not show any signs of disappointment that Huaxia could not match up to the Panwu world. After all, he knew very well that the time difference in their development was enormous. And how about the interstellar warships? Su Ping'an asked. Since the time now was all about stalling, Su actually preferred to use these warships for combat and to stall the enemy. With the help of Master Qishan, we have now developed the highest tier of God-tier interstellar warships, 6th tier. However, due to materials and other constraints, there are great limitations. We have concentrated all our resources and managed to create only 3 full fleets, Qin Ming answered. A 6th-tier divine-level star fleet could rival a divine king at the peak of his cultivation, and a single fleet could stand against 3 such cultivators. In other words, with 3 fleets, they could fight 9 peak divine kings, or even 10 when combined. Still, it was a pity it wasn't the 7th tier. After all, what they were lacking was top-tier power. They weren't lacking in divine kings. However, these fleets could certainly be used for harassment, ambushes, and delay tactics. Continue, Su Ping'an said. 52 5th-tier divine star fleets have been built, and based on our current materials, we can build 41 more, expected to be completed in the next 50 years. 264th-tier divine fleets have been built, and we can still build 120 more, which will be completed in the next 50 years. 513 third-tier fleets have been built, and another 201 can be built, with completion expected within 30 years. 216 second-tier. Quickly, Qin Ming listed out the interstellar fleet details on Huaxia's side. Overall, the capabilities were quite impressive. Is there any way to make them operate autonomously without crew? Su Ping'an suddenly asked. We initially designed 2 modes, Qin Ming replied after a brief pause. One is unmanned, and the other is manually operated. If we're only facing the mysterious race, we can use the unmanned mode for combat. However, against the mechanical race, we have no choice but to use manual operation, otherwise our warships will be hacked and turned against us. That's an issue, but it's fine nonetheless. Right now we're only facing the mysterious race. Therefore, we can deploy these warships to harass them and even launch surprise attacks on their rear. Our sole objective is to delay their final assault, Su Ping'an instructed. Yes. Shuiyong, what's the current situation with the vassal states? Tell me. Su Ping'an turned to ask Shuiyong. Their strength is significantly weaker, Shuiyong started cautiously. If they were to join the battle, they could only serve in logistics or conduct guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. If they were to fight on the front lines, they would be cannon fodder. After all, they don't know how to operate interstellar warships, and their strength is lacking. Tell me directly. I'm prepared for this, Su Ping'an waved a hand. The strongest among the vassal states only reach the upper divine spirit stage. There are no stronger individuals beyond that, Shuiyong shrugged helplessly. There are 17 upper divine spirit cultivators, 316 middle divine spirit cultivators, and over 5,000 lower divine spirit cultivators. These individuals are elders of the Hall of Offerings. Though referred to as vassals, they're actually directly governed by Huaxia to oversee the vassal states, Shuiyong further explained. As for those truly belonging to the vassal states, none of them have cultivators who've reached the divine realm. There are some half-divine beings, about 400,000, 5 million plus cultivators at the sky human stage, over 800 million at the river and mountain stage, and 270 billion at the transcendent stage. Those below the transcendent stage are too numerous to list, Shui Yong quickly reported. Just as expected, modest strength, Su Pingyan slightly shook his head and didn't say more. He turned to Yi Xiao and asked, "What about your side?" "My situation is even worse," Yi Xiao bitterly laughed. Chapter 472, surrounded 360 degrees. Because of Huaxiao's power, it is now the strongest nation on launching, facing a cosmic enemy. All countries must contribute people and resources. Even if their strength is weak, they still need to participate. And Yi Xiao is the one who integrates the forces of various countries. After all, his reputation among the countries is second only to Su Pingyan, making him the best candidate. "Tell me," Su Pingyan said. "I have 76 Shanghejing cultivators, more than 3,000 Chao Fanjing cultivators, and the rest are below Chao Fanjing." Yi Xiao shrugged. Su Pingyan shook his head. He wouldn't have asked if he had known. "Qingyang, what about you?" Su Pingyan turned to ask Qingyang, his battle companion. "As for us, the big sister's cultivation has reached the early stage of divine emperor." Qingyang just finished speaking. Others looked at him in shock, some unable to believe it. "If that's the case, we have gained another divine emperor-level expert," the fire god said excitedly. For him, the more divine emperor-level experts, the better. Su Pingyan chuckled, worthy of the sacred beast bloodline. With his vast resources and cheating in the creation layer, he indeed reached the stage of divine emperor. Su possesses a sacred beast bloodline, capable of fighting above her level. And she has reached the peak of the early stage of divine emperorging. She should be able to overpower experts at the middle stage of divine emperorging, Su Pingyan explained. An expert at the middle stage of divine emperorging is far more powerful than one at the early stage. After all, an expert at the middle stage of divine emperorging can suppress dozens of experts at the early stage. Given time, he could even kill all of them. "Are there any other divine emperors?" the fire god hurriedly asked Qingyang. Qingyang shook his head. "We still lack a bit. It is very difficult to break through because we only have divine beast bloodlines, and reaching the pinnacle of divine Qingjing has basically exhausted our potential. The limit of divine beast bloodline is the pinnacle of divine Qingjing, and that requires top-tier divine beast bloodline. If it's just an ordinary divine beast bloodline, then it can only reach the peak of 4-star divine beast. There are slight differences in cultivation levels between Shongshug and the human race. Below half-deity, it's from 1st stage to 7th stage. The half-deity stage is the same. There are differences again in the divine realm, where divine human Jing to upper divine spirit Jing, S pinnacle corresponds to 1-star to 4-star divine beast. Beyond that, it is the same as for humans again, divine prince, divine king, divine emperor, divine emperor. However, the limit of divine beast bloodline is the peak of divine Qingjing, while the limit for sacred beasts is the peak of divine emperor. Originally, Baisuzu only had a low-quality sacred beast bloodline. With the help of Su Pingyan, her bloodline underwent retrogression and has now reached the top-tier level. Therefore, theoretically, she can enhance herself to the peak of divine emperor. Qingyang and Qihua also experienced retrogression, reaching the peak of top-tier divine beast bloodline, so they can reach the peak of divine Qingjing. Unless their bloodline breaks through its limitations, this current stage is their ultimate limit. Myself and Qihua are both at the peak of divine Qingjing. Besides that, there are no divine emperor-Jing experts. There are no divine Qingjing experts either. However, there are 52 divine Prince Jing Shungsug, 20.4 billion 4-star divine beast, 415.4 billion 3-star divine beast, 2.642 trillion 2-star divine beast, 14 trillion 1-star divine beast, and half divine beast. Upon hearing Qin Yang's report, everyone couldn't help but inhale sharply. They hadn't expected them to control so many Shungshu. This is indeed a very powerful living force, which can play a very important role in the Great War against the Weird Race. How about the insect army? This was what Su Pingyan was most concerned about. The insect race's passing leaves no grass behind, which is not just a saying. The key is, the insect army is not affected by the weird qi, which is what Su Pingyan values most. You know, normal cultivators fighting against the weird race are very susceptible to being affected by the weird qi. If you accidentally get infected, you might quickly fall and become part of the weird race. This is the main reason why the weird race can expand rapidly. It's just like cheating. There is one mother bug at the Divine Prince Jing, more than 300 4-star Divine Beast Mother Bugs, over 8,000 3-star Divine Beast Mother Bugs, 120,000 2-star Divine Beast Mother Bugs, and nearly 1 million 1-star Divine Beast Mother Bugs, Qin Yang said with a smile. As for the entire scale of the insect army, it's still very terrifying. I've had them gather the entire insect army from the Panwu world. It will definitely deal a heavy blow to the weird race, Qin Yang said confidently. Good, Su Pingyan stood up excitedly. You will now lead the insect army to set up an ambush. When the battle begins on the front line, you will command them to launch a surprise attack on the flank of the weird race's army, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes, Qin Yang acknowledged. Old Qin, you will also lead the starships to coordinate an attack on the flank, Su Pingyan instructed. Yes. Oh, and take some cultivators from blue planet countries who have reached the Chao Fanjing, along with those above Chao Fanjing from the vassal states. Once the battle begins, have them circle around to the enemy's rear. That's when they'll be weakest. I want them to be so distracted they can't handle both fronts, Su Pingyan instructed. Compared to the weird race, the divine human race had a major advantage. Their territory was small. Though it lacked strategic depth, it also meant the enemy couldn't sneak attack. They could only come head on. But it was different for them. They had vast strategic depth and could launch surprise attacks. Yes. Fire God, the main battlefield will be your responsibility, Su Pingyan said, looking toward the fire god. Yes. 5,000 light-years beyond the solar system lay the fourth defensive line constructed by the divine humans. Decades had passed, and the weird race had already dismantled all the formations and traps between the fourth and fifth defensive lines. Now, they were pressing forward, surrounding the divine humans entirely from 360 degrees. Unless they defeated the enemy head-on, there was no escape. Clearly, the weird race had made a major decision, determined to completely annihilate the divine humans. Today was the first time Su Pingyan arrived at the front lines of the battlefield. How is the situation here? Su Pingyan asked the Blood God, who was in command of the front. He was the master of the Blood God Pagoda. The Blood sect had been founded by his senior disciple. In Su Pingyan's early days, he had received significant help from this figure. Now, Su Pingyan had returned the Blood God Pagoda to him. Chief, they've temporarily held back their forces, only surrounding us completely. We're not sure what they're planning, the Blood God replied, slightly frowning. Su Pingyan remained silent for a moment before asking, shouldn't the weird race also have their own enemies? Since their alliance defeated our divine humans, internal fractures have appeared within their ranks. The three factions are no longer united. According to intelligence, they've had conflicts with several major clans of the Shungshui race, and a war seems to be brewing. There's also territorial disputes with the mechanical race. The fire god pondered for a moment before replying. Su Pingyan nodded slightly. That explains it then. Their hesitation now must mean negotiations with the other two races are reaching a crucial stage. Once settled, they'll be free of rear threats and launch a full-scale attack on us. Otherwise, they would fear fighting on two fronts simultaneously. Chapter 473 Ambush, the Mysterious Clan. Brilliant decision, Chief. Blood God also nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I suspected. Oh right. If they are in negotiations now, does that mean their primordial ancestor is not at the front line? Su Pingyan suddenly thought of something. Fire God was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Su Pingyan. He could roughly guess what Su Pingyan was thinking and immediately nodded, saying, definitely not. When civilizations seek peace, they might start with representatives, but the final confirmation must come from the leaders of each civilization in person. Before, they thought our Panga deity was severely injured and that you didn't have any emperor gods beneath you. If you were part of the mysterious clan, what would you do? Su Pingyan asked. I would be worried that the divine human race would become a major threat in the future due to spiritual energy recovery, but in the short term, definitely not, because the divine human race lacks high-level combat power, Fire God replied. Exactly. What if I strike them with a surprise attack right now? Su Pingyan smiled slightly. We'll definitely catch them off guard, and they will be confused, whether such a powerful being is Pango himself or not. If not, wouldn't that mean the divine human race has another supreme expert emerging? Their actions would surely hesitate, which will buy us even more time, Fire God said excitedly. Then that's settled, Su Pingyan declared, turning to Blood God. Investigate their army's deployment as soon as possible. I'm going to carry out a decapitation strike. Though they couldn't take on the main force behind the mysterious clan, it was feasible to eliminate some of the frontline experts to throw them into chaos. Yes, Chief. I'll get on it right away. Blood God understood the importance of this mission and knew it had to be done quickly. He even decided to personally investigate. About a year later, Blood God came before Su Pingyan once again, his face brimming with excitement. Chief, we've gathered all the details. There are only 30 Emperor God experts within the mysterious clan's army. The strongest among them is their Grand Guardian, their frontline commander, who has reached the late stage of Emperor God. Among the remaining 29 Emperor God experts, only 4 have reached the middle stage, while the rest are all in the early stage of Emperor God. If we ambush them, we can definitely deal them a serious blow. Gather all our Emperor God experts. Follow my orders, Su Pingyan commanded immediately. Yes. Quickly, counting Su Pingyan and by Sisu, there were a total of 45 Emperor God experts. Among them, Su Pingyan's combat power equaled that of a peak Emperor God, by Sisu was comparable to mid-stage Emperor God, and the 12 war gods together were equal to late-stage Emperor God. There was also one other mid-stage Emperor God, with the rest all being early-stage Emperor Gods. I will personally handle their Grand Guardian. Su Pingyan began assigning roles. Fire God, lead the 12 war gods to deal with the 4 mid-stage mysterious clan experts. By Sisu and Zhong Kuei, the 2 of you will lead the remaining early-stage Emperor Gods to take out their other 25 early-stage Emperor Gods. Remember, better to sever one finger than injure 10. It's difficult to kill Emperor Gods, so we can use part of our force to hold back the others while concentrating superior strength to eliminate as many enemy Emperor Gods as possible first. Then regroup and help the others. Remember, follow my orders. If the mysterious clan sends reinforcements, retreat immediately without hesitation. Su Pingyan gave a few key reminders to ensure no one got carried away. The priority is to kill Emperor Gods. If the enemy reinforcements are delayed, we can take the opportunity to eliminate some of the lower-ranked Emperor King enemies too, Su Pingyan added thoughtfully. He wasn't sure if that second part could be achieved, considering Emperor Gods could react and move quickly. If the primordial ancestors in the rear learned of the situation on the front line, they'd surely rush to rescue as fast as they could. It would all come down to which side could act faster. Yes. Oh, and remember, if we successfully kill the enemy, make sure to bring their bodies back, Su Pingyan added. After all, he possessed the demon refining pot, and had never yet refined an Emperor God expert. Surely, the mysterious clan qualified as demons? Even if not, there might be some corrupted mysterious beings who were once savage beasts that became tainted. Yes. All right, let's move, Su Pingyan commanded. The group of 45 swiftly left their camp, sneaking into the enemy territory. At the mysterious clan's frontline command center. Grand Guardian, we've completely surrounded the divine human race. When can we launch the attack? One of the mysterious clan experts asked. Our primordial ancestor is currently negotiating the final truce with the mechanical race and meeting with the few clan leaders of the savage beast race. Once the agreement is finalized and a temporary ceasefire achieved, we will concentrate our forces to eliminate the divine human race. The Grand Guardian didn't hide the truth. Other than Pangu, who has reached the ultimate stage of Emperor God, they don't have a single Emperor God expert left. What are we afraid of? We should just crush them directly and wipe them out completely, someone muttered. You also said Pangu has reached the ultimate stage. Do you even understand how terrifying an ultimate stage expert can be? If not for the possibility that he might be severely injured, even if all of us here team up against him, we might not be his match, the Grand Guardian coldly snorted. He's injured, right? In that weakened state, perhaps the Grand Guardian alone could defeat him. Even if you can't kill him, you could at least hold him back. Just give us a few hundred years, and we can wipe out the entire divine human race, a mysterious clan expert said. Shut up. The Grand Guardian naturally understood that this was an excellent plan, but there was one prerequisite. He had to be capable of holding Pangu back. After all, Pangu was the most outstanding expert of the divine human race. If he were at full strength, even the primordial ancestor couldn't defeat him. It was only because they had used some special methods to severely injure Pangu that they dared to launch a full-scale attack. If we cannot eliminate Pangu in one battle, even if we wipe out the divine human race, it will still be very dangerous. Without the divine human race to bind him, if he decides to conduct covert attacks and assassinations, it will bring us great damage. The divine human race is his weakness. The Grand Guardian pointed out the core of the issue. In other words, first eliminate Pangu, and the divine human race will no longer be a threat, easily disposable anytime. But if we eliminate the divine human race first, then Pangu will be extremely dangerous. Therefore, the order cannot be reversed. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. At that moment, a voice suddenly came, greatly startling them all. A bit of cleverness, but today is still your day of death. That's right, the voice belonged to Su Ping'an. In the instant their minds were slightly distracted, Su Ping'an struck instantly, immediately killing one mid-stage Emperor God and two early-stage Emperor Gods of the mysterious clan, then turned his attack toward the Grand Guardian. The 12 War Gods, taking advantage of the initial surprise, also successfully killed 6 early-stage Emperor Gods of the mysterious clan and seriously injured another 6. Within this short period, everyone had regained their senses and began counterattacking. However, seeing their own losses, the people first became angry, then fearful. Chapter 474, Annihilation of the Grand Guardian. Su Ping'an had originally intended to ambush the Grand Guardian directly, but the opponent was too sensitive. The moment he moved, the enemy became alert. Su Ping'an knew that at this point, he could only injure the enemy, not kill him. Since that was the case, he decided to eliminate a few of the enemy's active forces first, thus altering his initial plan. At the same time, this would also relieve pressure on the others. You God's favored clan. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. How despicable! The Grand Guardian roared furiously. You're no less despicable yourselves. If not for your sneak attacks back then, how could our clan have fallen into such a plight? Humph, now it's our time to seek revenge. Huashan, attacking a powerful enemy from the mysterious race while shouting, replied from a distance. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, die. Su Ping'an didn't hold back. Although he was only at the middle stage of the God Emperor realm, his combat capability matched that of the peak stage of the same realm. Fighting a Grand Guardian from the mysterious race, who was already at the late stage of the God Emperor realm, but with a fractured Dao heart and distracted, Su Ping'an had the advantage. With a successful strike, the Grand Guardian was gravely wounded. You're not Pangu. Who are you really? How can you be so powerful? The Grand Guardian cried out in terror. Still trying to ask questions? Just die already. Su Ping'an didn't waste time talking and intensified his attack. They were pressed for time. Damn you. Die. Indeed, the Grand Guardian of the mysterious race was resourceful. His techniques were plentiful, and he had many spiritual treasures. Despite his serious injuries, he managed to block Su Ping'an's attacks dozens of times. You actually have some skill. However, you must die today. Su Ping'an immediately ramped up his offensive intensity, unleashing his full power. Die. The fierce battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the Grand Guardian could no longer withstand the assault. Cursing Su Ping'an as a monster in his heart, he couldn't believe that the god's favored clan had once again produced such a monstrous powerhouse. Though his cultivation was only at the middle stage of the God Emperor realm, his fighting capability was monstrous beyond belief. You guys hold him off. I'll go for reinforcements. After saying this, the Grand Guardian attempted to flee. Truth be told, he didn't even need to go for help. The noise of this intense battle had already reached the backlands of the mysterious race, and the message was sent. However, there was always a delay required to transmit the message and send the reinforcements. Wanna run? Die. Su Ping'an unleashed all the malevolent aura accumulated over the years within the God-slaughtering spear. Boom. A destructive, world-shattering force enveloped the Grand Guardian, crushing him instantly into dust, his divine soul annihilated completely. I'll assist you all now. The moment Su Ping'an eliminated the Grand Guardian, he didn't pause for rest, but immediately rushed toward the 12 divine generals to help deal with the 2 remaining enemies of the mysterious race, both at the middle stage of the God Emperor realm. You think you can run? Don't dream. The 2 enemies saw Su Ping'an approaching, and their souls nearly left their bodies in terror. Their first instinct was to flee, but it was already too late. With Su Pingyan joining the fight, the battle quickly tilted in their favor. After clearing the middle-stage God Emperor enemies from the mysterious race, the entire group shifted their attention to the lower rankers, killing them all off in a short amount of time. This went a lot more smoothly than expected. Now, let's fully commit to hunting down the sovereign-level and king-level experts of the mysterious race. Su Pingyan sensed that no reinforcements from the mysterious race had arrived yet, and immediately issued the command. Yes. Then, a massacre began. Not just them. After receiving the orders, the gods' favored clan from the rear lines quickly advanced past their own defenses to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, the warships and insectoids launched flanking sneak attacks. Soon, the mysterious race collapsed entirely. Territories between the 4th and 5th defense lines that had taken the mysterious race decades to seize were reclaimed by the gods' favored clan in just a few days, and the enemy had suffered heavy losses. At the border shared by the mysterious race, the machine race, and the feral beast race, the ancestor of the mysterious race and several other leaders smiled as they reached an agreement. Should we machine race help you wipe out the gods' favored clan? The machine race ancestor asked. No need. The mysterious race ancestor shook his head. The gods' favored clan was already on its last legs. They could be destroyed with only half of their forces. However, if they were to cooperate with the machine race, they would have to give up too many benefits. After all, the gods' favored clan was once a powerful race and had accumulated many valuable treasures. Though those cultivation resources were useless to them, the clan's hatred right before death was a precious nutrient for them. Hehe, we only want mineral resources. Everything else is yours. Territory, resentful energy, these things are meaningless to us, the machine race leader continued. That was the very foundation of their cooperation, just as in the past. We can also offer assistance. We want their spiritual stones and cultivation resources, along with their flesh. The several feral beast race leaders spoke up one by one. They also had their eyes on the resources and bodies of the gods' favored clan. The ancestor of the mysterious race looked on, slightly frowning as both sides increased pressure. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Because he had finally received a message from the front lines, he learned that the gods' favored clan had actually launched a surprise attack, and now their entire army was collapsing with heavy losses. Damnable! The ancestor of the mysterious race roared in fury. What exactly do you mean by that? The machine race ancestor's spark flickered violently, clearly believing the other was cursing him. I wasn't referring to you. The mysterious race ancestor, seeing the displeased expressions of the others, quickly explained, I just received news. The gods' favored clan have actually produced dozens of God Emperor experts, and they've launched a surprise attack on our forces. How is this possible? How could they suddenly have so many God Emperors? Wasn't there only Pangu before? A feral beast race leader exclaimed in fear. They were even surpassing them now. The feral beast race's star behemoths together didn't amount to more than a dozen God Emperor experts. It must be due to the last Tuling Chi Chao Shi, speculated the machine race leader. But Tuling Chi Chao Shi couldn't possibly produce such a result. If that's truly the case, then after the third Chao Shi, won't they become even more terrifying? A feral beast race leader said anxiously. I won't waste words with you all anymore. You wanted to ally with us, right? I accept your proposal, the mysterious race ancestor said darkly. He admitted he had underestimated the strength of the gods' favored clan. Although he was confident that the mysterious race could still wipe them out, it wouldn't be as effortless as before. There would definitely be significant casualties, and once there were casualties, they wouldn't be able to resist the machine race. We need to return and mobilize forces. We'll need time. I hope you can hold on until then. The machine race ancestor's spark flickered, seemingly lost in thought. We feel the same. Several other feral beast race leaders changed expressions, also lost in their own thoughts, unclear as to what exactly they were contemplating. Chapter 475. Is Pangu reappearing? Oomph. Don't think about making us and the divine human race mutually weakened, or you might let them grow too strong. The ancestor of the bizarre race warned, then left. After the people of the bizarre race departed, a clan leader from the savage beast race asked, what will your mechanic race do? Obviously, we'll wait for them to weaken each other, replied the ancestor of the mechanic race. Aren't you afraid the divine human race will grow too powerful? Grow too powerful? There's less than 1,000 years until the third spiritual tide. The divine human race has already produced dozens of emperors of God. If they keep hiding, can we exterminate them in such a short time? The mechanic race ancestor asked. No. Precisely. Since we cannot, they are destined to survive until after the third spiritual tide. After that, it will be difficult and time-consuming for them to improve further. We have no hurry, but the bizarre race definitely does. They will eventually come into conflict. Once the divine human race becomes a little stronger, they'll be on par with the bizarre race. Then they'll surely mutually exhaust each other. The ancestor of the mechanic race explained. What if they don't fight? They won't not fight. Impossible. To develop, the divine human race won't stay confined to that barren starry expanse. The bizarre race is the tiger blocking their path. They must remove it. As for the bizarre race, their territory is here. They won't give up the lands they've already seized out of fear of the divine human race, because doing so would only make the divine human race even stronger. Therefore, conflict is inevitable. The ancestor of the mechanic race said confidently. The clan leaders of the savage beast race found this reasoning persuasive. After listening, they nodded and departed, each lost in their own thoughts. On the battlefield of the Milky Way, the divine human race army continued its pursuit, not only recapturing their former 5th defensive line, but also advancing 10,000 light-years further. Withdraw. Su Pingyan suddenly sensed a terrifying aura and immediately issued the order. Then, he led the 12 heavenly deities to stand before the retreating army, guarding their withdrawal. Soon, dozens of figures appeared before Su Pingyan, and the tension between the two sides became palpable. A total of 38 emperors of God from the bizarre race had arrived. This was already most of the surviving emperor-level experts in their race. Only a few remained elsewhere, guarding other borders to prevent surprise attacks. Interestingly, they didn't pursue the retreating divine human race army, which relieved Su Pingyan somewhat. "Where is Pengu?" the leader of the group asked. His divine sense seemed to be scanning something. Not seeing the person he sought, he furrowed his brows, looking anxious. As the ancestor of the bizarre race, he had immense confidence in his own strength. In the entire grand universe, only Pengu could reliably surpass him. Others, like the ancestor of the mechanic race, might fight him to a draw at best. Therefore, Pengu was his greatest threat. Previously, through various means, they had severely wounded Pengu, but they hadn't received any news since. "Divine Pengu naturally guards our divine human race's rear," Su Pingyan replied. "Who are you to speak to me like that?" The ancestor of the bizarre race glared at Su Pingyan, then raised his hand and launched an attack toward him. "Humph, you think such a petty move can kill me?" Su Pingyan swung the god-slaying spear and effortlessly blocked the attack. This startled the ancestor of the bizarre race, while those behind him looked on in even greater shock. After all, they knew their ancestor's strength. What seemed like a casual strike was actually capable of gravely wounding a mid-stage emperor of God. Not even late-stage emperors could withstand it this easily. So, who was this previously unknown youth before them? Was he also a supreme emperor of God? That couldn't be possible. If the divine human race had suddenly produced two supreme emperors, the situation would become extremely serious. "Who exactly are you?" The ancestor of the bizarre race abandoned his dismissive attitude and asked solemnly. "I am the final disciple of divine Pengu," Su Pingyan declared loudly. He was the chosen successor of divine Pengu, the new clan leader of the divine human race. It could be said that all his achievements so far had come from Pengu's aid. Without such support, he would have perished long ago and could never have advanced so rapidly. "Pengu's disciple? Humph. Let me see what kind of power you possess that makes Pengu confident enough to let you face me alone." So saying, the ancestor of the bizarre race launched an attack against Su Pingyan. The others remained on guard, watching without initiating combat. Boom. Soon, the two clashed hundreds of times in the starry void. Countless stars around them were reduced to dust, and the surrounding emperors of God were driven back by the overwhelming pressure. How is this possible? The ancestor of the bizarre race grew more astonished and disbelieving with each passing moment. This unknown young man, previously without a reputation, was actually able to stand up to him and remain undefeated. Truly, the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. If Pengu reappears at this moment, he's finished. No, why hasn't Pengu appeared? Could it be? He thought of something. His heart suddenly stirred with excitement and exhilaration. But in that brief moment of distraction, he was struck by Su Pingyan's attack, spat a mouthful of blood, felt his entire body ache, and for a time, he was suppressed. Fortunately, after several days of battle, he finally recovered slightly and once again became evenly matched with Su Pingyan. From this, one could see that overall, his strength was above Su Pingyan's. However, he couldn't defeat the other quickly and thus fell into a stalemate. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, before they knew it, more than 900 years had passed, and the millennium mark of the third spiritual tide was drawing ever closer. The starry expanse where the two of them fought had long since been reduced to empty void, leaving behind absolutely nothing. Soon, there remained less than a year until the third spiritual tide. Not only was Su Pingyan anxious, so were the 12 heavenly deities. If they couldn't temporarily escape the bizarre race, they wouldn't be able to cultivate. Did they really have to break through while fighting? That was just too difficult, right? "Kid, I know you're trying to buy time, hoping to wait for the third spiritual tide. Forget it, I won't let you leave." The ancestor of the bizarre race laughed loudly. Clearly, he had already realized Su Pingyan's intentions. Whether he had known from the beginning or just recently figured it out, no one knew. He really? Su Pingyan smiled mysteriously, looking strangely eerie, which immediately made the bizarre race ancestor extremely alert. But soon, he found that nothing was different and sneered. "Humph, don't play these cryptic tricks with me. They won't work." "K2, long time no see," suddenly a voice called out. Su Pingyan could clearly sense that the bizarre race ancestor was startled. Instantly, the ancestor disengaged from the battle with Su Pingyan and swiftly retreated backward. Pengu. The bizarre race ancestor's expression turned extremely grim. As old adversaries, he had already detected Pengu's aura. It was an energy he knew too well to possibly mistake. Furthermore, very few people knew his name. Pengu was among them. Chapter 476, Scaring Away the Mysterious Ancestor. "Don't run." Su Pingyan immediately gave chase. "Retreat." Surprisingly, the mysterious ancestor issued an order to the other divine emperors before quickly fleeing. Su Pingyan pretended to chase him for 100,000 light years before turning back. "Primordial God, I didn't expect this mysterious ancestor to be so afraid of you." Su Pingyan joked. "He's not scared of me, but rather of us working together," explained the primordial's projection. "When I was alive, I could already suppress him. You, on the other hand, can fight evenly with him. If we join forces, he might actually perish here." Indeed, this wasn't primordial's true form. His original body had already perished. This was merely a divine consciousness imprint he had left behind on the Tian Dao Plateau, possessing a fraction of primordial's divine might, but lacking his true power. Its sole purpose was to intimidate the mysterious ancestor. This was the plan that Su Pingyan and the primordial imprint had devised together in a calculated risk. If the primordial projection had appeared earlier, the enemy wouldn't have fallen for it. However, after Su Pingyan had fought the enemy for so long, it had already affected his mind and spirit. At that moment, the sudden reappearance of primordial would cause the enemy to instantly break down psychologically. Certainly, this was only possible due to a combination of various factors and required some luck as well. Fortunately, the luck was on Su Pingyan's side. Su Pingyan, just now I used up all the divine power stored in this imprint to scare him. I will soon vanish completely. Although we frightened the enemy this time, once he calms down, he might realize the truth. You don't have much time left. You must act quickly, the primordial projection said. Then, the projection gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Father God, the 12 heavenly deities looked at the fading projection with sorrow welling up inside them, momentarily overwhelmed with grief. We should return and make preparations quickly. The third tide of spiritual energy is about to arrive. Everyone should strive to advance in cultivation. That way, our Shunrin race will firmly establish itself, Su Pingyan commanded, knowing that this was no time for mourning. Yes, Chief. Soon after, Su Pingyan and others returned to the solar system. The fifth line of defense outside was retracted again, and the process of reconstruction began, setting up various formation traps. At this moment, the third tide of spiritual energy had already arrived. Everyone, begin cultivation, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes. Su Pingyan sat cross-legged above the void, beginning to absorb the primordial spiritual energy to cultivate. On the other side, the mysterious ancestor and his tribe had fled in chaos, not calming down until they returned to their old hideout. Cursed. I knew primordial wouldn't die so easily. He must have been trying to ambush me. The mysterious ancestor growled angrily. After a few more days, the mysterious army returned. The experts from the mysterious race gathered at the hideout and, noticing the lingering fear in their ancestor, asked in confusion, Ancestor, what happened to you? That cursed primordial isn't dead yet. He actually tried to set up an ambush to attack me. The mysterious ancestor spat out furiously. Ancestor, isn't primordial gravely injured? Even if he appeared, he wouldn't stand a chance against you. A strong cultivator who had stayed behind questioned suspiciously. I don't know what method primordial used, but he somehow gained a final disciple, and the kid is incredibly strong, perhaps just slightly inferior to me. But in an actual fight, I probably couldn't defeat him within 10,000 years. The mysterious ancestor didn't hide the findings of this mission. That doesn't add up, Ancestor. Considering primordial strength, even if he attempted an ambush, he couldn't have left your forces unharmed and allowed them to return safely. Someone else voiced their confusion. The mysterious ancestor paused. He also sensed something was off, but couldn't figure out what. Suddenly, a ripple spread across the entire universe. His face changed, and he blurted out, the third spiritual tide. Cursed. The Shunrin race will likely grow even stronger in a short time. This makes them harder to deal with. Someone sighed helplessly. Spiritual tides, primordial. Suddenly inspired, the mysterious ancestor had an idea. Just now, although the aura of primordial seemed correct, why did it feel so weak? Could it be due to his injury? The mysterious ancestor mused. No, it doesn't feel right. That pressure, that was the kind of pressure left by a divine consciousness imprint, the mysterious ancestor finally realized. Cursed. We've been tricked. A terrifying aura burst from the mysterious ancestor, instantly filling the entire hall with suffocating silence, no one daring to utter a word. Now, the mysterious ancestor understood. He had been deceived. However, there was good news as well. His old nemesis, the primordial he feared so much, must indeed have perished. But there was also bad news. That final disciple of primordial would likely grow even stronger after this spiritual tide. What then? At this thought, his expression darkened. Ancestor, should we immediately launch an attack on the Shunrin race? Right now is the third spiritual tide. Surely they are cultivating. If we strike now, we can interrupt their cultivation. Even if we can't completely wipe them out, we can at least prevent them from growing stronger, someone proposed. Won't it be too late already? We've already withdrawn our forces. By the time we reassemble our army, they may have already completed their cultivation. Then let's go with the forces we have now. We can move faster. You might not know just how strong Primordial's final disciple really is. He is capable of fighting the ancestor directly. By the time we arrive, even if he hasn't broken through, his strength will certainly have increased. He'll be even stronger by then. It'll already be too late. Then what should we do? We should best ally ourselves with the mechanoid group and the savage beast race once again, forming a joint force to deal with the Shunrin race. The mysterious ancestor listened to the suggestions of his subordinates, feeling momentarily hesitant, as what each of them said made sense. In the fourth spiral arm of the Milky Way, now a territory of the Shunrin race, in this endless starry void, countless experts sat cross-legged in meditation. Occasionally, someone would successfully break through, their face lighting up with joy. In the blink of an eye, 1 year passed. Outside, all remained calm and quiet. The mysterious race astonishingly kept silent, not launching an attack on the Shunrin race. Moreover, they had retreated 3,000 light years, creating a buffer zone between themselves and the Shunrin. Meanwhile, Su Pingyan had successfully broken through. He now stood at the late stage of the Divine Emperor realm, his combat power crushing even the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, approaching the level of half-step Heavenly Sovereign. The Heavenly Sovereign was a legendary realm. No one had ever reached it, so no one truly understood how powerful it could be. Yet, Su Pingyan's strength clearly surpassed even that of a peak Divine Emperor. The suppression from the grand Tao of the universe. It seems like it doesn't want anyone to break through to the heavenly sovereign. Is this the ceiling? Su Pingyan frowned slightly, puzzled. Chapter 477, Waxing and Waning. This isn't right. Although suppressed, there was no backlash. Strange. Could it be because I was born in a place of lawlessness? Su Pingyan also felt uncertain. Have the Yue clan still not reacted yet? Or is there another reason? Why haven't they attacked? Su Pingyan was extremely curious about the Yue. In his opinion, they could have merely delayed for a few days. Although he might not break through to the late heavenly emperaging stage, absorbing primordial spiritual energy could still elevate his power significantly. Even if he couldn't break through, his combat capability should be enough to rival, maybe even suppress the primordial ancestor of the Yue clan. This would be sufficient. Yet, surprisingly, they backed off and no longer came. It's not bad that they won't come. I can use this time to strengthen the divine human clan further. Thinking thus, Su Pingyan went to find the fire god. How is it? Su Pingyan asked, concerned. Thank you for the clan leader's concern. I have successfully advanced to the late heavenly emperaging stage. Not only me, but my other brothers have also succeeded in advancing. Now all of us are in the late heavenly emperaging stage. If we 12 work together, we might be able to hold back the ancestor of the Yue clan, the fire god said excitedly. First, tally up the results brought by this spiritual tide. Count only those at the heavenly King Jing and above, Su Pingyan ordered. Yes. The fire god worked efficiently, and within a few days, he had obtained the results. Clan leader, excluding you and Miss by Su, we now have 86 heavenly emperaging experts, among whom 12 are at the late stage of heavenly emperaging, 16 at the middle stage of heavenly emperaging, and the rest at the initial stage of heavenly emperaging. However, 7 of the middle stage heavenly emperaging experts already have 1 foot in the late stage of heavenly emperaging, and 22 of the initial stage heavenly emperaging experts have 1 foot in the middle stage of heavenly emperaging. The fire god reported excitedly. Adding Su Pingyan and by Su brought the total to 88. The number of our heavenly emperaging experts, along with their cultivation levels, has already surpassed that of the Yue clan. They are no longer our match, the fire god added. They didn't just surpass the Yue clan's current number of heavenly emperors, they would even surpass the peak of the Yue before they lost 30 experts. What else? Controlling his emotions, Su Pingyan continued asking. As for the heavenly King Jing experts, we now have 2,795, among whom 76 have reached the pinnacle of the heavenly King Jing. The fire god was still speaking when Su Pingyan interrupted directly. Gather those 7 who are halfway into the late stage of heavenly emperaging, those 22 halfway into the middle stage of heavenly emperaging, and the 76 heavenly King Jing experts at the final stage of their level, 105 people in total. I will take them with me to the cultivation space and the opportunity space, Su Pingyan ordered. Clan leader, could it be that? The fire god's eyes were full of hope. Su Pingyan hesitated slightly before replying. I'm not sure either, but it's worth giving it a try. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. The fire god was overjoyed. Trying was enough. He didn't expect them all to break through. Just 1 or 2 breakthroughs would mean major progress for the divine human clan. After 3 waves of spiritual tides, resources for the divine human clan had been depleted. If they couldn't expand outward, they would be trapped here, inevitably leading to a major battle with the Yue clan. The stronger their strength, the better. After the fire god left, Su Pingyan immediately gathered the spoils obtained from the recent battle, including the corpses of the Yue clan experts at the heavenly emperaging and heavenly King Jing levels, and the various high-level resources taken from their hands. Yalambu, refine them for me, Su Pingyan said, putting the corpses into the Yalambu. Remove the Yue energy. Su Pingyan wanted to use the Yalambu to purify the Yue energy, but it seemed impossible. Frowning slightly, Su Pingyan thought for a moment, then took out the god-slaughtering spear. Immediately, the endless Yue energy on those corpses was rapidly absorbed by the god-slaughtering spear. This works. Su Pingyan became instantly excited. Once all the Yue energy had been absorbed, the corpses of the Yue clan were quickly refined. Although there were many parts that couldn't be refined, as they weren't corrupted devils, Su Pingyan could still extract the core essence of their inner world. Within less than 3 days, Su Pingyan obtained the divine liquid he desired. The fire god also brought the selected people over and sent them into the cultivation space. Originally, all the spirit stones had been exhausted, but this time they had collected a lot of spoils from battle. Although the Yue clan couldn't use these items to cultivate, spirit stones were a universal currency in the cosmos, and the Yue clan still possessed a lot of them. While they were cultivating, Su Pingyan wasn't idle either. He personally led a team to investigate the Yue clan and finally understood why they had not attacked. The Yue clan was in the process of forming an alliance with various other cosmic civilizations, including the Mechanist clan, intending to build a coalition army to strike against the divine human clan. However, this required time. However, the divine human clan didn't need much time. Although some experts were cultivating inside the Hongmeng Pagoda, even without them, it wouldn't affect the divine human clan's plan for a full-scale counterattack. Thus, Su Pingyan gathered the fire god and the other 11 heavenly deities. They were the main force for the direct battlefield confrontation. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, the Yue clan is forming alliances with other civilizations, intending to launch a joint strike against us. I believe we should take the initiative now and strike first. Su Pingyan explained his thoughts after everyone had gathered. Clan leader, just give the order. I've been itching for a counterattack. Let's smash their asses. The thunder god, known for his fiery temper, responded immediately. Unexpectedly, Su Pingyan shook his head. Not a counterattack, but a strike aimed at eliminating the enemy's combat effectiveness. Clan leader, please explain further. The fire god and others exchanged glances, puzzled. The Yue clan has expanded vastly over the years, possessing a vast territory. If we were to launch a full-scale counterattack, we'd end up occupying a large amount of land, Su Pingyan said, and immediately nods of understanding appeared around the room. Clan leader, we desperately need resources now. Capturing territory through counterattacks would allow us to extract more resources, thus strengthening our power, the fire god remarked. Su Pingyan smiled slightly. You're right, but this also brings a drawback. We would need to station troops in many places. Our population is still relatively small. If we divide our forces to guard these areas, we could easily be attacked one by one, resulting in massive casualties. Su Pingyan clarified his concerns. He continued, my plan is to focus our attacks on their key resource planets, supply depots, and critical military targets. This way, not only can we eliminate the enemy's active forces, but we can also seize large amounts of supplies, which we can then use to strengthen ourselves. Over time, while our territory might not expand, our overall strength will increase significantly. Meanwhile, the enemy, after multiple strikes, will suffer a sharp population decline and resource shortages, gradually weakening. When the time is right, we'll deliver the final blow, achieving victory in one decisive battle, Su Pingyan declared. Chapter 478, a messy situation. Besides, even if they unite against us, we are not afraid. We can just fire a shot and then move to another location, waging guerrilla warfare against them. Once they are exhausted, we can strike again. Brilliant strategy, clan leader. This is indeed the most favorable plan for us at the moment, said Huashen, his eyes lighting up. Totally feasible. From there, things became straightforward. Su Pingyan, Bai Suzu, and the 12 deities each led a team, forming a total of 14 combat squads to launch surprise attacks against the mysterious race. Su Pingyan acted alone, simultaneously ambushing enemy elites while maintaining an overall view of the battlefield, keeping a close watch on the movements of the ancestor of the mysterious race. Bai Suzu commanded the entire Swarm Pearl army, whose sole objective was to attack the grassroots forces of the mysterious race, all their major planets, and consume their active forces. The mysterious race possessed powerful strange energies, but these had no effect against the insect race, making this a very effective approach. The 12 deities led the remaining squads composed entirely of sovereign, emperor, and king divine cultivators, beginning surprise attacks on designated targets. As for the remaining civilians, all except those stationed at the 5 defensive lines entered Su Pingyan's inner world. Move out. With Su Pingyan's command, the mysterious race started to suffer. At the mysterious race's main base, Ancestor, we are receiving urgent requests for help from all regions. The divine human race is making a massive offensive, launching surprise attacks on our various strongholds, someone reported. Is it confirmed about Pangu? The mysterious ancestor seemed to care about nothing else but Pangu. Reporting to the ancestor, it has been confirmed multiple times. We even went to the divine human race's ancestral land. Pangu's divine soul is indeed completely destroyed. He must be dead. Pangu had always been the mysterious ancestor's greatest enemy and his innermost emotional burden. Both were primordial deities and were once even close friends. However, he had been corrupted by mysterious energies, and he refused to accept it. Why had only he been so unfortunate? Since he himself had already been infected, he wanted everyone else to share his fate so that he would no longer feel like an outcast. In the end, he gradually became the ancestor of the mysterious. Great. Fantastic. The mysterious ancestor felt a mix of joy, relief, a strange sense of sadness, and melancholy, a complex blend of emotions. After all, Pangu had been his lifelong nemesis. How could he not be delighted that he was finally dead? But Pangu had also once been a good friend and a worthy opponent. His death left him with a sense of emptiness. However, upon remembering that Pangu had left him a formidable final disciple before dying, the mysterious ancestor's mood soured again. Fool, even in death you won't allow me peace. I'll send him down to meet you soon enough. Have we figured out that young brat's origins yet? The mysterious ancestor roared in inquiry. That, hesitating for a moment, his subordinate replied truthfully. Ancestor, their situation is different from ours. The divine human race's territory is small and heavily fortified. We haven't found any gaps to infiltrate. However, our scouts have noticed that fellows like Huashen address him as clan leader, so we suspect he's the new leader of the divine human race, Pangu's successor. Do you really think I need you to tell me that? The mysterious ancestor snorted. Only a clan leader could possess such immense power. What he truly wanted to know was the origin of this opponent. Such formidable strength couldn't have come about in a short time. But why hadn't this person's name ever surfaced in all these years? Could it be that Pangu had kept him hidden so well? Puzzled, the mysterious ancestor was also quite troubled. Never mind. The mysterious ancestor waved his hand and then asked, have the mechanoid race and the feral beast race agreed to join us yet? Ancestor, they are still hesitating. Hesitating? I think they just want to sit back and watch, hoping for both our mysterious race and the divine human race to destroy each other, Second Guardian sneered. Well, actually, he had now been promoted to the position of Great Guardian since the previous Great Guardian had already been killed by Su Pingyan. The mysterious race had the 8 Guardians, all cultivators at the late Divine Emperor level. Although they shared the same cultivation level, their combat strengths varied, and their rankings were based on these battle powers. In the mysterious race, power is everything. Didn't you tell them about the divine human race's situation? If they continue watching idly at a time like this, they will also suffer later. Guardian Third, what exactly are you implying? Are you suggesting that we cannot defeat the divine human race? Guardian 5th retorted. Of course we can defeat them. However, it will definitely come at a great cost. Once the war is over, do you really think the other civilizations will allow us time to recover? Isn't that exactly their strategy? Then if they take the first step, we shall take the final one. If they wish to sit and observe, we can just open a path for the divine human race through our territory. Let's see whether they'll stay idle then. Do you think the divine human race is foolish? There's no way they'd provoke other enemies at a time like this. They must want to deal with us first before turning on other civilizations. Therefore, unless the mechanoid race and the feral beast race are willing to help, we'll have to face the divine human race's attacks alone. How infuriating. Once this is over, we must spread our mysterious energies into the feral beast race and let them fight against the mechanoids. Ancestor, perhaps, just as someone was about to speak, another messenger arrived with news. Reporting to the Ancestor, the divine human race has launched another surprise attack. 3 divine emperor-level generals stationed in the northern border have fallen. This time, it seems the one who personally struck was the new clan leader of the divine human race, and all 12 major deities, including Huoshan, have participated as well. What? Everyone was shocked. It seems the divine human race is mobilizing their entire race to fight us to the death. Then there's no need to hesitate anymore. We'll fight. Cursed divine human race. I will not let them go. The mysterious Ancestor was truly enraged. If Pangu were still alive and not injured, launching an offensive would be understandable. But now that Pangu was dead, how could this newly appointed young clan leader, along with just a few other divine humans, dare to launch a full-scale military offensive? Was this a suicide wish, or were they simply underestimating the mysterious race? Truly, one could endure so much before it became intolerable. Immediately gather the entire army. Since they dared to come, none of them will leave. The mysterious Ancestor now realized that those other civilizations truly would not assist. They were merely waiting to see both sides exhaust each other. Even though he had already told them how strong the divine human race had become, they hadn't experienced it directly. They probably believed the mysterious Ancestor was only trying to threaten them into joining the fight. They weren't that foolish. Now, the only thing left was to face the divine human race alone. Either they successfully wiped them out, or they suffered a devastating defeat. Either way, when the other great civilizations finally understood the situation, they wouldn't need him to intervene. They would join the fight themselves. It was precisely because he saw this clearly that he decided to go to battle. Otherwise, where would he even place his dignity? Yes. The several guardians also held back their rage. They needed to release it somehow. Chapter 479, Shattering the Turtle Shell. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. When the Ancestor of the bizarre race led his troops charging forward, Su Pingyan had already withdrawn his forces and left. What he left behind was chaos and devastation, embodying the essence of guerrilla warfare. Damn it. Looking at the battlefield littered with casualties and scraped bare of resources, members of the bizarre race were nearly enraged to death. Not a single corpse had been left behind, and anything valuable within the battlefield had been stripped away completely, as if robbed by bandits. Truly desperate. Where are they? The Ancestor of the bizarre race asked in a dark tone, his expression grim as he angrily questioned. They treated him like a fool. How could he not be angry? This young clan leader simply disregarded martial decorum, and was even more despicable than that former Pangu. He was determined to capture him and make him suffer. He wouldn't allow him to die easily. Your Highness, they've already retreated in advance and regrouped within their previous defensive line, one of the subordinates reported. Then let's go check it out, the bizarre Ancestor said, leading his troops to the 5th defensive line. Facing the powerful, impregnable formation on the other side, his expression darkened further. Just as he was about to personally step forward to destroy the formation, he saw Su Pingyan rushing out from within the formation. You ran last time, now you dare come again to die? Humph, young man, you're too arrogant. Last time, if you hadn't used Pangu's aura to interfere with my perception, making me believe you had a hidden force ready to ambush me, you'd already be dead. Now that Pangu has died, you actually think I would fear you? This time, I will definitely tear you limb from limb. The Ancestor of the bizarre race said angrily. He had already confirmed Pangu's death, and there was no longer any trace of Pangu's aura nearby. However, he also noticed something different about the young man before him. He seemed even more dangerous than before, or was that just his imagination? No, it must be an illusion. In this world, no one else could rival him besides Pangu. He mustn't be intimidated by this young man. He was definitely faking it, just trying to buy more time. He absolutely would not fall for the trick again. Then fight, said Su Pingyan without further words, brandishing the god-slaying spear and initiating the attack directly. Die. Boom, with just one move, the two clashed, and the face of the bizarre Ancestor was instantly filled with terror. You. Die. Su Pingyan gave him no chance, attacking again immediately. A scream rang out as the Ancestor of the bizarre race suffered another grievous wound. How could he have become so powerful all of a sudden? Could it be because of the spiritual chi tide? Why had his power improved so dramatically? This was impossible. How could this happen? That damn Pangu, even in death, had caused him so much trouble. Truly infuriating. No, I can't keep fighting, otherwise, I will definitely die. Humph. If you were hiding in your lair protected by that array formation, I indeed would be helpless. But now that you've stepped out of your turtle shell, prepare to die, Su Pingyan said while quickly launching another relentless attack, relentlessly pressuring the bizarre Ancestor, causing the other members of the bizarre race to look on in shock. That was their revered Ancestor. His might had always been unquestionable in their eyes. Not only was he the strongest among the bizarre race, he was the most powerful existence in the current universe. Yet now what were they seeing? Their great ancestor was being defeated so easily by this young leader of the divine race. It was unbelievable. They must have woken up disoriented today, suffering from illusions. Yes, it must be that. Unfortunately, the words from their ancestor shattered their illusions, dragging them back to the grim reality. Retreat. Though the ancestor of the bizarre race was indeed a civilization lord with many abilities, upon deciding a strategic withdrawal, he suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. Su Pingyan didn't anticipate it in time and was blasted backward. Though he wasn't injured, the distraction gave the bizarre ancestor more time to escape. He immediately chose to retreat, not even bothering with the army under his command, just giving them a brief warning shout. After all, the rest of the bizarre race were transformed beings, originally members of other civilizations corrupted by the bizarre energy. Their deaths meant nothing to him. As long as he remained unharmed, everything else was fine. He gave that shout merely as a distraction, hoping it would disrupt the divine race's attack rhythm and buy him more time to escape. F***CK, several of his lieutenants, seeing this unfold, immediately changed expressions. Not bothering with others anymore, they also quickly chose to retreat. Retreat. If even the leader had fled, the others definitely had no will left to fight. The whole army collapsed in a rout. Follow me, attack. Su Pingyan shouted loudly, leading his troops in pursuit. They pushed forward in full force this time, but along the way, there were still forces attempting to block Su Pingyan. Although they didn't stall him for long, they provided enough time for the bizarre ancestor and the few surviving divine emperor-level experts to break through the encirclement and retreat back to their base. Activate the Great Clan Protection Formation immediately, hurry. The bizarre ancestor immediately roared in command. Then, he was seen pouring a massive amount of divine power into a divine artifact. The other guardians did the same, instantly activating the formation. By the time Su Pingyan arrived with his troops, the formation was already successfully activated, keeping them outside. If not for activating the formation in time, Su Pingyan might have wiped them all out directly, outside the bizarre race's ancestral stronghold. Damn it, we were still just a step too slow. They managed to activate their protective formation, otherwise, this would have been much simpler. Thunder God expressed with great displeasure. The bizarre race's Great Clan Protection Formation is extremely powerful, especially its defensive capabilities. Even a divine god emperor at the peak of his cultivation cannot breach it. Now this is troublesome. Does that mean we can only keep them trapped here indefinitely, waiting for them to perish on their own? We could transform this place into an imprisoned forbidden zone, capturing all the bizarre race members and throwing them inside. That way, the origin of the bizarre phenomena could be contained here. With time, they will gradually be worn down by the passage of time and naturally perish. Humph, that would take far too long. Who knows what unexpected events could occur during such a prolonged period. To avoid troubles growing with time, the best course of action is still to destroy the formation and eliminate them. But we can't destroy it now, can we? Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything to debate. Everyone started discussing in confusion. However, Chief, what should we do now? Fire God's face was filled with excitement, not participating in the discussion. Although this turtle shell blocked them from advancing, what difference did it make? The bizarre race had already become the last flickering ember of a dying flame. They would either starve to death trapped inside, or come out to face certain death. The momentum of battle had already shifted, the advantage was now on their side. Besides, the chief himself was right here. For such a significant matter, their discussions were ultimately useless. It was up to the chief to decide. I will remain here with you 12 heavenly deities to secure this position. Send others to swiftly eliminate the remnants of the bizarre race. Also, assign forces to monitor the bizarre race's borders to prevent other civilizations from launching surprise attacks on us. Su Pingyan commanded. Chapter 480 Congratulations, Clan Leader, Cultivation Breakthrough. The Yigu clan is a kind of monster born in the last era of the Grand Universe. That eerie energy is the negative energy of the universe itself, essentially a virus to the cosmos. The revival of spiritual energy is meant to cure this virus. Su Pingyan and others are now the guardians of the Grand Universe. Eradicating the Yigu clan not only avoids the burden of excessive killing, but actually brings heavenly merit from the Tao. After all, should the Yigu clan achieve ultimate victory, the Grand Universe would restart, and all races would suffer. But if they win, the universe will experience a rebirth, ushering in a new era of prosperity. For the universe, this is also beneficial, since every restart significantly drains the primordial essence. Now, the Yigu clan are nothing more than grasshoppers in late autumn, already doomed. Yet other civilizations have yet to be eliminated. Su Pingyan had not forgotten the information passed down by Pangu. Back then, those who launched the surprise attack on the divine human race included them as well. If they were not completely destroyed, the divine human race would never know peace in the future. Only by completely wiping them out on the physical level can the divine human race rise again atop the civilizations of the universe and secure a better future. Yes. Immediately, someone received the order and left to make arrangements. Fire God, how did we fare in this battle? Su Pingyan asked joyfully. The Yigu clan suffered heavy casualties. Their God Emperor level experts are now only 6 in number. The Yigu ancestor, 3 late-stage God Emperor guardians, and 2 early-stage God Emperors guarding their old base. There are only 52 God King level experts left. The rest have already been eliminated, along with countless God King level experts. As for weapons and resources, there are countless spoils. We haven't even begun to tally everything yet. Outstanding work. Su Pingyan expressed his satisfaction. What about us? He asked with concern. On the battlefield, death and survival are natural. It's impossible for the enemy to suffer heavy losses while they themselves are unscathed. So, he was somewhat mentally prepared. One God Emperor was killed in action, and 2 others were injured. Fire God replied helplessly. In a battle of this scale, casualties were unavoidable. If it weren't for clan leader injuring the Egu ancestor at the beginning and catching them off guard, our victory wouldn't have looked this clean. It's precisely because of you, clan leader, that our victory came with minimal losses. Otherwise, even if we had succeeded, we would have paid a heavy price. Fire God subtly flattered. Bring the injured over. I will send them into the cultivation space to heal properly. Also, collect all the bodies of the Egu clan and their resources. Don't waste anything. We can use them to boost our strength. There are still great battles ahead of us, Su Pingyan ordered. The Egu clan was only the beginning. After eliminating them, there were still the mechanical race and the savage beast race. By now, the news from this front must have spread. The mechanical and savage beast races likely had already allied. The upcoming battle would not be easy. Yes, clan leader. Fire God saluted and departed quickly to carry out the orders. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Across the grand universe, aside from the former Egu clan territories now under the divine human race's control, not much else had changed. At first, some savage beast and mechanical clans tried to take advantage of the divine human race's recent war fatigue to launch small attacks. Unfortunately, they were quickly repelled. Then, they realized that the divine human race had become unexpectedly powerful and deeply regretted not forming an alliance with the Egu clan earlier. However, by then, it was already too late. Hence, the mechanical race allied with the savage beasts and, along with many other civilizations across the universe unwilling to see the rise of the divine human race, formed a coalition. Currently, the two sides are in a stalemate, neither launching a full-scale offensive yet, seemingly preparing for something. The divine human race did not attack either. After securing such vast territories from the Egu clan, there was much to manage. The resources gathered were abundant, and it was precisely the time to enhance their power. The Egu ancestor was still trapped in his old base and couldn't escape for now. Within the cultivation space, Su Pingyan's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. Late-stage God Emperor, finally broken through. With the divine essence refined by those late-stage God Emperor experts of the Egu clan, along with the resources in their possession, Su Pingyan had finally ascended to the peak of the God Emperor stage. It could be said that the amount of resources he consumed in this breakthrough, if used by the God King stage experts, could at least transform dozens, perhaps even 100, divine human experts into God Emperors. But he had to use them himself, for 4 main reasons. First, as the leader of the divine human race, his combat power represents the future of the race. Second, that turtle shell defense was now linked to the very essence of the grand universe, making it possess heavenly tiered defense. Unless Su Pingyan attained combat strength capable of challenging the God Sovereign level, he would be unable to break through it. Leaving it behind would ultimately become a hidden threat. Third, he needed to sweep across the civilizations of the universe, and further enhancement of his strength was necessary. Fourth, the resources required for his breakthrough were too vast, and all of high rank. This opportunity only came because they had defeated the Egu clan. If he did not use it for his own breakthrough, even if those resources were used to produce over 100 God Emperors for the divine human race, they would only be at the early God Emperor stage, which would not be of much use. Su Pingyan emerged from his cultivation retreat. Fire God arrived at his side the moment he appeared. Seeing the faint smile on Su Pingyan's face, everything was understood without words, and Fire God quickly offered his congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader, your cultivation has broken through. Although he had not known Su Pingyan for very long, he deeply admired this mysterious clan leader. From originally following Panga's command to serve him, he now genuinely pledged loyalty. It was not just him. All the other primordial gods, and indeed the entire divine human race, shared the same sentiment. Especially after experiencing the recent war with the Egu clan, this feeling had become increasingly evident. The looks of admiration and reverence in everyone's eyes toward their clan leader had grown stronger. How are the clan members doing? Su Pingyan asked immediately with concern. He had been in retreat for thousands of years already. During this time, they not only had to wipe out the Egu clan, but also had to face the harassment and attacks from the mechanical race and savage beast race. Their burden had been very heavy. With the resources we gained from the Egu clan, our overall strength has experienced another leap. Currently, we now have 116 experts at the God Emperor level. You, of course, are the only one who has reached the peak of God Emperor. Among the rest, there are 14 experts at the late God Emperor stage, of which our 12 brothers take up 12 spots. There are 53 experts at the middle God Emperor stage, and the remaining are at the early God Emperor stage. By the way, Miss by Susu has already reached the middle God Emperor stage, Fire God reported. As for the God King level experts, our numbers have surpassed 4,000, including over 300 at the peak of God King stage, Fire God said excitedly. The prosperity and strength of the divine human race was what he most wished to see, or more precisely, what their generation most desired to witness. Now that such a golden age was unfolding before them, even if they died, they would die in peace. It was only a pity that Pangu could not see it. However, their current clan leader was precisely the one cultivated by Pangu, which meant Pangu also deserved credit for this flourishing era. Thinking of this, Fire God felt a little more at peace. Chapter 481, A Leaderless Dog. Has there been any movement from the ancestor of weirdness? Su Pingyan asked again. He was actually quite worried. While he was in seclusion cultivating, the ancestor of weirdness might have caused trouble. After all, except for himself, no one else was capable of opposing that ancient being. If he had taken the opportunity to break free, it would definitely bring great losses and troubles to the race of divine humans. Although he had sensed nothing during his retreat, it was still possible that others hadn't alerted him to avoid interrupting his cultivation. No, they are still cowering inside and dare not come out. That ancestor must have been scared witless by your beating and now intends to become a headless turtle. Fire God sneered. Before, they were quite afraid of this ancestor of weirdness. After all, a figure from the same era as the mighty Pangu, and only slightly inferior in combat strength to him. For them back then, it was an unattainable peak. Of course, that was in the past. Since following Su Pingyan, they had all reached the later stage of the Divine Emperor realm, just one tiny step away from its ultimate pinnacle. And if the 12 brothers united their formation, they weren't necessarily inferior to the ancestor of weirdness in battle. Hence, Fire God's fear had long dissipated, replaced instead with contempt. Was it just about dying? The situation was already clear. The weird race had no other way out. They'd do better to come out and die gloriously in battle, being hailed as heroes, rather than hide away like cowards. What about the territory? Su Pingyan, unaware of Fire God's thoughts, continued to ask. Before going into seclusion, he had dispatched the army to seize as much of the weird race's territory as possible. Thousands of years had passed. Where were they now? He felt curious inside. Reporting to Chief, we've completely captured all the territory of the weird race. Furthermore, with the fertility encouragement policy, over these past 3,000 years our population has increased several dozen times. And now we can barely control the territory we hold. Fire God reported. Things were different now. Everyone engaged in cultivation, and at rather high levels too. Hence, fertility had become more difficult. In such a short time, multiplying their numbers so many times was no small feat. Fire God believed himself to have worked diligently. Looking forward, the population growth rate would only become slower, until reaching an equilibrium. This was destined. As for territory control, that was no easy feat despite its vastness. This land had once belonged to another race, and the weird did not require spirit stones or spirit items, so everything had to be explored and reconstructed anew, a time-consuming process. However, key central areas had already been prioritized and secured, while the remote border regions could only be gradually assimilated over time. No rush. Su Pingyan was very satisfied. Even if it were him personally handling matters, he probably couldn't have achieved all this. It showed that the divine humans were quite capable. He could adopt a policy of governance by inaction and conserve a lot of effort. So, have all remaining weird race members been eliminated? Su Pingyan asked with concern. The weird race carried with them the weird qi, much like a virus. If not completely wiped out, in the future, they would contaminate more people. In time, the weird race might make a comeback. To report, Chief, within our borders, the weird race has been mostly cleansed. Those fleeing into the beast race have apparently also been eliminated. However, some remaining within the mechanical race still live. Fire God reported. Oh, the two other races have differing attitudes toward the remaining weird. Su Pingyan narrowed his eyes, vaguely guessing at the cause. As expected, the beast race fears that the remaining weird might taint them with weird qi, bringing disaster upon themselves. Furthermore, these remnants hold little power to actually benefit the beasts, thus more harm than good. Hence, they chose to eliminate the weird remnants. Fire God explained carefully. Then he continued. However, the mechanical race is different. They are unafraid of weird qi and likely plan to utilize these remnants to spread corruption and turn more life forms against us. What you said makes sense. Su Pingyan nodded seriously. For now, let's not dwell on them. It's time we smashed this turtle shell. Once we deal with their old patriarch, I'd like to see what trouble those remaining scoundrels can cause. Su Pingyan said, gazing at the stronghold of the weird race. Then, in an instant, he teleported straight to the skies above their stronghold. Su Pingyan, this Jun, the protective formation of my clan is linked to the very essence of the world. You won't damage it. Wait for me. I will get out, and I'll surely kill you. The weird ancestor cried out desperately. It was clear he was furious. Since his birth, he had never suffered such humiliation, not even when Pangu was still alive. Never had he expected to be dealt such a grievous defeat at the hands of his very disciple. He truly couldn't accept it, but his power was inferior. Perhaps only after breaking through to the Heaven Sovereign realm would he have a chance at revenge. A leaderless dog still dares to dream foolishly, Su Pingyan scoffed. Back when your weird race was at its peak, and we were at a disadvantage, you still couldn't accomplish anything. Now that only a few of you remain, you actually dare to make such outrageous claims. Truly, you don't know your place, Su Pingyan continued, his 2 consecutive remarks nearly breaking the weird ancestor's composure. Cursed, cursed, cursed. The weird ancestor roared in fury, unfortunately, powerless to do anything against Su Pingyan, only capable of helpless rage. I'm done wasting words with you. The reason I came this time is to send you all off for good. If you seek revenge, you no longer have the chance. Su Pingyan's words passed a death sentence upon them, causing panic among the remaining members of the weird race. Su Pingyan, I admit your strength, but to destroy our clan's protective formation? Dream on. Everyone, don't worry, we will be fine. The weird ancestor refused to believe that Su Pingyan could destroy the formation. He still had full confidence in it. It was, after all, personally arranged by him, connected to the very foundation of existence. Even if Su Pingyan had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, even if his combat strength was immense, it still wouldn't be enough unless he was a heaven sovereign. Frog in a well. Su Pingyan no longer wasted words with him. He gripped the god-slaughtering spear, unleashed his full might, and swung the weapon powerfully. Crush. Boom. With a single strike, the formation violently trembled. Crush. Another strike followed, and he swung over a dozen times consecutively. Finally, cracks appeared in the formation. This discovery excited Su Pingyan greatly. Yet within the formation, the remaining members of the weird race were filled with terror. Old Patriarch, this can't be. Impossible. The weird ancestor appeared mad with disbelief, his expression twisted in anguish. After a while, watching the formation gradually become unable to withstand the assault, destruction only a matter of time, the weird ancestor seemed to age decades in an instant, yet strangely, he also appeared lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. Chapter 482, The Heavenly Sovereign. I never thought Pangu would find such a monstrous successor before his death. I'm no match for him. His growth speed is just too fast. Possessing such combat power, his strength must have already reached the legendary level of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. The primordial anomaly's face turned extremely grim, yet there seemed to be a hint of relief in his tone after saying this. How is that possible? That's the legendary Heavenly Sovereign realm. The crowd refused to believe it, yet the truth lay right before their eyes. Because in the next instant, the grand formation had already been shattered. You're strong. The primordial anomaly said calmly, gazing at Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan stood in the void, his expression equally calm. I know. Die. Without further words, Su Pingyan launched his attack. In his current state, the primordial anomaly couldn't even withstand a single move. In an instant, he was killed. Su Pingyan stared at the god-slaughtering spear in his hand, shocked even himself by his overwhelming power. Was this the combat strength of the Heavenly Sovereign realm? Afterward, Su Pingyan composed himself and led his army to completely annihilate the nest of the primordial anomalies. Once the entire race of anomalies was eradicated, the heavens and earth trembled. The next moment, heaven itself responded, showering immeasurable virtuous merits from the sky. This was a vast force. Su Pingyan's face lit up with excitement. It was a reward from the heavens for eliminating the anomaly essence. Not distributed equally, but awarded to every warrior of the divine race who had participated in the great battle. The more anomalies you slayed, and the stronger they were, the more virtuous merits you received. As tribe leader, Su Pingyan had concentrated the favor of the entire race, and having slain the strongest of the anomalies, including their primordial ancestor, he received the greatest share of the virtuous merits. Absorb and refine. Su Pingyan simultaneously absorbed and refined the virtuous merits. His cultivation, which had once been unbreakable, began to show signs of stirring. Half-step sovereign, Hong, Heavenly Sovereign realm. After fully refining all the virtuous merits, Su Pingyan successfully broke through to the Heavenly Sovereign realm, a level no cultivator had ever reached across the entire grand universe. In a single sentence, equal with heaven itself. What he didn't know was that at the moment he broke through, sweet rains descended from the heavens across the grand universe, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. Every living being in the universe received a blessing from heaven. They all came to know that a true cultivator of the Heavenly Sovereign realm had been born in this world, a celebration announced by heaven itself. At this moment, Su Pingyan took no notice of the external changes. He was quietly comprehending the laws of the grand universe. At this moment, it was as though he had become the heavens themselves, seeing all within the cosmos, witnessing the origins, the fundamental laws of the world, becoming seemingly omnipotent. This is the Heavenly Sovereign realm. It's truly powerful. Su Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim. After exiting that unique state, Su Pingyan summoned Fire God and others. Our next target is the mechanized race. It's time we settle the score with them. Yes. Fire God replied excitedly. Back then, when the divine race was ambushed and forced into dire straits, the mechanized race was the one who instigated it. And so Fire God hated them most of all, more than even the anomalies. Previously, aside from being blocked by the anomalies, and having to protect the surviving tribesmen, he would have personally launched a raid against the mechanized race no matter what. He'd have been happy even if he could inflict minimal damage. Now, with the race of anomalies already destroyed, they could finally confront the mechanized race head-on. Moreover, annihilating them would yield vast resources. Now that the tribe leader had already ascended to the Heavenly Sovereign realm, resources were no longer a problem. Perhaps, they even had the chance to reach the peak of the God Emperor realm. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through him. Chief, Blood God asked at this point. The mechanized race has allied with other civilizations. Shall we attack them all together? The mechanized race wasn't foolish. The anomaly race's strength had been practically equal to theirs, and their primordial ancestor had even been stronger than theirs. Not to mention that legendary ancestral formation. Being able to destroy a formation of that level, the current power of the divine race's leader was truly terrifying. Other civilizations shared the same concerns as the mechanized race. None wished for the divine race to rise again. This alliance was their only chance. If they failed now, in the future, it would definitely be the divine race that dictated the future. Tell the major civilizations of the universe, Su Pingyan declared resolutely, that the divine race doesn't seek to dominate the entire cosmos. The universe is vast. We have countless unexplored starfields. Everyone can coexist in peace. Our current objective is solely revenge. The anomaly race was the first target, the mechanized race is the second, and the several ancient beast races that participated in the ambush before are the third. Other civilizations will be left untouched. But if any dare oppose us like a moth flying against a chariot's wheel, all shall be exterminated without mercy. As a Chinese person, he certainly understood one principle. This is the English translation. reduce the number of enemies as much as possible, and unite all forces that could be united. Although the divine race had sufficient strength to face the allied forces alone, there would likely be massive casualties, which Su Pingyan wished to avoid at all costs. The war was about to end. He wanted more people to survive and witness the divine race's return to the peak of the cosmos. They should enjoy this new life, a new era, the era of the divine race. Dying just before the arrival of light would be too tragic. I understand, the Zhongren replied, and Blood God immediately rushed off in excitement to arrange for the Great War, a war even greater than their previous campaign against the anomaly race. However, they were no longer the same as before, they were now even stronger. Thus began an interstellar war that would last tens of thousands of years. The divine race advanced steadily. Su Pingyan personally eliminated the primordial ancestor of the mechanized race and the chieftain of one of the ancient beast races who had reached the pinnacle of the God Emperor realm. As for the rest, he left them to be led by the 12 celestial deities, each of whom was a late-stage God Emperor expert. No, after the previous reward of virtuous merits from the heavens, Fire God and Thunder God, the two strongest, were already only a small step away from reaching the ultimate peak of the God Emperor realm. The other 10 were only slightly weaker than these two. With the resources accumulated from the mechanized race, they were sure to break through to the ultimate peak. In the tens of thousands of years of war that followed, Su Pingyan also used high-grade resources to help them complete their transformations. In no time, the divine race possessed 12 God Emperor experts at the ultimate peak. When working together, their combined strength was even comparable to that of a half-step heavenly sovereign, truly formidable. From then on, Su Pingyan no longer had to personally intervene, all battles were left to them. After tens of thousands of years of development, the divine race's territory had expanded more than threefold, and their overall power had reached a new peak, creating a flourishing and prosperous Xinjiang. Tens of thousands of years later, the interstellar war finally ended. True to their word, the divine race did not unify the entire grand universe, nor did they oppress the weak. Civilizations that were willing to cooperate with them were warmly welcomed. Together, they developed their respective civilizations and explored the universe. Those civilizations that had actively attacked the divine race or attempted to take advantage of the chaos were naturally punished. Lighter consequences saw them become subordinate civilizations, while the most severe resulted in the complete destruction of their civilization. With a combination of kindness and strength, the divine race firmly established their foothold in the primordial universe and earned their rightful prestige, becoming the undisputed greatest civilization. For a very long time afterward, none could rival them. Lanxing, on the outskirts of the capital city, in a particularly large mansion. It's done, it's done. It's a baby boy, the doctor shouted in excitement. If this were a regular birth, she wouldn't be so excited. But this was the birth of the official wife of the divine race's tribe leader. If it was a boy, he would be the heir of the strongest race in the universe the moment he was born, the young chieftain. If it were a girl, she would still be the most precious princess of the race. Nothing less than the utmost care was acceptable. Shinran, you did well. Su Pingyan arrived at Yi Shinran's side as soon as he heard the news, filled with concern. Though he had become the leader of the divine race and the sole heavenly sovereign cultivator in the universe, he still deeply cherished the women in his life and his family. Previously, in an unstable environment filled with constant threats, they had not planned to have children. But now, with peace across the universe, even if Su Pingyan had been reluctant, both his parents and Yi Shinran longed for this child. Sunran, I'm fine with you beside me. Yi Shinran gently leaned against Su Pingyan's thighs. Wah, a loud cry shattered the tender moment between them, and Yi Shinran immediately said, let me see our child. All right. Su Pingyan quickly picked up the child and placed him beside Yi Shinran. Why is his face all wrinkled? Yi Shinran slightly frowned, though the glow of motherhood hadn't faded from her face in the least. All newborn babies look like this. They'll get better in a couple of days, Su Pingyan replied casually. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig walk. Yi Shinran nodded happily, gently stroking the cheek of her newborn son. A million years later, Su Pingyan passed the leadership of his tribe to his only son. As for himself, he departed with Yi Shinran and Shuiying, wandering across the cosmos and living a blissful, celestial life together. The end.